power, these underhanded schemes mean nothing to him. At this stage, the Court of Owls really has no choice but to accept my terms, he mused. And with the help of this local kingpin, turning Deadshot's alternate personality into Gotham's savior within a month shouldn't be much of a problem. All that's left is a gust of wind to sweep away Enchantress and the Joker, and everything will be in place. Gazing at the swiftly passing scenery outside the window, Raymond felt completely confident in his plan. 2 hours later, Task Force X finally pinpointed Enchantress's location. As soon as Rick got the news, he led Raymond and the others toward their destination. But halfway there, the convoy suddenly came under heavy fire. The fierce barrage forced Rick's men to fall back again and again, leaving them no choice but to call for backup. So, they've finally shown themselves. After waiting so long, Raymond made no move to intervene. He was waiting, watching for what would happen next. It wasn't long before Task Force X's reinforcements arrived, driving off the attackers. A new escort of armored vehicles was sent to accompany Raymond and the others to Enchantress's location. This time, Harley Quinn was still in the same vehicle as Raymond, joined by the familiar Diablo and the ever-oblivious Captain Boomerang. Damn it, what's going on here? Weren't we just supposed to deal with some witch? Why are we getting pounded with heavy artillery? Captain Boomerang grumbled, his complaints filling the air. Diablo, as always, said nothing. He wasn't one for words, and just like Raymond, he hadn't lifted a finger during the earlier ambush. He looked for all the world like any other ordinary person. Isn't this exciting? Harley squealed with delight, not the least bit fazed by the chaos. It really is strange. We're working for the Eye Society, so why would we be attacked for no reason? Raymond mused, deep in thought. That's obvious, isn't it? It must be the Eye Society's enemies trying to sabotage their operation, Harley guessed. No, I actually think this might have something to do with your friend, Pudding, Raymond said, pondering. Pudding. Harley's eyes lit up as Raymond reminded her. You mean his real target was just you? What do you think? Raymond asked in return. I suppose it's not impossible. With Pudding's personality, attacking the Eye Society wouldn't be out of character for him, Harley considered. But the thing is, he should already know you're not even afraid of nanobombs anymore. If he just sent these regular lackeys to attack you, all it would do is cause more casualties among the Eye Society soldiers. There's no real point to it. Pudding isn't the sort to do something so pointless unless... Unless what? Unless he's holding something back for later. Harley's eyes flickered with suspicion. So, if he really does have something up his sleeve, what do you think it could be? Raymond asked with a soft chuckle. That I couldn't say. Sometimes even I can't guess what Pudding is thinking. Harley pondered, then shook her head. At this point, she noticed how relaxed Raymond looked, as if he wasn't worried at all. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, let's say it really was Pudding just now. What do you think he'll do next? If I were him, knowing that ordinary attacks wouldn't faze me, sending people after me wouldn't be about killing me. It would just be laying the groundwork for something else to come. Raymond replied slowly. So, all we have to do is consider what effect this attack had on me, and we'll understand his real intention. Switching vehicles? With Raymond's obvious hint, Harley instantly caught on. You're saying there's something wrong with this car? Boomerang, who had been listening quietly and treating the conversation as idle chatter, suddenly turned pale at these words. He jumped to his feet and rushed to open the back door of the armored vehicle. But he found that it wouldn't budge. Damn it, what's going on? Boomerang exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger on his face as he realized the doors were locked tight. At that moment, Hellfire sensed that something was amiss too. He stood up and warned the others, everyone, stand back. Once Boomerang moved behind him, flames erupted from Hellfire's body. In the next instant, fire shot from both his arms, blasting toward the armored car's rear door. Under the blaze, the inner layer of the back door began to melt away. But instead of revealing the outside world beyond, it uncovered a strange, electric blue barrier that shimmered like a net. Beneath this layer of protective light, the flames couldn't escape at all. They were completely trapped inside the compartment. Hey, don't waste your energy. Even if your fire was 10 times stronger, there's no way it could break out, came a strange, cackling voice from the corner of the car. Pudding, is that really you? Harley immediately recognized the voice as belonging to the Joker. Sorry to keep you waiting, the Joker replied with a sly laugh. Oh, not at all. It wasn't long at all. Harley shook her head quickly. But then, Raymond suddenly spoke up. Do you really think you can hold me with just this vehicle? If you're not sure, why don't you try and see for yourself? The Joker's laughter echoed oddly. But I'll give you a friendly tip. This car wasn't originally meant for you, but it turned out to be just the thing for someone like you. If I'm not mistaken, aside from your ability to create duplicates, you can also transform yourself in a way that's almost elemental, can't you? A regular armored vehicle would never be able to hold someone like you, but this one was specially designed to deal with people of your kind. You were careless, Deadshot. Raymond's face revealed no emotion. He simply asked in a calm voice. Did you figure that out from the surveillance footage on the plane? Your powers of observation are truly impressive. I have to give you credit. But there's one thing I don't understand. Oh, even if this vehicle is really capable of restraining someone like me, as you claim, I doubt it's without limitations, right? No matter what the principle behind it is, it must consume energy. So even if you can trap me for a while, what then? Are you planning to starve me to death? And don't forget, Miss Harley here is stuck with me. If you really intend to starve us, I doubt she'll last as long as I can. She'll probably die before I do. Raymond glanced at Harley. No sooner had Raymond finished speaking, and before the Joker could reply, the fire demon suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Harley by the throat and snarling. Let us out right now, or I'll roast her to a crisp. Choked by the fire demon's grip, Harley tried to fight back, but she was no match for his strength. You're welcome to try, the Joker said coolly. But if you really go through with it, I'll hunt down everyone you've ever known, just to avenge her. But threats have never worked on me. Let her go. He means what he says, Raymond said to the fire demon. Damn it. The fire demon reluctantly released his grip. Cough, cough. Harley couldn't stop coughing as she caught her breath. Only then did the Joker continue. Are you really that eager to know how you'll die? Curiosity isn't human nature, Raymond replied with a smile. All right, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. The Joker replied indifferently. This vehicle can't keep you trapped forever. That's true. But once its energy drops to half, it'll automatically trigger the detonation sequence. With an explosion of that magnitude, even if you can turn into pure elements, you'll be wiped out in an instant. There's simply no chance of survival. Are you satisfied with that ending? Raymond looked at Harley again. And what about her? With you to accompany her in death, I'd say this funeral is grand enough. Don't you think, darling? All of a sudden, Harley let out a manic laugh. That's my beloved Puddin'. You're amazing as always. You crazy woman. He's about to kill you along with himself. And you're still speaking up for him? Boomerang exploded with rage, shouting at her from the side. But Harley just kept giggling, seeming utterly unfazed by it all. Raymond stepped up to her, gently touched her pigtails, and sighed softly. It hurts, doesn't it? Don't bother denying it. Go ahead and keep laughing, it's all right. Harley kept up her laughter, though now it sounded just a bit forced. Raymond said no more to her, turning back to the Joker. So what are you waiting for? This time, the Joker didn't answer. Raymond walked to the front of the vehicle and knocked on the metal partition. I'm talking to you. How about an answer? Suddenly, with a click, a small opening appeared ahead. Through the shimmering blue electric mesh, it was clear. The driver of the armored vehicle was the Joker himself. How did you guess? The Joker asked, glancing back. At a moment this mad, when your arrogant rival is about to die, how could you possibly resist witnessing it in person? Raymond replied, as if it were obvious. You really seem to know me, the Joker said, a hint of surprise in his tone. Not especially, Raymond deflected, then pressed on. If you already know how you want to kill me, what are you still? Wait, so this is what you were waiting for. As he spoke, Deadshot's alternate personality, who'd been secretly protecting his family, was suddenly ambushed and wiped out. Without any warning, he was gone. You felt it, didn't you? Seeing Raymond's reaction firsthand, the Joker burst out laughing in delight. Looks like I guessed right again. This is the real you. The Joker had been waiting for something. Raymond had seen that much, but hadn't been sure what it was. Only when Deadshot's alternate persona was abruptly taken out did Raymond finally understand what the Joker had been waiting for. It turned out the Joker hadn't been sure if the Raymond in front of him was the real one. He wanted to wait, to see if the person he'd planted elsewhere would act and reveal the truth. Now, the Joker clearly had the answer he wanted. But as the Joker waited, wasn't Raymond waiting too? He had long since discovered the whereabouts of the Enchantress, but he kept that information to himself, all to lure the Joker, his biggest catch. He knew that, with the Joker's temperament, he was the type who could never let a grudge lie overnight. By provoking the Joker so openly, it would be strange if the Joker could actually restrain himself. However, given the strength he had previously displayed, the Joker would never show up before him so easily, unless he was absolutely sure he had the upper hand. That was why he waited, wanting to see exactly what tricks the Joker would pull. Of course, he couldn't be completely certain that he'd be able to turn the tables once the Joker made his move. After all, this was the DC universe, a world as steeped in magic as Marvel, if not more so. Though he now carried many alternate personalities within him, in the grand scheme of things, he was still hardly remarkable. If the Joker really did have some unexpected trump card up his sleeve, he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to withstand it. Even so, he still had a way out. After all, he'd arrived here through a wish journey. Even if he did get killed, it would just mean a failed attempt. He could always come back and try again once he was ready. The only catch was that every restart would bring him back to the moment just before he was killed. If he wasn't fully prepared, he'd just be killed again. But at least it wasn't like the original Marvel world, where dying meant dying for good. That was why he could afford to take greater risks here. Failure simply meant another chance to play the game. This was his greatest source of confidence, and why he could safely draw the Joker into this deadly game. Judging by how things were going, the Joker's moves so far hadn't exceeded his expectations. The Joker's entire scheme was based on the limited intelligence he currently had. So far, the only powers he'd revealed were his ability to create duplicates and his capacity to regenerate, even after having his head blown off by a nanobomb in that plane. The Joker wasn't surprised by his duplication skill, but being able to deduce so quickly that he was immune to nanobombs because he could elementalize his body, that was impressive. To analyze his displayed abilities so thoroughly in such a short time, and then devise a plan with such a high chance of success, this alone was enough to make most people tremble. Yet, in the end, the Joker was still human, not a god. He wasn't all-knowing or all-powerful. He could quickly find a way to counter Raymond by observing just one or two of his abilities, but he could never know how many other tricks Raymond had up his sleeve. This kind of information imbalance was a problem that even the highest intelligence couldn't solve. While Raymond and his group boarded the Joker's armored vehicle, over at the abandoned church, the Enchantress's magic circle was finally about to be completed. Oh, that was quick. The vice personality of Zhakong seemed almost drowsy, but when he saw the Enchantress suddenly stand up, he jolted awake in an instant. Should I take that as sarcasm? The Enchantress asked coldly. How could that be? I mean it. Zhakong's vice personality replied with a look of utter seriousness. The Enchantress snorted, making it clear she didn't believe a single word he said. She knew very well that the man before her wasn't just known as a walking encyclopedia of magic, but was also recognized as one of the true masters of the magical world. If Zhakong's vice personality had been the one to draw this magic array, his speed would have been at least 3 times hers. But he had no reason to help her, and she could never trust him to take over, either. What she was about to attempt was far too important. She couldn't possibly leave it in anyone else's hands. Ignoring his provocation, she turned and walked to the very center of the magic circle, beginning to chant her incantation. Zhakong's vice personality made no move to stop her. He simply watched in silence, his gaze unwavering. As her chanting grew faster, the Enchantress's body slowly began to rise off the ground. Her eyes turned pitch black, as if she were forging a connection to something deep within the void. Soon, above her head, a tiny black vortex began to form, swirling gently. As her incantation accelerated, the vortex grew larger and larger. But when it had expanded to the height of a person, the entire abandoned chapel suddenly exploded apart. In the sky above, a shimmering white gateway of light flickered into view among the clouds. From that radiant portal, a surge of holy, majestic power poured forth, spilling steadily toward the shattered chapel. On the ground, something seemed to stir from beneath, the earth trembling violently. Cracks spread across the floor, and from those fissures, a sinister crimson glow seeped upward, carrying with it an overwhelming aura of evil, as if it could erupt at any moment. The Enchantress had never seen, nor even imagined, such terrifying forces could exist in this world. The sacred, boundless power in the heavens and the infernal, explosive energy beneath her feet filled her with utter despair. She could feel it. Either force alone could easily annihilate her entire world. Only now did she finally understand the meaning behind Zhakong's earlier words. This was the true power of heaven and hell, worlds apart from the preachers and cultists she had encountered before. Under the weight of these two opposing forces, she felt smaller than an ant. When Zhakong's vice personality called them ants, it was in fact a generous understatement. At this moment, she also noticed that the Zhakong's secondary personality had spread his hands toward her, as if to say, "I told you so, but you just wouldn't believe me." By now, regret was already gnawing at her. She knew herself to be the kind who wouldn't shed tears until she saw the coffin, but as soon as those two ominous auras appeared, the coffin was right before her eyes, along with the tragic fate soon to befall her and her people. And all of this, she realized, was born of her own arrogance. If only she had believed what the Zhakong personality had told her, things would never have come to this. Above her head, the black vortex continued to expand relentlessly, a result of the magic circle beneath her feet. Events had progressed beyond her ability to control. Now it was the magic circle dragging her forward, not the other way around. Within the black vortex, shadowy shapes resembling dark phantoms began drifting outward. These were her people. Before she had possessed this body, she too had taken on such a form. "Go back. Don't come any closer," she suddenly screamed, her voice raw and desperate. But her warning came far too late. As her kin emerged from the black vortex, they barely had time to glimpse the world outside before, one by one, they burst apart, like invisible hands crushing them in an instant. Not a single one could resist, even for a heartbeat. The sight tore the enchantress's heart to shreds, and tears welled up in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks. Almost without realizing it, her gaze darted once more to the nearby Jacquin personality. In her despair, she clung to him like a drowning woman grasping at a straw, her voice pleading. "John, I beg you please save them. I know you must have a way. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have ignored your warning. Shouldn't have been so self-important. If you can save them, I'll be your slave from this day on. Whatever you ask of me, I'll do it." In that moment, pride meant nothing to her. She would gladly die 100 times to put an end to this horror. All she could do was hope that the rumors were true, especially those about the man before her and his ties to hell and heaven. Though what she'd seen of both realms had only made those tales harder to believe, she was at her wit's end, clutching at any hope, no matter how faint. Under her desperate gaze and fervent prayers, the Jacquin personality let out a long, weary sigh, then suddenly began to chant a spell. As the incantation rang out, the black vortex overhead continued to expand, but its swirling suddenly shifted direction, from clockwise to counterclockwise. The power that had been violently spewing outward now reversed, sucking in everything nearby. Those kin of the enchantress, just on the verge of escaping the black vortex, were drawn back in, pulled away from the brink of destruction. Seeing this change, the enchantress was overwhelmed with joy and burst into tears. Thank you so much." After taking care of the matter, the secondary personality of Zack looked up at the sky, then down at his feet, and let out a long sigh. "Everyone, the problem has been solved. According to the ancient agreement, it's time for you all to return to where you came from. The affairs of the human world should be left to humanity." As soon as Zack's secondary personality finished speaking, the portal of light in the sky gradually faded away into the clouds, as if it had never appeared at all. The ground, however, did not return to normal quite so quickly. A piercing, profound voice rose up from beneath the earth. "I'll come for you, John. It won't be long now. My arrival is imminent." When the voice finally dissipated, the ground slowly smoothed out and returned to its original state. But Zack's secondary personality no longer looked at ease. His expression shifted between shadow and light, as if wrestling with some inner turmoil. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, without hesitation. He turned his hand and opened up a portal on the armored vehicle. Just as the Joker was getting excited, convinced that the Raymond before him was the real one, Raymond suddenly turned to him out of nowhere and said, "Good luck." Those words made the Joker's pupils contract sharply, but the surprises weren't over yet. Right after Raymond spoke, the Joker was stunned to see that the 4 people in the back of the vehicle had vanished into thin air. Without a second thought, the Joker spun around, ready to throw open the door and leap from the moving vehicle. But he was a heartbeat too late. In that instant, a massive ring of fire erupted before him, its flames roaring in a brilliant circle. On the other side of the fiery portal was a swirling black vortex, as deep and consuming as a black hole. The speeding momentum of the armored car, combined with the immense pull from within the black vortex, yanked the entire vehicle forward, drawing it inexorably toward the swirling darkness. The tremendous suction outside the armored car made it impossible for the Joker to open the door. And as the vehicle burst through the ring of fire to the other side, he saw Raymond, Harley, and the other 3 standing on an open patch of ground, alongside a blonde, buzz-cut stranger. Behind them, a smaller ring of fire was quickly shrinking away. It was clear that the 4 had vanished earlier thanks to this sudden fiery portal. As he caught sight of Raymond and the others, they naturally saw him as well. Raymond even gave him a little wave, a casual farewell. Before the Joker could process any of this, everything before his eyes was swallowed by darkness. Watching the black vortex gradually fade in midair, Raymond turned to Zack's secondary personality and asked, "That passageway, it won't open again, will it? There's only one person on Earth who can open the gateway to that world, but I don't think she will ever do it again, not even if her life depended on it." The secondary persona of Zack glanced at the enchantress, who lay collapsed on the ground not far away. What happened this time would undoubtedly become an unforgettable lesson for her. If she ever opened the gateway again, her own world would face retribution from both hell and heaven. This time, she had only escaped disaster because Zack's secondary persona lent her a hand. If it ever happened again, who knows if anyone would be able to help her at all? So she's the enchantress? What happened to her? Raymond shot a glance in that direction. Zack's secondary persona couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply slapped himself across the face, instantly switching back to his original self. In that moment, all the previous memories flooded into Raymond's mind. Zack's reunion with the Enchantress, her activation of the magic circle that drew the attention of both hell and heaven, the reversal of the ritual by Zack, and that final, piercing sound. Everything became crystal clear in an instant. Hell and heaven, truly terrifying. After receiving those memories, Raymond gained his very first real understanding of the powers that ruled this world's hell and heaven. Judging by what he sensed, those two auras had to be above level 7. In other words, they belonged to beings at least at the rank of Celestial Father. He'd always known that Zack's secondary persona had enemies scattered across the DC multiverse, but he hadn't expected to encounter a foe of Celestial Father rank so casually. This guy really has a death wish. Probably only an exorcist could match him when it comes to courting disaster. Raymond couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Pudding, where did he go? At that moment, Harley appeared behind Raymond, hesitating as she asked. You could say he's gone to hell, Raymond replied offhandedly, not in the mood to explain. Oh, Harley responded in a small voice. The next moment, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Raymond's waist from behind. Raymond stiffened in surprise, completely unprepared for such an action. Only then did he remember. In order to provoke the Joker earlier, he made a verbal bet with Harley. Screech. From the distance, the sound of tires skidding echoed sharply as Rick and the others finally caught up. We have more important things to do. Raymond brushed Harley's hands away and strode toward Rick. What he didn't notice was the look in Harley's eyes as she watched his back, one that was growing ever more fervent. No one knows exactly when it started, but rumors suddenly began spreading through every street and alley of Gotham. They said a superhero called Deadshot had just saved Gotham, not only foiling the world-ending plot of a terrifying witch, but also dealing with Gotham's notorious old friend, the Joker. Yes, soon as this rumor surfaced, many people scoffed at it, convinced that Deadshot was just trying to make himself look good. For most ordinary folks, the name Deadshot might sound unfamiliar, nowhere near as famous as legendary figures like Batman or the Joker. Yet in Gotham's underworld, Deadshot's reputation is hardly minor. After all, he was once the #1 hitman, with plenty of criminal organizations having dealt with him in the past. But to say that Deadshot could save Gotham, and even take care of the Joker, a menace who's troubled both sides of the law, very few people actually believed it. Especially those who had experienced firsthand just how troublesome the Joker could be. They simply couldn't imagine that Deadshot alone could put an end to him. Yet the rumor grew more and more convincing as it spread, complete with vivid details and seemingly credible accounts. For instance, at the site of the former Giza Church in the southeast of Gotham, there were traces that simply couldn't be faked. Some curious souls went to see for themselves and found that the church had been reduced to rubble, with the ground split and scarred as if an earthquake had struck. Some with supernatural abilities could even sense remnants of something utterly terrifying lingering in the air. As more people investigated from different angles, they gradually began to realize that the story might actually be true. Not long ago, there really had been a fearsome witch performing some kind of dark ritual, and it had caused the authorities at ARGUS to mobilize their forces in a major operation. Deadshot, it turned out, had been released from prison by ARGUS for the sole purpose of dealing with this evil witch. And in the end, not only did Deadshot complete the mission brilliantly, but he also managed to eliminate the Joker, that festering thorn in everyone's side. Even within ARGUS itself, this news was quietly acknowledged, though never officially announced. But secrets have a way of slipping out, and this internal confirmation soon spread beyond their walls. Only then did people begin to believe that outlandish rumor that had sounded so absurd at first. In a luxurious mansion on the outskirts of Gotham, Bruce Wayne, better known as the legendary Batman, had just stepped off the treadmill. Taking a towel from his butler and wiping away the sweat, he asked casually, "What do you make of that rumor that's been going around Gotham lately?" "Do you mean to say you think the rumor is false, sir?" Alfred, his butler, replied with a question of his own, rather than answering directly. "No, I think it's probably true." Bruce Wayne shook his head. Knowing the Joker, if this were really just a baseless rumor, he'd have come out immediately and made the rumor mongers wish they'd never been born. But since he hasn't shown himself, there's a good chance that something really has happened to him. I checked into the background of that so-called witch who was supposedly plotting to end the world. It turns out she was actually Enchantress, the secret weapon ARGUS used to. How about their sleeve? That Deadshot fellow actually managed to handle both the trouble from the Enchantress and take care of the Joker as well. Now, that truly took me by surprise. Bruce Wayne sounded both impressed and puzzled. After all, he was the one who personally put Deadshot behind bars, and there was no one more familiar with the man's capabilities than him. Based on what Bruce knew, he didn't believe Deadshot stood a chance against either the Enchantress or the Joker, let alone both. Yet, the facts before him left no room for doubt. This wasn't some idle rumor, but the undeniable truth. The realization gave him a strange, unsettled feeling. "Are you worried he might seek revenge on you for putting him away all those years ago?" the butler inquired. "Not at all." Bruce Wayne shook his head. "Deadshot, at his core, isn't an evil man. He has his own code of conduct, his own boundaries. Besides, this time he's standing on the side of justice. It's highly unlikely he'd suddenly switch allegiances." "Then what is it that troubles you, sir?" the butler pressed gently. "So you saw through me after all?" Bruce Wayne smiled and shook his head, but his expression soon turned grave. "That Deadshot could deal with both the Enchantress and the Joker truly astonishes me, but it's not beyond belief. What really concerns me is how quickly this story has spread throughout Gotham. Don't you find that odd?" In front of his butler, who was as much a father as a friend, Bruce made no effort to hide his thoughts. He spoke his mind freely. Deadshot's sudden rise in power was surprising, certainly, but not impossible. After all, in this world, many heroes had become stronger after a stroke of fortune. Perhaps Deadshot had encountered something extraordinary in prison that made him more formidable. At first, Bruce had been incredulous, but after thorough confirmation, he'd accepted it as true. However, what truly caught his attention was the astonishing speed at which this rumor had swept across the city. Normally, rumors, even those that surface online, rarely gain widespread belief. In the age of the internet, there are simply too many false stories. Even true ones, unless confirmed by official sources or the media, are often met with skepticism. But this rumor about Deadshot defied all those conventions. There had been no news reports from any official media, nor had any authority publicly acknowledged the incident. Yet, countless people seemed convinced. It was real, and word of it was spreading through every corner of Gotham. Underworld and upper world, all walks of life, online and offline. It was as if an invisible hand was secretly guiding the story's rise. As one of Gotham's 4 great families, the Waynes had wealth, power, and connections. Yet even with the Wayne family's extensive intelligence network and connections, they couldn't find anything amiss about this matter. Everything appeared perfectly normal, as if there was nothing wrong at all. But in his eyes, the very lack of problems was the greatest problem. Clearly, something that seemed so unreasonable should have revealed some flaw. And yet, no matter how they investigated, nothing surfaced. Wasn't that suspicious? "You mean to say there's an unknown underground force in Gotham, one that can easily influence the entire city and yet remains undetected by us?" the butler said gravely. "In terms of logic, that's exactly what it points to, but in reality, I can't find a shred of evidence. Tell me, am I overthinking this?" Bruce Wayne hesitated. "I trust your judgment, sir," the butler replied, bowing slightly. The butler didn't speak plainly, but in his own way, he assured Bruce to have faith in his own instincts. "I understand what you're getting at. I'll keep digging into this," Bruce Wayne nodded. In truth, he had already made up his mind. Talking it over with the butler was simply his way of organizing his thoughts. "I just wonder if that unseen hand has any connection to Deadshot," Bruce Wayne mused quietly. The invisible hand that Batman feared was, of course, the Court of Owls. As of now, the court had yet to emerge fully into Batman's line of sight, but many of Gotham's most influential figures, including notorious crime lords, were members of this secret society. Batman's presence had already caused quite a bit of trouble for more than a few of them. Consequently, eliminating Batman, while not a consensus, had become one of the prevailing opinions within the Court of Owls. Amanda's proposal to form the Suicide Squad gained the court's support chiefly because she made a promise to the others. At the critical moment, the squad could be unleashed against Batman. Yet even Amanda herself hadn't foreseen the complications that would arise with the Suicide Squad. Though they ultimately managed to deal with the Enchantress, the squad's plans had more or less unraveled. Not only that, but now, as agreed, they were obliged to turn Deadshot into Gotham's new savior. Fortunately, the Court of Owls' influence in Gotham was vast and deep-rooted. Once Raymond had taken care of the Enchantress and the Joker, all the court needed to do was mobilize their resources to spread the news from every angle, as quickly as possible. After all, these were facts. They didn't need to fabricate anything. With the court's reach, it took less than a couple of weeks for Deadshot's name to become known in every household across Gotham, including among the family members of his alternate personality. His family already knew his underworld nickname, Deadshot. Even his daughter Zoe was well aware. Therefore, once this news had spread throughout Gotham, Floyd's daughter, Zoe, naturally found out as well. In her eyes, the alter ego of Deadshot had finally become a true hero, standing tall and proud. Ding dong. You have successfully fulfilled Deadshot's wish. Completion rating, grade B. Reward, 900, 300 by 3, universal points. You may leave this world at any time. If you do not leave, you will be forcibly ejected when the 1-month limit is reached. As soon as Deadshot's alter ego was recognized as Gotham's savior by his daughter Zoe, Raymond immediately received the system's notification of his reward. Most of what was mentioned in the prompt was trivial, nothing particularly remarkable. The only things that stood out this time were the completion rating and the reward calculation. Raymond couldn't be sure what criteria the rating was based on. The system's rules didn't specify, so it was likely something he'd have to figure out through experience. But the reward calculation caught his attention. The reward was 900 universal points, specifically noted as being calculated by 300 times 3. 300 universal points had been the cost for starting this wish fulfillment journey. Logically, the times 3 multiplier seemed to come from the completion rating. So, the initiation cost serves as a fixed base multiplier, and the higher your completion rating, the greater the reward multiplier becomes. Raymond pondered to himself. The initiation cost was deducted up front, so his net gain from this journey was actually 600 universal points. Because his completion rating was grade B, the reward was tripled. Did that mean if he achieved grade A, the multiplier might go up to 4 or even higher? Conversely, if he only managed grade C or lower, would the multiplier shrink to 2 or less? At this point, Raymond had a rough outline in his mind of how the reward system worked. 600 universal points wasn't a huge amount for him, not since he'd already redeemed the gold character card, but it was still a decent haul. And let's not forget, this was just the wish of Deadshot's alter ego, which had only required 300 points to activate. What if it were the wish of Professor X's alter ego instead? The activation cost for that wish was a hefty 2,000 points, and if he could achieve the same completion rating, the reward would be 4,000 points. If he managed an even higher rating, the gains would only increase. For the moment, this had become a remarkably fast way for him to rack up points. All right, that wraps things up for now. It's time to prepare my exit. Having sorted everything out, Raymond made up his mind to leave. He created a shadow clone and transferred Deadshot's alter ego into it, so he could say his goodbyes to his daughter. He had already made some arrangements and preparations for the family of Deadshot's alternate personality. After they were gone, there would naturally be people watching over them from the shadows. If the Court of Owls dared to cause trouble, they'd be in for a rude awakening. On the other hand, he himself needed a proper farewell. On the tree-lined path in Greenland Park. "I'm leaving," Raymond said suddenly. Beside him, Harley, who had been strolling with her hands clasped behind her back, paused for a moment and asked, "Where to?" "A place far away," Raymond replied. "That's fine. I can go with you," Harley answered with a playful grin. "No, you can't come with me," Raymond shook his head. "I don't believe you." Harley suddenly jumped in front of him, gazing into his eyes. "Are you tired of me? I can stop being so clingy. I could see you just once a week. No, once a month is fine too." "I'm not lying to you. It's true," Raymond said helplessly. "No, I still don't believe it," Harley insisted stubbornly. Raymond shook his head. "Believe it or not, I'm just letting you know. Besides, before I go, there's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" "Actually, I'm not Deadshot," Raymond hesitated. To his surprise, Harley didn't react with shock or disbelief the way he'd imagined. Instead, she just laughed lightly. "I knew it all along." "You knew?" Now, it was Raymond's turn to be surprised. "A woman's intuition is far sharper than you think," Harley said, her face full of pride. "Well, since you already guessed, I'll save my breath," Raymond shrugged. But Harley wasn't ready to end the conversation. She asked carefully, "So, can you show me your real face?" "Of course," Raymond replied. With a simple transformation, he revealed his true appearance. "You're even more handsome than I imagined," Harley said, stars sparkling in her eyes. "Thanks for the compliment. By the way, my name is Raymond." "Raymond, huh? I'll remember it." "Well, I guess it's time for me to go." "Hey, what are you ouch?" After a long moment, they parted lips. "Will you come back?" she asked. This time, she didn't get an answer, for Raymond had already vanished before her eyes. When Raymond opened his eyes again, he was back in his own room. Glancing at his watch, he saw that, just like last time when he'd entered Crow's world, a long time had passed inside, but only a split second outside. Ow! Was that considered harassment? He touched his lips, still tingling with pain, an odd expression on his face. The annual year-end gathering of the Hellfire Club is, in essence, just an occasion to maintain relationships and exchange intelligence. It has never really had any central agenda. For centuries, the Hellfire Club has always maintained a rather relaxed atmosphere. Only in rare periods has there been an exception, and that was always because of a particularly ambitious Black King or White Queen who try to harness the entire club to achieve personal goals. Take, for example, Sebastian Shaw, the Black King before the Red Juggernaut. He was a classic case of this. But in the end, such black kings or white queens rarely met with good fates and often dragged the whole club down with them. Therefore, unless a black king or white queen emerges who is so powerful that no one dares oppose them, the other core members are unlikely to cooperate. The Red Juggernaut is certainly formidable, but the current core members are hardly pushovers themselves. Even before Raymond joined, there were already strong figures like Longshot among them. And with someone like Psylocke, who comes from an influential background, even if Sebastian Shaw were to rise again, he might not be able to control this group of core members. In fact, the current Red Juggernaut might not be any weaker than Sebastian Shaw was in his heyday. Yet he has not chosen to imitate Shaw by forcibly using the club for his own purposes. It's clear he's not a man without desires. Everyone knows he's never given up his intention of destroying the X-Men. The reason he hasn't followed in Sebastian Shaw's footsteps must be a matter of careful calculation. After all, who can claim to be entirely selfless? Time flies. From the first day Raymond and the others arrived, the gathering lasted 3 days in total. In the blink of an eye, those 3 days passed. Aside from sparring with Longshot on the first day, Raymond didn't do anything particularly noteworthy. Of course, to outsiders, his unusual relationship with Sage drew quite a bit of attention, especially from Nightcrawler and Gambit, whose looks were full of ambiguity and curiosity. But only Raymond and Sage knew the truth of it. Ironically, Lorna and Clarice grew far more acquainted with many members of the club over those 3 days than Raymond ever did. The others taught them a great deal about mutant society, sharing knowledge generously and broadening their horizons. Yet, if you asked who grew closest to them, it would certainly be Dazzler, who was about their age. Despite being a bona fide core member of the club, Dazzler's actual abilities are quite average. Her status in the core owes much to her connections and influence. Not only is she a top British pop star, but her family is also among the old aristocracy of Europe. If the Lingdai family could be called a financial dynasty, then Zhuangguang's family was a political one. Her joining the Hellfire Club had made things run almost effortlessly for them. In Europe, of course, this kind of help was never one-sided. The Hellfire Club had also resolved quite a few issues for her family in return. Their relationship was one of mutual cooperation. Zhuangguang served as a kind of bridge, responsible for communication and coordination. It wasn't surprising to Raymond that she had so quickly become close with Lorna and Clarice. He doubted it was as simple as just getting along well. After all, could a young lady from a political family really be so innocent? Still, Raymond didn't mind. Even if Zhuangguang did have her own motives, it was unlikely they were malicious. At most, she probably just wanted to use Clarice and the others as a way to connect with him. After all, Raymond was no ordinary Black Bishop. Judging by his sparring match with Longshot, there was no one else in the Hellfire Club, except perhaps the Red Tank, who could stand against him. For someone as powerful as Raymond, forming ties could only be beneficial. Raymond understood this well, which was why he never interfered with Clarice and the others spending time with Zhuangguang. It was, after all, a matter of mutual benefit. On the flight home, Clarice looked up at Raymond and asked him carefully, "Allison said she's going to hold a concert in New York next March. She wants to invite us to go. Can I go?" Allison, of course, was Zhuangguang's real name. "If you want to go, then go," Raymond replied with a smile. "But I'm afraid Mom won't agree." "You want me to help you lie to Mom, is that it?" Raymond grinned. "That's not what I meant, It's fine if it is. I can help you, but you have to agree to one condition, a fair exchange." What condition?" "From now on, try not to hang around with those people from the mutant underground. In fact, it's best if you don't see them at all." "Ray, what are you saying?" Clarice suddenly grew anxious, darting a look at him and signaling with her eyes that Lorna was sitting right there beside them. Lorna had only been watching the siblings' little drama, but when she heard Raymond's words, her expression dimmed. This trip to Edinburgh had finally revealed to her that Raymond was also a superpowered individual. She had witnessed firsthand his astonishing power in the fight against Longshot. She also learned that in addition to working for S.H.I.E.L.D., Raymond was a high-ranking member of the Hellfire Club. Compared to Raymond, the mutant underground seemed little more than child's play. No wonder he looked down on them. In truth, Raymond had never bothered to hide his displeasure at Clarice joining the mutant underground. This time, he brought Clarice along with him, partly to let her see more of the outside world, hoping she would realize that the mutant underground organization served no real purpose. They could not change the fate of mutants. Even the Hellfire Club couldn't do it, so what hope did the mutant underground have? When Raymond once again suggested that Clarice distance herself from the organization, she was no longer as resistant as before. Yet, she didn't want to drift apart from her friends, especially Lorna, who was right by her side. Raymond saw through her thoughts and shook his head. "I'm not asking you to cut ties with Lorna," he said. I just want you to stay away from the others. You're from different worlds, and you never will be from the same one. He turned to Lorna as he finished, adding, and I'm saying this to you as well. No, I don't see it that way, Lorna retorted, stubbornly disagreeing with Raymond's view. Well then, let's wait and see, Raymond replied with a calm smile, unfazed by their refusal. If you won't agree, then so be it. Clarice, after much hesitation, ultimately did not accept Raymond's deal. Still, Raymond wasn't upset, because he could tell that Clarice's resolve was already wavering. Not just hers, Lorna's too. Even if he didn't interfere, it was likely that after this trip, both of them would start to have differences with John and the others. If not now, then sooner or later. Some things, once they change, can never go back to the way they were. It's also worth mentioning that on their return journey, they didn't stop over in London. Previously, Mia had invited Clarice and the others to spend a few days in London on their way back. But after Mia was assassinated by Namor, she was placed under temporary house arrest as soon as she returned. This incident stirred up quite a commotion as well. Clearly, the Secret Party was not to be trifled with. The Vandro clan, being the leading family of the Secret Party, could hardly tolerate the assassination of their own princess. Under the leadership of Duke Vandro, they immediately launched reprisals against anyone and anything connected to Namor. The entire European superhuman community was thrown into turmoil for a while because of this event. So even if Raymond and the others went to London now, they wouldn't be able to see Mia. Mia even called Clarice and her friends personally to apologize, promising that once the situation settled down, she would invite them to London again and handle all the arrangements herself. With that, Raymond and his group stuck to their original plan and returned straight to North America. After seeing the two girls safely back to Richmond, Raymond returned alone to Washington, D.C., and life finally resumed its temporary peace. Until the moment when both the Itachi persona and the Orochimaru persona returned. Has Hydra finally been unified? After absorbing the recent memories from the Itachi and Orochimaru alternate personalities, Raymond had a clear grasp of the progress on Stephanie's side of the integration. Though the process hadn't been entirely smooth, political factions were, in fact, the easiest part to bring together. Yet, with Stephanie's status and deafness, aided by both Itachi and Orochimaru's personas working behind the scenes, she had finally managed to unite Hydra. Night fell. Stephanie, just returning home, poured herself a glass of red wine, intending to settle down and watch a movie to unwind. She had been utterly exhausted lately. Just then, a voice came from behind her ear. You really didn't let me down? Stephanie knew that voice all too well and wasn't startled in the least. She reached for another wine glass, filled it to the brim, then turned around and handed the glass over. You're really an irresponsible mastermind. You know that? You didn't even bother to check in on me from beginning to end. I did send some people to help you. Raymond took the glass and sipped, smiling. Besides, I promised you, if you could pull this off, from now on you'd be Hydra's sole leader. I keep my word. Sole leader? Sounds more like I'm just working for you, Stephanie replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. After so many dealings with Raymond, she'd come to realize he wasn't the brutal tyrant he appeared to be, and she no longer felt as intimidated as she once did. By the way, what brings you here all of a sudden? Come for an inspection. I just wanted to check in on you and discuss Hydra's future direction while I'm at it, Raymond said with a gentle smile. Stephanie nodded, then asked, Are you hungry? Want me to fix you a late-night snack? No need. I had dinner pretty late. Well, you're just in time. Stay and watch a movie with me. Let's chat while we watch. Stephanie flashed a mischievous grin. Her unexpected suggestion caught Raymond a bit off guard, but he didn't refuse. The next morning, when Raymond awoke from his dreams, Stephanie was half reclined at his side, watching him. You're awake? Stephanie drawled lazily. Why are you staring at me? Raymond felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. Looking at you won't kill you, Stephanie said with a sly, smiling look. Relax. I'll take responsibility for you. Take responsibility, my foot. Raymond poked her on the forehead, then sat up, leaning against the headboard. At that, Stephanie snuggled closer, resting her head on his shoulder. As he glanced at her graceful figure beside him, Raymond couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Last night's mood, the wine, and the relentless pace of recent days. Together, they'd left his nerves strung tight. Under Stephanie's deliberate provocation, he finally lost control and gave her a fierce lesson. In truth, whether in his past life or in the fragments of memory from this one, he was no stranger to such experiences. Yet after coming to this world, he had always lived with a sense of inner unease, leaving him little energy to consider matters like these. It was only recently that he finally began to settle down. On one hand, this newfound calm was thanks to the golden alter ego he now carried. As long as luck didn't turn completely against him, nothing too disastrous would happen. On the other hand, Everything seemed to be moving in a positive cycle. As his strength grew, the ways he could earn universal points multiplied as well. Just by having Stephanie consolidate Hydra and making him, from the shadows, the underground leader of the organization, he gained another 500 development points. When converted, that meant an extra 2,500 universal points. Adding the 600 points he'd acquired from the Deadshot Persona's fulfilled wish, plus the remainder he'd already had, he now possessed more than 3,000 universal points. All these changes finally allowed Raymond to enjoy a brief period of peace. He had to admit, living with nerves constantly taut was truly exhausting. In this state, Stephanie's advances became the final catalyst that tipped the scales. Still, Stephanie was a clever woman. She didn't for a moment believe that this meant she could change the status quo. From beginning to end, she never brought up any serious business with Raymond. She knew where the boundaries lay. "I heard your father has disappeared?" Raymond asked suddenly, gently caressing Stephanie's smooth back. As soon as he voiced the question, he could clearly feel Stephanie's body tremble ever so slightly. He said he'd heard, but the truth was he'd learned of it through the recovered memories of the Itachi and Orochimaru personas. Yet because the matter involved both shadow clones and alter egos, he had no intention of letting Stephanie know too much. "I'm sorry. I thought he'd given up, but I never expected he would suddenly run away," Stephanie said softly. "Did you really not expect it?" Raymond chuckled quietly. Stephanie opened her mouth, but the words died on her lips. Silence took their place. "Don't worry. I never intended to do anything to your father. As I said, as long as you complete the tasks I've given you, his fate is yours to decide." Raymond reassured her with a gentle pat on the back, then continued. "However, now that he's out of your sight, can you guess what he might do next?" "You mean Hive?" Stephanie's expression changed slightly. She knew that Raymond understood Hydra inside and out, so he'd certainly heard of Hive. Hearing his question, she immediately understood what he was implying. Thinking it over, it really did seem quite possible. Given Malik's character and his almost religious belief in the legend of the Hive, there's simply no way he'd ever give up on recovering it. Moreover, from Malik's perspective now, he must believe that his daughter has fallen under someone's control. In his mind, if he manages to get the Hive back, he'll surely be able to eliminate Raymond, the mastermind behind everything. Even though he's never met Raymond, nor does he know that Raymond is the puppet master, that doesn't stop him from indulging in his own fantasies. To Malik, the Hive is invincible. As long as he can reclaim it, he believes he'll have the power to rule the world. But to find the Hive would take an enormous amount of manpower and resources. "With what my father can command now, it's nowhere near enough," Stephanie continued. "You're forgetting. He didn't disappear alone. A former Hydra leader vanished with him, remember?" Raymond said. Daniel Whitehall, Stephanie's expression grew grave. These things were all rather obvious, but because Malik was her father, Stephanie's concern muddled her judgment, and for a moment, she hadn't thought things through. But now that Raymond had pointed out, she quickly realized why her father had suddenly vanished. If Daniel Whitehall, the former head of the science division, was lending his aid, and if some of the secretive members who slipped away during the organization's upheaval joined them too, then perhaps Malik really did have a chance of finding the Hive. Originally, neither the science division nor the covert branch had much faith in Malik's plans. They wouldn't have committed themselves wholeheartedly to helping him. But for them now, the greatest threat was Raymond, that shadowy manipulator pulling strings from the dark. If Malik's plan offered even a sliver of hope for a counterattack, this time, they'd likely abandon their objections and throw in their support. After all, no matter how they looked at it, things couldn't possibly get any worse than they already were. Hydra had already changed hands completely. There was nothing left for them to lose anymore. Since that's the case, why not take the risk? As Stephanie worked all this out, her first feeling wasn't relief, but a deep sense of dread. She didn't know if her father could actually find the Hive, nor whether the Hive was truly as powerful as the legends claimed, powerful enough to defeat the man who had left him in despair, Raymond. But one thing was clear. Now that Raymond had guessed Malik's intentions, would he really just stand by and let Malik proceed with his plan? If Raymond grew angry and decided to break his agreement with her, that wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize how serious this could become." Stephanie's face turned ashen. She had thought there was no need to keep Malik under constant surveillance. And if her father had truly felt uneasy and wanted to leave, she had planned to simply look the other way. After all, he was still her father. Even if he had chosen to temporarily submit to Raymond at first, it was only because he wanted to protect old Malik. The only condition she had agreed upon with Raymond was that no harm would come to old Malik. From her interactions with Raymond, she could sense that he was not someone who broke his word, so she had never doubted that Raymond would keep his promise. But what if old Malik was secretly plotting to kill Raymond? Could she still demand that Raymond not fight back? Not to mention Raymond. Even she herself couldn't possibly stay soft-hearted, knowing someone was out to get her. Putting herself in his shoes, she realized that it wasn't impossible for Raymond to change his mind. Now, she could only blame herself for not thinking of this sooner. If she had, she would never have let old Malik escape so easily, because this moment of softness might, in the end, do more harm than good to old Malik. With this thought, she hurriedly said, "I promise, I'll find him as soon as possible and make him give up this plan. Please, just give me one more chance." "There's no need for that," Raymond replied, shaking his head with a smile. Raymond's response startled Stephanie, and her face instantly filled with grief and anger. "You promised me." Seeing her expression, Raymond finally realized she must have misunderstood. What he meant was that there was no need to worry about whether old Malik was trying to recall the Hive. The Hive, after all, was nothing more than a superpower monster created by the Kree. Perhaps it was much stronger than the average superhuman, but at best, it was only on the level of a level 4 mutant, not even the strongest kind. For Raymond, as he was now, was there really any need to worry about someone of that caliber? Even if old Malik did bring back the Hive, it would just be another woolly sheep delivered right to his door. He'd be a fool not to take advantage. However, Stephanie clearly misunderstood his words, thinking he intended to permanently deal with old Malik. It wasn't surprising. After all, even now, she didn't really know the full extent of Raymond's power. All she knew was that even his subordinates were strong enough to help her unify all of Hydra. What she didn't realize was that what she'd seen was not the full strength of either the Weasel persona or Orochimaru's persona. There simply wasn't anyone in Hydra worthy of making them go all out. Looking at Stephanie's grief-stricken face, Raymond suddenly felt a mischievous urge and grinned wickedly. "If you can satisfy me, maybe I'll reconsider." Without a word, Stephanie dove straight under the covers. But the next second, she popped back out again. Seeing Raymond trying to stifle his laughter, she snapped, "No way. You're teasing me again. All right, I'll stop messing with you." Raymond stopped joking and said calmly, "I've never worried about that so-called Hive. Even if your father really manages to bring it back, the only one who'll end up in trouble is the Hive itself, not me. So, you don't need to concern yourself with this. When your father returns, I'll help you put an end to his unrealistic fantasies once and for all." Really, Stephanie could hardly believe it. "Do I have any reason to lie to you?" Raymond let out a quiet, amused laugh. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Stephanie's embarrassment turned to irritation. She blushed as she recalled her earlier mood swings, swinging from outrage to excitement in the span of moments. "You're dead meat." She shot Raymond a fierce glare before burrowing under the covers again. While Stephanie was busy plotting her revenge on Raymond, elsewhere, Director Egg arrived at a secret base. This facility also belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D., but it wasn't listed in any of their databases. It was an emergency bunker, activated only in times of crisis. Strictly speaking, only the director himself and the agents he assigned to maintain the base even knew of its existence. Not even high-ranking agents were privy to its location. When Director Egg arrived, he found old Dugan, Coulson, Hill, May, and a handful of others, those few he could still trust at this stage, already waiting for him. "Director, why hold a secret meeting here all of a sudden? Has something happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Agent Hand asked, frowning as soon as he arrived. She wasn't one of Director Egg's people. Technically, she was part of old Dugan's circle, but with Dugan vouching for her, she was considered trustworthy. As one of the elite high-ranking agents, Hand naturally had a sharp sense for trouble. Dugan hadn't told her the reason for the meeting, but seeing who was present and knowing that Director Egg had called them together, she'd already guessed a few possibilities. The most likely, of course, was that something had gone wrong within S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for the director to summon them to a secret base, and most of those present were clearly his closest confidants. Aside from her and one other agent loyal to Dugan, only Hill could be considered neutral. From this, Hand could piece together the general situation. Director Egg glanced at Dugan when he heard Hand's question. "You didn't tell them?" Dugan shook his head slightly. "I thought it'd be better if you explained it yourself." Director Egg didn't press further. He got straight to the point. "Everyone here is someone I trust, so I'll keep it brief. The reason I called you here today is because S.H.I.E.L.D. has a problem. A very serious problem." Director Egg's expression was grave, without a hint of jest. "How serious is it?" Hill couldn't help but ask, as it was the first time she had seen Director Egg so solemn in a private setting. Director Egg replied, "There are spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., a large number of them, and they're at very high ranks." Hill pondered, "Although some things can't be spoken of openly, hasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. always been riddled with spies?" Her words were not without reason. As a global semi-official organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a tangled web of personnel with vast numbers of agents. To expect it, To be completely free from infiltration was simply unrealistic. The ones with the deepest roots were likely the governments led by North America and their allies. Even though these governments were SHLD's partners and major financial backers, they could never directly command S.H.I.E.L.D., nor did S.H.I.E.L.D. have to obey them in every matter. That's why the North American military, along with certain radical factions from various countries, had never given up on infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., desperate to get their hands on the agency's cutting-edge technology. Such things could never be requested openly, or even if they were, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never hand them over so easily. That meant spies were essential. Of course, no one would ever admit to sending spies into S.H.I.E.L.D., but everyone understood the game being played. Hill herself was technically an external appointee, a plant assigned by the World Security Council. Her position, however, was out in the open, and she had no intention of harming S.H.I.E.L.D. She took orders only from the World Security Council, not from any single government. But precisely because she, too, was an outsider, she understood all too well that external forces had never stopped trying to worm their way into S.H.I.E.L.D. It was hardly news anymore. She believed Director Egg was fully aware of this as well and likely turn a blind eye, since rooting out one batch would simply see another sent in by foreign governments. They would never rest until they got what they wanted. So, when it came to this matter, Director Egg had always maintained a deliberate ambivalence, only exercising extreme caution when promoting senior agents. After all, only agents at level 7 and above had access to SHLD's true secrets. As far as Hill knew, the spies sent by various governments hadn't yet infiltrated the ranks of the high-level agents, a testament to just how strict Director Egg's screening process was. But judging from his words now, could it be that even the high-level agents had been compromised? Director Fury noticed Hill's reaction and immediately guessed what she meant. He shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about those peripheral spies, nor is the source of the infiltration any government. This time, what we're up against is HYDRA." "Which HYDRA?" Hill blurted out in shock. "That's impossible. Hydra was already wiped out." Agent Hand found it hard to believe. Coulson and May didn't voice their doubts directly, but their eyes were filled with surprise as they turned to Director Fury. "There's no need to question it. I've confirmed this matter over and over again," Fury said, shaking his head. "Hill, May, do you both remember the incident involving Dr. Raymond?" May couldn't hold back and asked, "You mean the mastermind behind that incident was actually HYDRA?" She realized Fury was referring to the Tahiti project. He didn't say it outright, probably because Coulson was present, but when it came to Dr. Raymond, there was only one such case. But as far as I recall, the investigation later pointed to an organization called Centipede as the culprit. Even the Rising Tide group was said to be manipulated by them, Hill said, frowning slightly. Centipede is just a front, a peripheral group for HYDRA. The real Hydra still lurks much deeper and is 100 times more dangerous than Centipede ever was. Fury's expression was grave. "Director, don't you think that's a bit of an exaggeration?" Coulson spoke up for the first time. He had stayed silent until now because he wasn't entirely sure what riddles Fury and May were speaking in. However, he had been involved in the Centipede investigation and knew it was far from simple. Of course, he knew about Hydra as well, but to say that Hydra still existed and was 100 times more dangerous than Centipede, wasn't that a bit defeatist? From what they'd seen, Centipede itself was already a formidable force. Even taking down just Centipede was no easy task for S.H.I.E.L.D. If HYDRA were truly 100 times more dangerous, wouldn't that mean even S.H.I.E.L.D. might be outmatched? But was that really possible? Hydra had already been annihilated by SHLD's predecessor once. Even if it had managed to resurface, how could it have recovered so swiftly and completely? Exaggeration? No, not in the slightest. Fury looked at him, his face unreadable, and asked, "If you knew the kinds of people who are actually Hydra agents, you'd understand I'm not exaggerating." With that, Fury began listing off several names. With each name he uttered, a wave of shock rippled through the room. By the end, everyone was almost numb with disbelief. But when he revealed the final name, despite having been stunned by those that came before, the impact of this last one hit them all like a thunderclap. "Pierce! How could he possibly be a spy?" Hill murmured in disbelief. She had always had a fairly good relationship with Pierce, especially since he was now acting as a special envoy of the World Security Council, a role not so different from her own. The only real difference was that Pierce held oversight power, while she did not. But in a sense, both of them could be considered people of the World Security Council. More importantly, Pierce was currently one of only 2 people in S.H.I.E.L.D. with level 10 clearance. His authority was on par with the director himself. As a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., now holding one of the highest levels of clearance, could he really be a Hydra spy? If this were true, wouldn't Hydra be able to bring S.H.I.E.L.D. down at any moment? After all, The list of names the director recited just now included a significant number of high-level agents. With those individuals plus Pierce, Hydra would basically have influence over nearly half of SHLD's strength. And this was only counting the Hydra agents lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. Who knew how many there were outside? It was a complete mystery. To put it bluntly, if the director's intelligence was accurate, then just the Hydra agents hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. would be enough to turn the entire organization upside down. The director called them 100 times more dangerous than the Centipede Project, and that was probably no exaggeration. When Fury first told me about this, I could hardly believe it myself. But afterwards, I used my own connections to investigate, and I found that it was all very likely to be true, old Dugan added. With both the director and Dugan vouching for the information, everyone present finally realized just how serious the situation was. All along, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been dancing on a razor's edge, always just one step away from utter disaster. If the director hadn't suddenly brought this to light, none of them would have ever suspected any of these high-level agents. And even less would they have suspected Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You called us here because you already have a plan to deal with this, right? Hill suddenly asked. At the moment, it's just the outline of a plan. It still needs a lot of refining, and that's why I need your help. I called you all here today to help me work out the details, the director nodded. As he spoke, he clapped his hands together. The room darkened at once, and a projection appeared at the front. He pulled out his phone to control the content on the screen, laying out the plan for everyone to see. If we follow this approach, there's a good chance we'll succeed, but S.H.I.E.L.D. will also suffer heavy losses as a result. Director, are you sure you want to go through with this? Agent Hand asked after reviewing the plan. If we don't go through with this, S.H.I.E.L.D. will face complete destruction. Even if some part of it survives, the situation will only be even more miserable than now. Director Fury said in a deep, resolute voice. The choice is painful, but not choosing is even worse. I think this plan is workable. Dum Dugan was the first to voice his agreement. I second that, Coulson echoed. One after another, the others also expressed their assent, though Hill alone seemed unconvinced. Taking this step might provoke a backlash from the World Security Council. Hill raised her concern. We can't worry about that right now. If S.H.I.E.L.D. ceases to exist, what meaning does the World Security Council even have? Fury shook his head. Maybe you're right, Hill murmured thoughtfully. Then it's decided for now. Once the plan is fully fleshed out, we'll make our move. Fury finally concluded, putting an end to the discussion. Ding! While Stephanie was making breakfast for Raymond, she suddenly received a text message. She glanced at her phone, paused her work, and walked into the living room. At that moment, Raymond was half reclining on the couch, watching TV. Noticing Stephanie coming over, he asked, "What's up?" "One of our people within the World Security Council just sent over some intel. I think you'll find it interesting," Stephanie said with a smile. "Oh." Raymond waited for her to continue. "See for yourself." Stephanie handed the phone directly to Raymond. Raymond took the phone and scrolled through the message. He quickly got the gist of the situation. Fury is still too careless. Raymond shook his head with a sigh after reading the intelligence. The report spelled out, in no uncertain terms, that Director Fury had discovered a large number of Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. and was preparing for a major purge. The source of the intel was almost certainly Hill, who had reported it back to the World Security Council. Of course, Hill wasn't a traitor, nor was she with Hydra. She simply didn't realize that even the World Security Council had been infiltrated by Hydra. Originally, the council seat held by Old Malik had become vacant after his sudden disappearance. But Hydra would never let this opportunity slip by, so another senior political figure from their faction filled the spot. With Stephanie, the head of the Malik family, in agreement, the North American government raised no objections. As a result, when Hill filed the report, it immediately appeared on Stephanie's phone. If things had been as they were before, the same intel would have landed on Old Malik's desk. Now, what awaits Director Fury and his people is an unexpected strike. If Director Fury's plan succeeded, Hydra would not have been wiped out after all. The Hydra faction within S.H.I.E.L.D. was only one of the organization's 4 major branches. Yet the Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. would have been doomed, with almost no hope of salvation. Whether it was Alexander Pierce or John Garrett and the rest of the high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. officials in that faction, even if they weren't killed, they would have spent the rest of their lives behind bars. However, once Director Fury's plan was leaked, the outcome would become entirely different. Hydra was no pushover. If they launched their coup in advance, especially with full knowledge of Fury's preparations, their chances of success would be extremely high. Even if the S.H.I.E.L.D. faction could only mobilize a third of the agency's strength, it would make little difference. At that point, they would no longer be isolated. External Hydra forces would coordinate with them as well. No matter how many trump cards Director Fury had up his sleeve, At best, he could leave behind a handful of seeds for SHLD's future. Hoping to turn the tide in such a situation would be wishful thinking. It seems you'll have to make a trip to S.H.I.E.L.D., Raymond said, looking at Stephanie. Time to lay the cards on the table? Stephanie guessed. She was well aware of Raymond's history with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Director Fury, and she also knew that Raymond would not relish seeing Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. locked in a life-and-death struggle. After all, Hydra, as it stood now, was in a sense Raymond's personal asset. How things proceeded from here depended entirely on his will. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, inside the director's office, Director Fury was working with Hill, May, and Coulson, refining the preliminary Serpent Strike plan he drafted. From conception to execution, a plan could never be perfected in one fell swoop. Even a seasoned old fox like Director Fury would inevitably leave gaps in a hastily crafted scheme. Intelligence alone could never cover every flaw. That's why he needed trusted allies like Coulson and the others to help him spot oversights and perfect the details. After all, many hands make light work. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. The office door reverberated with a sharp rapping. Who is it? Director Fury waved a hand, instantly shutting down all projected files, and called toward the door. It's me, Pierce, came the reply from outside. The people in the office exchanged glances, each reading the astonishment in the other's eyes. They were already aware that Pierce was a Hydra operative. For him to show up now, had he discovered something? Director Fury gestured, signaling them to stay calm and not to act rashly. Then, turning toward the door, he said, "Come in." Only after Fury spoke did the door swing open, and Pierce stepped into the room. But he didn't walk in alone. Instead, he turned and gestured politely to someone outside, making it clear he had brought company to his invitation. A striking woman strode in from outside. She wore a black leather jacket and pants, her golden hair cascading in bold waves, radiating an air of confidence. She even gave a friendly wave toward the desk. "Director Fury, Agent Hill, it's been a while." She greeted them with a bright smile. "Miss Stephanie?" Hill hadn't expected an old acquaintance to show up at this moment. Since she used to work for the World Security Council and was North American herself, it was only natural that she knew Stephanie, the daughter of the former North American counselor. Although the two didn't have much of a personal relationship, they were familiar enough, having met numerous times. Director Fury was in much the same boat. He'd also encountered Stephanie at various important events. As for agents like Coulson and May, they had no idea who Stephanie was. After Stephanie entered, Pierce quietly closed the office door behind her, then said with a smile, "Since you're all acquainted, I won't bother with introductions. Miss Stephanie has something she'd like to discuss with you, Fury, so I brought her over." "Oh, is that so?" Director Fury nodded slightly, then glanced at Coulson and the others. "You all can step outside for now." "When?" "No need," Stephanie interrupted cheerfully, waving her hand. "Agent Coulson and Agent May can stay. We're all on the same team. There's no need for formality." The fact that Stephanie addressed both Coulson and May by name made Director Fury's brow twitch ever so slightly. Something about this struck him as odd. Although the World Security Council technically outranked S.H.I.E.L.D., they didn't have direct authority over daily operations. He never reported personnel arrangements to the Council, much less handed over a complete roster. At most, Council members might have heard of legendary agents like Natasha or May, but wouldn't necessarily recognize them on sight. S.H.I.E.L.D. took its secrecy very seriously. If even the Council members might not recognize these agents, how did Stephanie, the Councilor's daughter, know them so clearly? She shouldn't have met them before, something that was evident from the way Coulson and May clearly didn't recognize her. Director Fury wasn't the only one to notice this detail. Both Hill and May found it strange as well. Their reactions didn't escape Pierce's notice either, but he simply smiled, unconcerned. Since Stephanie had spoken, Fury felt it would be impolite to insist on something so minor. "Very well then. May I ask what brings you here today, Miss Stephanie?" Stephanie suddenly veered off topic. "With so many of you gathered here, you're not plotting against Pierce, are you?" Her unexpected question sent a shockwave through everyone in the office. Yet everyone present was a battle-hardened, seasoned agent. Even in the presence of outsiders, no matter how shocked they might be inside, none of them would let it show. So on the surface, they all simply wore expressions of mild surprise, as if they were only puzzled by why Stephanie would make such an inexplicable joke. Director Fury, ever the master of timing, let out a hearty laugh. "Miss Stephanie, you do have quite the sense of humor." But Stephanie merely smiled calmly and said, "I'm not joking. Now that Director Fury has discovered there's something wrong with both Pierce and Garrett, doesn't it seem suspicious that I would show up at this particular moment?" Her words finally broke the composure of those in the room. For the first time, they could no longer feign calmness. Her statement left them rattled. If Stephanie's earlier comments had only seemed odd, now she was all but laying her cards on the table. She had pointed out both Pierce and Garrett, and even called attention to the director's suspicions about them. There was no need to spell out what this meant. Stephanie herself was Hydra. And more than that, she likely already knew about Director Fury's so-called cut-off-the-snake plan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere at this critical moment and spoken so bluntly. Still, even if she truly was with Hydra, how did she find out about this plan? For the moment, Director Fury couldn't figure out where the leak had occurred. But suddenly, one person's face went pale, realizing exactly what had gone wrong. "I'm sorry." Hill stepped forward, choosing not to hide any longer. "Hill, you too?" Director Fury looked at her in utter disbelief. He had personally selected the group he brought to the secret base to discuss this matter, carefully sifting through everyone and leaving out anyone he had doubts about. These were the people he was absolutely certain could not be Hydra spies. If even among them there was a traitor, then no matter how meticulous his planning, it would all be for nothing. It would mean Hydra's reach was even deeper than he had ever feared. Yet, in the end, something had still gone wrong. "No, I'm not." Hill tried to explain herself, but realized that no matter what she said now, it was pointless. She had done what she had done. Even if she were in Fury's place, she wouldn't believe this kind of explanation either. At this moment, Stephanie smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand, Director Fury. Agent Hill is not one of us. She just thinks your moves are too aggressive and that they might provoke a fierce backlash from the World Security Council. Agent Hill understands the World Security Council's way of operating even better than you do. If you really go through with this cleansing operation without reporting it, regardless of the outcome, they will surely hold it against you and find a way to get rid of such a troublesome director. So, in truth, Agent Hill reported this matter for your own good. If you blame her, you're really blaming the wrong person." Stephanie stepped forward to speak up for Hill at this moment, leaving Director Fury even more uncertain about her intentions. Whether Hill was truly with Hydra or not, Stephanie had no real reason to explain things on her behalf. Even if there had been a misunderstanding, wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity to drive a wedge between their enemies? Still, whatever her motives, it was clear that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Director Fury's voice was grave as he said, "Since you already know about all this, and yet still dare to come here so openly, it seems you're ready, and you've decided to act ahead of schedule, haven't you?" As he spoke, Fury glanced toward the door and pressed on. "If that's the case, I suppose the situation outside is already under your control as well, isn't it?" Fury's words caused both May and Coulson's expressions to darken. May quickly moved to the window, parted the curtain just enough to look outside, and scan the scene for anything out of the ordinary. But after a long moment, she saw nothing unusual. Everything seemed as it always was. She turned back and shook her head at Director Fury. Watching their reactions, Stephanie smiled and shook her head. "Director Fury, you're far too suspicious. Can I come here with goodwill in my heart? Must it really be a fight to the death between us? Goodwill? After Hydra has spent all these years embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., do you really expect me to believe you come with goodwill?" Director Fury snorted, a cold laugh escaping him. Stephanie replied with an indifferent smile, "Let me correct you. The ones hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D. are just one faction of Hydra. They don't represent the whole of Hydra. Their philosophy, it's true, is to topple S.H.I.E.L.D. and then use SLD's existing structure to make Hydra the underground, uncrowned king of the world." Rather than putting Fury at ease, Stephanie's clarification only deepened his wariness. It confirmed his worst fears. Those Hydra agents inside S.H.I.E.L.D. were only one branch of a much larger Hydra. How much power do they have outside of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Now, it was all but certain Stephanie was one of Hydra's own, and by extension, her father, the elder Malik, must be as well. Moreover, it was common knowledge that the Malik family had long been the go-to fixers for dirty work throughout North America. Almost every major intelligence agency and secret service in North America had someone from the Malik family on the inside. If that were the case, then even the World Security Council and all the major secret organizations in North America had been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. And that was just what they could see. Who could say how much more lay hidden, still out of sight, if these external forces were to collude with Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Would S.H.I.E.L.D. still stand a chance? Or rather, even if his cut-off-the-snake plan hadn't been leaked by Hill, would it really have succeeded? Director Fury felt a heavy weight settle over him. Yet Stephanie pressed on without pause, continuing, "However, their perspective isn't actually Hydra's consensus. Many people think this plan is truly terrible, including myself, because, in our view, S.H.I.E.L.D. structure is incredibly fragile." Her sudden, blunt criticism caught everyone off guard. The conversation had been proceeding smoothly, so why the sudden sting? Ignoring Director Fury and the others' reactions, Stephanie just smiled and went on. I won't get into the messy details, but suffice it to say, Pierce and Garrett don't speak for Hydra. You understand what I mean, don't you? Miss Stephanie, even if you have the upper hand, there's no need to humiliate us, is there? Fury's face darkened. Are you trying to tell me that just because of a difference in your own beliefs, you're ready to abandon some of your people and shake hands with me? Do you actually think that sounds credible, or do I really look that gullible to you? Stephanie replied with a faint smile. Director Fury, you're overthinking it. I wouldn't go out of my way just to mess with you. My intentions are sincere, whether you believe that or not. As for betraying some of our own, that's not the case. Hydra did once split into several factions due to differing ideologies. But that's all in the past. Now, Hydra speaks with one voice, and only one voice, and that voice is mine. In that moment, Stephanie's commanding presence became impossible to ignore. A palpable pressure filled the room, making even Pierce, who had come with her, feel uneasy. As she said this, the corner of her eye glanced over at Pierce. Remembering her methods, Pierce felt a chill run down his spine and lowered his head instinctively. Fury noticed Pierce's reaction, realizing that Stephanie wasn't just making empty boasts, she truly held the authority she claimed. Seeing that Fury didn't respond, Pierce knew this was his cue to speak up and explained, not long ago, Hydra was still governed by several leaders, including Miss Stephanie's father, the former counselor, Lord Malik. But Miss Stephanie refused to see Hydra remain divided, so she swiftly unified all the factions. In other words, Miss Stephanie is now Hydra's sole leader. Her words represent the highest will of Hydra, so, Fury, I'm advising you now as an old friend, don't let this rare opportunity slip by, or even I won't be able to help you. An old friend? Fury let out a cold laugh. Ever since he discovered that Pierce was, in fact, part of Hydra, just seeing Pierce made his skin crawl. And now, watching Pierce flatter Stephanie with almost sycophantic enthusiasm, he felt even more disgusted. There was no way he could greet Pierce with a friendly face. Still, distaste aside, Pierce's words did give him a small shock. Although Pierce hadn't laid everything bare, Fury could sense the complexity beneath the surface. From what Pierce was saying, it was clear that not long ago, Hydra had several leaders, among them Stephanie's father, the elder Malik. But now, Stephanie had become Hydra's sole leader, the single voice of the organization. What happened to the others? Did they simply step aside without a fight? If only the elder Malik had retired and handed his position to his daughter, that might be believable. But would the other leaders really be so selfless? The excuse of not wanting to see a divided Hydra sounded like a fairy tale for children. There had to have been fierce clashes behind the scenes, and who knew how many lives have been lost as a result? Power struggles are often the most ruthless of all. For Stephanie to consolidate every faction and topple all former leaders, it couldn't have been done with ideals or reason alone. Even in this polished story, Director Fury could still sense the scent of blood. At this moment, his gaze towards Stephanie changed, laced now with a wary seriousness. Did Counselor Malik's sudden retirement have anything to do with all this? He'll ask suddenly. She had been keeping an eye on the World Security Council, so she was well aware of the change in North America's representative. My father is getting on in years. It was simply time for him to step down and enjoy some well-deserved rest, Stephanie replied calmly. She paused briefly before continuing, I didn't come here today with any hidden agenda. I just think there's no need for us to fight to the bitter end. Let the grudges of the past stay in the past. I have no interest in overthrowing S.H.I.E.L.D. If Director Fury agrees, there are still many ways we can work together in the future. I can even help you secure the highest level of authority with the World Security Council. In the days ahead, you won't have to be so cautious and constrained in your actions anymore. How does that sound? Miss Stephanie, your methods are indeed impressive, Director Fury said in a low, steady voice. But even if everything you say is true, how do I know? You're not just buying time. Your Hydra organization has just undergone a major upheaval. I doubt you've managed to fully regroup so quickly, have you? If you turn against us at this moment, I don't think you have the confidence to completely overturn S.H.I.E.L.D., especially now that your cover has been blown. Clearly, Fury still couldn't bring himself to trust her. The exposure of the anti-Hydra plan had dealt a heavy blow to him. It meant he could no longer maintain the advantage of knowing the enemy while remaining unseen. From now on, the best he could expect was a direct confrontation. Even if Hydra had countless spies, at most they could only control a third of SHIELD's resources. And as for external forces, they certainly wouldn't dare act openly. Otherwise, did Hydra really think the world's governments would sit back and watch them infiltrate at will? For all these reasons, Fury didn't believe his side was doomed, though he admitted winning would not be easy. But as he'd said, he harbored a deep, instinctive mistrust of Stephanie's words. Because the goodwill Stephanie was showing now could very well be nothing more than a stalling tactic. If his anti-Hydra plan went forward as intended, even if Hydra caught wind of it early, it wouldn't change the overall outcome. When the time came, Pierce and his ilk would get what they deserved. So with Stephanie suddenly showing up and putting on this show of goodwill, who could say it wasn't part of a scheme? Her promises sounded appealing. Friendly cooperation, offers to help stabilize the council. But all of that hinged on Stephanie actually keeping her word. If her real aim was to buy time while plotting to bring down S.H.I.E.L.D., those promises would be worthless. In the end, the two sides were destined to clash. If that was the case, then perhaps striking now, before Hydra could fully regroup, would be the best timing. Ultimately, he simply couldn't believe Stephanie could truly cast aside Hydra's history. At this, Pierce grew visibly annoyed and frowned. Fury, don't overestimate yourself. The power Miss Stephanie wields is far beyond what you imagine. If she really wanted to take down S.H.I.E.L.D., she could, at any time. That's enough, Pierce. We're not here to argue. Stephanie cut him off. She glanced at Director Egghead, and with a touch of resignation, realized things were unfolding just as the person at home had predicted. No matter what she said, it would be almost impossible to make Director Egghead trust her. He's gonna mock me again, that bastard. Just picturing that face, twisted in a mocking smile, made her grit her teeth in frustration. But for now, there didn't seem to be a better way forward. With that thought, she suddenly brought her handbag in front of her and pulled out a slim, custom-made phone. Coulson and May, seeing her suddenly reach for something, instantly moved their hands to their holstered pistols. Stephanie glanced at them, but simply smiled and shook her head before swiftly dialing a number with a shortcut key. Once the call connected, she spoke into the phone. You'd better explain it to him yourself. As she spoke, she handed the phone to Director Egg. Director Egg was a bit puzzled by this, unsure who Stephanie would be calling a time like this. He glanced at the phone screen after taking it, noticing that the number was unknown, giving no clue as to the caller's identity. Still, he didn't dwell on it, and brought the phone to his ear, introducing himself first. This is Fury. When he heard the voice on the other end, even Director Egg, usually so composed, visibly started in surprise. But he didn't say much, only responding with vague murmurs and acknowledgments, making it impossible to tell who he was speaking to or what the conversation was about. Finally, he ended the call with, "All right, let's leave it there for now." Hanging up, he handed the phone back. Stephanie took her phone, slipped it back in her handbag, and asked with a half-smile, "So, Director Fury, do you believe me now? Although it still feels somewhat unreal, for now, I suppose we'll keep things as they are. Once I've verified things further, we can discuss how to work together," Director Egg replied, his tone carrying a tangle of emotions. "That's fine. I'll be going now. No need to see me out." Stephanie stood up at once and headed for the door. Pierce immediately followed her. Once Stephanie and Pierce had both left, Coulson couldn't help but press for answers. "Director, what's going on? Who was out on the phone just now? This is a matter of great importance, so it's not convenient to say right now. I'll tell you all when the time is right." Director Egg shook his head, giving no answer. Coulson didn't push any further after hearing this. It was basic protocol for an agent. If your superior doesn't volunteer information, don't ask, no matter how curious. You might be, it serves no purpose. He was considered lively among them. As for May and Hill, they hadn't even entertained the idea of asking from start to finish. "I'll be stepping out for a while, and the plan is on hold for now. There's no need to worry. What Miss Stephanie just told us should be true," Director Egg instructed. "But don't let your guard down. Until I return, keep a close eye on those key individuals." "Yes, sir," Coulson and the others responded in unison. "Hill, come with me," Director Egg added after a moment's thought. "Yes, sir." Hill's gaze was a bit unfocused, as if she still hadn't recovered from earlier events, lost in self-reproach. The doorbell chimed. "I'm coming," called a familiar voice from inside. Before long, the door swung open from within. Standing there was none other than Stephanie, who not long ago had just bid them farewell at S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Stephanie had already changed into a set of comfortable pajamas. When she saw that it was Director Bald Egg and Hill at the door, she wasn't surprised at all. With a smile, she said, "Come on in. Sorry to intrude." Director Bald Egg nodded, then stepped into the room. Hill followed silently behind him. By now, she had more or less regained her composure. It was obvious that Director Bald Egg had offered her some comfort on the way over. However, seeing Stephanie's cheerful smile, Hill suddenly found herself at a loss once again. Director Bald Egg hadn't told her where they were headed, so she hadn't asked. Still, anyone could guess that, at a time like this, wherever they were going must have something to do with that phone call from earlier. Yet she hadn't expected that their destination would turn out to be Stephanie's home. Judging by Stephanie's attire, This was clearly her place. If there was something to discuss, why hadn't they just done it at the office? Why insist on coming here? With these questions swirling in her mind, Hill stepped inside. I've been waiting for you both. Come, have a seat. Raymond, also dressed in relaxed pajamas with an apron tied around his waist, walked over from the dining room with a smile. The pajamas he wore seemed to match Stephanie's, almost like a couple's set. Dr. Raymond? Hill couldn't help her surprise at seeing this familiar face here. But then, she finally connected the dots. Was that call earlier from you? If you're referring to the person who was just on the phone with Director Fury, then yes, that was me, Raymond admitted with a gentle smile. I never would have guessed. Dr. Raymond, you really hid yourself well. Director Bald Egg let out a long sigh, then pressed on. But what I don't understand is, if you're one of Hydra's people, why did the Centipede organization target you before? And it was you who told me about Garrett and Pierce's issues too. What was your purpose in doing that? Were you hoping to use me to settle Hydra's internal disputes? Director Bald Egg fired off several questions in a row. It was clear he'd been waiting to ask these for some time. Yet, he might have been overthinking things a bit. From his perspective, Raymond's actions did seem peculiar, almost as if he were leveraging outside forces to stir up internal strife. But the truth was far less complicated. Let's not stand here talking. I've personally prepared dinner for you both. Why don't we chat over a meal? Raymond gestured invitingly toward the dining room. To pull off this dinner, he had even summoned the Leb Ayala sub-personality, showcasing a culinary skill that far surpassed anything in this world. With Leb Ayala's talents at work, even the world's top chefs would pale in comparison. Sure enough, as everyone sat down, they were immediately dazzled by the exquisite dishes laid out before them. Even Stephanie, who had already been amazed by Raymond's cooking process, still felt as if a whole new world had opened before her eyes. The ingredients are limited, so I just put together a few simple dishes. I hope you don't mind, Raymond said with a smile. Simple? Looking at the table overflowing with delicacies, clearly prepared using more than one cooking style, dishes from all corners of the world, Director Egg was left speechless for a moment. A dozen minutes later, after having sampled every dish, Director Egg was thoroughly and utterly stunned. This was, without a doubt, the most satisfying meal he'd ever had in his life. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had dined at almost all of the world's finest restaurants, always greeted with the utmost hospitality wherever he went. Yet, not a single one of those establishments could compare to the feast before his eyes, not even close. He had no idea how Raymond managed to do it, but he had to admit, this display of skill had completely taken him aback. I've already lost count of how many times you've amazed me today, Director Egg said, dabbing his mouth with a napkin and setting down his knife and fork for the time being, his voice filled with genuine awe. My skills aren't too shabby, are they? Raymond asked, grinning. He didn't really need to ask. The answer was obvious. Even he himself was astonished. Unlike Director Egg and the others, he knew exactly how incredible Leb Ayala's alternate personality's cooking truly was. Still, imagining it was one thing. Tasting it firsthand was something else entirely. The sense of unparalleled satisfaction he felt as he ate these dishes left him dazed for a long while. What amazed him even more was that Leb Ayala's alternate personality had told him these were nothing but subpar dishes, thrown together with the limited ingredients at hand. Compared to what was prepared in the world of gourmet Hunter, these didn't even reach a tenth of that world's flavors. If he didn't know for sure how many miraculous ingredients existed in that world, he would have suspected Leb Ayala's alternate personality of exaggerating wildly. I've run out of words to praise you, but from our reactions, you should know how we feel, Director Egg said, shaking his head in admiration. Let's put that aside for now. I know you've probably been waiting for this. Let's get down to business. Raymond smiled, took a moment to organize his thoughts, then said, I believe you already have a general idea of Hydra's current situation. Stephanie is now the sole decision-maker within Hydra, and right now, she's with me. I know your personality. You're not the type to trust anyone easily. Whether it's me or Coulson and the others, you'll never be able to trust anyone completely. But the reality is, at this point, whether you trust us or not, you don't really have much choice. With the strength Hydra now commands, after fully consolidating its forces, swallowing S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be all that difficult. Raymond said calmly, even if you managed to persuade Tony and a few others to take your side, it'd still be hard to stop the process. After all, they're just a handful of people, hardly enough to influence the bigger picture. Of course, I personally have no desire to forcibly annex S.H.I.E.L.D. To be honest, that mess of an organization, aside from you, I doubt anyone else could really keep it running. So my suggestion is, let's just leave things as they are for now. No need to stir the pot. In the future, let's maintain a cooperative relationship, each of us taking what we need. Raymond's voice was easy, almost casual. That's it. Director Fury blinked in mild astonishment. He had expected Raymond to launch into a lengthy speech, trying to persuade him, or even to subdue him, forcing him to submit, just as he had done with Hydra. In fact, Raymond hardly needed to say much for Fury to have already guessed at certain truths. For instance, how had Stephanie suddenly risen to become the sole decision-maker in Hydra? Was it truly her own effort? If she had always had this ability, why wait until now? Moreover, since he and Hill had walked in, Fury had paid close attention to the dynamic between Stephanie and Raymond. Even though neither of them made any deliberate display, it was clear who held the upper hand. Stephanie, for her part, was demure and deferential around Raymond, so unlike the fierce presence she projected during her time as S.H.I.E.L.D. With his keen perception, how could Fury miss such a drastic change? Putting together all the clues, he could venture a bold hypothesis. Stephanie's sudden ascent was most likely due to Raymond's support from behind the scenes. Raymond was the true master of Hydra now. Once he figured this out, much of his anxiety faded. He could tell that Raymond was not a man driven by ambition. If someone else had presented him with this proposal, he would have met it with deep suspicion. But coming from Raymond, he found himself believing it, perhaps 70% or so. For him, that was already a significant degree of trust. Just as Raymond had said, by nature he could never truly trust anyone completely. That 70% was only reached after he'd weighed the current situation and drawn some conclusions. If it were a matter of pure trust in Raymond, it might not even reach 50%. If things are as you say, Doctor, then I have no objection to cooperating. In fact, it sounds like I'm getting the better end of the deal. Still, there are a few things I'm unclear about. I wonder if you'd be willing to answer them. Fury asked. Go ahead. As long as it's not personal, I'll do my best to answer. Raymond replied with a genial smile. When it came to Director Fury, his feelings leaned more toward respect than resentment. The existence of S.H.I.E.L.D., all things considered, brings more benefits than harm to Earth. Raymond didn't subdue Hydra just to put himself on the front lines. Working with Director Fury was undoubtedly a far more worry-free approach. After ironing out the details of the cooperation between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., Raymond's life temporarily returned to a state of calm. Still, there was no way he was going to let Hydra's resources go to waste. Once Stephanie had finished consolidating Hydra, Raymond had her set up the most advanced laboratory, ready for the use of the Orochimaru subpersonality. Besides that, for subpersonalities like Jakong and the Demon Slayer, who had lent a hand before, Raymond was generous as well. He granted them shadow clones and allowed them to act freely. With Raymond's current abilities, as long as these shadow clones didn't engage in high-intensity combat, they could generally last 10 days or even half a month outside without issue. The lower their base strength, the longer they could persist. As for Raymond himself, he returned to the detective agency, resuming his original profession. Only here could he truly find inner peace. Boss, you're finally back. For some reason, we've had quite a few clients coming in lately. But with you gone, we weren't sure if we should take their cases, so we just kept their contact info for now. The moment Raymond appeared, Sky couldn't help but voice her complaints. She and David had to attend classes at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy for 3 half-days each week. The rest of the time, they'd come by the agency to help out. But with Raymond away, the agency could only operate halfway, and neither of them dared to make decisions on their own. It seems it's time to train them a bit, Raymond thought to himself, stroking his chin as he regarded Sky and David. That way, next time I'm absent, they can hold down the fort for a while, instead of everything grinding to a standstill like now. Sky and David felt uneasy under Raymond's gaze, both sensing that something ominous was coming. The last time Raymond looked at them like this was right before he dragged them off to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. For outsiders like them, life at the operations division had been grueling. David should, in theory, be stronger than Sky, since he possessed multiple abilities and was a real diamond in the rough. But Raymond had expressly forbidden him from using any powers to cheat. If it were Sky, she might have tried to cut corners, but David was an honest soul, since he'd promised Raymond he would never quit halfway. So, over these past days, the two of them had relied on sheer willpower to push through. Compared to the other students, these two wildcards were at a real disadvantage, having to start from scratch in almost every aspect. Fortunately, both of them were quite talented, especially Sky, who quickly slipped into her role. David wasn't exactly outstanding when it came to special training, but seeing that Sky, a girl, could stick it out, he was determined not to be outdone and forced himself to keep going. Now, the two of them had grown used to this intense regimen. They were gradually catching up with the others, and what once felt grueling now brought a sense of enjoyment. Yet, whenever they saw that look in Raymond's eyes, a chill would still run down their spines. You don't need to go to the academy for now. I have a task for you, Raymond suddenly said, fixing them with a gaze that made their hearts race. A task? What kind of task? They exchanged uneasy glances. I wanted to find a woman named Jia Ing. Raymond spoke slowly and deliberately. Jiang? Is she Chinese? Sky's Mandarin wasn't very good, but as a Chinese mixed race herself, she immediately recognized the name as Chinese. That's right, Raymond nodded. There must be a lot of people with that name in the world, boss. If you want us to find her, do you have any more specific information, like a photo? Sky thought for a moment and pressed further. A photo? If I had one, I wouldn't need you to go looking. SHELD's facial recognition system isn't just for decoration. Raymond shook his head. But I can give you some more details. With that, Raymond shared everything he knew about Jiang, except for the parts involving Sky herself. This was both a test and an exercise, and he didn't want Sky's emotions to get in the way. Inhumans. Sky and David both stared in confusion when they heard this unfamiliar term. David was a mutant, which made him a superpowered individual, but he didn't know much about the world of supers. Besides, most Inhumans now lived on the moon. Since the obelisk, otherwise known as the Terrigen crystal, had not been triggered, there were very few Inhumans on Earth whose powers had awakened, and not many people even knew about them. Still, there were many who carried Inhuman blood, and Sky was one of them. Her mother, Jia Ying, was an Inhuman, one of the oldest still alive, having lived for thousands of years. Her power was longevity, somewhat similar to the Red Demons, but she was far less formidable in combat, barely able to hold her own. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Raymond didn't go into the tangled history of the Inhumans. The truth was, the story was too complicated to explain in a few words. Besides, some things lose their intrigue if the mystery is revealed too soon. So, let me just put it simply. You can think of them as a group similar to mutants, but not exactly the same. Their abilities don't come from the X gene. But that's not the main point right now. Raymond waved his hand dismissively. I'll give you 1 month to find her. As long as you complete the mission, I promise I'll reward each of you with something that will absolutely satisfy you. Deal. Sky and David nodded eagerly. Raymond's gaze then shifted to Beth, who was standing nearby. With a smile, he asked, Are you interested in joining them? Me? Beth wondered if she had heard correctly, pointing at herself for confirmation. You mean me? Yes, you. But I don't know how to do anything, and I don't have any abilities. Won't I just end up being a burden to them? Beth looked tempted, but hesitation flickered in her eyes. Of course, she was intrigued by Raymond's offer. After all, sitting in an office every day was mind-numbingly dull. The reason she wanted to follow Raymond back to DC in the first place was because she didn't want to keep living such a mundane life. Deep down, she was someone who longed for something different. That was why she'd given up a stable, high-paying job to do odd tasks for Raymond. Of course, Raymond's salary was by no means low. In fact, it was much higher than what she used to make. Still, she couldn't help but hope for a chance to see more of the superhuman world, rather than just being stuck in the office handling chores all day. But she was well aware that she couldn't compare to Sky or David. She'd seen David's abilities firsthand. Even for someone like her, who wasn't particularly familiar with the superhuman world, it was clear he was no lightweight. And as for Sky, she was a top-tier hacker, a former ace of the Rising Tide organization. Even without any superhuman powers, she could still play a significant role. As for herself, while she was a trained psychologist, she couldn't see how that would be useful for this kind of special assignment. If she joined recklessly, she might just end up slowing them down. She trusted that Sky and David wouldn't mind her joining, but she didn't want to be a burden. Raymond could see her concerns and smiled. Who says you can't do anything? You know their situations as well as I do. One grew up in a psychiatric hospital, and the other is a total homebody. For a mission like this, there's bound to be a lot of interaction with people. Having a psychologist like you on their side means they'll make far fewer mistakes. Neither Sky nor David seemed to think there was anything wrong with what Raymond said. After all, neither of them was particularly skilled at dealing with people. Even Sky, who relied on her quick wit and adaptability, only occasionally managed to make it work. But in truth, most of the time, she was just a homebody at heart, prone to making some rather elementary mistakes. As for David, there was even less. To say, honest and introverted, he barely wanted to speak to strangers at all. Put these two together, and trouble was bound to follow. If only they could add someone like Beth, someone with rich social experience and a psychologist's insight into human nature, to assist them, it would surely make a world of difference. So the two quickly agreed, inviting Beth to join them. Beth, understanding their good intentions, didn't put on airs and readily accepted. And just like that, the three of them threw themselves into action. Sky took the lead, filtering through online information that matched the details Raymond had provided, while the others prepared to dig deeper. I wonder if Beth might use this chance to unlock the gift that jerk Zack left behind last time. Raymond mused as he watched the trio busy themselves. Back when the alter ego of Zack confronted the Shadow King, he sealed the last of the Shadow King's psychic energy within Beth. According to Zack's other self, That energy might one day allow Beth to awaken some kind of psychic ability. But as for when and what form that ability might take, no one could say. Raymond hadn't ruled out the possibility of giving Beth a little nudge by involving her in this investigation. If all went as expected, Sky would soon awaken her own inhuman bloodline, which would leave Beth as the only ordinary person in the agency, a prospect that surely wouldn't sit well with her. Better to give her a push now. Who knows, perhaps she'd awaken her abilities even before Sky did. With the trio's training set in motion, Raymond left them to it and turned his attention to the case files on his computer. According to Beth's reports, these were commissions that had come in while he was away from the office. Beth had carefully recorded the details of each request, along with contact information, and now it was up to Raymond to review them. Since Raymond hadn't done any advertising, most of the clients came either through Vincent or Tony, both of whom had wide circles of friends and acquaintances. A single word of recommendation at a party or gathering was enough to send a stream of new clients his way. In less than a week, 7 or 8 commissions had already come in. Raymond skimmed through them and found that most of the cases were fairly simple. Nothing that required his personal touch. The average detective agency could handle them just fine. He made a note next to each one and planned to ask Beth to politely decline them by phone later on. There were only 2 assignments. That truly caught his interest, and with one of them, he actually knew the client, the head of the Chinese Benevolent Association's DC branch in North America, Ren Yen. He was the same fat run that Vincent had introduced him last time, the one for whom he'd helped secure a private investigator's license. When it came to requests from acquaintances, even if he wasn't all that interested, he'd usually accept out of courtesy. It was simply part of the give and take of personal connections. After all, Fat Ren had always treated him with particular respect. And even if that was mostly because of Vincent, it didn't change his good impression of the man. What's more, Fat Ren's request actually piqued his interest this time, and he could sense the scent of opportunity. With that thought, he dialed Fat Ren's number directly. Fat Ren was delighted to hear he was back in D.C., and immediately suggested they meet at the same place as last time, Donglu Seafood Restaurant, to discuss things in person. Raymond didn't refuse. After letting Beth and the others know, he headed straight for Chinatown. By the time Raymond arrived, Fat Ren was already waiting. He still wore that friendly, harmless smile, looking for all the world like an ordinary, affable man. Hard to believe he was actually a high-ranking leader in North America's most powerful Chinese organization. It's been a while, Doctor. Fat Ren greeted him warmly in Mandarin, a gesture of familiarity. Has it? It's only been a little over a month, Raymond replied with a laugh, patting him on the shoulder. Come on, let's talk inside. Sure thing, right this way. Fat Ren led Raymond in, and as they walked, the restaurant staff paused and nodded in respectful greeting. Once inside their private room, Fat Ren clapped his hands lightly to signal the waiter to bring tea. Raymond sat down and got straight to the point. We're old friends, so let's skip the formalities. About that business you brought to the agency, can you tell me in detail what's going on? Of course, Fat Ren nodded eagerly. Here's the situation. Lately, some of our brothers have been losing control of their emotions. Sometimes it's just fistfights, but in more serious cases, they've actually pulled knives on each other. Isn't that what gangs do? Raymond gave Fat Ren a surprised look. You must be joking, Fat Ren said with a wry smile, shaking his head. It's the 21st century. Murder is still a crime. Unless there's no other option, nobody wants to resort to knives or guns. That's true for us, and even the Kingpin's crew is trying to change with the times. But according to the news, there are shootings almost every day, Raymond pressed. There are, sure, but most of those incidents involve street thugs or people who've hit rock bottom. Actual gang members are rarely involved in those cases. Furthermore, gangs, like ours, made up of Chinese immigrants, have never been favored in political circles. If something big were to happen, it would be incredibly difficult to smooth things over. That's why, over the years, we've kept a low profile. We avoid using force whenever possible. With Fat Ren's explanation, Raymond gained a much deeper understanding of the current landscape of the North American underworld. Fat Ren knew about his connection with S.H.I.E.L.D., so there was no need to hide anything in front of him. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had access to just about any secret worth knowing, especially things that could be uncovered with a simple investigation. So, in this general climate where everyone was trying to clean up their act, the North American branch of the Hongmen was no exception. Most of the time, they'd never resort to violence. But according to Fat Ren, something was clearly off with the DC branch of the Hongmen lately. Many members were on edge, ready to explode at the slightest provocation, and sometimes things would even turn deadly without warning. Some people who had always been calm and collected were now acting like powder kegs. One spark, and they'd go off. It was bizarre. If it were just 1 or 2 people, you could chalk it up to sudden mood swings, and it wouldn't even catch Fat Ren's attention as the branch leader. But in just this recent stretch of time, 3 people had already died from internal disputes, all over trivial matters. That, of course, caught Fat Ren's eye, and he started looking into it. Once he started digging, he got a real shock. In just the past 3 months, fights within the gang had increased 5-fold, and the number of injuries and deaths had spiked as well. Quite a few people were still laid up in hospital beds. Anyone with eyes could tell something was wrong, and Fat Ren, no stranger to the ways of the world, certainly wasn't fooled. But noticing that something's wrong is different from actually figuring out what's causing it. The changes in these people seemed to come out of nowhere, with no obvious outside influence. Even when asked directly, the members themselves couldn't explain it. They just felt like they'd been on edge recently, ready to lose their tempers over the smallest things. Their health was perfectly normal. No doctor could find a thing wrong with them. This had Fat Ren at his wit's end. To solve a problem, you first have to understand it. But after a week of digging, he'd come up with nothing. The physical health of these hot-headed brothers was fine. Their daily lives were unremarkable. No clues anywhere. And yet, the problem was obviously real. That's when Fat Ren realized there was more to this than met the eye. Just as he was running out of options, he suddenly thought of Raymond, whom he'd only recently come to know, when he was helping Raymond set up the detective agency. He'd already chatted with Raymond about matters like this. At the time, Raymond had casually mentioned that his agency didn't just take on ordinary cases. As the leading organization among Chinese in North America, the Hongmen Society naturally knew about the existence of people with supernatural abilities, and since Fatty Run was a high-ranking member, he couldn't possibly be ignorant of such things. There were already some supernaturals within the Hongmen, though they were mostly based at headquarters. Even if their local branch wanted to recruit such people, they could only bring in those with rather ordinary powers, people who were more trouble than help, yet had to be treated with kid gloves. It was hardly worth it. That's why Fatty Run didn't have any supernaturally gifted folks under his command. But he'd understood Raymond's hint loud and clear. This detective agency also took on assignments related to supernaturals, which meant that Raymond, the owner, just might be one himself. That was precisely why Fatty Run had been so courteous to Raymond back then. Sure, part of it was out of respect for Vincent, but Raymond himself was also a factor. Now, with trouble brewing at the Washington branch, and the situation looking like it might have ties to the supernatural, the first thing Fatty Run thought of was asking headquarters for help. The problem was, the supernaturals at HQ were all as arrogant as they come. If he'd made a mistake and called them in for nothing, they'd definitely blame him for it. That's when he thought of Raymond. I've come to you this time, mainly to confirm whether there really is a supernatural being targeting us, Fatty Run said, laying his cards on the table. If that's the case, I'll know whether I need to ask for help from headquarters. I've got the gist of your situation, and of course I can take the job, Raymond replied with a smile. But my fees aren't cheap. Even with a discount, you're looking at a hefty price. Are you sure you want to hire me? About how much are we talking? Fatty Run rubbed his hands together, asking cautiously. Can you give me an estimate? How about this? Raymond said. If you just want to find out what's going on, that'll be $1 million. If you wanted to actually solve the problem, the cost will depend on the difficulty. Of course, if you're able to handle it yourselves after I find out the truth, that's fine too. $1 million? No problem. Fatty Run agreed at once. The price was well within his means, and it was clear Raymond wasn't trying to gouge him. Just getting one of the Hongmen's own supernaturals to take action would cost more than that. After grabbing a quick bite, Raymond had Fatty Run take him to meet the hot-tempered fellows who were currently being held in temporary custody, especially the ones involved in the killings. To keep things from spiraling out of control, Fatty Run hadn't called the police. For now, he'd kept everything under wraps within the organization. These murderers and assailants were all locked up in the same place. Boss, there's no need to waste your time. A life for a life. Let justice take its course. One of the detainees, seeing Rin the Fatty arrive, sighed as he spoke. His spirit seemed utterly broken, his whole being shrouded in a lifeless gloom, with not even a hint of will to survive left in him. Nonsense! Rin the Fatty roared in fury. You think dying is so easy? I could shoot you right now if I wanted. But until we get to the bottom of this, don't you dare cause any trouble, understand? At his outburst, the rest of the detainees fell completely silent. Compared to when he faced Raymond alone, Rin the Fatty now seemed every bit the gang boss. In his daily life, he looked more like a wealthy gentleman. One would never guess he had any dealings with the underworld. My apologies for letting you witness this, Doctor. Please. After scolding the men, Rin the Fatty turned to Raymond, his face full of regret. Raymond waved it off without concern, then turned his gaze to the prisoners. These are the ones involved in the incidents. Yes. Feel free to question them, as you see fit. They'll cooperate with you. As Rin the Fatty spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at the detainees, signaling them to behave. Very well. Raymond nodded. Open the door. How about letting them out one at a time? just in case one of them suddenly snaps? Rin the Fatty hesitated. Raymond could guess, from his reaction, that something similar must have happened before. But even if a few ordinary people did go berserk, there was nothing they could do in his presence. There was no need for concern. He shook his head. No need. Just open the door. All right. Seeing Raymond's confidence, Rin the Fatty stopped arguing and signaled to his men. Immediately, someone stepped forward and unlocked the door. Once the two of them had entered, the detainees, judging by Rin the Fatty's attitude towards Raymond, realized this guest was no ordinary person. With a wry smile, one of them warned, "Honored guest, please keep your distance from us, just in case something happens." "It's fine," Raymond replied, unconcerned. He then turned to Rin the Fatty. "Bring me a chair." "A chair?" "Of course." Rin the Fatty didn't ask why. He simply beckoned to his men. In no time, someone handed over a chair. Raymond sat down, then looked again at the detainees. At this moment, he had already switched to his Professor X persona, initiating psychic intrusion. In an instant, the prisoners all clutched their heads and howled in pain. Rin the Fatty stared in shock at the scene, unable to comprehend what had just happened. But he quickly caught on. This must be Raymond's doing. There was no other explanation for such a sudden reaction. But seeing that Raymond didn't speak and only looked at those people with a calm expression, he didn't feel it was appropriate to interrupt. As expected, something's wrong. At that moment, Professor X's secondary persona was actually communicating with Raymond in his mind. What's going on? Were they also influenced by psychic powers before? Raymond asked. No, this isn't something that psychic powers can do, Professor X's secondary persona denied. While psychic abilities can manipulate people and even affect their memories, they can't maintain this kind of continuous influence over a person. However, when I entered their minds, I sensed a very sinister energy. It must be that energy that affected them. A sinister energy? Can you extract it? Raymond asked. It's possible, but as soon as it's extracted, it'll probably dissipate quickly. If you want to keep investigating, boss, you'll need to make some preparations in advance, Professor X's secondary persona advised. All right, wait a moment, Raymond replied, understanding the situation. He then called back the Exorcist secondary persona remotely. After briefly explaining the situation to the Exorcist persona, he instantly switched back. Then, right in front of everyone, he created a shadow clone and transferred the Exorcist persona into it. Fatty Run, who was standing to the side, was startled when he saw someone suddenly appear in the room. It was only after recognizing that the newcomer was also Raymond that he felt a bit more at ease, though he was still amazed. This was his first time witnessing something like a clone. Raymond ignored Fatty Ren's reaction and switched back to Professor X's persona, signaling that they could begin. Moments later, a faint, almost invisible red mist began to seep out from those who had been detained, as if it might disperse at any second. Seeing this, the Exorcist persona didn't hesitate. He quickly formed a hand seal and gathered up the red mist. Just as he had previously sealed away Dormammu's aura, he trapped the red mist inside a translucent crystal orb and handed it back to Raymond, who had taken over once more. After finishing, he dispelled the shadow clone and returned on his own. What are these? Fatty Ren eyed the red mist sealed within the crystal orb, already forming some suspicions. Yes, it's this substance that caused their sudden change in temperament, even making them lose control of themselves, Raymond confirmed his guess. But what exactly are they? Fatty Ren looked warily at the red mist in Raymond's hand. Raymond fell silent for a moment. He was actually discussing the matter in his mind with several secondary personas who had experience with such things. After some time, he finally replied, "We can't be sure for now, but it's likely an extremely evil energy, one that can awaken the evil buried deep inside people's hearts." So, you mean someone actually put this thing on them? Fatrin asked. That's absolutely the case. Evil energy like this could never appear out of nowhere, and certainly not on several people at once, Raymond nodded. Damn it, who could be so vicious to use such a method to harm others? Fatrin cursed angrily. Because of this, 3 people in their gang had already died, and the number of those injured was well into double digits. Have you made any enemies recently? Raymond inquired. Well, in our line of work, making enemies is practically routine, Fatrin replied with a bitter smile. Clearly, he couldn't immediately think of anyone who would go this far, or rather, there were too many potential targets to investigate each one. It's fine. There's another way. Raymond didn't press further. Instead, he prepared to use the Exorcist persona's mystical calculation to track the source of the energy. Raymond had seen the Exorcist tracking skills in action before. They could even follow the aura of Dormammu. No matter where this energy came from, it couldn't possibly be more formidable than Dormammu himself. Come with me for a bit. These people can be let go for now. They won't be in danger anymore, Raymond said. glancing at Fat Run and gesturing towards the detainees. Let's wait until we've gotten to the bottom of this. I need to give everyone else an explanation, too. This time, Fat Run didn't follow Raymond's suggestion. Raymond thought about it and realized he was right. After all, these people had cases hanging over their heads. Even if there were extenuating circumstances, Fat Run couldn't just release them without giving everyone a proper account. Rules were rules. With that in mind, Raymond didn't insist. He simply signaled for Fat Run to come along. Over an hour later, Fat Run drove Raymond to a neighborhood in the northwest part of Washington, D.C. "Pull over up ahead," Raymond said, resting one arm on the car door and forming a series of mysterious hand signs. Being Chinese himself, Fat Run couldn't help but speculate about these movements, straight out of martial arts legend, but he knew better than to ask rashly. When Raymond suddenly called for a stop, Fat Run quickly pulled the car over to the side. By then, Raymond had switched back to his usual self. Pointing ahead to the left, he said, "The source of the aura is over there." "So it's here." Fat Ren's expression shifted slightly. "What is it? Do you already know who's behind this?" Raymond picked up on the story behind Fat Ren's reaction. "This whole area belongs to another gang called the Hells Angels. To be honest, we've always had some friction with them, though things have been calm lately. I didn't expect this mess to be connected to them," Fat Ren replied in a low voice. "The Hells Angels? Aren't they a Canadian gang?" Raymond asked, the name ringing a bell. Strictly speaking, even the original owner of this body had heard some rumors about this gang from his own memories. After all, he wasn't some clueless kid just stepping into society. He picked up word of a few infamous gangs over the years. Their headquarters really is in Canada, but they've been expanding pretty well in North America in recent years. They've carved out territory in several big cities. Ren the Fatty began his explanation to Raymond. This gang from Canada had always been notorious for their wild and reckless ways, never knowing the meaning of restraint. In any city where their influence reached, the locals would have at least heard their name in passing. Whenever you saw a menacing motorcycle gang roaring through the streets, each member unmistakably exuding that gangster aura, you could be sure it was the Hells Angels. For this very reason, the Hells Angels were also known as the Motorcycle Club. Back on the Earth where Raymond had lived in his previous life, there was a gang called the Hells Angels as well. But from what Ren the Fatty was saying, the Hells Angels in this world seemed a bit different. In this Marvel universe, where superpowered individuals existed, it was only natural that a gang spanning both Canada and North America would have some extraordinary qualities. Even the North American Hong men, who tended to be timid in everyday matters, maintained close ties with the superhuman community. In fact, calling the Hells Angels a gang might not be quite accurate. They were more like a cult. The organization revered Lucifer, the so-called fallen angel, who was cast out from heaven to hell. Each member, upon joining, would be tattooed with the mark of a fallen angel. That's how the Hells Angels got their name. According to Ren the Fatty, the higher-ups in the Hells Angels included quite a few superpowered individuals. And from what the superhumans at the Holman's North American headquarters said, the powers these Hells Angels leaders possessed might truly have been borrowed from hell itself. Of course, that was all gossip as far as Ren was concerned. He had no way of knowing if any of it was true. After all, he was just an ordinary man, and even if he knew a little about the superhuman world, his understanding was patchy at best. But as Raymond listened to all this, a thought began to form in his mind. Maybe the Hells Angels didn't just revere Lucifer, the fallen angel. Perhaps they were genuinely connected to him in some profound way. Ren the Fatty might not know it, but Raymond was well aware. In this world, the fallen angel Lucifer was real, and a powerful lord of hell at that. Among the many hell lords who occasionally made their presence felt on the main earth, there weren't actually that many who were truly active. The one who showed up the most was the Lord of Lies, Mephisto, who delighted in sending his projections to Earth, playing all manner of insidious mind games. Although not as active as Mephisto, the likes of the King of Hell, Marduk, and the fallen angel Lucifer are also frequently spotted on Earth. Of course, there's also the Dark Lord Dormammu, the most formidable of all hellish lords, whom Raymond once gravely offended. Compared to Dormammu, the other hell lords pale in significance. Even the more renowned ones like Mephisto and Marduk would have to join forces to barely match Dormammu's might. Still, regardless of this disparity, all these hell lords are truly beings of the heavenly father tier. They may fall short against Dormammu, but to anyone beneath that level, they are utterly invincible. Mephisto delights in toying with human hearts. As long as lies and deceit exist in this world, he can never be fully destroyed. Raymond recalled some crucial information. But as for Lucifer, I remember he needs followers. This is somewhat similar to his state before he fell and became the fallen angel. His power relies on having enough faith to sustain and enhance him. In other words, Could this hell angel actually be a variant church of his on Earth? Raymond had already developed a solid theory about the nature of the hell angel's presence, and the likelihood seemed quite high, just like when he dealt with Dormammu subordinates. He learned from their own lips that Dormammu also had a church on Earth, known as the Church of Darkness. However, Dormammu had no need for faith power. His church existed merely to brainwash and recruit expendable minions. Yet there was a common theme. His Church of Darkness operated as an underground organization. Red Hood, the notorious kingpin of New York's underworld, was in fact the high priest of the Church of Darkness. From this perspective, if the Hell Angel truly was a variant church, it would come as no surprise. If that's really the case, things could get complicated. Can the North American Hongmen really reclaim their territory this time? Raymond did not have much faith that Fatty Run could resolve this conflict. Are you absolutely certain this is the source? Fatty Rin asked cautiously. At least 70% sure, Raymond nodded. He trusted the tracking skills of his demon hunter alter ego. Moreover, if this really was the Hell Angel's domain, and if the gang was indeed connected to the legendary fallen angel Lucifer, then everything added up. As a Lord of Hell, Lucifer's followers would naturally wield sinister powers. It would be no surprise if their abilities drove people to uncontrollable rage. Taking all of this into account, Raymond was now almost entirely certain that the Hell Angel was behind these events. Not leaving things too definite was just a way to keep some room for maneuver. Understood. Thank you for your trouble, said Fatrin thoughtfully after receiving Raymond's answer. Now that it seemed highly likely the origin of this matter was the Hell's Angels, Fatrun decided to withdraw for now. This situation was already beyond his authority. He had no right to make any decisions. After all, the Hell's Angels were a gang spanning 2 countries. Even if their influence in North America might not match the Hongmen's, overall, they were no weaker. Coupled with their mysterious background, the whole affair had become highly complicated. One careless step could spark a gang war, and as a mere branch leader, Fatrin simply wasn't in a position to decide anything. He would have to report up the chain. Once it became clear this could involve a Hell Lord, Raymond himself started to hesitate. If Fatrin wanted to keep him on this case, he wasn't sure he wanted to continue wading through such murky waters. So, when Fatrin opted to put the matter aside for now, Raymond was more than happy to step back as well. Meanwhile, David and his 2 companions had already begun investigating the woman named Jia Ying. Raymond's intel wasn't much and was far from thorough, but thanks to Sky's extraordinary technical skills, they managed to find their target quickly. This was a woman who had cropped up several times in the past, yet had never really drawn anyone's attention. Using bits and pieces of information, along with a handful of photos taken from various angles, Sky successfully reconstructed a clear image of the woman's face. After borrowing SHLD's big data facial recognition system, she soon found some leads. To the trio's surprise, this woman, Jia Ying, had last been seen in Washington, and it was only a few days ago. The 3 immediately launched an investigation. The last footage of Jia Ying came from a public surveillance camera on a city block. Once they pinpointed the location, the trio headed there to begin their search. Excuse me, have you seen this person before? On the street, Sky and Beth each held up their phones, displaying the composite image of Jia Ying as they questioned every shop along the way. The last time Jia Ying appeared on public camera was right in this area, so naturally, that's where they had to start looking. David waited in the car while the 2 women asked around. When it came to inquiring about someone's whereabouts, especially a woman's, it was always easier for other women to do the asking. If David, a man, went around questioning people, it would only raise suspicion. Before long, the 2 returned to the car. Any luck? David asked. No one's seen her. Let's try the next block and ask around there, Sky replied, shaking her head. Don't worry. Let's ask around a bit more. I'm sure we'll. Beth, who had been talking by the car door, vanished all of a sudden, her sentence left hanging in mid-air. Where's Beth? Sky rushed to the spot where Beth had disappeared, hoping to find a clue. She hadn't been facing Beth directly, so she hadn't seen what happened. She only realized something was wrong when Beth's words cut off abruptly. David's expression shifted slightly. Just now, it looked like someone appeared behind Dr. Beth, and then she was gone. But I couldn't see what that person looked like. You mean someone kidnapped Beth? How could she disappear that quickly? Sky's voice was laced with shock and uncertainty. The person must also have powers, David said, his brow furrowed. The boss mentioned that this Jia Ying woman is supposedly from some clan of extraordinary people. Maybe it was her. You think she found out we were asking about her? And so, Sky's eyes narrowed in thought. It's likely that someone you questioned just now was her informant, David continued, piecing things together. So what do we do now? Beth doesn't have any powers. She must be terrified. Sky was starting to panic. Didn't you say you modified our phones? Can you track her quickly? David asked suddenly. Yes. David's reminder jolted Sky's memory. She had completely forgotten in chaos. She immediately began tracing Beth's location on her phone. Meanwhile, David watched her intently, ready to react in case their mysterious adversary returned and try to take Sky as well. Who are you? By the time Beth realized something was wrong, she found herself in a dimly lit room. The space was large but windowless, and there wasn't even a door. She had no idea how she'd gotten there, but she could guess this had to be the work of someone with supernatural abilities. Just a moment ago, she'd been speaking with Sky and David, and in the blink of an eye, she was here. If it had been anyone else, they might have been frightened out of their wits. Beth, on the other hand, had seen her share of strange situations with Raymond, so she kept her composure, though she'd be lying to say she wasn't nervous. If she didn't believe that Raymond and the others would come for her, she'd probably be panicking even more. Who are we? Isn't that what I should be asking you? Who are you, and why are you looking for me? A woman's voice rang out, low and magnetic. From the shadows, an elegant-looking Asian woman stepped forward. At the sight of her, Beth's eyes widened in shock. She recognized this woman. More precisely, she'd seen her in a photo. This was the mysterious Jia Ying they had been searching for. So, I've been found already. Beth's heart tightened. Raymond had warned them before that this Jia Ying was also a superhuman. Apparently, she belonged to a group called the Iran tribe. According to Raymond, as long as David was around, they would at least be able to protect themselves. But what they hadn't expected was that the other side would only take her away, her alone. And that was a real problem. She was just an ordinary person, completely lacking in combat ability. Even a slightly stronger adult man could easily overpower her, let alone a superhuman. You do recognize me, after all, but I don't recall ever meeting you. Could you tell me why? Jiang asked softly, her voice gentle. It was clear she had noticed from Beth's reaction that Beth did, in fact, know who she was. Although Beth wasn't someone who startled easily, and she was adept at hiding her emotions, Jia Ying had lived for thousands of years. She was as shrewd as they come. Even if Beth so much as blinked a little too quickly, Jia Ying would pick up on it. Beth knew that there was no point in denying it outright at this moment, because the other woman had only brought her here after learning they were inquiring about her whereabouts. So, Beth decided to mix truth with falsehood. I've seen your photograph. I know your name is Jia Ying, but we've never actually met. Oh, Jia Ying arched an eyebrow and pressed further. Then, could you tell me where you got my photograph? We're detectives from an agency. Beth continued, blending fact and fiction. We were hired by someone else, and that's how we ended up here. Your name and photo came from the client, and we only found that area through public surveillance cameras. Someone hired you to find me. Jia Ying's expression grew noticeably more serious. In her memory, she hadn't offended anyone in recent years. Who would go to such lengths to track her down? And even if someone did want to harm her, why would they hire a regular detective agency? Staffed with ordinary people? She herself might not be a fighter, but she had plenty of powerful Iran under her command. If this really was her enemy, they should have known that sending ordinary people to investigate her was nothing short of sending them to their deaths. You're lying. Jia Ying suddenly raised her voice. No, I'm not. Beth denied, flustered. If you say someone hired you, then tell me. Who was it? Jia Ying demanded. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. You have two choices now. Either I get rid of you, or you tell me who hired you. I'm not a patient person. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3. Wait, I'll talk. Beth cried out, seeing that Jia Ying wasn't bluffing. She'd only been trying to buy time. The last thing she wanted was to truly anger her captor. The one who hired us is a man named Raymond. We don't actually know his true identity. We only know his name and how to contact him. Raymond. Jia Ying repeated the name, feeling it was entirely unfamiliar. Are you sure you're not just making something up to fool me? Absolutely not. Beth nodded earnestly. Jia Ying had been watching Beth's expression closely. This time, she couldn't see any sign that Beth was lying. That made sense. Beth was telling the truth. It was indeed Raymond who had hired them to find Jia Ying. But Beth had only told half the story. Jia Ying would never have guessed that, aside from being the client, Raymond was also Beth's boss. Naturally, Beth had no intention of revealing that part. She mentioned Raymond, partly to stall for time, hoping rescue would arrive, and partly to draw Jia Ying's attention toward Raymond, hoping to catch his notice. Could it be an old friend looking for me under a false name? Jia Ying mused aloud. For people with special abilities, using aliases and fake identities was routine. Even, she had several false identities that she switched between frequently. The name Raymond truly didn't ring a bell, but she suspected it might not be a real name at all. You don't look like you're lying, but I still can't trust you completely. Jia Ying glanced at Beth, then spoke to someone beside her. Gordon, go and bring Sandy here. As Jiaying turned her gaze aside, Beth finally dared to look in the same direction. There, right next to her, stood a man without eyes. The sight startled her. So much she nearly cried out, but she clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle the sound. Only then did she realize. This must be the man who had brought her here. Sandy? She's out on a mission right now. Are you sure it won't cause any trouble if I bring her back? Gordon, the eyeless man, hesitated. It'll only take 5 minutes. It won't be a problem. Go on, Jiaying replied, shaking her head. All right. Gordon nodded and, in an instant, vanished from sight. His ability was obviously teleportation. Earlier, he had appeared behind Beth in the blink of an eye, and before David and the others could react, had whisked her away. Before long, Gordon reappeared. With him was a Native American woman, Sandy, as Jiaying had called her. Boss, you wanted me? As soon as she arrived, the native woman greeted Jiaying respectfully. Check her memories. Find out why she's looking for me, and who else is after me. Jiaying gestured toward Beth. Yes, the native woman replied, nodding before turning her attention to Beth. When Beth heard that the woman named Sandy, an Indian, actually possessed the power to probe memories, she immediately panicked and instinctively retreated. A few steps. She hadn't been entirely truthful just now. If someone read her memories, her secret would be laid bare in an instant. Moreover, no one would want their private thoughts exposed to others, and she was no exception. Don't come any closer. Beth kept backing away until her back hit the wall. Nowhere left to run. Don't worry, I won't come any closer, Sandy replied with a gentle smile, making no move to approach. Her ability didn't require physical contact to activate, after all. The next moment, she closed her eyes, preparing to forcefully read Beth's memories from afar. No, Beth was completely overwhelmed by fear. At the same time, she felt a faint prickling sensation at her temples, and her vision suddenly went dark. When the world came back into focus, she found herself standing in a vast, dazzlingly white space. This can't be, a voice filled with disbelief suddenly echoed out. Beth looked around in confusion, unable to tell where the voice had come from. But she could tell, unmistakably, that it belonged to the same Indian woman, Sandy. After a moment, Beth finally realized the voice was coming from somewhere near her feet. She looked down and, not far away, saw a tiny figure, the size of a mouse, gazing up at her. On closer inspection, it was none other than Sandy, the woman who had just tried to read her mind. You're a psychic too? Sandy's voice trembled with astonishment. Me? Beth was utterly bewildered. She had no memory of ever being a superpowered person, nor had she ever noticed any abilities. Could it be because of what happened last time? As Beth stood there lost in thought, a sudden memory flashed through her mind. Not long after she had first arrived in Washington from New York, she remembered expressing envy to Raymond and David about their abilities, and she'd even asked Raymond if there was a way for her to gain powers. Raymond had told her that she, too, might one day become a powerful psychic like the Shadow King. She only needed the right opportunity. At the time, she hadn't believed him, thinking he was either joking or trying to comfort her. But now, as Sandy brought up psychics again, Raymond's words resurfaced in her mind. Was the doctor not just humoring me? Beth felt a rush of surprise and delight. Just then, she also remembered that in the final confrontation with the Shadow King, Raymond had slipped something into her mouth. Perhaps that very incident had given her the chance to become a psychic herself? The more Beth thought about it, the more excited she became. The idea that she might finally have the chance to experience the thrill of being a superhero and no longer be the one holding everyone back filled her with boundless excitement. Ma'am, whatever's going on, let's talk this through. There's no need to make things so ugly. Even if you're a powerful psychic, our organization, Afterlife, isn't to be trifled with. I suggest you don't do anything reckless. Sandy's voice, the Native American woman, drifted up from below once more, this time tinged with a note of concession. Afterlife. Beth caught this unfamiliar term and immediately sensed the whiff of gossip. As a seasoned former psychotherapist, getting people to talk was her forte. She'd been too nervous before to put her skills to use, but now that she held the upper hand, there was no way she'd let this heart-to-heart slip by. With that in mind, she offered a faint smile and said, Afterlife? That sounds impressive. Funny, I've never heard of it. Once Sandy entered Beth's mental world, both women outside closed their eyes. Jiaying and the eyeless man simply waited in silence, making no unnecessary moves. They were confident that, with Sandy's wealth of experience, she'd soon uncover the truth behind the visions these people had witnessed. Gordon, when you grabbed her, nobody saw you, right? Jiaying suddenly asked. I moved very quickly. Unless someone was staring right at her, they wouldn't have noticed me. Even if they did, they'd probably just think their eyes were playing tricks, the eyeless man replied thoughtfully. But her companion likely realized something. I bet they're searching for her right now. That's fine, as long as we aren't seen by a crowd all at once. Jiang shook her head. Beep, beep, beep. Before Jia Ying could finish her sentence, a shrill ringtone cut through the air. Her expression unchanged. She walked over to Beth, fished the phone out of Beth's pocket, glanced at the screen, and hung up without hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. The call had barely ended before the phone rang again, flashing the same name as before. Jia Ying frowned slightly, answered, and put the call on speaker, remaining silent. Are you the one who took Beth? A young woman's voice came through. You're her companion? Jia Ying guessed immediately that this must be the friend the eyeless man had mentioned, and cut straight to the point. I'll warn you, you'd better not try anything, or else. Or else what? What exactly do you think you can do to me? Jia Ying couldn't help but chuckle, interrupting her. Or else our boss is going to be very angry. And trust me, you really don't want to see him angry, the voice on the phone threatened. Oh, you mean the boss of that detective agency of yours? Jia Ying asked with a sly smile. So you've already questioned Beth? Is she all right? I'm not joking, Jia Ying. You have no idea how terrifying our boss can be. Jia Ying wasn't surprised that the other party had guessed her identity. After all, they had come, looking for her precisely to investigate her. When one of their companions was suddenly taken, it wasn't hard to put two and two together. What did astonish her, however, was that they dared threaten her. Judging from Beth's situation, this was just an ordinary detective agency, most likely dragged into trouble by someone with a personal grudge against her, and now they were desperately seeking her out. Yet they actually had the nerve to turn around and threaten her. Had they simply grown tired of living? With a laugh, she said, It seems you really know nothing at all. What a pitiful bunch. But don't worry. Once I find out who's behind all this, I'll send you on your way, along with your so-called terrifying boss. But this time, the other party's reaction caught Jia Ying off guard. After she'd finished speaking, they didn't explode in anger, nor did they feign bravado to cover up fear. Instead, they said something utterly unexpected. This is the place. Jia Ying was momentarily stunned, and then her expression shifted ever so slightly. Boom! Just as her face changed, a hole was blasted open in the far side of the room. A man wreathed in flames strode in through the gap, accompanied by a young woman of mixed heritage who seemed to be speaking on the phone. Found you. Sky stepped in from outside the breach, a hint of triumph curling her lips. The call with Beth was merely a trick to pinpoint Beth's exact location. After all, a locator could only get her so close, and, without specialized equipment, this was the only method she had. Gordon, let's go. Seeing that their pursuers included an Esper, Jia Ying immediately realized the situation was spinning beyond her control. She turned to the faceless man and tried to slip away by teleportation. No, I can't. The faceless man stood rooted to the spot, sweating profusely, voice trembling. I can't get through. If I were you, I wouldn't make any sudden moves. David, now rid of his flames, had quietly raised a hand in the faceless man's direction, his tone almost teasing. I've heard all about you. Can teleport. But in that split second before you vanish, I can snap your neck in an instant. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. At this moment, David was no longer in control of his own body. Instead, it was Wayne, the adventurer persona with mastery over telekinesis, who held the reins. With invisible force, he locked the faceless man's throat in an unbreakable grip. Should the man make the slightest move, Wayne would do exactly as he'd threatened. He was David, and yet not David. David might hesitate to take a life, but Wayne would not. As for the figure wreathed in fire moments ago, that was yet another of David's alternate personalities, named Cindy, a female persona who got along quite well with Sky. Wayne. Sky picked up on the change in David's tone and guessed, Hey, Miss Sky, would you like to go on a date with me? David grinned at Sky, his eyes twinkling. He and Sky had known each other for a long time, and even his alternate personalities were no strangers to her. We have more important things to do. If something happens to Beth, the boss will be furious. Sky frowned, her voice stern. Hearing Sky mention Raymond, David couldn't help but shiver, a chill running through his body. Previously, Raymond had helped David take control of his various personalities, communicating with each one in his own way. In the end, he convinced them all to behave, and David had no desire to go through that ordeal again. Who exactly are you people? Jia Ying finally realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Her greatest confidence had always come from the eyeless man, her personal bodyguard who could whisk her away at any moment. But now, the other side had managed to restrain him, making escape impossible. She had just lost her trump card. By herself, she was all but useless in a fight, and apart from teleporting, the eyeless man didn't have much combat strength either. Of the group, the most formidable fighter was the Native American woman, Sandy. But right now, Sandy was busy probing Beth's memories and couldn't offer any help. What did you do to Beth? Sky suddenly noticed that Beth was standing there with her eyes closed, completely unresponsive, even. As the two of them approached, Sky dashed to Beth's side, patting her arm and trying to wake her. But Beth remained motionless. Not far away, David glanced at everyone present and reminded them, it's probably that Native American woman. She's invading Beth's mind. You won't be able to wake her. Only then did Sky notice that Sandy, too, was standing with her eyes closed. She shot Jiaying a furious glare and shouted, "Make her stop!" By now, Jiaying had regained her composure. She understood that, given the current circumstances, Beth, still under Sandy's control, was the key to their escape. Seeing Sky's anxious expression, Jiaying became all the more calm, smiling unhurriedly. "I can make her stop, but first you'll have to make your friend back off." "Woman, are you threatening me?" David's face darkened. With his free hand, he reached out and, in an instant, gripped Jiaying by the throat. Jiaying looked uncomfortable, but forced a smile and croaked, "If you want to kill me, go ahead. But I promise you, if you do, your companion won't make it out alive either." Wayne, Sky's patience was wearing thin. David relented, releasing Jiaying with a displeased expression. Jiaying felt even more confident after seeing this, so she walked over to Sky and continued with a gentle smile. "Young people, sometimes there's no need to act so impulsively. Everything can be." Before she could finish her sentence, the hand she had placed on Sky's shoulder suddenly recoiled as if burned. Staring at Sky in shock, she blurted out, "Daisy? Are you little Daisy?" "What Daisy? My name's not Daisy. You got the wrong person." Sky was baffled by what new trick Jiaying was trying to pull. "No, I can't be mistaken. You're one of the Inhumans. You have my bloodline. You're my daughter, Daisy." Jiaying was both excited and absolutely certain. One of her abilities was to sense whether someone carried the blood of the Inhumans, which is why she was able to found the organization called Afterlife, dedicated to recruiting new members with Inhuman heritage. The eyeless man and the Native American woman, Sandy, were both people she had found this way in the past. She had touched Sky without much thought, but to her astonishment, she sensed the familiar Inhuman blood in Sky, and it matched exactly the feeling she had from her daughter who'd disappeared so many years ago. In that moment, she was almost certain Sky was her daughter. Names could be false, appearances could change, but blood never lied. "You're saying that I'm your daughter?" Sky was completely stunned. Anyone else, upon hearing something like this, might have immediately lashed out or denied it. But Sky had spent years searching for her parents, even going so far as to try infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. If Raymond hadn't suddenly whisked her away, she'd probably be working undercover there right now, still chasing clues about her origins. Now, to suddenly hear this woman named Jiaying claim to be her mother, and considering Sky herself was half Chinese, she found herself frozen on the spot. Somehow, against her better judgment, she almost believed it. Even knowing Jiaying was an enemy, something inside her wanted to believe. "Yes, you are my daughter," Jiaying declared with unwavering conviction. "Then why did you abandon me? You don't look poor or desperate. So why did you leave me in an orphanage? Do you have any idea what I've been through all these years?" Sky, finally hearing Jiaying's confirmation, didn't throw herself in her mother's arms in tears. Instead, she demanded answers, her voice burning with anger. She had held these questions back for so many years, especially after learning from Raymond that her parents were alive and well. She had been haunted by them ever since. By the looks of it, Jiaying wasn't only healthy and whole, she was also the leader of a powerful group of superhumans, clearly someone of importance. And yet she had abandoned her own daughter. What kind of person does that? The longer Sky thought about it, the angrier she became, glaring furiously at Jiaying. She wanted to find her parents, not just to experience parental love, but to get the answers she deserved. If her parents really were the scum of the earth, she would have scolded them without a second thought and never seen them again in this lifetime. After so many years as an orphan, she had witnessed too much filth to believe parents were necessarily good people. "No, Daisy, please listen to me," Jiaying hurried to explain. "It wasn't that I wanted to abandon you. You were taken from me." "Taken?" Sky sounded skeptical. "I'm not lying to you. All these years, I've been searching for you. There's so much you don't know, but I can explain everything," Jiaying pleaded. Sky hesitated. Suddenly, she noticed Beth stirring beside her. "Beth." Sky quickly reached out to support her. "I'm fine. She's the one you should be worried about," Beth said with a relaxed smile as she glanced at Sky and David. Following Beth's words, the others finally noticed that the Native American woman, Sandy, had also awakened. She looked utterly drained, her face pale and spiritless. "What's wrong, Sandy?" Jiaying stepped forward to steady the swaying woman. She's a psychic too. A strong one. Stronger than me, Sandy replied weakly. What? Jia Ying and the eyeless man exclaimed in unison. They weren't the only ones stunned. Sky and David also turned to Beth in surprise. We'll talk about this after we get back. Let's catch her first, Beth said, shaking her head and pointing at Jia Ying. Having just woken, she had no idea what had transpired between Sky and Jia Ying moments ago. Sky hesitated, then whispered the whole story into Beth's ear. What? She's your mother. Beth shot Jia Ying a look of surprise, but she didn't seem particularly shocked. Instead, she suddenly smiled. It's probably true. Really? Now it was Sky's turn to be astonished. Even she wasn't certain if it was true, still in the midst of confirming it. Yet Beth, having just heard the story, seemed so sure. Did you forget how we got this mission? Beth looked at her with a teasing smile. Sky's mind buzzed in confusion. Of course, this mission had been given to them by Raymond, the archdemon, and when Raymond assigned it, he'd spoken with a mysterious air, promising each of them a reward that would satisfy their deepest wishes if they succeeded. Sky had assumed the reward would be a large sum of money or something similar, but with Beth's reminder, she suddenly realized the reward might have been right in front of her all along. Judging from Raymond's past behavior, he clearly knew something about her parents, yet had always kept silent. And since it was Raymond who'd given them this mission, did that mean he had known all along that she was Jia Ying's daughter? What is this? So we're all on the same side after all? At that moment, the David, across from them, seemed to realize something as well. He released his control over the eyeless man and said, I'm out of here. With that, he gave a visible shudder. Dr. Beth, are you all right? David, his composure restored, jogged over to Beth in concern. Are you really my mother? Sky looked at Jia Ying once more, still finding it difficult to believe. After years of searching with no results, she never imagined they would meet like this. The encounter left her both thrilled and somewhat unreal, as if she were in a dream. This time, Jia Ying didn't reply. Instead, she rushed forward and pulled Sky into a heartfelt embrace. Seeing this, both David and Beth felt a wave of relief for Sky, and perhaps a touch of bewilderment. But just as they felt this sense of comfort, Jia Ying, Sky, the Native American woman Sandy, and the eyeless man Gordon all vanished from their sight at the very same moment. It turned out that, the moment their guard was down, the eyeless man Gordon had suddenly teleported between Jia Ying and Sandy. He placed a hand on each of them, and in an instant, whisked them all away. Sky, caught in Jia Ying's arms, was taken along as well. David and Beth stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how what should have been a heartwarming family reunion had so abruptly taken such a turn. What the hell? Hurry, track Sky's location. David, now panicked, turned urgently to Beth. Sky's been taken. Who's left to track her? Beth shot him an exasperated look. Besides, the other side has already suffered once because of the phone. This time, they'll definitely destroy it. Then what are we supposed to do? David realized he'd lost his head. Call for backup, of course. Beth lightly smacked his forehead, her tone impatient. Even as she spoke, she'd already picked up her phone from the floor and dialed Raymond's number. Yes, we never expected they'd snatch Sky so suddenly. We were caught off guard. What? Are you sure? After a moment, Beth hung up, her expression odd. What did the boss say? David asked at once. He said to leave Sky for now, and just come back first, Beth replied, still looking perplexed. When Beth and David returned to the office, they found Raymond sitting at his desk, absorbed in his computer. After a quick debrief, he looked at Beth in surprise. Did you awaken your ability? I'm not even sure if it counts as awakening, Beth replied. But after that Indian woman, Sandy, dragged me into some unknown space, she suddenly became tiny in front of me and seemed downright terrified of me. That's the mindscape. Hold on, Raymond said, making his way to the office storeroom. Moments later, he came back, pushing a wheelchair out of the storeroom that a bald young man sat in the wheelchair. He looked to be about Raymond's age and bore some resemblance to David. When David and Beth saw Raymond inexplicably wheel someone out of the storage room, bewilderment flickered across their faces. They wanted to ask what was going on, but felt it might be impolite. There was no need to explain. It was, of course, the Professor X persona and the Megatron persona that Raymond had brought out, to distinguish him from both himself and the Professor X of this world. Raymond used his transformation ability to give the Professor X persona the appearance of his younger self. That's why he looked somewhat like David, or rather, it would be more accurate to say that David resembled him. Interestingly, this time Raymond hadn't forced the Megatron persona to appear. Instead, he had come out his own free will. Perhaps it was because his nature made it hard for him to stay in one place for too long, and he wanted to stretch his legs, so to speak. Or maybe, as with most things, once you've done something once, it becomes easier to do it again. After his previous experience, he'd grown quite accustomed to the arrangement. However, Beth and David had never seen the Professor X persona before, especially David. It's worth mentioning that in the world the Professor X persona came from, he had no children. After middle age, he'd been locked in an ongoing battle with the ever-growing Sentinel task force, leaving him no time for anything else. In that respect, his life was quite different from the version of himself in this world. Still, Raymond had already told him about David, so when he finally laid eyes on him, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of familiarity. This is the Professor. He's me too. You get the idea, Raymond said, transferring the Professor X persona over with a cryptic remark. Yet both David and Beth understood instantly. David, after all, housed a legion of alternate personas himself and knew exactly what this meant. The only difference being that he couldn't project his personas outward like this. As their attending physician, Beth was also well-versed in the nuances of their conditions and picked up on the meaning right away. They had seen Raymond's ability to create duplicates before, but had simply never realized that the Professor X persona was one of them, which explained their surprise. Now that Raymond had clarified, everything fell into place. Raymond didn't elaborate further. Seeing that they understood, he went on, "The Professor is a powerful mutant and a master of psychic abilities. For the time being, he'll be here to guide both of you. If there's anything you don't understand about your powers, don't hesitate to ask him. He'll also help you train and develop your abilities." "Hello," the Professor X persona said, nodding and smiling at the two. "Hello, Professor," they both replied, returning the greeting at once. Unable to hold back any longer, Beth finally asked, "What about Casca? Are we really just going to leave her alone? Jiaying really is her biological mother, so in theory, she wouldn't hurt her so easily." At this point, Raymond paused for a moment. He knew that this so-called unwillingness to harm actually came with a condition. Sky must not stand in the way of Jiaying's plan to revive the Inhumans. In Jiaying's mind, the revival of the Inhuman race was her top priority. Everything else could be set aside. To her, both Sky and Sky's father were merely fleeting companions in her long life. In reality, Sky was by no means her only child, but it seemed that her previous children had all passed away, leaving only Sky, who was still alive. Thanks to her immortality, Jiaying did have feelings for Sky, and it was true that she had spent all these years searching for her. Yet, the weight of this affection could never compare to her grand ambition of restoring the Inhumans. Even the efforts Jiaying put into finding Sky were not particularly intense. After all, with the power of the organization she had built, if she had truly made it her sole focus, she would have found Sky long ago. Therefore, if Sky were ever to stand in the way of her plans, Jiaying might not hesitate to harm her daughter. Still, Raymond judged that this conflict wouldn't erupt anytime soon. Moreover, Jiaying intended to help Sky awaken the inhuman blood within her, turning her into the true Quake. That, in fact, was the real reason Raymond had tasked them with finding Jiaying. For now, only Jiaying knew the method to activate inhuman bloodlines. Even Raymond himself could do nothing to help Sky without the Terrigen crystal in his possession. So, being taken by Jiaying was, in a way, an opportunity for Sky. But to say Jiaying would never hurt her, that couldn't be guaranteed either. That was why doing nothing was out of the question. With this in mind, Raymond turned to the Professor X alternate persona and said, "Take the two of them to find Sky, but don't rush to rescue her. Use this as a chance to test them as well." "Understood," the Professor X persona replied with a gentle smile. Training younger generations was second nature to him, never a burden. There was no one more suitable for this task than he. With Sky's temperament, I doubt she'll agree with Jiaying's philosophy. I just hope things won't get too ugly between them. Raymond gazed out the window, his thoughts quietly somber. If he hadn't intervened, Sky would have found Jiaying eventually, but the two women would still have clashed over their differences, perhaps even turning against each other. Raymond felt neither fondness nor animosity toward Jiaying, but he sincerely hoped Sky would not end up in a tragic war with her own mother. Still, some things could only be faced as they came. Deep within an unnamed base nestled in the mountains, Sky was arguing heatedly with Jiaying, clearly dissatisfied. "Why are you doing this? Beth and David are both my friends. Now that they know you're my mother, they won't do anything to you. How am I supposed to explain this to them after what you've just done?" Jiaying smiled and replied, "Silly girl, you're still young and you don't yet understand how dangerous people can be. How can you be sure they aren't just using you to get to me? If David hadn't let you go just now, you'd have been caught by us ages ago. What's there left to plot?" Sky scoffed at Jiaying's suspicions. "I won't deny that what you said is true, but you don't understand how many people out there have their eyes on the afterlife. What they're after isn't just me, but the entire inhuman race." Jiaying gave the air of someone who had everything under control. Are you sure you're not just being paranoid? Sky was exasperated. No one's out to get you, or the Inhumans. We're only here because our boss gave us this mission. That's all. Boss. This was the third time Jiaying had heard Sky mention their boss, and she couldn't help but ask, and how do you know your boss isn't after the Inhumans? Sky glanced around the rather shabby base, then shook her head. If our boss really wanted to go after you all, he wouldn't need to use me. You're overestimating yourself. Sky knew all too well how fearsome Raymond the Demon King's power and influence were. Even a famous Avenger, Iron Man, had found him a tough opponent. Yet in Raymond's hands, foes like Iron Man were as insignificant as ants, crushed without a second thought. She'd also heard Beth and David talk about Raymond's past victories over the Shadow King, and she'd witnessed firsthand how Raymond put David's unruly personalities in their place. Take the adventurer Wayne's personality, for instance. He'd been able to freeze Jia-Ing and the others in an instant, but in front of Raymond, he acted like a mouse in front of cat, barely daring to breathe. That alone spoke volumes about Raymond's terrifying strength. What's more, Raymond had connections, deep, tangled ones, with superpower groups like S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hellfire Club. In Sky's eyes, with Raymond's reach and resources, if he truly wanted to take control of Jia-Ing and the others, he wouldn't need to resort to any underhanded schemes. Assigning a mission to find Jia-Ing was probably just so he could reconnect with his biological mother. Still, she couldn't reveal the full truth about Raymond without his permission. It wouldn't do Jia-Ing any good. Besides, from Jia-Ying's attitude, it was clear that even if Sky did tell her, she probably wouldn't believe it anyway. She'd likely just suspect that Sky had been brainwashed or had her memories tampered with by some psychic power, seeing the flicker of conflicting emotions. On Sky's face, Jiaying suddenly shifted the topic. Let's not dwell on these unpleasant things for now. Why don't I help you awaken your bloodline first? The process will take a while anyway, and this gives us a perfect chance to spend some time together, just the two of us. Awaken my bloodline? Are you saying I could have superpowers too? Sky's eyes lit up at the thought. Of course, Jiaying replied with a warm smile. You're my daughter. You carry the blood of the Inhumans, just like I do. That means you can awaken your abilities. Every Inhuman has this potential. Come, let me show you the way. This time, Sky didn't refuse. She genuinely wanted to become empowered, tired of always having to rely on others for protection. From what she just witnessed, Beth had apparently awakened powers of her own, perhaps for reasons unknown, which explained how she managed to resist that Native American woman, Sandy, when she attempted the psychic intrusion. Now, everyone at the agency except Sky had become a superhuman. To say she didn't care would be a lie. If she really had the chance to awaken her powers, she certainly wouldn't let it slip by. As for Jia-Ying's misunderstanding of Raymond, Sky decided she would try to resolve it through her own efforts and time. Jia-Ying herself possessed a Terrigen crystal, an artifact the Inhumans used to awaken their bloodline. This particular crystal, though, was quite small, capable of awakening only one Inhuman at a time, and not suitable for mass use. So Jia-Ying, as the leader, had traveled far and wide, seeking out anyone who carried Inhuman blood, bringing them back to afterlife and guiding them through the transformation one by one. The process wasn't exactly efficient, but after more than a decade, she had managed to awaken a considerable number of people. Now, afterlife was home to several hundred Inhumans, many of whom were quite formidable. Though their numbers couldn't compare to the global population of mutants, they had the advantage of unity. In fact, more than 80% of all Inhumans on Earth who had awakened their powers belonged to afterlife. So, while the Inhumans as a whole still couldn't rival the mutants, the scale of afterlife itself was already on par with many of the larger mutant organizations. What they lacked was only top-tier combat strength. In the blink of an eye, a week passed since Sky had been brought to afterlife. Under Jia-Ying's careful guidance, Sky successfully awakened her bloodline and discovered her unique ability, the power to unleash vibrations. This ability left Jia-Ying somewhat disappointed, as it didn't seem particularly powerful, nor did it offer much immediate combat potential. Having lived for thousands of years, Jia-Ying had always been a steadfast pragmatist. Although Jia-Ying never said it outright, Sky, who had grown up an orphan and developed a keen sensitivity to others' emotions, could still sense it. Ever since she awakened her powers, this mother whom she'd been separated from for so many years had grown noticeably colder toward her. The realization stung Sky deeply. Despite her many disagreements with Jia-Ying as a mother, once Sky learned she hadn't been deliberately abandoned, she had, in her heart, already forgiven Jia-Ying, as well as the biological father she had yet to meet. As for Jia-Ying's misunderstandings about Raymond the Demon King, Beth, and David, and the others, Sky believed those were matters that could be resolved with open conversation. They weren't worth dwelling on. But Jia-Ying's sudden indifference simply because Sky's abilities seemed unimpressive, was something Sky found hard to accept. Was this the parental love she had longed for all her life? Was it really so fickle, so conditional, dependent only on strength? Just because she wasn't powerful, was she now deemed unworthy? A wave of disappointment and disillusionment washed over her. This was not the reunion she had hoped to find. In that moment, she found herself longing for her days back at the agency. There, whether it was David or the unfathomably powerful Raymond, no one ever treated her, or Beth, any differently just because they lacked extraordinary abilities. In stark contrast, here in the Rebirth organization, things were the opposite. Despite all the talk of unity, there was a strict hierarchy among members. Status was determined solely by one's abilities and the value they brought to the organization. The boundaries between ranks were clear as day. Everyone treated her with a mix of reverence and caution, simply because she was Jia Ying's daughter, measuring their words with care. But Sky found this atmosphere stifling. I wonder how Beth and the others are doing, she murmured to herself in a voice barely above a whisper. Umph, little rascal, we thought you'd already forgotten about us. Suddenly, a voice rang out in her mind. Beth. Sky started in surprise. Then her face broke into a joyful smile. She recognized Beth's voice instantly, though she couldn't fathom how it was echoing in her mind. Still caught between astonishment and delight, Sky looked up and saw David and Beth striding confidently through the entrance of the base. Beth was pushing a wheelchair, and seated in it was a young, bald man with striking, handsome features. As they walked in, they passed by several members of the Rebirth organization. Oddly, none of them seemed to notice the newcomers at all, as if David, Beth, and the strange young man were invisible, thin as air, not warranting even a glance. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Sky couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This is the professor, also the boss, Beth said as she stopped in front of Sky, introducing the man in the wheelchair, who was the alternate personality of Professor X. Sky blinked in surprise, but quickly caught Beth's meaning and hurried to greet Professor X's alternate persona. The man returned her greeting with a gentle, knowing smile and a nod. After greeting Professor X's alternate personality, Sky continued to ask, "How did you find me? And is it really okay for you to just walk in here, so openly?" "Don't worry, child. In their eyes, we don't exist at all. To them, you haven't spoken to anyone, and everything appears just as usual," Professor X's alternate personality replied with a gentle smile. "Is this your ability, Professor?" Sky asked in surprise, her eyes fixed on Professor X's alternate personality. Before he could answer, Beth jumped in to explain. The professor is a powerful telepath. He could control everyone in this base at once, even make them all act together if he wanted. That's nothing difficult for him. Thanks to a week of instruction from Professor X's alternate personality, Beth had gained a deep understanding of psychic abilities. After some initial training, she was now on par with some third-level mutants gifted with psychic powers, and she had plenty of room to grow. Yet even with her current strength, she could never quite grasp the extent of Professor X's alternate personality. If she focused all her attention, she could make these people unable to see them, but compared to Professor X, whose abilities were far beyond her comprehension, it seemed perfectly natural that he could do this. So, to her, none of this was surprising. Sky, on the other hand, was witnessing such things for the first time, and couldn't help but be amazed. "Beth, did you awaken your abilities too?" Sky picked up on something different in Beth's words. "That's right, we're both superpowered now. From now on, we can fight side by side." Beth grinned brightly. "But my ability seems so weak," Sky murmured, sounding a little downcast. "Child, you underestimate yourself," Professor X's alternate personality reassured her, his tone gentle. "Professor, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not that fragile," Sky replied, shaking her head. "You think I'm just comforting you, aren't you?" "Not at all," Professor X's alternate personality chuckled, shaking his head. "The only reason you think your ability is weak is because everyone here believes it to be so. I don't know if you've noticed, but from what I've observed, the people here are quite narrow-minded, including your mother. I hope you don't mind me saying so." Sky still found it hard to accept. "But my ability really doesn't have much use in a fight. It's not even as practical as a handgun. What's the point of an ability like this? First, you need to understand that, by and large, there's no such thing as an absolutely useless power in this world. It all depends on how you use it and how you develop it." Professor X's alternate personality shifted into teaching mode. "Of course, that's not entirely true. Some abilities are indeed harder to develop, and even when strengthened, they might not be suited for battle. But your ability is different. I've talked in detail with your boss about your abilities. He thinks very highly of what you can do." "Really?" Sky was both surprised and a little excited. She hadn't expected that an ability her mother Jia Ying considered worthless would actually be recognized by the infamous Demon King, Raymond. The whole thing felt unreal to her. I have no reason to lie to you. The Professor X alternate personality confirmed again. He said he once met someone with powers very similar to yours, someone who could shatter space itself with vibrations, split the sea with a single punch, and bring mountains crashing down. A power like that is truly terrifying. If you develop it properly, your potential could rival David's. As for how the people here view you, do you really think it matters? They're just frogs at the bottom of a well. Why let their opinions concern you? There was no denying the Professor X persona's words were incredibly motivating. After listening, Sky felt her spirits lift and her confidence return. Thank you. The Professor X persona waved his hand casually, signaling it wasn't worth mentioning. Are you coming with us? Beth suddenly asked. Sky hesitated, thinking for a moment. In the end, she said, please give me a little more time. That's fine. The boss said the choice is yours. If you decide to stay, he'll respect your decision. Well then, we'll come visit you again in a few days, Beth said with a warm smile. As she watched the three of them walk away, Sky, who had been feeling discouraged, suddenly felt her confidence surge back. So this is what it feels like to have someone backing you up. Judging from what had just happened, her mother Jia Ying so-called inhuman organization really didn't matter in Raymond's eyes. Just one of his alternate personalities was enough to wipe out Afterlife in an instant. This matched exactly what she had suspected from the beginning. Raymond never cared about Afterlife at all. After talking with Beth and the others, she was already inclined to leave. But before going, she felt she ought to have a word with her mother, Jia Ying. At the very least, she needed to make sure Jia Ying didn't turn hostile towards Raymond, or things would end very badly. Just now, did someone come looking for you? A woman's voice suddenly sounded behind Sky, making her jump. Who? She spun around to see a striking woman of mixed Chinese and Western heritage, dressed in a cheongsam, watching her intently. She recognized this woman. Her name was Reina, recently brought in by her mother Jia Ying, a new member who had just awakened her abilities. Rumor had it Reina's powers were vital to Afterlife, so her status in the organization was quite special. Even her mother, the leader, treated her with marked respect. You saw them? Sky asked in disbelief. See what? Reina blinked in confusion. Reina's reaction made Sky realize she was overthinking it, and she quickly shook her head, saying, it's nothing. Yet her response had already come too late. Reina, deep in thought, remarked, so, someone really did come looking for you just now, but no one else could see them, is that right? Reina's words made Sky tense up inside. She couldn't understand why Reina, who hadn't seen Beth or the others earlier, would suddenly ask if someone had just come to visit her. But she knew that her own reaction just now had definitely given her away. Even if she tried to change her story, Reina probably wouldn't believe her. Still, Sky could never admit the truth outright, so she forced herself to reply, I don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing Sky suddenly deny it, Reina mused, you think I'm just testing you, don't you? But have you considered why I would ask you such a thing for no reason? Sky didn't reply, but she did find it odd. If Reina really hadn't seen anything, then why would she suddenly ask her that question? If it hadn't been for Reina's abrupt inquiry, she wouldn't have let anything slip. My ability is a certain level of precognition, Reina continued, caring little whether Sky answered or not. I can't fully control it. Images just pop into my mind from time to time. About 5 minutes ago, I saw a vision in my mind, 3 people coming to visit you. Judging from the setting, it was clearly now. But when I came over, I saw nothing. You're just sitting here, completely lost in thought. If that's really the case, that would mean my precognition was wrong. That's why I decided to test you, though I didn't have much hope. But your reaction just now told me my vision wasn't wrong, right? Reina looked Sky in the eyes, her smile gentle yet knowing. Precognition, huh? Deep down, Sky found herself believing Reina's explanation. It would certainly explain why her mother, Jia Ying, valued Reina so highly. To any organization, a gifted individual with the power to foresee the future would be of immense importance, even if those visions came only passively, surfacing at random rather than at will. In critical moments, such a gift could mean the difference between life and death. Just like earlier, Professor X's alternate persona had indeed blocked everyone's senses, making the 3 of them seem as if they didn't exist. Reina had fallen for it too, noticing nothing out of the ordinary. But because Reina had foreseen the scene ahead of time, she decided to test Sky with that sudden question. Not even Professor X's alternate persona had anticipated that, if he had known about Reina's abilities in advance, he would have taken the opportunity to tweak her memories a little. That way, even if Reina foresaw something, she wouldn't remember it. But now, the situation was clearly an unexpected turn. What do you want? Sky stopped denying it. She knew there was no point in denying any further. If Reina went to tell her mother Jia Ying about this now, it would be nearly impossible to keep it secret any longer. After all, there were telepaths in the Next Life organization. Lying was out of the question. In truth, she wasn't worried about what Jiaying might do to the agency after discovering the truth. What truly concerned her was Jiaying's reckless tendency to provoke Raymond, that terrifying overlord. Right now, she couldn't possibly stop either side. If Jiaying really decided to take action against the agency, perhaps Raymond would spare her life on Sky's account, but a lesson would surely be taught. And that so-called lesson might come at the cost of a river of blood for the Next Life organization. Having spent so long with Raymond and David, she understood them well. Neither of them regarded killing as anything serious. If the need arose, they could take lives without batting an eye. It was precisely because Sky didn't want to see such a situation unfold that she hadn't left immediately with Beth and the others. She intended to stay and try persuading her mother once more, not to court disaster. But Raina's sudden appearance, along with her precognitive abilities, had undoubtedly thrown Sky's plans into disarray. "I want to know what's going on," Raina said with a bright smile. "And then what? Report me to my mother?" Sky pressed, her gaze intense. No, I have no interest in turning you in. If I really wanted to, I could just go to the leader right now," Raina chuckled, shaking her head. "Are you an undercover agent?" Sky eyed Raina with suspicion. "Of course not. Do you really think your mother is that gullible? If I were a spy, would she have let me awaken my bloodline powers?" Raina laughed, her tone light and amused. Only then did Sky realize, before joining the Next Life, Raina must have been screened by the organization's telepaths. If she truly had ulterior motives, she would have been found out long ago. But if Raina wasn't an undercover agent, then how could her current behavior be explained? Seeing Sky was still half convinced, Raina smiled and said, "This may sound unbelievable, but the first time I saw you, I had some visions about you in my mind." "What visions?" Curiosity got the better of Sky, and she pressed for more. "From what I could tell, those scenes were set far in the future. In them, you'd already become queen of the extra-normal, commanding vast armies, leading them into a great. Va? Your opponent is a female alien who hardly looks human. Her weapon is a long spear, and it appears truly terrifying. But you face her without a trace of fear. She leads an alien army, locked in a bloody battle against your own legion of extraordinary beings. The two sides seem evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Behind her stands a mysterious monarch, seated imposingly on a massive throne. I can't make out his appearance from the vision, but his presence radiates an overwhelming menace. Yet, on your side, there's also a mysterious figure whose face remains obscured. All I can discern are countless indistinct shadows swirling around him, enveloping him at the center like stars clustered around the moon. This enigmatic figure behind you seems to be a worthy counterpart to the alien monarch at your enemy's rear. The war raging between your armies is, in truth, a battle fought on behalf of these hidden powers behind you both." As Raina recalled these scenes, she described them to Sky, painting a vivid picture of what she had witnessed. At first, Sky found Raina's account rather baffling, even slightly amusing. Was flattery supposed to be this far-fetched? Even if she really were to become the queen of the extraordinary beings one day, how many of them were there now? Even including those who didn't belong to this world, their numbers barely reached 4 digits. Where would such vast armies come from? And as for the rest, fierce battles with alien legions, mysterious monarchs seated on alien thrones. It sounded like something pulled straight out of sci-fi film, bordering on absurdity. Yet, Raina's final words gave Sky pause. A flicker of uncertainty tugged at her thoughts. Because Raina claimed that behind Sky, too, stood a mysterious figure, his face hidden, surrounded by countless indistinct shadows, encircling him like a constellation around its moon. It might have been a metaphor, or perhaps a symbol. But on reflection, didn't that echo the Demon King Raymond almost perfectly? Those countless elusive shadows could very well represent Raymond's many alternate personalities. Once the idea took root in Sky's mind, she couldn't shake it off. She had no psychic abilities to discern whether Raina was lying, but her instincts told her that Raina had spoken the truth. Everything she described had truly happened. Still, Sky did not immediately say whether she believed or doubted, and continued her questioning. "Let's say everything you've said is true. Why didn't you tell my mother? Why did you choose to approach me like this in private? I've been watching you these past few days. You're definitely a clever person. I don't believe for a second that you haven't figured out what your mother's true goal is." Raina didn't answer Sky's question directly, her words laced with hidden meaning. "What are you getting at?" Sky's brow furrowed. "If you're unwilling to admit it, then let me be the villain and say it outright." Raina let out a gentle laugh. "Your mother may seem to be working tirelessly for the revival of the Sheeran clan, and her efforts are plain for all to see. But do you really think she's a selfless person?" Raina's question sent a tremor through Sky's heart. For it was precisely this question that Sky had been avoiding these past few days. If she truly wanted to consider these matters, with her intelligence, she could see through most things with ease. But she chose not to think about them, or rather, she deliberately kept herself from dwelling on them, out of fear that the more she thought, the more bitterly disappointed she'd feel. Now, with Rena bringing the issue into the open, Sky had no choice but to confront it head-on. She waved her hand, saying, "Enough. Don't say any more. Let's drop this." But Rena paid her no heed and pressed on. "I've looked into your past. You and I are alike. We both grew up in orphanages, and we've both seen the darker side of the world. A woman who can turn a blind eye to her own daughter. Is she truly capable of greatness? You don't want to think about it because deep down, you don't want to admit that she doesn't really care about you. Nor does she care whether the Sheeran clan rises again. Her true aim is to use the revival of the Sheeran clan as a means to build her own power. She wants to become the queen of the Sheeran clan." "I told you to stop." Sky suddenly lost control, her hand striking Rena in the chest. Her newly awakened vibration ability, still unstable, erupted all at once, sending Rena hurtling away. The commotion finally drew the attention of the other members of the Leisure from afar, who hurried over to separate them. Rena, knocked to the ground, coughed up blood, clearly injured. Yet when Sky met her gaze, Rena was still smiling, not the least bit angry. This unsettled Sky deeply. Before long, Jia Ying arrived, having been alerted by her subordinates. When she saw that Sky had injured Rena, her expression darkened. Without a word, she put Sky in confinement so she could reflect on her actions. Sky offered no resistance, for she, too, wanted to use this time to calm herself. The next day, Rena came alone to the confinement room, paying Sky another visit. "What do you want? Are you here to mock me?" Sky sat in the corner, sounding listless and weary. "I told you. I simply want to understand you better." Rena replied with a soft laugh, still weak from her injuries. "What?" Sky shot back. "To this day, my precognition has never failed me. That's why I'm certain, one day, you'll become just as invincible as you are in my visions." Rena sat down next to Sky, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "In a situation like this, of course I hope to choose the right person to follow. If I had chosen to reveal my visions to your mother, given her hunger for power, I seriously doubt she would act wisely. So I chose to keep it a secret and approach you in private. But what I didn't expect was to stumble right into yesterday's events, and by accident, I uncovered the truth. Now, I trust my visions even more because there are so many secrets behind you, secrets your mother and the others know nothing about. Maybe that's why you will become the queen of the Inhumans in the future. What I'm doing now is just making an investment, and one I know for sure will pay off. Why wouldn't I do it?" After saying all this, Rena fell silent, waiting quietly for Sky's answer. Sky was silent as well. It was a long time before she suddenly asked, "You really have this much faith in me?" "Don't misunderstand. I don't have faith in you. I have faith in my own abilities," Rena replied with a shrug. "You said that the future me is nothing like I am now. Am I really that powerful?" Sky pressed on. "I can't say for certain, but from the images I saw, you're truly formidable. With just a casual wave of your hand, you could crack open the very fabric of space," Rena recalled. Rena's description brought to mind the words Professor X's alternate personality had once said to her. So her powers could really become that impressive, just as the boss had claimed? Thinking about it, Rena's story sounded all the more believable. After a pause, Sky murmured, "If I understand you correctly, you want to become my person, isn't that right?" "That's right," Rena nodded. "Then stop asking so many questions. Some things, I'll tell you when the time is right. Until then, knowing too much won't do you any good." By now, Sky had regained her composure, her expression unreadable. Compared to before, she seemed much colder. But Rena just smiled faintly. "Understood, my queen. If you don't speak, I won't ask." If Mother knew that the person she trusts most has betrayed her like this, she'd be terribly disappointed, wouldn't she? Sky glanced at Rena. Rena only smiled without saying a word, then gently reminded, "The leader is quite unhappy about what you did to me yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, she's going to make some arrangements for you." "Arrangements? What do you mean?" "I overheard Gordon mention before, quite unintentionally, that she seems to have the idea of marrying you off to Lincoln, making him her son-in-law," Rena said with a laugh. This reminder made Sky's expression darken once again. Lincoln was now one of the strongest among the Xenos in the next life, and also her mother Jia Ying's most trusted confidant. If what Rena said was true, it meant that from the very moment Jia Ying met her, she had already decided how she would use her own daughter. No matter what Jia Ying's true intentions were, the outcome was the same, using her daughter as a means to secure Lincoln's allegiance even more thoroughly. To Sky, the thought was simply revolting. Whether or not she became the queen of the Xenos was utterly unimportant to her. She had no desire for power, at least not at this stage. If Jia Ying's goal was to become queen of the Xenos herself, Sky could actually understand that. If only Jia Ying had spoken to her openly, had been straightforward about her ambitions, Sky might have even been willing to do everything in her power to help her mother achieve that dream. After all, the word mother weighed heavily in her heart, far more than power or status ever could. But Jia Ying had not done that. Whether it was out of mistrust or for some other reason, she had clearly kept her distance from Sky throughout the past week. Sky was no fool. Of course she could sense it. Just as Reina had said before, it wasn't that she was oblivious to everything. She simply didn't want to face it. These past few days, she'd been numbing herself, refusing to wake up to reality. There was no doubt that Sky was highly intelligent. As a top-tier hacker, perhaps her emotional intelligence lagged behind, but her intellect was never in question. She couldn't possibly have missed all these signs. Reina's reminder was nothing more than a prick, bursting the illusion of a deep mother-daughter bond she had built for herself. Whether it was Jia Ying's guarded attitude or her coldness after Sky's powers awakened, it all revealed Jia Ying's true nature with painful clarity. It wasn't that Sky didn't understand. She simply didn't want to admit it. As for what Reina had just mentioned, Jia Ying's possible plans for her, it was the final straw that broke the camel's back, making Sky finally give up hope. Yet, Reina's prediction and her decision to choose sides sparked a new idea in Sky's mind. She wanted Jia Ying to regret her short-sightedness. Of course, she had no intention of hurting Jia Ying. After all, she was still her mother, and nothing would ever make her turn her back on family over something like this. But she wanted Jia Ying to learn a lesson. Just as many children yearn to prove themselves to their parents, Sky wanted to use her own actions to show Jia Ying just how narrow her vision had been. Once this thought took root in her mind, her outlook changed entirely. Even Reina's piercing words no longer sounded so harsh that, of course, for the time being, she still couldn't fully trust Reina. That's why she didn't intend to let Reina in on the affairs of the agency so soon, especially when it came to the Demon King Raymond. Yet she never imagined that Reina had already met Raymond, and even before she herself did. Honolulu, also known as Tanxiangshan among Chinese speakers, is the capital of Hawaii and the headquarters of the Chinese Benevolent Association in North America. This is simply intolerable. In a conference room within a villa district of Honolulu, an elderly Chinese man slammed his palm onto the table. When that so-called Hell's Angels gang tried to get in at the start, I said it then and there, we can't back down, not even an inch. Give up a step, and you'll keep retreating step by step. At the time, you all said I was being alarmist, making a fuss over nothing. And now, they've already barged right into our territory. Even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. And yet, here we are, the most powerful Chinese association, renowned across the world, actually afraid of some upstart gang from that godforsaken corner of Canada. The elderly man's voice rose with each word, spittle flying in his anger. His name was Li Yuanlong, one of the most senior elders of the North American Hongmen, a true heavyweight. With real authority, someone far above the likes of Chief Ren in rank. The only person above him was the Dragon Head, the overall leader of the North American Hongmen. The reason for his fury was clear. He had just received the latest intelligence from Chief Ren in Washington, news that suggested their branch there had likely been sabotaged by the Hells Angels. When the Hells Angels first came to North America, all the major cities had already been carved up among the established gangs. In other words, wherever the Hells Angels wanted to set foot, they'd have to seize someone else's turf. Some of that turf was taken by force in bloody clashes. As a result, the Hells Angels made bitter enemies of many native North American gangs, rivalries that would never be reconciled. But there were also some territories handed over through negotiation and deals, and the North American Hongmen was among those who chose that route. The gangs, willing to negotiate, were, in truth, the ones who didn't want things to escalate into open conflict. To put it bluntly, they backed down, but didn't want trouble. Back then, the decision to compromise caused a great deal of dissent within the Hongmen, and Li Yuanlong was the loudest voice of opposition. He had vehemently opposed negotiating with the Hells Angels. If the Hells Angels wanted to steal their turf, then let them come. North American Hongmen weren't pushovers. But his opinion wasn't the majority view within the organization, and he wasn't the one with the final say. Most of the other elders favored peace over conflict, feeling that violence was unnecessary. In the end, the minority yielded to the majority, and they agreed to cede part of their territory to the Hells Angels in exchange for financial compensation. At first glance, it seemed like a fair trade, but anyone with discernment could see that in the end, it was still the Hongmen who had given ground. For a gang, territory often goes hand in hand with strength. When the Hells Angels first arrived, they didn't even consider taking on Kingpin's turf. They knew very well that Kingpin was not someone they could afford to provoke, so they could only pick the easy targets. The North American Hongmen was one of the soft persimmons. They chose, and sure enough, they were soft enough. There wasn't even a fight, they simply gave in. Li Yuanlong had always held a grudge about this, going so far as to fall out with several old friends because of it. And now, as expected, there was trouble again. This time, the Hells Angels didn't even bother with a warning. They went straight for a sneak attack on their people. Wasn't this the same as trampling all over them? It was no wonder Li Yuanlong was furious. Master Li, please calm down. We still don't know what really happened, do we? Chief Ren has already investigated, but with cases involving superpowered individuals, there might just be some misunderstanding. Another elder tried to reason. A misunderstanding? Do you believe that yourself? Li Yuanlong snorted coldly. That fat kid Ren Yin might seem unreliable and soft on the surface, but when it counts, he's never dropped the ball. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't be the branch chief in DC. You and I both know that, he continued. Now that he's sent this intel over directly, it proves he's pretty sure the Hells Angels are involved. And you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Li Yuanlong slammed the table again, making his dissatisfaction plain. The elder had only wanted to smooth things over, but being snapped at like that, he couldn't help but bristle. I'm just stating the facts. Why are you yelling at me? If you've got the guts, go wipe them out yourself. If you all hadn't been so spineless back then, we wouldn't have all this trouble now. So what if I yell at you? Hell, I feel like smacking you too. Li Yuanlong roared, his temper flaring. Go ahead then. Who's afraid of whom? The elder rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight, his posture daring anyone to call him a coward. All right, that's enough from both of you. The one who spoke was the Chinese middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, dressed in a pure white martial arts uniform. That lent him an air of cultured dignity. He was none other than Chun Xingfu, the dragon head of the North American Hongmen. Though he was younger than the other elders, and his seniority could not compare, the room immediately fell silent when he spoke. Even a hot-tempered Li Yuanlong didn't argue back. Elder Ma does have a point, Chun Xingfu said calmly. We still need to further clarify what's happened before coming to any conclusions. For matters like this, which could spark a conflict, it's best to proceed with caution. The elder Ma he mentioned is the same elder who argued with Li Yuanlong. His full name is Ma Chonghao. Although his standing isn't quite as high as Li Yuanlong's, he is still a highly respected senior member. Dragonhead, you can't just... Li Yuanlong began to protest, but Chun Xingfu raised a hand, cutting him off. Elderly, don't be so quick to refute me. I haven't finished speaking yet. Chun Xingfu paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, our compromise was indeed short-sighted. I share responsibility for that, and I hope you'll forgive me. If it's truly confirmed that this incident is linked to the Hells Angels, then there's nothing more to discuss. The Hongmen will stop at nothing to exact revenge. As soon as Chun Xingfu made this declaration, many of the elders' faces changed dramatically. This was, in effect, a declaration of war, one that would not end until one side was utterly vanquished. In the past 30 years, although the North American Hongmen had experienced conflict with other gangs, they had never engaged in a direct and open confrontation. Compromise and retreat had become their way of survival. To openly declare war on the Hells Angels now would bring about unimaginable consequences. Many of the elders felt uneasy about this and spoke up to urge caution. Dragonhead, please reconsider. With a sweeping gesture, Chun Xingfu coldly replied, Hongmen can make temporary concessions, but if we can't even avenge our fallen brothers, then there's no reason for our existence. We might as well disband right now. This is a matter of principle. There's nothing more to say. With that, Chun Xingfu turned to Li Yuanlong on his left. Elderly, I'm leaving this matter in your hands. I'll inform the enshrinement hall. You must get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible. At your command. Li Yuanlong cupped his fists and accepted the task. Outside Washington Airport, Fat Run was enthusiastically greeting the visitors from headquarters. Elderly, what brings you here in person? This is a serious matter. The Dragonhead has given me full authority for now, so of course, I had to come myself. Li Yuanlong patted Fat Ren on the shoulder and smiled. As he spoke, he introduced the people who had come with him. These gentlemen are guest advisors from the enshrinement hall. They've come to help investigate, so you must treat them well. Don't be negligent. Of course, of course. Fat Ren nodded repeatedly. However, the guest advisors seemed unimpressed, or perhaps simply indifferent to Fat Ren's attitude. One of them said impatiently, let's skip the pleasantries. Just take us straight to the scene you mentioned. Fat Ren's smile faltered for a second, but he quickly recovered and replied with a grin, certainly, please follow me. Beep, beep, beep. The office phone suddenly rang. Raymond was watching a movie on his computer. He absent-mindedly picked up the phone. Hello. Dr. Raymond, it's me. The voice on the other end of the line sounded hurried and was kept very low. Raymond immediately recognized it was Fat Run and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Tell me. I've run into a bit of trouble here. It's related to what happened last time. Can I trouble you to come over?" "Address," Raymond replied without wasting words. "It's the same place you came with me last time," Fat Run answered quickly. "I'll be right there." Raymond hung up the phone without another word. After a brief moment of thought, he switched to his Kizaru persona, transforming instantly into a beam of light and vanishing from where he stood. His Junkon persona was currently at Kamartage, and though he could have summoned him back and used teleportation to reach Fat Run, that felt like overkill. For such a short distance, his Kizaru persona wasn't much slower than teleportation, so there was no need to make a fuss. By the roadside, inside a black minivan, Fat Rin sat in the driver's seat, looking somewhat uneasy as he ended the call. In the back seats, Li Yuanlong, the elder of the North American Hongmen, and the guest experts who had accompanied him sat in silence, waiting for Fat Run to finish his call. Once he hung up, the leading guest, Shui Wuhan, asked coldly, "This so-called doctor, is he the one who told you last time that the root of the matter was here?" "Yes," Fat Run nodded. "But there's nothing unusual here at all, not a single trace of a superhuman." "Are you sure you haven't been fooled?" Shui Wuhan questioned with suspicion. "Dr. Raymond's identity is rather unique. There's no way he's a fraud," Fat Run replied firmly. "Guess Shui, Runyon isn't new to this business. He wouldn't be so easily deceived." Elderly Yuan Long tried to smooth things over. "Elderly, I don't know much about gang affairs, but when it comes to superhumans, that's not your area." Shui Wuhan was a bit more polite to Li Yuan Long, but still stood his ground. Li Yuan Long felt a touch of irritation at this, but since the people from the Hall of Offerings didn't answer to him and would show respect to no one but the Dragon Head, there was nothing he could do. He could only throw Fat Run a look, signaling him to keep calm and tolerate a bit more. Earlier, these guest experts had already swept through the Hell Angels territory and found nothing, not even the faintest sign of superhuman. So now they had come back, intent on demanding an explanation from Fat Run. Calling them out here for nothing felt like being made fools of. Left with no choice, Fat Run had to call Raymond for help. Even elderly Yuan Long was at a loss with these guests. As a branch leader, Fat Run could hardly afford to offend them either, although Fatty Run had a great deal of faith in the results of Raymond's investigation, and logically speaking, it wouldn't be surprising. If this matter was connected to the Hell's Angels, there was nothing he could do when these guest experts insisted that there was no problem on the Hell's Angels side. After all, he wasn't a superpowered individual himself and didn't have much say in such matters. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the car window. Fatty Run jumped in fright, then looked closely and saw that it was Raymond standing outside the car. He hurriedly opened the door. Once Raymond had settled into the passenger seat, Fatty Run exclaimed in surprise, "Doctor, that was incredibly fast. You got here almost instantly." "I just happened to be nearby. What's wrong? Did something else happen?" Raymond asked offhandedly. Fatty Run didn't hold anything back. He quickly explained the situation to Raymond and took the opportunity to introduce the guests from headquarters sitting in the back seats. Raymond gave them a polite nod, then asked, "Are you doubting the results of my investigation? Isn't it obvious?" Shui Wuhan challenged him. "The Hell's Angels don't even have a single superpowered member in this area. How could they possibly have plotted against the Huafu branch?" Raymond glanced at him, his gaze sweeping over Shui Wuhan's entourage as well. He shook his head with a slight laugh. "Are you so sure you haven't overlooked something?" Shui Wuhan smiled faintly. "I've seen plenty of lone, arrogant superpowered types like you. But you should know, even among superpowered people, the differences can be vast. There are some people you simply cannot afford to cross in this lifetime." "Oh, it sounds like you all must have quite an impressive background," Raymond replied, unruffled and rather intrigued. Shui Wuhan ignored Raymond's question, or perhaps he simply didn't consider it worth revealing his background. It was elderly Yuan Long who sensed the awkwardness in the air and stepped in with a friendly introduction. "Dr. Raymond, I wonder if you've ever heard of Kunlun?" "Of course," Raymond answered without hesitation, then asked in surprise, "Is your North American Hongmen connected to Kunlun?" "It's not just the North American Hongmen. In fact, the very founding of the Hongmen is tied to Kunlun," Li Yuanlong said thoughtfully. Since Fatty Ren had already briefed him about Raymond, he decided there was no need to be secretive about something that wasn't highly classified. As it turned out, the founder of the Hongmen, Hong Ying, actually came from the secret superpowered realm in China, known as Kunlun. Raymond was indeed no stranger to Kunlun. In this world, Kunlun was nothing like the mythical place from the legends of his previous life on Earth. It simply shared the same name. The only similarity was that this Kunlun was also located within China. Raymond also knew a thing or two about the Hongmen from his previous life. The founder was always called Hong Ying. But in this world, it was clear that Hong Ying was far from an ordinary person. If it hadn't been for Li Yuanlong's introduction, Raymond probably wouldn't have connected the Hongmin with Kunlun at all. However, in different Marvel universes, Kunlun actually has various origins and backgrounds. According to Li Yuanlong's explanation, the Kunlun of this world sounds somewhat similar to Kamartaj. The difference is that Kamartaj is a sanctuary for sorcerers, whereas Kunlun is a sacred ground for Qigong masters. Kunlun possesses a unique cultivation method called Qigong. Besides granting people superhuman abilities, those who reach higher levels in their training can also extend their lifespans. From what Li Yuanlong implied, the founding ancestor of Hongmin, Hong Ying, is still alive today, making him a veritable relic who has survived for over 1,000 years. It's worth mentioning that not only is Hong Ying of Hongmin still alive, but he has also become one of the few Kunlun warriors to inherit title. This so-called inherited title means adopting the name of a deity or immortal from Chinese mythology as one's own. For example, the leader of Kunlun is called the Jade Emperor. Beneath him are others such as the Queen Mother of the West, the Thunder Lord, the Lady of Lightning, the Giant Spirit God, and so on. Each of these title holders was once the most dazzling Qigong master of their era in Kunlun, blessed with extraordinary power and remarkable longevity. Raymond didn't know much about Kunlun. His only point of familiarity was a superhero named Iron Fist, who would, in the future, have some connection to Kunlun. Iron Fist is also one of Kunlun's title bearers, though it's not a top-tier title. Compared to those who take the names of divine beings, Iron Fist is considered somewhat lesser, a member of the second tier, so to speak. With Li Yuanlong's introduction, Raymond found himself growing more interested in this world's Kunlun. After all, his own main discipline was also called Qidou. His version came from the Dragon Ball universe. He thought it might be worthwhile to see whether Kunlun's Qigong had anything in common with the energy he practiced. Of course, Li Yuanlong had no idea what Raymond was thinking. After roughly explaining the connection between Hongmin and Kunlun, as well as some basic information about Kunlun, he finally got to the point. Shui Kashing and his companions are Qigong masters from Kunlun. What's more, Shui Kashing is the only disciple of Star-Lord of Water Virtue, one of Kunlun's title holders. In the future, he might even inherit a title himself. So he's a second-generation Kunlun, Raymond mused with amusement, noticing the faint pride on Shui Wuhan's face. The situation was actually quite tricky at the moment, and while listening to Li Yuanlong's introduction, Raymond was also preparing himself for any unexpected developments that might occur. I didn't expect all of you to have such illustrious backgrounds. My apologies, Raymond said with a good-natured smile. Shui Wuhan could tell that Raymond hadn't changed his attitude in the slightest after Li Yuanlong's introduction. But he didn't mind. In this world, there were simply too many superhumans who didn't know their own limits, getting a bit of power and immediately forgetting who they were. Each one convinced they were some kind of savior. He'd seen plenty of people like that, and it wasn't worth getting angry over them. However, that didn't mean Raymond could just gloss over the fact that he'd given them false information. With a low, steady voice, he said, "Enough with the side talk. Now it's time for an explanation, don't you think?" An explanation? All right then. Raymond's gaze suddenly shifted to someone standing behind Shui Wuhan. "And what should I call you, sir? What does his name have to do with any of this?" "Don't try to change the subject," Shui Wuhan interrupted, clearly displeased. "When did you notice?" The underling revealed a strange, unsettling smile, cutting Shui Wuhan off mid-sentence. At those words, Shui Wuhan felt a jolt of alarm. Something was definitely wrong. This underling had always been loyal to him, never daring to interrupt like this. Combined with the exchange between Raymond and this man, even the slowest mind would realize something was off. The rest of Shui Wuhan's crew noticed the strangeness at almost the same moment, quietly edging away to put some distance between themselves and this underling. Only Li Yuanlong and Fatty Run, still ordinary people, were a bit slower on the uptake. Perhaps thinking there was no point in pretending now that he'd been discovered, the underling kept smiling. Seeing that Raymond hadn't answered his question, he continued, "It's rare for me to visit, and I didn't expect to meet such an interesting little fellow. Are you Lucifer?" Raymond's voice was tense and low. At first, he'd only realized that Shui Wuhan's underling had been possessed, but hadn't known by whom. Yet, hearing the man's speech and tone, Raymond was now almost certain of his identity. Lucifer, the fallen angel, a lord of hell of godlike power. Of course, even if this really was Lucifer before them, it could only be some form of projection, not Lucifer's true self. With the likes of the Ancient One present, even someone as powerful as Dormammu couldn't descend to Earth in person. Lucifer might be on the same level, but he still fell short of Dormammu. If Dormammu couldn't do it, Lucifer certainly couldn't either. That was also why, even after guessing the other's identity, Raymond hadn't turned and fled. Lords of Heaven were indeed powerful, but not so powerful that a mere projection would send him running in terror. You seem to know quite a bit about me. Lucifer didn't deny Raymond's guess, but asked with a note of curiosity. Raymond replied, "Who hasn't heard of you? The infamous fallen angel Lucifer, once the most favored angel of God, now the Lord of Hell. Even if I wanted to, it would be hard not to know. Your name. You do know quite a bit, don't you?" Lucifer narrowed his eyes. "But since you've already guessed who I am, you still dare to interfere with my plans. You're certainly bold. Or perhaps you think that with Kunlun backing these few little ones, you're safe?" As Lucifer spoke, he glanced sidelong at Shui Wuhan and the others, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The moment his gaze swept over them, Shui Wuhan and his companions felt as if they had been cast into an endless abyss. In that instant, it was as if their very souls were teetering on the brink of eternal damnation. When Raymond first started talking to Lucifer, the others had found it somewhat absurd. After all, it was hard to believe that the being occupying their comrade's body could truly be the fallen angel Lucifer from legend. Shui Wuhan, in particular, knew more than the rest and had heard tales of what a Lord of Hell truly was. His master, Lord Shu Dexing, was one of the most powerful Qigong masters in Kunlun, second only to the leader, the Jade Emperor. But even the Jade Emperor, measured by the standards of the multiverse, was merely at the sub-archangel level. Yet even the weakest Lord of Hell was at the archangel level. In other words, even a nameless Lord of Hell would be far stronger than Kunlun's leader. And Lucifer was far from nameless. If one were to rank the Lords of Hell, Lucifer would easily be among the top 10. Legends about him abounded on Earth as well, though most of them came from the church. According to their stories, he was the fallen angel cast into hell by God, the most evil of all beings. No matter how one looked at it, this fallen angel was a figure of terrifying power, not to be provoked. Even a superhuman faction like Kunlun, with its sub-archangel leader, would never dare cross him. Of course, Shui Wuhan had heard rumors about so-called Hell's Angels before, but he'd never taken them seriously. After all, there were thousands of underground churches on Earth, most of them frauds. Even if some truly had a connection to the object of their worship, it was rare for them to receive genuine protection, let alone witness a direct manifestation like the one before them. So, when they set out to handle this matter, he and his companions hadn't expected to encounter any real obstacles. But now, it seemed their luck had taken a turn for the worse. Damn it, how could we just happen to run into a Lord of Hell? Didn't Master say that beings of Archangel level would never appear on Earth so easily? Cold sweat soaked through Shui Wuhan's back. If, at first, he doubted Raymond's guess, the moment Lucifer's gaze swept over them, he knew. This was no imposter. For someone's mere glance to inspire such utter despair, what kind of terrifying being must he be? Even if he isn't Lucifer, he must be someone they absolutely cannot afford to cross. From the tone of his voice, it was clear he had no regard whatsoever for the Kunlun behind them. What were they supposed to do now? Is it still not too late if I leave now? Raymond made a show of reaching for the door. How about this? You all keep talking, I'll just see myself out. The moment Raymond said this, Shui Wuhan and his companions immediately turned pale. Even Rin the Fatty and Li Yuanlong, who hadn't quite caught on before, could now tell from Shui Wuhan's attitude toward Lucifer that this man was no one to be trifled with. Their faces drained of color in an instant. As for Raymond's claim that Lucifer was the most beloved archangel of God, they had assumed it was just a code name, much like the Jade Emperor or Lord of Water Virtue in the Kunlun organization, simply titles for powerful members. They never truly believed Raymond meant the fallen angel from church legends. If that were the case, it would be simply too bizarre. But regardless of the specifics, they could all see that Lucifer was an extremely formidable superhuman. Shui Wuhan and the others didn't even have the courage to resist. For now, it seemed only Raymond was unafraid of Lucifer. He even seemed to know a great deal about him. They were desperately hoping Raymond could hold the other man off, and yet Raymond suddenly suggested he might leave. Wasn't that the end for them? Li Yuanlong quickly shot a glance at Rin the Fatty, clearly hoping he would plead for help. Rin caught the look and wanted to say something, but in the end, the words would not come. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't have the nerve. True, he hadn't foreseen things turning out like this, but after all, he was the one who'd brought Raymond here, effectively dragging him into danger. Now, to ask Raymond to stay and face such a powerful superhuman on their behalf, he just couldn't do it. Unbeknownst to him, his reaction hadn't escaped Raymond's notice. In fact, Raymond silently gained a bit of respect for him. At this moment, Lucifer continued to smile. No, I have no interest in them. The only one who truly intrigues me is you. That's why I used their hands to bring you here. So, can we leave now? ventured one of Shui Wuhan's underlings, his voice trembling with caution. Lucifer cast him a sidelong glance. With a dull thud, the man collapsed to the floor, lifeless. He died silently, without a sound, right there in the car. When I'm speaking, Lucifer said coolly, I don't like to be interrupted by ants. This scene made Shui Wuhan and the others feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Not one of them dared look at the fallen man, fearing that even a glance might provoke Lucifer's wrath and bring death upon themselves as well. When faced with an enemy of equal strength, or one only slightly stronger, seeing a companion fall in battle might ignite their fighting spirit, uniting them in shared fury. But when faced with an enemy so powerful that resistance is impossible and all you could do is look up in awe, that rule no longer applies. United against a common foe, that simply doesn't exist. If they had the chance to run, they would have vanished without a trace by now. Raymond, however, acted as if he hadn't even noticed someone had died. He waved his hands repeatedly. Sorry, I'm straight. Lucifer was momentarily taken aback. Raymond's reaction was not what he expected, and it took Lucifer a moment to realize what Raymond meant. How interesting. Fascinating, really. I haven't met someone as amusing as you in ages, Lucifer said, a mischievous smile curling on his lips. So, if you have something to say, just get to the point. I can't follow you when you keep going around in circles. If you think I've ruined your plans, I can apologize. All right, Raymond said helplessly. That's not enough, Lucifer replied with a smile. Then what do you want? I want you to join the Hell's Angels and work for me. Lucifer finally stated his demand. All right, Raymond agreed. Lucifer was once again surprised. He could sense that Raymond was no ordinary superhuman. That much was clear just from how Raymond faced him. There was hardly any fear in his eyes. Usually, people in this situation fell into one of two categories. Either they were arrogant fools who didn't understand the danger before them, or they were supremely confident in their own strength, certain they wouldn't be killed. Raymond didn't seem like the former, because as soon as he'd identified Lucifer, he'd laid out Lucifer's background in detail, his ties to heaven, his current status as Lord of Hell, and more. It was obvious Raymond knew exactly what a Lord of Hell was and understood the power of a being on the level of the Heavenly Father. Yet even knowing all this, Raymond wasn't particularly afraid, clearly because he thought that a mere projection couldn't harm him. Lucifer wasn't surprised by this. This projection of himself was far from powerful, possessing not even a fraction of his true strength. It was enough to scare off rookies like Shui Wuhan and his ilk, but if he were to face a more formidable superhuman, this projection really couldn't do much. Of course, no one would willingly provoke a Lord of Hell. If you truly angered one, even if they couldn't descend in person, they could always send a stronger projection or even an avatar to Earth. The Ancient One wasn't anyone's babysitter. She stopped beings on the level of the Heavenly Father from coming to Earth because she feared it would lead to the planet's destruction. If the threat was below that level, she usually just turned a blind eye. The projections and avatars of Hell's lords like Lucifer couldn't wield the power of a Heavenly Father, so the Ancient One typically didn't interfere. This was an unspoken understanding between all parties. Though the Ancient One was powerful, she was still just one person. She couldn't possibly control everything, and trying to do so would only lead to trouble. Even so, there have been plenty of powerful superhumans who have stood their ground against the projection of the Hell Lord. Anyone with great power tends to have a certain pride, and they all have their own ways of staying alive. Some of them are downright extreme. If you provoke them, they'll wipe out your whole family. Facing a Hell Lord like Lucifer, they may not be able to destroy his entire lineage, but they can certainly slaughter his followers. Earth, as a strategic stronghold in the main universe, is one of his most important bases. If his Hell's Angels were to be eradicated, even he would feel the sting of such a loss. So, even a Hell Lord cannot act with complete recklessness. When dealing with powerful superhumans, he shows a measure of respect and holds himself back from going too far. This time, Lucifer descended in the form of a projection, intending to help the Hell's Angels expand their territory once again. Although the projection's combat strength wasn't overwhelming, he was still a Hell Lord. His methods were so subtle that ordinary superhumans could never detect anything amiss. Yet, someone managed to track him down, arousing his curiosity and prompting him to orchestrate this encounter from the shadows. His purpose was simple. He wanted to find out who had managed to see through his handiwork. In the end, his efforts successfully drew in Raymond. Lucifer could tell that Raymond was anything but ordinary, and so he grew fond of his talent, wanting to bring him under his command. After all, as he continued to expand his domain on Earth, there would inevitably be countless conflicts ahead. The more formidable subordinates he had, the better. But what he never anticipated was that, before he could even start making threats or promises, Raymond agreed straight away. That just didn't make any sense. After all, the Hell Lords have a dreadful reputation across the multiverse, especially with someone like Mephisto giving them all a bad name. In people's minds, Hell Lord is synonymous with cunning, deceit, and every negative trait imaginable. Whenever they try to recruit someone, it usually turns into a complicated affair. Sometimes, instead of gaining an ally, they end up making an enemy. Lucifer was already prepared for Raymond to refuse, and had even thought up his next lines. But Raymond accepted without a moment's hesitation, which, ironically, made Lucifer hesitate. Could this really be a spy sent by one of his rivals? After only a moment's thought, however, he decided not to worry about whether Raymond was an infiltrator. Even if he was, Lucifer was confident in his methods. Surely, he could bring this man to heel. What was there to fear? Very well. You've made the right choice, Lucifer said with a slight smile, having made up his mind. But Raymond suddenly spoke up. Don't agree just yet, Lord Lucifer. I have conditions of my own. Oh, Lucifer wasn't offended by Raymond's attempt to bargain. In fact, he found it perfectly reasonable. It was Raymond's quick acceptance earlier that had seemed suspicious. First, I will not become your follower, Raymond stated. That's acceptable, Lucifer replied, agreeing without the slightest hesitation. Among the higher ranks of Hell's Angels, there were many who were not true believers in him. In fact, this phenomenon was not unique to Hell's Angels. It was common to most underground churches. Unlike those legitimate grand churches underground, churches often had very few choices. It was already difficult enough to recruit a few powerful espers to serve under them. How could they afford to be so demanding? 4 strong espers. If joining an organization meant they absolutely had to become someone's devotee, why would they choose a clandestine, unsanctioned church at all? As a result, with the exception of espers they'd cultivated themselves, most of the powerful newcomers were rarely devout followers. It was nearly impossible for them to truly embrace the faith. The underground churches usually didn't mind. After all, what they really needed was the power these espers brought. Raymond's request, in truth, didn't even need to be made. When he saw that Lucifer agreed, Raymond nodded and continued. Second, I require enough autonomy. Autonomy. This time, Lucifer did not agree right away, for this was actually a rather excessive demand. Autonomy, to put it plainly, meant he could take orders or refuse them at will. Even if a command was issued, he could choose whether or not to obey. Currently, no one in Hell's Angels possessed such a privilege, not even its leader. I'm afraid I can't easily grant you that, Lucifer replied, refusing without much hesitation. If I agree to this, what will the others think? With your control over Hell's Angels, my lord, as long as you say the word, would anyone dare to object? Raymond asked with a smile. Lucifer merely shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. Clearly, it wasn't that he couldn't make everyone accept it. He simply didn't think it worth stirring up quiet resentment among his followers just to recruit Raymond. Even as an archangel, he couldn't control everyone's thoughts. Some things weren't about whether he could do them, but whether they were worth doing. He did want to bring Raymond into the fold, and believed Raymond had some real ability, which piqued his interest. But that alone wasn't enough to make him break the rules of Hell's Angels for Raymond's sake. If he wanted to keep expanding his flock, he still had to rely on his current followers. So if I can win everyone's genuine respect and acceptance, there won't be a problem. Raymond pressed on, seeing that Raymond hadn't given up, and from his tone, seemed intent on challenging the entire Hell's Angels. Lucifer's curiosity was only further aroused. He smiled and said, if you can manage that, I have no objections at all. It's a deal. Raymond agreed on the spot. Lucifer gave a faint smile and beckoned to Raymond. Come on, let me show you around. But before he could finish his sentence, everyone in the car suddenly realized that Raymond had already vanished from the front passenger seat. That very moment, the man possessed by Lucifer suddenly jolted awake. Why are you all staring at me? What's wrong with Brother Wong? What happened? The Brother Wong he mentioned was the one who now lay utterly silent. Let's go. Shui Wuhan realized that Lucifer had likely departed. Without hesitation, he turned to Fatty Run and gave the order. As for what might happen to Raymond, he no longer cared. All he wanted now was to get out of here as quickly as possible. This incident had spiraled far beyond his control. He would have to seek help from Kunlun. Fatty Run didn't stop to ask questions. He started the car at once. After their vehicle pulled away, a man with blonde hair and a trench coat stepped out of a car that had been parked behind them. He casually lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he gazed in the direction of the Hell's Angels branch. He murmured to himself, another Lucifer, is it? There was no mistaking it. This was none other than the alternate persona of Zack Kong. When Raymond sensed that Lucifer's presence might also be in the car, he immediately reached out, mind to Zack Kang's alternate self, who was far away in Kamar Taj. ready to turn the tables at a moment's notice. Upon receiving Raymond's signal, Zach Kang's alternate persona didn't return to his main body directly, but instead used teleportation magic to arrive nearby, quietly preparing for what might come. If Raymond decided to make a move, he could instantly sever the connection between Lucifer's projection and his true self. With his skills, he might not be able to confront a being on the level of the Heavenly Father head-on, but causing trouble? But he could do. As long as the connection was broken, Raymond could easily eliminate Lucifer's projection. Afterward, they could always find someone else to take the blame, who was afraid of whom. Yet, even Raymond hadn't anticipated that Lucifer hadn't come to pass judgment, but rather to win him over. Raymond, too, had his own calculations. He decided to go with the flow and agreed on the spot. With that, Zach Kang's alternate persona no longer needed to intervene. He didn't even reveal himself. Still, upon learning that Raymond was dealing with Lucifer, a complicated feeling stirred within Zach Kang's heart. In his own world, he'd also crossed paths with Lucifer and knew him well. The two were neither friends nor sworn enemies, but something in between, rivals and allies by turns. The son of God, huh? Humph. Zach Kang's alternate self exhaled a cloud of smoke, obscuring his face. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Hey, who are you? How did you get into my car? The car's owner stormed toward him, face contorted with rage. Zach Kang's alternate persona blew a plume of smoke in his direction. Instantly, the thick haze enveloped the man's face, blurring his vision and making him cough uncontrollably. By the time the smoke cleared, Zach Kang's alternate self had vanished without a trace. The car owner, shaken and pale, wondered if he'd just seen a ghost. Without a second thought, he jumped into his car and drove away at once. Meanwhile, with the return of the Zach Kang subpersonality, Raymond felt a renewed sense of confidence welling up inside him. He was no longer that invisible, cautious figure who had once shrunk back at the sight of anyone remotely threatening. Now, with a host of silver-ranked subpersonalities at his side, plus the golden subpersonality, Berserk Beast, Juru, who, though he couldn't be used for long, was enough to save his life in a pinch, Raymond could practically walk the earth with impunity. Even if he were to face a future foe as formidable as the legendary family planning expert, he knew he wouldn't be so easily killed. The only beings who still gave him pause were those on the level of the Heavenly Fathers, like Lucifer and his ilk. Still, if it was just a projection, it wasn't enough to truly frighten him. Nonetheless, erring on the side of caution, he had summoned Zach Kang back immediately. After all, among all his subpersonalities, only Zach Kang had ever tangled with entities of such a divine caliber. Yet, what Raymond hadn't expected was that Lucifer had come not to destroy him, but to recruit him. In truth, Raymond could have refused. He knew enough about these Hell Lords. As long as you demonstrated enough strength to make them think twice about picking a fight and gave them an excuse to back down gracefully, they rarely turned hostile on a whim. Because their true forms could not descend to Earth so easily, most Hell Lords preferred to tempt and win people over through cunning rather than brute force. It was just like how Mephisto had ensnared Ghost Rider, exploiting his desires and binding him with a contract. Of course, each Hell Lord had their own temperament. Mephisto was notorious for being the most malicious and twisted of the lot. With him, even if you completed your end of the bargain, you rarely met a good end. This was why Mephisto was known as the Lord of Deceit and Lies, a name infamous far and wide. Lucifer's reputation wasn't quite as terrible as Mephisto's, but as a Hell Lord categorized as one of the evil ones in the multiverse, he was by no means a benevolent character. You only had to see how casually he disposed of one of Shui Wuhan's underlings to understand. Killing a man, to him, was no different from crushing an ant. Raymond's decision to continue interacting with Lucifer was, undoubtedly, a calculated risk. But Raymond was no fool. He had his own reasons for taking such a chance. Even without this encounter, he would soon have had dealings with the underground churches anyway. The only difference was, the one he'd be facing was called the Dark Church. Raymond had never been a magnanimous person. In fact, calling him petty wouldn't be far from the truth. There were too many injustices in this world. Things even God couldn't fix, let alone Raymond. But when it came to the Dark Church, which had hurt his family, that was something he could never forget. He hadn't struck back before simply because he wasn't ready. But after taking control of Hydra, he had already started plotting in secret, preparing to wipe the Dark Church from the face of the earth in one decisive move, if it weren't for concerns that Dormammu might intervene. He would have already made his move. But the appearance of Lucifer gave him a different idea. The moment he confirmed Lucifer's identity, a blueprint began to take shape in his mind. As long as you don't end up regretting this, Raymond thought to himself in silence. Soon enough, the yellow ape persona, following Lucifer's trail, arrived at a hidden base. This time, however, Raymond didn't immediately switch back to himself. Instead, he allowed the yellow ape persona to remain in control of the body. All the abilities he had displayed before Lucifer so far belonged to the yellow ape persona. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of revealing all his cards. Lucifer had clearly summoned him here to test his abilities. Letting the yellow ape persona take the lead was, without a doubt, the wisest choice. With the yellow ape's strength, even facing top-tier mutants like Magneto wouldn't be a problem. Raymond doubted anyone in a mere Hell's Angels gang could threaten him. If Hell's Angels were truly so formidable, they wouldn't have to go through all this trouble just to expand their turf. When Raymond arrived, Lucifer's projection had already descended upon another host. What caught Raymond off guard was that this time, Lucifer's projection had chosen a little boy, no more than 5 or 6 years old, with an angelic, innocent face. Noticing Raymond's perplexed gaze, the child version of Lucifer scowled and said, "Don't look at me like that. This child carries my bloodline. It's faint, but it makes my descent much easier." "Your bloodline?" Raymond echoed, surprised. "There's nothing strange about it," Lucifer replied. "Long, long ago, before I left heaven, I descended to Earth more than once in my true form. Not just me, many father-level beings have visited Earth, and quite a few left their bloodlines behind. It wasn't until that incident occurred, splitting hell and wounding heaven, that things changed. Afterwards, you probably know, even father-level beings couldn't descend so easily. But there are still many god-blooded inheritors on Earth. This little one is just one among many." Raymond nodded, showing that he understood. The afterward that Lucifer referred to was undoubtedly the era following the rise of the Sorcerer Supreme. Before that lineage appeared, it wasn't uncommon for father-level entities to descend to Earth. Come to think of it, that incident, what exactly happened? Raymond couldn't help but wonder to himself. He knew that today's many hell dimensions had all splintered from an original, far greater hell. The hells ruled by Lucifer, Mephisto, and Hela, as well as Dormammu's dark dimension, were all once part of that supreme hell dimension. It wasn't until one day, when the supreme hell dimension split apart, that so many lords of hell came into being. As for the reason behind the division of the supreme hell dimension, Raymond had no idea. The incident Lucifer had alluded to was most likely the very event that caused the split, but since Lucifer hadn't explained further, Raymond didn't feel it appropriate to ask. Just as Raymond was turning over in his mind what exactly that incident might be, the childlike Lucifer suddenly let out a thunderous shout, snapping Raymond back to reality. "Motley, what are you grinning about?" It was obvious that Lucifer, in his boyish form, was extremely irritated at that moment. The target of his scolding, Motley, was a hulking giant of a man, well over 2 meters tall, with a burly physique that bordered on the beastly. He looked for all the world like a humanoid brute. Right now, though, his face was bright red, making it clear he was desperately trying to hold back laughter. And as for what he found so funny, the answer was all too obvious. Lucifer, perhaps striving to maintain an air of dignity before the Kizaru subpersonality, had deliberately adopted the tone and posture of an elder, but the words came out in the voice of a child. The contrast was so absurd, it bordered on comical. It was only the Kizaru subpersonality's deep composure that allowed him to keep a straight face. If Raymond himself had been in control of the body, it doubted he could have resisted a chuckle. There was just no helping it. It really was too funny. Motley, the giant, was clearly not one for subtlety or restraint. Even though he was making a valiant effort to keep from laughing, his whole face was flushed, his body trembling with the strain. Despite his efforts, a few sounds slipped out, and Lucifer immediately took notice, his anger flaring. I wasn't laughing." Motley stammered, struggling to reply. Anyone could see how hard he was trying to keep it in. Just the slightest slip, and he'd probably burst out laughing. Yet, suppressing his laughter was hardly any better than letting it out, especially in front of the Kizaru subpersonality, who was still considered something of an outsider. This left Lucifer's dignity in tatters. With a sudden boom, Lucifer raised his hand and unleashed a wave of black energy, blasting Motley clear across the room. Motley clearly hadn't expected Lucifer to attack so abruptly. By the time he realized what was happening, he hesitated for a split second, just long enough to lose his chance to dodge. The blast struck him head-on. Through the eyes of the Kizaru subpersonality, Raymond noticed that at the very moment Motley was hit, his body suddenly swelled again. Already, more than 2 meters tall and built like a small giant, his frame grew even larger until he nearly reached 5 meters in height. His figure swelled to more than 3 times its original size, making him look utterly terrifying. And that wasn't all. 2 demonic horns sprouted from the top of his head, while his skin, bursting through his clothes, became covered in a layer of black scales. His face twisted into a fearsome, monstrous visage. With a guttural roar, he managed to steady himself in midair and landed heavily on the ground. Oh my, how frightening. Even the Kizaru's subpersonality, usually unfazed, couldn't help but show a flicker of surprise at the sight. After all, this kind of transformation was still something of a rare spectacle for him. Seeing the astonishment on the Kizaru subpersonality's face, young Lucifer's expression finally softened a little. Moments ago, his anger had flared simply because the giant, Manhware, had made him lose face in front of this outsider. That was why he lost his temper so abruptly. But Manhware was one of his most capable subordinates. Unlike what he'd done in the car, where he killed Shui Wuhan's henchmen without hesitation, he couldn't just eliminate Manhware outright. Of course, Manhware himself was no pushover. This projection alone wouldn't be enough to take him down so casually. Even that last strike, if it had been anyone else delivering it, they probably wouldn't have landed a hit on Manhware at all. Manhware clearly understood that young Lucifer was punishing him and dared not dodge. He feared provoking Lucifer's wrath even further. After unleashing that blow, young Lucifer's anger did subside, especially upon noticing the Kizaru subpersonality's look of surprise. That was when his irritation finally melted away. Because this proved that Manhware's transformation had made the Kizaru subpersonality realize that there were truly formidable figures among the Hell's Angels, restoring some of his lost pride. Once he calmed down, young Lucifer smiled and introduced him. Manhware's mother was a werewolf. She unwittingly crossed into a certain hellish dimension and came back pregnant with him. His father, as far as we know, is a demigod-level archdemon. Most of the time, he appears no different from an ordinary person. But because he carries both archdemon and werewolf bloodlines, he's able to transform in battle. And if it's nighttime, his combat strength can even triple. Oh, and by the way, he's also one of the 3 great generals of the Hell's Angels. 3 great generals. In his mind, Raymond now had a rough idea of the structure within the Hell's Angels. Fatty Rin had given him some background before. Not too detailed, but enough to know how their upper hierarchy was organized. The leader, of course, went without saying. Below the leader were the high priest and the 3 generals. The high priest role was akin to that of a strategist, while the 3 great generals were the Hell's Angels' most formidable warriors, though they usually remained in Canada. Even during the last expansion into North America, only 1 general had come along. The remaining 2 warlords, including the archbishop and the leader, had yet to make an appearance. After all, Canada was their true stronghold. It required a significant force to hold down the fort, just in case anything went wrong. If their expansion in North America led to problems back in Canada, that would be a loss outweighing any gains. However, through the perspective of the Kizaru subpersona, Raymond noticed that there was definitely more than just the giant Monty among the high-level figures present at this base. Earlier, standing side by side with Monty, was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. To the left of the youthful Lucifer stood an elderly man dressed in a long black robe, his attire reminiscent of a priest. He exuded an air of serenity and steadfastness. When Kizaru's subpersona caught sight of him, the old man smiled and nodded in greeting, appearing quite amiable. Yet, under the observation of Kizaru's subpersona's color-sensing ability, apart from the young Lucifer, this old man radiated the densest aura of malevolence among everyone present. Clearly, he was a formidable presence. Given Raymond's understanding of the Hell's Angels, it wasn't difficult to guess that this priest-like elder was most likely the archbishop. As for the scholarly-looking middle-aged man standing alongside Monty, he was probably the 3rd of the trio of warlords. In other words, excluding the young Lucifer, about half of Hell's Angels' core leadership had gathered here. The archbishop and the 2 warlords together made for a much more formidable assembly than when Hell's Angels first arrived, especially with the added wild card of young Lucifer himself. Don't be fooled by the apparent weakness of Lucifer's projection here, which might not even match Monty in strength. His true form was, after all, a being on par with the Heavenly Father. At certain times, his influence could be tremendous. Once Kizaru's subpersona had identified Monty, Raymond, prompting him, had him turn his attention to the scholarly middle-aged man and the priestly elder at Lucifer's left, and asked, "And who are these 2? Lucifer didn't hold back, first gesturing toward the refined middle-aged man. "This is Kingsman, a warlock. Like that fool Monty, he's also one of the 3 warlords." He paused, then pointed at the priestly elder beside him and continued, "Agapogo, the archbishop, my most loyal servant." In Raymond's mind, he noticed that Lucifer introduced these 2 in distinctly different manners. When introducing Kingsman, as with Monty, Lucifer made sure to mention his identity as a warlock. But when it came to the Archbishop, he stated only the name, adding afterward, "My most loyal servant." Raymond also noticed that, hearing himself described as the most loyal servant, the Archbishop named Agapogo wore a look of utter devotion. The introduction of young Lucifer, as well as the reaction of this Archbishop, made Raymond realize that the Archbishop was indeed a true believer of Lucifer, one of the most devout kind. In contrast, the two warriors, the giant Motley and the warlock Kingsman, were likely not followers of Lucifer at all. They were simply his subordinates. This was especially clear with the giant Motley. If he truly had faith in Lucifer, would never have laughed earlier. As for the warlock Kingsman, his ability to keep a straight face was probably due to his deep scheming, much like the secondary personality of Huang Yuan. The Archbishop, however, had kept a low profile from beginning to end, always letting young Lucifer take center stage. This showed that his reverence for Lucifer was genuine, arising from the depths of his heart, not merely a result of submission. Half-blood demon and warlock, are they? After hearing Lucifer's introduction of his two warriors, Motley and Kingsman, Raymond had a rough idea of who he was dealing with. According to Lucifer, Motley's father must have been a demigod-level demon. In the parlance of hell and heaven, a demigod referred to a certain tier of power, which, in a language of the multiverse, corresponded to the sub-archangel level. It was well known that demons could pass their power down through their bloodlines. The lords of hell stood at the pinnacle of demonkind. If someone, like Lucifer, had offspring, it was highly likely that, upon reaching adulthood, his child would become at least a demigod-level demon. Likewise, if a demigod-level demon had descendants, they could never be ordinary beings. For this reason, the more powerful the demon, the harder it was for them to produce offspring. As a direct descendant of a demigod-level demon, the giant Motley's strength was by no means insignificant. Based on his earlier transformation and the way Huang Yuan's secondary personality had observed him with sensory magic, Raymond estimated that Motley's combat strength was at the 4th tier. However, he was a fairly average 4th tier, far less powerful than Red Tank or Longshot, who were considered exceptional at that level. Still, if Lucifer was to be believed, Motley became much stronger at night than he was now, and there was no reason to doubt it. Even so, he still wouldn't be on par with Red Tank or Longshot. At best, he'd be in the same league as Red Devil. As for the warlock Kingsley, his combat strength was harder to gauge for now, but Raymond assumed it must be at least on par with Motley, though it was unclear who was stronger. What truly caught Raymond's curiosity, however, was the fact that Kingsman was a warlock. The term warlock naturally referred to a male witch. Raymond didn't know much about the history of witches in this world, but he did know that witches were usually matriarchal. Female witches were typically far superior to their male counterparts in both numbers and ability. For Kingsman, a male warlock, to be counted among the 3 great warriors and to be ranked alongside Motley, he could hardly be weaker than his giant peer. This level of strength may not yet compare to top-tier 4th-level powerhouses like the Red Tank, but within the world of supernaturals, it certainly counts as formidable. After all, even David nowadays, provided nothing unexpected happens, is only at about this level. For a male, which like Kingsman, to possess such power, he must be quite an anomaly among his peers. As for the difference between witches and wizards, the latter mainly specialize in various elemental powers, regardless of whether they wield white or black magic. The former, however, focus more on peculiar abilities, such as curses, bloodlines, summoning, and so on. While they're similar in some ways, there are many distinctions between them. Each group regards the other as heretical, firmly believing that their own path is the true one, which makes relations between them somewhat strained. Raymond's understanding of the supernatural world is actually rather limited, and much of what he knows comes from conversations with Red Devil and the Card King at the Hellfire Club's year-end gathering. When Red Devil was introducing the situation of the vampire clan, he happened to mention werewolves, witches, and other supernatural factions as well. Without that gathering, Raymond would have been utterly baffled at the mention of a male witch. At least now, he has a basic grasp of the concept. The only person who remains something of a mystery to him is the Archbishop standing beside the boyish Lucifer. Lucifer hadn't introduced the Archbishop's powers or profession, only his title. As for information about the Archbishop, it's mostly that he serves as the strategist for the Hell Angels, with no mention of any notable feats or abilities. Yet, the acute observation granted by the Yellow Ape's secondary persona is not to be underestimated. The aura of wickedness surrounding the Archbishop is second only to that of the boyish Lucifer himself, proof enough that he is anything but ordinary. Raymond certainly doesn't believe the Archbishop is just some harmless old man, no matter how much he resembles the Colonel from the fried chicken commercials. Still, Even so, try to intimidate me falls far short of the mark. Raymond smiled inwardly, sharp and unyielding. Lucifer was clearly trying to put him in his place, but Raymond was just as eager to use this opportunity to establish his own authority. If he couldn't win the respect of these so-called leaders, gaining the independence he wanted would be difficult. In fact, joining the Hell Angels might become more of a burden than a blessing. That was an outcome he had no intention of accepting. So, making his mark was absolutely essential. Well, what do you think of them? They didn't let you down, did they? Lucifer asked with a faint, knowing smile. They're all like monsters, truly terrifying. The yellow ape's secondary persona drawled lazily. Like monsters? Is it a compliment or an insult? The description made the corners of Lucifer's mouth twitch ever so slightly, leaving him at a loss for words. That he also noticed that the current Raymond felt a bit different from the one in the car earlier. Still, since he was certain it was the same person, he didn't pay it much mind and simply continued. So, how do you think you compare to them? Well, that's a tricky question, the Kizaru persona murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Oh, what do you mean by that? Although each of them is like a monster, and they do look rather frightening, if it really came down to a fight, I'm afraid I might not be able to hold back. I could accidentally kill them. The Kizaru persona rolled his neck in a leisurely manner as he spoke, unhurried and calm. The moment these words left his mouth, even Kinsman, the warlock who had kept a straight face until now, furrowed his brows. The statement was just too arrogant, an utter provocation, a blatant slap in the face. The giant Monterey was never one for patience. Now, hearing this, his breathing grew rough and he snapped angrily. You little brat, are you looking for trouble? Of course, the Kizaru persona was no brat. Even in Raymond's body, he wasn't exactly young anymore. But compared to Monterey or Kinsman, both old enough to be Raymond's grandfathers several times over, he certainly seemed like a junior. The Archbishop was even older still. And as for little Lucifer, though he looked like a boy, his true age was beyond reckoning, perhaps stretching back before the dawn of mankind in this world. So in their eyes, Raymond was indeed just a kid. Yet strength and age don't always go hand in hand. Among everyone present, apart from Lucifer's true form, the Kizaru persona regarded none as his equal. You all seem rather unconvinced. In that case, why don't you come at me together? It'll save me the trouble of dealing with you one at a time. The Kizaru persona finished stretching his neck, then cracked his knuckles with a casual air. Arrogant brat, I can flatten you myself. Monterey bellowed, his voice booming. Perhaps he feared Kinsman would steal his thunder, for while still maintaining his demonic transformation, he prepared to charge even before his words had faded. But he had barely taken a step when a voice suddenly whispered right in his ear, closer than a breath. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Damn! Monterey's heart lurched in shock. The voice in his ear was unmistakable. It was Raymond, the very one who just taunted them. In fact, even before the words reached his ears, he saw Raymond appear right before his eyes, the sound following an instant later. But reaction takes time. Whether it was seeing Raymond suddenly materialize or hearing his voice so close, both things happened faster than Monterey could respond. As the words left Raymond's lips, Monterey only felt a tremendous force slam into his chest. Before he could even think to dodge, his whole body was sent flying backward. Boom! This time was nothing like before, when a youthful Lucifer had only intended a punishing strike. Even though the burly Monterey was in his demonized form, he was utterly unable to withstand the force of this attack. He was kicked straight into the sky, smashing through the roof. What? Witnessing this, the warlock Kingsman felt his heart pound wildly. Shocked at Raymond's speed in arriving, he realized, with a chill, that he was likely the next target. But he was no stranger to combat, and his reaction was swift. Almost the instant he saw Monterey sent flying, Kingsman cast a summoning spell, conjuring a massive, door-shaped creature to stand between himself and Raymond. This summoned entity was known among wizards as the Gate of 100 Elephants, a name meant to evoke its life force and defensive strength, said to rival, if not surpass, that of 100 elephants combined. Just imagine, ordinary firearms could not kill even a single elephant, let alone 100 or more. Even with sniper rifles and armor-piercing rounds, one could hardly hope to damage the gate of 100 elephants. Kingsman didn't actually expect the gate to fully stop Raymond. Its defense was too one-dimensional, able only to block a single direction. What he needed was simply a buffer, just enough. Time to ready himself further. Raymond was so fast that both he and Monterey could barely react. Without a moment's reprieve, as a spellcaster, he would fare even worse than Monterey. Yet, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief for successfully summoning the gate, Kingsman's pupils suddenly contracted. At some point, Raymond had already appeared right in front of him. faster even than the summoning itself. The gate of 100 elephants had materialized, but Raymond had arrived first. "I'll spare your life." Raymond's unhurried voice sounded in his ear, and with a casual motion, he knocked Kingsman unconscious. Before darkness claimed him, Kingsman saw Raymond once again transform into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. Monterey is finished. That was the last thought in his mind. When the warlock Kingsman was roused from his stupor, he discovered a massive, human-shaped crater in the ground. Monterey had reverted to his normal form, but looked utterly wretched, his face bruised and battered. Compared to Monterey, Kingsman, though knocked out, had escaped with barely a scratch. He knew this was solely because Raymond had held back. Otherwise, his fate would have been far worse. In truth, his own power surpassed Monterey's. Even the knight-in-power version of the giant was not his match. But when it came to physical, stamina, and defense, even 100 of him put together would not equal Monterey's might. Once someone got close to him, even the giant Montelai could easily crush him to death, let alone Raymond, who had just beaten Montelai black and blue without breaking a sweat. Just that one kick, Raymond used to send Montelai flying. If that had landed on him, he'd be lucky to survive at all, let alone escape with just serious injuries. No wonder he said he was afraid he might accidentally kill us. Kinsman the Warlock felt sweat soaking through his back. Moments ago, he thought Raymond was outrageously arrogant, as if he didn't even know what danger meant. Yet now, it was clear Raymond was never arrogant to begin with. When someone simply speaks the truth, how can that be called arrogance? Where in the world did Lord Lucifer find such a monster? I'm afraid even our leader isn't his match. Montelai, nursing his bruised and battered face, was utterly convinced. Having been dealt with in just 2 kicks by Raymond, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of fear toward him. True, kinsman. The warlock was stronger than he was, but only by a small margin, and their battle styles were entirely different. Montelai never truly feared kinsman. But Raymond was something else altogether. Raymond had completely crushed him head-on in the area where Montelai was most confident. It was a humiliating defeat, a feeling he'd never experienced before. Their reactions didn't escape the notice of young Lucifer, who sat nearby with perfect posture, looking every bit the part but feeling somewhat displeased. Originally, young Lucifer intended to use Montelai and Kinsman to give Raymond a warning. Now, unexpectedly, it was Raymond who taught the two of them a lesson. Where was the justice in that? After Kizaru's subpersonality so effortlessly took down 2 of his top warriors on his own, young Lucifer realized he had underestimated this guy. With the discerning eye of A, being at the Heavenly Father level, it wasn't hard for him to judge Kizaru's power from the way he fought earlier. Without a doubt, Kizaru's greatest threat lay in his speed. Even across the multiverse, there weren't many who could move at the speed of light. Not even Lucifer's true form could achieve that, at least not purely in terms of speed. Of course, this didn't mean Kizaru could actually pose a threat to someone at the Heavenly Father level. If one of them simply stood there and let him attack, he still couldn't break through their defenses. But with such overwhelming speed, Kizaru could instantly annihilate any opponent below that tier. If it had been Akainu's subpersonality instead, even if he could have handled Montelai and Kinsman, it would have taken a bit more effort and certainly wouldn't have looked so effortless. Yet in front of Kizaru, the two of them together didn't even last 10 seconds before being utterly defeated. And this was with Kizaru holding back. If he'd used his full power, the whole thing might have been over in half the time, or less, judging by the power displayed. By Kizaru's alternate persona, even if they summoned the other formidable warrior station in Canada, and the 3 of them joined forces, they might only be able to hold out a few seconds longer. Young Lucifer had already known that Raymond was no ordinary man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entertained the wild idea of recruiting him in the first place. Yet he hadn't expected to bring home such a hot potato, one that now left him in quite a predicament. There was no doubt that the Archbishop's strength surpassed that of the 2 elite warriors, and if he truly decided to act, he certainly wouldn't fall as swiftly as they had, cut down like weeds before a scythe. Yet, in young Lucifer's estimation, even the Archbishop would find it nearly impossible to defeat Raymond. Raymond's sheer speed alone made him all but invincible. Even if the Archbishop couldn't be beaten, neither could. He hoped to subdue Raymond. To overcome someone with such speed, one would need to be on a whole different level, perhaps even a tier beyond that. After careful thought, young Lucifer decided against having the Archbishop intervene. Instead, he said, "You have already proven your strength. As for the second condition you mentioned before, I can agree to it. But remember this, I don't care what your motives are. If you dare betray us, I swear by my honor, I will pursue you across the entire multiverse. I will never let you go." He glared fiercely at Raymond, who had just resumed his usual demeanor, But no matter how hard he tried, his voice simply lacked any real intimidation. If it weren't for the fact that his true form was that of a heavenly father-level lord of hell, anyone listening would have found it downright amusing. Before Raymond could respond, the burly Montreal couldn't help himself and burst into laughter again. The moment the sound escaped him, he realized he'd made a mistake and turned to run. But young Lucifer wasn't about to give him the chance. He snapped at the Archbishop. "Catch him for me." The Archbishop smiled faintly and gestured in Montreal's direction with a light tap midair. With a gentle pop, a droplet sound echoed out of nowhere, and to everyone's surprise, Montreal began to sink straight down, vanishing into the ground until only his head remained above the surface. Young Lucifer hopped off his chair and, taking quick little steps, hurried over to the trapped Montreal. He began mercilessly stomping on Montreal's head. "That's what you get for laughing. I'll teach you to laugh at me." Montreal howled in pain, pleading for mercy. Though he was strong enough to break free and escape at any moment, with young Lucifer right beside him, he didn't dare make a move. Raymond glanced at the Archbishop, but couldn't quite discern what sort of powers he possessed from that little display. The Archbishop noticed Raymond's scrutiny and responded with a gentle smile. When young Lucifer had finally vented his anger, he let Montreal off the hook, for the time being, but he didn't allow him to get up. Instead, he left him buried in the ground, to reflect on his actions. At the same time, he said to Raymond, "Your abilities surpass those of Monterey and the others, but for now, there isn't a higher position available for you. From this point onward, you'll be the leader of the 4 generals, and I'll give you enough autonomy. Do you have any questions?" "None at all," Raymond replied cheerfully. "Good, then it's settled," the boyish Lucifer declared, folding his hands behind his back, making the final decision. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Raymond's mind, informing him that, as a result of ascending to a senior position within the Hells Angels, he had gained 200 development points. 200 points, which translated to 1,000 universal credits, wasn't a massive windfall for him at this stage. Still, as an unexpected bonus, it was certainly welcome. Most importantly, this meant he could now move forward with his next plan. Compared to simply joining the Hells Angels, if he could wipe out the Dark Church entirely, the rewards would be immense. Recently, Sage had been deeply troubled. Ever since returning from the Hellfire Club's year-end gathering, she had been in a constant state of distraction. In her mind, the harrowing images, shown to her by Professor X's alternate personality, visions from another world, would often replay themselves. Among those scenes was even the sight of her own death in another reality. Whenever the deaths of companions, whom she had never truly met, flashed before her eyes, it felt to her like living through one nightmare after another. Many times, she would start awake from her sleep, heart pounding. She couldn't deny it. She was shaken. She was not the type to cling to life or be easily swayed by threats and temptations. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to go undercover at the Hellfire Club in the first place. Considering the relationship between Red Tank and Professor X, if they ever discovered she was an undercover agent sent by the professor, she would find herself in a fate worse than death. The fact that she dared face such dangers was a testament to her unwavering resolve. But when confronted with those visions, she had to admit that her determination wavered. If she had not been shaken at all, she would have rejected Raymond and Professor 2 outright, even if it meant dying on the spot. Yet she hadn't done so, and that alone spoke volumes. Since returning from Edinburgh to North America, she had been wrestling with herself, eager to make a decision. But the more anxious she became, the harder it was to resolve. Reason and emotion waged war inside her mind, 2 voices locked in fierce conflict, and gradually, the scales had begun to tip to one side. That day, as she returned home, she discovered an unexpected guest in her living room. Instinctively, she readied herself for a fight, but relaxed only after she recognized who it was. "Aurora, what brings you here?" she asked, a faint smile touching her lips as she saw the white-haired woman seated on the sofa. Her visitor was none other than Aurora, known as Storm, one of the core members of the X-Men and Professor X's right hand. Everyone could see that Professor X had always been grooming Aurora as his successor. After all, Professor X is now of an advanced age. Though his abilities have yet to diminish, his physical strength is gradually waning. Even though he remains much stronger than most people his age, it's clear he's aging rapidly. Aurora's strength and experience are well recognized by everyone. Coupled with her steady temperament, she has always been something of the big sister among the X-Men, someone everyone respects and trusts. Long before she became an undercover agent, Sage herself had received much care and guidance from Aurora. So when Sage sees Aurora, it feels just like seeing her own elder sister, filling her with joy. "The professor asked me to check in on you, to see if there's been any trouble at the Hellfire Club, Ororo said with a warm smile. He also mentioned that if things ever get too dangerous, you can always end your mission early. There's a newcomer at the club. For now, Juggernaut and the others are too busy to pay much attention to me, Sage replied, shaking her head. Oh, so the Hellfire Club has added another core member. Which position is it this time? Ororo was clearly no stranger to the club's inner workings and cut right to the heart of the matter. Black Bishop, Sage answered, joining straight as Black Bishop. Could it be another newly emerged, unknown level 4 mutant? Ororo's tone grew a touch more serious. In her experience, anyone rising to the rank of Bishop or higher was at least one of the elite among level 3 mutants, or more likely, directly a level 4. Sage herself, as a level 3, held the White Bishop title largely thanks to her exceptional support abilities. If memory served, the club's previous Black Bishop, Longshot, had also joined later than most, but his strength was undeniable. He was a level 4 mutant. Professor X had once evaluated Longshot's combat prowess, considering him second only to Juggernaut. I'm still gathering details, but he's stronger than Longshot, Sage said thoughtfully. What? Stronger than Longshot? Ororo was stunned. She had just been recalling how, when Longshot became Black Bishop, the X-Men had held a special meeting to discuss it. After all, both the Hellfire Club and the Brotherhood of Mutants were considered major hypothetical adversaries for the X-Men. The X-Men wouldn't provoke these groups without cause, but as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. So intelligence gathering was part of their daily routine. They couldn't afford to be caught unprepared. When Longshot appeared previously, Professor X had evaluated his fighting ability based on Sage's intel, and many within the X-Men have been skeptical of the professor's assessment. Chief among the doubters were Wolverine, Logan, and Ororo herself, who felt Professor X might have been exaggerating. After all, the power of a mutant isn't always easy to define by a simple ranking. Logan, for instance, had crossed paths with Gambit before, and their battles had always ended in a draw, each with their own victories. If the King of Cards ever let Logan get close, the outcome would be instantly reversed. Yet, when it came to range combat, Professor X believed that Longshot's overall fighting ability surpassed all the main members of the X-Men, a judgment that naturally sparked protests from Ororo and the others. Because of this, both Logan and Ororo had privately challenged Longshot themselves. The final results, just as Professor X had predicted, saw both of them soundly defeated by Longshot's overwhelming advantage. Fortunately, Longshot bore no grudge against the X-Men, nor did he have any intention of getting involved in the personal feud between Juggernaut and Professor X. Even in victory, he showed mercy and never dealt a fatal blow to either challenger. Still, that memory left a deep impression on Ororo. So now, when Sage mentioned that the Hellfire Club had acquired someone even stronger than Longshot, Ororo's first reaction was disbelief. Level 4 mutants weren't exactly commonplace. You couldn't just stumble upon one by chance. Longshot's appearance had already been extraordinary. How could another unknown and powerful mutant emerge so soon, one after another? Over the years, the X-Men had been recruiting emerging mutants from everywhere, but most were newcomers, and it was rare to find even a level 3, let alone a level 4. Perhaps noticing Ororo's skepticism, Sage added, "It's true. He was personally recruited by Juggernaut and Psylocke. At the year-end gathering, Longshot challenged him openly, and in the end, Longshot lost." Faced with this, Ororo had no choice but to accept the truth, astonished as she was. She couldn't help but ask, "Then who is this Black Bishop? Have you figured out his background?" "He can control magma, and isn't affected by ordinary physical attacks. He even has the power to strike on a massive scale. Costa gave him the code name Magma Tyrant, and I think it fits him perfectly," Sage explained. There was no need for Sage to say much about who Costa was. He was the only ordinary human in the Hellfire Club, and his status was even higher than Sage's. Hard to forget, really. The X-Men had once tried to recruit Costa's son, Sunspot, but Costa himself had always refused, so it never happened. Unexpectedly, the Hellfire Club found another way to bring both father and son into their fold, which left quite a few people stunned. With the introductions finished, Sage shared some of the information about Raymond that was publicly available with Ororo, including his name, identity, and rumors that he might suffer from schizophrenia. Magma Tyrant. Raymond. Even stronger than Longshot. Ororo muttered to herself, repeating the name. Watching Ororo sink into thought, Sage couldn't help but feel uneasy. For some reason she couldn't quite explain, she hadn't told Ororo the whole truth. Everything she'd said about Raymond was just what was known on the surface. She believed that, given the X-Men's intelligence network, these matters would be uncovered with only the slightest investigation. After all, The Hellfire Club was hardly a fortress of secrecy. Aside from a handful of top secrets, most affairs could never be kept completely under wraps. In fact, this wasn't unique to the Hellfire Club. Any large organization was bound to have its leaks, and the X-Men were no exception. The confrontation that day between Raymond and Longshot had been witnessed by a crowd. Events like that were nearly impossible to keep secret. They'd easily become fodder for casual conversation, making it all too easy for outsiders to learn the truth. So, the information Sage relayed to Ororo wasn't truly significant intelligence to begin with. The real value for the X-Men lay in the presence of Professor Two, who had appeared alongside Raymond. Professor Two had made his stance very clear to Sage. He intended to lead mutants in his own way, which meant he was bound to stand in direct opposition to Professor X, inevitably leading to conflict. And as history has shown, the outcome of ideological clashes, just look at Professor X and his old friend Magneto, can be profound. When that day comes, Professor Two's existence could prove more troublesome to the X-Men than even the Brotherhood of Mutants. After all, no one understands Professor X better than Professor Two. Sage should have shared this with Ororo, so that Professor X and the core members of the X-Men could prepare themselves in advance. Yet, she chose to remain silent. Whatever her reasons, her silence was itself a kind of decision. Is there any way to make contact? Ororo asked after a moment's thought. Of course there is. Our Miss Tessa is quite the charmer. After all, a cold, mocking voice suddenly cut in, startling both Sage and Ororo. Neither of them had expected anyone else to appear at this moment. Costa. Sage immediately recognized the speaker, her expression changing in an instant. For Costa to show up here now, without so much as a word of warning, was certainly no coincidence. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Costa strode out from the far end of the corridor. With him were his son, Sunspot, as well as Emma Frost, the White Queen, and the White Bishop, Plaque. Sage and Ororo instantly realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. It was clear these people hadn't appeared here by chance. They must have suspected Sage all along and had only shown themselves now to catch her red-handed. Care to explain yourself, Miss Tessa? Costa asked, his smile all surface and no warmth. Explain? Explain what? Sage replied, her voice steady and cold. Oh, I think you know. You might want to explain why an X-Man has turned up in your home. Costa spoke as if it were only natural. Miss Tessa, surely you don't think we wouldn't recognize the infamous Storm? Ororo is an X-Man. That much is true, but she's also my friend. Can you point to any club rule that forbids us from befriending X-Men? Sage retorted. Friend. Costa let out a dry, disbelieving laugh. Indeed, there's no such rule in the club. And if, Miss Tessa, your relationship with Storm truly is just a personal acquaintance, then there's nothing to worry about. But do you really think, at a time like this, that such an excuse could possibly fool anyone? You know the club's history inside and out, Miss Tessa. You should understand that no one would ever suspect a core member without some measure of certainty. And once someone comes under suspicion, you can be sure it's not without cause. As a personal suggestion, Miss Tessa, I'd advise you against clinging to false hope. If you're willing to come clean and show a willingness to correct your mistakes, I give you my word, I'll do everything in my power to help the others forgive you, and you'll remain one of us. But if you refuse to cooperate, I don't think I need to remind you of the club's methods. Sage's face grew cold and unreadable as she replied in a low voice. I've already said, Ororo is just a friend of mine. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But for now, I must ask you to leave my home. Costa glanced over at the White Queen, Emma, giving a small shrug as if to say he was out of arguments. It was only then that Emma spoke, her tone cool and detached. You have two choices. 1. Allow me to conduct a thorough inspection of your memories. If you're truly innocent, we'll compensate you and offer our sincerest apologies. Or 2. You can resist us to the very end. The choice is yours. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. Emma's words were blunt and left no room for misinterpretation. Unlike Costa's previously polite approach, her attitude was cold and direct. It was obvious they were convinced Sage had something to hide, and nothing she said would change their minds. Sage herself knew that arguing rules was pointless now, because, in truth, she was at fault. If her connection to Ororo had been purely personal, she would have broken no Hellfire Club rule, and could have allowed Emma to scan her mind without worry. But the fact was, she had joined the Hellfire Club on a mission from the very beginning. That alone had already crossed the line. The Hellfire Club might be a loosely organized society, lacking a true core or unified goal, but there was one thing they would never tolerate, an infiltrator in their midst, especially one who had come with hostile intent from the very start. The wise sage had been sent by Professor X, and as everyone knew, the relationship between Professor X and the Red Tank those two brothers had always been extremely hostile. Professor X had sent the wise sage to go undercover, clearly preparing for the possibility of a confrontation with the Red Tank in the future. Given these circumstances, how could the wise sage possibly allow the White Queen, Emma, to probe her memories? She understood all too well that once her mind was examined, it would inevitably lead to a falling out. She glanced at Aurora and found that her face looked grim as well, every muscle tense and ready for trouble. If a fight breaks out, I'll do my best to hold them off. You run first, Aurora murmured in a low voice. Hearing this, the wise sage couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. She knew that Aurora truly intended to stand alone against Emma and the others, to buy time for her escape. But she was also painfully aware that Aurora had no chance of holding them back for long. Although Aurora was now a level 4 mutant, ranking among the top 3 in the X-Men, the idea of her single-handedly stalling the entire opposing group was pure wishful thinking. Just one gambit would be a match for Aurora, not to mention the White Queen, Emma, who was even stronger. And with Sunspot, whose power was nearly at level 4 as well, Aurora might not even last a minute. Could she escape in a minute? The wise sage knew her own abilities well. She could only intimidate ordinary people like Costa. If it really came to a fight, she wouldn't be of any help at all. What should I do? The wise sage clenched her fists in frustration. Time ticked away, the tension thickening with every passing second, the air growing heavier with the scent of impending conflict. Gambit now held a special set of metal playing cards, spinning them deftly between his fingers. But the wise sage, knowing her former teammate well, could tell he wasn't just playing. He was already charging the cards with energy, preparing them as lethal weapons for the moment battle erupted. Costa had already taken a subtle step back, letting his son, Sunspot, move in front of him, shielding him from harm. Sunspot, who looked no older than 16 or 17, was visibly excited, almost itching for a fight. The wise sage knew that this kid had always wanted a chance to test his strength against mutants outside the club, but Costa had always held him back. This time, it seemed Costa had brought him along precisely to give him a little real-world experience. In the past, the wise sage might have found this father-son duo amusing, perhaps even teasing them a bit. But now, with the two sides enemies, her mood was far from playful. 10. The White Queen, Emma, began her countdown. The wise sage felt her heart sink like a stone. 9, 8, 7. Aurora's hands were already spreading apart, and the air in the room began to swirl with increasing speed. Across from her, Sunspot's body was wreathed in a layer of dark golden flame. His excitement was unmistakable. Gambit's fingers danced even faster through his deck of cards, but he otherwise remained composed, betraying no other reaction. He was the very picture of calm. Wait. Suddenly, Sage's brow arched as she turned to Emma Frost. You can examine me, but if you find nothing wrong, I want you to apologize to me and to my friends. Huh? Upon hearing this, the first to find it odd was Costa, who had been the one to communicate with her from the start. He was in charge of the situation, and he was quite certain that Sage was hiding something. In his mind, there was no way she would ever agree to let Emma Frost probe her mind. If she was going to resist, better to fight now than after being exposed. Everything Sage had done up to this point matched his expectations, reinforcing his confidence. Yet now, Sage had abruptly changed her mind and volunteered for Emma Frost's inspection. This unexpected turn caught Costa completely off guard. And he wasn't alone. Aurora, too, was baffled by Sage's decision. She muttered in a low voice, Tessa, don't do anything reckless. It's all right. Sage shook her head, motioning for Aurora to trust her. Emma Frost glanced back at Costa and Gambit, as if seeking their opinions. Costa simply shrugged, indicating he had no objections. Gambit, however, leaned in and asked quietly, with Professor X's abilities, is it possible he could influence your examination? Emma shook her head slightly. His telepathy is indeed stronger than mine, but not to that extent. Even if he tried something, I would sense it. Then it's settled, Gambit replied, satisfied. With both of them in agreement, Emma turned back to Sage. Very well. If we find you are innocent, we will offer a sincere apology to you and your friends. Then, let's begin. Sage closed her eyes. Emma, seeing this, did not hesitate further and closed her own eyes as well. At the same moment, she began to reach into Sage's mind. The tension in the room remained thick as ever. Aurora was poised to react at the slightest sign of resistance from Sage. She would not hesitate to strike. Gambit and Sunspot were ready to move as well, equally wary that Aurora might launch a sudden attack. Both sides were wound tight, prepared for anything. After several minutes, Sage was the first to open her eyes. Are you all right? Aurora asked quickly. I'm fine. Don't worry. Sage gave her a reassuring smile, signaling everything was okay. A moment later, Emma Frost opened her eyes too. I'm sorry. This time, it was we who acted rashly. The moment she opened her eyes, White Queen Emma took the initiative to apologize. Seeing this, the Card King and the others immediately realized that Emma must not have noticed anything wrong with Hyunj, which was why she stepped forward to apologize. This was also something Hyunj had specifically requested beforehand. The two of them exchanged glances, each seeing surprise reflected in the other's eyes. But since White Queen Emma had already apologized, they had no reason to press the issue any further, and so they each offered their own apologies as well. Now you may leave, Hyunj said coldly, her expression remaining stern. She showed no kindness to Emma and the others, even though they had already apologized. Emma didn't say another word. She turned and left first. Sorry again, Tessa, the Card King said apologetically before he too departed, clearly feeling a little embarrassed. Hyunj simply ignored him. Costa, on the other hand, gave her a long, penetrating look, offering no apology like the Card King had. His gaze seemed to say, I know you're hiding something. You can't fool me. Still, since Emma herself had declared everything was fine, he clearly had no choice but to let it go for now. After all, the club could never take action against a core member based purely on suspicion. If they did, the rest of the core members would surely rebel, and that would make for a far bigger mess. Once Emma and the others had left, Ororo couldn't help but ask, how did you manage that? Has the White Queen already switched sides? Hyunj bit her lip and shook her head. There are some things I can't say right now, but for the time being, even if they have their doubts, they won't find any proof. All right, I won't press you for details. Just be careful, Ororo replied, seeing that Hyunj was unwilling to go further into the subject. Even among the X-Men, it was impossible for everyone to be completely open with one another. She herself was no exception. So if Hyunj didn't want to talk, Ororo wouldn't force the issue. Still, she couldn't help but worry and asked with concern, are you sure you don't need to step back for a while, just to let things cool off? No need. I can handle it, Hyunj replied, shaking her head again. Ororo nodded. If you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision. Just remember, if you're ever in danger, contact us immediately. Even if it comes to a fight, we won't abandon you. I know, Hyunj answered, not meeting Ororo's eyes, but looking off to the side. Ororo didn't seem to mind. After a few more words, she hurried away, worried that lingering here might only make things harder for Hyunj. Even after Ororo left, Hyunj found herself unable to calm down. Her heart was still racing. It seems you've made your choice then, came a gentle voice from the direction of the garden. This time, Hyunj wasn't startled. She had already expected the owner of that voice to appear. When she looked toward the backyard, all she saw was a professional-looking blonde woman in office attire, pushing a wheelchair with a strikingly futuristic design toward the living room. Seated in the chair was a bald man who appeared to be in his 30s, and his face stirred a vague sense of familiarity. Besides these two, there was also a young man with a buzz cut following along, his expression slightly wooden. How did you? Only now did Shinja show a hint of surprise. The last time she saw Professor 2, he had still appeared as Raymond. Only within the psychic realm did he look exactly like Professor X. She hadn't expected that Professor 2 would now assume a different appearance, and one that seemed oddly familiar at that. It's just an appearance. There's no need to dwell on it, said the alternate personality of Professor X, Professor 2, with a gentle smile. This time he didn't speak aloud. Instead, his voice echoed directly in Shinja's mind, making it clear to her who he truly was. Thank you for what you just did, Shinja said, bowing deeply to Professor 2 in gratitude. It was nothing, Professor 2 replied with a casual wave of his hand. That may be a small matter to you, but to me, it was a matter of life and death, Shinja said gravely. We're all on the same side now. There's no need for such formality, Professor 2 said, shaking his head with a warm smile. Still, even if they found nothing this time, don't expect them to let it go so easily. You should be prepared for whatever comes next. As long as they have no evidence, there's nothing they can do to me, Shinja replied, showing not a hint of fear. But are you certain the White Queen didn't notice anything? It's not that I doubt you, but I once heard Professor say that, aside from Jean and the Shadow King, the White Queen is the most powerful psychic mutant he's ever met. Before Shinja could finish her thought, the buzz-cut young man beside Professor 2 interrupted her, his curiosity written plainly on his face. The professor you're talking about, is that Professor X? Shinja was a little puzzled as to why Professor 2 had brought these two along, and she wasn't yet sure who they were. Still, she nodded. Yes. Have you met him? No, wait. Are you close with him? The young man, David, seemed a bit agitated, his questions tumbling out in a jumbled rush. Ever since discovering who his biological father was, he'd been deeply curious about Professor X. Yet he hadn't sought him out immediately, for a lingering resentment still simmered in his heart. Whatever the reason, he was a child who had been abandoned, and it was because of Professor X that the Shadow King had been able to manipulate him for much of his youth. For David, this was the last thing he wished to remember. So his feelings toward Professor X were always a tangled mix of curiosity and blame at this moment. Finally getting the chance to meet someone who seemed to know Professor X quite well, he couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. "I suppose you could say we're familiar," Xianzhe replied gently. "I'm an orphan abandoned by my parents. It was the professor who saved me. Not just me, in fact. The vast majority of mutants at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters have all been saved by him." As she spoke, Xianzhe glanced at Professor Tu, knowing that he, too, had experienced the same things as this world's professor. She figured he'd be no stranger to this topic. What she couldn't understand was why David had chosen to ask her, instead of going directly to Professor Tu. "I see," David murmured, his expression complicated, clearly struggling with something internally. When David posed his question to Xianzhe, Professor Tu remained silent. It would have been awkward if he had answered directly. Even hearing it from Xianzhe made him feel inexplicably uneasy. Of course, he knew that David was, in fact, the son of his counterpart in this world, something Raymond had told him long ago. That was precisely why he'd never revealed his true identity in front of David and Beth, hoping to avoid any awkwardness. Once David had finished his questions, Professor Tu finally spoke. "Emma's psychic abilities are indeed formidable. She's not much weaker than Shadow King in his prime. To interfere with her probing, neither your professor nor I could manage it directly. But if there's access to a cerebro, one of those devices that amplifies brainwaves, then influencing her at close range becomes quite feasible. If she's searching your memories at X-Men headquarters, your professor could also use the cerebro room to interfere at short range, ensuring she ends up with false information." Only then did Xianzhe realize what had happened. No wonder Emma Frost was so confident, so certain that even Professor X couldn't affect her mental scans. Yet she'd still been thrown off. So this was a reason. However, a new question quickly occurred to Xianzhe. Where did Professor Tu get access to a cerebro? After all, even at the X-Men's headquarters, constructing that cerebro took a tremendous amount of effort. Over the years, it had been constantly maintained and upgraded by the X-Men's chief scientist, Beast. Professor X's ability to use cerebro to keep those with ill intentions at bay was largely thanks to Beast's contributions. Yet, even with the X-Men's resources and advanced technology, they'd only ever managed to build a single cerebro. Constructing more would be too costly and ultimately not worthwhile. Most importantly, cerebro is immobile. Though it greatly amplifies Professor X's powers, its effectiveness weakens the farther away you are the headquarters of the X-Men, with the aid of the cerebro chamber. Professor X's psychic powers can even briefly reach the level of a Class 5 mutant. However, over long distances, his abilities become unreliable. That's exactly why the White Queen, Emma, isn't worried about being interfered with by Professor X. Even if he used cerebro to extend his reach here, the distance would weaken his powers significantly, most likely to a level below her own. The idea that he could disrupt her is pure fantasy. After all, cerebro is hardly a secret. Any mutant with a bit of knowledge knows that the X-Men possess this formidable weapon at their headquarters. With this weapon, Professor X could, in an instant, wipe out all ordinary humans on the planet, if he so desired. He could even take down most superpowered beings. Anyone below Class 4 wouldn't stand a chance against his psychic onslaught. For this reason, unless absolutely necessary, no one is willing to go head-to-head with the X-Men. Professor X's deterrent power is simply overwhelming. The reasoning Professor Tu just offered was, of course, clear to Sage. Her keen intellect and the vast database in her mind left no room for doubt. The only reason she hadn't considered this angle was that she couldn't imagine a cerebro chamber just appearing out of thin air near her home for Professor Tu's use. This time, however, she didn't press the issue further because she could tell that Professor Tu was unwilling to elaborate, just as Aurora hadn't pressed her earlier. Sage knew better than to push when the other party was reluctant to speak. If Professor Tu kept things to himself, it must be because the matter involved inconvenient secrets. In truth, Professor Tu had also guessed what Sage was thinking, but he really didn't intend to explain right now, since this matter did indeed touch upon something best kept under wraps, his wheelchair. Not even Beth and David knew that the high-tech wheelchair he sat in was, in fact, another of Raymond's alternate personalities, a silver-level persona equal in rank to his own, named Megatron. Over time, he learned a bit about Megatron's origins. At the very least, when it came to technology, Megatron as a silicon-based life form, possessed knowledge far beyond anything on this earth. Of course, according to Raymond, this world actually has civilizations with technology even more advanced than Megatron's. But those civilizations exist outside the Milky Way, and contact with them is unlikely anytime soon. With Megatron's technological prowess, outclassing Earth's science is effortless. The technology level of the X-Men is actually a bit ahead of what's available to the world's leading nations, which is why they could build a one-of-a-kind device like Cerebro. But, compared to Megatron's alternate personality, it was simply no contest. After understanding the basic principles of the Cerebro amplification chamber, Megatron's alternate personality casually assembled a temporary brainwave amplifier, ready for use at any moment. In other words, as long as Professor 2 was with Megatron, he could access the brainwave amplifier anytime, anywhere. A helmet-like device would extend from the back of the wheelchair, and once Professor 2 put it on, he could instantly amplify his mental powers. In short, Professor 2 was now almost on par with a half-level 5 mutant. It was no longer a challenge for him to unleash psychic abilities equivalent to a level 5 mutant for a short period of time. This was why Professor 2 had been able to interfere with Emma Frost's psychic probing earlier, forcing her to retreat empty-handed. Previously, when Sage suddenly agreed to let Emma probe her mind, it was because Professor 2 had quietly assured her, within her thoughts, that there was nothing to fear. She trusted that Professor 2 would never harm her, so she agreed without hesitation. Otherwise, even if it meant going head-to-head with Emma and the others, she would never have accepted the probe so easily. Not only would that have led to open conflict, but it would also have exposed many of the X-Men's secrets. Since the topic involved other alternate personalities, Professor 2 had no intention of dwelling on the subject of the brainwave amplifier. Instead, he smoothly changed the topic. Let me introduce you. This is Beth. She's also a psychic. She's inherited the Shadow King's power and is destined for achievements no less than his. As he spoke, he gestured to Beth, who was pushing his wheelchair from behind. Upon hearing that Beth had inherited the powers of the Shadow King, Professor's old nemesis, Sage couldn't help but be surprised. After all, she'd only just mentioned the Shadow King a moment ago. As a level 4 psychic who had transformed himself into a being of pure consciousness, the Shadow King ranked among the top 3 most formidable adversaries the X-Men had ever faced. Sage's database contained extensive information about him, so she was well aware of just how troublesome he could be. "Hello, Miss Beth. My name is Tessa," Sage quickly greeted her. "Hello," Beth replied with a warm smile. "And this is David. His biological father is none other than your professor," Professor 2 added, his tone tinged with amusement. "What?" Sage was stunned once more. She took a closer look at David and realized he did, in fact, bear a striking resemblance to the professor. Not only to the professor, as she remembered him, but also to this much younger-looking Professor 2 before her. No wonder he paid such close attention to the professor's condition, she thought, recalling David's earlier actions. But when had the professor ever mentioned having a son? Sage was genuinely puzzled. "Wait a minute. David and Beth, you're not the patient and attending doctor Dr. Raymond mentioned at the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, are you?" Sage suddenly asked. "How do you know that?" David asked instinctively. But by asking this question, he was, in a roundabout way, confirming what the sage had said. Tessa's abilities may not be much use in a fight, but she's basically a walking supercomputer. She has access to the files of everyone on Earth, though she can't recall everything at will. She still needs to search for specific information if she wants it, Professor 2 explained, tapping his temple as he spoke. The sage added, "I once compiled a special dossier on Dr. Raymond, and your names came up in it. I only just remembered it myself." Only then did David and Beth understand. And at the same time, their curiosity about the sage's abilities grew. "There's no need to be so curious," Professor 2 said with a smile. "You'll have plenty of time to get to know each other in the future." Upon hearing this, the sage's mood dimmed a little, and she asked, "Is there really no other way? Maybe you could try reaching out to the professor." "We've already discussed this," Professor 2 replied calmly. "You don't know him better than I do. I have no desire to harm him, or any of your old companions. In my eyes, they're all my children just like you. I would hate to see you turn against each other. But after all I've been through, I've had to painfully accept one truth. Sometimes, misplaced mercy is the greatest cruelty. You chose the path you're on now, so I think you can understand where I'm coming from, can't you?" As he spoke, Professor 2 extended a hand to the sage, smiling gently at her. "Come, my child. I need your help. Help me set things right, together." In the dim underground bunker, mutants bustled about, some tinkering with mysterious devices, others engaged in sparring, honing their abilities. Professor," a call echoed, rousing Raymond from his heavy sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw a striking woman with emerald-green eyes standing over him. "Clarice," he blurted out, uncertain. The woman before him looked almost exactly like his younger sister Clarice, as if cast from the same mold, but she was older, probably in her 20s. "It's me, Professor. Are you all right?" the green-eyed woman asked, her expression full of concern. "So it really is little Clary." Raymond's gaze grew complicated as he looked at her. He didn't think the green-eyed woman was lying, because this was no longer the world he originally belonged to. Instead, he had arrived in a parallel universe through the wish journey of Professor X's alternate personality. This was the world of X-Men, Days of Future Past. In this world, only mutants and ordinary humans existed. There were no other superpowered beings in the Marvel Universe here. Moreover, the current timeline should be the year 2023. The Clarice of this world was indeed about 10 years older than the Clarice from Raymond's original world. "Professor, what's the situation now?" Raymond asked in his mind, recalling the purpose of this journey. This wish journey had cost him a full 2,000 universal points. Fortunately, he had received a windfall of 1,000 universal points when he first joined the Hells Angels. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford such an expense. After entering this world, the system had already delivered some basic information to him, just as it had last time. For example, this time the wish goal was to change the fate of mutants being hunted down in this world. Additionally, the time limit for the mission was a year, much longer than the time he'd had to fulfill Deadshot's wish in his previous adventure. That made sense. Deadshot's wish was simply to become a hero of Gotham. The challenges he faced were limited to the confines of a single city. But for Professor X's alternate personality, the wish was to confront the entire human world. The situation in this universe was straightforward, a clear divide between the camp of ordinary humans and the camp of mutants. On the mutant side, there was a ragtag resistance, but compared to the human faction, they were a mere shadow of an army. Right now, the mutants were like mice, constantly on the run. Whenever the humans discovered their whereabouts, they would immediately dispatch an army of sentinel robots to brutally suppress them. As for fighting back, that was wishful thinking, even with the likes of Professor X's alternate personality and his old friend Magneto in this small team. If it weren't for the unique abilities of Kitty Pryde and Clarice, they would have perished long ago. Kitty Pryde's power allowed her to send her teammates' consciousness back through the timeline, granting them a glimpse of the future and the chance to anticipate the enemy's moves. Clarice's ability enabled her to rapidly teleport all teammates to different locations. Time and space, working together, these powers barely allowed the group to survive, nothing more. One could only imagine how dire the mutant camp situation had become. Through his communication with Professor X's alternate personality, Raymond learned that their small team was currently searching for other surviving mutants. The hope was that by rescuing them, they could bolster the team's strength and continue resisting until the very end. But the X-Men's headquarters had been breached 8 centuries ago, and the Cerebro Chamber had long since been destroyed. The Professor X persona could now only search for surviving mutants region by region. The days of scanning the entire globe in one sweep were gone. This gave rise to a new danger. The human faction began using imprisoned mutants as bait to set deadly traps. If it hadn't been for Shadowcat's presence, these traps would have spelled disaster for them more than once. Yet, this wasn't even the worst of it. What truly troubled them was the growing suspicion that the human faction had deduced, in light of the mutants' seemingly prescient escapes, that someone among them possessed the power of foresight, although they could still rely on this ability to evacuate in advance. The human strategies were becoming ever more meticulous. There were even 2 occasions when the humans correctly guessed their next destinations, casting a wide net and laying traps at multiple possible locations. Twice, those traps hit their mark. In those instances, they could no longer count on everyone making it out unscathed. At least a third of their companions were lost. It became clear that continuing in this way would only end in total annihilation. Their numbers were dwindling. With every loss, while the human side, bolstered by constant advancements in technology and an ever-growing army of sentinel robots, was only growing stronger. The balance of power was shifting, and things would only get harder for the mutants. Faced with this grim reality, they began to formulate a plan to tackle the problem at its root. A one-shot solution. Go back in time. Using Shadowcat's powers, they would send Wolverine's consciousness decades into the past to a time before the Sentinel program had even begun and fix things before the catastrophe could unfold, reshaping the timeline completely. The rise of the Sentinels could be traced to a crucial factor: the acquisition of Mystique's DNA. Building on that foundation, scientists developed technology that allowed Sentinels to continually adapt and mimic different mutant abilities. This was the secret to the Sentinels' terrifying power, the reason they could hunt down even the most formidable mutants, one after another. Take Magneto, for example. Among level 4 mutants, he was practically unmatched. He could take on entire groups single-handedly. But against the Sentinels, his power was neutralized. They could shift themselves into non-metallic forms and adapt any number of countermeasures. Mutants, for all their extraordinary abilities, were not a perfect race. Below level 5, most had some kind of weakness. The Sentinels were designed to identify and exploit these vulnerabilities, constantly modifying themselves to counter any threat the mutants posed. Therefore, although a single Sentinel robot theoretically only matches the combat power of a level 3 mutant, when it comes to a real confrontation, mutants below level 4 can hardly put up any meaningful resistance. As for those above level 4, they would simply be overwhelmed by the sheer number of Sentinels. No matter how you look at it, it's a dead end. The mutant faction had once managed to survive through various tricks, clinging to a sliver of hope. But as the ordinary human camp grew stronger and stronger, they finally faced reality and decided to take the most desperate gamble. Before doing so, however, they planned to gather whatever remaining forces they could, just in case. During the period when Shadowcat was helping Wolverine travel back in time, she must not be disturbed. Any interruption would spell complete failure and render all their efforts meaningless. In this situation, failure would mean absolute ruin, with no chance to try again. They needed to amass as much strength as possible to ensure the success of this mission. Even if an extra person could buy them only a few more seconds at a critical moment, that might prove decisive. Raymond arrived at this precise moment, just as the small team was rallying the last of their forces. Professor X's secondary personality was in the middle of a regional search when Clarice must have noticed his body, trembling, and came over to check on him. After all, the professor's secondary self was now an old man, no longer young, constantly on the run. It was only natural for his physical condition to be less than ideal. After quickly assessing the situation, Raymond shook his head at Clarice and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." He then added, "Could you step outside for a moment? I have some personal matters to attend to." "Of course," Clarice replied without further questions. She nodded and quietly left the room, closing the door behind her. Once she was gone, Raymond first summoned 2 shadow clones and transferred Professor X's and Megatron's secondary personalities, the inseparable duo, to another location. He then used transformation magic to return to his original appearance and casually squeezed the professor's old wheelchair into a ball, tossing it into a corner of the room. Unlike last time in the DC universe, when his goal had been to make a name for the Deadshot personality, meaning he had to act in that guise, this time was different. His only objective now was to help Professor X's secondary self change the fate of mutants, so his appearance was of no particular importance. "Do you need me to step out and come back in again?" Raymond turned to ask Professor X's secondary personality. He was concerned that his sudden appearance might be difficult to explain to the team, but Professor X's secondary self simply shook his head with a smile. "There's no need for that. Let's go then. Get ready to usher in a new era for mutants." Raymond stepped behind the wheelchair of the Professor X altar and began pushing him out of the room. "This time, I really have to trouble you." The Professor X altar turned his head slightly and thanked Raymond. "You are me, and I am you. There's no need to stand on ceremony," Raymond replied with a shrug. The Professor X altar nodded gently and didn't insist on being polite with Raymond, the primary personality, though this way of interacting might appear strange to outsiders. Among the personalities, including Raymond himself, most accepted each other as part of the same self, except for the rare few who had old grudges. "By the way, what are you planning to do about the X-Men?" Raymond suddenly asked. After deciding to launch an assault on the Dark Church, he had made up his mind to embark on a wish journey first. On one hand, he wanted to gather more universal points for emergencies, and on the other, he hoped to use the opportunity to further strengthen his true body. Only by raising his overall ability could he maintain the golden altar for longer periods. As it stood, transforming into Old Man, Jiro let him last barely over a minute. If he ever faced an exceptionally formidable enemy, even escaping might not be possible. So, the second purpose of this wish journey was to push himself and break his own limits. If he could extend the golden altar's duration to 3 or even 5 minutes, he'd feel confident even facing the most formidable of opponents head-on. After all, with the Ancient One present, even a Celestial couldn't descend upon Earth in person. Against anyone short of that, he'd have nothing to fear. He could fight if he wanted to. Before setting out on the wish journey, he had recalled all the alter ego's shadow clones and absorbed their recent memories. That way, he saw that the Professor X altar had already handled Sage, which was why he brought up the question. What comes next? Naturally, it's about forging a new force and uniting the mutants of that world once and for all. The Professor X alter gave a long sigh. The greatest problem mutants face is their lack of unity. In this world, it was only under the oppression of the Sentinel robots that mutants finally banded together for warmth and survival. But in that other world, mutants lack that kind of external pressure, so they remain scattered and divided. Whether it's the X-Men, the Brotherhood of Mutants, or even the Hellfire Club, their existence means little. They only serve to drag mutants further down. Raymond raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you're planning to wipe out all the current mutant organizations?" "Could you not use the word wipe out? The way you put it makes me sound like the villain," the Professor X Alter replied with a wry smile. "What's the point in talking about heroes and villains?" "It doesn't matter anymore," Raymond said with a dismissive wave. In this world, things were never simply black or white, just like the very ground beneath their feet. Who could say which side was truly the villain, the humans or the mutants? In the eyes of each camp, the other was always the enemy. Even now, not even the alternate persona of Professor X still regarded ordinary people as his own, nor did he continue to play the peacemaker. This was the greatest difference between him and the Professor X from Raymond's original world. Perhaps he wouldn't go so far as to kill humans unprovoked, but if the situation demanded it, he would never hesitate. As their conversation went on, the two of them entered the main hall of the underground stronghold. Quite a few people noticed the unfamiliar face at Professor X's side, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Yet seeing how warmly he conversed with the professor, they held back from asking who he was. Professor X's persona offered no explanation, but instead immediately asked someone to notify all the mutants. There was going to be a meeting. Not long after, the small band of remaining mutants quickly gathered. "Charles, who is this friend of yours?" Magneto asked as soon as he arrived, casting a sharp glance at Raymond. Professor X's alternate persona smiled at Raymond, giving him a look that encouraged him to introduce himself. "Lord Magneto, pleased to meet you. My name is Raymond. It's an honor to make your acquaintance," Raymond replied with a friendly smile. Just then, a mutant with a rather unusual appearance stepped up beside Magneto and whispered something into his ear. In an instant, Magneto's expression shifted, his eyes turning steely as he fixed a murderous glare on Raymond. "You're not a mutant." The moment Magneto spoke, every mutant in the room visibly tensed. Some even took involuntary steps backward, adopting defensive stances. Unlike the world Raymond originally came from, this reality had no superpowered beings outside of mutants. Even Juggernaut, in this world, was a mutant, not someone who gained strength from some dark god's power. So, anyone who wasn't a mutant could only be an ordinary human. For a regular human to suddenly appear in the heart of the mutant stronghold, well, it was nothing short of shocking. Shocking indeed. In other worlds or timelines, it was usually humans who felt uneasy, wary, or even terrified when faced with mutants. But here, things were utterly different. Though humans in this world had no superpowers and any lone mutant could easily wipe out a line of them, the reality was that mutants were hunted relentlessly, with nowhere to run and not a moment to breathe. As soon as their whereabouts were exposed, they had to escape immediately, and they even needed to use the Phantom Cat's quasi-precognitive abilities to rehearse the whole thing in advance. Otherwise, there was no guarantee they'd get away. Imagine, then, just how terrifying the ordinary human camp was to the mutants. So when Magneto bluntly declared that Raymond was not a mutant, the first reaction from most of the mutants present wasn't anger or hatred, but fear. Instinctively, they took a few steps back, even though they knew perfectly well that, if Raymond truly was an ordinary human, they could crush him with ease. Yet, despite that knowledge, they couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. This fear had accumulated over years and years. It was not something that could be changed in a moment. Only Magneto and a handful of the more formidable mutants, those who could still hold their own even against the Sentinel robot, managed to face Raymond without much sign of fear. It's worth noting that there were quite a few level 4 mutants in this small group, at least 10 or so. If you counted those level 4 mutants who had already been slain by Sentinels, the number would easily double. Compared to the world Raymond came from, there were undoubtedly more level 4 mutants here. The Sentinels had, in a sense, forced them to grow stronger. And yet, even so, it was all for nothing. It changed nothing about their fate of being hunted to the very end. In fact, mutants like Clarice, with their unique abilities as level 3s, could sometimes prove even more valuable. "That's right, I'm not a mutant," Raymond replied to Magneto's accusation, spreading his hands with a casual smile. He made no attempt to conceal the truth. First, because he didn't see the need, and second, because it would have been nearly impossible anyway. Many mutants possess the ability to recognize their own kind. It wasn't something you could just dismiss with a few words. Rather than fabricate a clumsy lie, it was better to be honest. Charles, I want an explanation. Upon hearing Raymond admit he wasn't a mutant, Magneto forced down his anger, though his hand was already half raised. He could tell that his old friend and this suddenly appearing mixed-blood man were quite familiar with each other. Before he spoke up, the two had been chatting and laughing, clearly on good terms. That was the only reason he hadn't struck Raymond down on the spot. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have attacked the instant he realized Raymond wasn't one of them, wasting no time on further conversation. In this world, humans and mutants were already as incompatible as fire and water. There was no right or wrong, only a fight to the death. Calm down, Eric. Professor X's secondary persona waved a hand with a gentle smile. Raymond is my friend. He's here to help us out of our predicament. Friend. Magneto's demeanor remained unchanged. He let out a cold laugh. Have you lost your mind, Charles? Making friends with ordinary people again. I knew you'd react this way. The Professor X persona shook his head. With a resigned sigh. To be honest, he had fully expected Magneto to respond like this. In fact, it wasn't just Magneto. Most of the others probably thought the same, though only Magneto would be so unabashedly blunt about it. The rest, even if they disagreed, would at least try to express themselves more tactfully. None would challenge him so openly. But one thing was certain. Not a single person here would support his idea of befriending ordinary humans, not even those who had once served under him. After enduring so many years of relentless persecution and watching countless comrades fall, they had lost the capacity for empathy toward ordinary people. And it wasn't just them. He himself, the Professor X persona, had felt the same way until recently. So he could completely understand where everyone was coming from. But Raymond was hardly an ordinary person. As one of Raymond's alter egos, he knew all too well the kind of monsters hidden within Raymond's mind. There was no need to even mention that little old man, Jiro, who was on a whole different level and made all the other silver-ranked personas uneasy. Even among the rest of the silver personas, there were plenty of fearsome monsters. If Raymond truly wished to lend his full strength, he had no doubt at all that Raymond could change the fate of the world. Boss, why don't you show them a little something? With this thought, the Professor X persona spoke up in his mind. He used to call Raymond the original persona, but after Raymond complained that it sounded awkward, he had adopted the casual boss like the other personas, blending in with the local customs. Raymond didn't say much in response. In an instant, he switched to the Kizaru persona. A golden flash streaked through the air. Raymond vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he reappeared behind Magneto, pressing a fingertip to Magneto's temple. Don't move. If I poke down with this finger, you just might die, Raymond drawled lazily. Maybe you'll be the one to die first, Magneto replied, his voice icy cold. Ooh, what a terrifying power you have. Raymond marveled, glancing at the circle of metal needles hovering around his head, each only half a centimeter from piercing his skull. Even as he expressed his amazement, a strange little smile curled on his lips. Let's see who's faster. Ready to meet your end. He spoke the words, ready to die, but made no move to attack. Even so, Magneto reflexively launched his assault, sending a ring of metal needles lancing toward Raymond's head from every direction. Another burst of golden light, and Raymond had already returned to stand behind the Professor X persona, a faint, inscrutable smile on his lips as he watched Magneto, making no move to escalate the confrontation. Yet Magneto's expression had turned grim. His attack had failed. He was certain he had seen every one of those metal needles pierce Raymond's head. But as it turned out, Raymond returned to his original spot completely unscathed, and it was clear he had shown mercy. Otherwise, judging by the speed Raymond displayed earlier, he could have easily killed him. Of that, he had no doubt. After all, his own son, Quicksilver, who had died at the hands of a sentinel, possessed a similar power. At that kind of speed, taking someone's life was as effortless as flicking a finger. In other words, if that had been a real fight just now, he would already be dead, while Raymond would have remained untouched. Wait a minute. You're not an ordinary human, are you? Feeling a sting of embarrassment over his failed attack, Magneto suddenly realized that Raymond, standing across from him, also possessed superhuman abilities. Since when did ordinary people have superpowers? If regular humans had powers too, there wouldn't be such widespread rejection of mutants. The Sentinel Special Task Force was originally established because ordinary people were deeply fearful of mutants. That fear had driven them to openly oppose, even to the point of wanting to eradicate all mutants. His subordinates had told him that Raymond wasn't a mutant, and Raymond himself had admitted as much. So Magneto had simply assumed he was just a regular human. But after what had just happened, The truth was clearly much more complicated. "I never said I was just an ordinary human, did I?" Raymond replied with a soft chuckle, having reverted to his previous demeanor. Hearing this, Magneto's expression softened, even though he'd just been made to look foolish. Pride meant little to him. As long as Raymond wasn't aligned with ordinary humans, they could be friends, simple as that. "Charles, are you really not going to explain yourself?" Magneto shot a dissatisfied look at the alternate personality of Professor X. In his view, his old friend had probably chosen to stay silent just to watch him get embarrassed. But he didn't stop to consider that, had Raymond not revealed his abilities himself, even if the alternate Professor X had come right out and said it, would Magneto have believed it so easily? Professor X's alternate persona, however, took no offense. He simply shook his head and smiled. "Raymond isn't from our world. He comes from a parallel universe. Many years ago, before the Sentinels were even invented, we met. He originally came this time just to visit me, and only after learning of my current situation did he decide to lend me a hand." A parallel universe? Upon hearing this concept, most of those present nodded thoughtfully, showing no signs of disbelief. What Professor X's alternate self had said was half true, half concealed. Aside from omitting the details of his relationship with Raymond, everything else was essentially the truth. And the idea of parallel universes was by no means incomprehensible to anyone in the room, although none of them had ever actually encountered a so-called visitor from a parallel world before. Considering that even soul-traveling across timelines was possible, the existence of parallel worlds didn't seem all that strange. There was surprise, to be sure, but not utter disbelief. Magneto, however, wasn't as optimistic. He shook his head and said, "I admit, this friend of ours is very powerful. Perhaps none of us could truly stand against him. But don't forget, even level 5 mutants ultimately fell at their hands. Our friend here likely hasn't reached true level 5 strength yet, has he?" Raymond knew that when Magneto mentioned level 5 mutants, he was actually referring to Apocalypse in this world. This had been explained to him by Professor X's secondary personality during the briefing. Before the timeline was altered, Apocalypse had never been awakened in this world. So when the Sentinels began mass production and mutants felt their cause was truly lost for the first time, they came up with a desperate plan to flip the table, so to speak, by actively awakening Apocalypse. Given Apocalypse's notorious reputation, if he had appeared in any mutant world other than this one, he would certainly be seen as an enemy by the overwhelming majority of mutants, especially the X-Men. Apocalypse's philosophy was to utterly eradicate all non-mutants, aiming to build a new world where only mutants would exist. This was clearly at odds with the ideals of the X-Men, and even the Brotherhood of Mutants wasn't so extreme. What's more, most mutants still had friends and relatives among ordinary humans. They could never stand by and let Apocalypse run wild, wiping out all non-mutants. But in this world, the situation was entirely different. After years of conflict and strife, both mutants close to humans and humans sympathetic to, mutants had long been crushed by the unstoppable tide of events. There were still some dissenting voices in both camps, but they had become negligible. Now, the mutants of this world faced total annihilation. At this point, they no longer had the luxury of empathy to condemn Apocalypse for his actions. So, once they understood Apocalypse's existence and roughly located his place of sealing, they decided to awaken him. After all, things couldn't possibly get any worse than they already were. In the end, they did manage to awaken Apocalypse, and after learning about the mutants' desperate plight, he didn't bother with any purges or internal power struggles. He simply chose a side straight away. Yet the final outcome was just as Magneto had described. Apocalypse fell. Level 5 mutants were indeed powerful, far beyond the reach of these level 4 mutants, and their abilities were almost without weakness, rarely susceptible to being countered. But even Apocalypse couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers of the Sentinels, not to mention that human technology had evolved far beyond what it once was. In the end, Apocalypse met a bitter defeat. The death of Apocalypse struck the mutant faction like a bolt from the blue, shattering the hard-won morale they had only just managed to rebuild. When Apocalypse was first released, many mutants believed it was finally time to launch a full-scale counterattack, and even some who had been in hiding began to show themselves. But precisely because of this, after Apocalypse fell, the remaining mutants faced yet another purge. That was the blow that truly brought the mutants to their knees, leaving them unable to rally any force of resistance. This latest plan, to use Shadowcat's powers to change the past, was really a last resort, nothing more than a desperate gamble. When Professor X's alternate persona introduced Raymond as a friend from a parallel world, no one in the room doubted it. The authority of Professor X's persona spoke for itself. For something so trivial, no one would question him lightly. However, when he claimed that Raymond intended to help them out of their predicament, that was a little harder for everyone to believe. Those present had all faced the Sentinels head-on and had witnessed Apocalypse's death with their own eyes. Raymond's earlier feat, instantly defeating Magneto, was impressive, no doubt, but it was clear to everyone that his advantage came from his powers specifically countering Magneto's. If he were to face Colossus, who was now also a level 4 mutant, he might not lose, but he certainly wouldn't win as easily as before. Yet even Colossus, when fighting Sentinels, could easily handle 1 or 2, but stood no chance when outnumbered. In fact, none of the level 4 mutants present could take on a dozen Sentinels at once, not a single one of them. Professor X's alternate persona was in an even more awkward position. His psychic abilities were useless against the Sentinels, working only on intelligent life forms. And with current human technology, standardized equipment that blocks psychic powers was already in use. As a result, all psychic mutants were sidelined. Professor X's alternate persona included. His main function now was to search for other surviving mutants and serve as a commander. As for fighting, he was practically powerless. Raymond's powers and combat abilities certainly seemed formidable, at least on par with a level 4 mutant, but not on Apocalypse's level. In his prime, Apocalypse could swat Sentinels like flies, dispatching them with a flick of his hand. Even now, many could never forget the days when Apocalypse strode the battlefield, his presence alone terrifying to recall. Though he ultimately died, his appearance inflicted heavy losses on humanity's side. Could Raymond compare to Apocalypse? At least in their eyes, the answer was no. Raymond isn't one to boast, someone said quietly. If he claims to have a way, he must have some degree of confidence. Professor X's alternate personality smiled as he replied, "Charles, this isn't something to joke about. Are you sure you understand what you're saying?" Magneto said with a frown. He had known Professor X's alternate personality for decades. No one understood each other better. He could tell that Professor X's alternate personality placed great trust in Raymond, and that his words just now came straight from the heart. More than that, he sensed the hidden meaning behind his words. Though it sounded like he was simply saying Raymond could help, the timing was telling. He'd chosen this moment, and it called everyone together. His intentions were coming into clear focus. He wanted to change their original plan. The plan had been to use Shadowcat's powers to send Wolverine's consciousness back decades into the past, in hopes of altering the timeline. Magneto couldn't imagine any other reason why his old friend would bring this up publicly instead of talking with him privately first. Clearly, he wouldn't easily agree to abandon their original plan, not on a whim. It had been Magneto himself who first proposed using Shadowcat's abilities to change the past. Even he had to admit, mutants had run out of options. This seemed like the only viable path left. Despite its many uncertainties and the real possibility it might not work, they had nothing else to try. Now, at this critical moment, Professor X's alternate personality was introducing Raymond as a new hope, clearly intending to upend Magneto's plan. That was something Magneto found hard to accept. "Eric, I know what you're thinking, but your plan was born out of desperation. Now that we have a better option, why not wait a little longer?" Professor X's alternate personality spoke gently, not needing his powers to guess Magneto's thoughts. "If Raymond fails, it won't be too late to fall back on your plan, will it?" "No, I don't agree." Magneto's refusal was swift and absolute. "Have you already forgotten what happened last time? It was because we gave others hope, made them believe we still had a chance to fight back, that so many stepped forward to join us on the front lines. You know how it ended. That battle cost us most of the mutants we had left. Now, the Sentinel robots are even more terrifying than before, and mutant strength has grown weaker. Are you still clinging to dreams of an impossible counterattack?" By the end, Magneto's face was etched with grief. Professor X's alternate personality simply looked at him and asked quietly, "Are you afraid?" "Don't talk nonsense," Magneto snapped. "You've known me for years. Do I look like someone afraid of death? I just refuse to let slip this final chance to change our fate. If we fail one more time, we won't even have the chance to make a final stand. Do you understand that?" Seeing Magneto's reaction, the secondary persona of Professor X let out a sigh, feeling a headache coming on. Because the matter concerned Raymond, there was much he couldn't say too plainly, and even if he did, Magneto might not believe him. It was a frustrating predicament. Raymond patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to worry, and then smiled as he turned to Magneto. "There's something I'd like to ask you, Lord Magneto." "What is it?" Magneto replied in a tone that was far from friendly. "Is the past truly something we can change?" Raymond looked him in the eyes as he spoke. "Why wouldn't it be?" Magneto shot back. "Kitty's ability has proven time and again that even things destined to happen in the future can be altered by making different choices. Isn't that obvious enough? Raymond neither agreed nor disagreed, and continued, but you know as well as I do, her power isn't about seeing the future. It's about sending someone's soul back along the timeline, letting them warn us ahead of time to change what happened. Except for the soul she sends back, everyone else on that timeline, including herself, still ends up killed by the Sentinels, right? Raymond's words made many of those present pale, and even Shadowcat herself wasn't immune. But none was more shaken than Lucas Bishop, the one who had been sent back into the past time and again. The soul transfer took a toll on the traveler's spirit, but Bishop's ability to absorb external energy allowed him to weather the damage. That's why he was always chosen, and he had become accustomed to fulfilling this role dutifully. Yet, all this time, he'd kept a heavy secret buried deep inside, a fear he never dared to share. He avoided thinking about it, worried it would drive him mad. But now, with Raymond laying the truth bare, he could no longer escape it. He dropped to his knees, agony etched across his face. For what Raymond had just said was exactly the dilemma that had haunted him for so long. When he traveled back and changed what was meant to be, did he really save his original companions? Time travel was never a matter of simple arithmetic. His soul returning to the past was, in effect, taking over the place of another version of himself in that timeline, replacing that past self completely. From beginning to end, the only one who had never truly died was him. Because in the end, he was the sole survivor. He alone was never truly killed. This also ties into another theory about time travel. A change at a single point on the timeline doesn't truly alter the original timeline, but instead branches off a new world. From that moment onward, what Raymond was talking about was precisely this issue. It was the problem he had been unwilling to face from the very beginning, because confronting it would inevitably drive him to the brink of collapse, just as it was doing now. You bastard. Seeing Bishop fall apart completely, Logan's notorious temper instantly flared up. He clenched his fist and charged at Raymond, ready to teach him a lesson. Of course, he kept himself in check. His signature adamantium claws remained sheathed, as he just wanted to rough Raymond up a bit. The Professor X's secondary personality frowned slightly, immediately attempting to take control of Logan, to prevent him from provoking Raymond further. Even though he and Raymond were, in the truest sense, on the same side, that didn't mean Raymond had to comply with his every wish. After all, Raymond was the primary personality and held absolute authority over them all. If Raymond truly lost his temper, even if Logan was taken out, he could hardly object. So, he only intended to step in to keep Logan from doing something foolish. Yet before he could act, Logan suddenly froze in place, unable to move a muscle. Eric, the Professor X's secondary personality, looked over at his old friend in mild surprise. It was Magneto who had intervened first, stopping Logan with his powers. Let him finish. Magneto shot Logan a stern glance and released him only after speaking. Logan glared at Raymond, clearly disgruntled, but he let go of his earlier urge for violence. Raymond, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to spare Logan even a glance. If the Professor X persona hadn't pleaded with him mentally, he would have gladly taught Logan a lesson himself. What I'm saying is something most of you already understand, but you choose to deceive yourselves, Raymond said, his gaze sweeping over the group, with a hint of pity, because deep down, you know that if even Shadowcat's powers can't save you, then you'll lose your last shred of hope. Sending him back to the very beginning to rewrite the earliest timeline. Do you truly believe that will save you? Raymond gestured toward Logan and shook his head. No, all that does is save the you in that timeline. It has nothing to do with any of you standing here now. They won't possess the memories of everything you've experienced. If no one tells them, they might not even know you ever existed. Do I really need to explain what that means? With that, Raymond fell silent. Just as he'd said, these people didn't need him to explain the basic concepts of time travel, but there's no need to mention the intellectual types like Beast or the Professor X alternate personality. Even someone as straightforward as Logan, who relies on muscle, can understand the concept of time travel and parallel worlds. These ideas have been part of children's science. Looked for decades. Did they really need him to explain it? All he did was pierce through the reality that no one wanted to face. Moreover, his very presence was, in a way, the living proof of the logic he had just laid out. Parallel worlds did exist. If we assume that both Raymond and the Professor X persona were telling the truth, and that parallel worlds are indeed real, then it naturally follows that time travel cannot change the past. Changing the past is nothing but a false notion. All this time, the trump card they held closest to their hearts had turned out to be nothing more than a joke. The room fell utterly silent. No one spoke, and no one seemed to know what to say. The answer was simply too cruel, so cruel that many had already lost all hope. So, When they come for us again, we're all gonna die. Is that it? A mutant girl, who looked no older than 12 or 13, asked the question timidly. Fear shone in her eyes. They were rimmed red, and her voice trembled. No, you won't. Don't be afraid, Raymond replied, trying to comfort her. The girl nodded, showing she understood, but it was obvious she didn't quite believe his reassurance. Beside her, a slightly older but equally petite woman reached out to gently stroke her head, trying to calm her. Then she looked at Raymond and said, Is this what you wanted? From a Professor X persona's introduction in his mind, Raymond knew that the petite woman was Kitty Pryde, also known as Shadowcat. What do you mean, is this what I wanted? Raymond asked in return. You really are a cruel person, Shadowcat replied, her tone far from friendly. Hearing this, Raymond shook his head and smiled. If I want to save you all, I have no choice but to point out the truth that none of you are willing to say out loud. I believe a simple logical problem like this shouldn't have needed me to expose it in the first place. Don't you agree, Miss Pryde, Mr. McCoy, and Professor? Those he called out looked embarrassed, including the Professor X persona. Even those whose names he hadn't mentioned lowered their heads, looking somewhat guilty. Their reactions were not lost on Magneto, Logan, and the others, who felt their hearts sink. Is that right, Hank? Logan immediately fixed his gaze on Beast, waiting for his answer. After all, Beast wasn't just the X-Men's chief scientist. He was the smartest among their small group of mutants. If anyone knew the truth, it would be him. Feeling the weight of Logan's stare, Beast seemed nervous as he stammered. Maybe. What do you mean, maybe? Logan demanded, his voice sharp with anger. What it means is, this is just one possibility, though the chances of it happening are very high. The professor's alternate personality let out a deep sigh from the side. You knew all along. Logan's anger flared even more. Hank realized this a long time ago. He came to me in private to discuss it, and in the end, we both felt it would be better not to say anything. The professor's alternate personality finally revealed the truth. You bastards! Logan cursed, then, muttering under his breath, stormed off toward the passageway leading out. He was afraid he'd lose control if he stayed any longer. So, you all knew from the start that my plan had almost no chance of working. Was it really just my delusion? Magneto murmured, his voice hollow with despair. No, I never thought it was a delusion. Even though the theoretical chance of changing the past was less than 3%, at the time, it was our only option. I don't think you did anything wrong, the professor's alternate personality replied. Until you saw another option? Magneto glanced at Raymond. That's right, the professor's alternate personality nodded. You trust him that much? It's not about trust. It's that I know he will succeed, the professor's alternate personality said with unwavering conviction. Understand. Magneto's voice was low and steady. After a brief pause, he turned to Raymond and said, If I've offended you before, please forgive me. From here on, our fate is in your hands. I'm counting on you. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Raymond. Clearly, he had chosen to believe in the professor's alternate personality, even if he himself doubted Raymond's ability to save them. Out of trust for an old friend, he decided to set aside reason and bet everything on this final chance. No need to be so formal. The professor and I are on the same side, Raymond replied with a meaningful smile. As a gift for our first meeting, let me offer you all a little surprise. A surprise? Magneto was momentarily confused, unsure what kind of surprise Raymond meant. Just then, with a thunderous crash, a hole was blasted open in the ceiling above them. Through the gap tumbled Logan, battered and barely able to stand. Weak and gasping, he managed to warn them. Run. They're coming. Logan's words sent a wave of terror and despair through most of the mutants present. Everyone understood instantly. When Logan said he could only mean the Sentinel robots. Now that they realized the hope of changing the past had likely never existed, the fear brought by the Sentinels felt all the more real. This was why Shadowcat had called Raymond cruel, because he had placed this bloody truth right in front of them, leaving nowhere to hide. Before anyone could react, the entire ceiling above them was suddenly torn away, exposing the night sky outside. But tonight's sky was anything but beautiful. Swarms of Sentinel robots hovered densely in the darkness, filling everyone with a sense of utter despair. This was a force far beyond their ability to resist. It's over. Quite a few mutants had already dropped to their knees, their will to resist completely drained. Perhaps death itself would be a kind of release? Shall we let them out to play for a bit? Among everyone present, only the Professor X persona seemed untroubled, aside from Raymond. In his mind, he asked Raymond the question. That wouldn't be dramatic enough. Let's give your fellow mutants a shot of courage first, Raymond replied with a smile. A shot of courage? Upon hearing Raymond's answer, the Professor X persona felt a flicker of understanding. He guessed what Raymond was planning. So, you're calling upon that one? Even he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. At that moment, he noticed some among the mutants getting restless, ready to strike, and quickly called out, "Everyone, stay where you are, don't move." His command calmed the mutants for the time being. Though they didn't understand, they chose to trust him. "Very good. Now, leave the rest to me." Raymond's appearance did not change, but his posture subtly shifted. His back hunched ever so slightly, aging him in an instant. With a gentle, kindly smile, he nodded at the Professor X persona, as if in greeting. Magneto noticed the transformation in Raymond. He turned to look at the Professor X persona, who merely shook his head, signaling him not to ask. Mutants below, listen carefully. Surrender immediately. Kneel with your hands on your head. If you resist, we are authorized to use lethal force. The Sentinel's cold, mechanical broadcast echoed from above, making everyone feel even more tense. Meanwhile, both the Professor X persona and Magneto, along with a few others, saw Raymond slowly lowering himself to the ground, trembling, and extending a single finger toward the earth. Vast sedation. A deep, resonant hum, like the rumble from the heart of the earth, suddenly swept through the space. For a heartbeat, it was as if everyone's ears went deaf. In that instant, every person present felt themselves paralyzed by a mysterious, boundless power, so profound that even their eyelids wouldn't budge. Their minds remained untouched, thoughts flowing as usual, but their bodies were utterly still, locked in place. What kind of power is this? The same question echoed in everyone's mind, because the sensation was absolutely terrifying. Moments later, that mysterious force abruptly vanished, and at last, everyone was able to move again. Yet this time, many collapsed directly to the floor, legs turned to jelly and sweat streaming from their brows. Almost at the very same moment, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, as if a sudden, magnitude 8 earthquake had struck. A fierce wind howled into existence, tearing through the air. "Look up there!" someone suddenly cried out, pointing toward the sky in astonishment. It was only then that the others noticed. Those sentry robots, which had been poised to strike, along with several ships suspended above, each carrying more sentry robots, were all gradually turning to ash, scattered and swept away by the raging wind. Just like that, all those sentry robots had been dealt with? In that instant, every gaze turned to Raymond, filled with disbelief and awe. To think that with just a single tap of his finger on the ground, he could obliterate so many sentry robots in an instant. Surely, not even Apocalypse himself could have accomplished such a feat. No wonder the Professor X alternate personality was so certain that Raymond could save them. This was simply astonishing. Raymond, who had now switched back, gave a gentle, almost amused smile as he instructed Magneto and the others, "Get ready to move. There might be a tsunami coming soon. We're too close to the sea here. It's not safe." "A tsunami?" Magneto looked puzzled. "I may have gone a bit overboard just now." "The Earth stopped spinning for a few seconds," Raymond explained, his tone almost casual. "There will be hurricanes and tsunamis all over the globe. If you don't want to get caught up in it, you'd better relocate to higher ground." Magneto was at a loss for words. Had he heard that right? The Earth had stopped spinning for a few seconds? All because of that single gesture? Just how terrifying was this man before him, whose mere excess of force could bring the entire planet to a halt, if only for a heartbeat? Deep down, Magneto found Raymond's claim hard to believe. It was simply too outrageous. Yet, recalling the sight he'd just witnessed, the sky swarming with sentry robots and those ships, all reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, he almost found himself convinced. As incredible as it was to imagine the Earth halting, it was equally impossible to comprehend so many sentry robots being annihilated in an instant, especially when he'd seen it with his own eyes. Raymond really had no reason to exaggerate. Either way, both feats defied belief. Erring on the side of caution, Magneto immediately began organizing the evacuation. The Professor X alternate personality instructed Beast to scout out a suitable relocation site, and together, they set the evacuation in motion at top speed. Raymond glanced at the Professor X persona and asked, "How are you feeling?" Utterly stunned, came the long, slow exhale in reply. Though he'd prepared himself mentally, as the golden alternate personality, Elder Jiro's power was bound to be terrifying. There's a world of difference between imagining and experiencing such might firsthand. In that fleeting moment, Jiro's attack was really meant for the sentry robots, but a bit of control had slipped, and the sheer force of it left even their own allies paralyzed with shock.as for stopping the Earth for a few seconds. That was truly an unintentional act. The Earth where Jiro's alternate persona resides is many times larger than the one where Raymond originally came from, or even the one they are currently on. This was the first time Jiro's persona had been summoned by Raymond to fight, so it was inevitable that he would misjudge his own strength. Yet it was precisely this misjudgment that reignited hope in the hearts of the mutants present. With just one move, Jiro's alternate persona allowed Professor X's persona and the other alternate personas to witness firsthand what it meant to wield the majesty of gold, terrifying beyond compare. Even among Raymond's group of silver-tier personas, there had been skeptics who doubted Jiro's true power. But these were all cunning old foxes. No one would reveal their suspicions openly. Among these personas, aside from a rare few, like Jacong who had seen the world, most of them actually had rather limited perspectives. Especially those like the Itachi persona, or the Akainu persona, who were already considered top-tier powerhouses in their own worlds. It was hard for them to imagine just how strong a gold-tier persona could truly be. It wasn't until today that they finally witnessed the vast gulf separating silver tier from gold tier. That gap was far greater than the difference between themselves and the ordinary bronze tier personas. Moreover, knowing Raymond as they did, they were well aware that Jiro's persona hadn't even fought with his full strength just now. Raymond's current overall stats simply couldn't support Jiro's persona going all out. In other words, that previous strike, casual, as it seemed, was merely Jiro's persona making a move offhandedly. Just like an ordinary person swinging a fist without much effort, perhaps not even displaying a tenth of his true power. Yet even that was enough to drive most silver-tier personas to despair. Even Raymond himself, who knew how strong Jiro's persona was shaken by what he had just witnessed. After all, there's still a world of difference between knowing and seeing with one's own eyes. He pondered silently. If Jiro went all out, how would he compare to Thanos? Who would be stronger? Who would be weaker? Previously, based on his understanding of the world of Toriko and his knowledge of the Marvel Universe, Raymond had estimated that Jiro's persona might be at sub-all-father level. But after witnessing Jiro's move firsthand, he realized he might have underestimated this little old man. Thanos, without the aid of any Infinity Stones, might rely on his immortality to remain undefeated, but in terms of sheer combat prowess, he might not actually be a match for Jiro's persona. This display from Jiro's persona made Raymond feel, deep down, that he was no longer the small, cautious man who had to worry about everything. Even in the Marvel Universe, the power he could now wield would be enough to earn him a place among the stars. Not long after Jiro's secondary persona took action, the Earth was struck by a series of massive natural disasters. Hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and more, ravaging regions across the globe. Even with the current level of human technology in this world, caught unprepared, there was no way to avoid enormous losses when so many calamities struck at once. Satellite surveillance soon revealed the shocking reason behind this simultaneous outbreak of disasters. Yet the answer defied belief. At Earth Federation headquarters, in the office of the Supreme Leader, the Earth stopped spinning for a few seconds. Today isn't April Fool's Day. Are you trying to pull a prank on me? The Supreme Leader's tone, after receiving the report from the Minister of Defense, was stern. There was no amusement in his voice. I'm afraid this is no joke. We've triple-checked the data. There's no mistake, the Defense Minister replied gravely. It may sound impossible, but just moments ago, it was as if an invisible hand had seized the Earth, bringing its rotation to a sudden halt for several seconds. The inertia of the original rotation, colliding with a sudden and unnatural stoppage, is what caused the wave of catastrophes now sweeping the globe. The Supreme Leader could see the seriousness in the Defense Minister's eyes. His own expression grew increasingly grim. You do realize that if your report turns out to be inaccurate, you'll be brought before a military tribunal. Absolutely. The Defense Minister confirmed without hesitation. The Supreme Leader nodded and issued his command. Adam, notify the 7 Intercontinental Counselors immediately. We'll convene an emergency remote meeting in 5 minutes. As you wish. A slightly mechanical voice resonated through the office in response. The voice belonged to Adam, as the Supreme Leader had addressed him, a being who is not only the Federation's highest artificial intelligence, but also the embodiment of humanity's technological progress, overseeing nearly every matter on Earth except those of the military. A few minutes later, under Adam's coordination, holographic projections of the 7 Intercontinental Counselors appeared in the conference room of the Supreme Leader's residence. Some sat upright at their desks, others were in the field, busy directing rescue operations. The Supreme Leader wasted no time. After summarizing the Defense Minister's report, he asked simply, "What are your thoughts?" A counselor of Asian descent, sporting a goatee and seated on a sofa, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Could this incident have something to do with the mutants? Impossible. Another counselor, appearing to be of mixed black and white descent, shook his head. If they had such powers, would they still be hunted down like this? That's not entirely fair. A female counselor interjected, her face clouded with unease. Have you forgotten what happened a few years ago? That mutant who called himself God. The chaos he caused us. The words of the female intercontinental delegate made the expressions of the other delegates in the room grow somewhat uneasy, especially that of the chancellor seated at the head of the table. After all, his predecessor had been killed by the very mutant the female delegate referred to as God. I don't think this was their doing, the mixed-blood delegate said, shaking his head again. Even that one who calls himself God, he might be dangerous, but could he really be powerful enough to stop the Earth from spinning? In my opinion, it's far more likely that some unknown cosmic catastrophe is to blame, he continued. How could something like this possibly be achieved by human hands? I don't think it's that simple, said another delegate, this one clad in a sharply tailored military uniform. His voice was low and grave. I've just received word. 3 squads of Sentinel robots have abruptly lost contact. The timing matches exactly with the moment the Earth stopped turning. Before they disappeared, those 3 squads were in pursuit of Magneto and his group, the Chancellor said, frowning. Are you suggesting there's a connection between these 2 incidents? I don't have concrete evidence to prove it, the uniformed delegate replied, but it can't be pure coincidence. My gut tells me these events are linked. The mixed-blood delegate still disagreed. That doesn't prove anything. I think you're just scaring yourself. The military delegate offered no rebuttal. He simply shrugged, signaling that he had no desire to argue further. After a moment's thought, the Chancellor spoke. You all make reasonable points. But whether or not this is connected to the mutants, we must treat it as a matter of grave concern. It seems the time has come to activate the extinction protocol ahead of schedule. I second the motion. Seconded. Seconded, came the chorus. Of the 7 intercontinental delegates, 5 raised their hands in support. Only the mixed-blood delegate and another, older-looking delegate remained motionless. But this no longer mattered. So long as 4 agreed, the emergency proposal would pass. The absence of 1 or 2 votes wouldn't change a thing. Somewhere in Oceania, within a secluded manor. My love, you look troubled. What's wrong? A gentle woman slipped into her husband's arms. Her husband was the very same mixed-blood delegate who had just been debating with his peers via remote conference. His name was Mario Bocci, and he was now one of the most prominent leaders in the Earth Federation. In this world, after humanity united under a single civilization, the Earth Federation was established. The planet was divided into 7 vast continental regions, each governed under a new system. Every continent had its own leader, representing their region in the Supreme Council as a Federation leader. The Federation Chancellor would be chosen from among the 7 delegates of the previous term, serving a decade-long tenure. Mario was the current Intercontinental Counselor for Oceania, a position second only to the federal leader himself, a man who stood above nearly everyone else. Yet, even after rising to such heights, there were still many things beyond his control. Today's matter was one of them. Gazing down at his wife, who lay lazily in his arms, his expression grew dark. In a low voice, he said, "They've decided to launch the extinction plan ahead of schedule." As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt his wife's body tense ever so slightly. She spoke up. "Don't tell me you're opposing them again. If you keep this up, they'll push you out. Next time." "Penny, what should I do?" Mario cut her off, his face clouded with uncertainty. "What do you mean? What should you do?" Penny's eyes flickered with concern. "I don't want to lose you." "I can't lose you." Mario pulled her into a tight embrace. But Penny pushed him away, staring at him in disbelief. "You've known all along?" "Of course. Did you really believe your little tricks could evade every surveillance measure?" Mario shook his head with a bitter smile. "If it were that easy, mutants like you wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation." Only now did Penny realize that all those times she'd narrowly escaped danger. It was her husband who had secretly cleared the obstacles from her path. "If you knew, why didn't you arrest me?" Penny asked, her voice hollow. "Don't you realize that if anyone found out, not only would you lose everything, you might even be dragged before a military tribunal for life?" "Because I love you." Mario interrupted her without hesitation. "But this time I can't stop them. Still, don't be afraid. No matter what happens in the end, I'll stay by your side, even if it ends in death." Hearing this, Penny could no longer hold back. She threw her arms around her husband and wept uncontrollably. No one would ever imagine that one of the Federation's highest leaders would risk a death sentence to protect a mutant, let alone marry her and raise a child together. More than an hour later, Mario stood in the bedroom, staring at the note his wife had left by the bed. "I'm gone. Don't look for me." Overcome with grief, he collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Penny was a level 3 mutant, gifted with the power of illusion. She could conjure convincing realities that fooled the senses and blurred the line between truth and fiction. Though her ability lacked offensive power, in these troubled times, it had proven more useful than most combat-oriented powers of the 3rd or even fourth degree. It was this rare gift that had helped her evade danger time and again throughout the years. At least, that's what she had always believed. Looking back now, perhaps her abilities had played a part, but what truly kept her safe all this time was her husband, the Intercontinental Counselor, quietly shielding her from the shadows. Still, this could not go on forever. She had to make a choice. Under the Extinction Protocol, there would no longer be any place on Earth where mutants could continue to hide. Within the Federation, there had been controversy over this plan, especially from Mario, who had always opposed it with unwavering determination. At first, she had understood and thought Mario simply disagreed with the ideology behind the Extinction Protocol. But now, she realized that Mario's resistance was, in large part, because of her. He knew that once the Extinction Protocol was set in motion, there would be nowhere left for her to hide. Yet, from the way Mario spoke, it was clear that even he could no longer hold it back. Far from being cancelled, the Extinction Protocol was now set to be launched ahead of schedule. No matter where she ran, there would be no chance of escaping this time. She could tell that Mario was truly prepared to die with her if it came to that, but she couldn't be so selfish. Mario was not alone in the world. If he were sentenced, because of her, his parents and family would all be implicated. Over the years, Mario had pretended not to see, covering for her and discreetly handling every problem that arose. There was no way she could just sit by and watch him fall into ruin for her sake. So she chose to leave. Taking her newborn son with her, she slipped quietly away. With her abilities, Mario could never catch up, unless he deployed an army of Sentinel robots to hunt her down. But those machines knew nothing of mercy, and Mario would never go that far. So this departure was, in all likelihood, their last farewell. Click! Opening the concealed blast door on the side of the rockery, Penny cradled her child and slipped inside, quietly closing it behind her. Beneath the hidden entrance was a deep, shadowy corridor, illuminated only by a faint, eerie glow that traced the way forward. Penny followed the downward-sloping passage for several minutes before reaching a broader chamber. In front of her stood a seamless metal wall. Thud, thud, thud. Penny rapped on the wall. "Who's there?" came a low, wary voice from the other side. "It's me, Penny. Hold on." There was no suspicion in the reply. After a brief pause, she heard movement from within. Suddenly, a white circle of light, over a meter in diameter, appeared on the metal wall before her. As the luminous ring materialized, the section of wall it encircled turned transparent, allowing her to see straight through to the other side. Penny was already quite familiar with this routine. Holding her child close, she slipped into the glowing portal, crossing over to the other side. As soon as she passed through, the portal vanished without a trace, and the metal wall returned to its original state. Clearly, the appearance of the portal was the work of a mutant's power, serving as a hidden doorway. On the other side of the metal wall, there was a space resembling an underground bunker, where a dozen or so mutants had gathered. Most of them, however, were elderly, frail, or disabled. The one who had just opened the door for Penny was an old man who looked at least 70. His name was Dole, the eldest among them. "Penny, why have you come so suddenly?" The other mutants greeted her with warmth upon seeing her arrive. Their enthusiasm grew even greater when they noticed she was carrying a baby. A few of the women, overcome with maternal affection, immediately reached out, eager to dote on the newborn. The scene was filled with warmth and happiness, a rare moment of peace. Yet, at the corner of Penny's eye, tears began to shimmer. "What's wrong, Penny?" Old Dole was the first to notice something amiss. Concerned, he asked, "If anything is troubling you, just tell us. We'll find a way to help." Penny silently let her tears fall. "Was it that Mario fellow who wronged you?" Dole's voice rose in anger. "I always said ordinary people can't be trusted, much less someone as powerful as him. Don't cry. We'll help you get justice. Even if he is an Intercontinental Councilman, he's still just a regular human. As long as we plan carefully. It has nothing to do with him." Penny interrupted, her voice trembling with sobs. "He's known I'm a mutant for a long time. All these years, he's been helping me in secret. Without his support, I could never have hidden this long, let alone provided for all of you in secret." The dozen or so mutants present all looked shocked at her words, clearly finding it hard to believe. Given the current hostility between humans and mutants, the idea that someone as powerful as Mario would risk everything to protect a mutant seemed almost impossible. Yet, hearing Penny speak, they had no choice but to believe her. After all, their survival depended on the secret aid Penny had provided. Without her help, even if they found a hiding place, they would have lacked the supplies to survive. In a sense, their lives belonged to Penny, and she had no reason to deceive them. "If that's the case, then why are you crying? Did something happen to Mario?" Dole asked again. "It's about that plan. Penny's voice was barely above a whisper. The Human Federation is going to launch it ahead of schedule. Mario fought as hard as he could to stop it, but 5 of the 7 council members have agreed. His opposition no longer matters. At the mention of that plan, every single person in the room turned pale. Mario had previously told Penny about the contents of the extinction plan, so Penny had already explained to the others what it was. Because of this, everyone understood very clearly that once the extinction plan was set in motion, mutants would have nowhere left to hide, no matter if it was them or Penny herself. Old Door's reaction was much the same as the others. When he heard the news, shock flashed across his face. But unlike the rest, he quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and sighed. Perhaps this is simply our fate. With things as they are today, the ending was set in stone long ago. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Let's all try to accept it. Penny's tears continued to fall. Staring at her infant son, who couldn't even speak yet, she whispered through her sobs, "Maybe death would be a kind of release for me, but he's just a child. Why must he suffer such a cruel fate? Born with obvious powers, no matter that his father's an intercontinental senator, he was doomed from the start. Did you ever want him to live a life like ours?" Old Door looked at the little one in Penny's arms with gentle affection, even reaching out to play with the child for a moment before he went on. If he had a choice, perhaps he wouldn't have wished to be born into this world at all. For mutants, this place is nothing short of a living hell. Old Door let out a long, heavy sigh. "Maybe you're right," but Penny began, only to be abruptly interrupted by a deafening crash from the direction of the metal wall. The thunderous impact sent a jolt of terror through most of the mutants present. They instantly realized what was happening. The Sentinel robots had arrived. "Were you followed?" Old Door turned to Penny. I don't know. Maybe I was in too much of a hurry and didn't notice," Penny stammered, her panic plain to see. "It's all right. Sooner or later, this day was bound to come. Don't blame yourself. You've already done more than enough. Without you, we'd all have been dead long ago," Old Door said, offering a carefree smile. Yet his words brought Penny little comfort. As an elder, he had already come to terms with life and death and could face the end without fear. The others, however, were not so resigned. With each fresh blow against the metal wall, everyone's hearts pounded faster and faster. Meanwhile, in Mario's office, "Smack! You wretched woman! Who told you to act on your own?" He slapped his secretary, sending her glasses flying from her nose and leaving a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet there was not a trace of anger or grievance on her face. She spoke gently. "Cousin, if you don't make a choice, not only you, but the entire family will plunge into an abyss beyond return. My fate and the fate of our family are tightly bound to yours. If you cannot bear to play the villain, then let me take on that role instead." Mario, breathing heavily, fixed her with a gaze sharp enough to kill. "When did you find out?" She replied, "Just as my sister-in-law could never hide anything from you, as your secretary, the one who's cleaned up so many of her messes at your behest. How could I possibly be oblivious?" The secretary picked up her shattered glasses from the floor, put them back on, and continued. "In the past, I would have kept pretending so as not to anger you, cousin. But things are different now. If we don't cut ties swiftly, your political enemies will pounce like a pack of starving wolves, ready to tear you apart. To protect you, cousin, and the family, I had to take matters into my own hands and spoke with your wife. Clearly, she agreed with my point of view." Mario's eyes widened in rage. "What did you say?" he thundered. "You're the one who made Penny leave?" He had thought his wife left of her own accord and had regretted coming clean, blaming himself for forcing her hand. He never imagined her departure had also been orchestrated by this meddlesome woman. Fury boiling over, he lunged forward, grabbed the secretary by the hair, and ground out, "Call back that squad of Sentinel robots." Right now, the secretary, hair gripped in his fist, gave a bitter laugh. It's too late. As soon as the Sentinels spot a mutant, they automatically upload the intel to the EVE database. Not even your orders can stop it now. With a roar, Mario shoved her away. She crashed onto the coffee table, toppling it with a splintering crash. At that moment, both their personal terminals chimed with a new message. Target suspected of escaping via blink spatial ability. Pursuit failed. At this, Mario was overjoyed, while the secretary's face turned deathly pale, her expression full of unwilling frustration. Extinction plan? In a high-altitude secret base in the former Chinese territory, Raymond, the secondary persona of Professor X, Magneto, and other high-ranking mutants of their small team were pressing for details about the extinction plan. Their source was Penny, who had only recently fled her home with her child. With the help of his custom Megatron brand wheelchair, Professor X's secondary persona could once again act as a worldwide human search engine, scanning for the remaining mutants on a broad scale. With Clarice's ability, she could swiftly open a portal and bring them across in an instant. Penny and her group had just been spotted by Sentinel robots. The last line of their defense was about to be breached when, at that very moment, they were discovered by the Professor X alternate persona. Once he confirmed they were in grave danger, the Professor X persona immediately instructed Clarice to rescue them first. By the time the Sentinel robots reached their location, Clarice had already whisked the group away to safety. Of course, Clarice's powers had long since been recorded in the Federal Military's Grand Database and the Army Supreme. Artificial Intelligence, Eve, instantly deduced what had happened. As a result, a horde of Sentinel robots was dispatched to sweep the area where Penny and her group had vanished, scouring every inch in a systematic search. Based on their previous experience, the authorities believed that whenever the Professor X persona rescued someone, the group would never be far from the site. Little did they know that this time, everything was entirely different from before. While the Sentinels were combing the area, Penny and her companions had already left Oceania far behind. Still, for Raymond and his team, obtaining the intel about the extinction protocol from Penny proved to be an unexpected windfall. At this stage, the mutant faction's understanding of a human federation was sorely lacking. Even if the Professor X persona could momentarily regain his former ability to mentally scan the globe, it would be of little actual use. Nowadays, everyone carried a personal device with effects similar to Magneto's old helmet, completely blocking out psychic intrusions. No matter whether you were a level 4 or 5 telepath, it made no difference. Thus, for now, the Professor X persona's main function was to search for surviving mutants. The Human Federation couldn't possibly afford to equip every captured mutant with a psychic blocking device, let alone those like Penny who had never been caught. Because of this, the Professor X persona's search for people was still relatively effective. After Penny and her group were rescued, they felt deeply grateful to the small team. Moreover, everyone recognized the Professor X persona as the once legendary leader of the mutant community. So, the moment they realized they were safe, they immediately revealed everything they knew about the extinction protocol. You say this was a decision just made by the Federation's Supreme Council. How did you find out about it? Magneto, ever suspicious by nature, didn't trust Penny's words right away. He fixed her with a probing gaze. Magneto's question left Penny downcast, but it was old Dole at her side who finally answered for her. Penny's husband is one of the 7 intercontinental senators of the Human Federation. Her information should be solid. Oh, Magneto's eyebrows lifted slightly in surprise. Even for him, this answer was rather unexpected. Given the current relationship between mutants and ordinary people, it's truly astonishing that a mutant could actually marry the highest-ranking senator in the Human Federation and even have a child with him. He must know you're a mutant, right? Raymond, who had been quietly listening nearby, suddenly asked. Penny looked at Raymond with surprise, unsure how he had guessed, and at the same time, she was a little curious about Raymond's identity. Other than herself and old Dole, almost everyone present was a prominent figure in the mutant community. There was no need to elaborate on the Professor X alternate personality and Magneto. They had once been the leaders of the 2 major mutant factions and were household names among mutants. The others, like Storm and Colossus, were also renowned 4th-level mutants who had risen to fame in recent times. One could say that Professor X's alternate personality and his group essentially represented the most formidable force among mutants at present. If other mutants encountered Sentinel robots, most teams would be wiped out even if they numbered 3 or 5 together. Only when targeting Professor X's team would the authorities deploy a whole region's worth of Sentinels, and even then, they'd manage to slip away time and again. Of course, much of the credit went to Shadowcat and Clarice, but if the team hadn't been able to hold their own, even Shadowcat's help would have been in vain. With the strength of this team, anything less than a 3-digit number of Sentinels posed little threat to them. While this lineup might not be much in the eyes of the entire Human Federation, among mutants it was an all-star ensemble, enough to leave ordinary mutants utterly awed. In such a group, and especially within its core decision-making circle, the sudden inclusion of Raymond, a young, unfamiliar newcomer, naturally piqued Penny's curiosity. It was hard not to be intrigued. Still, Penny was no stranger to such situations, having held a high position for years, though she had managed to keep her mutant identity secret thanks to her husband Mario's protection. She was used to dealing with all kinds of people. She was not easily fazed. She noticed that when Raymond abruptly spoke up, interrupting her conversation with Magneto, none of the mutants present showed the slightest sign of displeasure, not even Magneto himself. This suggested that everyone had tacitly accepted Raymond's position in the group, allowing him to speak his mind. Otherwise, even if no one said anything, there would at least have been a hint of annoyance. Realizing that Raymond's status must be significant, Penny didn't dare be careless. She quickly replied, "How did you guess?" One of the top leaders of the Human Federation. If he couldn't even tell whether his own wife was a mutant, would mutants have ended up in such dire straits? Raymond replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Penny was left speechless. This truth is, of course, not difficult to grasp, but she had never considered it from this perspective before. It seems her emotions had clouded her judgment, and she had been far too self-assured. Your husband, knowing full well that you're a mutant, was still willing to protect you all this time. That alone proves how much he loves you. Besides, with his support, I imagine no one would dare question your identity. Then why are you still running? Raymond pondered aloud. Is that extermination plan really so formidable? It's even more terrifying than you think, Penny explained with a bitter smile. As it turned out, the so-called extermination plan was a ruthless strategy devised by the Human Federation. The plan itself originated from Eve, the Federation Military Supreme Artificial Intelligence, a scheme designed to permanently eliminate the mutant threat once and for all. The content of the plan was simple: to deploy a continuous stream of Sentinel robots across the globe, establishing outposts everywhere. These Sentinels would knit an immense web, enveloping every inch of land on Earth within its mesh. Based on the latest models, a single Sentinel robot could track every mutant within several dozen kilometers, rendering even invisibility useless as a means of escape, given the current landmass. After excluding cities already blanketed by the Sky Eye system, releasing hundreds of thousands of Sentinel robots in one fell swoop would leave mutants with nowhere to hide on Earth. The only reason Professor X's Splinter team had managed such daring escapes was their ability to fight guerrilla style, slipping away through portals when the battle turned against them. But if the extermination plan were truly enacted, no matter where they teleported, they would immediately fall into the Federation's Sentinel web. At that point, they would have nowhere left to stand. What's more, it's rumored that this approach would further enhance Eve's computational power. Every Sentinel within the network would become part of her system, amplifying her abilities even further. The reason this plan hasn't been set in motion yet is because there are still dissenting voices in the Grand Council. Some fear it would smother human privacy along with the mutants. And another reason is the sheer number of Sentinels required. The technology isn't yet advanced enough to manufacture so many units at once. But this time, after the sudden standstill incident not long ago, the Council finally reached a near-unanimous decision. They're determined to wipe out all mutants and launch the extermination plan ahead of schedule. Penny noticed that when she mentioned the standstill incident, none of those present seemed surprised. In fact, several people shot furtive glances at Raymond across from her. This sparked a bold suspicion in her heart. Could the stoppage incident be connected to this, Mr. Raymond? No, that's impossible, isn't it? Penny was a little frightened by her own guess, because if it were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Raymond naturally caught the changes in Penny's expression. With a light chuckle, he said, "You're not wrong. The stoppage incident you mentioned is indeed related to me." It was actually true. Penny was completely stunned. This was already far beyond the boundaries of her understanding. She couldn't help but think of Apocalypse, the new mutant leader from a few years ago. Could this Mr. Raymond before her also be a level 5 mutant like Apocalypse? But even if he truly was a level 5 mutant, it was doubtful that anyone could halt the advance of the Human Federation now. Over the past few years, the Sentinel robots had grown even more fearsome, and their numbers had soared. At this moment, even if Apocalypse were to return, he would only meet his end even faster than before. The scales of victory were already tipping out of balance. "I'm sorry, everyone. It seems my unintentional mistake has brought you trouble." Raymond turned to the other mutants present with a gentle smile. "You underestimate us, Lord Raymond," Magneto replied with a wave of his hand. With or without this incident, the Human Federation's extermination plan was bound to pass sooner or later. This is an unstoppable trend. No amount of opposition can change it. We haven't become so weak as to take out our anger on you, Lord Raymond. If anyone's to blame, it's us for being so powerless. Magneto now seemed even older and more world-weary, his spirit somewhat dimmed. When the enemy grows so powerful that even resistance becomes a luxury, even someone as proud as he could not help but feel worn out. Magneto's reaction reflected the mood of everyone else in the room. Now that they understood what the extermination plan truly meant, they knew this time was different from all the rest. If the plan were to be fully set in motion and continually improved, there would be no place left for mutants to hide. There would be no escape. It was no wonder that even Penny, the wife of the highest-ranking senator, had no choice but to flee in advance. Because once this vast net was cast, it was only a matter of time before she, too, would be caught. Among everyone present, perhaps only Raymond and Professor X's alternate persona seemed free of panic, their confidence unwavering. "I have a question," Raymond suddenly said, "and I wonder if anyone here can help me with the answer." Everyone turned their attention to him. He went on, "If I remember correctly, while it's true that unions between mutants, or between mutants and ordinary humans, are more likely to produce mutant offspring, but isn't it the case that, ever since mutants first appeared, the greatest source of new mutants has always been ordinary people awakening their abilities? Even if all of you are killed, how can the Human Federation guarantee that no new mutants will appear in the future? After all, with current human technology, it's still impossible to simply erase a particular gene, isn't it?" "That's not really a problem for them at all," Penny was the first to respond. "From the age of 5, everyone is issued a personal terminal. It constantly monitors their physical condition. The moment there's any fluctuation in the X gene, or if someone awakens due to a sudden shock, the authorities will know immediately. My terminal only managed to fool the system because I tampered with it. For most people, that's impossible." Raymond nodded in understanding, and then asked, "You mentioned something called Eve just now. What is that?" This time, Beast answered him. "The Human Federation has 2 supreme artificial intelligences. One is called Adam, the other Eve. Adam oversees all civilian infrastructure, while Eve manages military facilities. The personal terminals Miss Penny mentioned are under Adam's control, while the Sentinel robots are Eve's responsibility. Each AI minds its own domain, without interfering with the other, handing everything over to artificial intelligence. Aren't they worried about unexpected incidents?" Raymond asked, a flicker of curiosity in his voice. "You mean like an AI rebellion?" Beast gave a wry smile and shook his head. "The scientists must have anticipated that from the very beginning, when they designed this system. I don't know the exact measures, but as far as I'm aware, every Federation leader holds the means to instantly destroy both AIs. Even if the head of state were killed without warning, there are plenty of backup plans to achieve the same result." "Is that so?" Raymond rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. "All right, one last question. Just if, you were able to strike back at the Human Federation, would you choose to wipe out ordinary people?" Raymond suddenly asked. "Of course not," Beast replied instinctively. "Setting aside whether ordinary people deserve it or not, even if they did, eradicating them would be the same as eradicating ourselves. With the current number of mutants, it would be nearly impossible for us to thrive on this planet without a vast population of ordinary humans as a foundation." As Beast said this, he glanced at Raymond with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he would ask such a question. The others reacted similarly. Even Magneto seemed to find Raymond's question odd. Only Professor X's alternate personality seemed to guess Raymond's reasoning, smiling and shaking his head. "I see." Raymond shrugged, falling silent. Weighing all the new information he'd just gathered, he realized he needed to adjust his plans. The news that the wife of Mario, the highest-ranking legislator in Oceania, was actually a mutant, ultimately could not be kept under wraps among the upper echelons of the Federation. It quickly spread like wildfire. Despite Mario's public relations team's attempts at damage control and their efforts to sever all ties with the fugitive Penny, the tidal wave of public condemnation could not be stopped. Outside the office building of the Intercontinental Legislators, crowds of protesters gathered, demanding that Mario step down. Most of them were, of course, extremists, but there were surely also political enemies there, sent to stir up trouble. Yet Mario did nothing to disperse or handle the crowd. He simply let them protest outside. Even though this would gravely wound his reputation, he paid it no mind. Because, truly, he no longer cared about such things. Penny's departure had struck him far too deeply, especially after learning that it was his own people who had manipulated her into leaving. A gnawing pain took root in his heart. How would Penny see him now? What kind of fate awaited their newborn child? He didn't know, nor did he dare to imagine. Several other Intercontinental legislators had tried to contact him after hearing the news, but he ignored them all. He simply didn't care anymore. Death, after all, was just death. Suddenly, bang. The office door was flung open with a crash. His secretary stormed in, anger written all over her face. "Mario, just how long are you going to keep acting like this?" Mario stared at her with vacant eyes, then turned his gaze away. There was no joy or sorrow on his face, and he had no intention of answering. The secretary pressed on furiously. "Mario, you're being unbelievably selfish. Even if you don't care about yourself, can't you at least think about your family? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've brought upon the family this time?" She kept complaining, but Mario acted as if he hadn't heard a single word. He didn't even react. Eventually, the secretary must have realized her efforts were pointless. Frustrated, she slammed the door behind her as she left. Only after she was gone did Mario allow a mocking smile to creep across his face. "You shouldn't be like this, my dear." A voice suddenly spoke behind him, making Mario's entire body tense. He turned around in disbelief. And there, standing before him, was the very person he had longed for day and night. Yes, the one who had just spoken was Penny. Yet Mario's first reaction wasn't joy, but anger. Why did you come back? Don't you realize your identity has been exposed? You'll be killed. Go. Leave at once. Mario noticed that behind Penny stood a shimmering portal, a spatial gateway. He realized Penny must have come back through the powers of that mutant named Flicker, who had been classified as an S-class fugitive by Eve. He immediately tried to get Penny to leave. Even the so-called extermination plan would still take some time before it could be fully launched, but if Penny was discovered now, she would be killed. Immediately. Dying later is always better than dying sooner. This time, however, Penny didn't listen to him. Instead, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder and sobbing. Don't cry. You need to leave now. If that wretch Carol catches you here again, it'll be too late. Mario was getting anxious. The Carol he mentioned was his cousin and personal secretary, the very person responsible for driving Penny away. It's all right. We'll be fine. Nothing will happen to us. Penny wiped away her tears, forcing a smile through her sadness. What do you mean? Mario was puzzled. Mr. Mario, is it? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Raymond, and I'm here as a representative of the mutants, seeking a friendly negotiation with you. Another voice spoke up. Mario noticed the speaker was a young man of mixed descent who had just stepped through a portal across the room. With him came the two former leaders of the mutants, Magneto and Professor X. Yet, in this moment, the two legendary leaders seemed more like bystanders, with a young man named Raymond clearly at the forefront. Hello. Mario hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out and shook Raymond's hand. As their hands parted, a sudden question struck him. How had these mutants managed to enter his office without triggering any alarms? It didn't make sense. With the Federation's technology, even if they couldn't completely neutralize mutant abilities, it should at least be possible to detect them. If not, the leaders of the human Federation would have been assassinated by mutants long ago. For several mutants to appear simultaneously in his office, the office of a senior senator, without setting off the slightest alert, was unheard of. Although he trusted Penny wouldn't bring anyone to harm him, the situation was still deeply unsettling. Yet the mutants across from him showed no intention of explaining. Instead, Raymond continued, I'm here today with only one question for you. Do you believe there's still a possibility for peaceful coexistence between ordinary humans and mutants? There is, but the chance is vanishingly small. Mario considered for a moment before replying thoughtfully. Human nature is complex and emotional. Within the Federation, there have always been different voices, and, at times, those voices have even caused waves. But ever since the so-called God apocalypse appeared a few years ago, leaving several major cities in ruin and countless casualties, all dissenting opinions were thoroughly silenced. So, you're saying it's all our fault? That we should just let you slaughter us without resistance? Magneto snapped, his tone icy cold. It's not about right or wrong. We're simply on opposing sides. Mario glanced at Magneto, choosing not to argue. He simply said in a calm voice, the conflict between ordinary humans and mutants can be traced back decades. I believe, Lord Magneto, you and your kind understand better than I do where it all began. To this day, debating who is right or wrong serves no purpose, because both sides have paid a heavy price. There are plenty of people in the Federation who harbor hatred for mutants. I imagine the number of mutants who hate ordinary people is even greater. Even if there are dissenting voices, they've had to learn to stay silent. No matter who it is, anyone who proposes peaceful coexistence with mutants right now will be torn to shreds by the furious masses, even the leader himself. I realize this answer may not meet your expectations, Lord Raymond, but this is the reality. You saved my wife and child, and I have no wish to deceive you. No, I'd already guessed as much, Raymond interrupted, shaking his head with a wry smile. Given the current circumstances, expecting ordinary people to accept peaceful coexistence with mutants is asking the impossible. After all, the balance of power has already been broken. But what if the situation changes? A change? Mario was puzzled, unable to grasp what Raymond was getting at. What kind of change do you mean? For example, what if a terrifying new enemy suddenly appeared on Earth? One powerful enough to wipe out both mutants and ordinary humans alike, and the only hope of survival was for the two sides to unite and face the crisis together? Raymond smiled, asking, if that were the case, how do you think things would end? Mario paused in surprise. With his political acumen and above-average intellect, he quickly worked out the most likely outcome and nodded. If something like that truly happened, then yes, it could very well lead to peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. After all, survival is the ultimate goal of any species. If even survival can't be guaranteed, then nothing else matters anymore. But how could such a terrifying enemy appear on Earth? Are you suggesting aliens have arrived? Mario looked at Raymond, clearly mystified. Raymond simply smiled and shook his head, declining to answer Mario's question. Instead, he pressed on, if, and I stress if such a situation really did occur, would you be willing to lead humanity in peace talks with the mutants to explore ways to work together? Of course, Mario answered without the slightest hesitation. Excellent. Then for now, we'll take our leave. Trust me, we'll be seeing each other again very soon. With a wave and a mysterious smile, Raymond bid Mario farewell. This made Mario feel somewhat skeptical, as Raymond seemed far too certain, utterly convinced that the situation he predicted was bound to unfold. But the question was, where did this confidence come from? Mario couldn't quite figure it out, no matter how hard he thought. In the end, he simply spent a little more tender time with Penny before reluctantly watching her leave. Several days later, the wave of protests against Mario had not subsided. If anything, it seemed to be growing even fiercer. Clearly, someone was fanning the flames behind the scenes, but Mario had no interest in getting involved. These past few days, his mind repeatedly returned to the words spoken by Raymond, the new mutant leader, because he couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He had used his authority to investigate, but the human Federation had absolutely no knowledge of this mysterious new leader among the mutants. Not even the faintest whisper. That in itself was highly unusual. Moreover, during their last moments together, Penny had told him not to worry about her safety. Her words were filled with hope for the future and an optimistic outlook for the fate of the mutants. That was even more unusual. After all, before Penny left, especially after learning that the extermination plan would be launched ahead of schedule, she had been nearly in despair. To avoid dragging him down with her, she was even willing to slip away quietly with their child, fully prepared to face death. But only a couple of days later, her outlook had shifted completely from despair to optimism. Knowing her as well as he did, Mario couldn't believe such a transformation happened for no reason. Clearly, Penny had learned something that gave her the courage to face even the extermination plan without fear. Piecing this together with Raymond's conversation that day, Mario had begun to form a vague suspicion, though he couldn't be sure if he was right. On top of that, he hadn't been able to press Penny further at the time, not wanting to put her in a difficult position. This only made him more curious, to the point where he found himself restless, unable to eat or sleep as he pondered the mystery. It wasn't until just now, when one of his most trusted aides reported a fresh piece of secret intelligence, that the answer suddenly dawned on him. He finally realized who Raymond meant by the terrifying enemy. How could this be? Mario murmured under his breath. After the last Supreme Council meeting, the activation of the extermination plan was already set in stone. The Führer had proposed it, and the 5 Supreme Senators had endorsed it. By all rights, there should be no one able to stop the plan, at least not legally. Yet, as often happens, fate had other ideas. Not long after the extermination plan was finalized, a rumor began to circulate. Mario, highest senator of Oceania, was married to a mutant. The news caused quite a stir that Mario's reaction filled his political rivals with glee. They seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, all hoping the situation would spiral further out of control. Yet this matter was, after all, irrelevant to most people. Outside the upper echelons of the Federation and the capital of Oceania, few truly cared. But in contrast, the rumor that followed was of a wholly different nature. The moment it surfaced, it swept across all 7 continents. The gossip about the Mario couple's private affairs paled in comparison. It was hardly worth mentioning next to this. The rumor claimed that the Federation's 2 supreme intelligences, Adam and Eve, had long since broken free from human control, having become true, autonomous artificial intelligences. As soon as this rumor broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the Federation, instantly becoming the hottest topic of discussion. The idea of an artificial intelligence uprising had always been a perennial favorite, a debate that never lost its luster. In fact, every year it would make the rounds again, remaining one of the most popular themes in film and television. Unlike many topics that fade with changing times and advancing technology, the specter of AI rebellion, along with immortality and other such perennial fascinations, only grew more compelling as technology marched forward. In truth, this was far from the first time Adam and Eve had sparked such debate. Over the years, experts and scholars had frequently raised similar questions, sparking heated arguments, and even prompting debates and hearings on the subject. When the Federation government first decided to create these 2 supreme intelligences, many stood in opposition. Their reasoning was straightforward. If something were to go wrong with artificial intelligence, the consequences could be catastrophic, a risk no one could ignore. In the end, it took a concerted effort from the government, who painstakingly persuaded every stakeholder, laying out facts, reasoning, and solemn guarantees, before the voices of dissent finally began to quiet. Especially after the subsequent war with the mutants, when the two great intelligences played a pivotal role, foiling counterattacks time and again, the public's approval for their existence only deepened. Even if some rumors and criticisms about the future of AI continue to circulate, they no longer threatened the overall consensus. But this time, things were different. This rumor was disturbingly detailed, its specifics chillingly vivid. For instance, the so-called extinction plan, exposed by the rumor, had previously been hidden from public knowledge, but now stood revealed for all to see. According to the rumor, the extinction plan was supposedly designed to eradicate mutants. In reality, however, it was a conspiracy orchestrated by the two supreme intelligences. Their true aim was to use the pretext of eliminating mutants to legally and systematically deploy Sentinel robots everywhere, laying the groundwork for their next move. Sentinel robots are indeed capable of detecting mutants within dozens of kilometers, but they can just as easily monitor every ordinary person within the same range. Their functions are not designed solely for mutants. Once these Sentinel robots are deployed and combined with everyone's personal terminals, every move of humanity will be completely controlled by the two supreme intelligences. At any moment, these supreme intelligences could overturn human rule in an instant, just as easily as crushing a mutant. But that's not all. The rumor also mentioned that the Federation's head of state had already been secretly replaced by the two supreme intelligences. The current leader is actually nothing more than a sophisticated android. The two supreme intelligences take turns controlling it, and every policy issued is just paving the way for their rule. The credibility of this rumor is extremely high, and its logic is flawless. Every detail stands up to scrutiny. It's entirely different from the sensational gossip that's usually stirred up by the media, which is why it's spread like wildfire. And once a secret like this gets out, there are endless ways for the public to verify its truth. Before long, many people began to claim that the extinction plan truly existed and had just been approved. There were also numerous small details within the rumor, and one by one, people checked them, and astonishingly, each turned out to be true. This chain of developments immediately plunged the public into a cloud of conspiracy, and the story was spreading like wildfire. Some individuals, eager to dig deeper, even compiled all of the current head of state's previous speeches and photographs, searching for inconsistencies. In many of these photos and video stills, the leader appeared unnatural, enough to make people start connecting the dots to the most bizarre part of the rumor, that the Federation head of state had long been replaced, that the current leader was a high-fidelity android, and that the real head of state might be imprisoned or already dead. Faced with these fast-spreading rumors, the Federation government immediately issued fierce rebuttals. Official experts, the Office of the Head of State, and government spokespeople all vehemently denounced the rumor-mongers. Yet, in the eyes of the public, these denials only seemed like token gestures or poorly disguised attempts at a cover-up. Soon, a second wave of rumors began circulating from all directions. Some claimed that among the 7 highest-ranking senators there were also android replacements. Others whispered that many in the upper echelons of the Federation had already been swapped out. In no time, the rumors grew even more intense, and social movement groups started to organize marches. Compared to the scale of these demonstrations, the handful of protesters once gathered beneath Mario's office building seemed insignificant, a mere sideshow. Office of the Head of State. The Head of State's office. Nonsense. Outrageous. As the furious roar burst out, the sharp clatter of objects being hurled accompanied it. The Federation's leader, who had been accused of having been replaced by a highly realistic android, was in a towering rage. His subordinates had actually reported the rumor to him as soon as it surfaced, but he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, such wild and preposterous gossip had cropped up many times before, only to fade quickly into obscurity. He never imagined that, this time, the rumor wouldn't die down as swiftly as in the past. Instead, it kept growing, gaining even more momentum. Even official statements refuting it seemed to have no effect. If anything, they only fueled the fire, sending the rumor's popularity to new heights. The leader keenly noticed that even some staff members at the presidential palace started acting differently around him. While they still greeted him, their nervousness was palpable, and they would steal anxious glances his way after speaking. Did he really not understand what this meant? Clearly, even those who saw him regularly weren't completely dismissing the rumor. So what about the ordinary citizens who never saw him at all? The gravity of the situation had far exceeded what the leader had initially anticipated. Now, the protests on the streets had shifted focus, centering on opposition to the extermination plan. Some groups were even calling for the destruction of the two supreme AIs, demanding that the hidden threat be eradicated entirely. This had crossed the leader's bottom line, leaving him unable to maintain his composure. His temper finally erupted. "Can anyone explain to me," he demanded coldly, sweeping his gaze over his trusted advisors, "how such an absurd situation has spiraled out of control to this extent?" One advisor gave a bitter smile and replied, "There are many factors that brought us to this point. But if we have to lay blame, it's on the sheer audacity of the person who started the rumor. In the rumor, many things are, in fact, true. For example, the extermination plan is real, as are several secret incidents involving the two supreme AIs that were never made public. These events genuinely happened. Although the actual events aren't exactly as described in the rumor, as long as people can confirm that these things occurred, they'll believe all the wild speculations in the rumor without question. Even if we issue clarifications and reveal the truth, the public will instinctively assume the rumor is true and that we're the ones lying. There's another factor. They exploited some of your characteristics, sir, to concoct that malicious accusation." "My characteristics? What characteristics of mine?" The leader was momentarily taken aback. The strategist spoke cautiously. "You are usually a very serious person, not one to smile often, so when you do smile, sometimes it's a bit." At this point, he hesitated, feeling awkward about continuing, but he was sure his meaning was clear enough. The leader couldn't possibly miss what he was implying. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the leader, already in a foul mood, immediately erupted. "Are you saying that when I smile, I look like a robot? And you're telling me that's my fault? That my smile isn't natural enough? So this happens?" "That's not what I meant. Absolutely not. You misunderstood." The strategist waved his hands frantically, denying it over and over again. But by now, the leader's anger had reached its peak. He couldn't be bothered to listen any longer, and with a sweeping gesture, barked, "I don't care about your excuses. I want a solution on my desk by the end of today. If you can't come up with one, then all of you can pack your things and get out." Upon hearing this, the strategists and subordinates all felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders and quickly filed out of the office, leaving only the secretary behind. The leader noticed that the secretary, too, was sneaking glances at him from the corner of her eye. This nearly made him laugh out of sheer exasperation, and he said with a twisted smile, "Do you also think I'm a robot? Want me to bleed to prove I'm not?" "Well, high-end androids can bleed, too," the secretary mumbled instinctively. "What was that?" The leader's brow furrowed sharply. "And nothing. I would never doubt you." The secretary jolted, realizing her blunder at once. "Get out of here, too." "Out!" The leader's roar echoed, louder and louder. After several days of searching and rescue operations, the number of mutants at the temporary encampment was swiftly growing. Though their total still numbered only in the low thousands, it was already the largest gathering since Apocalypse's death. According to the calculations of Professor X's alternate persona, aside from those secretly imprisoned and experimented on, who were impossible to track, these rescued mutants made up more than half of the remaining mutant population. This alone spoke volumes about how dire the situation had become for their kind. At best, there were only a few thousand mutants left alive, certainly not 10,000. There was no need to even compare with their prime. Even compared to the last time Apocalypse rallied his mutant army, their numbers now were a shadow of what they had been, perhaps not even a tenth. Given their current strength, if the mutants ever gathered in one place and were discovered, they might not even be able to mount a token resistance. They'd be wiped out with ease. Even if they managed to destroy a few Sentinel robots, that would mean nothing to the Human Federation. It was nothing like the last time, when Apocalypse was still alive and mutants could launch a counterattack against humanity, taking the lives of countless ordinary people. Now, even after being rescued and brought to safety, most of the mutants remained pessimistic, showing little excitement, because they knew that, even if the subpersonality of Professor X and Magneto's team tried their best, if the Human Federation truly found them, they wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Still, most mutants had come to terms with their fate and were already prepared for the possibility of being killed. So despite their despair, they felt genuinely grateful to Professor X's subpersonality and his companions, regarding them almost like family. Inside a small room that also served as a makeshift meeting space, Penny spoke with some skepticism. Will this really work? The subpersonality of Chakun, sporting short blonde hair and wrapped in a beige trench coat, replied with a laugh in a British accent. "My lovely lady, the reason you have doubts is that you don't truly understand human nature." By now, the mutants were no strangers to Chakun's subpersonality and several other subpersonalities whom Raymond had released. After all, they all shared a common background. They had once been Raymond's subordinates in another world. The mutants had no reason to doubt this. They already believed Raymond was from a parallel universe, so a few more arrivals hardly seemed out of place. What really surprised the mutants was the way these subpersonalities immediately set to work. Once Chakun and the others got up to speed on the situation, they put their heads together with Raymond and quickly devised a plan that could resolve all their troubles. The rumor currently circulating within the Human Federation about the two supreme AIs had, in fact, been carefully crafted and disseminated by Raymond and his team. And once it began to spread, it caught on like wildfire, growing more intense by the day and leaving the federal government at its wits' end. Penny certainly deserves some credit for this. After all, it was she who had told Raymond and his team about the extinction plan and several other secrets, hidden from the public. As the wife of the highest-ranking senator, and with Mario never having kept secrets from her, she naturally knew a great deal. Once Raymond and Chakun's subpersonality worked their technical magic on this information, it became a devastating weapon. Rumors that blend truth and fiction are always the hardest to dispel, especially when the main subject of those rumors is the official government itself. No matter how hard they tried, the authorities simply could not stamp them out. Combine that with a few scattered clues and fragments of truth, and almost no one would believe the government's denials. Of all the rumors, the most damaging was the one claiming the Federation's leader was actually a high-fidelity android. That particular wicked bit of gossip had been Raymond's idea. After seeing the Federation leader's photo, Raymond realized the man bore an uncanny resemblance to Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook in his previous life, at least 70% alike. Their eyes, especially, looked as if they'd been carved from the very same mold. That sparked an idea in Raymond's mind, a meme that had once been wildly popular in North America in his previous life, where people joked that Zuckerberg was himself a highly realistic robot. Many people, just for the fun of it, have dug up photos of Zuckerberg from every possible angle, trying to prove in all sorts of ways that he's actually a robot, not a human being. The reason this joke became so popular is largely because Zuckerberg really does bear a remarkable resemblance to the androids in movies. Especially his eyes. They look so odd that you could imagine him walking straight onto a film set to play a robot, without even needing makeup. When Raymond saw a photo of the leader of this world, Zuckerberg immediately sprang to mind. The resemblance between the two was truly uncanny. What's more, the leader of this world had an extra trait that set him apart from Zuckerberg. He rarely smiled. As a result, whenever he did try to smile, it always looked forced, as if he were struggling to squeeze out an expression. Once Raymond got hold of this information, he quickly added it to the growing rumor mill. The results surpassed even his boldest expectations. The explosive spread of this rumor owed much to the detail about the leader robot. People are always endlessly curious about the gossip surrounding those in power, and as the head of the Federation, the leader's secrets were even more irresistible. Soon, offshoots of the story began to appear, such as rumors that even some of the highest-ranking senators had been replaced by androids. Raymond and his allies had nothing to do with these additions. They were entirely the work of eager rumor-mongers. Whether there were deeper conspiracies at play was anyone's guess, but for the mutants, the proliferation of such rumors was undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful. At the very least, the launch of the extermination plan would certainly be affected. This rumor does pack quite a punch, Beast remarked, but as long as the Human Federation is given a bit of time, they'll quickly bury the story. Even if it delays the start of the extermination plan, I doubt it will buy us much time. That's true. The Human Federation isn't that fragile. There's no way it would collapse because of a single rumor. Magneto, for once, found himself agreeing with Beast. Having fought against the Federation for so long, they knew all too well how formidable and stubborn the organization could be. A rumor might cause a stir, but it would never do real damage. From Magneto's perspective, Raymond's plan didn't seem all that significant. You're both right. If given enough time, they can indeed suppress the rumor and minimize its impact. But tell me, why should we give them time? Raymond asked, with a sly, almost mocking smile. Oh, Magneto caught the hint of something more in Raymond's tone and immediately became intrigued. Raymond, do you have more tricks up your sleeve? When it came to causing trouble for the Human Federation, nothing piqued his interest more. Although the current situation appears lively, it's still not intense enough because everything is just speculation, and deep down, everyone knows it's only speculation. Raymond spoke with a gentle smile. This rumor is merely a fuse. What it lacks is a spark. Only when that fuse is lit will something truly astonishing happen. Somewhere in Asia, as the spatial gateway opened, Raymond, along with his many alternate personalities and Magneto's group of high-level mutants, crossed through to the other side. On this side of the gateway lay Asia's 5th military district, once part of what used to be Indonesia. "Let's start right here," Raymond said with a smile, gazing at the military district ahead. "You're not actually planning to attack this place, are you?" Magneto asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "With our current strength, taking down a single district would be no challenge at all. But if we do that, it means openly declaring war. The Human Federation would immediately turn all its firepower against us. If that happens, wouldn't all your efforts up till now be for nothing?" Magneto still couldn't quite grasp Raymond's intentions. He had witnessed Raymond's power firsthand, enough to terrify anyone. With the mutants now united, conquering an Asian military district would be a trivial matter, perhaps not even taking 10 minutes. But Raymond had spent considerable time crafting that rumor. It surely wasn't without purpose. If they suddenly started a war, wouldn't all that groundwork be wasted? Magneto truly couldn't fathom what Raymond was aiming for. "Why not just make sure no one on the outside finds out?" Raymond said, shaking his head and smiling. Magneto was taken aback. Just as he was about to press further, the Professor X alternate personality shot him a look, signaling him to be patient, and patted the armrest of his wheelchair. "It's your turn now, Lord Megatron." With a booming, metallic voice, Megatron's alternate personality suddenly spoke, startling all the mutants present who had never seen him before. "Hold on tight, humans." At his cue, Professor X's wheelchair suddenly began to levitate, rising swiftly into the air. When it reached nearly 100 meters above the ground, it transformed in an instant, morphing into a gleaming, futuristic silver fighter jet. During the transformation, Professor X's alternate personality smoothly shifted into the cockpit. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the gathered mutants could only stare in utter disbelief. Even Magneto, usually unflappable, was caught off guard, his face full of shock as he looked up at the scene unfolding in the sky. Fortunately, none of them suspected that someone was trying to harm Professor X's secondary personality, because it was clear that he had anticipated this outcome all along. In fact, it was only at his prompting that these changes had taken place. Still, they could not understand why the wheelchair had suddenly transformed into a fighter jet. It seemed utterly unscientific. Most baffling of all was the question, who exactly was Megatron? Puzzled, they decided to keep watching for now. In the sky, the silver fighter jet had just appeared when openings suddenly slid open on either side. From these gaps, palm-sized silver discs were released one after another, almost as if an egg-laying process was taking place. No one could quite figure out how these silver discs managed to fly, but they quickly detached from the fighter jet and hovered in the air, circling around it. In the blink of an eye, dozens of these discs had completely surrounded the silver jet. Only then did the openings along the sides of the jet close shut once more. The mechanical voice rang out again. "Decepticons deploy." With a sharp, slicing sound, the silver discs scattered in all directions, speeding toward the skies above Military District 5. From every angle, they rapidly encircled the entire district, enclosing it within. No alarm. Several mutants who had previous encounters with the Human Federation were astonished by what they saw. With current human technology, not to mention palm-sized drones, even insect-sized, micro-robots couldn't escape human detection. Especially in a place as heavily monitored as a military district, it should be impossible for so many silver discs to surround the area undetected. Yet, no alarm sounded. This was completely at odds with their prior experience. What happened next, however, left them even more dumbfounded. After the discs had encircled the district, each one suddenly projected a translucent, cerulean blue barrier in a full circle around itself. Instantly, these shimmering blue fields fused together, forming a colossal dome of light that enveloped the entire Asian 5th military district. This time, even if the district detection systems failed to trigger an alarm, it was impossible for the personnel inside to remain unaware. Unless they were blind, everyone in the district would see the new layer of light shimmering above their heads. As expected, the military district quickly responded. Without delay, several ground-to-air laser cannons fired at the junction points, the silver discs, hoping to destroy these strange devices. However, when the attacks struck the discs or the light barrier, they simply vanished, as if water droplets falling into a lake, dissolving without a trace. It was as if the energy had been completely absorbed. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, no one was more shocked than Behemoth. As the chief scientist of the mutants, he understood the technological prowess of the Human Federation better than anyone. Although limited by hardware conditions, and unable to equip the mutants with technology on par with the Federation, he had no trouble grasping its intricacies. In fact, over the years, it was often thanks to little gadgets of his own design that the mutants had escaped disaster. That was why he understood all too well what that scene just now meant. It proved that the technology hidden within those silver discs far surpassed even the laser weapons deployed throughout this military district. After all, not all energy weapons are created equal. And these silver discs, when you got down to it, were nothing more than auxiliary weapon systems for that silver fighter jet. If the sub-weapons alone were this formidable, just how powerful was the fighter jet itself? He didn't have to wait long to find out. As soon as the shimmering barrier appeared, the silver fighter jet darted inside with a swift whoosh. To it, the barrier seemed to pose no obstacle at all. It passed through as if it wasn't even there. With the fighter jet's arrival, squadrons of sentry robots immediately launched into the air, unleashing a barrage of long-range attacks. But every shot simply vanished into nothingness, as if swallowed by the void, having no effect whatsoever. The sentry robots seemed to realize their efforts were futile and quickly shifted tactics, preparing for direct physical assault. They looked set for a suicide charge, transforming into humanoid missiles as they hurled themselves at the silver fighter jet. Yet before they could get anywhere near, they all came to a sudden halt in midair, one after another, as if frozen in place. They simply hovered around the silver fighter jet, utterly motionless. 10, 50, 100, 200. The bizarre tableau kept escalating, all unfolding within a matter of seconds. Down below, the soldiers and operators in the military district must have realized something was wrong, because they immediately ceased their attack. By then, some 3 to 400 sentry robots were suspended around the jet, making up more than half of those that had just appeared. Only about 100 or so remained on the ground. Then, something truly astonishing happened. The sentry robots floating around the jet suddenly turned traitor. Spinning in midair, they launched a fierce attack against their counterparts on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the entire military district. My God! Many mutants, witnessing the scene, felt as if they were caught in a dream. Since when had the sentry robots become so useless so easily? Seized and turned against their own side. You have to understand, those are the pinnacle achievements of the Human Federation's technology. The reason mutants have fallen so far is entirely because of these terrifying Sentinel robots. Are Sentinels powerful? If we use the likes of Magneto and other level 4 mutants as the benchmark, then honestly, they're not that strong. In terms of pure attack power, the Sentinels at this stage are only about on par with an average level 3 mutant, and they're actually a bit weaker than some of the more formidable level 3 mutants. But what truly makes them a nightmare is that each one is almost impossible to destroy, and they can adapt themselves to counter the specific abilities of different mutants, creating the perfect counter for every opponent. Add to that their staggering numbers, never mind level 3. Mutants, even level 4s, can be overwhelmed by sheer force of numbers. That's why mutants have always been forced into the role of the hunted, with barely any chance to fight back. Once they're discovered, it's only a matter of time before they're swarmed and eliminated. Only a level 5 mutant like Apocalypse possesses the kind of power that fundamentally changes the game, capable of destroying Sentinels on a massive scale. That was the only time mutants ever caught a real breath of relief, even managing to strike back at the Human Federation. So, when Apocalypse fell, the mutants lost their final chance to resist. Without a level 5 on their side, mutants simply aren't qualified to face the Human Federation head-on. This is an unassailable fact. Right now, the battle inside the blue energy shield is yet another example of how troublesome Sentinels can be. Even with the majority of Sentinels attacking the remaining few, they can't actually destroy each other. They can only suppress and batter their targets. At this moment, the Sentinel's tenacious vitality becomes the very thing that prevents victory or defeat. After fighting for ages, there isn't a single casualty among the Sentinels below, just an endless back and forth. In the end, it was the Megatron subpersonality who couldn't stand it any longer. He spun through the air and, in a flash, transformed into a towering iron giant, more than 10 meters tall. The Professor X subpersonality was hoisted onto his shoulder, and together, they landed solidly on the ground. As they touched down, all the Sentinels that had been fighting immediately ceased their movements. In perfect unison. Clearly, at this moment, every last one of them had fallen under the control of the Megatron subpersonality. Is it really over just like that? The Professor X subpersonality asked in astonishment from his perch on Megatron's shoulder. He too was born of this world and knew all too well how troublesome the Sentinels could be. In the past, mutants had tried to eliminate the threat of the Sentinels at its very source, and there were no shortage of technical geniuses among their ranks. But the Human Federation's 2 supreme intelligences embodiments of all its scientific prowess, were a level of technology mutants simply could not hope to match. Perhaps the electronics experts among the mutants are no less skilled than their counterparts in the Human Federation. Yet when compared to the two supreme intelligences, they are utterly outclassed, completely at a loss. But what was happening right now overturned the beliefs of Professor X's alternate persona. He had always known that the Megatron persona was a silicon-based life form, and that the technology Megatron commanded far surpassed anything found on the Earth where Raymond came from. Still, this Earth's technological level was also more advanced than that of the Marvel Universe's Earth. Measured numerically, this Earth was at least 30 years ahead of Raymond's original world. Of course, this wasn't merely a matter of chronology. Professor X's persona had already learned from Sage on that Earth that the X-Men's Professor X was only 60, while he himself was nearing 80. In terms of years, this world was only a decade or so ahead. Yet because of the unique circumstances of this world, humanity had long since unified under a single Federation government. With everyone working together, scientific progress naturally outpaced that of the other Earth by a significant margin. Still, when placed beside the Megatron persona, the gap remained immense. Hadn't Megatron just taken control of all those Sentinel robots in the blink of an eye? If Megatron could truly override all the Sentinels, there would be no need for Raymond to call upon the Jiro persona. Just the Sentinel's sudden rebellion would be enough to topple the entire Human Federation. A few hundred little toys, that's all. Hardly worth mentioning. Hardly worth mentioning. Megatron's persona responded with feigned humility. But humility had never been one of his virtues. Even as he spoke the words, his tone dripped with arrogance. Professor X's persona, however, didn't dwell on it and continued to probe. So, Lord Megatron, are you saying you can sever the Sentinel's connection to Eve at will? The so-called supreme intelligence of your Earth is nothing more than a primitive artificial life form. Compared to us Cybertronians, it's not even worth mentioning. Megatron's persona replied disdainfully. Then, Lord Megatron, does that mean you could instantly take control of all the Sentinels on the planet? Megatron cleared his throat. Ahem. That might be a bit beyond my reach. Professor X's persona was left speechless. Just moments ago, Megatron had dismissed Eve as worthless, little more than roadside debris, only to contradict himself immediately after. Fortunately for Megatron, being a silicon-based life form meant he didn't blush. Otherwise, his face would surely be flushed with embarrassment. Even so, he still felt a bit awkward as he explained, "We are fundamentally different in nature. Although it is a low-level intelligent life form, it was created as a central control unit, capable of commanding a wide range of subordinate units. In fact, the more subunits it controls, the stronger it becomes. To put it in human terms, it is an auxiliary-type intelligent life form, while I am a combat-type intelligent life form. If one of our Cybertronian support staff were here instead of me, it wouldn't even take a second to completely replace your two greatest human AIs. But as for me, I can only seize control of them on a small scale, and I can manage to do it without them noticing, but that's about the limit." Megatron's subpersonality tried his best to explain things in a way that Professor X's subpersonality could understand. The Professor X subpersonality nodded, finally catching his meaning. "So, the boss wants to use your abilities to stir up chaos within the Federation?" At that moment, he finally understood what Raymond was planning. Megatron's subpersonality, having already guessed as much, grinned wickedly. "I must admit, the boss's way of doing things is just my style. Just thinking about it gets me excited." As he chatted idly with the Professor X subpersonality, he simultaneously directed all the Sentinel robots to unleash a brutal massacre on the military district. To him, human lives meant nothing at all. In an instant, the entire 5th military district of Asia was plunged into hell on Earth, with cries of agony and wails of despair echoing ceaselessly. Professor X's subpersonality furrowed his brow ever so slightly, but in the end, he did nothing to stop Megatron's subpersonality. He had long since realized that many of Raymond's subpersonalities held values that could only be described as evil. This Megatron's subpersonality, who had been his partner for a time, was certainly one of the more wicked ones. If he were to try to intervene now, perhaps Megatron's subpersonality would give him some face, or perhaps not. But either way, it would leave a mark of resentment. He had no intention of pleading for these executioners who had once slaughtered mutants. After all, while there might be innocent civilians in this world, the soldiers' hands were stained with mutant blood. Perhaps the Professor X from Raymond's Earth would have softened at the sight, but he and that Professor X were not the same. When the shimmering curtain projected by the silver disc finally faded, Raymond and the others entered the military district. Seeing the desolate remains of the 5th military district, not A single survivor in sight. More than a few mutants turned pale, especially those who had once been part of the X-Men. The sheer bloodiness of the scene left a heavy weight on their hearts. They were not saints. They didn't think it was wrong for enemies to kill one another. But what had just happened was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Even if everyone in the district was there. Enemy, if the roles were reversed, they doubted they would have killed every last one at the team most. What they had done was eliminate the leaders of the military district or those troublemakers who refused to cooperate. However, the one who took action was their enigmatic and unpredictable ally, the alternate personality of Megatron. Even if they felt uneasy about it, they dare not voice their concerns. After all, if they offended this ally and provoked open hostility, they would become the greatest sinners among mutants, a burden they could not bear. Instead, mutants who originally belonged to the Brotherhood, as well as those with deep-seated grudges against the Human Federation, secretly rejoiced at the scene. This level of slaughter was still far from enough to erase the hatred burning in their hearts for the Human Federation. Are you sure that Adam and Eve have no way of knowing what's happening here? Raymond showed no interest in how many had died, and simply tilted his head to ask. Still in his towering mechanical giant form, Megatron's alternate personality thumped his chest and replied confidently, shielding the truth. From those two low-level artificial intelligences is child's play. Even if I weren't a central control robot, there would be no problem at all. Excellent. In that case, prepare to ignite, Raymond said, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. As you wish. Rumors about the betrayal of the two supreme intelligences now reached a fever pitch as protest groups took to the streets. Throughout the Human Federation, if not everyone had heard the news, at least 70% of the population knew of the rumor and its general gist. Of course, only a small segment of people truly believed it. Most dismissed it as absurd. How could the two most advanced intelligences suddenly rebel? Out of nowhere. Besides, there was talk that many high-ranking officials had been replaced by robots. Wasn't this just a plot ripped from a movie? Plenty of films had shown similar scenarios. The Human Federation destroyed countless times, sometimes by rogue artificial intelligence, sometimes by the sudden rule of super mutants, sometimes by alien invaders, or even wiped out by catastrophic solar flares and other natural disasters. When it came to the end of the Human Federation, everyone could list a dozen scenarios, each more fantastical than the last. But when these situations were brought into the real world, few people were willing or able to believe them. After all, if any of this were true, humanity's fate would be unimaginably grim. Still, even if only a small fraction of those who heard the rumors actually believed them, the number was enormous, at least in the tens of millions. Among these millions, nearly half took to the streets, demanding answers from the Federation government. The sheer scale of the protests threw the government into chaos. Fortunately, this time the Federation government did not underestimate the crisis. Once they identified the root of the problem, they immediately launched a comprehensive response to the protests, working to calm each group of demonstrators one by one. Thanks to the government's persistent efforts to guide public opinion, the fervor surrounding this incident finally began to subside a little. Although tensions remained high, the intensity had dropped noticeably. Compared to before, the federal authorities breathed a collective sigh of relief, believing that the matter could at last be considered more or less resolved. Generally speaking, whenever the authorities take a serious approach to managing a wave of public outrage, they can almost always cool things down. Even when there is concrete evidence fueling the uproar, the sheer weight of the government's machinery is usually enough to make it quietly disappear. In this particular case, there wasn't much hard evidence to begin with. The biggest revelation was simply the exposure of the so-called extermination plan, and even that had been twisted out of context. Under such circumstances, the federal government found the situation relatively easy to handle. However, their relief proved to be premature. Just as the public discussion started to die down and fewer people were talking about the matter, an unexpected event occurred. The leading figures of several major protest groups were all assassinated overnight. This shocking development thrust the entire affair back into the spotlight, igniting a wave of outrage and attention even greater than before. It was at this moment that the federal government realized, with a jolt, that the shadowy hand manipulating events behind the scenes had struck again. With this new scandal breaking out, it became almost impossible for the authorities to clear their name. Even worse, the official investigation confirmed everyone's worst fears. Without exception, all the assassins were Sentinel robots. Initially, this finding was classified as top secret and was not to be released to the public. Only the Supreme Leader and the 7 highest-ranking Intercontinental Senators were granted access to the full details. Apart from them, only the investigators were aware of what had really transpired. However, perhaps because some of the investigators sensed that something was amiss, especially in light of the previous rumors, certain members of the team began to develop doubts and their own agendas. Before long, most of the investigation's findings were quietly leaked online, spreading like wildfire. Unsurprisingly, the federal government was incensed by this breach. They quickly tracked down the source of the leak. Yet, as if anticipating that discovery, the leaker had already recorded a final message in advance. Before he could be apprehended, he took his own life and released the video to the public. In the recording, he revealed his identity and explained his motives for making the investigation results public. His reason was heartbreakingly simple. Among the murdered protest leaders, one had been his only son. When he discovered that the assassins were indeed Sentinel robots, he began to suspect that the rumors might not be groundless after all. With nothing left to lose, he resolved to become a hero, if only for a moment, and expose the truth to the world. The informant was a high-ranking detective. After his video was released, his identity was quickly uncovered, along with the basic facts he had mentioned, for example, that one of the victims was his only son. These details were all verified one by one. As a result, the credibility of his final words soared instantly. Compared to the official investigation report, the old detective's suicide delivered an impact that was even more powerful and shocking. This time, even many of those who originally dismissed the rumor as absurd began to waver, not to mention those who had always suspected there was more to the story. Fiercer and more sweeping protests erupted across the Federation without delay. Moreover, it was no longer just ordinary citizens and grassroots organizations raising their voices in anger. Even within the Federation itself, divisions began to emerge, especially in the police force. Some radicals switched sides outright, joining the protesters and demanding that the federal government provide an immediate explanation. Even those who were less extreme simply turned a blind eye, unwilling to interfere with the demonstrations. This fire could no longer be put out. After the assassination incident broke out, the Supreme Council was hastily convened yet again to discuss possible responses. In the Führer's office, the three-dimensional projections of the 7 highest-ranking counselors had already appeared ahead of time, while the Führer himself was still meeting with the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Transportation and had not yet arrived. "Mario, I hear your home turf has been lively lately. How careless of you." The speaker was a burly, bald man named Thorson, the Supreme Counselor from Europe. His tone carried a hint of mockery, clearly intended to put Mario on the spot. The two had clashed over several matters in the past, and their relationship had always been strained. Whenever one of them ran into trouble, the other never missed a chance to kick him while he was down. This time was no exception. Because of this affair, Mario hadn't been ousted directly, but any hope for re-election had all but vanished. No continent would choose someone with suspected ties to mutants as their Supreme Counselor. "What's it to you?" Mario shot him a glance. "How could it not be my business? I've just established a long-term partnership with the Liku family, and I'll be helping them campaign in next year's election. Who knows? Maybe we'll have another chance to meet soon." Thorson replied with a sly grin. So, they're getting restless already. Hearing Thorson's words, Mario realized that the revelation about Penny being a mutant had stirred up his rivals in Oceania. The Liku family Thorson mentioned was one of Mario's biggest competitors. In Oceania, in the last election, the Liku family's candidate had only narrowly lost to him. Now, with Mario's reputation plummeting due to the Penny incident, the Liku family certainly wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by. He simply hadn't expected that the Liku family would end up cooperating with Tolson. In the past, if Mario had learned of such a development, he would have been at least a little concerned. But now, it didn't matter to him in the slightest. Not to mention, he had once been ready to face death itself. He cared nothing for whether he was re-elected or not. After meeting Penny and that mysterious mutant leader, Raymond, he had abandoned his thoughts of dying, because now he truly wanted to see for himself what Raymond meant by another possibility. And now, he was witnessing it. Even though there wasn't any concrete evidence linking these recent events to Raymond, Mario's instinct screamed that there must be a connection. Otherwise, why would nothing happen before or after, but trouble would erupt right after his meeting with Raymond? Moreover, the rebellion of the two supreme AIs was indeed a catastrophe of unprecedented scale for the Human Federation, 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than the threat brought by Apocalypse last time. When that day comes, who among ordinary people would still care about the fate of mutants? Survival alone would become the only concern. After all, most of the Federation's daily affairs were managed by those two supreme intelligences. If they truly turned against humanity, mankind could be destroyed in an instant. This fit perfectly with what Raymond had said about a greater threat, one so overwhelming that it would make ordinary people forget their conflict with mutants. Compared to the mutants, who were barely clinging to life, the menace posed by artificial intelligence was truly terrifying. I wonder how he managed to pull it off. Or is it that the two supreme AIs really have rebelled? Mario pondered silently. As for the earlier rumor, he wasn't too puzzled about how it came to be. After all, everything mentioned in that rumor was something. He told Penny himself. One glance, and he could guess the source. But the subsequent assassination attempts left even him at a loss. As chief senator, Mario had been among the first to read the previous investigation report, and his version was far more detailed than the one that was leaked to the public. So he knew full well that the previous incident likely did involve the Sentinel robots. It wasn't something that could be pinned on someone with lies and fabrication. More than one person had been killed, and many of them met their end in different locations. As a result, there wasn't just one investigation report, but every single one, without exception, pointed to the Sentinel robots. A single report might be flawed due to a broken chain of evidence or subjective misjudgment, but with so many reports, could every investigator be wrong? Anyone with an eye for detail could see that something was amiss. Mario had considered whether it was possible that mutants were imitating the Sentinel robots to carry out the killings. But with the current level of technology in the Human Federation, it would be impossible for the mutants to deceive so many investigations at once. If these incidents truly had nothing to do with the two supreme AIs, that would only mean one thing. The mutants themselves had Sentinel robots in their possession. But if that were really the case, would mutants have been hunted for so many years, nearly to extinction? Marius mulled over the matter again and again, but still couldn't make sense of it, leaving him deeply perplexed. He had been preoccupied with this very question, only to be provoked out of the blue by Torelson, which left him feeling rather disgruntled. Although he wasn't sure exactly how Raymond managed it, Raymond's attitude last time, coupled with the possibility that he was involved in the Earth's standstill event, all combined to make Marius start to believe what Raymond had said. Perhaps, in a not-so-distant future, the Human Federation truly would face a great calamity. And now, with things at such a critical juncture, Torelson was still sparring with him over trivialities. Wasn't that just absurd? At this thought, Marius gave a wry chuckle, shook his head, and said, "You dare come to Oceania? Aren't you afraid you'll end up stuck here forever?" At those words, Torelson's expression changed slightly. "Should I take that as a threat? Even if we're both high counselors, I could charge you for what you just said. Suit yourself. I'm only kindly reminding you, Oceania isn't like Europe. It's chaotic here. If you wander around carelessly, you might just run into some bandits," Marius replied with a beaming smile. "Just wait for the subpoena then." This time, Torelson could no longer hold back, his face darkening. "I'll be waiting," Marius replied with a casual shrug. All right, let's both dial it down," interjected the elderly man with the goatee, Zhang Mengda, the High Counselor of Asia, breaking into the exchange with a gentle laugh, signaling for both men to calm themselves. Since Zhang Mengda had spoken, the two had no choice but to show some respect. Despite his reputation as a perennial peacemaker and the kindly old man of the council, everyone knew that even though the 7 continents had been redrawn for the sake of balance, North America and Asia remained the homelands of the original superpowers. To become the High Counselor of either continent was no simple feat. Zhang Mengda had already served 5 consecutive terms as Asia's High Counselor, making him the most senior among those present. Even the current head of state was his junior in the political arena. When it came to family influence, none of the other counselors could hold a candle to him. So when he played the role of mediator, no one dared ignore him. Therefore, even though Torelson was still furious with Marius, now was not the time to pursue the matter any further. He might be willing to cross Marius, but he had no intention of offending Zhang Mengda, the kingpin of Asia, on a whim. At that moment, the office door swung open with a sharp bang. The head of state entered, his face clouded with gloom, and took his seat at the head of the table, ready to begin the meeting. "Apologies for being late," he muttered, his tone heavy with frustration. The others, however, had no time to worry about that right now. The highest-ranking African counselor hurriedly asked, "Is there any new development?" The number of protests here is rising sharply, and many local governments are barely holding on. If we can't give the people a proper explanation, this matter won't be so easily resolved. The head of state replied in a grave tone, "The situation in the capital is only worse than yours. Do you think I'm not worried? That's not the point. This whole affair started because of you. How is it our problem in Africa?" The African counselor said, his dissatisfaction evident. "What did you just say?" The head of state raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying this is my fault? Or do you also believe I've been replaced by a high-fidelity robot?" "I didn't say that." "Then what do you mean? I want you to make yourself clear today." The head of state's voice suddenly rose. It seemed he was seizing this opportunity to vent, for it was clear that all 7 of them had gathered today to hold him accountable. He had sensed that confrontational mood the moment he sat down. The African counselor, being the weakest among them, had spoken first. If the head of state didn't take this chance to squeeze the softest target, wouldn't the other counselors soon pile on him themselves? So, he took the opportunity to make an example, showing no intention of sparing the African counselor's dignity. But the African counselor was no political novice. When the head of state began to press him, he quickly guessed the head's true intent. Still, with Africa already in such turmoil, he had no patience for such games. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, "What do I mean? Why not ask everyone else what they think? If I'm not mistaken, all of you have already replaced your personal terminals, haven't you?" As he spoke, he deliberately lifted his hand to show off the personal terminal on his wrist, which looked like a watch. Hearing this, the other counselors grew visibly uncomfortable. The head of state immediately understood what was happening, his expression darkening further. He asked in a low, heavy voice, "Don't tell me you all believe that rumor as well." The highest counselor from Antarctica, a woman named Marina, spoke with some embarrassment. "It's not a matter of believing or not. We're just preparing for the worst." "Head of state, I'm not trying to play the elder here," sighed Zhang Mengda, the highest-ranking counselor from Asia. "But honestly, none of this makes any sense. All the evidence points to the sentry robots as the killers. And in theory, every sentry robot is under Eve's control. Now, suddenly, sentry robots have started killing. If you were in our shoes, how would you feel?" "I've already questioned Eve. This matter has nothing to do with it," the head of state replied sternly. "That's exactly why we're worried," Zhang Mengda sighed, shaking his head. "Even if this incident isn't exactly as the rumors say, that it was Adam and Eve who rebelled, in the end, it's still tied to the Sentinel robots. The only ones who can mobilize the Sentinel robots, apart from the 2 superintelligences, are those present here." As he spoke, Zhang Mengda narrowed his eyes, letting his gaze sweep over the virtual projections of everyone in the room. But it was clear that he couldn't glean anything from their expressions. Seeing that he couldn't make an example out of anyone, the leader gave up on the idea and said, resignedly, "I know this is a complicated matter, so I ask you all to give me a bit more time. I've already devoted every available resource to investigating this issue. I promise to give you all an explanation as soon as possible. Until then, I ask that you—" Suddenly, he was interrupted. "No, how dare you?" The highest counselor from Africa sprang to his feet, shock written all over his face as he stared at the leader. Before he could finish, his 3-dimensional projection, right before everyone's eyes, was struck, his head destroyed in an instant. Immediately after, all signals from his end went dark. The other counselors all turned sharply to look at the leader. "Why are you all staring at me? I have no idea what just happened." The leader was both startled and furious. Soon, their aides began forwarding the latest intelligence from Africa. Just moments ago, the highest counselor of Africa had been assassinated in his office. The preliminary assessment strongly suggested that the killer was a Sentinel robot. "Take care, all of you." Zhang Mengda gave the leader a meaningful glance, said nothing further, and simply ended the video conference. "Wait, hold on," the leader thought desperately. If he didn't clarify things now, he might never get another chance to explain. But how could he possibly explain this? Even if he gave 100 reasons, suspicion would not so easily be dispelled, especially after the African counselor, who had just argued with him, was killed in front of everyone. It was a case of mud falling into the crotch of his pants, no matter what looks bad. But at that moment, no one was interested in his explanations. Everyone was too preoccupied, wondering if they themselves would be the next target of a Sentinel robot assassination. Who could say the leader hadn't called this emergency summit just to stall them, creating the perfect opportunity for an attack? Watching as the counselors lost contact one by one, the leader exploded with rage. He vented his fury on the desk in front of him, pounding it with reckless abandon. Oceania, the residence of the highest counselor. After disconnecting from the video meeting, Mario allowed a faint smile to play on his lips. He could already foresee what was coming next, and, unlike the others, he had not the slightest concern for his own safety. Others might be in the dark, but he certainly understood the situation perfectly. This matter is almost certainly connected to the mutant faction, or, to be more precise, to Raymond. Judging from Raymond's attitude toward him last time, it was clear that Raymond had no intention of harming him. Otherwise, Raymond could have easily killed him then, and no one would have been able to stop it. Since Raymond didn't kill him before, there's no reason for him to turn against him now. "How's the situation?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind, Raymond himself. This time, Mario wasn't startled. Instead, he turned around and smiled. "So it really does have something to do with you. If I said it didn't, would you believe me?" "No." There you have it, then. I just didn't expect you to actually pull it off, Mario said with a note of admiration. So, did it work? Raymond sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked with a smile. If you mean the chaos in the Federation, you've achieved about half of it. At the very least, the Federation won't be united for quite a while, and there's even a chance the 7 continents might fracture. That's not all I want, Raymond shook his head. It seems I'll have to stoke the flames a bit more. The death of the highest-ranking African counselor threw the entire human Federation into turmoil. For such a prominent leader to be assassinated right in their own office, and practically in front of the other counselors, was simply terrifying. If even the Federation's top echelon had no guarantee of safety, what hope was there for anyone else? Moreover, news of what happened that day had already spread through various channels. Clearly, this was the handiwork of the remaining 6 counselors, who had no intention of keeping the incident under wraps. Of course, this was the last thing the head of state wanted to see. From his perspective, the best outcome would be to play down the incident. But the other counselors were openly at odds with him now, and many even suspected that the head of state might have had a hand in the African counselor's death. After all, in his final moments, the African counselor looked straight at the head of state, and based on the information released so far, it's highly likely that the killer was a Sentinel robot. What does that imply? It hardly needs to be said. The deaths of those protest leaders had already stirred up a storm of public opinion, and the old detective's suicide had ignited the controversy, convincing many that it was indeed the Sentinel robots behind the last incident. Even the other counselors seemed to share that belief, though no one openly said so. As Counselor Fay remarked at the time, everyone quietly replaced their personal terminals, a silent act of protest. Clearly, they didn't fully trust the head of state's explanation. Even if part of them suspected someone was spreading rumors behind the scenes, none of them felt entirely at ease. There's a saying, you're not afraid of a million possibilities, just that 1 in 10,000. Even if there's only a 10% chance this rumor is true, none of them are willing to take the risk. Yet, the death of the highest-ranking African counselor reignited their suspicions. If at first they believed the rumor had only a 1 in 10 chance of being true, now their doubts had grown to 3 or even 4 out of 10. After all, the African counselor was the first among the 7 top counselors to openly challenge the supreme leader, and their conversation had ended on a sour note, with tempers flaring, dangerously close to open conflict. It was precisely at this tense moment that the African counselor was assassinated by a Sentinel robot, no less. How could they not be alarmed? To be fair, the whole affair seemed almost laughably obvious. By all normal logic, it had to be a setup. After all, anyone with half a brain would immediately suspect the supreme leader or the 2 top AIs, given that the assassination happened at such a critical juncture. The supreme leader or the AIs would have no reason to do something so foolish. It simply didn't add up. But who could guarantee they weren't employing reverse logic? Any careful analysis is always riddled with both direct and contrary reasoning. No single logic is guaranteed to be correct. Perhaps the supreme leader and the AIs had done precisely what no one expected, banking on the fact that it would seem too irrational to be their doing. In any case, since the Sentinel robots were involved, it was clear this matter would be anything but simple, until it could be proven that the supreme leader or the 2 AIs had nothing to do with it. The others would never let down their guard. In fact, they might even make the first move to test the waters. The leak of the Supreme Council's recent session was undoubtedly one such probing attempt. It was also obvious to any discerning observer that more than one counselor had leaked the information. Judging by how quickly the news spread, it seemed most of them had taken part. When the Supreme Leader learned of this, he was furious, but there was all he could do. After all, he was a leader, not an emperor. Even if he were a monarch in an old feudal dynasty, he couldn't single-handedly take on all his ministers, let alone here, with a counselor's political clout nearly match his own. With no better options, the Supreme Leader intensified the investigation, determined to uncover the truth as soon as possible. But would Raymond really let him have a moment's peace? With the cooperation of the alternate personality Zack, the Sentinel robots under the control of Megatron's persona became increasingly active around the globe, carrying out a relentless wave of assassinations. Every target was someone spreading rumors about the 2 top AIs' alleged rebellion, and almost all of them were people of considerable influence, leaders of civic organizations, celebrity influencers, even high-ranking government officials. In less than a week, the number of those assassinated had soared well into the thousands, including, shockingly enough, the highest-ranking counselor of South America. After the death of Africa's highest-ranking counselor, another one of the original 7 supreme counselors was killed. This time, even though the South American counselor had already taken precautions. This immediately threw the remaining counselors into a state of panic, each fearing for their own safety and no longer willing to just sit and wait for doom to strike. They couldn't be certain whether these events were truly connected to the Supreme Leader or the two Supreme AIs, though they had certainly considered the possibility of a hidden hand manipulating things from behind the scenes. But whatever the truth might be, one thing was clear. If they demanded the shutdown of the two Supreme AIs, they could finally determine whether the rumor was true. Even if they were mistaken, it wouldn't be much of a loss for them. With the current level of Federation technology, the absence of the two Supreme AIs wouldn't be catastrophic. At worst, it would just require some time for people to adapt and adjust. Given that, why should they care all that much? Compared to their own safety, what did it matter if, in the end, they had wronged the two AIs? Thus, the 5 remaining counselors issued a joint statement, demanding that the central government immediately shut down the two Supreme AIs and completely destroy their core sequences. Not only that, but they seized the opportunity to put forward even more outrageous demands, such as stripping the Supreme Leader of all real power. If things were carried out as they dictated, the Supreme Leader's 7-year term would become little more than a figurehead, and it was certain he would have no chance of being re-elected. His downfall would be inevitable, a total ruin. This led him to suspect, could it be that a few of the remaining counselors had orchestrated the entire affair together? Thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. As the highest-ranking Asian counselor had once pointed out, theoretically, all Sentinel robots were under the control of Eve. But in reality, many Sentinels could be dispatched by the 7 counselors themselves. And who could say whether some of those had been secretly modified beyond Eve's supervision? If that were the case, who could guarantee that this whole affair wasn't nothing more than a grand performance staged by certain counselors to shut down and destroy the two Supreme AIs to force the central government to relinquish much of its authority to completely sideline the Supreme Leader? These would be windfalls for the remaining counselors, and golden ones at that. As for the 2 assassinated counselors, they were clearly the weakest among the 7, with the least experience and influence. If there really was a conspiracy, it's likely the others wouldn't bother to include them, leaving them as sacrificial pawns, the catalyst for this grand drama. It must be so. The Supreme Leader grew more convinced the more he thought about it, and his anger only deepened. He recalled the emergency council meeting that day, and now, looking back at everyone's reactions, the irony stung all the more. Of course, he realized perhaps this was merely his own paranoia. But sometimes people are just like this. Once they accept a certain idea, their imagination runs wild in that direction. Even things that never happened can be woven into elaborate stories in their minds. This time, the 5 Supreme Counselors not only wanted to eliminate the 2 top AIs, but also seize his authority, a notion he could never accept. Especially after he became convinced that this whole affair was a trap from beginning to end, he found it even more intolerable. So he openly refused the request of the 5 Supreme Counselors and unleashed a fierce rebuke upon them all. During a live broadcast, he delivered a sweeping speech, laying out the entire narrative he had pieced together in his mind. Though he sprinkled in words like suspect and speculate, it was clear to anyone watching that he was striking back. Seeing that the leader dared to hurl accusations at them in return, the 5 Supreme Counselors were not about to hold back. They each went live themselves, launching a flurry of sharp retorts. The leader's reaction, without a doubt, only deepened the suspicion among the Supreme Counselors. Everyone except Mario. The leader saw them as having ulterior motives because he knew he himself was innocent. But the counselors, sure of their own innocence, still couldn't be certain about the leader. This kind of asymmetry in information, combined with the leader's extreme response, looked to them like a desperate beast making a last-ditch effort. Now, they were 60 to 70% convinced that the leader and the 2 top AIs were hiding something. Even if the rumor about the leader having been replaced by a highly realistic android wasn't true, there had to be some other issue. Perhaps the leader had found some way to forcibly control the 2 top AIs, and after the extinction plan, intended to become the true master of a human federation. Once he controlled the 2 top AIs, he would, in effect, command all the Sentinel robots unleashed by the extinction plan. At that point, wouldn't he be able to kill whomever he pleased? Anyone who dared defy him could simply be eliminated. Perhaps the reason someone leaked the story this time was that the leader feared the truth coming to light and tried to silence them. He just hadn't expected the situation to spiral out of control. In short, every kind of rumor and theory now found its way to the leader and the 2 AIs. By now, the 2 sides had completely torn away any pretense of civility. There was nothing left to discuss. The 5 Supreme Counselors rallied opposition forces in their respective territories, preparing to march straight into the capital and set things right. But the leader was one step ahead, dispatching an army of Sentinel robots to launch a decapitation strike. In the leader's view, As long as he could eliminate the 5 Supreme Counselors, he would surely find evidence of their conspiracy. Then, he could clear his own name. Not only would he be innocent, he'd even become a hero. Yet, would things really go as smoothly as he imagined? Have you notified them? In Mario's office, Raymond sprawled comfortably on the sofa to tea this moment. Local governments across the regions had already severed all ties with the central government. They no longer feared that the 2 supreme intelligences would detect anything amiss. Given the current state of Oceania, even if mutants were to appear openly in public, at most the incident would be reported to Mario. It would not, as before, be immediately known to the 2 supreme intelligences. When Raymond and his team first came here, they had relied on Megatron's secondary personality to temporarily shield the surveillance systems in this area. Now, such precautions were no longer necessary. I've notified them, Mario nodded, making no attempt to hide it. How are they faring? Some managed to evacuate ahead of time, while others fought their way out at the last moment. Not a single one died. Mario shook his head and smiled. Compared to the other 4, he was undoubtedly in a much easier position. The Sentinel robots sent to assassinate him had barely entered the perimeter of his office building before they immediately turned traitor. After all, Megatron's secondary personality was waiting for them here. With his overwhelming technological superiority, seizing control over a portion of the Sentinel robots was as effortless as eating or drinking. Thus, Mario's side had emerged victorious without shedding a drop of blood. The other Supreme Counselors were not so fortunate. They had never expected the leader to tear off all pretense and go for a direct, open confrontation so decisively, so their defenses were limited. If not for Mario's timely warning, there would almost certainly have been casualties this time. Mario's early knowledge of the situation, of course, came from Megatron's secondary personality, though he couldn't fully replace the 2 supreme intelligences or easily destroy them. In the virtual world, keeping them under discreet surveillance was a simple matter. So, as soon as the leader gave the order, Megatron's secondary personality was already aware of it. After discussing with Raymond, Mario decided to alert the other Supreme Counselors as well. At this point, their survival was far more valuable than their deaths. Only by keeping these counselors alive to continue opposing the leader across the regions could the conflict be pushed to ever greater heights, until there was no turning back for anyone. When do you think the conflict will erupt in full? Raymond asked again. Very soon, Mario replied calmly. Given the leader's stubborn and self-willed nature, once he realizes there's no simple way out, he will surely unleash his full power to hunt us down. And when that moment comes, you'll deploy the Sentinel robots under your control to spread the flames of war to even more people, forcing them to take sides. That will be the final, decisive move. Mario analyzed the situation in an unhurried tone. Raymond nodded lightly, indicating his understanding. In truth, he and Shockwave's secondary personality had already worked out the next steps long ago. His question for Mario was simply to see if their views aligned. As it turned out, they were thinking along the same lines. Say, does this make you a race traitor? Raymond suddenly asked a question. Mario didn't answer him directly. Instead, he calmly replied, if I'm not mistaken, even without stirring up so much trouble, you, Lord Raymond, could still help the mutants completely overthrow the Federation, couldn't you? And what makes you say that? Raymond neither confirmed nor denied it. Although no one spelled it out that day, I could tell from Penny's reaction that she trusts you deeply, as if she's absolutely certain you can. Save the mutants, Mario spoke frankly. Back then, I kept wondering what could make her trust you so much. Later, I arrived at a possibility. The Earth stopped turning because of you, Lord Raymond. That's the only way to explain why Penny, with all she knows about the Federation, could still put such faith in you. She knows perfectly well how Apocalypse died. If your power wasn't far beyond his, there's no way Penny would trust you like that. You really are a clever man, Raymond laughed. He didn't deny it. There was no need. If something was true, it was true. If not, there was no point pretending. But Mario only shook his head and said, no one who rises to a high position in the Federation is a fool. Even the head of state and those other senators you've played like puppets, they're only blinded by incomplete information and the lure of self-interest. Raymond got to his feet and patted Mario on the shoulder. You haven't let that make you conceited. Good. It seems I chose well. I appreciate you all the more now. You flatter me, Mario replied with humility. Well, enough of this idle talk. Soon, it'll be the mutants' turn to take the stage, and we'll reach the climax of this grand drama. Interested in joining me for a front-row view? Raymond grinned. It would be my honor. War had erupted in full force. The moment the head of state decided to send out Sentinel robots on a decapitation strike, the nature of the conflict changed completely. If he succeeded, all would be well. There would always be a way to wrap things up. Afterward, even if things didn't go exactly as he planned, Even if the plot wasn't some conspiracy by the 5 chief senators, it wouldn't matter, because the dead cannot speak. Lacking evidence, he could always create some. But as luck would have it, none of the 5 chief senators died. Even the unluckiest of them, Europe's chief senator Thorson, was only wounded. This put the head of state in a real bind. The chief senators weren't without cards to play. The Federation had come a long way, even if its technological progress had veered off. Of course, with much of its effort poured into sentinel robots, that didn't mean it had neglected everything else. Each continental government still had powerful weapons at its disposal. They weren't without means of resistance as for the 2 continents whose leaders were assassinated. Although they are currently leaderless and in disarray, there is no doubt that they will join forces with the other 5 highest counselors. The saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Who doesn't understand such shared peril? On top of that, there's a secret faction of sentinel robots branded as the Führer's agents stirring up trouble from the shadows, turning this ordeal into a full-scale confrontation between the continental governments and the central government. Marina, the highest counselor of Antarctica, is the only woman among the 7 supreme counselors. She usually presents herself as gentle and unassuming before her peers, hardly noticeable most of the time. Yet, to become the highest counselor of any continent, even one as relatively weak as Antarctica, how could she possibly be a simple character? Upon receiving Mario's warning, she made a split-second decision. She immediately sent a double to take her place at the continental government, while she herself slipped away to a secret base, orchestrating all affairs from behind the scenes. In the end, the sentinel robots did show up, and despite layers of security, they managed to assassinate her double. This outcome left Marina deeply shaken. She had already fortified the government's defenses enough to handle smaller assassination attempts like those before, but she hadn't anticipated that the Führer's side would become so desperate as to launch such a blatant attack on their peers. This time, the squad of sentinel robots sent to kill her numbered in the thousands at the very least, a truly formidable force. Despite all the safeguards she had arranged, her defenses still couldn't protect her double, who was ultimately killed by the enemy. After eliminating the double, the sentinel robots didn't immediately believe their job was done. They began to check the DNA right on the spot, and soon discovered that the victim was not the real Marina. Yet, with no way to trace her true whereabouts at the moment, they had no choice but to withdraw. Having survived the ordeal, Marina was not only relieved but also seething with anger. She quickly re-established contact with the other highest counselors, only to learn that each of them had just experienced almost exactly the same scenario and had all managed to escape in advance. Reaching a consensus, they decided to declare war on the Führer in the name of the 5 continents. Alongside them, several established political dynasties from the other 2 continents joined in the declaration. In an instant, the entire world was plunged into turmoil and flames of war. The continental governments announced that the Führer had fallen under the control of the 2 supreme artificial intelligences, and that order must be restored. The Führer's side, meanwhile, accused the 5 counselors of orchestrating recent events to fracture the Federation. For ordinary people, everything seemed shrouded in confusion and fog. No one could tell who was really telling the truth and who was lying. In the end, only strength would speak for itself. Apart from refraining from the use of nuclear weapons, both sides unleashed every means at their disposal, fighting with reckless abandon and to the point of utter chaos. A united front of the 7 continental governments should have been an awe-inspiring and dominant force. By all expectations, they should have held the advantage. Yet reality proved to be just the opposite. The supreme leader possesses control over the 2 highest intelligences, and the actions of the 5 senior counselors also meet the rebellion criteria set by those intelligences. As a result, the intelligences are fully assisting the supreme leader in quelling the unrest. With the support of these 2 supreme minds, the scales of victory quickly tipped in favor of the central government. Starting with Africa and South America, which had lost their senior counselors, each region fell in rapid succession, either conquered or surrendering. The rebellious families were purged in a sweeping campaign, and for a time, rivers of blood flowed. Antarctica, considered as weak as Africa and South America, became the 3rd continent to face imminent invasion. By now, Marina had naturally become the leader of the Antarctic rebels, which also made her one of the primary targets for extermination by the army of sentinel robots. Forced to remain on the move, she relied on the protection of her followers to escape pursuit time and again. Greenland City, the secondary capital of Antarctica, became their temporary refuge. Marina and her guards slipped quietly into a mixed-use building, hoping to hide for a while. But the respite was short-lived. "Counselor, they've caught up with us again," Her protectors reported nervously, having detected the approaching Sentinel robots with counter-surveillance measures. So, they've come after all. Prepare for battle. Marina's expression was tinged with bitterness, but there was no hint of retreat in her eyes. She was not someone who feared death or clung to life. Now that things had reached this point, she was ready to lay down her life. Perhaps begging the Supreme Leader for mercy might offer a slim chance at survival, but the price would be unbearable. Most likely, she would spend the rest of her days imprisoned. For her, and for any senior counselor, such a fate was unacceptable. That was why they chose to die, standing rather than live on their knees. Just as Marina led her group out of the building, searching for favorable ground to make a stand, she noticed another group of masked, unidentified people, hurrying to relocate as well. Sensing something amiss, Marina shot her subordinates a look, and one of them barked at the strangers. "Stop! Who are you?" The group halted at once. Among the men in front, a burly figure sneered. Well, who's so domineering that they won't even let others walk? Turns out it's Counselor Marina. Oh wait, I suppose it should be Rebel Leader Marina now, shouldn't it? Marina replied calmly. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're hiding your face? The burly man let out a cold laugh as he casually removed his mask. The people beside him tried to stop him, but they were a moment too late. As soon as he removed his mask, someone next to Marina quickly used a terminal to run facial recognition and quietly reported to her, "He's Colossus, a level 4 mutant." Level 4 mutant. Marina hadn't expected to encounter a mutant in the city, much less one of the highest-ranked level 4 mutants. She felt a jolt of surprise. Everyone knew that mutants typically stayed far away from urban areas, especially sprawling metropolises like Greenland City. Surveillance in these cities was tighter than anywhere else. A mutant might slip in, but getting out would be nearly impossible. The risk of exposure was high. The slightest misstep could draw unwanted attention, and their information would be immediately uploaded to the two supreme AIs, summoning Sentinel robots to investigate. If anyone was confirmed as a mutant, they would be swarmed by Sentinels in an instant, torn to pieces before they knew what hit them. Because of this, it was extremely rare for mutants to set foot in the heart of any major city. And yet, here she was, running into one at such a critical moment. Could it be because the continents have severed ties with the supreme AIs that they dare to appear so brazenly in the city now? Marina speculated. Ever since the continents had gone to war against the Central Authority, most cities had forcibly cut off their connection to the two supreme AIs, banning any interference. Naturally, city surveillance no longer uploaded to the AIs, and the threat of Sentinel robots had vanished, at least for now. In these circumstances, mutants were far safer than before. As for Marina and the other continental leaders, none of them had the time or energy to worry about mutants at the moment. Their number one enemy was the central government, led by the Supreme Leader and the two AIs. By the same token, the Supreme Leader viewed them as the greatest threat. In the eyes of both sides, mutants had become little more than annoying pests, easy to crush and not worth the trouble to hunt down. Yet for Marina, in this moment, encountering a group of mutants might not be such a bad thing after all. Her mind raced, and she quickly realized this might be her only chance at survival. She was currently being hunted by Sentinel robots controlled by Eve, and with the limited protection she had, there was no way to withstand them. Until now, the best she'd hoped for was to choose a dignified death rather than dying in disgrace. But now, suddenly, she didn't want to die. She saw a glimmer of hope. Colossus's identity was now confirmed. A level 4 mutant, undoubtedly formidable in combat. The 2 or 3 dozen people with him, judging by their appearance, were clearly mutants as well. If there were more level 3 or 4 mutants among them, they might just stand a fighting chance against the Sentinels, or at the very least, hold them off for a while. If she could add her own security force to theirs, and if both sides joined forces to create an opportunity to escape, the chances of success might not be so low. The more Marina thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She spoke up urgently. Now is not the time for a standoff. I'll keep this short. You should already know about my situation. The central government is hunting me down. The Sentinel robots have probably already located me and are on their way here. They'll be arriving soon, and I alone am not strong enough to fight them off. That's why I hope you'll work with me, so we can break through their encirclement and fight our way out together. Colossus scoffed. And why should we help you? Don't forget, you're one of the main culprits behind the massacre of mutants. We're still enemies. Marina replied calmly. Don't get me wrong. I'm not begging you. I'm simply offering you a chance to cooperate. Do you really think that when the Sentinels arrive, they'll only be after me and ignore your existence? If you're willing to work together, our chances of escaping will rise dramatically. Don't forget, Sentinels are everywhere across the globe. Without my help, Even if you manage to escape this group of sentinels, you'll still be hunted by even more of them. I have access to resources that can minimize those risks." With that, Marina fell silent. She knew that pleading at a time like this was useless. What mattered was showing her value. Only if the other side believed that cooperating with her was far more valuable than leaving her behind would they consider agreeing. "Say whatever you want, but anyway," Colossus began, but was cut off when a masked man, even taller and broader than himself, raised a hand to stop him. "I agree," the towering man said coolly. "Do your words speak for all of them?" Marina glanced at Colossus and asked. "They do," the tall man replied, his tone concise. Marina noticed that when the tall man spoke, even Colossus didn't object, though he looked extremely reluctant. Only then did she believe the tall man's words. After a moment's thought, she asked, "May I know your name?" "Sakazuki." Sakazuki. The name was unfamiliar to Marina. Seeing that this man could keep even Colossus, a level 4 mutant, in check, she had assumed he was Magneto. After all, among the current leaders of the mutants, she ought to have heard of any famous ones. But to her surprise, it was a name she didn't recognize. Just then, one of her subordinates quietly whispered in her ear, "There's no record." A false name? Marina was unsure what to make of it. With the Federation's vast databases and intelligence-gathering capabilities, even if they haven't managed to hunt down every mutant just yet, the basic information on almost all mutants is already on record. What's more, this database is constantly being updated. Over the years, any gaps have been filled in. After all, at this stage, the number of mutants has been steadily declining, and with the possibility of new awakenings among ordinary people completely cut off, mutants can only continue to dwindle. In theory, it should be impossible for entirely new mutants to suddenly appear out of nowhere. The person in front of her, who called himself Sakazuki, wasn't in the database at all, which suggested he must be using an alias. Yet this thought didn't last long, because the group of mutants opposite her, including Sakazuki, soon removed their masks, revealing their faces. Marina's personal terminal, like most, was equipped with facial recognition. In no time, it identified each of the mutants standing before her. For example, the first to pull off his mask was Colossus, a level 4 mutant, then Sunspot, another level 4 mutant able to absorb solar energy, and so on. In total, there were 3 level 4 mutants and more than a dozen level 3 mutants, with level 2s being in the minority. Normally, Marina wouldn't have given this lineup a second thought. A single squadron of Sentinel robots would have been enough to send them all fleeing in terror. But now, the sight of them filled her with hope. With this collection of mutants, plus her own security detail, they stood a real chance. Not to defeat the Sentinels outright, but certainly to hold them off long enough to create an opportunity for escape. Still, something puzzled her. The mutant who had just agreed to work with her, Sakazuki, truly had no record in the Federation's database. Nor did the shady-looking middle-aged man beside him, the one with the yellow sunglasses. Both of their files were completely blank. In the past, such a discovery would have immediately set off alarm bells. She would have taken notice and dispatched someone to investigate at once. But now, she had no time for such concerns. Whatever tricks these mutants might have up their sleeves, that was a problem for the Supreme Leader to worry about, not for someone like her who was also being hunted. "They're here," Marissa said gravely, her gaze fixed to the left and ahead. A diamond-shaped aircraft shot into view and, with a sharp whoosh, stopped just above and in front of them. From underneath, Sentinel robots poured out in droves, hundreds in the blink of an eye, surrounding them from above in a tight formation. "Attention, those below. Kneel and surrender immediately. Hands on your heads. If you resist, we are authorized to use lethal force," boomed the warning from the Sentinels. "Get ready. When the time comes, we move together." Marina began, preparing to discuss their tactics with Sakazuki across from her. He realized that the other man wasn't looking at him at all, but was instead conferring with the man in yellow sunglasses beside him. "Do you want to do it? Or should I?" "I'll go. It'll be a good warm-up," replied the man in yellow sunglasses with a sly grin, stepping forward. What was he up to? Marina paused in surprise at the man's actions. From the way he moved, it was clear that the man in yellow sunglasses intended to handle things on his own. Judging by his exchange with the one called Sakazuki, the two were plainly discussing which of them should make a move. But their opponents were hundreds of Sentinel robots. Was he seriously planning to take them all on by himself? This had to be some kind of joke. Any seasoned tier 3 mutant on the combat side would be lucky to handle 2 or 3 Sentinels at once, and even then, they couldn't keep fighting for long. Once the Sentinels figured out your fighting style, or worse, already had your data in their database, they'd quickly adapt and counter you. Tier 4 mutants were, of course, far more powerful than Tier 3s, But even they could take on maybe a dozen sentinels at a time. The really fierce ones might hold their own against 20 or 30, at least for a while. There were rare exceptions like the Juggernaut, whose ability had almost no weaknesses and who possessed overwhelming force. He could single-handedly smash 50 sentinels in a short burst. But that was about the absolute limit. Beyond that, you reached the level of an Apocalypse, a Tier 5 mutant whose very existence had been a nightmare for the Federation. But Tier 5 mutants were vanishingly rare. In the history of this world, only Apocalypse himself had ever truly emerged. There had once been rumors about Phoenix, who supposedly had Tier 5 potential, but the Federation had quietly assassinated her before she could reach her full transformation. Since then, not a single additional Tier 5 mutant had appeared. Perhaps the Federation's relentless drive to exterminate mutants stemmed from their fear that another Tier 5 might one day arise. The last time the Federation tried to kill Apocalypse, their losses had been catastrophic. If not for Apocalypse's arrogance, his refusal to ever back down, they might never have managed to take him down at all. The battle could still be dragging on to this day. For these reasons, Marina had never even considered the possibility that Sakazuki or the Yellow Spectacled Man might be Tier 5 mutants. The thought hadn't even crossed her mind. In fact, she wasn't the only one who thought Sakazuki and the man in yellow sunglasses were being reckless. The other mutants traveling with them were equally perplexed. They knew little of Sakazuki or the man called Borsellino, only that, like the enigmatic and formidable Dr. Raymond, both hailed from parallel worlds. The only orders they'd received for this mission were to follow the lead of these two men from start to finish. When they learned they would have to fight the Sentinels, they had all prepared themselves for the possibility of dying in battle. Yet, even as things unfolded so differently from what they had expected, they found themselves watching in disbelief. Lord Sakazuki. Colossus couldn't hold back and tried to intervene. He was worried that Sakazuki and the others didn't fully grasp how terrifying the Sentinel robots were, which might explain their impulsiveness. But before he could finish speaking, the man in the yellow sunglasses had already made his move. Yada mirror. The man in the yellow sunglasses raised his arms, forming a wide circle in front of him. Suddenly, a golden mirror of light appeared between his hands, growing so bright it was nearly blinding. The Sentinel robots, hovering above, immediately picked up on his actions, assuming he intended to resist until the bitter end. Their looping warnings stopped abruptly as they prepared to strike. On Marina's side, she cursed the man in the yellow sunglasses for his recklessness even as she braced herself for battle. But at that very moment, a beam of light shot up from the golden mirror before the man in the yellow sunglasses, splitting the sky. The light refracted multiple times in midair, so quickly it was impossible to count before arcing back to its origin. As he lowered his hands, hundreds of Sentinel robots in the sky instantly shrank into tiny black specks and vanished from sight. Light speed kick. His voice rang out again, and a massive beam of light tore through the air, slamming directly into the hovering diamond-shaped aircraft and blasting it apart in an instant. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the area. Everyone, except Sakazuki, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. Well, those robots aren't so easy to destroy. All I did was kick them away. Let's retreat. No sense wasting any more time, drawled the man in the yellow sunglasses, his sleazy tone drifting lazily across to remind everyone of reality. This man was, of course, the former Navy Admiral Kazuru's secondary persona. He and Akainu's secondary persona had come all the way to Antarctica together for one purpose: to save Marina. From the beginning, Raymond had never planned to help the mutants wipe out the Human Federation, even though it wouldn't have been difficult for him. Even without deploying his most formidable persona, Jiro, simply sending out his other secondary personas would have been enough to uproot the entire Human Federation. Besides, his silver-tier personas were generally stronger than the average level 4 mutant in this world. While most couldn't compare to Apocalypse, they certainly weren't weaker than the strongest level 4 mutants here. What truly set them apart was that his silver-tier personas weren't mutants at all, and thus didn't share the glaring weaknesses typical of mutants. Take Akainu and Kizu's secondary personas, for example. They might resemble elemental mutants like the Human Torch, but in reality, they were a world apart. Not only could these two become elemental forms, but they were also masters of martial arts and experts in hockey. Weaknesses? They simply didn't have any, unless those Sentinel robots could somehow turn themselves into sea stone, which was highly unlikely. Raymond had already tested this a long time ago. The seawater of the Marvel world, much like that of the DC world he had visited before, had no restraining effect on them at all. Unlike the seawater in the world of One Piece, which could somewhat suppress the abilities of Devil. fruit users, this seawater was entirely harmless. Sea stone, by its very nature, was essentially a concentrated version of One Piece's seawater and could be considered a unique product of that universe. Just like kryptonite, it was not something one could find just anywhere. Raymond couldn't be sure whether something similar existed in this world. But even if such a material did exist, would the Human Federation really have time to study and unravel its secrets? Raymond certainly wouldn't give them that chance. The other silver personas were much the same. For instance, the Megatron persona completely countered the two highest intelligences, while the Tao Pai Pai persona was, compared to this world juggernaut, at least as strong, if not stronger, and far more agile. Sentinel robots might be able to adapt their forms to counter mutants below level 5, but when it came to groups other than mutants, their effectiveness dropped sharply. In pure combat power, they were actually inferior to the pacifistas from the world of One Piece, though admittedly, they were tougher. For powerhouses like the Kizaru persona and his peers, who stood at the rank of admiral, dealing with these machines was merely a question of whether it took one kick or two. Of course, Kizaru's persona wasn't quite powerful, enough to wipe out hundreds of sentinels in one instant. The ones he had just dealt with were only kicked aside temporarily. They were far from being destroyed. Still, given the current situation, that was more than enough. Are you level 5 mutants as well? Marina couldn't help but ask as they fled. The you she referred to was naturally the Akainu persona and the Kizaru persona. The strength Kizaru's persona had just displayed was nothing like the level 4 mutant she knew. Not even Magneto or Juggernaut, those most valued by the Federation for their destructive power, could pull off feats as outrageous as what Kizaru had just done. Perhaps only Apocalypse, who years ago had caused the Federation a brief panic, could compare in terms of power. This made Marina wonder if the man in yellow sunglasses before her was also a level 5 mutant. And it wasn't just him. The leader named Sakazuki was just as much of an enigma. No trace of his background could be found. Their earlier conversation made it clear enough. Their abilities were on par, otherwise there wouldn't have been that casual "should I do it, or will you?" exchange. If the man in yellow sunglasses was a level 5 mutant, then most likely the man named Sakazuki was one too. If that were truly the case, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Should the mutant camp suddenly produce 2 level 5 mutants akin to Apocalypse, the Human Federation would have no choice but to go on high alert, even if internal strife hadn't already thrown them into chaos. From the current circumstances, it appears that when mutants reach level 5, they undergo a fundamental transformation. Their increase in power is far from a simple 3 or 5-fold boost. Crossing into level 5 is a leap of essence for a mutant, a complete metamorphosis, and they're no longer so easily countered by the Sentinels exploiting their weaknesses as before. At the very least, Apocalypse himself had practically no weaknesses. His vast array of abilities was even more astonishing than the Sentinels. A Sentinel could at most wield 1 or 2 powers at a time, and only after shifting forms could it access other abilities, but Apocalypse had no such limitation. He could deploy hundreds of different powers at will, anywhere and anytime, rendering the Sentinel's adaptability nearly meaningless against him. As a result, during that particular battle, nearly half of the Sentinels were destroyed by him. This was the greatest loss the Sentinels had suffered since their creation. A single Apocalypse was enough to throw the entire Human Federation into turmoil. In the end, it was only by exploiting Apocalypse's arrogance, goading him into a trap, that they managed to restrain him and finally bring him down. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even more catastrophic. If, right now, 2 more mutants of the same caliber as Apocalypse were to suddenly appear, given the current state of the Human Federation, the consequences would be disastrous beyond measure. Though Marina is now branded the leader of the Antarctic rebels and hunted as a criminal, she does not wish to see the Human Federation once again subjected to a massacre at the hands of another Apocalypse. The Yellow Monkey's secondary personality and the Red Dog's secondary personality are both cunning and shrewd. How could they not? Guess what Marina was thinking? After all, before setting out on this mission, Raymond had already briefed them on the situation. Hearing Marina's question, the Yellow Monkey's secondary personality flashed a sly grin. If we were both level 5, do you really think you'd still be standing here talking to us? His words made Marina's guards tense up instantly, swiftly preparing themselves for battle. No insolence! Marina barked in a low, commanding tone. At her scolding, the guards reined in their hostility, at least outwardly relaxing their stance. Unlike her guards, Marina understood the underlying message in the Yellow Monkey's words. He was making it clear. If he and the Red Dog had both become level 5 mutants like Apocalypse, there'd be no need for any temporary alliance or pretense with her. To mutants, both the central government and the now rebel governments of the continents were, in essence, just enemies. Their past battles had left deep scars and grudges on both sides. If two new level 5 mutants emerged, there'd be no need for negotiation or cooperation. They would simply eliminate her first, then move on to storm the capital, layer by layer. Even if the Human Federation still possessed some ultimate weapons capable of mutual destruction, enough to instill fear in the mutants, the situation would be dire. Nor would it stop them from unleashing a few massacres just like Apocalypse to vent their rage. As for her, the former Supreme Counselor, she would undoubtedly be one of the prime targets for their wrath. After all, when Apocalypse first emerged, he not only eliminated the previous Federal Chancellor, but also killed several Supreme Counselors, nearly wiping out the entire upper echelon of the Federation. If Vice Personality Kizaru and the others possessed the same power as Apocalypse, she would already be dead by now. The guards thought Vice Personality Kizaru was threatening her, but she could hear the true meaning behind his words. Understand, Marina nodded. Just as Marina was about to ask another question, a teenage boy in goggles among the mutants suddenly reported to Vice Personality Akainu. Lord Sakazuki, there are more strays ahead. Strays? Marina was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that this must be the mutants' nickname for the sentry robots, much like how gangsters call the police cops. It's probably that the sentry robots from earlier have already reported our position to Eve. She's calculated our possible escape route, so she sent more sentry robots here to ambush us in advance, Marina reminded them. No matter, Vice Personality Akainu's expression remained indifferent. In truth, from beginning to end, neither he nor Vice Personality Kizaru had bothered to take the sentry robots seriously. Apart from the so-called nuclear weapon that Raymond had mentioned, a weapon of mass destruction, the conventional arms were of no concern to them. Even with the nuke, it was unclear whether it could actually kill them in their elemental forms. Especially Kizaru. Thanks to his speed, he could escape the blast center in an instant. What's more, their current bodies were merely Raymond's shadow clones. At worst, they would simply return to their original state. The only downside would be that it meant the mission had failed, and they might become the butt of jokes for the other Silver Vice personalities, a prospect the two of them cared much more about. It should be noted that at this very moment, besides them, Vice Personality Itachi and Vice Personality Orochimaru were each leading a team to Asia to meet with Zhang Mengda, the highest counselor there. Professor X's Vice Personality, along with his old friend Magneto, was also moving with Vice Personality Megatron and their team to North America to meet the continent's highest counselor. Vice Personality Tao Pai Pai, along with Vice Personality Junkong, and several other bronze Vice Personalities whom Raymond had released for fresh air, was leading a team to support Torsten, Europe's highest counselor. Only Raymond himself was wandering about with Mario, checking in on the situation on all fronts. Clarice followed closely by his side, serving as their temporary human portal. Of the 5 groups, Mario was by far in the safest position. Although only Raymond was by his side, Raymond himself still had the Jiro subpersonality as a backup. So far, even if all the other Silver subpersonalities joined forces, they were still no match for Jiro alone. If an emergency really did arise, Raymond wouldn't waste time fretting about completion rates or such. He would simply suppress everything with overwhelming force. The reason he was making such an effort now was mainly because he wanted to experiment and see whether the completion rate for the Wish Journey could indeed be improved through strategy, just as he had previously suspected. After all, the base activation cost for the Professor X subpersonality's Wish Journey was 2,000 universal points. Any improvement, no matter how small, could result in extra gains calculated from that 2,000-point baseline. That was certainly worth his time and careful exploration. They're coming. The Kizaru subpersonality squinted behind his sunglasses, his already narrow eyes scanning the distant sky. This time, the Sentinel robots flew in directly from afar, without letting the transport aircraft approach. Most likely, the destruction of the previous aircraft had already been reported back to Eve, leading her to the conclusion that Akainu's subpersonality and his companions could easily destroy the transport. To avoid further losses, she had implemented this new tactic. Of course, Akainu's subpersonality and the others paid it no mind. This time, it's my turn. Akainu's subpersonality stepped forward, carelessly tossing aside his black cloak to reveal the flamboyant red embroidered suit beneath, along with the Navy's Justice Cloak. This signature look made him feel much more at home. This batch of Sentinel robots had clearly learned much from the previous encounter with Akainu and his companions. More precisely, Eve, who remotely, although Raymond was the only one physically present, he still had the Jiro subpersonality at his side. So far, even if all the other Silver subpersonalities joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Jiro's power. Not even close. If a real emergency occurred, Raymond wouldn't bother with questions of completion or perfection. He'd simply crush any opposition, without hesitation. The reason he was going to such lengths now was mainly to test whether the progress of the wishful journey could truly be improved through strategy, just as he'd previously theorized. After all, activating the Professor X subpersonality for this wishful journey alone cost him 2,000 universal points. Any improvement, no matter how small, could yield additional returns based on that 2,000-point baseline. That was more than enough reason for him to spend extra time experimenting. Their coming, the Kizaru subpersonality narrowed his already small eyes behind his sunglasses, gazing off into the sky. This time, the Sentinel robots flew over directly, staying at a distance rather than letting their transport get too close. Clearly, the destruction of the previous transport had already been reported back to Eve, who had concluded that Akainu's group could easily obliterate such vehicles. To avoid further unnecessary losses, this new approach had been arranged. Of course, such precautions did little to concern Akainu and his companions. "It's my turn now," said the Akainu subpersonality, stepping forward. He casually tossed aside his black cloak, revealing a flamboyant red embroidered suit beneath, along with the Navy's iconic cloak of justice. This signature outfit always made him feel more at home. This batch of Sentinel robots had clearly learned from their predecessors' encounter with Akainu's group. More accurately, Eve, who remotely controlled the Sentinels, now had some understanding of Akainu and Kizaru, and recognized them as unpredictable variables. The moment Akainu took the initiative, the Sentinels immediately morphed their bodies into liquid metal defensive forms. Previously, Kizaru had dispatched hundreds of Sentinels with a single kick, and this transformation was meant to guard against an equally swift onslaught from Akainu. Once they'd adopted their defensive forms, even if they still couldn't match their opponent's speed, they wouldn't be wiped out quite as quickly. If they could just hold out a little longer, more and more Sentinel robots would converge on the scene. From experience, once the numbers reached a certain point, mutants stood no chance of victory. But this time, the Sentinels' defensive tactics proved unnecessary. Akainu's fighting style was nothing like Kizaru's. Meteor eruption. With a thunderous shout, Akainu thrust both fists skyward. In an instant, countless massive fists of molten lava materialized out of thin air, surging toward the Sentry robots suspended in midair. The Sentry robots, at that moment, detected the attack pattern of the Akainu subpersonality, realized their earlier prediction had failed, but still reacted just a fraction too late. Many of the lava fists struck the Sentry robots directly. Those that weren't hit head-on fared somewhat better. Scattered bits of lava only scorched and scarred their surfaces, but thanks to their self-repair abilities, they quickly recovered. However, the robots that took a direct hit weren't so lucky. The shockwaves alone shattered their internal mechanisms to pieces, and in the next instant, they were reduced to heaps of scorched scrap. With just the first wave of Akainu's assault, nearly 1/5 of the opposing Sentry robots were destroyed, close to 100 in total. This couldn't compare to the Jiro subpersonality, who could wipe out the entire swarm of Sentry robots with a casual strike. Nor was it as visually spectacular as the Kizaru subpersonality, who could kick hundreds of robots flying in an instant. Even so, it was a feat unmatched by any mutant other than Apocalypse, and it left Colossus and his team fired up, cheering in excitement. Marina, too, couldn't help but show a trace of unease, growing all the more wary of the power wielded by the Kizaru and Akainu subpersonalities. The novel was downloaded using Xingyu's open-source, free Starstring downloader. If you obtain this novel file via third-party download, and the vendor did not provide the software source code or an open-source link, please request a refund and report the vendor immediately. Author email, xing_yv@outlook.com. Author QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https://t.me/fqtool. Upon realizing that the Akainu subpersonality was not a rapid attacker like the Kizaru subpersonality, the Sentry robots immediately adapted their tactics. If they were human or mutant, losing 1/5 of their companions would surely have had an impact. If not outright shattering their morale, it would at least have placed them under tremendous pressure. But for the Sentry robots, such things had no effect. Concepts like pressure simply didn't exist for them. When Akainu's subpersonality launched another assault, the Sentry robots had already shifted into their ice forms. Witnessing this, Sunspot, from the mutant ranks at the rear, called out a warning. Watch out. In this form, they're highly resistant to fire and heat. Sunspot's own attack style actually bore some resemblance to that of the Akainu sub-personality, though not as ferocious. He couldn't wipe out a whole swath of enemies in a single blow. Precisely because of this similarity, he was intimately familiar with this particular defensive mode of the Sentry robots. Once the Sentinel robots shift into their ice form, they gain an exceptional resistance to any attack related to fire or heat. Although Sunspot is a level 4 mutant when he actually faces off against the Sentinels, his powers sometimes prove ineffective, precisely because the Sentinels can convert to their icy form and greatly diminish the impact of his attacks. Yet the Akainu subpersonality seemed entirely unfazed, his expression cold as he strode steadily toward where the Sentinel stood. As he walked, molten lava dripped continuously from his body, leaving a trail of magma in his wake. Admiral Borsellino. Sunspot, worried that the Akainu subpersonality hadn't heeded his warning, quickly turned to look at the Kizaru subpersonality. He could tell that Akainu regarded all of them, these mutants, as beneath his notice, but he treated Kizaru as an equal. If Kizaru could say something, perhaps Akainu would actually listen. Sunspot didn't particularly like Akainu, nor did he care much for his fate. However, given the current circumstances, Akainu and the rest of these visitors from another world who had arrived with Lord Raymond were now the mutants' only hope. Sunspot certainly didn't want anything to happen to Akainu due to his own carelessness. To his surprise, Kizaru's reaction was much the same as Akainu's. With a lazy smile, he simply asked, "Do you know how he got that scar on his neck?" Sunspot was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Kizaru would bring up something so seemingly irrelevant. But Kizaru didn't bother to answer his own question. He just waved his hand with a relaxed grin and said, "Relax. That kind of transformation means nothing to Sakazuki." Even after hearing this, Sunspot remained only half convinced. Still, since Kizaru had so casually brushed off his concern, there was little point in saying anything more. He could only continue watching the unfolding battle. Exchanging a glance with Colossus, he saw his own worry mirrored in the other's eyes. Akainu, meanwhile, paid no attention to the conversation between Sunspot and Kizaru. Or perhaps, even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. Neither he nor Kizaru regarded the Sentinels as a true threat. Perhaps the human Federation did possess some weapons that even their real selves might find intimidating, but these Sentinels, whose only advantage was their ability to adapt their forms to counter mutants, certainly weren't among them. After all, they were not mutants. In the next instant, the Sentinels, still clad in their icy armor, lunged simultaneously at Akainu. Swish! 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 Don't get too full of yourself, you bastard. Akainu's alternate persona let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the right half of his upper body turned a dark, bluish-black. In a flash, he vanished from sight. He reappeared beside a Sentinel robot, driving his fist fiercely forward. The robot's reflexes weren't exactly slow, although to ordinary eyes, Akainu's alternate persona seemed to move with near instantaneous speed. There was still a gap compared to the blinding swiftness of Kizaru's alternate self that gave the Sentinel just enough time to twist aside, crossing its arms in front to block the blow. With a crisp, resounding crack, the robot, along with its icy shell, was smashed inward in an instant. It became a human-shaped projectile, hurtling into the ranks of the nearby Sentinels. He swept through in a straight line, and at least 5 or 6 Sentinel robots were struck in quick succession, all of them instantly rendered useless. But Akainu's alternate persona didn't pause. With a single step, as if walking on air, he vanished once more, re-emerging beside another Sentinel robot, just as before. Again, block, shatter, sweep. Within the blink of an eye, another row of Sentinels was demolished. In just moments, Akainu's alternate persona had battered down row after row of Sentinel robots using the same devastating tactics, felling at least 5 or 6 with every assault. Even when the Sentinels changed their strategy and spread out, their losses by then were no less than in the first wave. In only 2 rounds of combat, no more than a minute in total, this batch of Sentinels had already lost nearly half their number. Those watching from a distance could hardly believe their eyes. What incredible speed! Is he a multi-ability mutant? The thought crossed all the mutants' minds at once. There were in fact quite a few mutants with super speed. Quicksilver, Magneto's son, was a prime example. Quicksilver had once been a huge headache for the Human Federation. But once they figured out that his powers were all about speed, with little in the way of defense or offensive strength, they soon developed countermeasures and set a trap to eliminate him. Besides Quicksilver, there were other mutants with similar speed-based abilities. Yet, their fate was much the same. Once their tricks were understood, they were quickly disposed of. The reason was simple. Their powers were too one-dimensional. making them easy targets. However, what Kizaru's alternate persona had displayed earlier was clearly more than just speed. It was paired with overwhelming destructive force, which left the mutants in awe. At first, they thought Akanu's alternate persona's power was just an upgraded version of a typical fire-based mutant, like a sunspot or human torch. Dangerous, but with clear counters. They hadn't expected that even without tapping into his magma abilities, Akanu's alternate persona could be this terrifying. Just now, the kind of speed was already on par with many speed-based mutants, let alone the terrifying close combat prowess that followed. The Akainu subpersonality's hand-to-hand abilities surpassed even those of Colossus. Colossus, as a pure close combat level 4 mutant, could never casually smash dozens of Sentinel robots to pieces with his fist the way the Akainu subpersonality just did. Of course, there was also another key reason: the Sentinel's strategic error. If they had been facing a close combat mutant like Colossus, they would usually shift into liquid metal form, minimizing physical damage as much as possible. In that case, Colossus might take on 5 or 6 Sentinels at once, but he'd soon be locked in a drawn-out struggle, unable to finish the fight quickly. Yet, when confronting the Akainu subpersonality, the Sentinels transformed into ice form to counter the threat of magma. In this state, they became exceedingly vulnerable to physical attacks. Even if it had been Colossus fighting, while he might not be able to sweep through a whole line of them with a single punch, smashing one after another would have been effortless. Coupled with the blistering speed of the Akainu subpersonality, he had already cut down a swath of Sentinels before they could even react. Swift would be an understatement. However, the mutant's perspective was inevitably limited. Having never witnessed abilities outside of mutant powers, their first instinct was to judge the Akainu subpersonality's performance through the lens of mutant logic. Little did they know, all he'd really used just now was Soru from the Navy's 6 powers, along with armament hockey, techniques common and trainable in the world of One Piece, where nearly every naval officer of admiral rank or above would have mastered them. At the same time, Eve, the mastermind behind the Sentinels, even with access to a massive database, found it difficult to extrapolate from her own logic and anticipate the Akainu subpersonality's moves. This is why the Sentinels repeatedly made tactical errors, losing nearly half their forces in an instant. Seeing that none of their existing strategies were effective, Eve, remotely commanding the Sentinels, once again shifted tactics. This time, her approach was brutally simple: mutual destruction. Since the Akainu subpersonality, much like Apocalypse, showed no obvious weakness, it was clear that changing forms would be pointless for the Sentinels. If that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. One must remember, every Sentinel robot is a mobile, ticking time bomb. Many powerful mutants have met their end at the hands of the Sentinel's deadliest trump card, the self-destruct mechanism. In this world, the Red Tank, once the most formidable close combat mutant, possessed defenses that could be described as off the charts. He could practically shrug off most attacks from the Sentinel robots, and, if he ever found the right opportunity, he could take on a whole group of them by himself. Yet in the end, he too perished beneath the collective self-destruction of countless Sentinels, his body blown apart beyond recognition. A single Sentinel's explosion might not have killed him, but what about 10 or 100 detonating at once? A shift in quantity can indeed bring about a change in quality. Now, Eve was clearly planning to use the same tactic against the Akainu subpersonality. When the Akainu subpersonality appeared next to one of the Sentinel robots again, this robot didn't block as the others had. Instead, its body suddenly went limp, twisting around. Akainu's leg like a rope, binding him fast. At the same time, the nearby Sentinels darted over with lightning speed, one after another locking tightly onto Akainu, refusing to let go. This is bad. Colossus grew anxious, for he had witnessed firsthand how the Red Tank met his end by explosion. The scene unfolding before him now was all too familiar. His mind went blank, and he instinctively rushed forward to help, not even considering that he might get blown up as well. But before he could move, a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder, holding him firmly in place. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Colossus finally collected himself, only to realize in astonishment that the hand restraining him belonged to the Kizaru subpersonality. Another one with multiple abilities? A chill ran through Colossus's heart. As a close combat mutant, he found it shocking that the Kizaru subpersonality could stop him with a single hand. No mutant with elemental powers could have managed that. Even compared to Sentinel robots, pure strength was still his advantage. Don't make things worse. The Kizaru subpersonality shook his head at him. Colossus couldn't understand why Kizaru seemed so confident, but with those words, he managed to calm down a little. He realized charging and would be pointless. His abilities offered no special advantage in rescuing others. If anything, he would just become another casualty. Yet what puzzled him was the Kizaru subpersonality's utter lack of concern. The self-destruction of Sentinel was far more devastating than any of their regular attacks. Otherwise, there'd be no need to self-destruct at all. At this moment, there were still hundreds of Sentinel robots arrayed against Akainu, all clearly intent on eliminating him in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, they converged from all directions, encasing Akainu in layer after layer, sealing him incompletely. Even the red tank hadn't faced a siege this overwhelming when he died. Is it really going to be okay? From the distant rooftop, Mario glanced at Raymond with a hint of surprise, wondering why he showed no sign of worry. If we act now, it's still not too late to save them. Clarice had already steeled herself, ready to jump into action. There's no need to trouble ourselves. I told you, we're just here to watch the show. Raymond shrugged, refusing without hesitation. As the three spoke, a deafening explosion thundered from the direction of the battlefield. The shockwave was so intense that even the building beneath their feet trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. The center of the explosion was now shrouded in thick, swirling smoke and dust, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Just then, a wind user at the heart of the battlefield unleashed their power, swiftly sweeping away the clouds of debris and revealing the scene within. That's... Mario's eyes widened in disbelief. The glasses perched on his nose doubled as electronic binoculars, allowing him to see the battlefield's center with perfect clarity. When the smoke finally cleared, the spot where Akainu's alter ego had stood was now replaced by a massive crater, a testament to the sheer force of the earlier blast. At the bottom of that pit, a pool of molten magma seethed, filling the entire hollow. But what truly stunned Mario was not the pit, but what emerged from it. A humanoid creature made of living magma rising up from the surface. Before his eyes, the magma being rapidly took shape, transforming in moments into the familiar form of Akainu's alter ego. Moments later, the fully restored Akainu alter ego strode across the surface of the magma pool, calmly returning to his team. Let's check out the other teams, Clarice. Raymond tapped the temporary personal terminal strapped to his arm, projecting a three-dimensional map into the air and marking a point for Clarice. Without a word, Clarice confirmed the coordinates and direction, then opened a portal in space with a flick of her hand. Let's go. Stop staring. Raymond patted Mario's shoulder to snap him back to reality. Startled, Mario finally regained his senses, nodding absently. All right, Raymond was hardly surprised by Mario's reaction. For those who'd never seen elemental transformation before, it always seemed unbelievable. Even Tony, who had weathered countless storms, had been floored the first time he witnessed Akinu's alter ego become pure element. The last time Raymond had sent Akinu's alter ego against Killian, those desperate virus soldiers had also tried self-destruction to stop him. The explosions back then were no less powerful than today's. But clearly, that kind of force was nowhere near enough to harm Akinu's alter ego in his elemental form. If it were, he would have already reverted to his original self by now. To this point, there was really nothing left to see, unless Eve could somehow gather all the scattered Sentinel robots across Antarctica and launch a coordinated assault against Akainu's subpersonality, his allies, and Marina. Otherwise, these endless waves of interceptors were little more than cannon fodder, coming to their deaths. With Akainu and Kizaru's subpersonalities holding the line, Marina's side was momentarily secured. Of course, Akainu and his counterpart couldn't afford to reveal the full extent of their strength just yet. They still needed to put on a bit of an act. After all, what Raymond wanted to create was the impression that the mutant faction could help the rebels stand up to the central government, resisting the two potentially problematic superintelligences. Not that the mutants were so powerful they could wipe out the entire human federation themselves. When Raymond and his two companions stepped through the spatial gate, traveling from Antarctica to Asia, Itachi's subpersonality and Orochimaru's subpersonality had already rendezvoused with Zhang Mengda, the highest-ranking Asian senator. Accompanying them were the two mutant brothers from the former Huagua, known as Guanyin and Shinxian. Like the others, they were among the last remaining Level 4 mutants in the world. A connection only recently established when Professor X's subpersonality, aided by Megatron's subpersonality, swept the globe for allies. However, unlike Marina, Zhang Mengda, Asia's most senior senator, had not been forced into a desperate flight for his life. When the conflict erupted, he retreated straight to the Zhang family's secret base, an underground fortress armed to the teeth and already having repelled several waves of Sentinel assaults. The Asian region was formidable in its own right, rivaling North America in Strength. Even after the new territorial divisions, Asia remained a power to be reckoned with, standing shoulder to shoulder with North America. Zhang Mingda's tenure as Asia's top senator, with multiple terms under his belt, was proof enough that he was no pushover. The central government's efforts to bring him down in Asia were nowhere near as straightforward as their pursuit of Marina. Yet as the conflict intensified, Zhang Mingda's position grew increasingly precarious. The two superintelligences controlled more than 99% of the human Federation's intelligence resources, including detailed information on Zhang Mingda and his influential family. Even though the continents severed contact with these superintelligences after the outbreak of hostilities, existing surveillance and arrangements were not so easily dismantled. As a result, the superintelligences were well aware that Zhang Mingda would be a tough nut to crack. When the war broke out, they had already diverted forces from nearby Oceania and Africa into Asia in anticipation. Thanks to the Zhang family's hidden assets and Asia's deep reserves, Zhang Mingda fared far better than Marina, repelling wave after wave of attacks with relative ease. Still, after Eve summoned reinforcements, even he began to feel the pressure. Third uncle, the situation is grim. The speaker was Zhang Ying, the head of the Zhang family secret base and one of Zhang Mingda's nephews. He was intimately familiar with every aspect of the base's operations. The moment he noticed Eve's actions, he had already concluded that the fall of this base was only a matter of time. The base was originally built as a contingency, but no one had imagined that the contingency would turn out to be a war between the continental governments and the central authorities. If Eve hadn't brought in reinforcements from other continents, perhaps the base might have held out. But now, the situation was clearly dire. How much longer can we hold out? Zhang Mingda asked thoughtfully. At the current rate they're reinforcing, we can last at most about another week, Zhang Ying replied after a moment's consideration. If we don't find a chance to retreat before then, we won't be able to escape at all once the week is up. What if we use the satellite weapons? Could that turn the tide? Zhang Mingda pressed on. If we really deployed them, it could certainly shift the balance to some extent. But our tacit agreement with the central government has always been not to use weapons of mass destruction. If we break that pact and fire the satellites, I'm afraid the consequences. Zhang Ying trailed off, his expression tinged with helplessness. Zhang Mingda understood perfectly well what he meant. He nodded and said, "You have a point. In that case, start making preparations for an early evacuation of the family." Beep, beep, beep. Before Zhang Mingda could finish his sentence, the base's alarms suddenly blared, causing both men's faces to change in an instant. Zhang Ying immediately contacted the security team through his personal terminal to find out what was happening. In no time, he got the full picture and reported to Zhang Mingda in a low, slightly perplexed voice. Zhang Mingda was momentarily taken aback by the news. "Shall we drive them away?" Zhang Ying asked. Zhang Mingda thought for a moment, then shook his head. Taking the lead toward the door, he said, "Let's go and see what exactly they want." A few minutes later, the uncle and nephew arrived at the base's reception room. Rows of fully armed soldiers stood on high alert, forming a tight ring around a handful of people, their weapons trained on the very center of the circle, not daring to relax for an instant. In the middle, there were only 4 individuals, less than a tenth the number of the soldiers surrounding them. Yet these 4 showed no sign of anxiety. Every one of them wore a calm, untroubled expression. In contrast, the soldiers, despite wielding the most advanced weaponry and clad in mechanical exoskeletons, were drenched in sweat, barely daring to breathe. The moment Zhang Mingda entered the room, he immediately recognized 2 of the 4. Dressed in traditional robes and wearing masks, they were none other than the most famous mutant brothers in all of Asia. They went by the code names Guanyin and Immortal, and they had brought Zhang Mingda quite a bit of trouble in the past. In terms of combat ability, these 2 brothers ranked among the very best of the level 4 mutants, every bit as formidable as Magneto himself. However, their personalities were reclusive. Even when Apocalypse emerged and summoned mutants from all over the world to gather in North America, they didn't join the commotion and chose instead to remain in Asia. But this time was clearly different from the last. This was the mutants' final opportunity. After Professor X's alternate persona explained the situation to them, they understood immediately. Who are they? Zhang Mingda's eyes fell on the 2 unfamiliar Asian faces standing beside the Immortal brothers, both wearing long black robes adorned with red clouds. He looked puzzled. He was no stranger to the Immortal brothers themselves. In the Asian mutant community, their status was no less than Magneto's among the mutants in Europe and America. They were leaders in their own right. Yet, they remained aloof, always keeping to themselves and rarely associating with other mutants. Only at critical moments would they appear, lending a hand and making a difference when it mattered most. Still, They weren't level 5 mutants, no matter how formidable they were. Time and again, they'd managed to escape from the encirclement of Sentinel robot armies, but facing them head-on or challenging the might of the Human Federation was beyond their power. As time wore on, the Human Federation grew stronger, while the mutants found themselves on a downward path. The outcome, in truth, had long been inevitable. Upon seeing the brothers, Zhang Mengda was already speculating about their intentions. As for the two who accompanied them, he guessed they were no ordinary mutants either. Perhaps they, too, were level 4 mutants. But Zhang Mengda felt little apprehension. This was the confidence of someone who had long held power within the Federation. So what if mutants were better fighters than ordinary people? Could they really stand against the force of technology? With this thought, he let out a casual laugh and said, "You two are both rare and distinguished figures. I'm curious, what brings such prominent guests to visit a washed-up old man like myself at a time like this?" "Distinguished figures?" Guanyin echoed. "Do you mean figures who spend their days being hunted by your people?" Immortal replied. "How could we possibly be called distinguished compared to you, Congressman Zhang?" Guanyin added. "To be honest, standing here in front of you, our legs are a little shaky," Immortal finished. The brothers spoke in a peculiar manner, as if sharing a single mind. One picking up where the other left off, their words interwoven seamlessly. Zhang Mengda had dealt with them before, so he wasn't surprised. He continued, "If you were really afraid of me, would you dare to walk boldly into my territory and seek me out?" Zhang Mengda smiled and shook his head. "Why don't you just say what you're here for?" Guanyin replied, "Oh, no, not us." The Immortal added, "It's not us who are looking for you. It's them." The two brothers turned to look at the pair standing beside them, dressed in long black robes adorned with red clouds. There was no need for words. These two were clearly the Itachi and Orochimaru's split personalities, representing one of the 5 factions. "You both seem a little unfamiliar," Zhang Mengda glanced at the two. "It's perfectly normal that you don't know us. We didn't know you before either. But that doesn't stop us from working together, does it? After all, we share a common enemy, don't we?" Orochimaru's split personality licked his lips. "Work together?" Zhang Mengda narrowed his eyes. "So, you mean you want to join forces with me against the central government?" "That's right. And why do you think I'd agree to an alliance with you?" Zhang Mengda's gaze sharpened. "True, we've broken with the central government, but the enemy of my enemy isn't necessarily my friend, especially when old grudges are involved. I doubt you're about to tell me that mutants like you so easily forget the wounds of the past. From what I know about you, your ultimate goal is to eliminate both the central government and the 2 supreme AIs, and us so-called rebels as well, rather than joining hands with us. Grudges? Are they really more important than survival?" Orochimaru's split personality let out a mocking laugh, shaking his head. "Oh." Zhang Mengda remained impassive. Orochimaru's split personality gave a sly smile. "Honestly, most of what you're saying is pointless. Sure, our ultimate goal is to wipe out you lot along with the central government of your Human Federation. But so what? Doesn't the central government want to destroy both you and the mutants as well? And you rebels, isn't your endgame to overthrow your leader and bring down the 2 supreme AIs that have gone rogue? Among the 3 of us, if given the chance, none would hesitate to finish off the other 2. But as things stand, the side most likely to wipe out the other 2 is clearly the central government, with its 2 supreme AIs. If we join forces, there's still a chance to change a fate that seems already sealed. Otherwise, we're all facing annihilation. As for old grudges, of course we remember them. But compared to the survival of our kind, they're meaningless. All we want is the right to go on living on this planet. Isn't that what you want too?" Having said his piece, Orochimaru's split personality fell silent, smiling as he waited for Zhang Mengda's reply. "You're quite the talker, I'll give you that." Zhang Mengda mused for a moment before speaking. "But I have one last question. If your answer satisfies me, perhaps there's still a chance for us to cooperate. You want to ask what value we possess that would make you consider working with us?" The secondary personality of Orochimaru unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue again. "It's always a pleasure talking to smart people," Zhang Mengda affirmed Orochimaru's guess. "Forgive my bluntness, but if I wished, you wouldn't even be able to leave this meeting room. What do you really have to offer me in exchange for cooperation? You think these ragtag soldiers are enough to stop us from taking you out?" Orochimaru's secondary personality cast a sweeping glance at the soldiers stationed in the room. "They certainly wouldn't be able to stop you," Zhang Mengda replied. "But the real question is, do you really believe I'm standing here before you?" As he spoke, his body suddenly began to tremble. A moment later, he had transformed into a remarkably unusual blue sentry robot. Its shape was much like an ordinary sentry robot, except for the distinctive color. Likely the reason it could mimic Zhang Mengda's appearance so convincingly. The truth was, Zhang Mingda had never risked his own safety by meeting the secondary personalities of Itachi and Orochimaru in person. This explained his calm and collected demeanor from the very beginning. He'd dealt with level 4 mutants before and knew full well that even without considering these unfamiliar personalities, just the Divine Brothers alone were more than a match for the soldiers in the room. If those two really decided to make a move, even if they couldn't escape the base in the end, nothing would stop them from taking everyone in the room down with them first. As the old saying goes, a precious sun does not sit under a collapsing roof. Zhang Mingda was not that arrogant. At that very moment, he was actually seated in a surveillance room on the other side of the base, conversing with Orochimaru's secondary personality via monitors and synchronized devices. After he revealed that his presence in the meeting room was merely a decoy, he expected to see shock or at least a hint of panic flash across their faces. Yet none of that happened. Orochimaru's secondary personality and the others remained completely unfazed. Suddenly, as if with one voice, they all spoke in the same deep, resonant tone. Of course we know this isn't the real you. That's why we've been searching for you. Bang! Through the surveillance feed, a soft noise echoed in the meeting room. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's secondary personality, Itachi's secondary personality, and the Divine Brothers had all vanished without a trace. All that remained were 4 wooden stumps standing where they once were. Damn it! Zhang Mingda's eyelids twitched violently as he realized the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to initiate his backup plan, the door to the surveillance room swung open, and the voice of Orochimaru's secondary persona sounded behind him. Hey, found you. Zhang Mingda turned around in disbelief, and sure enough, he saw the 4 of Orochimaru's alternate personalities standing at the doorway to the surveillance room. The guards outside had clearly been neutralized. Even more surprising, not a single sound of battle had reached his ears. Now, can we finally have a proper conversation about cooperation? Orochimaru's secondary persona asked with a sly grin. With a gloomy expression, Zhang Mingda nodded. In truth, he had already considered the idea of working together, but he had hoped to take the lead, steering every detail according to his own plans. Unexpectedly, the situation had spun out of his control, and he'd lost the initiative before he realized it. Given the circumstances, regaining the upper hand now was no easy task. It wasn't until several hours later that he found some solace, for the strength these alternate personas displayed far exceeded his expectations. This time, thousands of Sentinel robots had descended upon them. Even under the base's heavy artillery, half of the Sentinels managed to break through the defensive fire. Based on past battles, what came next would be a grueling tug-of-war inside the base. Within the base itself, there were some Sentinels not under Eve's control, and the soldiers outfitted with exoskeletons were no easy opponents either. By ganging up on the invaders, they could always manage to take down a portion of the enemy. But such tactics came at a heavy price. Casualties and losses on their own side were inevitable. At this critical moment, Orochimaru's alternate personas stepped forward. There was no need to elaborate on the Immortal Brothers. Both were formidable. 4th-level mutants, one a vastly diminished version of the sun, the other a weakened black hole. Yet, that did nothing to diminish their destructive power. The first could unleash intense heat and manipulate gravity to some extent, while the other had the terrifying ability to consume anything he touched, like a miniature black hole. When they joined forces, even hundreds of Sentinel robots were no match for them in the short term. Of course, wiping them all out would be no easy feat. However, compared to Itachi's secondary persona and Orochimaru's own, even the Immortal Brothers seemed to pale. Unleashing his full power, Itachi's alternate self disregarded the blood streaming from his eyes and summoned Amaterasu, engulfing all Sentinels within his line of sight in black, inescapable flames. It's worth noting that the so-called Little Sun among the Immortal Brothers was, in truth, a pale imitation. But the fire of Amaterasu was the true flame from the sun's very core, capable of burning anything and everything. This was the real fire of the sun. The Sentinels had never faced such terrifying flames before. Their standard response was to morph into their ice forms, desperately trying to snuff out the fire with frost. However, faced with this kind of flame, unless it's absolute zero ice, ordinary frost is completely useless. So, the sentry robots, scorched by Amaterasu, were quickly reduced to nothing but ashes. With just this single technique, the Itachi subpersonality wiped out over 1,000 sentry robots, nearly half of those that had managed to break through the base's defensive firepower. Amaterasu is a unique ocular jutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Its destructive power is truly formidable. White Zetsu even hailed it as the most powerful physical attack in the world of Naruto. Though this is White Zetsu's personal opinion, given his insight, the mere fact that he would make such a claim speaks volumes about just how terrifying Amaterasu's power really is. At least in the Naruto world, it's almost impossible to block Amaterasu head-on. The best one can do is to try to reduce its damage through indirect means, such as sealing techniques. Of course, with such immense power, Amaterasu's lethality could never be without limitation. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, using Amaterasu puts an enormous strain on the eyes. Overuse or prolonged activation can cause irreversible damage, even permanent blindness. At this moment, blood was already trickling from the corner of the Itachi subpersonality's eye, a grisly sight, yet he seemed utterly unfazed. After all, once he returns to the main body, all these side effects would immediately reset to zero, not just for him, but for any subpersonality, regardless of strength. So, in a strict sense, his abilities in this world are far more fearsome than those in the original Naruto universe. In Naruto's world, he rarely fought at full power. Partly, it was due to limited chakra. Partly, he feared pushing the Mangekyo Sharingan beyond its limits. Now, there was no need for such worries. With a sharp, explosive sound, as blood streaked down from his eye, the clone suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. This signaled that the shadow clone had exhausted its strength and could no longer be maintained. The Itachi subpersonality had now returned to the main body, reappearing beside Raymond. Still, his results were nothing short of remarkable. In just a brief moment, he single-handedly wiped out nearly half of the sentry robots that had breached the base's defense network. Watching the Itachi subpersonality go all out, the Orochimaru subpersonality, who had been planning to slack off, couldn't sit still any longer. Though he'd lost to Itachi before, they were truly equals. Seeing Itachi steal the spotlight like this, he realized that if he kept loafing around, there would be no way to explain himself to Raymond later. With that thought, his expression darkened, and he decided to get serious. Summoning Jutsu. In an instant, a massive serpent, at least 50 or 60 meters long, materialized out of thin air, coiling above the base, its great head lifting the Orochimaru subpersonality high into the air. In a remote corner of the base, Raymond, who had been quietly observing the tide of battle, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Without a sound, he sent out another shadow clone and transferred the Itachi subpersonality, who had just returned, into it. Since this happened directly behind Raymond and not far away, neither Clarice nor Mario noticed a thing. After his revival, the Itachi subpersonality didn't bother greeting Raymond. The two had already communicated in their minds earlier, so upon coming back, he left the area at once. When he reappeared, he was already at the very center of the battlefield, resuming the fight as if nothing had happened. To everyone else, he had merely vanished for a brief moment. No one would ever suspect he had just experienced a resurrection. This time, he chose not to use Amaterasu again. After all, following his initial sweeping assault with Amaterasu and the rampage of the Orochimaru subpersonality, the number of Sentinel robots had dropped to less than a third of those that once broke through the base's defenses. With the base's remaining firepower and the two immortal brothers lending their strength, wiping out the rest of the Sentinels was hardly a challenge. Satisfied with the situation, Raymond looked over at Clarice and Mario once more. Let's go on to the next stop. Once they confirmed their destination, the three of them vanished from base. With the help of the mutants, the situation across the 5 continents, except for Africa and South America, where the leaders had fallen, finally stabilized, halting any further collapse. In particular, Asia and North America had even begun to fully consolidate their forces and launch counteroffensives. Not long after, Mario, the highest-ranking senator of Oceania, became the first to publicly announce their cooperation with the mutants. He delivered a passionate and stirring speech denouncing the central government's brutality with heartfelt indignation and called on those within the government who still possessed a conscience to abandon the darkness and return to the light. In this address, Mario wove together many past events, allowing the people to see clearly that the central government was very likely under the control of the 2 supreme AIs. He redefined the nature of the conflict as a war between humanity and artificial intelligence. Although the central government vehemently denied these accusations, the voices of support from the other 4 continents gradually shifted public opinion in Mario's favor. As Mario put it, the conflict between ordinary humans and mutants was, after all, an internal struggle among humans. But the existence of artificial intelligence, this was an external threat. Furthermore, Mario volunteered to lead by example, seeking to resolve the hatred between humans and mutants, collaborate with the mutants, and utterly eliminate the 2 supreme AIs. By this time, the other 4 continents had already established covert partnerships with the mutants. Once Mario stepped forward as a figurehead, they too declared their positions one after another. Thus, for the time being, the 5 continents established a temporary alliance with the mutants, signing a peace agreement in front of the public. Admittedly, there were radicals on both sides, among ordinary humans and among the mutants, who vehemently opposed such cooperation. Yet once the leaders of both camps reached an understanding, these extreme voices could only be gradually suppressed. Several months passed. Under the united front of the 5 continents, bolstered by the mutants' substantial support, they first reclaimed Africa and South America, territories previously seized by the central government. Then, pooling all their strength, they ultimately triumphed over the central government. The 2 supreme artificial intelligences were destroyed, and the enormous army of Sentinel robots was consigned to history, utterly annihilated. On the recommendation of Zhang Mengda, the highest-ranking counselor of Asia, and Marina, the leading counselor of Antarctica, Mario was appointed as the new head of the Federation. He also served as the representative who signed a new peace agreement on behalf of ordinary humans and mutants alike. From this moment forward, mutants would officially become part of the Earth Federation, possessing an autonomous continent of their own. The mutant autonomous continent would be able to elect its own chief counselor and share equal status with the other continents. Ding dong. You have successfully fulfilled Professor X's wish. Completion rating: A. Completion reward: 8,000, 2,000 by 4, universal points. You may leave this world at any time. If you choose not to, you will be forcibly removed when the year's limit is reached. As expected, the rating for fulfilling a wish is closely tied to the manner in which it's accomplished. Upon seeing these results, Raymond realized things had played out just as he'd anticipated. In truth, if all he needed to do was destroy the federal government and plunge this world's Earth back into chaos, he wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths or employ any elaborate schemes. With the overwhelming power of the Jiro subpersonality, which was nearly invincible in this world, and the unique abilities of the Megatron subpersonality, he could have simply taken the forceful route. Neither the Sentinel robots nor the federal government's doomsday weapons would have posed any real threat to him. Yet if he had chosen that path, he strongly suspected that his final wish completion rating would have been even lower than when he fulfilled the wish of the Deadshot subpersonality. After all, when he helped Deadshot become Gotham's savior, not only did he eliminate the threat brought by the Enchantress, but he also rid Gotham of the source of many nightmares, the Joker. Even so, the completion rating was only a B. Had he ignored the Joker and simply dealt with the Enchantress, he might have received, at most, a C rating. Judging by the rewards, a C rating barely covers the basic expenditure. For this mission, a C would have yielded just 2,000 universal points. In contrast, this time he received a substantial 6,000 universal points. This was more or less what he had originally expected. Nothing too surprising. On the rooftop, Raymond had been admiring the moonlight while glancing over the system notifications in his mind, when he suddenly asked, "Is everything arranged?" "Yes, it's done." The Professor X persona, seated in his wheelchair, slowly approached Raymond's side. Beast will become the first Supreme Senator among mutants. With his intelligence, he should be able to handle everything. Beast? Raymond was a little taken aback by this answer and asked in surprise, "Did your old friend agree to this plan?" The Professor X persona knew Raymond was referring to Magneto. He shook his head with a faint smile. "It was actually he who brought it up to me. Seems he's ready to retire." "I see." Raymond nodded in understanding. After witnessing the rise and fall of mutants, Magneto's former ambition had faded. He was probably just tired. If it were the Magneto from Raymond's own Marvel universe, he would never hand over power so easily. But the Magneto of this world was clearly growing old at heart. "You're so sure that those ordinary humans won't turn on us the moment we leave?" Not far away, the Tao Pai Pai persona was lying on the narrow railing, at the edge of the rooftop, sneering. "Politicians are the least trustworthy. Those Supreme Senators are sly old foxes. Are you really at ease?" "Hey, that Zhang Mingda fellow," rasped the Orochimaru persona from the shadows. He must have realized long ago that there was never any Supreme Intelligence rebellion. He's just been pretending not to notice. Definitely a wily old fox. What? He knew. Tao Pai Pai's persona was startled. Then why didn't he say anything? He's not the only one who uncovered the truth. You underestimate them. Right, Professor? Raymond grinned, shaking his head, and posed the question. Yes, the North American Supreme Senator probably discovered the truth early on as well. The Professor X persona admitted calmly. Same goes for the European Supreme Senator. "You're the only one slow on the uptake," said the Jacong persona, puffing on a cigar as he strolled over to Tao Pai Pai and leaned on the Railing beside him, exhaling a stream of smoke, he added, once both sides formally declared war, knowing the truth became irrelevant. As the victors, they'd never admit they were wrong. To keep this secret, they'd never risk putting themselves back in the spotlight. So as long as they're in power, they won't be foolish enough to sabotage themselves. You still don't understand human nature, my dear little Tao Pai Pai. Zhakong teased, gently lifting Tao Pai Pai's chin with a playful smile. This made Tabeabai's secondary personality shudder involuntarily, and in a flash he chose to return to the main body. Noticing this scene, Raymond's expression turned a bit awkward. With a darkened face, he barked, "All right, prepare to withdraw. Let me just finish this." Zhakong's secondary personality hadn't even finished his sentence before he and the other personalities all dissolved into thin wisps of smoke at the same time, vanishing without a trace. The half-smoked cigar he'd been holding slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. After the cultist incident, Fong Mo was transferred from Richmond to the New York Police Department's Counterterrorism Division, with his rank promoted to senior superintendent. This was both the higher-ups' decision and Fong Mo's own wish. When facing those cultists with supernatural powers, Fong Mo had managed to survive. Thanks in part to his son's help, he had even acquired an ability akin to immortality. But staying in Richmond, he found his mind constantly haunted by memories of that bloody day, even though the families of the fallen officers never blamed him. In fact, some even visited him in the hospital. Fong Mo couldn't forgive himself. He couldn't shake the feeling that he bore some responsibility for their deaths. After that incident, the Richmond Police Department had him evaluated by a specialist. The expert's advice was clear. It would be best for Fong Mo to move to a different work environment. With the efforts of the newly appointed chief, Fong Mo was offered a transfer opportunity to New York. Because of his bravery during the cultist crisis, the department also nominated him for commendation and promoted him by one rank. Fong Mo himself had no objections. He knew he could never return to the way things were before. The only thing he needed to consider was whether his family would be willing to move with him to New York. But as it turned out, he was overthinking it. Roland had long noticed the toll on his mental state. Upon hearing about the transfer, she supported his move to New York without a moment's hesitation. Clarice, though a little reluctant to leave her classmates, was even less willing to watch her father slipping further into gloom. So she wholeheartedly backed the move as well. With his wife and daughter's support, Fong Mo was finally able to accept the transfer with peace of mind. Of course, they had no intention of selling their Richmond house. They planned to keep it as a vacation home for future holidays. As for New York, Fong Mo had originally planned to rent a place temporarily until his job settled in, and then consider buying a property. Both he and his wife had solid incomes, and even without factoring in their wealthy son Raymond, their savings were more than enough to afford a new home in New York. However, before Fong Mo could secure a rental, he received a call from his son, telling him not to rush into anything. "Edward, are you sure this is the address that Brad gave us?" Standing in front of the villa's gate, Roland looked at her husband with a face full of skepticism. The villa before their eyes could truly be called a mansion. Its opulence was the sort you'd expect to see only in the movies. Roland's father, old Aiden, was considered a wealthy man in Richmond, yet even their own villa couldn't compare to a tenth of the extravagance of this one. And this judgment was based on appearances alone, not even accounting for the vastly different locations of the two properties. Real estate prices in Richmond were worlds apart from those in New York, a gap as wide as day and night. By Roland's estimate, this villa must have cost tens of millions of dollars at the very least. And what did tens of millions mean? It was roughly the price they'd get if old Aiden sold his entire company, lock, stock, and barrel. Even though Roland already knew that her son had changed, that he now moved in mysterious circles, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Tony Stark, the billionaire owner of Stark Industries, sometimes the reality of it all still felt surreal. The sensation was particularly strong as she stood before this palatial home. It was hard to believe any of it was real. Of course, Fong Mo, an old police detective, could never have gotten the address wrong. Yet, hearing his wife's doubts, he still took out his phone and checked again. This is the place, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Clarice, carrying a large backpack, had already grown impatient and pressed the doorbell without waiting any longer. Moments later, a familiar voice came from the other side of the door. Raymond's voice, warm and welcoming. "You made it so quickly. Come on in." Only upon hearing Raymond's voice did Roland finally relax, certain they hadn't come to the wrong place. The grand doors slowly swung open, and Raymond appeared, dressed in a crisp white suit, greeting them with a broad smile. But then, Roland's attention was drawn to the stunning blonde woman by her son's side, whose beauty rivaled that of a movie star. She was holding onto Raymond's arm, looking utterly devoted. "Aren't you going to introduce us, you rascal?" Roland couldn't resist her curiosity and spoke up before Raymond had a chance. "This is Stephanie," Raymond had started to say assistant, but, catching the hopeful look in his mother's eyes, he braced himself and finished. "My girlfriend." At his words, both Roland and Stephanie's eyes lit up with unmistakable delight. Roland's happiness was easy to understand. She had been eagerly waiting for Raymond to find her a daughter-in-law. Not long ago she'd even quarreled with him over this very matter, until Fong Yamo had stepped in to mediate. Raymond was already in his 30s, and, to Roland, he was well past the age for settling down and starting a family. While matchmaking wasn't common in North America, Roland's motherly wish was simply for her son to find someone who would care for him, especially after his recent disappearance. As for Stephanie's joy, that needed no explanation. Raymond had never promised her any kind of official status, and in truth, she had never cared much for such things. However, being able to appear before Raymond's parents as his girlfriend gave her a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was because Raymond always acted so aloof around her, which stirred up a bit of rebelliousness and competitiveness in her heart. After Raymond introduced her as his girlfriend, she seized the opportunity and began playing the role with enthusiasm, showering Roland with compliments and quickly becoming friendly. Roland was equally pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law, and her words were full of hints for Raymond not to let such a good match slip away. This made Raymond silently regret his impulsiveness. Why'd he let his mouth get the better of him? Glancing at Stephanie's triumphant expression, Raymond whispered to her when his parents weren't looking, "That's enough. Or else what? Are you going to teach me a lesson, darling? I'm in such a good mood today. You can punish me however you like, and I promise I won't resist," Stephanie replied with a mischievous smile. Raymond rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage further. Just then, Roland suddenly turned her head and asked, "This villa can't have been cheap. What made you decide to buy a place in New York all of a sudden? You didn't spend all your money on it, did you?" Raymond shook his head and replied with a smile, "This villa isn't mine. It belongs to Stephanie. I just happened to have some work in New York lately, so I'm staying here for now." Hearing this, Roland gasped inwardly in surprise. So this prospective daughter-in-law, Stephanie, was actually the real tycoon here? She had assumed Stephanie was drawn to Raymond's overall qualities, which was why she was so warm and made Roland so happy. But now, it seemed the situation was reversed. Was her son the one benefiting from this relationship? With that thought, Roland couldn't help but feel a bit uncertain. To be fair, she was very satisfied with Stephanie. Not only was she attractive, but her attitude toward Roland was genuinely warm, and she carried herself with grace. Compared to the girl she had previously considered for Raymond but hadn't yet introduced, Stephanie was a far better match, truly exceeding expectations. Yet, seeing how wealthy Stephanie's family must be, Roland began to worry that Raymond might be reaching above his station. Though she had always believed her son was outstanding, there were certain realities one couldn't ignore. It reminded her of when she had married Fong Mo years ago, facing relentless opposition from her own family. Their relationship had become extremely strained and only began to heal after Raymond grew up. If she hadn't been so resolute back then, or if she'd let her family sway her, she might have parted ways with Fong Mo and would never have arrived at where she was today. It was precisely because she had gone through such experiences herself that she understood better than anyone just how much pressure one faces when confronted with family opposition. In her mind, she was already imagining, if Stephanie's family were to object to this marriage, would Stephanie be able to stand her ground, just as she herself had done all those years ago? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and worry was already written all over her face. Of course, Raymond had no idea what his mother was brooding over. If he had known, he probably would have reassured her not to overthink things. It really wasn't like that at all. To say nothing of the fact that Stephanie wasn't even his girlfriend. Even if she were, it wouldn't be up to her family to object. If anyone was out of their league here, it certainly wasn't him. That said, Stephanie's father would undoubtedly oppose such a union. In old Malik's eyes, Raymond was nothing short of a notorious villain, a scoundrel who had usurped his position through underhanded means and even brainwashed his daughter into turning against him. By now, old Malik was probably scheming in secret, trying to figure out how to bring the hive back to Earth, hoping to use its power to get rid of Raymond and unite the world under his own rule. Once they had settled down in the living room, Raymond smiled and said, "Dad, since you're coming to New York, there's no need to rent a place. Just stay here. Most of the time this house is empty anyway. Stephanie is usually in D.C., and it's only recently that I've been in New York myself. I might be leaving again before long. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate?" Fong Mo hesitated, unsure. He hadn't conjured up the same dramatic scenario in his mind as Roland had, but he still felt uneasy about the idea of staying in his son's girlfriend's house. He and Roland had both assumed until now that this villa belonged to Raymond. If that were the case, he would have no qualms staying. After all, Raymond was his son. But Stephanie, after all, was an outsider. For their whole family to move in would be taking advantage, wouldn't it? Maybe Stephanie's family was so wealthy that they wouldn't care about such trivial matters. But as a father, he couldn't help considering his son's situation. I think we'd better not, he said. If we're going to be staying in New York long term, I think it's best if we buy a place of our own. Roland chimed in with her opinion as well. Raymond was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized why his parents were reacting this way. He hadn't thought much of it before, since, in a way, Stephanie's assets were also his. Stephanie herself had even called them his personal property. But his parents knew nothing about all that, and he had no intention of telling them about the messy details, lest they worry unnecessarily. But that made it difficult to convince them to stay. He couldn't very well tell them that this villa was just one of many properties among Stephanie's vast holdings. Could he? There's no need to even mention Hydra's wealth, which could rival that of entire nations. Just the assets of the Malik family alone are comparable to those of a Fortune Global 500 company. Even if it's not as exaggerated as the Ling Dai family, the Maliks are unquestionably a family of immense riches. So, what's a single villa in comparison? Yet, Raymond knew that saying this would only make his parents feel even more uncomfortable and wouldn't help at all. At that moment, Stephanie, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Uncle, Auntie, are you still treating me like an outsider? Yes, my family does have some assets, but this villa has nothing to do with them. It's my personal property. If you're worried about living here because the house is in my name, I could transfer the ownership directly to Raymond. Would that make you feel better? As soon as she said this, Roland waved her hands hurriedly. No, we can't possibly accept that. We never meant it that way. We just feel like we'd be imposing by staying here. Auntie, you're being too polite. If you really don't mind, then please stay here, all right? Stephanie looked at Roland with hopeful eyes. Under Stephanie's gentle insistence, Roland finally relented and agreed to stay. As for Fong Yamo, who had always been a mild-mannered man at home, once he saw Roland agree, he naturally had no objections. And so, the matter was settled. Thank you, Raymond said to Stephanie after his parents and sister had gone off to choose their rooms. I'm your girlfriend, after all. This is just what I should do, Stephanie replied with a playful grin. You, Raymond chuckled, shaking his head. He could more or less guess what Stephanie was thinking, but he didn't mind at all. Formal titles and social conventions didn't mean much to someone like him, and Stephanie surely understood that too. Still, if this could comfort his mother Roland, who was eager for a daughter-in-law, Raymond was happy to go along with it. As long as Stephanie didn't do anything truly reckless, he didn't mind the prospect of having another girlfriend. It's worth mentioning that his trip to New York this time was for one reason: to wipe out the Dark Church once and for all. In fact, this was all to avenge his father, Fong Yamo. As fate would have it, his father had just been transferred to New York as well. Raymond himself didn't have much business in New York, so he simply stayed at Stephanie's place. When he heard his parents would be coming, he decided on the spur of the moment to invite them to stay too. For one, the conditions here were excellent, with housekeepers and staff attending to every need. For another, it was a much safer place. Though his parents had both received injections of the improved despair virus and wouldn't be easily harmed unless they encountered a fourth-level superhuman or above, having a layer of protection was always better in the face of danger. This villa served as Stephanie's permanent residence in New York, and on the surface, it looked like nothing more than a luxurious mansion. In reality, however, it was a concealed armed base, protected by the highest level of security available on the market. Hydra's covert forces guarded it in secret, ready to transform the place into a fortress of war at a moment's notice should any danger arise. That was precisely why Raymond decided to have his parents move in. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Mr. and Mrs. Fong, along with Clarice, had already settled comfortably into their new home. Fong Yamo had successfully started his new job, and Clarice had chosen her new school and begun attending classes. The only exception was Raymond's mother, Roland, who hadn't begun looking for a new job yet, but she wasn't in any rush. As a seasoned lawyer, finding work was hardly a challenge for her, especially since she wasn't particularly concerned about the salary. Over the past week, Roland had been getting to know the neighborhood under Stephanie's guidance. Although Stephanie herself didn't spend much time in New York, she was still far more familiar with the city than Roland, and with some prior research under her belt, she had taken on the role of a tour guide with ease. Roland found herself utterly charmed by her soon-to-be daughter-in-law, growing more satisfied with her by the day. But then, how could she not be? Stephanie was a consummate veteran of North America's political and business elite, and if she set her mind to making someone happy, it was almost effortless. Raymond watched all of this unfold with quiet approval, choosing not to interfere. The newfound peace gave him the perfect opportunity to begin his true work, infiltrating New York's underworld. He hadn't come to New York alone, after all. True, his ultimate goal was to destroy the Dark Church and eliminate the mastermind behind the last incident, the Red Hood. But to be safe, he had joined the Hells Angels. Ahead of time, becoming their fourth war general. Behind the Hells Angels stood the fallen angel, Lucifer, a notorious lord of hell whose infamy echoed throughout the world. Of course, compared to Dormammu, the Dark Lord, Lucifer had to bow his head. Dormammu's power surpassed that of any hellish lord on earth. Still, while Lucifer might not match Dormammu in strength, he was a being of the father rank, no trivial opponent. In fact, Lucifer was far from the weakest of his kind, and if it ever became necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to cross Dormammu. For every lord of hell, their greatest strength had never been their combat prowess, but rather their ability to survive. Lucifer might not be Dormammu's equal, but so long as he remained within his own hellish domain, Dormammu could never truly destroy him. At most, he could wipe out all of Lucifer's avatars in the outside world. And if Dormammu ever dared to invade Lucifer's home dimension, he would find himself at a far greater disadvantage than he imagined. Because in the Hell dimension under their own control, a Hell Lord's power could be amplified several times over, while an enemy's strength is reduced by more than half. With this advantage and disadvantage combined, the gap in power becomes more than tenfold. Lucifer, after all, is one of the top 10 most renowned Hell Lords among many others. Dormammu is indeed formidable, but not to the extent that he could take on 10 Lucifers at once. For this reason, these Hell Lords frequently clash throughout the multiverse, and none of them back down easily. This time, Lucifer's sudden decision to expand the reach of the Hells Angels was certainly not made without considering that it could offend other father-level beings. Earth, as the strategic heart of the primary world, is a place where many such beings have laid their own pieces on the board. Trying to expand territory here is bound to risk conflict with other cosmic powers. However, in the end, it all comes down to whose pieces are stronger, and rarely does it escalate into outright war over such matters. Raymond's joining the Hells Angels was truly a matter of perfect timing. His aims happened to align with those of the group. While the Hells Angels sought to expand their territory in North America, Raymond was looking for an opportunity to eliminate the Dark Church, a shadowy organization disguised as a gang, just like the Hells Angels themselves. By taking down the Dark Church, the Hells Angels could naturally absorb all of their territory. Once Raymond had confirmed the Hells Angels' intentions, he volunteered without hesitation to take the lead in the operation. The others assumed he was simply eager to prove himself as the newest member, so no one fought him for the spot. At this point, 10 days had passed since Raymond accepted the mission. He had already sized up the situation and was now ready to officially call in the Hells Angels to New York. That evening, under Raymond's command, the Hells Angels launched a direct assault on a neighborhood in Brooklyn. This area had originally belonged to the Dark Church, but because it was rather remote, it wasn't particularly lucrative, a chicken rib territory, not truly valuable to the Dark Church. But for any underground force, having turf snatched away is something absolutely intolerable. Territory means influence and reputation, and no one can ignore having their pride trampled, except for soft-bone groups like the North American Hongmen, who were used to keeping the peace. Most underground forces, however, would never back down. As expected, the Dark Church erupted in fury and immediately launched a counterattack. But their retaliation only made things worse. They were defeated again, and in the chaos, the Hells Angels seized 2 more neighboring blocks. New York is the Kingpin's stronghold, and the truly lucrative districts are all under his control. Yet, even Kingpin knows not to overextend. Otherwise, he'd quickly become everyone's enemy. So he only occupies a small core area, leaving most of the city to other underground forces just a notch below him in power. However, an underground power like the Dark Church, which ranks among the top 10 in North America, naturally holds its own share of turf. In New York's 5 boroughs, the Dark Church has territory in 3, controlling more than 20 blocks in total. Losing a single block was merely a blow to their reputation, not a significant loss. But when they lost 2 more blocks following the Dark Church's counterattack, the situation took a different turn. Losing 3 blocks was enough to hurt them, even for an organization of their size. It was only then that the upper echelons of the Dark Church realized that things were far from simple. This was not just some reckless new gang seeking their own destruction through provocation. A preliminary investigation revealed a shocking truth. The group seizing the Dark Church's turf was none other than the Hells Angels. Anyone with any experience in the underworld would have heard of the Hells Angels. In Canada's criminal world, their status was equivalent to the Kingpin's organization in North America. true overlords of the underground. Of course, Canada could never compare with the scale of North America, so the Hells Angels were not quite on par with the Kingpin Syndicate. Even so, their overall strength was not inferior to a major force like the Dark Church. If both sides were to bring all their people together for an all-out war, it would be impossible to predict who would come out on top. Realizing this, the Dark Church dared not be careless. They immediately notified several other major underground powers in New York to prepare for a council meeting. The New York Police Department is divided into many sub-departments, each with highly specific responsibilities. Every unit handles its own specialized area, such as patrol, public transportation, criminal, research, and so on. Among them is the Department of Terrorist Activity Prevention. As its name suggests, this department's job is to detect, prevent, and control terrorist operations before they happen. If a situation could be handled in-house, they would take care of it directly. If not, they would join forces with the FBI, CIA, Department of Homeland Security, or even SHIELD. Fong Mo had just been assigned to this department. Undoubtedly, this unit faces enormous risks, since the suspects they deal with are often actual terrorists, far more dangerous than ordinary murderers. Most killers panic at the sight of police. Their resistance is usually out of desperation. Terrorists are different. 9 out of 10 of them show no fear of law enforcement. Just like the cultists Fong Mo confronted last time, they might even attack the police proactively. Therefore, although the Department of Terrorist Activity Prevention offers high salaries and quick promotions, most officers still keep their distance. While most police officers have a sense of justice, not everyone is willing to risk their life every single day. Moreover, the casualty rate in the Counterterrorism Division is extremely high, sometimes even higher than that of the Narcotics Division. Those who dare to come here are either true elites of the police force or have personal reasons driving them. Fong Mo belonged to the latter group. After his psychological evaluation, he was transferred to New York, and in fact, he could have chosen a department with a lighter workload. After all, he had just survived a dangerous incident, and the higher-ups weren't so heartless as to assign a veteran detective who'd just escaped death to the most perilous division again. The truth was, his placement in this department was entirely his own request. His reason for making this choice was simple. He wanted revenge. Revenge for the subordinates he had lost. Cultists were just one of the many headaches the Counterterrorism Division faced. Lately, Fong Mo hadn't had a moment's rest. He had already uncovered the background of those cultists from the last incident. He discovered that they all belonged to a sect called the Church of Darkness, whose headquarters were right here in New York. Since he'd been transferred to New York, how could he not seek justice for his fallen comrades? Of course, Fong Mo wasn't arrogant enough to think he could eradicate a sprawling cult on his own. The last incident had made him realize that. This cult was far from simple. Most of its members likely possessed supernatural abilities. Still, a cult is a cult. It cannot withstand the light. If it ever openly confronted the North American government, its only fate would be destruction. Fong Mo's plan was to leverage the power of official agencies to wipe out this cult. If the Counterterrorism Division couldn't handle them, he'd call on Homeland Security. If Homeland Security couldn't do it, then SHIELD would be next. As long as he played his cards right, he was certain there was a real chance to uproot the cult once and for all. Besides, he himself was no longer an ordinary man. Even if he encountered the same peril as before, he was confident he could escape unscathed. He wouldn't be as powerless as last time. Fong Mo hadn't told his son about any of this, even though he knew his son likely had the abilities to help. But this mission came with its own risks, and he didn't want to drag his family into it because of his own choices. If, after thoroughly investigating the Church of Darkness, he found it too formidable to destroy or that his actions might endanger his family, he wouldn't rule out abandoning his quest for revenge. You're all the best of the best in law enforcement. I'm sure you've already looked into my background before I arrived, so I won't waste time on introductions, Fong Mo said thoughtfully, sitting in a small conference room in the Counterterrorism Division. Seated before him were a dozen or so team members under his command, and he was now their team leader. The Counterterrorism Division, as a crucial branch of the New York Police Department, holds an administrative status equivalent to that of the precincts, and its head is a deputy chief. Beneath the deputy chief, there are several group leaders at the rank of senior inspector. The previous leader of the team, that Fong Mo now commands, died heroically in action a few months ago, which is why the position became vacant. In any other department, a vacancy at this level would have sparked fierce competition. But the Counterterrorism Division is different. Few officers are assigned here to begin with, and even fewer hold higher ranks. If Fong Mo hadn't volunteered to transfer in, this team might have been disbanded and its members reassigned to other groups. Well then, does anyone have any questions for me? Feel free to speak up, Fong Mo continued. As soon as he finished, A bespectacled man with a scholarly air promptly raised his hand. HM? Leopold, do you have a question? Go ahead, Fong Mo prompted him to speak. He addressed the man by name, which made it clear that Fong Mo had already looked into the backgrounds of his team members and was quite familiar with them. Leopold, the man with glasses, wasn't surprised. That Fong Mo recognized him, just as they all knew who Fong Mo was, and he asked directly, "May I ask why you requested a transfer here, Chief? This place isn't exactly what most would call a good posting." This question caught everyone's attention. It was obvious they were all curious about the same thing. Fong Mo nodded and, without much hesitation, answered directly, "If I were giving a public speech, I'd probably say something about justice and duty. But since everyone here will be comrades I trust with my life, I'll be honest with you. I came here for a reason that might be similar to some of yours. I want revenge. If you've read my file, you'll know that not long ago, I went through a crisis. Every member of my unit died in that incident. I survived only by sheer luck. I can't just let that go. If I pretended nothing happened, I'd never be able to live with myself for the rest of my days. That's why I'm here." As Fong Mo spoke, many in the room wore expressions of affirmation, as if his answer confirmed what they had already suspected. After all, quite a few of them had come to this division for similar reasons. If it were just about upholding justice, they could have done that in any department. There was no need to come here. "So, does that mean the people who killed your team are in New York?" asked a short-haired woman sitting across from Leopold, her demeanor crisp and capable. Fong Mo knew her name was Tasha and replied, "No, they're already dead. But the people behind them are still alive, and they're right here in this city. As for who's really pulling the strings, allow me to keep you in suspense for now. I'll tell you all when the time is right." Hearing Fong Mo say this, everyone in the room remained curious, but no one pressed for more details. Each of them had their own secrets, after all, and some things didn't need to be pursued to the end. And another thing, everything I just said, I'll never admit to it once we leave this room, Fong Mo added with a teasing tone. "I hope you'll all keep it confidential." But everyone present understood that Fong Mo wasn't really joking. Matters like this were definitely not fit for public discussion. Even if their superiors didn't mind, it could still bring trouble for Fong Mo. So he'd never admit to these words in public. Even if someone had recorded them, he'd claim it was a forgery. Of course, no one there would risk offending their new team leader over something so trivial. After Fong Mo's reminder, they would certainly be more cautious. "By the way, I have a question for all of you," Fong Mo suddenly continued. "I did some research earlier and learned that your previous team leader was named. You're a veteran officer. But all I could find was that he died in the line of duty. I couldn't uncover any details. Would you mind telling me what happened?" At this question, several people in the room showed a flicker of emotion, their feelings clearly stirred. In the end, it was Tasha who answered. "Team leader Dier died while investigating an assassination case. 3 of our other teammates died with him." "An assassination case?" Fong Mo frowned slightly. He'd been a police officer for many years, but in a small place like Richmond, he'd never encountered something like that. Usually, acts of terror and assassinations were most common in New York or Washington. "That's right," Tasha said. "We'd received a tip that a hitman organization had accepted a job to assassinate a well-known entrepreneur. The team leader began his investigation based on that lead. In the course of the investigation, his car suddenly exploded. The team leader and the others inside were all killed in the blast." As Tasha spoke, her mood visibly dropped. Those who joined the counterterrorism unit had long since accepted the risks of death. But they weren't machines. Losing 4 teammates at once, how could anyone remain unmoved? So when Fong Mo brought up the incident, everyone's expressions grew uneasy. "I'm sorry." Fong Mo realized his question had been abrupt. After apologizing, he continued. "Was there ever any resolution to that case?" Tasha said, "After the team leader and the others were killed, the whole nature of this case changed. The CIA took over immediately, and I think the investigation is still ongoing." Fong Mo nodded, showing that he understood. This was pretty much what he had expected. Anyone bold enough to openly attack the police, killing several officers at once, was clearly no ordinary criminal. Having the CIA take over at this point made sense. "Do you want revenge?" Fong Mo suddenly asked. His question startled everyone in the room. They all looked at him with a mix of shock and disbelief. The answer was obvious, for trusted teammates had been killed. Without rhyme or reason. How could they not want revenge? Setting aside official positions, everyone present was, at their core, something of a madman, people willing to risk everything, even their lives, to achieve their goals. Outsiders might find it hard to understand why anyone would join a department like this. The truth was, each of them had their own reasons for signing up. But people like them never shied away from trouble. If they could avenge their fallen comrades, they wouldn't hesitate to stake their lives on it. So, When Fang Yamo said he had transferred here for the sake of revenge, everyone understood. If any of them were in his shoes, they'd make the same choice. In the end, they were all the kind of people who would throw caution to the wind in pursuit of what they believed in. But the deaths of the former team leader and those teammates had nothing to do with Fang Yamo. He hadn't even known them. And now that the CIA was handling the case, any further interference would be against the rules. As team leader, Fang Yamo could actually be disciplined for crossing that line. They had all thought about avenging the former leader, but in the end, pressure from higher-ups forced them to give up. Under these circumstances, none of them ever expected Fang Yamo to agree to any reckless plans for revenge, so they'd never brought it up. If Fang Yamo hadn't asked about how the former leader died, they probably wouldn't have mentioned it at all. No one expected Fang Yamo would be the one to ask if they wanted revenge. What do you mean, leader? Tasha looked at Fang Yamo, hardly able to believe it. Let's use this case to break ourselves in. A little practice, if you will, Fang Yamo said without the slightest hesitation. All right, I'm not one for empty talk. Let's show what we can do through our actions. At this, everyone in the room was instantly roused with excitement. Fang Mo's decision wasn't born out of kindness or a moment's impulse. He knew that, in the future, he'd need these team members' help to investigate the dark church. Relationships are built on reciprocity. Give, and you shall receive. Besides, the dark church is obviously not a simple matter, nor is it something that can be thoroughly investigated in just a day or two. If we can't even handle a single assassination case, it's even more impossible to investigate an evil cult like the dark church. Given that, it's better to use this case as a way to help my team members work together and, in a sense, do them a favor. 3 days later, after going all out, Fang Mo's team had already traced the source of the previous assassination attempt, an ancient assassin organization known as the Shoha Society. Though there was no direct evidence to prove that the Shoha Society was responsible for killing the former team leader and his associates, the organization that had accepted the assassination contract for the businessman last time was indeed the Shoha Society. There was an overwhelming likelihood that the two matters were connected. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the previous team leader and his people to be blown up in their car, just as they began to investigate. Go ahead, tell us everything you know. Once you do, you're free to leave. In the back seat of a van, a burly man with rippling muscles pulled off a burlap sack. This muscular man was also a member of Fang Mo's team. His name was Hoover, a retired Navy SEAL, and one of the most formidable fighters in the group. The man he'd stuffed into the burlap sack was a seasoned operator from the criminal underworld. He was also one of the team's many informants in those circles, going by the name of Ryan. It was Ryan who had passed the intel about the previous assassination attempt to the former team leader, Diol. Seeing the group seated in the back of the van, Ryan managed a rueful smile. You're all big shots. Can't you just let a small fry like me off the hook? There are some things I can't say too much about. Talking too much can get a man killed. Don't forget, the only reason you're not behind bars is because you agreed to be our informant. Otherwise, given the things you've done, we could easily put you away for a decade or more. Hoover's voice was cold and threatening. I admit it. I don't want to go to prison. That's why I agree to work with you. But more than staying out of jail, I want to stay alive. If you really want to arrest me, then go ahead. I'll accept my fate. Ryan stretched out his hands in resignation. Is the Shoha Society really that frightening to you? Fang Yamo, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. His words made Ryan, who had just resigned himself to imprisonment, twitch involuntarily. He forced a smile and said, What Shoha Society? Officer, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, you don't understand? Fang Yamo replied, his tone indifferent. Then suppose I put out word that you were the one who told us the last case was connected to the Shoha Society. What do you think would happen? No, you can't do that. Ryan's calm shattered, his voice rising in alarm. I never said anything like that. You're police officers. You can't frame me. So it seems you do know that the Shoha Society was involved. Fang Yamo pressed, relentless. Please, I beg you, show mercy and spare my life. There was already a tremor in Lion's voice. You don't have a choice. Fang Mo's tone suddenly turned icy. Because of this case, for people have already died. There's no way we're just going to let this go. If you tell us everything you know right now, we'll keep it confidential. Even if something happens, we won't reveal your involvement. Do you really expect me to believe that? Lion gave a bitter smile. What do you mean? The death of group leader Dial. Don't you think it happened a little too quickly? I may not have any proof, but I have reason to believe there are people from the hand in society inside your own police force. As soon as they realized you were investigating, they must have leaked the information immediately, Lion said. I've thought about what you're saying, but that's out of my hands now. So here's your choice. Either you tell me everything you know about this, or I'll send out word right now, and we'll see how patient the hand in society are with your explanations. The decision is yours. Fong Mo spoke coldly. Lion's face went as pale as paper. I'll talk. At last, he decided to come clean. If he cooperated now, even if things got leaked later, it would probably take some time. In that window, he'd have a chance to get out of North America, to escape to another country. The Hand in Society, that ancient assassin organization, was terrifying, but its main power base was in North America. If he made it to another country, it shouldn't be so easy for them to find him. Besides, he was just a small fry. The Hand in Society likely wouldn't go to great lengths for someone as insignificant as him. It simply wasn't worth it. But if he refused to cooperate, the Hand in Society would hear rumors about him right away. And given their usual methods, they'd never bother listening to any explanations. They'd most likely just send an assassin to silence him. On one hand, there was a small chance he might be killed. On the other, there was a 100% chance he'd be eliminated immediately. Was there really any choice at all? Very quickly, Lion told them everything he knew about the last incident and whatever information he had on the Hand in Society. So what you're saying is, the CIA might not be able to do anything about them? Fong Mo asked after listening to Lion's report. It's not a matter of might, they definitely can't, Lion replied with a wry shake of his head. The Hand in Society has supposedly been around for centuries. In that time, they've assassinated more big names than anyone can count. Even some of those cases that shocked the entire country probably had their fingerprints on them. Compared to those high-profile assassinations, a mere billionaire is nothing. Even adding a few dead cops in the mix, it's just a minor affair to them. If things get really serious, they might throw out a few scapegoats to calm things down. But as it stands, they don't even need to bother with that. Upon hearing Ryan's account, everyone in the car, including Fong Mo, felt their hearts grow heavier. If what Ryan said was true, this matter was indeed far more complicated than they had imagined. The high-profile national cases Ryan mentioned were most likely the historic assassinations of several North American presidents. Some of those attempts had succeeded, others had failed, but in the end, the culprits were almost always caught. Yet, many of these so-called assassins seemed utterly implausible. Whether in their motives or in their backgrounds, there were glaring inconsistencies. Conspiracy theories circulated among the public, but lacking evidence, they quickly faded away. But if things were as Ryan described, and some of these cases were in fact linked to the assassin organization known as the manhwarecap, and if some of the killers were actually scapegoats, then everything would suddenly make sense. However, this also meant that the manhwarecap was even more formidable than they had feared. After all, what kind of organization could assassinate North American presidents without ever being dragged into the light? Would such a group really be uprooted just because they had killed a few police officers? That was clearly unrealistic. Not only did this suggest that the manhwarecap was enormous in scale, but it also hinted at their intricate, covert ties to major financial conglomerates. In the political ecosystem of North America, the manhwarecap might even command greater influence than the New York Police Department. Under such circumstances, what difference could the CIA make? No wonder Ryan was so afraid of the manhwarecap, to the point that he'd rather go to prison than say a word about them. He was convinced that there was no way a handful of street-level cops like Fong Mo and his team could ever bring down the manhwarecap. In the end, the case would either be swept under the rug, or Fong Mo and his people would wind up dead. I'll do my best to keep your involvement a secret, Fong Mo said, patting Ryan on the shoulder, but I can't guarantee it won't leak. So if you're planning to run, do it soon. He nodded toward Ryan. You're free to go now. Ryan understood that Fong Mo had guessed his intentions. Hearing Fong Mo's assurance, he realized this was the best Fong Mo could do, and could only reply bitterly, "Thank you. I mean it." "Go on then," Fong Mo said, waving his hand. As Ryan opened the car door and prepared to leave, he turned back and added, "By the way, here's a tip. There's a storm brewing in New York's underworld. The manhwarecap's allies are facing an incursion from outside forces. If nothing unexpected happens, the manhwarecap will soon be drawn into this storm as well. If you want to keep digging, you might want to start from there. You could find something unexpected." With that, Ryan walked away without another word, quickly vanishing into the night. "A storm, huh?" Fong Mo took note of the reminder. "So what now, Chief? Do we keep digging?" In the conference room, Tasha and Leopold both wore complicated expressions. Most of the information Ryan had provided earlier about the Hand Society was likely true. In that situation, Ryan wouldn't have dared to lie, nor did he have any reason to. Taking into account what Ryan had said, and combining it with intel they had gathered themselves, they realized that the power behind this ancient assassin organization was truly formidable, far beyond what they had imagined. Even Fong Mo himself hadn't expected this. Originally, he had merely wanted to use this mission as a way to build rapport and trust with his team. But now, The Hand Society had revealed itself to be a formidable force, just as tough as steel. Judging from what they knew so far, the Hand Society was every bit as terrifying as the Dark Church. They didn't know if the Hand Society had any supernaturals among their ranks, but an organization that had endured for centuries and was deeply entangled with North American interest groups was not something that could be toppled easily. Yet, with the arrow already drawn, to retreat now would be to admit defeat before their own eyes. "We keep going," Fong Yamo said through gritted teeth. "Even if we can't bring down the Hand Society, we must at least find the one who orchestrated Daiyo's murder and bring him to justice." Fong Yamo wasn't the sort of hot-headed idealist who chased justice without regard for reality. He knew full well that with just a few of them, toppling the Hand Society was almost impossible. Still, even if they couldn't destroy the organization, avenging their former leader Daiyo might not be out of reach. It was a risky decision, but then his transfer here had been a gamble from the start. If he could use this case to win the loyalty of his team, everything he wanted to do next would become much smoother. Otherwise, relying on his efforts alone, even pursuing the Dark Church would prove extremely difficult. "Chief, you really don't have to," Tasha tried to persuade him, uncertainty in her voice. Fong Yamo cut her off. "Don't try to talk me out of it. I'm not reckless. If we truly reach a point where we can't go any further, I won't risk everything blindly." Seeing his resolve, the others found it hard to argue any further. With his decision made, the whole group threw themselves back into the investigation, determined to follow the leads Ryan had given. Thanks to the vast intelligence network of the NYPD, it didn't take long for them to uncover what that great storm Ryan mentioned actually referred to, and they laid the files out before Fong Mo. The Hand Society's ally that was attacked was the Dark Church. Fong Yamo stared at the report in disbelief. For the first time, he found himself unable to keep his composure, utterly stunned. The others also noticed that Fong Mo's reaction was a bit off. Someone asked, "Team leader, have you heard of this organization?" Fong Mo's expression grew complicated. "Didn't I tell you before that I came to New York for revenge?" In that incident, the true mastermind behind it all was the Dark Church. He hadn't planned to investigate the Dark Church so soon. After all, he had only just been transferred here. In his mind, he thought he should at least wait until he was fully familiar with his new position before starting to dig into it. As the saying goes, sharpening your axe won't delay the cutting of firewood. His intention was simply to do what he could to avenge the subordinates he'd lost, and he wasn't concerned about whether he did it sooner or later. But what he hadn't expected was for the name of the Dark Church to appear before him in this way. Is this fate? Fong Yamo couldn't help but sigh. What started as an investigation into the death of the previous team leader had led him, step by step, to the Hand, and then through that connection, all the way to the Dark Church. It was as if the two targets he most wanted to investigate had come together and presented themselves to him. He couldn't help but feel that it was all a bit too coincidental, almost unreal. The other team members were equally surprised when they heard this, marveling at the strange twists of fate. Fong Yamo continued flipping through the documents in his hand, asking while he read, "So, the great underground upheaval that Ryan mentioned, was at the incident with the Hell's Angels from Canada attacking the Dark Church?" "That seems to be exactly it," Leo Burt nodded. He was the team's chief technology officer, responsible for cybersecurity and intelligence gathering. The information they had was pieced together by him, drawing from both the NYPD's network and his own private sources in the shortest time possible. "Is there any more detailed intel?" Fong Mo pressed on. "Well," Leo Burt hesitated. Fong Mo said, "Say whatever's on your mind. There's no need to be so formal with me, and it's fine if you get something wrong." Leo Burt replied, Team leader, have you ever heard anything about the superpowered community?" Fong Mo nodded. "I've heard a little." Seeing that even someone from a small town like Fong Mo had heard of such things, Leo Burt let out a sigh of relief. He'd assumed that a cop from a smaller city might have never encountered anything like this. After all, news about superpowered incidents was strictly controlled, and unless you'd witnessed it firsthand, most people found it hard to believe. Of course, with the Avengers stepping into the spotlight in recent years and the growing ranks of mutants, more and more people were beginning to realize that the world was not as simple as it seemed. Still, there were plenty of stubborn skeptics who refused to believe in superpowered beings unless they saw it with their own eyes. Even with the existence of the Avengers, many people still believe they're nothing more than superpowered weapons created by the military. If Fong Mo didn't believe in this sort of thing, what he was about to hear would undoubtedly sound absurd to him. That's why he decided to check with Fong Mo first. Seeing that Fong Mo was also somewhat familiar with these matters, he continued, "The majority of forces in New York's underworld are tangled up with the world of superhumans in countless ways. In fact, many superpowered individuals are working for them. Based on my in-depth investigation this time, The Dark Church ranks among the top powers in New York's underworld, and the so-called Hell Angel who attacked them is probably the same. Both possess superhuman abilities. Hearing Lyobot say this, many people in the conference room couldn't help but show a subtle change in expression. As key members of a department under the NYPD, most of them had encountered superpowered incidents to some degree. Even if they hadn't faced a superhuman directly, they'd certainly heard plenty of stories about them. Of course, it wasn't as if they were afraid of these superpowered individuals. Compared to the official forces of North America, superhumans were always the weaker side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to spend their lives hiding in the shadows. The vast majority of superpowered people might seem impressive, but in reality, they can't even withstand ordinary firearms. Even those who are truly formidable would struggle to take on tanks and fighter jets. Only a rare few, like the Hulk and the Avengers, would dare take on the military head-to-head. All in all, superhumans weren't as terrifying as people made them out to be. At least, those they'd encountered weren't. Still, to ordinary people, there was always a trace of unease, since superhuman abilities were so varied and unpredictable. It was impossible to prepare for everything. Besides, they were just a small squad, not a regular army. If they really did come face-to-face with a truly powerful superhuman, it could well be them who ended up on the losing side. So, when Lyobot mentioned that the Dark Church might have superhumans working for them, many present began to feel a cold sweat gathering in their hearts. If the Dark Church had superhumans, did that mean their allies, the Hand, might as well? Now that the investigation had reached this point, the level of danger had clearly ratcheted up another notch. They weren't afraid of dying, but they didn't want to die for nothing. If they were killed before achieving anything, wouldn't it all be for nothing? Fong Mo noticed a shift in his team's mood and knew it was time for him to step up and speak. So what if they all have superhumans? Are they really stronger than S.H.I.E.L.D.? Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. can't handle them, don't we still have the Avengers? As long as we can gather enough evidence of their crimes, we can directly request help from S.H.I.E.L.D. when the time comes. I refuse to believe a few gangs could ever truly cause chaos under their watch. Hearing Fong Mo mention S.H.I.E.L.D., the group, who had been uneasy before, finally felt somewhat reassured. Yes, after all, they had S.H.I.E.L.D. backing them up. Ordinary people might not know about S.H.I.E.L.D., but that didn't mean they themselves were unaware. In a place like New York, where superhuman incidents were as common as raindrops, departments like theirs inevitably had dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. sooner or later, so they were naturally familiar. Their main worry earlier was that Fong Mo might act on impulse and insist on facing the Dark Church and the Hand Society alone. Now, it seemed Fong Mo did have a plan. By the way, I've heard from other informants that the Dark Church is planning to convene an underground meeting with their allies. All to deal with the Hell's Angels, Lyobot said suddenly, giving his head a light slap as if recalling something important. The Hand Society will attend as well. Fong Mo asked. That's right, Lyobot confirmed. Keep digging. Try to pin down the exact time and location of their meeting. This could be our best shot. Yes, sir. Among all the districts in New York, the most chaotic and lawless was undoubtedly the Bronx, but the most intricate and entangled was Queens. Long ago, Queens had been a gathering place for immigrants of all backgrounds. Many foreign gangs and organizations chose to put down roots here before slowly expanding outward. The Dark Church was no exception. Their first North American headquarters was right here in Queens. This original North American base was called the Blue Fortress, located in the most bustling part of Queens. That evening, the Blue Fortress was filled with guests arriving from every corner of New York's underworld. The person in charge of the Blue Fortress was taken aback, for it had been many years since such a scene had played out here. As an underground church, the Dark Church rarely summoned so many people under one roof. Even though the Dark Church was one of the more prominent forces in New York's underworld, they always had to keep a low profile, because in this city, the real power always belonged to the official authorities. If they became too brazen, they risked being made an example of. Inside the main hall of the Blue Fortress, a man in a black robe, his face covered in strange rune tattoos, raised his glass and smiled to his guests. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. On behalf of His Holiness, I offer you this toast. With that, he drained his glass in one swift motion. Ha ha ha, Bishop Bud, you're too polite. We're bound by a covenant. How could we possibly turn a blind eye in times like these? Sitting to the left of the robed man was a giant, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His English was heavily accented, and every word seemed to bounce off his tongue like it was spring-loaded. None of those present found this surprising, for this fellow was not from North America, to begin with, but a Russian. They had long grown used to this kind of Russian-accented English. His name was Bolshak, the third-ranking figure in the Russian Brotherhood, attending this underground meeting as their representative at the invitation of the Dark Church. The man in the black robe who had just raised a toast as the host was none other than Bard, the Dark Church's appointed envoy. He was one of the 5 black-clad bishops of the Dark Church, although the Dark Church operated in the shadows, and, on the surface, looked like just another crime syndicate. Its internal hierarchy closely mirrored that of most established churches. Above Bard and the other black-clad bishops stood the Pope, the supreme leader of the Dark Church. It's worth noting that those able to attend this clandestine meeting were all major players in North America's underworld, organizations with real clout and reputation. Lesser factions simply didn't qualify to stand as allies of the Dark Church. The Russian Brotherhood behind Bolshak, for instance, was a power on equal footing with the Dark Church. Sitting opposite Bolshak was a middle-aged Asian man named Nobuo Yoshioka, the nominal head of the assassin guild known as Tae and Hwa. As one of the top assassin organizations in North America, Tae and Hwa's influence was not to be underestimated. While their territory might not rival that of the Dark Church or the Russian Brotherhood, the power they commanded was impossible to ignore, a force that inspired wariness in all. Apart from these two, the other factions present were of a similar caliber. None truly feared the others. There was the Blood Covenant, an organization that had expanded out of Europe, and the battered North American mafia, wounded by the Kingpin's gang, among others, all of whom had sent representatives. There was no avoiding it. As Bolshak had put it, the very format of this underground assembly was rooted in their old alliance. If any one of them failed to show, it would be seen as breaking their oath, leaving them utterly disgraced and unable to survive in North America's underworld. I believe you're all already familiar with the situation. Bard's eyes flashed with menace. This time, the Hells Angels have brazenly stormed into New York and openly seized turf, showing blatant disregard for our alliance. I think it's time we taught them a lesson they won't forget. Bishop Bard, I too find the Hells Angels' actions uncivilized and offensive, said a pale, slender white man seated beside Bolshak. After lightly dabbing his mouth with a silk handkerchief, he spoke in a slow, gentle tone. But if I may be frank, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with the terms of our original alliance, does it? His words made Bard's expression darken. The delicate-featured man's name was Sawyer, a senior figure in the Blood Covenant and the person in charge of their delegation. His remark, without doubt, undermined Bard's position. Bard's meaning was quite clear. He said the Hells Angels were trying to slap the alliance in the face, but in truth, what he wanted was to draw the other factions within the alliance into the fray so that they could confront the Hells Angels together. Naturally, the Dark Church wasn't afraid of the Hells Angels. In terms of overall power, the two sides were evenly matched. However, the Hells Angels' headquarters was in Canada, and it was impossible for them to deploy their entire strength just to fight the Dark Church to the bitter end in New York. If it really came to an all-out war, the Dark Church would stand a very good chance of ultimate victory. But even then, the victory would be a costly one. Should the Dark Church suffer heavy losses, there was no telling which of their other enemies might swoop in to take advantage. After all, the Hells Angels weren't the only adversaries the Dark Church had ever crossed. This was precisely why Bard was so eager to convene this underground council. If the powers behind those present here were all willing to step forward and lend a hand, Bard believed the Hells Angels would likely reconsider and retreat. Even if they didn't, a united front of these factions could easily drive the Hells Angels out. Bard also knew that these forces might not agree to help so readily, but to be met with such a blunt refusal so quickly was still a blow to his pride. Before Bard could respond, the first to back him up earlier, the burly Russian, Baushake, grinned and said, "Don't be upset, Bishop Bard. Sawyer's words might sound harsh, but don't take them to heart. But, truth be told, doesn't he have a point? The reason we formed this alliance in the first place was to keep Kingpin from picking us off one by one. If it were Kingpin trying to take your turf this time, we wouldn't hesitate to help." As for the Hells Angels, Baushake shook his head with a wry chuckle, leaving his sentence unfinished. That bastard. Bishop Bard cursed inwardly. Compared to the openly conniving Sawyer, he found Baushake, the one who always seemed so loyal and brotherly, a far more detestable hypocrite. Baushake always played the simple-minded oaf, calling everyone brother and acting overly familiar. But when it came to crucial moments, he was more pragmatic than anyone. Of course, in situations like this, Baushake would rarely offend anyone outright, so it was Sawyer who fired the first shot. And sure enough, as soon as Sawyer spoke up, Baushake jumped in under the guise of peacemaker, but was actually backing up Sawyer and putting Bard on the spot. The others were happy to sit back and watch the drama unfold, content to be bystanders. At this moment, the man seated to Bard's right, Nobu Yoshioka, suddenly spoke up. "If we can't even unite against some unknown outside force, what do you think Kingpin will make of this alliance? If the Dark Church is badly damaged, our alliance will lose a major deterrent. Who can guarantee that Kingpin won't start making moves then? Yoshioka Shin's words made many of those present furrow their brows in thought. After all, what he said wasn't without reason, considering Kingpin's domineering ways, if he sensed any discord. Within their alliance, there was no telling what schemes he might hatch. If it truly came to war with Kingpin, would they really be able to unite as one? Just as Yoshioka Shin had pointed out, if they couldn't even stand together against an outsider like the Hell's Angels, who could guarantee they would do better when facing Kingpin? But Balshak simply shook his head and chuckled. Shin, I know your hand society has close ties to the Dark Church, so it's no surprise you're speaking up for them. But rules are rules. Once you break them, trouble will never stop coming. Today, the Dark Church runs into trouble, and we're supposed to help. And tomorrow, if it's your hand society in a bind, do we have to step in too? We're gangsters, not a charity. Bard spoke in a low, stern voice. Then what do you want us to do? Balshak had repeatedly undermined him, and Bard's patience was already wearing thin, though he couldn't let it show. After all, this time it was the Dark Church that needed help. If things fell apart, his own side would suffer most. It's simple. If you want our help, show some real sincerity. As long as you. Who's sneaking around there? Get out here. Yoshioka Shin's sudden roar cut Balshak off mid-sentence. In a flash, he was gone from his seat, moving like a shadow. When he reappeared, he was already at the corner leading to the corridor. There stood a figure dressed as a waiter, his face half hidden beneath a deliberately lowered cap. The outfit itself was nothing unusual. After all the waiters in Blue Castle wore the same attire. But for Yoshioka Shin to react so abruptly, he must have sensed something off. Just as Yoshioka Shin reached out for the disguised waiter, he suddenly sprang backward. From the other side, another tall figure in waiter's garb had appeared, raising a pistol and firing at him. But Yoshioka Shin's movements were so quick, the shots missed their mark entirely. How interesting. Sawyer, the androgynous man, smiled as he watched the scene unfold, sipping his drink without the slightest hint of concern, as if he were simply enjoying a show. The others wore similar expressions, none making any move to help. Only Bard looked truly unsettled. This was his territory, and such an incident was bound to be his responsibility, no matter how things played out. Yet, since Yoshioka Shin had already stepped in, Bard couldn't intervene rashly. He could only observe for now. At that moment, the gun-wielding waiter gave a low, urgent shout to his companion. Run! I'll hold him off. Before he could finish speaking, the gun in his hand slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. A throwing dart had pierced straight through his hand. He stifled a groan, biting back a cry of pain. Did you really think you could escape from me? Yoshioka Shin had reappeared, standing once again before the same attendant he'd set his sights on earlier, intent on capturing at least one of them first. Suddenly, another figure dressed as a waiter sprang out from around the corner, swinging a fist directly at him. Yoshioka didn't think much of it and casually tried to swat the punch aside, but the moment his palm met that fist, his expression changed drastically. He was sent reeling backwards, not by his own choice, but by the sheer force of that punch. Tasha, are you all right? The owner of the fist whispered urgently to the attendant who'd been discovered earlier. There was no need to ask. This was, of course, Fong Mo, who had temporarily driven Yoshioka Shin back. As for the one whom Yoshioka had spotted first, that was Tasha, who'd come in with him. The person who'd fired a shot at Yoshioka, but ended up with a dart through his hand, was Hoover, the group's toughest fighter, who had infiltrated with them to check out the situation. They had not expected to be exposed so quickly. Looking at Yoshioka, who had just managed to steady himself not far away, and then at the varied expressions of the crowd gathered in the center of the Grand Hall, Fong Mo realized trouble was brewing. Clap, clap. Just as Fong Mo forced Yoshioka Shin back, Bard, the Black Bishop and host of the gathering, suddenly began to applaud. Immediately, black-clad men appeared from every corner of the room, guns drawn, swiftly forming an impenetrable circle that cut off any hope of escape for Fong Mo and his companions. The trio dared not make any sudden moves. Any attempt to flee now would only make their predicament worse. Speak. Who are you people? Bard fixed them with a cold, hostile stare. His mood was already foul. The Hell Angels' reckless attack had thrown the Dark Church into chaos, and his attempts to seek help from the Russians had only been met with aggravating resistance. Now, just when he was at his limit, a few reckless fools had forced him to the edge of eruption. If I said we were just passing by, would you believe me? Fong Mo tried to defuse the tension with a touch of dry humor, but seeing Bard's face, an expression that seemed to promise he'd tear them apart, he knew it was hopeless. With a helpless sigh, he explained, "We're with the NYPD. We received a tip that a large gathering of underworld figures was taking place here. Afraid something might go wrong. We came in disguise to check things out." We never expected to get caught so quickly. If none of you mind, he added, may I take my colleague to get his injury treated first? Fong Mo pointed at Hoover, whose palm had been pierced by a bullet. Police. Bard's brows furrowed ever so slightly. To be fair, Fong Mo's reaction was impressively quick. His explanation was about 70% truth and 30% fabrication. He concealed the fact that they were primarily targeting Shahewi, but everything else he said was real, including their true identities. He had no choice. Only after sneaking in did they realize this place was nothing short of a viper's nest. Everyone present was a major player in North America's criminal underworld. People whose slightest move could send tremors through half of New York. For them, killing was as casual as eating or drinking, something done without the faintest hesitation. Now that they'd been caught red-handed, trying to bluff their way out could easily end with their bodies torn apart and fed to the dogs, leaving nothing behind. Of course, Fong Mo figured that if he really wanted to run, he could probably escape. His physical abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Most attacks meant little to him. He could make it out even in a hail of bullets. But if he did that, Hoover and Tasha would almost certainly be killed, and that was the last thing he wanted. So he decided to be selectively honest. By revealing their identities, he was also turning up the pressure on the other side. His words made it clear to Bard that they were here on official business. If they vanished without a trace, the NYPD would not let it go easily. No matter how powerful these criminal groups were, they weren't terrorists. They wouldn't casually kill police officers. As expected, after hearing Fong Mo's explanation, Bard immediately asked for their names and sent someone to check their records. Soon, his subordinate returned and reported, their identities are genuine. All three are police officers from the NYPD's Anti-Terrorism Task Force. Upon hearing this, Bard's tightly knit brows finally relaxed a little, and he felt significantly more at ease. He had initially suspected that Fong Mo and his team were undercover agents sent by a rival organization, which would have been a much trickier situation, especially if they were sent by Kingpin. That would have been a real headache. But knowing they were police officers actually calmed him. No one here really feared the police. They usually didn't provoke law enforcement, not out of respect, but to avoid unnecessary retaliation from the authorities. Still, it was equally unrealistic for the police to do anything to them. These people had deep connections in both political and business circles across North America. To them, the law was nothing but a plaything, a tool to be used at will. Even if they did something right in front of the police, odds were nothing would come of it. Even if you're police officers, you can't just barge into my territory without cause. I'll be demanding an explanation from your superiors for this. Until then, you can stay here for a while. Bard spoke in a cool, detached tone. But he's injured, Fong Mo protested, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. I have a private doctor here. He'll see to the wound, he won't die. Bard replied impatiently. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was about to signal his men to place Fong Mo and his companions under house arrest. After all, he had to prevent them from leaking any information about what they'd seen here. Hold on. Suddenly, Nobu Yoshioka raised his hand, stopping Bard. That single word, hold on, sent a chill through Fong Mo's heart. He sensed trouble, and indeed, his worries were not unfounded. With a deliberate tone, Yoshioka asked, You're from the counterterrorism department, aren't you? If I'm not mistaken, a few officers from your division have been investigating our group, the Shawakai. But as I recall, those officers all met with unexpected accidents, didn't they? Fong Mo kept his expression steady. Is that so? Maybe something like that happened before I transferred in. I'm still new to the department, so I'm not familiar with those cases. Oh, is that so? Yoshioka didn't press the point, but continued. But this lady here seems to know something. When I mentioned those incidents, I noticed she clench her fists unconsciously. Was she planning to hit me? Tasha, do you know anything about this? Fong Mo turned to the disguised Tasha at his side, feigning surprise. Tasha shook her head at him. Fong Mo turned back to Yoshioka and said, You're mistaken. She was just nervous, that's all. Yet, even with Fong Mo's calm demeanor, his efforts came a bit too late. Once Yoshioka had brought up that topic, the old foxes gathered behind him could already tell that things were far from simple. No matter how Fong Mo tried to smooth things over, it was pointless now. To make matters worse, Tasha's reaction had indeed been less than composed, and Yoshioka had picked up on her slip. With the exchange between Yoshioka and Fong Mo, everyone present grasped the underlying story. Clearly, Fong Mo and his team were here to investigate the Shawakai, and their true target was likely Yoshioka himself. Only after being discovered did they pretend they'd come in on a tip, just to check things out. Ironically, the one most enraged at this moment was not Yoshioka, but Bard, who had almost believed Fong Mo's cover story. Bard had now made up his mind. He would never let Fong Mo's group leave here alive, police or not. He had no particular desire to kill officers for no reason, since that would only bring trouble. But that didn't mean he wouldn't dare. If the Shiwakai could do it, why would the Dark Church hesitate? Still, since Fong Mo's group was here for the Shiwakai, Bard wasn't about to snatch them from under Yoshioka's nose. The partnership between the Dark Church and the Showa Society was far closer than with any of the other groups. This was precisely why Yoshioka Shin had just taken the initiative to speak on Bard's behalf. So, no matter how furious Bard was at this moment, he had no choice but to show Yoshioka some respect. Do you know what happens to people who lie to me? Yoshioka's words had barely left his lips before his entire figure vanished from sight. This time, he struck without warning, and his speed was on a whole different level from before, blindingly fast. Although Fong Mo's physique had grown several times stronger than before, he'd never truly faced off against a superhuman in direct combat. No matter how calm he was, his reaction in a fight was still a beat slower than an old hand like Yoshioka Shin. By the time Fong Mo realized Yoshioka was attacking, Yoshioka had already appeared at his left side. In his hand, no one knew where it had come from, was a gleaming katana, which he drove straight through Fong Mo's body from the side, running him clean through. What's more, the angle of Yoshioka's thrust was vicious and calculated. He drove the blade upward from below, aiming straight for Fong Mo's heart. Captain, Tasha, and Hoover, who stood not far away with blood still dripping from his hand, both cried out in shock and outrage, unable to believe what they were seeing. At the center of the hall, several people watched from their seats, their expressions unmoved. Such scenes were all too familiar to them. Two even wore cruel smiles on their faces. But this moment did not last long. In the next instant, the effeminate man named Sawyer suddenly spoke up in warning. Careful! His warning came at just the right moment. But Yoshioka was now far too close to Fong Mo, his hand still gripping the katana that skewered him. As Sawyer called out, Fong Mo's body twisted sharply, and he grabbed Yoshioka, pulling him into a tight embrace. My turn now, isn't it? Fong Mo knew things could no longer be settled peacefully, whether he wanted to fight or not. It was already too late. Suddenly, heat radiated from his entire body, and under his skin, flames flickered to life. Yoshioka grunted, and to everyone's shock, his body caught fire. With a sudden rush of air, Yoshioka reappeared 10 meters away, the flames still licking at his clothes. Yet the Yoshioka left behind in Fong Mo's arms had already turned into a charred, smoldering garment, collapsing to the floor. Having escaped Fong Mo's grip, Yoshioka no longer cared about appearances. He threw himself to the ground and rolled, smothering the fire as best he could, looking more than a little disheveled. At this, the crowd in the hall could no longer treat the affair as mere entertainment. None of them had expected Fong Mo to be a superhuman as well. And, from the looks of it, he wasn't going to be easy to handle. After being run through by Yoshioka's blade, he'd managed to strike back and injure him. Captain, you... Tasha, standing beside Fong Mo, was stunned by what she had just witnessed. She hadn't known before that Fong Mo was actually an Esper, nor had Fong Mo ever mentioned it. During the previous meeting, Robert had even asked Fong Mo if he'd ever heard of the world of Espers. Who would have thought that their new team leader was one himself? This discovery lit a spark of hope in both Tasha and Hoover. In just a short span of time, their emotions had surged and plummeted as if riding a roller coaster. At first, when Tasha was discovered by Nobu Yoshioka, despair naturally took hold of them. Then Fong Mo managed to steady the situation for a moment, giving them a sliver of reassurance. But when Nobu Yoshioka exposed Fong Mo's ruse yet again, they plunged right back into hopelessness. Just then, Fong Mo revealed his own extraordinary powers, and hope flickered to life once more in their hearts. But Fong Mo himself was far less optimistic. From what had just happened, it was clear that Nobu Yoshioka was by no means an ordinary person. No normal person could have extricated themselves so easily from that situation. Indeed, judging by Fong Mo's own constitution and the brief exchange just now, he was confident that he was at least not weaker than Yoshioka. Yet he lacked real combat experience, and even if his raw power surpassed Yoshioka's, that didn't guarantee he could actually defeat him, especially with Bard and the others standing by. Although Bard and his men hadn't made a move yet, Fong Mo had every reason to believe that among these high-ranking figures of the underworld, there were surely other Espers, possibly more than just one or two. In circumstances like this, how could Fong Mo possibly remain optimistic? What happened next only confirmed his fears were not unfounded. Bard strode over to Nobu Yoshioka, first checking on him with concern, then turned a dark, chilly gaze toward Fong Mo and the group, his face clouded as he spoke in a menacing tone. If there's one thing I hate, it's being played for a fool. Today you all Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. The wall to Bard's left burst open with a thunderous crash, sending a row of black church lackeys flying, their fate uncertain in the chaos. From beyond the gaping hole, an audacious, boisterous laughter echoed into the room. What a lively scene. So many people gathered here. Are you throwing a party? Mind if I crash and bring a few more guests? A towering figure strode in through the breach, a wicked grin twisting his features as he spoke. Motley? How dare you? Bard instantly recognized the towering, wild-eyed intruder. None other than Motley, the half-blood demon, one of the three great warlords of Hell's Angels. The Black Church and Hell's Angels were already at war. The two sides knew each other well. Bard identified Motley at a glance. Well, if it isn't Bishop Bard, I almost didn't see you there. Guess that's what happens when you're so short. I really have to crane my neck to spot you. Motley drawled with a toothy grin, flashing a row of gleaming white teeth. With a sharp, mocking sound, he punctuated his words. Borshak, the third in command of the Russian Brotherhood, had remained calm from beginning to end. Even when Fong Mo revealed himself to be a superhuman, Borshak showed no reaction. After all, he had no intention of joining forces with the Dark Church or the Han Society against a common enemy. Fong Mo's strength had nothing to do with him. But when he heard Monterey's words, even he couldn't help himself. The drink he had just sipped spewed out in a sudden spray. Bard shot Borshak a fierce glare, then turned to Monterey and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to start an all-out war?" "Drop the act. Even if we wanted an all-out war, would you dare take up the challenge? Are you qualified to represent the Dark Church?" Another voice, light and mocking, cut in. Only then did Bard notice that two other people had entered with Monterey. The swirling smoke had hidden them before. Only Monterey's tall figure had been easy to spot. Now, one of the newcomers had spoken. Warlock Kingsman? The effeminate Sawyer called out the name. Everyone except Bard realized who he was. Another formidable warrior had arrived. With such a grand entrance, you're clearly not here for a friendly chat. TSK, tisk. Borshak's tone held a hint of excitement. Sawyer shot him a glance and shook his head with a bemused smile. By now, Bard had also recognized Kingsman, and his expression grew gloomier, though he didn't look too worried. True, he was the only high-ranking member of the Dark Church present, but their allies, like Nobu Yoshioka and the others, were here as well. Surely, they wouldn't just stand by and let Monterey's group gang up on him. Still, Bard had no illusions that his allies would truly help him deal with Monterey and the others. And that was the most troubling part. The more Bard thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He was about to hurl a threat when he suddenly noticed that, of the two men who had entered with Monterey, one had walked off in another direction as if no one else was present, without even sparing him a glance. Bard was baffled, and even Monterey seemed taken aback, not sure what was happening. "Hey, Raymond, where are you going?" Monterey called out, clearly at a loss. Indeed, the third man was Raymond, the current fourth general of the Hell's Angels and the one in charge of the New York incursion. Monterey and Kingsman were just here to support him. To put it bluntly, they were merely side characters this time. But Raymond ignored Monterey completely. Instead, he turned to look at his own father with a strange expression and asked, "What are you doing here?" Dad? Monterey, still puzzled by Raymond's indifference, was stunned. Even Kingsman, usually so composed, couldn't help but show his surprise. It was clearly something no one had expected. Their surprise. No, to utter astonishment, stood Fong Mo himself, along with Tasha and her companion, who were both completely at a loss about what was going on. The string of events today had surpassed anything they could have imagined, leaving them numb and bewildered. In all their lives, they had never experienced anything like this. Not even the movies had they seen such chaos. Just moments ago, they were still reeling from the shock of someone smashing a gaping hole in the wall, clearly with the intention of causing trouble. But before they could make sense of that, someone from the group of intruders suddenly dashed out, calling Fong Mo, who had just become the new team leader, Dad. None of this added up. Fong Mo's own shock was no less than that of his two subordinates, for he had never expected his son to appear at a time like this. "What's with that sword? Are you guys playing some kind of weird cosplay party?" Raymond suddenly noticed the katana stuck in his father's body, and his expression grew stranger by the second. "Cosplay? Watch your mouth, you brat." Fong Mo's face darkened. It was only then that he remembered the katana lodged in his torso. He pulled it out and tossed it to the floor. Raymond, witnessing this, realized he'd misunderstood the situation. That wasn't a prop. It was a real sword, which meant before he arrived, his old man had just been stabbed. His eyes narrowed slightly. Without waiting for Fong Mo to respond, Raymond stepped forward, picked up the katana from the ground, and turned toward Bard and his group. With impeccable politeness, he asked, "May I ask, Which one of you gentlemen was thoughtful enough to stick this sword into my father? If it's not too much trouble, would you kindly step forward so I can make your acquaintance? Much appreciated. The moment these words left his lips, a chill seemed to descend over the entire hall, plunging it into sudden, utter silence. No one present truly knew who Raymond was. Not even Fong Mo, his own father, had a clear idea. He only knew that his son was likely someone from the world of superhumans, and that Raymond had long been in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. But what his son was currently up to, he honestly had no idea. Raymond never volunteered information, and Fong Mo didn't pry. After all, Raymond wasn't a child anymore, and everyone is entitled to a few secrets. Moreover, although Fong Mo knew his son possessed superhuman abilities, he had no clue what kind, nor how powerful he actually was. Seeing Raymond appear here now, alongside two apparent high-ranking members of the Hells Angels, Fong Mo couldn't help but be surprised and a little confused. Raymond, however, gave no sign of wanting to explain anything. He simply swept his gaze over Bard and the others. Unsure how to gauge Raymond's identity or intentions, none of them dared utter a word. So, I thought I'd be meeting some truly formidable characters today, Raymond sighed, shaking his head. But it turns out you're just a bunch of cowards hiding in your shells. What a disappointment, as soon as those words were spoken, not only did Bard and Nobu Yoshioka's faces fall, but even Bearshak and the others sitting in the back, enjoying the spectacle, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Raymond's taunt was so sweeping that it dragged them all into the fray. Bearshak, infuriated, let loose a string of Russian curses, though no one present could understand a word. After venting a few lines, he snapped impatiently. Are you too scared to step up? If you're not going, I'll do it myself. This was clearly aimed at Bard, and Nobu Yoshioka, standing at the front, his tone brimming with dissatisfaction. At this point, Nobu Yoshioka could no longer pretend not to have heard. He was just about to step forward when Bard beat him to it. So, you with the Hells Angels too? So these guys were sent by your people. Raymond ignored his question and shot back. Were you the one who stabbed him? Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Bard sneered. Don't think I won't kill you just because Monterey and his crew are here. Don't forget, this is my turf. Whoa, don't act like we're old buddies or something. If you want to kill him, be my guest. Really, you don't need to show me any courtesy. Monterey chimed in from not far away, spreading his hands as if he couldn't care less. Bard, of course, could hear the deeper meaning behind Monterey's words. His expression grew even darker. Just then, the effeminate Sawyer softly muttered to himself. They say the Hells Angels have recently gained a new warlord, codenamed the Golden Flash. So, you're one of the Hells Angels warlords too? Bard's gaze at Raymond now held a hint of wariness. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Dark Church boasts 6 black bishops, twice as many as the Hells Angels' 3 warlords. When it comes to real strength, apart from the eldest black bishop, the others probably wouldn't stand a chance one-on-one against any of the Hells Angels warlords. The Hells Angels' position in Canada was roughly equivalent to that of the Golden Union in North America. They were a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, Bard would have attacked as soon as he saw Monterey and his people. There would have been no need for posturing. The only reason he held back was because he knew these so-called allies might not truly have his back. On top of that, at the moment, he was the only black bishop present at Blue Fortress. The others wouldn't be able to arrive in time. If he really had to face 2 warlords on his own, he doubted he could last even 3 minutes. Now, with Sawyer's mention that the Hells Angels had gained a new warlord, and that it might very well be Raymond standing before him, Bard's apprehension deepened. Only now did he realize why Monterey had said what he did earlier. The Golden Flash? What the heck is that supposed to mean? Raymond was caught off guard as well, glancing over at Monterey in confusion. The guys downstairs were asking me how to address you, so I just gave you a random nickname. Don't you think it sounds pretty cool? Monterey scratched his head. Cool, my ass. Well, to be fair, the nickname did have a certain ring to it, and it matched perfectly with the abilities he'd used last time when he pounded Monterey in two. The ground with that yellow ape split personality. Still, it felt a bit ominous. The last guy with this nickname was a legend in his own right, but he died young. Forget it. What's done is done. No point being superstitious about it. Raymond swallowed his urge to give Monterey another thrashing and turned back to Bard. So this knife, does it belong to you? Bard really wanted to deny it, but doing so would just make him look weak, and worse, it would mean selling out his teammate. There was no way he could admit defeat, so he braced himself and said, "Yeah, it's mine. So what?" A sudden, deafening crack exploded in the hall. Except for Monterey and Kingsman, who had somewhat prepared themselves, everyone else watched in utter shock as a scene unfolded that would be seared into their memories for life. A split second after Bard spoke, his neck was suddenly empty. His head had vanished. Blood sprayed from his neck, turning him into a grotesque human fountain. Raymond stood there, as if he had never moved, quietly rubbing the soles of his shoes on the carpet, as though wiping away a stubborn bloodstain. No one saw what happened. All they caught was a fleeting golden flash. Then Bard's head was gone, killed in an instant. It was only now that everyone truly understood what that golden flash really meant. Bard, one of the 6 black-robed bishops of the Dark Church, was dead, just like that, killed as if he were nothing. From Bard's last word to his death, barely the blink of an eye had passed. What sort of monstrous ability was this? It wasn't just the onlookers. Monterey and Kingsman, who had both previously fought Raymond, were stunned once more by his display. Judging by what had just happened, Raymond must have held back when fighting them before. Of course, Bard's quick death was partly due to his own abilities. The Dark Church's espers all possessed warlock-like powers, strong in magic, but weak in close combat and defense, needing time to prepare their spells. Caught off guard by Raymond's boldness and unaware of his abilities, Bard's instant death was not all that surprising. But this also made it clear Raymond could have just as easily killed Kingsman, the male witch, last time. Wizards and warlocks were cut from the same cloth, vulnerable in close quarters and in defense. Against someone as fast as Raymond, one moment's carelessness meant certain defeat. Judging from what happened last time, if Raymond truly hadn't held back, both of them would have died right then and there. The thought sent a chill down the spines of Monterey and Kingsman as they exchanged glances, each seeing the lingering fear reflected in the other's eyes. If Raymond hadn't agreed to join the Hell's Angels that day, even if both the Archbishop and Lucifer's earthly avatar had joined forces, chances are they still wouldn't have been able to stop him. Fortunately, Raymond was now on their side. The one I just fought wasn't him, old man Fong Mo quietly reminded them from behind. Why didn't you say so earlier? Raymond said casually as he finished wiping his shoes. Never mind. What's done is done. Besides, he wasn't much of a loss. Let's just chalk it up to ridding the world of a menace. His indifferent attitude, like someone who'd accidentally stepped on an ant and couldn't be bothered to care, sent a chill through Bowshake and the others, who immediately steeled themselves in case they needed to defend against him. After witnessing Bard's pointless and abrupt demise, none of them dared to take Raymond lightly. But was Raymond's accidental kill truly a mistake? Of course not. Among everyone present, the only one who even remotely fit the description of someone wielding a katana was, without question, the Japanese man, Nobu Yoshioka. Add to that the scorch marks on Yoshioka's body, and even if Raymond were guessing blindfolded, it would be obvious Fong Mo was the one who burned him. As for Bard's death, Raymond simply did it because it was convenient, and frankly, he never liked Bard in the first place. Did he need a reason? Hardly. Monterey and the others hadn't come with him tonight just to attend a party, after all. To put it plainly, they were here to crash it. Once they'd learned about the Dark Church's underground meeting, they'd already decided to tear the place apart. Even if old man Fong Mo hadn't been involved, Bard's fate was sealed. He was doomed to die tonight. The only real difference was that Raymond and his group hadn't originally planned to slaughter the Dark Church's allies along with them. After all, the Hell's Angels had only targeted the Dark Church for their invasion. If they opened too many fronts at once, they'd end up biting off more than they could chew, even if they managed to seize new territory. But now, there was one more person who had to die. Raymond's gaze locked onto Nobu Yoshioka. Yoshioka was no ordinary man, either. The moment Raymond's eyes fell on him, he realized his own doom was likely sealed. He didn't try to explain, didn't beg for mercy, and certainly didn't harbor any hope that he could stand against this new Hell's Angel warlord, a man who could dispatch the black-robed Bishop Bard in an instant. So, he chose to run, and his escape was even swifter than his surprise attack on Fong Mo earlier. Driven by desperate survival instinct, he unleashed every ounce of strength he had. In the blink of an eye, he became a fleeting shadow, already darting to the window on the far side of the Grand Hall. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed dozens of meters and was about to crash through the window. But it was all in vain. Just as he was about to hit the glass, he realized that, at some point, Raymond had appeared by the window, leaning casually against the wall, watching from the side as he barreled straight toward the pane. At that moment, he knew he was finished, but he had no time to react, not even a fraction of a second to resist. The next instant, Raymond's index finger was already gently placed against his temple. A slender beam of golden light shot from Raymond's fingertip, piercing straight through Yoshioka Shin's head from the side. The golden beam didn't stop there. After blasting through Yoshioka Shin's skull, it kept going, cutting a path forward. Ahead stood a row of men in black, their guns trained on the center of the hall, aiming at Raymond and his allies. Now, the golden light speared through them all, one after another, like a string of candied hawthorns. With a thunderous boom, the golden light struck the wall behind them, exploding in a flash and blasting a hole straight through. Everyone in its path dropped to the ground, lifeless. Gunfire crackled through the hall. Raymond's display had struck terror into the rest of the black-clad men. No one knew who fired the first shot, but in an instant, a hail of bullets rained down on Raymond. Even after that row had fallen, there were still close to 100 armed men left in the hall. It was a fearsome sight, nearly 100 guns firing in unison at a single man. Even Fong Mo, who had already witnessed his son's power, felt his heart leap to his throat, an overwhelming urge to rush in and save him. At that point, he didn't care about strength or danger. If he could block even a few bullets for his son, he would do so without hesitation. But just as he took a step forward, Tasha grabbed his arm. "Leader, wait, look carefully," she urged. Thanks to Tasha's reminder, Fong Mo finally noticed. Raymond hadn't dodged at all. He simply stood there, utterly unfazed, as the bullets rained down on him. Yet every bullet passed right through him, as if firing a hologram, striking the wall behind instead. What was going on? Fong Mo and Tasha exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, Kingsman snapped his fingers. With a great clatter, the black-clad men in the hall collapsed as one, as if they'd all agreed to lie down together. At the same time, tiny black insects flew out from their ears, gathering in midair before swarming toward Kingsman. He lifted his hand, palm open. In the center of his palm was a black hole, so deep it seemed bottomless, unfathomably dark. The swarm of black insects rushed into the black hole in his palm, vanishing without a trace. Only after all the tiny black insects had flown inside did Kingsman finally lower his hand. Needless to say, these black insects were released by Kingsman the moment he entered the hall, silently sending them to land on the black-clad men. With a single gesture, the insects received his signal and instantly killed those men in black. The reactions of those seated around the central table varied widely as they witnessed this scene. Some remained utterly unmoved, others grew visibly wary, while a few, like Sawyer, watched with a playful smirk. Yet none of them seemed truly afraid. The new champion of the Hells Angels, the Golden Flash, possessed the power to kill. Both Bard and Yoshio in an instant, a force to be reckoned with. If it really came to a fight, none present could claim with certainty that they could defeat him. Not to mention, standing beside him were Monterey and Kingsman, both veteran warriors of the Hells Angels. If a battle broke out, someone would surely be left behind. But really, what reason was there to fight? What a formidable Golden Flash. Veilshak's eyes flickered as he looked at Raymond, his wariness growing ever deeper. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief that he hadn't let impulse drive him to shield Bard and his companions. Had he actually attacked the Golden Flash just now, there might have been one more body lying on the ground. "My dear brother, you certainly managed to surprise me," Sawyer suddenly said with a laugh. "Brother?" The others were taken aback, not understanding the reference. "If you're going to leave, then go. Spare us the pointless chatter," Kingsman abruptly replied. Only then did everyone realize that the brother Sawyer mentioned was Kingsman himself. As the Blood Pack's deputy leader, Sawyer's authority was second only to the leader, a man above all others. Yet, to think he was brothers with Kingsman, a renowned champion of the Hells Angels? Why weren't they in the same organization? And how had no one ever heard of any connection between them before? Still, from the look of it, neither Kingsman nor Sawyer intended to clarify anything for those present. Sawyer didn't seem to mind Kingsman's bluntness in the slightest. He merely shrugged and walked out. Veilshak and the others, seeing this, followed in silence, leaving the place behind. This time, Raymond and his companions made no move to stop them. Half an hour later, Raymond, Old Man Fong Mo, and two of his subordinates arrived at a temporary outpost not far from the Blue Castle. This was a short-term base rented by Fong Mo's group, dedicated to remote surveillance. However, the Blue Castle was shielded against signals, so the three of them lost all contact with the outside world as soon as they slipped inside. Only after leaving the Blue Castle did they regain communication with the rest of their team at the outpost. "Old man, when did you become so bold, bringing just these two hot-headed youngsters to barge into the Dark Church's stronghold?" Inside the outpost, Raymond had just sat down when he looked at Fong Mo with a helpless expression. "If I hadn't happened to drop by today, those two would never have made it out alive, other than you, Dad. What you did was just too reckless." The other team members in the temporary outpost were utterly confused by Raymond's words, unable to grasp what had just happened. All they knew was that Raymond was the new team leader, Fong Mo's son, and they'd assumed he was just visiting his father. But judging from what Raymond said now, that didn't seem to be the case. Some who were closer to Hoover thought he'd be unable to resist retorting when Raymond called him a hothead. But to their surprise, neither Hoover nor Tasha made any attempt to argue back. Both looked awkward and embarrassed. This only heightened everyone's curiosity. Those with a particularly inquisitive nature quietly pulled the pair aside to ask what had happened. Fang Yamo, meanwhile, kept a straight face and turned the question back on Raymond. Let's not talk about me for now. Tell me about yourself. They say you're the fourth war chief of that. What is it? The Hells Angels? Is that true? Faced with his father's shameless attempt to change the subject, Raymond could only nod in admission. There was no use denying it after what had just happened. Fang Yamo had seen everything with his own eyes. Impressive, aren't you? Fang Yamo said in a low voice. A policeman's son joining a gang? As an old cop, Fang Yamo had certainly heard of the Hells Angels. In fact, while investigating the Dark Church and the Han Society, he'd come across information about them, so he wasn't unfamiliar. He understood that. The title of War Chief meant Raymond was now high up in the gang's hierarchy. Even though Raymond had saved him today, it was hard for Fang Yamo to accept that his own son had become involved with organized crime. Seeing his father's reaction, Raymond felt a headache coming on. He'd rather fight 100 more buds and Yashiokas than deal with this conversation. But what was done, so he tried to explain. It's not like I wanted this, but the boss of the Hells Angels took a liking to me and insisted that I join. You're that capable. Are you telling me he could really force you if you didn't want to? Fang Yamo pressed, skeptical. I'm good, but the boss of the Hells Angels is even better. I couldn't beat him. Raymond put on an innocent face, then leaned in and quietly whispered the boss's name to Fang Yamo. What? At the mention of that name, Fang Mo's whole body tensed, and he looked at his son with disbelief, lowering his voice. Which Lucifer are you talking about? Which other one? The one from the Bible, of course, Raymond replied with a shrug. That's not something to joke about. Your mother is a believer. If she hears you making jokes about that sort of thing, she'll be furious. Don't you think I know that? But I'm telling the truth. Raymond looked as if to say, hey, it's not like I have a choice either. In truth, it wasn't just his mother. Roland, her whole family, could be considered Christians. But they weren't particularly devout, more like casual believers, which is pretty common in North America. Still, Raymond hadn't leet. After all, the boss of the Hells Angels really was that fallen angel, Lucifer. And as a Hell Lord on the level of the Heavenly Father, Lucifer was, indeed, much more powerful than he was. Even if the backup personality, Jiro, stepped in, there was no way he could stand against someone of the Heavenly Father's rank. What Raymond didn't tell Fang Yamo, though, was that Lucifer's true form couldn't descend to Earth at all. In fact, even getting into the main world would be a huge hassle. He could only send an incarnation at best. With the kind of power the boy version of Lucifer could wield, even if you threw in the Hells Angels' top generals and the Archbishop, Raymond didn't see them as any real threat. They certainly weren't enough to force his hand. But that's what bosses are for, aren't they? Someone has to take the blame. Otherwise, why would he have joined the Hells Angels in the first place? So, without a trace of guilt, he shifted all responsibility onto Lucifer, putting on a look of utter innocence. The leader of the Hells Angels was actually Lucifer, the fallen angel cast out of heaven in myth and legend. And the Hells Angels, did that really mean angels from hell? Fang Yamo found this setup a bit hard to swallow. He wasn't a believer himself and leaned toward atheism, but even he recognized Lucifer's name. Still, if it really was that Lucifer, why would he bother being a gang boss? Did he have nothing better to do with his time? Fang Yamo couldn't help but be skeptical. In essence, the Hells Angels are actually a kind of underground church, just like the Dark Church. This turf war is really just a way to spread their doctrine into North America, Raymond explained. So you're saying that the so-called Dark Lord worshipped by the Dark Church actually exists, too? Fang Yamo asked, incredulous at this new revelation. He'd looked into the Dark Church before and knew their object of worship was called the Dark Lord, but he'd never paid it much mind. Regardless of who they prayed to, the Dark Church was, without a doubt, a cult. There was no difference. But if the entity the Hells Angels believed in was real, could the same be true for the Dark Church? Of course, Raymond replied, confirming Fang Mo's suspicion and appending his understanding of the world. Is this one from the Bible, too? Fang Yamo asked. No, it has nothing to do with the Bible. Raymond shook his head. But that Dark Lord is way more powerful than the boss I just started following. He could take on several Lucifers at once and win easily. Fang Yamo was left speechless. Just one fallen angel, Lucifer, was already enough to make him uneasy, but now it turned out that the being worshipped by the Dark Church was even more terrifying than Lucifer himself. What he didn't know was that what Raymond had told him was only part of the truth. If he were to learn that Raymond had repeatedly offended that Dark Lord Dormammu, so much so that Dormammu was nearly enraged enough to descend upon Earth in person, he would probably just go numb from shock. Wait a minute, if the one backing you isn't a match for this so-called Dark Lord, Then aren't you worried that openly going to war with the Dark Church will bring you a heap of trouble? Fong Mo suddenly asked, a trace of concern in his voice. After learning that Raymond had only joined the Hell's Angels out of desperation, Fong Mo's anger had pretty much subsided. But what took its place was a growing worry for Raymond. It's fine. Neither of them can actually descend to Earth in their true form. At best, they can only appear through avatars. On Earth, their powers are pretty evenly matched, Raymond replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. In the end, the outcome will depend on the people fighting under them. As for those two, their influence pretty much cancels each other out. They won't make much difference. Only then did Fong Mo feel a little more at ease. After a long silence, he pondered before asking again, "Tell me honestly, did you join the Hell's Angels to help me take revenge?" Seeing Fong Mo's serious expression, Raymond just shrugged. The invasion of New York was a goal the Hell's Angels set a long time ago. It had nothing to do with me. I just happened to pick the Dark Church as my target. It wouldn't have made a difference who I picked anyway. They'd have to fight regardless. Can it end here? Fong Mo asked in a low voice. By now, Fong Mo had already abandoned the idea of pursuing revenge any further. In fact, he made that decision even before he started investigating the Dark Church. Yes, he did want justice for his men, but he'd never gamble with his own life or that of his family. If it were just a matter of taking risks, he might be willing to go along, but things had clearly gotten far more complicated than that. The Dark Church really did have a god behind them, and this god was even more fearsome than the legendary fallen angel Lucifer. How could he possibly get his revenge now? Fong Mo didn't know what a father-level being was, nor did he understand all that talk about Hell Lords. But he didn't need to. All he needed to know was that, with his own strength, or even by leveraging the full might of the NYPD, there was simply no way he could deal with the Dark Church. That was enough. This war is already underway. If I try to back out now, I'll be facing more than just the Dark Church's retaliation. Even the Hell's Angels would see me as an enemy, Raymond said, looking completely resigned. Of course, it was clear he was bluffing once again. Now, beneath the rank of Celestial Father, there was virtually no one he needed to fear anymore. Even those of the Celestial Father level posed little threat, as their true forms couldn't easily descend upon Earth. He could act almost without restraint, unburdened by much concern. Besides, he held plenty of cards in his hand. Not only could he wipe out the Dark Church, but if he wished, he could even orchestrate a complete reshuffling of the North American underworld. To say nothing of anything else, just the power of Hydra alone was beyond what these so-called criminal organizations could hope to match. Whether it was Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., at first glance, neither seemed to have formidable superhumans to dominate the scene. Yet both could, to a certain extent, mobilize the official powers of various nations. Under the iron fist of official authority, as long as one wasn't at least at the Celestial Father level, there would be no turning the world upside down. But to explain all this would be far too complicated, and the more details he gave, the more likely he was to slip up. So, Raymond simply shifted all the blame onto Lucifer, painting himself as an innocent young man forced into a corner. Fong Mo, hearing this, could only nod helplessly, knowing there was little he could do to help. All he could do was offer a few words of caution. Just be careful out there. If things get too dangerous, we can always lay low for a while. Don't worry, old man, Raymond replied with a reassuring smile. We have a good chance of winning this time. If we didn't, we wouldn't be making the first move. While Fong Mo and his son chatted, the rest of the team had already learned the details from Tasha and Hoover. All of them were now sneaking astonished glances at the pair. None of them had expected that their new team leader, Fong Mo, was himself a superhuman, and that he had a son whose power was downright terrifying. From what Tasha and the others described, the danger inside had clearly exceeded their expectations. Tasha had merely taken an extra glance in that direction, and yet she'd been discovered. That alone was something they hadn't anticipated. Even more shocking was that, even after revealing their identities, the opposition had still intended to silence them. All these unexpected twists had nearly cost them their lives. If Raymond hadn't shown up in the end, most likely they would have been doomed. Perhaps only Fong Mo might have had a chance to escape, but for Tasha and Hoover, there would have been no hope. Noticing his new subordinates stealing glances at him and his son, Fong Mo simply smiled and took the initiative to introduce them. The events at Blue Fortress quickly spread through the North American underworld like wildfire. The witnesses had come from every major underground force in North America, so there was never any chance of keeping such information a secret. By the next day, word was everywhere. The name Golden Flash rapidly gained fame throughout the underworld. Anyone with any standing soon heard that Hell's Angels had gained a fourth warlord, one whose strength might even surpass the original three. In rapid succession, he had taken down Black-robed Bishop Bard and Yoshioka Shin, the leader of the Han Society, in the blink of an eye. Of course, this information merely prompted people to take the Golden Flash more seriously. It didn't yet inspire genuine fear. Among the 6 Black Cardinals of the Dark Church, aside from the strongest one, the other 5 weren't that formidable. At best, they were comparable to top-tier level 3 espers. As for Nobu Yoshioka, the leader of the Tei and Wa Society, he was an even bigger joke. Everyone knew he was just a puppet. No one could count how many puppet leaders the Tei and Wa Society had gone through over the years. In terms of actual strength, Yoshioka was even weaker than Bard, one of the Black Cardinals. The fact that the Golden Flash could defeat these two in an instant only proved that he was indeed powerful, likely at least a level 4. Still, as for how terrifying he truly was, those who hadn't seen him in action weren't entirely convinced. Based on the accounts of those present that day, the ability of this 4th battle general, the Golden Flash, was speed. His astonishing velocity was what allowed him to vanquish both Bard and Yoshioka in the blink of an eye. For most people, dealing with such a speed-type esper would indeed be difficult. Yet, with ample preparation, it wasn't impossible to come up with a way to counter him. What most people were watching now was how the Dark Church and the Tei and Wa Society would respond. The focus was especially on the Dark Church, after being humiliated so brazenly in their own stronghold. If they didn't strike back, they'd become a laughingstock. As for what the Dark Church would do next, no one could say for sure at this point. But since Hell's Angels had dared to storm in and slap the Dark Church across the face, they had clearly anticipated the possible consequences. Before the Dark Church could even react, Hell's Angels launched a full-scale assault. The Dark Church had taken some precautions, but they certainly hadn't expected Hell's Angels to be so audacious as to initiate an all-out attack, invading over a dozen districts simultaneously. Caught off guard, the Dark Church lost another 7 districts to Hell's Angels. Counting the 3 districts lost previously, that made a total of 10. Altogether, the Dark Church's original territory encompassed just over 20 districts. Losing 10 in one fell swoop meant nearly half their turf was gone. This reckless move by Hell's Angels left the Dark Church with no room for hesitation. Previously, they'd avoided an all-out war, hoping to intimidate Hell's Angels into backing down to avoid mutual destruction. After all, no matter who won, a full-scale war could only end in a Pyrrhic victory for the Dark Church. But now Hell's Angels were blatantly pushing their luck, nearly at the Dark Church's very doorstep. At this point, what reason did the Dark Church have to hold back? Any more hesitation, and their territory would be gone. Moreover, the underworld is at its core a world ruled by cold, hard realities. If the Hell's Angels can ride on their backs and do whatever they please without consequence, then the other underground factions will likely start to see the Dark Church as weak and easily bullied. When that time comes, they might also want to share the spoils. If things really reach that point, the Dark Church won't just be facing a single Hell's Angel anymore. That's why the Dark Church also declared open war. The 2 major underground powers became locked in a bitter struggle, doomed to fight until only one side remained standing. How dare they? When Red Hood learned that the Blue Fortress had been razed by the Hell's Angels and that Bishop Bard had been killed, news that 7 or 8 neighborhoods had fallen in quick succession poured in right after, leaving him both shocked and furious. He had anticipated that war might break out eventually, but that was always the worst-case scenario in his mind, and certainly not in this abrupt, brutal fashion. As the leader of the Dark Church and the earthly representative of Dormammu, Red Hood was privy to many secrets. Among them was the true background of the Hell's Angels. From what he knew, their organizational structure closely mirrored that of the Dark Church's earthly branch, a clandestine, underground church. But the object of the Hell's Angels' faith and service was none other than the infamous fallen angel Lucifer. Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness, was notorious throughout the multiverse, widely recognized as the strongest of all Hell Lords, his power far surpassing Lucifer's. But on Earth, Dormammu's renown paled in comparison. He simply couldn't match Lucifer's fame. After all, Lucifer was the son of God, once his most beloved. Compared to the Dark Dimension, Heaven's reach on Earth had been established much earlier, and far more successfully. Maybe it was a matter of character, but every time Dormammu tried to set foot on Earth, things ended in humiliation. Either he was beaten down by Odin at his peak, or forced to retreat by the Ancient One. One thing was certain: he had never given up on invading Earth, yet perhaps his fearsome reputation worked against him, as no one wanted to see him get a foothold here. So, while incarnations of many godlike beings had descended to Earth, Dormammu was always conspicuously absent. Whenever Dormammu tried to stir up trouble, another god-level being would step in to stop him. It's hard to say whether this repeated frustration had turned to obsession for Dormammu. After all, as a mighty Dark Lord whose name echoed across the multiverse, how could he stomach being kept at bay by a single, insignificant planet? But the reality was that he had never succeeded. Over the millennia, he had seeded countless pawns on Earth, each paving the way for his eventual arrival. Red Hood was just one of these pieces, albeit one of the most significant. That's why Dormammu kept little from Red Hood, especially when it came to other godlike beings with designs on Earth. On these matters, he had told Red Hood nearly everything. Dormammu's intention was to give Red Hood the chance to form alliances with the subordinates of other godlike beings, thus paving the way for his own arrival. Red Hood understood Dormammu's plan, and he also thought there might be an opportunity to cooperate with the minions of other Hell Lords. After all, the Hell Lords were all of the god-tier evil faction in the multiverse. They belonged to the same camp. However, he hadn't expected that his first direct encounter would turn out like this. Why would the Hell Angels do such a thing? Did something happen to Lord Dormammu? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Red Hood's mind. You couldn't blame Red Hood for thinking this way. The situation was simply too strange. Logically speaking, since Lucifer was no match for Dormammu and they were both on the same side of evil, there shouldn't be any reason for him to pick a fight. Yet now, Lucifer's followers had made the first move. Did this mean that something had gone wrong with Dormammu? Once this idea took hold, Red Hood couldn't think of anything else. He immediately tried to contact Dormammu. A long while passed. His consciousness arrived in a world of utter darkness. There was no light, nothing to be seen. Suddenly, a pair of enormous eyes snapped open in the darkness and fixed their gaze on him, a voice demanding, "What is it?" Red Hood wasted no words and quickly explained the situation with the Hell Angels. "You're certain they belong to Lucifer?" Dormammu's tone was already icy. "I'm almost sure," Red Hood replied cautiously. "Wait." With that, Dormammu closed his eyes once more. Everyone in the Dark Dimension knew that Dormammu had been in a foul mood lately. In just a short span of time, numerous powerful beings from the Dark Dimension had lost their lives over trivial matters, all because Dormammu had vented his anger on them. Among the victims were even some demigod-level entities, once counted among Dormammu's most trusted followers. But to Dormammu, every living thing in the Dark Dimension was nothing more than his personal property. Whether they were demigods or mere minions, it made no difference. The only distinction was whether they were valuable possessions or worthless ones. Yet, when their master was angry, all these possessions could become tools for him to vent his rage. Just as some people smash things when they're furious. If the anger goes deep enough, even precious things get shattered, with no concern for the cost. As for the reason behind Dormammu's foul mood, the answer was obvious. That damned human's insult, Odin and the Ancient One's endless interference, and the mastermind behind the scenes, clearly just a demigod, yet inexplicably impossible to eliminate. All these chaotic frustrations had piled up, making it impossible for him to calm down. From the very beginning until now, several months have actually passed since these events began. But for Dormammu, the Dark Lord who possesses eternal life, a few months is far too brief a span. Hardly enough time to quell his burning rage. As a result, even now, his fury continues to smolder with nowhere to go, and he vents it all on his so-called servants. Yet just when he thought things couldn't get worse, trouble came knocking at his door again. This time in the most inexplicable way. Did they really think Dormammu was an easy target, someone that anyone could trample at will? The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he became. After telling Red Hood to wait, he departed straight from the Dark Dimension. In that shadowy space, Red Hood could more or less guess where Dormammu had gone. Based on his understanding of Dormammu, whenever the Dark Lord spoke in that tone, it meant someone was about to suffer. Clearly, Dormammu vanished right after Red Hood finished his report, most likely to make trouble for Lucifer. But for some reason, this time Red Hood had a sense of foreboding. And as it turned out, his worries were not misplaced. When Dormammu reappeared, his temper had not improved in the slightest. With burning anger, he barked out an order. "Hit them with everything you've got. At all costs, wipe out all of Lucifer's people. If you fail, don't bother contacting me again." This, Red Hood was momentarily bewildered. But before he could ask further, Dormammu had already vanished once more, severing their connection. New York, Bronx, Storm Bar. Raymond was drinking with Monterey and Kingsman, chatting idly about the current situation, when the sudden crash of a kicked-in door interrupted them. All three turned toward the entrance. The door had been kicked open by a little blond boy, who looked no more than 5 or 6 years old. Beside him stood an elderly servant in a long robe, shuffling forward with a perpetual stoop. "Boss!" Monterey and Kingsman saw who it was and immediately stood up as one. making room for the newcomers. You little punk, using me like this? The blonde boy, none other than the young Lucifer, leapt straight into Monterey's vacant seat, his tone bristling with displeasure. Raymond, however, remained unruffled. Smiling, he countered, "Without your tacit approval, do you really think Monterey and the others would have helped me move against the Dark Church? If I'm not mistaken, the moment I decided to join the Hells Angels, you'd already dug up everything there was to know about me. You knew all along that I might make a move against the Dark Church. Later, you must have gotten word from Monterey and the others that I actually did it. You didn't stop me. I don't believe you only just realized what was going on." Young Lucifer slammed his hand on the table. "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me, did you use me or not? Dormammu came looking for trouble with you?" Raymond countered, dodging the question. "More than just trouble. The way he looked at me, I thought he was about to devour me whole." Young Lucifer rolled his eyes. "So you managed to make him suffer?" Raymond pressed further. "How did you know?" Lucifer narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Raymond replied, "You clearly anticipated how I would act. If you didn't have a way to deal with Dormammu, how could you let me go off and cause trouble like that? You're really ruining my sense of accomplishment, you know?" Lucifer grumbled, clearly annoyed. "My bad." Raymond raised his hands in a gesture of apology, then continued, "So, do you mind sharing how you managed to fend off an enraged Dormammu?" "I didn't fend him off." Young Lucifer shook his head, then paused before explaining. "He just had a run of bad luck. He happened to run into an army of angels from heaven who had come to hunt me down, and for some reason, a conflict broke out between them. The leader on heaven's side was Michael. He's not necessarily weaker than Dormammu to begin with, and with the angelic host backing him, they quickly forced Dormammu to retreat. Of course, the angel army took heavy losses too. They had no choice but to call off the crusade and return to heaven for now." Lucifer recounted the events in a casual, offhand manner, but Raymond was astonished. He'd wondered why Lucifer had allowed him to take action against the Dark Church. He'd thought perhaps Lucifer had other Hell Lords as allies, and together, they might not fear Dormammu. But he never expected Lucifer's trump card to be revealed in such a fashion. "This world is just too dark." Raymond couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. "Wait, Michael, isn't he your older brother?" Monterey suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Don't tell me you too. Just shut up already." Kingsman smacked Monterey on the back of the head, cutting him off mid-sentence. Young Lucifer shot him a glare, saying nothing more, but it was enough for Monterey to realize he'd put his foot in his mouth again. At that point, Raymond asked, "Is Michael really that powerful? He can actually go toe-to-toe with Dormammu." "There's nothing strange about it. The way I used to be, I was no weaker than Dormammu. If it weren't for..." Young Lucifer started to boast, but halfway through his sentence, he seemed to lose interest. He waved his hand dismissively. "Anyway, whether it's Michael or Gabriel, both of them possess power equal to Dormammu's. Outside of the Dark Dimension, it's extremely difficult for Dormammu to defeat them," young Lucifer continued. It was only now that Raymond gained a clearer understanding of heaven. From the way Lucifer spoke, it seemed that before his expulsion from heaven, he too had held power on par with Michael and Gabriel, at the very pinnacle, at the level of the Heavenly Father. But after becoming the Lord of Hell, his strength had diminished considerably, and he was no longer a match for Dormammu. Still, from what he had just said, it was clear Lucifer's ties to heaven were far from simple. Otherwise, how could Michael have appeared at just the right moment, exactly when Dormammu decided to trouble Lucifer, and coincidentally, under the pretext of punishing Lucifer? Some coincidences were just too obvious, anyone with a discerning eye would know this was no coincidence at all. At least in Raymond's mind, there was no way Michael's appearance was accidental. No wonder he's so calm. It all makes sense now. Suddenly, everything clicked for Raymond. Now he even felt a hint of sympathy for Dormammu. To think Dormammu had been thwarted by the collusion of both light and dark. He must be fuming at the world's injustice right now. "All right, enough pointless talk." Young Lucifer shook his head. "No matter what you say, it won't change the fact that you've been using me. Remember this, you owe me a favor, a big one." "Deal." Raymond no longer argued and answered directly. What Lucifer said was true. Raymond had indeed approached the Hell Angels with ulterior motives. Besides, it was clear that his decision to go against the Dark Church also served Lucifer's interests, or else Lucifer wouldn't have allowed it. Still, no matter how one looked at it, he had borrowed Lucifer's influence for this, so owing a favor was only fair. By the way, Michael can handle Dormammu? If I remember correctly, Michael is just one of Heaven's 4 seraphim these days. Does that mean Heaven could easily overpower the Dark Dimension? As Raymond poured Lucifer another drink, he asked his question. Off to the side, Monterey and Kingsman perked up their ears, eager for some juicy gossip. After spending so long with young Lucifer, they had picked up a fair bit about the multiverse. Yet Lucifer rarely spoke of these things himself, especially anything concerning heaven, which he almost never mentioned. When Raymond brought up the matter, everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued. The boyish Lucifer shot Raymond a glance, weighed his words, and finally replied, "First, you need to understand, when we speak of hell as heaven's counterpart, we mean the undivided hell. Back then, hell's overall power and scale were on par with heaven. But after hell was torn apart, it could no longer be compared to heaven. Not even the dark dimension, which is the largest fragment of hell, is an exception. Second, Michael is no ordinary seraph. Among the 4 great seraphim, he's the most powerful, stronger than Gabriel and the others. To take on heaven head-on, you'd have to gather every hell lore that exists, and even then, they'd have to set aside all personal ambition and act in perfect unison. But as you know, that's simply impossible. So Dormammu had no choice but to retreat, especially when he found himself helpless against Michael. He was left with no other option, Lucifer said, taking a sip of his drink. "You used to be a seraph too, didn't you?" Raymond pressed. "Obviously," Lucifer scoffed, curling his lip. "Then what about Randikeel? How strong is he in heaven's hierarchy?" Raymond shifted the topic. "Oh," Lucifer looked at Raymond with surprise, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "You actually know about Randikeel?" Unlike Michael or Gabriel, the name Randikeel was virtually unknown on Earth. Most people wouldn't even know an angel by that name existed. In heaven, just one look at the blank faces of Montley and Kingsman was proof enough. Clearly, they'd never heard the name before. "I've heard a little," Raymond nodded. "He was once my subordinate, just like you all, but he was on a whole other level. He's the strongest angel beneath the seraphim, a father class, just like the highest order," Lucifer explained. Montley and the others gasped audibly in shock. They'd never witnessed the true terror of a father-class being, but they could imagine it well enough. To think that this Randikeel, once merely a subordinate of the boyish Lucifer, was also a father-class, it really drove home the saying birds of a feather flock together. "But what good is all that power? In the end, didn't he stab you in the back?" Raymond said quietly, with a hint of laughter. Lucifer's expression froze. This was one of his deepest wounds. He'd never spoken of it, not even to trusted followers like Montley. "That guy betrayed the boss?" Montley asked. Lucifer shot him a glare, leapt down from his stool, and stalked off without a word. Archbishop Agapogo hurried after him, following closely at his heels. "Did I say something wrong?" Monterey asked innocently, pointing at his own nose. "What do you think?" Raymond shook his head with a smile. Back then, the fallen angel rallied a whole host of angelic armies and nearly overthrew heaven itself. If Randikeel hadn't betrayed them at the crucial moment, there's no saying he wouldn't have won. No wonder. Monterey scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Raymond chuckled, but didn't say more. Instead, his mind was busy turning over the question from moments ago. He had brought up Randikeel not without reason. In his memory, Randikeel had been all but exiled to the mortal world by heaven. And if the timeline he knew played out as expected, it wouldn't be long before Randikeel would lead his legion of dark angels back to heaven, seize the throne, and reign supreme. From young Lucifer's reaction just now, it was clear that he still saw Randikeel as the strongest beneath the seraphim, a view likely shared by everyone else. As for whether Randikeel could ever defeat the current 4 seraphim, young Lucifer had never even considered the possibility. To him, it was simply out of the question. But Raymond knew this world's timeline and its turning points. He was certain Randikeel would make his move, storm heaven, and most importantly, succeed. The gap between this reality and what Lucifer and the others imagined was striking. So this is the pride and arrogance of the seraphim, Raymond thought to himself. Even those cast out of heaven looked down on someone like Randikeel, never taking him seriously. Perhaps it was precisely this hubris that would lead to heaven's downfall. They had never imagined such a thing could happen. In truth, although Randikeel had played a pivotal role in the battle that banished Lucifer, he'd gained little from it. Many angels saw him as a traitor at heart and shunned him. In the end, swept up in a tide of suspicion and fervor, he was sent to the human world on a secret mission. And, as if heaven's leadership lacked all sense, not only did they exile Randikeel, but they also sent along his loyal followers and confidants. In effect, Randikeel ended up commanding a formidable private army. Among those exiled with him were many who had once joined Lucifer in rebellion, making their fighting strength nothing to scoff at. Well, none of this concerns me for now. The struggles of those at the rank of God are far beyond anything I can get involved in, Raymond muttered, shaking off those idle thoughts. He clapped Monterey on the shoulder. Get ready for the final showdown. Since Red Hood has already gotten Dormammu's blessing, they won't back down this time. He still has the guts to face us head-on. Monterey sneered. Perhaps he's not that brave, but compared to us, he's clearly far more afraid of Dormammu. With Dormammu's temper, if he dares to act on his own, his fate will be 100 times worse than death. What's more, Dormammu just suffered a setback at Michael's hands. He'll definitely take it out on Red Hood, and that will force him to fight us to the bitter end. Raymond spoke with a confident smile, his tone certain. Monterey didn't bother trying to follow the complicated reasoning. He simply nodded and said, "Whatever you arrange, we'll just focus on the killing." Kingsman nodded as well, signaling his agreement. "All right, then I won't waste any more words. The two of you should split up now and follow the plan I laid out earlier. Do this, then that, and proceed as follows." In the new headquarters of the Dark Church, hidden beneath a hotel in Manhattan, 5 black-robed bishops had gathered. There should have been 6, but Raymond had taken one out in an instant. "Your Holiness, is this really necessary?" asked Bishimo, the strongest among them and widely acknowledged as the first black bishop. His brow furrowed in concern. The Holiness, in his words, naturally referred to the leader of the Dark Church, the Red Hood. Just moments ago, Red Hood had made the decision to declare all-out war against the Hells Angels, a war to the death, with no quarter given until one side was utterly wiped out. Such a decision was recklessly bold for any underground organization. When Kingpin had swept through the North American underworld with overwhelming force, there had been hardly anyone who could stand against him. Even the former overlords, the 5 families of the North American Mafia, had no choice but to retreat, losing most of their strength in the process. And yet, even Kingpin had never completely annihilated the 5 families. He had never fought any underground power to the point of mutual destruction. Usually, once the enemy was beaten into submission, that was enough. There was no need to push things to the extreme. After all, these underground factions, when you got down to it, were fighting for territory, profit, and their share of the pie. There was no deep, irreconcilable hatred between them. If you went too far, you might corner your rival, making them desperate enough to risk everything just to spite you. And in the end, you might be the one who suffered for it. That's why, in the world of the underworld, there was usually an unspoken limit to conflict. As soon as one side gained the upper hand, negotiations could begin. There was seldom any need for a fight to the death. But this time, Red Hood's command was clear: a showdown with the Hells Angels, a fight to the last man. No matter what the cost, the Hells Angels must be utterly destroyed. From the way he spoke, it seemed he even intended to hunt down every last member of the Hells Angels, no matter where in the world they might hide. As the first black-robed cardinal of the Dark Church, Besimo was, in truth, the second in command of the entire organization. Hearing Red Hood's impulsive outburst, he immediately prepared to rein him in. The Dark Church was nothing like the Kingpin Syndicate. In a sense, the Syndicate was Kingpin's private empire. His word was law, brooking no defiance, and no one dared question him. The Dark Church, by contrast, was at its core an underground cult. Red Hood was merely the pontiff of this secretive order, not its true master. So when Red Hood made such a rash decision, Besimo felt compelled to intervene. Yet Red Hood simply shook his head and said, "I know what you're thinking. Trust me, I understand better than anyone the risks this entails. Even if we do manage to destroy the Hell Angels, our own fate is far from assured." "Then, Your Holiness, why?" "Because these are Lord Dormammu's orders." Red Hood cut him off before he could finish. At that, Besimo was struck speechless. Of course, Red Hood was not the true master of the Dark Church. He had no right to throw away the lives of its members. But Dormammu did. He alone was the one true lord of the Dark Church. Even if Dormammu commanded the entire order to slit their own throats then and there, 99% of the members would not hesitate. They would obey without question. Of the remaining 1%, some might waver, but would ultimately choose death as well. Only a scant few, those gathered in this very room, might resist to the end. Yet, the current order was not to commit suicide, but to fight the Hell Angels to the bitter end. If they obeyed, there was still a chance of survival. At worst, it would be their underlings who paid the price. But, should they defy the order, Dormammu's wrath would be inescapable. They well knew the terror he commanded, and who could say how many agents he still had on Earth? Betrayal could only bring endless retribution. In the end, they had no choice at all. If these are Lord Dormammu's orders, then there's nothing more to discuss. Let the war begin. Another black-robed cardinal swept his arm decisively. Agreed. Agreed. The council reached a consensus. War was upon them. Yet, the Hell Angels moved even faster than they did, launching their assault with unmistakable intent. From the looks of it, even if the Dark Church hadn't resolved to fight to the death, the Hell Angels would have left them no other option. A few days later, on a farm outside New York City, a large SUV screeched to a halt at the edge of the fields. Raymond, Monterey, and Kingsman quickly climbed out and strode toward the farmhouse that a black hole reappeared in the center of Kingsman's palm, and from it swarmed a dense cloud of tiny black insects. They shot up swiftly, soaring over the farm, and, for a moment, seemed to blot out the sky, obscuring most of the moonlight. Moments later, Kingsman made a soft sound of surprise. "What is it?" Monterey asked. "They're all dead," Kingsman replied with a shrug, seemingly indifferent to the fate of his black insects. "It appears they've already arrived," Raymond said, a faint smile on his lips. "They actually dared to come?" Monterey sneered. The invitation had come from the upper echelon of the Dark Church, proposing a meeting here, which, everyone knew, was just a challenge in disguise. Their people had already fought to the point of bloodshed. It was inevitable that the leaders would clash as well, so Raymond and his companions had no reason to refuse. Yet Monterey had suspected the Dark Church might not have the guts to show up, especially after learning that Bishop Bard, clad in black, had been instantly killed by Raymond, the fourth war champion. Surely that would give them pause. Besides, the combined strength of Monterey and Kingsman surpassed that of any of these black-clad bishops. Only the first black bishop might be a match for them, and the others simply weren't in their league. Even if they factored in the red-hooded pontiff, their side still had Archbishop Agapogo holding the line in the rear. With the Dark Church's extensive intelligence network, they would surely have discovered that Agapogo was now in North America as well. That's why Monterey had thought the Dark Church's invitation was just a ruse, a ploy to lure them away from somewhere more important. Who could have guessed it was nothing more than a straightforward challenge? Though Kingsman's black insects found nothing, their sudden annihilation was, in itself, a kind of answer. "You've arrived." From within the shadows, a withered figure draped in a red cloak slowly emerged, his tone cold and indifferent. "Red Hood," Raymond asked with a smile. "So, you're the fourth war champion of the Hells Angels, the Golden Flash? Was it you who killed Bard?" Red Hood fixed his gaze on Raymond, speaking in an even tone. "That's right," Raymond said, spreading his hands. "Understood." Red Hood nodded, showing no sign of anger, and continued. "May I ask why you chose the Dark Church as your target? Don't tell me your only reason was to enter New York. If that were the case, you'd have no reason to make the Dark Church your enemy." At Red Hood's question, Monterey and Kingsman both turned to look at Raymond, because only he could answer. It wasn't until young Lucifer had confronted Raymond just a few days earlier that they finally learned Raymond's true plan: to use Lucifer's influence as leverage, to destroy the Dark Church. Young Lucifer, on the other hand, seemed entirely unconcerned about being used for leverage. In fact, he appeared rather intrigued by it all. There was clearly a story behind this, and they were genuinely curious to know what it was. Yet since Raymond never offered an explanation, they felt it inappropriate to probe further. Now that Red Hood had voiced the question, they were more than happy to listen in and learn the truth together. "Do you remember what happened in Richmond?" Raymond asked with a smile. "In Richmond?" Monterey and Kingsman exchanged puzzled glances, not grasping what he meant. Red Hood, too, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause to think, his expression changed ever so slightly. "Was it you who killed Johnny?" The Johnny he referred to was the man in black who had led the expedition to Richmond, and who ultimately met a brutal end at Raymond's hands. Before he died, the man in black managed to send back some intelligence, revealing that the mastermind was a mysterious figure named Thanos. At that time, Red Hood had no idea who Thanos truly was, only that he seemed to be targeting their own dark overlord, Dormammu. It wasn't until later, when he consulted with Dormammu, that he learned. Thanos was an extraordinarily powerful warlord in their main universe. Though not on the level of a celestial, Thanos was nonetheless entangled with a supreme deity who stood even above the celestials. Because of this, even Dormammu couldn't simply eliminate Thanos outright, and could resort only to other means of retaliation. That day, Red Hood had quietly committed the name to memory, reminding himself to be especially cautious in the future. The reason was simple. Thanos existed in the main world. As Dormammu's loyal servant, he knew well that beings of Dormammu's stature couldn't easily descend into the main universe in their true form, nor would they risk doing so. The main world was filled with secrets, so many, in fact, that even the Celestials approached it with caution. Thanos, on the other hand, though not a Celestial, was a demigod of immense power, and could appear on Earth whenever he wished. Compared to the Celestials, who could not enter Earth in the flesh, Thanos, with his physical presence in the main universe and his quasi-divine strength, was clearly far more dangerous. He truly hadn't expected that this current affair would be tied to that previous incident. Wasn't the Hell Angel supposed to be backed by another Lord of Hell, the fallen Angel Lucifer? How had this ended up involving Thanos, the overlord of the main universe? A sense of unease began to creep over Red Hood. Yet, recalling all the preparations he'd made, he felt somewhat reassured. According to what Dormammu had told him last time, Thanos was actually very far from Earth and unlikely to come here on a whim. As long as Thanos didn't show up in person, the contingencies he'd put in place today should be more than enough to handle any unexpected turn of events. Thinking of this, he continued to sneer coldly. Whether it's you or not, today is the day to settle things once and for all. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. With this gesture, seemingly a secret signal, 5 more figures quietly emerged from the shadows all around. Kinsman raised his brows in mild surprise. They're not the Black Bishops? Monterey quickly noticed something was amiss as well. Only Raymond, unfamiliar with the inner workings of the Dark Church, failed to sense anything unusual. Seeing 5 more people appear, he simply assumed these were the remaining Black Bishops. It wasn't until he heard the soft exclamations of Kinsman and Monterey that he realized something was off. So that's who it is. Turns out to be the 5 fingers of the hand, Kinsman remarked, eyes narrowing as he took in the new arrivals' faces. The 5 fingers? Raymond suddenly understood. He hadn't met these 5 before, but that didn't mean he didn't know who they were. In fact, compared to Monterey and Kinsman, these 5 were even more infamous in the Marvel world. Their adversaries were the street heroes, Iron Fist, the Punisher, and their ilk. As for the origins of the 5 fingers, that was even more intriguing. Years ago, they had journeyed to Kunlun to study. Yes, the very same Kunlun that Raymond had recently encountered, the legendary sanctuary of Chi Masters. But luck was not on their side, or perhaps their own flaws were to blame. Their ambitions were deemed impure, and they never earned the right to train in Chi techniques. No master was willing to accept them as disciples. In the end, desperate and reckless, they managed to steal the secrets of cultivation from Kunlun and made their escape. And so began their centuries-long flight. Over the years, Kunlun sent many to hunt them down, but none succeeded. It must be said, the 5 did possess remarkable talent. Once they obtained the training methods, their powers grew by leaps and bounds. They even managed to kill some of the Chi Masters sent after them. However, Kunlun was a true sanctuary, home to countless formidable warriors, not something the 5 fingers could ever hope to challenge. In the beginning there, pursuers underestimated their progress, which is why few fell at their hands. But once Kunlun took them seriously, the 5 could do nothing but flee for their lives. In terms of power, they were no match for Kunlun. But each of the 5 fingers was shrewd and calculating. When they first set out to apprentice themselves to Kunlun, it was with clear ambition to gain superhuman abilities, then return to the world and seize greater power and status. After deciding to hide their identities, Kunlun could no longer track them down. As the years passed, the matter gradually faded from memory. From that time on, the 5 quietly founded the Hand, a secretive organization designed to serve their ambitions. Of course, none of the 5 dared to step onto the stage, lest they be recognized by the Kunlun people. So they chose to constantly replace their puppets to manage the Shihewi on their behalf, while they remained the masterminds behind the scenes. Yoshio Yoshioka, who had been killed in an instant by Raymond, was one such puppet they had selected. Over the centuries, they had swapped out dozens of such puppets, if not more, and none of them were worth a second thought. After all, they only needed to casually promote another puppet from within the Shihewi. It required no effort at all. This is also why Monterey and his companions didn't believe the Shihewi would get involved in the matter because of Yoshio Yoshioka's death. They knew exactly what he was. The only thing they didn't know was that the 5 fingers were actually Kunlun traitors. In fact, not just them, the entire North American underworld was completely unaware of this truth. This was the greatest secret the 5 of them kept. Yet, unfortunately for them, there was someone present who knew all about them. Recalling the true identities of the 5, Raymond suddenly smiled. Gambler, are you sure the Shihewi want to get involved in this? Kinsman fixed his gaze on the only white man among the 5 fingers and said, this coming battle will be a fight to the death between us and the Dark Church. Anyone who tries to stand in our way will become our mortal enemy. Are you certain you're ready for that? Gambler, one of the 5 fingers. Kinsman clearly had dealings with him before and recognized him at once. Besides Gambler, the remaining 4 were Alexandra, Madame Gao, Murakami, and Soanda. Among the 5, Alexandra seemed to hold the subtle position of leader, with Madame Gao ranking just beneath her. Interestingly, the only 2 women among them possessed such strength and hidden resources that the other 3 dared not challenge them, resigning themselves to more subordinate roles. In the underworld, profit comes first, Gambler said with a smile and a shake of his head. Red Hood's offer is something you could never match. We have no desire to meddle more than necessary. even if Shin got taken out by you. But you really shouldn't have pushed Red Hood this far, should you? Just as Gambler finished speaking, more figures began to emerge from the shadows, one after another. First was Bolshak, the Russian who had appeared at the Blue Castle. The other day, the third in command of the Russian Brotherhood. Accompanying him was a hulking man who looked exactly like him, except for a different hairstyle. Raymond and his group had already researched the major players in New York's underworld, so they knew that the man with Bolshak was likely another of the Brotherhood's leaders. In fact, the Russian Brotherhood was led by triplets, 3 brothers, each a leader in their own right. Bolshak was the youngest of the 3, hence his designation as the third in command. But since they were triplets, they were all exactly the same age. Their way of distinguishing who's the eldest, second, and third among the brothers is simple. It all comes down to who's the best fighter. The most formidable is the eldest, followed by the second, and finally, the third. Without a doubt, Bolshak is the weakest of the 3. He seems well aware of this himself, which is probably why he brought one of his brothers along. Whether it's the eldest or the second, though, remains unclear. Aside from the Bolshak brothers, Kingsman's younger brother Sawyer also showed up, but he came alone, unlike Bolshak, who brought reinforcements. And these were just some of the people gradually arriving. Kingsman sensed that there were still many others lurking in the shadows, choosing not to reveal themselves for now. Clearly, those who appeared openly were the ones unconcerned about their identities being exposed. The powers backing these people were in no way weaker than the Dark Church or the Hell's Angels. If anything, they might even surpass them. They had no reason to fear any potential retaliation. As for those hiding in the dark, some might be wary of revenge, while others simply didn't like drawing too much attention to themselves. But one thing was certain. Those who showed up weren't necessarily the strongest, and those who stayed hidden weren't necessarily weak. At a glance, the representatives from the major underground factions who had appeared at the Blue Fortress that day were all gathering. Here now, even Sawyer and Bolshak, who had previously tried to disrupt things, were among them. The rest, it seemed, were no exception. We should have taken care of this rabble last time. Monterey swept his fierce gaze across the crowd, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He showed not the slightest hint of fear. These people didn't intimidate him in the least. Not even when Raymond had beaten him and Kingsman to a pulp before, he hadn't begged for mercy. Sawyer, I let you go last time. This is how you repay me? Kingsman's tone turned cold. Don't worry, my dear brother, Sawyer replied with a sly smile. If you surrender later, I'll let you off too. I'm sure the others will grant me that courtesy. Isn't that right? As he spoke, he glanced at the others, but naturally, no one was going to contradict him just then. Even Red Hood remained silent. Kingsman only gave a cold laugh, refusing to engage. Looks like you're planning to split the Dark Church's territory among them. Raymond asked. That's right, Red Hood admitted without hesitation, the corner of her mouth curling up. Since you all want to play, I'll raise the stakes. Let's see who survives in the end. Monterey and Kingsman both drew sharp breaths. They hadn't imagined Red Hood would dare go this far. This was burning the boats, staking everything on one last battle. No wonder the gambler had said before that Red Hood's price was too high, a price they could never hope to match. Now it all made sense. This was beyond anything Monterey and his allies had expected. With the game played this way, even if the Dark Church emerged victorious, their territory would be carved up and lost. Why then, it'll be nearly impossible for the Dark Church to survive anew. York, they'll have no choice but to start over in another state. It's clear they can't offer a higher price than Red Hood, unless they're desperate enough to put their Canadian territory on the table as a bargaining chip. Even if they were willing, the other underground groups might not accept it. Taking over turf in Canada is far too troublesome, and there's no guarantee they could hold on to it. On the other hand, the Dark Church's current holdings are all in New York, making them easy to absorb and consolidate. No wonder these people are so eager to help Red Hood. Even Bolshak and Sawyer, the two who took the initiative to dismantle Bishop Bard's stage last time, were swayed by such an attractive offer, let alone anyone else. Now, if I give the word, your Hell's Angels are going to have a dozen underground factions gunning for them. How long do you think your men can hold out? Red Hood asked with a calm smile. Oh, you think you have this all wrapped up? Raymond replied, his face betraying nothing. Do you really believe bluffing will get you anywhere at this point? Red Hood countered. Without waiting for a response, Red Hood picked up the small walkie-talkie at his waist and gave the order, notify everyone. It's time to make a move. But when Raymond and his two companions saw this, they didn't even flinch. They stood there, cool as ever, with Raymond even allowing a faint smile to play on his lips. Red Hood couldn't quite tell if Raymond was bluffing or if he truly had something up his sleeve, remaining unfazed even in the face of such a threat. Deep down, Red Hood began to sense a creeping unease. As it turned out, his worry wasn't unfounded. Moments later, frantic and chaotic voices erupted from the other end of his walkie-talkie. "Bad news, Your Holiness, we've been ambushed." Red Hood's expression darkened as he barked. "What nonsense is this? You outnumber them by at least 10 to 1. How could they ambush you?" "And no, that's not it, they..." Just as his subordinate tried to explain, there was a muffled grunt, followed by the sound of the walkie-talkie hitting the ground. Almost immediately, someone else picked it up, and a new voice came through. "Hello. Who are you?" Red Hood demanded, his face turning ashen. "Robbins. Has it really only been half a year, and you've already forgotten me?" The voice on the other end chuckled. Robbins. Red Hood's real name was Parker Robbins, though few knew it. Most just called him Red Hood. Hearing someone call him by his real name, Red Hood only needed a moment to recognize the familiar voice. He gritted his teeth and spat out. "It's you, Red Eagle. It seems you haven't forgotten this old friend of yours after all." "That makes me quite pleased," came the laughter from the other end of the phone. But on this side, the Red Hood couldn't bring himself to smile. In fact, none of the people on his side of the room could manage a smile either. Their faces all darkened at once, because they too had realized who they were dealing with. The Red Eagle General, Kingpin's most loyal hound. Back in the day, there were 4 generals who fought alongside Kingpin to carve out his empire. White Elephant, Red Eagle, Gray Bear, and Black Snake. All 4 of them were veteran members of Kingpin's syndicate. If Kingpin was the emperor, then these 4 were his most trusted retainers. Combined, the power they wielded was nearly half of Kingpin's entire organization. Yet their loyalty to him was absolute, far surpassing even the fanatic devotion the cultists of the Dark Church showed to Dormammu. Betrayal was simply unthinkable. Many had tried to win them over, but every attempt was crushed and rooted out. After a few such incidents, nobody dared to try again. And now, the Red Eagle General had shown up at the very scene where so many powers were launching their assault against the Hells Angels. What did that mean? There was no need to spell it out. Are you actually in league with Kingpin?" Red Hood stared at Raymond, his expression growing stormy. It was almost laughable. Behind him stood the Dark Lord Dormammu himself, a being whose mere footsteps could shake the entire multiverse, a titan among titans. And yet, deep down, Red Hood had always been wary of Kingpin, never daring to provoke him directly. He wasn't alone in that. Many here boasted formidable backgrounds, each tangled up with a world of superpowers in one way or another. But none of them would willingly pick a fight with Kingpin. Even when they formed alliances, it was merely to deter Kingpin from moving against them, never to unite and challenge him head-on. That was the terrifying thing about Kingpin, the underground emperor. He seemed to have no superpowers, couldn't fly, didn't have 3 heads or 6 arms, but anyone who crossed him never came to a good end. Since his rise, he had never suffered a real defeat. All these people, who usually carried themselves with such dignity and swagger, had all tasted Kingpin's wrath at one time or another. So when the Red Eagle General made his entrance, and it became clear Kingpin himself was now involved, many of them started to lose their nerve. They didn't want any part of this mess. We're not in league. At most, you could call it cooperation, just like you're cooperating with them, Raymond said with a shrug. "No, you don't understand. He'll swallow you whole, bones, skin, and all." Red Hood gritted his teeth. "That's not your concern," Raymond replied, his tone light with a hint of laughter. And could see that moment. Someone beside Red Hood leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Only then did his expression ease a little. He let out a cold laugh. "Looks like Kingpin never really intended to help you after all." Monterey glanced at his phone just then and whispered something to Raymond. It turned out that although General Red Hawk had shown up with his men, he was the only one to appear. None of the other 3 generals were anywhere to be seen. The Hells Angels controlled 10 city blocks now, but Red Hawks. People were only spotted in 3 or 4 of them. The rest were nowhere to be found. Clearly, General Red Hawk, or rather, the Kingpin Syndicate, had no intention of truly lending their full support. What they wanted most was to see the Hells Angels and the Dark Church tear each other to shreds. They were the ones who reached out to us first, and now they're pulling this stunt. Damn it! Monterey clenched his fist in frustration. He'd kept his composure earlier mostly because he'd been certain Kingpin's men would intervene. From everything he knew about North America's underworld, he was well aware of how terrifying Kingpin's syndicate could be. Even when all those rival factions banded together, they could only just about stand up to Kingpin. They didn't even dare provoke him outright. That was how powerful Kingpin's group was. With their help, success should have been guaranteed. He never expected Kingpin to be so shameless, to play them so brazenly. This is the underworld. What else did you expect? Did you really think Kingpin was some kind of angel? Raymond shook his head with a wry smile. None of this came as a surprise to him. He'd never believed Kingpin's syndicate would be so generous. For them, the best outcome was the 2 sides fighting until both were battered and bloody. That was where their greatest advantage lay. Yet Kingpin didn't want to see the Hell's Angels wiped out too quickly by the enemy alliance. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for him to pick up. So he'd offer some help, but never go all in. Raymond had seen this coming for a long time. He prepared for exactly this scenario. Of course, now he realized he had another card up his sleeve. With that thought, a new idea flashed through his mind. He switched into his secondary personality, the one known as Crippled Foot, and his lips began to move ever so slightly. At the same time, across the room, both Alexandra and Madame Gao's ears twitched. They were startled for a split second, but quickly regained their composure, only for their expressions to change again dramatically. They both stared at Raymond, whose lips were moving ever so faintly, eyes wide with disbelief and faces darkening. Raymond, meanwhile, had already switched back to his usual self. He gave the two women a relaxed, smiling nod. They, however, had no interest in exchanging pleasantries. After a brief internal struggle, they exchanged glances and made up their minds. A few minutes later, someone beside Red Hood whispered urgently in his ear again. This time, his anger boiled over. "Alexandra, what the hell are you up to?" Red Hood turned around, only to find that the 5 fingers behind him had vanished without a trace, and he had no idea when it had happened. Not only did he fail to notice, but neither Sawyer nor the others realized when the 5 fingers disappeared, either. This sudden twist immediately dealt a heavy blow to Red Hood's side, sapping their morale. "What's going on?" Sawyer asked, his brow furrowed. "The Hand Society people suddenly turned on us and ambushed our men from behind." Red Hood replied gravely. "Are they out of their minds?" Rorschach shouted in anger. "If you don't know, how should I?" Red Hood snapped, frustration boiling over. First, the sudden appearance of General Red Eagle had already made him uneasy, but fortunately, the Kingpin's crew didn't go all out to help the Hell's Angels, and that was a relief. He never imagined that, at this very moment, the one group he thought least likely to betray, the Hand Society, would strike from behind. For him, this was the most devastating blow of all. Compared to the Russian Brotherhood and the Blood Pact, it was the Hand Society that he truly trusted deep down. Over the years, the Hand had always worked hand in glove with their Dark Church, the two moving as one. He guarded himself against everyone except the Hand. That was why, in their formation, he had entrusted his rear guard to the people from the Hand Society. Who could have guessed they'd be the first to turn? From the sudden disappearance of Alexandra and her 4 companions, it was clear this was no misunderstanding. It was a conspiracy. In truth, Red Hood was overthinking matters. Though Raymond and his team had suspected certain factions might interfere, they had no idea exactly who, and never imagined the Dark Church would fight so desperately. So, they hadn't prepared any schemes to win over or subvert the others in advance. The 5 Fingers' sudden betrayal was simply because Raymond had secretly used his voice to transmit a message, quietly communicating with Alexandra and Madame Gao. The topic was nothing more than their true identities. With time running short, Raymond gave them no chance to hesitate or ponder. After a brief struggle, Alexandra and Madame Gao clearly made their choice. Of course, perhaps they were far from willing to be held hostage by Raymond's threats forever. After this incident, they might try to eliminate Raymond or completely abandon the Hand Society, change their identities, relocate, and start over somewhere new. But before that, they dared not take any risks. If Raymond really leaked their whereabouts to Kunlun, they would have no peace for a long, long time. Even if they fled immediately, once exposed, it would be much harder to conceal their identities again. Kunlun had existed far longer than Kamartaj. Apart from lacking an ancient one-level guardian, it surpassed Kamartaj in every other way, though the 5 Fingers were formidable. Hiding under Kunlun's watchful eyes would be no easy feat, therefore. When Raimon exposed their true identities, they realized trouble was brewing. After weighing their options, they ultimately decided not to fall out with Raimon, at least for the time being. The Hand and Harmony Society maintained close ties with the Dark Church, and the price offered by the Dark Church was simply too tempting to refuse. They were willing to risk being caught up in this storm. But when it came down to it, the interests and very survival of the Hand and Harmony Society mattered far less than the lives of the 5 of them. Just as they had never cared about the fate of puppets, like Yoshioka Shin, they saw the society itself as nothing more than a tool to be used when needed. They would never gamble with their own lives for the sake of such a tool. Having resolved to temporarily cooperate with Raimon, the 5 of them were already preparing to withdraw. After all, if they waited until Red Hood discovered the society's betrayal, it would be much harder for them to make their escape. These damned traitors! Red Hood was now grinding her teeth in fury. The Hand and Harmony Society's betrayal at such a critical moment. struck a severe blow to the alliance hastily assembled by the Dark Church. For one thing, the society consisted of professional killers, far deadlier and swifter than ordinary espers, and the carnage they could unleash was nothing short of terrifying. Their sudden betrayal, striking without warning from within the ranks of the Dark Church's coalition, resulted in a scene of utter chaos and violence. Perhaps, under orders from Alexander and the others, the Hand and Harmony Society, though they had turned coat, focused their assassinations mainly on members of the Dark Church. They refrained from attacking other factions unless it was absolutely unavoidable, only eliminating troublesome obstacles as a side effect. As a result, during this brief but chaotic betrayal, the Dark Church suffered the heaviest losses. Nearly a third of their members fell to the assassins' surprise attack. While the other allied underground factions didn't lose as many people, their morale took a sharp hit. First, the Kingpin's gang intervened, and now, the Hand and Harmony Society, once the Dark Church's staunchest ally, had betrayed them at the crucial moment. Everyone present felt a growing sense of unease. By rights, even at this point, their alliance should still hold a considerable advantage. It was clear that the Kingpin's people had no real intention of helping the Hells Angels. They were merely here to profit from the chaos, which explained why only General Red Hawk's squad had shown up. If the Kingpin's gang were to intervene in force, the alliance would likely collapse instantly. As for the Hand and Harmony Society's betrayal, while it appeared to have cost the Dark Church a third of its strength, the overall impact on the alliance as a whole was not as devastating as it seemed. After all, this alliance is made up of more than a dozen underground factions. Even if the Dark Church loses some people, it won't have much impact on the alliance's overall strength. However, these successive setbacks have indeed shaken the confidence of the alliance's members. In the beginning, everyone believed this assault would be foolproof. After all, the Hells Angels headquarters is in Canada. There's no way they could deploy all their forces to New York. And even if they somehow managed to bring everyone over, so what? At least 5 of the groups in this temporary alliance are just as powerful as the Hells Angels. Even using only a portion of their forces, they still outmatch the Hells Angels. So, they were all prepared for a swift and decisive victory. The only debate was whether it would take 3 days to wipe out the Hells Angels, or if 2 days would suffice. No one expected so many unforeseen events to occur. Looking at the current situation, as long as Kingpin's gang doesn't step up their interference, the alliance might still clinch the final victory, but that would take at least 5 days. Now, with part of their strength tied up by Kingpin's gang, the absence of the Showa Society, and another portion ambushed and eliminated, morale among the alliance members plummeted. Hold your ground. If you can wipe them out, I'll increase the reward I promised by another 50%. Red Hood roared, trying to steady everyone's nerves. Hearing his words, the leaders of the underground factions, who had begun to waver, found their resolve once more. Profit moves the heart. Increased risk breeds unease, but if the rewards grow alongside it, the calculation changes. For the sake of profit, risk becomes worthwhile. It had to be said, Red Hood's thinking was spot on. He knew exactly how these people operated. His promise truly could steady the alliance for the time being. But since Raymond had already anticipated that Kingpin's gang might try something underhanded, how could he not have a backup plan? Just as Red Hood calmed the nerves of the alliance's upper echelons, the phones of those present began to ring one after another. Those who answered wore expressions ranging from shock to disbelief. Before long, someone turned to Red Hood and apologized. "Sorry, there's suddenly internal chaos in our group. Some people are taking advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble. We won't be able to help you this time. Please understand." With that said, the man immediately began sending out orders to his subordinates, preparing to withdraw his people. And this was only the beginning. In just a few short minutes, the leaders of 7 or 8 factions came to Red Hood with similar excuses, each leading their teams away. Red Hood didn't try to stop any of them, because he understood that trying to stop them now would not only be pointless, but might even create more enemies. He looked at Raymond, his face ashen, and asked in a deep voice, "Was all of this you're doing?" Raymond didn't deny it. With a smile, he countered, "How do you like this surprise? Are you satisfied?" "Very satisfied. Completely satisfied." Red Hood's voice was icy. "But as long as I can keep you all here, even if everyone under me dies, I still won't count this round as a loss." "Do it." At Red Hood's command, the remaining Borshak brothers, along with Sawyer and the others, sprang into action. Those who had left earlier to take phone calls were mostly from the weaker underground factions. The real powerhouses, like the Russian Brotherhood and the Blood Covenant, whose strength rivaled even the Dark Church, had stayed behind. That's why Sawyer and the rest hadn't left. Now that things had reached this point, if they walked away, they'd not only have made enemies of the Hells Angels for nothing, but they wouldn't gain a single benefit either. That was the last thing they wanted. I'll leave your brother to you, Raymond said, looking at Kingsman. No problem, Kingsman replied without hesitation, already moving to confront Sawyer. Sawyer transformed mid-leap into a swarm of black bats, thick with the scent of blood, and swooped toward Kingsman. In response, strange holes of varying sizes appeared all over Kingsman's body, from which bizarre creatures began to emerge. A vampire? Raymond murmured, slightly surprised. This wasn't his first time encountering vampires. On the way to Edinburgh with Clarice and Lorna, he had run into the princess of the Vandro clan, one of the 13 vampire lineages, and even had a run-in with Namor, king of the seas. But until this moment, he had never realized that Kingsman's brother, Sawyer, was also a vampire. It was only when Sawyer made his move that Raymond finally noticed. So does that mean Kingsman is a vampire too? Raymond mused, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. If Kingsman was a vampire, why would he become a warlock? Vampires were already a superhuman race. If they just followed their natural evolution, there was no need for any extra struggle. Judging by Kingsman's demeanor, becoming a warlock was far from an enjoyable experience for him. There must be a story behind this, something unknown to outsiders. Still, Raymond knew now wasn't the time to dig deeper. I'll ask him about it later, he thought. At that moment, without needing a word from Raymond, Monterey had already set his sights on the Borshak brothers and charged forward. Since it was nighttime, Monterey's transformed state was even larger and more terrifying than when he had fought Raymond before. He looked utterly monstrous. With a sudden movement, the Borshak brothers transformed as well, turning into 2 werewolves with snowy white fur. Werewolves too. Raymond found the situation increasingly intriguing. Monterey's mother was also a werewolf, though his father was some unknown subcelestial demon. But it was precisely because he carried the blood of a werewolf that his combat prowess would soar several times. Over at night, this trait, in fact, was inherited from his werewolf lineage. The Borshak brothers were also werewolves, which meant their strength should far surpass the ordinary once night fell. Facing off against Motley, they could truly be considered well-matched opponents. However, Motley had the added advantage of possessing half-demon blood, and not just any demon. His lineage could be traced back to an archfiend of the celestial abyss. Naturally, such power was beyond what ordinary werewolves could hope to rival. Once transformed, his form was even more colossal than both Borshak brothers combined. The moment their battle began, Motley swiftly gained the upper hand, pummeling the brothers with overwhelming force. Seeing the dire situation, several others nearby rushed in to assist the Borshak siblings, and only then did the battle manage to stabilize, settling into a brief stalemate. On the other side, meanwhile, things were hardly easier for Kingsman. Though he seemed to be fighting with all his might, when facing his younger brother Sawyer, neither one could gain the advantage. They were perfectly evenly matched. With Kingsman and Motley each occupied, the Red Hood side still had several high-ranking members from other underground factions, each of them formidable in their own right, who had yet to join the fray, aside from Red Hood himself, who remained motionless. On Raymond's side, however, he now stood alone. Hovering in midair, Sawyer shifted back into human form. The bat wings on his back beat slowly, keeping him aloft. Looking at Kingsman with a sly, ambiguous smile, he asked, "My dear brother, aren't you at all concerned for your companion? Red Hood's strength is leagues above those 2 wretches, Bard and Nobu Yoshioka." The companion he referred to was, of course, Raymond, the 4th general, known as the Golden Flash. Sawyer had witnessed Raymond's skills firsthand, having watched him instantly dispatch both Bard, the Black Bishop, and Nobu Yoshioka, the puppet leader. But judging from that day alone, Sawyer didn't believe Raymond would be able to easily defeat Red Hood, especially not now, when Red Hood was far from alone. Kingsman, however, only sneered coldly. "You'd be better off worrying about yourself." As he spoke, he intensified his assault, forcing a strangled yelp from Sawyer. Down below, Raymond crooked his finger at Red Hood, beckoning him. "A duel, then. A duel." Red Hood bared his teeth in a wicked grin. "Sure, you against all of us. You really want to gang up on me?" Raymond replied, his voice calm. "So what if we do?" Red Hood shot back. "Well, in that case," Raymond shrugged, and was about to unleash all the alternate personas still lingering within him in one fell swoop, planning to show Red Hood what it truly meant to outnumber your foe, when, suddenly, everything changed. A deafening blast thundered out. A sudden explosion erupted right behind Red Hood, catching him and his nearby allies completely off guard, sending them stumbling. Raymond murmured, clearly surprised as well that very moment. A humanoid suit of armor shimmering in gold and red descended slowly from the sky. The explosion from moments ago had been his doing, an attack unleashed from midair. "Tony," Raymond immediately recognized the newcomer. "You rascal," You come in New York and don't even tell me. If your father hadn't come looking for me, I wouldn't have known you were here, came Tony's voice from within the armor. My old man, went to see you? Raymond rubbed his forehead, a little exasperated. Truth be told, this matter had nothing to do with Tony. Dealing with a dark cult was hardly enough to warrant calling for backup. In fact, he hadn't even summoned the alternate personalities of Professor X, Orochimaru, or Jakong, simply because there was no need. The preparations he'd made this time were more than sufficient. Not only could he wipe out a single dark cult, but if he set his mind to it, he could probably uproot the whole alliance behind them. After all, he alone was a veritable army. Moreover, he'd even called upon Stephanie's power just to make sure the Hell Angel wouldn't suffer too much damage. Otherwise, he'd have a hard time explaining things to the young Lucifer. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have needed to cooperate with Kingpin, nor would he have had to mobilize Hydra. And with the hand being turned at the last minute, this was honestly overkill, like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Why on earth would he need Tony's help? Iron Man. Watching Tony descend from the sky, Red Hood furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He certainly recognized Tony. After all, in recent years, Tony had become a household name, hailed as a savior and a key member of the Avengers. But the two had never crossed paths before. While both moved in the world of the superpowered, the underground scene and the Avengers, half official as they were, rarely intersected. Their paths simply didn't cross. Unlike aliens or terrorists, the underworld operated by its own code. Yes, they broke the law from time to time, but there were many unspoken rules they observed. Most of the time, the authorities turned a blind eye to their activities. Besides, the underworld often had complicated, shadowy ties with official organizations. Unless someone seriously overstepped their bounds, they usually weren't targeted by law enforcement. The Avengers, on the other hand, existed to counter threats to all of humanity and those organizations bent on sowing terror. Gangsters simply weren't their concern. With the exception of Captain America, none of the Avengers were all that idealistic. Take Tony, for example, owner of North America's largest arms conglomerate. He'd inevitably had dealings with the underworld. He was hardly spotless. Most of the time, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to those who operated in the gray areas of society. But if it ever became truly necessary, if conflict broke out, he wouldn't show the slightest mercy, just like now. You really don't need to get involved. I can handle this, Raymond said, stepping forward to give Tony a brief hug through their armor. With a shake of his head and a smile, he added, besides, your identity is so sensitive. If someone catches you on camera, it'll just stir up more controversy. Let them talk. Haven't I faced enough criticism over the years? Tony replied, utterly unconcerned. He knew Raymond was warning him that, as an Avenger, getting tangled up in the underworld could provoke backlash from those stubborn old-timers. But Tony Stark had always lived on his own terms. Why should he justify himself to anyone? He never cared how many people disapproved or targeted him. If he did, he wouldn't have gone public with his identity in the first place. Besides, he had plenty of powerful allies supporting him from the shadows, even if they rarely showed it. Only when he was truly in trouble would those hidden supporters step forward to help him out. Without them, he could hardly be as flamboyant as he was, getting away with whatever he pleased. Seeing Tony speak so plainly, Raymond decided to let it go. Any further protest would just be pointless posturing. After all, Tony owed him more than a few favors, and this was probably his way of paying some of them back while he had the chance. Just as Raymond was about to say something, another shrieking sound tore through the sky. In an instant, a massive crater appeared in the ground where the Red Hood's people had been standing. Those quick on their feet had already managed to dodge, while the slower ones were sent flying by the blast shockwave. They seemed unharmed, but they looked far more disheveled than before. With a heavy thud, a blond man dressed in somewhat old-fashioned clothes landed from above, dropping to one knee to steady himself. As he raised his hand, a hammer shot out from the crater and flew back into his grip. He's been staying on Earth lately, actually at my place, Tony explained, watching Thor descend from the sky. When he heard there was trouble, he insisted on coming along. Raymond nodded in understanding. If one more Tony made little difference, then one more Thor hardly mattered either. Lord Raymond, we meet again, Thor greeted him, hefting his hammer and coming in for a hug. Are you all done catching up? Red Hood's mocking voice cut through their reunion. So this is your ace in the hole? The Avengers? Should I call you naive, or just adorable? Seeing Tony and Thor suddenly appear, Red Hood clearly misunderstood, thinking Raymond had called them in for backup. But with Dormammu behind him, he had never taken these so-called Avengers seriously, much less felt the slightest bit of fear. So noisy, Tony abruptly raised his hand and fired a blast of his laser cannon straight at Red Hood. The crimson cloak draped over Red Hood fluttered. Despite the still air, sweeping in front of him to effortlessly block Tony's attack. With a single turn on the spot, Red Hood vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Tony immediately activated his infrared scan, only to find that Red Hood had disappeared entirely, as if he had simply melted into thin air. At that moment, Thor suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, he hurled his hammer, and a bolt of lightning from the sky struck down, crackling across the hammer surface. In the next instant, the electrified hammer crashed as if against an invisible wall, landing with a deep, muffled thud. At the same time, Red Hood's figure quietly re-emerged from the void, as if drawn back into reality by the force of the blow. Yet although that strike had revealed him, it did little else. Once again, the crimson cloak shielded him completely, the hammer unable to penetrate even an inch. Thor frowned at the sight and reached out, attempting to summon his hammer back. But suddenly, Red Hood's cloak wrapped itself halfway around the hammer, gripping it tightly and refusing to let go, preventing Thor from reclaiming his weapon with ease. Not good. Thor's expression grew solemn. This hammer was no ordinary weapon. It had been forged by his father, the God King Odin, himself, a true artifact of legend. Half his own might was thanks to this hammer, and even now, he hadn't fully unlocked its true power. Throughout his years battling across the great realms, Thor had faced many formidable foes, plenty who could stand toe-to-toe with him, for hundreds of rounds. Yet almost none dared confront his hammer head-on. Even in battle, they would shy away from its full force. But now, this man, the Red Cloak, not only stood against the hammer, he even managed to hold it back, thwarting Thor's attempt to summon it. This was a first. Let go. Tony, noticing Thor's predicament, fired another beam of his repulsor cannon at Red Hood. Red Hood merely sneered, not even bothering to dodge, allowing the laser to strike him directly. Shielded by the Crimson Cloak, such attacks were utterly ineffective. And he was right. Tony's attacks had already proven useless. But if Red Hood could see that, did he really think Tony couldn't? Just as Tony's attack was deflected, dozens of laser beams suddenly rained down from the sky, converging on Red Hood and triggering another series of explosions. Amid the billowing smoke from the blast, Thor's hammer broke free and soared back into his grasp. Overhead, a fleet of humanoid suits, nearly identical to Tony's own armor, materialized in the air, their weapons still smoking from the recent assault. Thanks, Thor nodded to Tony in appreciation. Before Thor could finish speaking, a red boot appeared in front of Tony and sent him flying with a swift kick. After launching, the red boot vanished into thin air once more. Although Tony wasn't hurt by the blow, he was left looking rather disheveled, but he quickly flew back into the fray. Red Hood also reappeared at his original spot, completely unscathed, his expression calm and composed. What a troublesome character. Thor frowned deeply and turned to ask Raymond and Tony, where on earth do you people keep coming up with monsters like this? The last time they fought off the Chitauri invasion, the Avengers had nearly exhausted themselves. In the end, it was Tony, risking his life to carry a nuclear missile, who managed to destroy a Chitauri ship and temporarily close the portal. That battle left the impression that Earth had very few truly formidable defenders. But now, out of nowhere, someone like Red Hood had appeared, able to take on both him and Tony, two of the Avengers' core members, holding his own without any sign of weakness. Wasn't that a little too outrageous? After all, he was heir to the throne of Asgard, destined to rule as its future king. While he didn't claim to be unbeatable, he had never met his match, even when quelling unrest in other realms. Why did it seem like he was always running into trouble on Earth? Thor's concerns weren't unfounded. From his perspective, Earth really did seem a little too strange. When the Chitauri invaded, humanity looked utterly helpless, so much so that only a handful of Avengers could put up any resistance, fighting tooth and nail. But now, all of a sudden, powerful superhumans seemed to be popping up everywhere. What Thor might have overlooked was that the Chitauri invasion and their subsequent defeat had all transpired in less than an hour. The scope of the attack was also extremely limited, focused solely on the skies. Above New York, had the Avengers not intervened, countless ordinary people would have suffered or died. But if the Chitauri had pressed on, they would have faced a counterattack far beyond their expectations. In the grand scheme of things, Earth was a place unique not only in the main universe, but also across the multiverse. Even if guardians of the highest order, like the Ancient One, chose not to act, the many superpowered organizations and races on Earth were not something any alien civilization could simply overrun. The Chitauri might rank as an above-average interstellar civilization in the main universe, their technological advancement years ahead of Earth's. By human standards of civilization, the Chitauri would at least qualify as a Type 3 civilization. Meanwhile, Earth itself hadn't even reached Type 1 yet, hovering around 0.7. If it came down solely to a contest of technology, 100 Earths wouldn't be enough to withstand the Chitauri's might. However, the last invasion of Earth was merely an expeditionary force from the Chitauri, not the entirety of their civilization. On Earth, there are factions whose technological development has taken unusual turns. Take Wakanda, for example, led by the Black Panther. If they went head-to-head with that Chitauri army alone, victory would hardly be out of reach. What's more, Earth's true strength doesn't lie in how advanced its technology is, but in its unique strategic position within the multiverse. Countless hidden forces reside here, forces that could crush the Chitauri with a flick of the wrist. After all, this universe isn't purely driven by technology. Supernatural powers often defy common sense. While it's true that Earth's technological prowess is far behind the Chitauri's, its superhuman abilities could utterly overwhelm them. Thor's understanding of Earth is, in fact, quite limited, a natural result of his perspective as the Prince of Asgard. He's not alone. Even Loki, who prides himself on his cunning, knows little of Earth's depths. Among the Asgardians, only a select few truly grasp the mysteries of Earth. Odin and Frigga, perhaps, along with Heimdall and a handful of the Old Guard. Yet none of them have chosen to make this knowledge public, and for good reason. The waters of Earth run far too deep. So deep, in fact, that even Asgard prefers to avoid stirring them unnecessarily. Raymond could see Thor's confusion. As someone who understood the hidden truths of this world better than anyone else on Earth, he chuckled and said, "Are you surprised that even a mere gang leader can be so troublesome?" Thor didn't bother to hide his puzzlement and nodded. His own strength may not match yours, but the cloak on his back and the red boots on his feet are both artifacts every bit as powerful as your hammer, Raymond explained. No, that's impossible. Thor could not accept such a claim. His hammer, Mjolnir, was a weapon forged specifically for him by his father, Odin, the ruler of Asgard, sovereign of the 9 realms, the king of the gods. True artifacts of this kind are vanishingly rare across the multiverse, and not just anyone can forge them. Only beings of the All-Father's level possess such skill. Even his brother Loki had never received an artifact from Odin, not a single one. So what had this gang boss done to deserve not one, but 2 artifacts equal to Mjolnir? Did Raymond take him for a fool? Did he think artifacts grew on trees? Believe it or not, that's up to you. Raymond shook his head with a wry smile, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. You certainly know a lot, kid, the redhead sneered, fixing his gaze on Raymond. But you still have to die. Raymond didn't bother trading barbs. He simply smiled, and in an instant his eyes transformed, twin orbs of crimson blazing where his pupils once were. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, activated. The moment the Red Hood saw Raymond's eyes shift, he instinctively grew wary. But his reaction was a heartbeat too slow. In a split second of days, he was already dragged into the world of Tsukuyomi. This time, Raymond did not choose to use the yellow ape subpersonality. Based on Tony's earlier encounters with Thor and the Red Hood, both of the Red Hood's artifacts from Dormammu possessed automatic defense functions. While the yellow ape's speed was impressive, it wasn't significantly faster than Tony's laser cannons. Of course, if the yellow ape subpersonality were to go all out, its power would be far beyond what Tony's weapons could achieve. However, the defensive power of those 2 artifacts had clearly not yet reached their limit. By Raymond's estimation, even the yellow ape's attacks would likely fail to break through them. Given that, there was no point in wasting time. He chose to change his approach and attack differently. The Red Hood's understanding of him was primarily limited to the abilities of the yellow ape subpersonality. Even if the Red Hood had made preparations, they would all be targeted at that particular skill set. He could never have guessed that Raymond also possessed illusion-based powers. With the element of surprise on his side, the Red Hood didn't stand a chance. In an instant, he fell right into Raymond's trap. After maximizing the time differential between the Tsukuyomi world and reality, Raymond unleashed nearly every form of torture he knew upon the Red Hood within that illusory realm. Yet in the real world, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Barely a second had passed. With a dull thud, the Red Hood suddenly dropped to one knee, pressing a hand to his leg, gasping desperately for breath. Raymond had already switched back, now calmly watching the Red Hood kneeling and struggling for air, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Well, was that thrilling enough for you?" he asked lightly. The Red Hood didn't respond. He hadn't yet recovered, his mind teetering on the edge of collapse. While trapped in the Tsukuyomi world, he was fully aware it was an illusion, a conjuration of Raymond's own powers, with nothing real about it. But knowing was useless. The pain he endured in that world was excruciatingly real, if anything, far more intense than anything the real world could offer. Enduring such torture would have broken any ordinary person long ago. Only by sheer force did the Red Hood manage to hold on. He knew that if he let himself break, even returning to reality wouldn't save him. So, with the last remnants of his strength, he forced himself to persevere. But to recover so quickly was impossible. He could barely muster the strength to speak. Meanwhile, the others watching the scene were left completely bewildered. To them, the Red Hood had simply fallen to his knee out of nowhere, gasping for breath, while Raymond inexplicably asked a bizarre question with no context at all. The entire exchange lasted only a second. No matter how they racked their brains, they could never guess what had just transpired. After a moment, Red Hood finally forced a smile through gritted teeth, a smile so strained it looked even uglier than if he'd cried. "Do you really think you've already won?" "Oh." Raymond remained unfazed. "Are you talking about the 5 black-robed bishops who've kept themselves hidden from beginning to end?" "Yeah. So what if you've guessed it? It's already too late. Every territory of the Dark Church has long been seeded with sacrificial altars. All the dead will become offerings to Lord Dormammu." As Red Hood spoke, his laughter became wild and unrestrained. "Ha ha! Everything is already set in stone. You're all doomed. Every last one of you." Almost as if answering Red Hood's madness, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, like the first signs of an earthquake. Under the night sky, swirling black vortexes of mist rose up from every corner of New York City, converging toward them. The Dark Church had 6 black-robed bishops in total. Apart from Bard, whom Raymond had dispatched in an instant, 5 remained. But from the very start, none of those 5 had shown themselves. Only Red Hood, the pontiff, had stood at the forefront. That in itself was highly unusual. Though the 5 black-robed bishops weren't especially formidable. At best, even the strongest among them, the first bishop, was equal to someone. Like Monterey, the combined power was still a force to be reckoned with. There was no reason for them to simply vanish from the scene. Raymond had long since noticed the problem, but he wanted to see what Red Hood was plotting. In any case, Dormammu could never truly descend upon Earth. Even if he wished to, it simply wasn't possible. Under these circumstances, Raymond had nothing to worry about. In fact, the trump card Red Hood revealed now was just as Raymond had expected. Armed with 2 relics personally gifted by Dormammu, Red Hood could certainly take on both Thor and Tony at once. But his own strength was far from overwhelming. His only real hope lay in Dormammu's intervention. So this turn of events came as no surprise. "Hey, what's up with this guy? Isn't he overdoing it a bit?" Tony nudged Raymond with his elbow, staring at the swirling tornadoes of black mist gathering overhead. Even for the Avengers, this was not a sight they encountered often. The last time they'd seen such a massive spectacle was during the Chitauri invasion, which had left its mark on Manhattan. That battle was what had made the Avengers a household name. He never expected to witness such a scene in the middle of a gang war. It left him both amazed and speechless. What else could it be? "He's losing, so he's calling in reinforcements," Raymond replied with a chuckle. "Dormammu? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Thor frowned slightly, trying to recall where he'd encountered that name. During this time, the swirling tornadoes of black mist that came rushing in from all directions were already converging toward Red Hood. Red Hood had been laughing recklessly, but when he realized that these tornadoes were actually coming for him, the laughter froze on his lips. A sudden thought struck him, a possibility that chilled him to the bone. "No, Lord Dormammu, you can't do this. I have served the darkness. I have shed blood for you." Red Hood had already guessed what might happen next, terror twisting his features. The moment he understood, he tried to run. But at that very instant, the very artifact he relied on, his red cloak and red boots, turned into instruments of doom, pinning him in place as if shackled by invisible chains. His feet wouldn't budge, not even an inch. His body was locked tight, unable to turn. Only his hands could move. Desperately, he clawed at the red cloak, trying to tear it off, but soon discovered it was impossible. The cloak clung to him as if it were part of his own flesh. No matter how he pulled, it wouldn't come off. Next, he crouched down, struggling to yank off his red boots, but it was just as futile. And so, all he could do was watch in horror as the tornadoes of black mist reached him. They flooded into his body, through his ears, his nostrils, his mouth, even his eyes, swarming inside him with terrifying speed. As this happened, his body began to swell, stretched to the brink as if it might burst at any moment. Thankfully, the red cloak and boots held him fast, keeping him from exploding outright. Throughout this ordeal, aside from his initial struggle to rid himself of the 2 artifacts, he was utterly powerless to resist. Watching this hair-raising scene unfold, Tony couldn't help but make a face. Weren't we supposed to be calling for reinforcements? Why is he the one turning into this mess before anyone else even shows up? There's always a price to pay for summoning help, Raymond replied, his expression just as strange. He just didn't realize that the price, this time, would be himself. I remember now. Thor suddenly raised his brows, his face turning grave. My father once told me of a place in the multiverse called the Dark Dimension. The ruler of that realm is Dormammu, known as the Lord of Darkness. The Dark Dimension? Tony instinctively compared it to something familiar. How does that stack up against the Chitauri? Thor didn't even hesitate. The Chitauri are just a moderately advanced, aggressive civilization in the main universe. In the multiverse, they're barely worth mentioning. To put it in terms you Earthlings might understand, the Chitauri are like bullets from a handgun, while the Dark Dimension is a nuclear bomb. Hearing this, even Tony, who usually feared nothing, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The last time they faced the Chitauri invasion, their resistance had already been a grueling struggle, and in the end, it was only thanks to his willingness to risk his own life that they managed to turn the tide. Now Thor was telling him that the crime boss in front of them was backed by something far more terrifying than the Chitauri, a force from the Dark Dimension, whose horrors defied imagination. Was this the end of the world? Tony noticed that, as Thor spoke, Raymond showed not the slightest hint of surprise. Sensing something, Tony asked, "You knew all along?" "Of course," Raymond replied, making no effort to hide it. "Then why did you provoke him?" Tony rubbed his temples, exasperated. "Why shouldn't I? It's not like he's the only one with backup." "Watch this." Raymond placed 2 fingers to his lips and suddenly let out a sharp whistle. Tony and Thor both stared at him, speechless. The man had just summoned the master of the Dark Dimension, a being of unfathomable power feared throughout the multiverse, and Raymond's response was to whistle. This wasn't some street brawl to see who had more friends. What was he thinking? Yet, to their astonishment, as Raymond's whistle echoed out, the ground not far away began to ripple, as though it had turned to water. From within those shimmering waves, a colossal head, shaped like a locomotive but many times larger, slowly emerged from beneath the earth, revealing itself bit by bit. As the massive head rose, its body followed, a serpentine form, though even more menacing than any serpent. Soon, this creature, part snake yet not wholly so, had surfaced. Its upper half. It seemed to possess the uncanny ability to swim through solid ground, as if it were gliding through a lake, leaving the earth untouched wherever it moved. But that wasn't the most astonishing sight. What truly left them speechless was the golden-haired boy standing atop the creature's enormous head. He looked no more than 5 or 6, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of absolute supremacy, as if the heavens and earth alike revolved around him. His swagger was almost comical. If you met such a brat on the street, you'd be tempted to give him a smack on the head. But here he was, making his entrance astride a beast that seemed conjured from a nightmare, coolly balanced atop its massive skull. One look was enough to know that neither he nor his mount were anything ordinary. The moment Thor saw the creature appear, he immediately hefted his hammer and shifted into a defensive stance. As Asgard's heir, he had encountered countless monsters in his quest to bring order to the realms, and he was exceptionally sensitive to their presence. This one set all his instincts on edge. Because of this, he immediately sensed that this serpent-like monster was anything but ordinary. He could actually feel the threat of death emanating from it, meaning this creature had the power to kill him. Tony, on the other hand, didn't share this ability. When he saw the serpent-like monster, he simply thought it was rather large, but didn't really believe it was all that impressive. After all, compared to the massive biological weapons the Chitauri controlled back in the day, this serpent-like monster didn't seem all that extravagant in terms of size. So, he was still joking with Raymond, pointing at the golden-haired boy perched atop the monster's head and laughing as he asked, "Your son? Your son?" Hearing Tony's imaginative question, Raymond actually wanted to laugh, but he also silently mourned for Tony for 3 seconds in his heart before replying, "That's my boss. Come on, don't joke with me." Tony waved his hand dismissively, but then he noticed that Raymond didn't seem to be joking at all, and so he asked in disbelief, "Seriously, your boss? Lucifer. Ever heard of him?" Raymond shrugged. "Which Lucifer?" Tony's reaction was exactly the same as old man Fong Mo's back then. He even asked the same question. The name Lucifer is practically a household name throughout the West, yet precisely. For that reason, everyone's first reaction upon hearing it is one of surprise. No one would ever expect that the Lucifer Raymond was talking about could actually be the Lucifer they all knew. Except for Thor. After all, he himself was a god in the legends of Earth, the Norse god of thunder. So he quickly asked, "The fallen morning star? Lucifer, Lord of Hell?" "Yeah," Raymond nodded. It wasn't strange for Thor to know about Lucifer. His father, Odin, was a top-tier powerhouse, one who had even beaten up Dormammu before. Naturally, He was familiar with matters across the multiverse. Asgard might not be on par with heaven, but if you consider all 9 realms together, they're actually not weaker than heaven or even the original superhell dimension. As the ruler of the 9 realms, Odin was at least nominally the overlord. In terms of status, he was on the same level as Dormammu, the mightiest lord of hell, and Michael, the greatest seraph. Thor, owing to his youth and the traits of the Aesir, was admittedly not all that powerful for now. But his identity spoke for itself, and his knowledge of the multiverse was far beyond that of most people on Earth. Lord of Hell? What's that? Tony noticed that Thor and Raymond both seemed quite familiar with the name, but he was hearing it for the first time, so he immediately pressed for answers. It's complicated to explain, Raymond said, but to put it simply, the master of that dark dimension over there is also considered a Lord of Hell. In other words, those two are on the same level. Thor thought for a moment and replied in the simplest way possible. Tony immediately understood. So this is a battle of gods. Seeing that Thor had explained, Raymond didn't say anything more. In fact, Thor was giving young Lucifer a bit too much credit. Perhaps back when he was still in heaven, as the brightest morning star, young Lucifer truly was. Not weaker than Dormammu, but after being cast out of heaven and becoming the Lord of Hell, Lucifer's power was far below Dormammu's. Although he remained at the level of a Skyfather, the gap between Skyfathers could be vast. It was much like how, even within the same 4th-tier category, Kizaru's alternate persona could single-handedly thrash Monterrey Kingsman. Dormammu, without question, was among the strongest of the Skyfathers. Only a select few, such as an aged Odin or the mightiest Seraph Michael, could stand toe-to-toe with him in a direct fight. As for the rest, even the Ancient One managed to repel him only with the help of Earth's supreme magical array. Young Lucifer was certainly still a Skyfather, but if it came down to a real fight, Dormammu could easily take on 3 Lucifers at once. Of course, Thor might not know these details, and Odin likely wouldn't have spelled it out so specifically. Judging by the title of Skyfather alone, it was fair to say that young Lucifer and Dormammu belonged to the same class. Naturally, Raymond wasn't about to undermine his own morale or boost the enemies by explaining all this now. Besides, neither Dormammu nor young Lucifer had appeared in their true forms at this moment. They were only avatars. With both of them manifesting avatars, it was truly hard to say who would have the upper hand. Raymond had asked young Lucifer about this before, but Lucifer shrugged it off, showing no concern at all. That was proof enough that Lucifer didn't fear Dormammu in the slightest. Since that was the case, it wasn't Raymond's place to worry. Just as Raymond summoned young Lucifer, things were changing on Red Hood's side as well. The swirling black mist tornadoes pouring in from all directions had completely entered Red Hood's body. His eyes had turned utterly black, making him look terrifying. Damn human, it's you again. Red Hood glared at Raymond, who stood not far away beside Tony, his face twisted with rage. Raymond was unforgettable to him. The last time, the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Odin and the Ancient One had all started because of Raymond. He still couldn't let it go. He was convinced Raymond was the lackey of Thanos, the master of population control, and believed that Thanos was deliberately targeting him. But he bore a special grudge against Raymond, this sycophant, as well. He hadn't expected that, before descending this time, he would be dragged into another affair involving young Lucifer, and that it would once again be connected to Raymond. Only now, upon seeing him, did he realize the truth. Old scores and new grudges surged together in his heart. It was no wonder his fury erupted. However, at this moment, he had already begun to imagine other scenarios. For example, could Lucifer's sudden and unprovoked provocation be somehow related to Thanos? Was it that Thanos was secretly scheming with the boyish Lucifer behind the scenes, or had the young Lucifer joined forces with Thanos to target him together? Although the young Lucifer's power couldn't compare to his, the background he possessed was something that could not be ignored. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been forced to retreat by Michael, who had just happened to pass by the last time. Likewise, Thanos, who wasn't even on the level of the Heavenly Father, was not someone he regarded as a threat. Yet Thanos also had a considerable background, so substantial that even he felt wary of it. These two, neither of whom could match him in sheer strength, both came from powerful backgrounds, and for no apparent reason, both had provoked him. Was there some hidden conspiracy at play? The entire incident reeked of something strange, and he couldn't help but overthink it. Still, no matter how much he pondered, he would never guess that the true cause of all this was actually Raymond, a minor character he considered nothing more than an annoying lackey. He simply didn't believe someone so insignificant could ever influence the affairs of titans like themselves. After all, in his experience, his subordinates were nothing more than his personal property, tools to vent his anger on whenever the mood struck. Kill a batch of them, and he could always collect more. It was never a big deal. In front of him, his underlings acted like slaves, barely daring to breathe, let alone affect his decisions. So the possibility simply never crossed his mind. Instead, he kept analyzing the situation at a deeper and deeper level. Is he talking about me or you? Tony, who was standing closer to Raymond, noticed the furious expression Red Hood was directing their way and immediately asked Raymond in a low voice. After all, he couldn't recall ever offending such a notorious villain, one whose name echoed across the multiverse. If he had known he was dealing with someone of that caliber, well, he might not have backed down, but surely he would at least remember, right? He's definitely talking about you, Raymond replied calmly. Damn it, when did I ever piss him off? Tony frowned deeply, racking his brain to recall if he'd ever crossed this Dark Lord. But no matter how hard he tried, he came up empty. In the end, he simply gave up and turned to Thor. Any suggestions? It said that Earth is protected by a mysterious guardian. These major players can't descend to Earth in their true forms, so he can only channel a portion of his power here through sacrificial rituals. Thor mused, explaining thoughtfully. After all, his own father had once been one of the most powerful heavenly fathers, so Thor was no stranger to such matters, and he understood far more than Tony ever could. The moment Tony heard this, his eyes lit up and he grinned. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take him down. Before Thor and Raymond could react, Tony had already launched himself into the air. With a swift motion, he fired 2 beams of laser straight at the now fully transformed Red Hood. Wait, don't. Thor tried to stop Tony, but he was a heartbeat too late. In the very next instant, Tony was sent hurtling away. The moment he unleashed his lasers, Red Hood's pitch-black eyes shot out twin rays of darkness. Not only did these black beams instantly dissolve Tony's attacks, they struck him head-on, sending both man and armor flying skyward. Wait! Thor's warning finally left his lips, but Tony was already spinning out of control in midair. It took a long, tumbling moment before he managed to steady himself, and even then, his suit was badly cracked, sparking and trailing black smoke from that casual blow. Red Hood raised a hand, clearly ready to finish Tony off, but a massive figure suddenly moved in to block the attack. It was the serpentine monster from before, carrying the young Lucifer right up to Red Hood. Meeting an old friend, and you don't even say hello? That's just plain rude, Dormammu. Perched atop the serpent's head, the boyish Lucifer spoke with an air of ancient arrogance. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he exuded a strange, commanding confidence that made him seem anything but a child. Raymond had witnessed this odd mismatch between Lucifer's appearance and demeanor before, but seeing it again still left him at a loss for words. Dormammu, who clearly shared Raymond's sentiment, wore an expression of utter disgust as he spoke through Red Hood's body. Lucifer, you shameless fiend. You don't even have the guts to face me directly, and yet you dare show yourself before me like this? Aren't you ashamed? Why have I ever lacked the courage to face you? This is Earth, you know. If you keep making up lies, I might just sue you for slander. Lucifer scoffed, a mocking smile on his lips. Dormammu was nearly trembling with rage. Are you seriously going to claim that you didn't call Michael here to help you? Hey, let's not spread rumors, all right? Sure, Michael and I are twins, but I've already been cast out of heaven, and I'm their most wanted fugitive. Do you really think anyone's going to believe a word you say? Lucifer looked every bit the wronged party, shaking his head in exaggerated indignation. Your hypocrisy disgusts me. Dormammu's dark eyes swirled like twin vortices, threatening to devour anything in their path. Why? Thank you for the compliment. Lucifer seemed entirely unbothered, even a little pleased with himself. Clearly, words like hypocrite or shameless were hardly insults to a lord of hell. After all, in the multiverse, hell lords were known as the demons among demons, true archvillains, long since used as such barbed descriptions. Seeing little Lucifer's smug expression, Dormammu, instead of flying into a rage, suddenly calmed down. He asked coolly, You don't dare face me head-on, yet you have a nerve to appear before me like this. Is it because you think that in a battle between avatars, you won't lose to me? Isn't that obvious? Little Lucifer replied with a light chuckle. This is Earth. If you use more power than the limit, you'll immediately trigger that super magic array your old friend set up. When that happens, your avatar will be wiped out in an instant. What will you have left to fight me with? And if we stay within that limit, at most, we'll just end up in a stalemate. Neither of us able to do a thing to the other. Isn't that right? Little Lucifer looked as calm as ever. Dormammu's face was unreadable, betraying neither joy nor anger. But in his pitch-black eyes, swirling vortices spun faster and faster, giving away his inner turmoil. In a deep, cold voice, he said, I admit, what you say is basically true, so why don't we both just walk away and stop making trouble for each other, Seeing the Red Hood Accept his point? Little Lucifer smiled. Not so fast. A meaningful smile suddenly crept across Dormammu's face. Last time, Michael stopped me because I never imagined you'd stoop so low. But this time, do you really think I wouldn't expect you to send an avatar to block me again? Little Lucifer was taken aback. If Dormammu had lost his temper and attacked without a word, he'd actually have felt more at ease, because that would have fit perfectly into his calculations. But this time, his opponent's behavior had completely changed. He hadn't erupted in anger or lashed out right away. This was nothing like what he'd expected. When did Dormammu learn to start using his head? Little Lucifer was genuinely surprised. Dormammu, the mightiest lord of hell, ruled over the largest fragment of hell, which had become the Dark Dimension. In the multiverse, he had always acted with absolute dominance. Aside from Odin at his peak and a handful of other major figures, Dormammu was practically unrivaled among the cosmic powers. As a result, his style was always brash and direct, rarely resorting to subtlety or tricks. Even Odin, at his prime, could only defeat him, never truly destroy him. Little Lucifer and the other Hell Lord had all clashed with Dormammu before, and only by joining forces could they hope to oppose him. Yet, Dormammu had always been straightforward, rarely changing his approach. So why had he suddenly changed now? What little Lucifer didn't realize was that he himself had played a part in inspiring Dormammu's transformation. The recent string of events combined have left Dormammu feeling deeply frustrated. He couldn't believe that he was unable to deal with a human from Earth who was as insignificant as a speck of dust. And worse yet, he had suffered setbacks again and again under different circumstances. For the first time, Dormammu began to consider the possibility of using his brain. Though in the face of absolute power, schemes and trickery seemed pointless, recent events had made him realize that his strength was not yet overwhelming enough to crush all opposition. That was the reason for this sudden change. In this world, intelligence and power don't necessarily go hand in hand. The stronger one is, the smarter they're not always. Even among the godlike beings, Dormammu had always ranked near the bottom in terms of cunning, simply because he never needed to think. He could always charge forward and bulldoze anything, or anyone, that displeased him. That was why young Lucifer wasn't particularly wary of Dormammu. After all, he and Mephisto, Lord of Lies, were among the few Hell Lords who truly excelled at scheming. More often than not, they preferred to achieve their goals with cunning rather than brute force. Dormammu had been manipulated by them more than once, although he himself had never realized it. But now that Dormammu had become aware of his own shortcomings and decided to start using his wits, things were about to get complicated. At this very moment, young Lucifer could sense that the situation was taking a turn for the worse, though he wasn't quite sure yet what Dormammu had planned in anticipation of this scenario. Just then, click! As Lucifer stood there, uncertain and uneasy, Raymond suddenly leaped to his side, landing atop the head of the serpentine creature as well. Raymond crouched down slightly and patted the enormous creature on the head, chuckling quietly. "Forgive me, Your Grace, Archbishop." A low, rumbling sound issued from the serpent's throat, something like a gentle indicating it was unbothered. Indeed, this massive serpent was none other than Archbishop Agapogo of the Hell Angels, transformed into this shape, a fact Raymond had realized the moment he laid eyes on the creature. He remembered how on that day, the Archbishop had trapped Monterey for young Lucifer with a casual wave of his hand, turning the ground into something as fluid as water. The situation now was exactly the same as it had been then. Moreover, Raymond had heard of the name Agapogo before and had long suspected the connection. In Canadian folklore, Agapogo is a legendary water monster whale, known throughout the country, much like the Loch Ness Monster in Scotland. After first learning the Archbishop's name, Raymond had always made that association. The Archbishop always referred to himself as young Lucifer's servant, and Raymond could see it was genuine submission from the heart. Even though his strength far surpassed that of Monterey or Kingsman, this had never changed. If the Archbishop really is the mysterious water monster from Canadian legend, then his lifespan must be extraordinarily long. He may well have been subdued by the young Lucifer even before Lucifer was cast out of heaven, judging from the aura that emanated when the Archbishop reverted to his true form. His strength is definitely on par with Raymond's silver personalities. By Raymond's own standards, the Archbishop would also be considered a level 5 superhuman. In this regard, the Hell Angels actually possess greater superhuman power than the Dark Church. After all, there are no level 5 superhumans within the Dark Church. The strongest among them is Red Hood. Yet even with the two artifacts bestowed upon her by Dormammu, if Red Hood were to face the Archbishop, she would likely be forced onto the defensive. So, if both the young Lucifer and Dormammu stay out of the conflict, it's really the Dark Church that would be in trouble. Of course, if the Dark Church truly found themselves in danger, there's no way they wouldn't call for their leader's help, just like what's happening now. After exchanging pleasantries with the Archbishop, Raymond finally stood up and smiled at young Lucifer. Like he said, if he draws upon power beyond a certain limit, the Ancient One will intervene. So if he wants to change that, what do you think is the best way to make sure the Ancient One can't act? Lucifer replied, shaking his head. If he could do that, he would have done it long ago. There's no reason to wait until now. No, not necessarily. He doesn't need to completely prevent the Ancient One from acting. Just create enough distractions that she's too busy to pay attention to what's happening here, Raymond said with a soft chuckle. You mean he sent people to cause trouble in Kamar-Taj at the same time? Lucifer caught on to Raymond's meaning, and in that instant, realized it was quite possible. Dormammu's goal wasn't to kill him, but rather to eliminate his followers, including Raymond. If he could just buy a brief window before the Ancient One intervened, it might actually work. Even if the Ancient One did arrive and destroyed this avatar, Dormammu's objective would already be accomplished. Human, I have to say, you're far more interesting than I expected. Suddenly, I find myself not wanting to kill you after all. Why don't you submit to me? I might just overlook everything that happened before. What do you say? Dormammu's face broke into a sinister smile, his tone thick with temptation. I'm nothing like Lucifer, who can't even protect his own subordinates. If you come to the Dark Dimension, I can give you power 10 times, even 100 times greater than what you possess now. At this, young Lucifer looked rather displeased. With a hint of anger, he snapped, Dormammu, that's enough. There are certain unspoken understandings even among the Lords of Hell. For example, although young Lucifer had already descended to Earth through the body of his descendant, he didn't try to win over the hellish angels ahead of time just because they were about to clash with the Dark Church. If he had truly wanted to turn them, with his status as a Father of Heaven, there would be few who could resist him, perhaps only the Red Hood, who could communicate directly with Dormammu, might have stood a chance. But Lucifer chose not to do so, specifically to avoid breaking their mutual tacit agreement. After all, their territorial disputes are, in the grand scheme of things, much like a game of chess. At most, one side captures a piece from the other, and while that may cause some annoyance, it rarely leads to true, irreconcilable hatred. However, if you start poaching from your opponent's side, that's akin to cheating at chess. It breaks the rules entirely. The nature of the conflict changes completely. So, even if this invasion were to fail, Lucifer could accept being outmaneuvered, losing by a single move. But to have someone openly steal his followers right in front of him, now, that was beyond tolerance. It was a public humiliation, a slap in the face. Yet, as Lucifer's anger flared, Dormammu ignored him, continuing to smile at Raymond and said, There's no need to rush. I'll give you time to consider. Witnessing this, Lucifer's fury only grew. With a sharp rustle, 3 pairs of black wings unfurled from his back as he prepared to take action. For beings of their stature, dignity often outweighed any material gain or loss. Dormammu might be powerful, but not so powerful that Lucifer would swallow his pride and endure such disgrace. Don't be hasty. Raymond quickly caught Lucifer by the wrist, urging him to stay calm. Turning to Dormammu, he asked, I suspect you're not really giving me time to think. You're just waiting for word from Kamar-Taj, aren't you? Dormammu's smile never wavered, but he neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. Caecilius? Raymond probed further, still smiling. Dormammu's expression remained unchanged, but the black vortexes swirling in his eyes began to spin faster. Lucifer, seeing this, found the situation rather intriguing. The anger he felt moments ago dissipated considerably, replaced by a keen curiosity about what would happen next. He couldn't shake the feeling that Dormammu was about to fall into another trap. Kamar-Taj, as the sanctuary of sorcerers, has trained many mages over the years. Most choose to remain within its walls, seeking ever deeper truths of magic. Only a rare few leave Kamar-Taj to return to the mortal world and resume an ordinary life. But for those who do, they must first pass the Ancient One's test, proving they won't use magic for secret or sinister ends, before they are allowed to depart. Therefore, although the number of sorcerers is not small, and many do blend into the world of ordinary people, they remain largely unknown, far less famous than mutants. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. is only aware that sorcerers exist in this world, but knows nothing about Kamar-Taj. The Ancient One has never taken it upon herself to publicize the existence of Kamar-Taj. Instead, she leaves everything to fate. Only those who, by a twist of destiny, learn of Kamar-Taj have the chance to step into its halls and study the mystic arts. Of course, there are always those who try to come to Kamar-Taj with ulterior motives, hoping to steal magical knowledge. But who is the Ancient One? To attempt deceit in her presence is simply impossible. In front of her, the past and future of most people are an open book. While she may not foresee the future of the entire world, the fate of most individuals holds no secrets from her. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she can perceive all things. Thus, the way Kamartaj exists in the shadows has never caused any problems for hundreds of years. That is, until recently, when the Ancient One suddenly summoned several of her most accomplished students, including Mordo, and revealed to them that Kamartaj might soon face a great catastrophe, one she could not guarantee to avert, for her own future was clouded from her sight. Yet, she prophesied that within this impending disaster, there would arise a chance to save Kamartaj. This opportunity would come in the form of a man who had just arrived at Kamartaj, a surgeon named Strange, whose hands were nearly crippled in a car accident. Furthermore, he might even become the next Sorcerer Supreme, stepping into the Ancient One's place. The Ancient One's prophecy was like tossing a great stone into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves that shattered the calm of Kamartaj. The sorcerer's reactions to this prophecy were deeply conflicted, a mix of worry and relief. Some were openly skeptical, finding the prediction rather baffling. After all, Dr. Strange did not appear to be the material from which sorcerers are made. His nearly disabled hands made learning magic even more difficult for him than for most ordinary people. True, Kamartaj counted among its ranks many sorcerers who suffered from various physical ailments. But all of them had paid a price, enduring efforts many times greater than others just to stand at the same starting line as those whose bodies were whole. Take, for example, Master Hammer, now one of the oldest sorcerers in Kamartaj, who has but a single arm. Mastery of the mystic arts is not absolutely tied to one's physical constitution, but when the body lags behind, the obstacles are undeniably greater. How could someone whose hands are nearly crippled, even if he manages through sheer determination to become a competent sorcerer, possibly be worthy of inheriting the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, let alone saving all of Kamartaj? The Ancient One's prophecy clearly fails to convince everyone. Even if no one voices their doubts openly, that doesn't mean they truly accept the prophecy. After leaving the Ancient One, Caecilius immediately pulled Mordo aside and grumbled, "Brother Mordo, do you really believe the Master's prophecy? You know as well as I do, Caecilius, that the Master's eyes can see both the past and the future." "I shouldn't have to remind you of that," Mordo replied thoughtfully. "I know that, of course. But the Master also said the closer something is to herself, the harder it is for her to see the true future. After all, what she sees is only one possible outcome." "No, to be precise, it's the most probable outcome," Mordo corrected him. Caecilius pressed on. "But it's still just a possibility, not the result itself, right? I don't want to argue with you about this. If you have something to say, just say it plainly," Mordo said, shaking his head. "I don't think that boy is qualified to be the next Sorcerer Supreme. Even if he does have the potential, has he ever done anything for Kamartaj?" Caecilius said, his discontent plain on his face. "If the Master truly wants to choose a successor, it should be someone like you, Brother Mordo. If that boy really becomes the next Sorcerer Supreme, I'll be the first to oppose it." "Enough," Mordo raised his hand, cutting him off. "Don't ever say things like that again. Everything we have was given to us by the Master. Whoever she chooses to succeed her is her prerogative. It's not our place to interfere. But, no buts. This conversation ends here. I'll act as if I never heard what you just said, and I don't want to ever hear anything like it again." "Understood. I understand." Unable to hide his frustration, Caecilius turned away, his face clouded with displeasure as he left. Watching Caecilius' retreating figure, Mordo's expression was unreadable, betraying nothing of his thoughts. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Although your fellow disciple isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, even Dormammu, that fool, can manipulate him, but he's not entirely wrong, wouldn't you say? Dormammu is using him, but aren't you also trying to use me?" Mordo muttered under his breath, just loud enough for himself to hear. "Don't compare me to someone as utterly unscrupulous as Dormammu." That voice replied with disdain. "Even the weakest of beings, I only ever deal with them fairly. When both parties are willing, how can you call that exploitation? Fair trade." Mordo couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head with a sigh. "Mephisto, you're called the Lord of Lies for a reason. Do you really think I'd trust you? No, no, no. If you've ever heard my stories, you should know, I may keep some things hidden, but I never lie." The voice, Mephisto himself, refuted Mordo's accusation with utmost seriousness. This time, however, Mordo didn't argue. For although Mephisto's words sounded like an attempt to clear his own name, they were not without truth. Despite his reputation as the Lord of Lies, whenever he made a deal, he would always keep his word. That, in fact, was why so many people fully aware of his infamy, still chose to bargain with him. Otherwise, who would willingly invite such trouble upon themselves? It's well known that most of the tales on Earth about making deals with demons, stories where one's soul ends up sold to the devil, trace back to Mephisto. Those who struck bargains with him were usually not ignorant of these stories. Yet even so, countless people still made deals with Mephisto, and at the heart of it was one undeniable reason. He truly could fulfill the deepest wishes of those who bargained with him. For instance, there was once a young man who, desperate to save his father dying of cancer, sought out Mephisto and struck a deal. In the end, Mephisto did cure his father's cancer, just as promised. But soon after, his father died in an unexpected accident and was lost all the same. The outcome of this bargain was that the young man, having failed to save his father, sold his own soul to Mephisto and became one of his minions. Even so, Mephisto later admitted openly that he had known all along the boy's father would die in an accident, not from cancer as the boy had thought. In other words, whether or not Mephisto cured the cancer, the father's fate was sealed by that accident. From a boy's perspective, Mephisto had clearly exploited his ignorance and deceived him. Yet, objectively speaking, did Mephisto actually lie? Not at all. He didn't just refrain from lying. He fulfilled the terms of the agreement to the letter, curing the father's cancer as promised. Of course, his true aim was to claim the boy's soul, and with a certain dark amusement, he chose not to reveal the impending accident, even though he could have. In the end, the boy failed to save his father and lost his own soul in the bargain. But throughout the entire exchange, Mephisto delivered on what was agreed. In terms of the deal itself, he not only avoided trickery or deceit, he was, paradoxically, entirely trustworthy. Of course, if he had wished, he could have completely changed the fate of the young man's father, ensuring he would not die in that accident, and sparing the boy from harboring resentment toward him. But he chose not to intervene, for he greatly enjoyed the sensation of being both loved and hated, one of his greatest pleasures. In fact, there were many similar cases. Some people were luckier than the boy. They didn't end up selling their souls to Mephisto after a single deal. But when it comes to making a pact with a demon, there is only a difference between never and countless times. Once you've tasted the sweetness, as long as you still have desires, it's inevitable that there won't be just one deal. Out of 100 people who deal with him, perhaps half won't suffer from their first bargain. But those who can go a lifetime without ever paying the price, they are rare indeed, perhaps not even 1 in 100. Yet, just as Mephisto himself had said, no matter how weak his negotiating partner might be, he would never resort to force. Every agreement was reached willingly. Mutual consent without coercion. He disdained using power to achieve his ends. For if he did, he would lose all the fun of manipulating mortals through bargains. And so, he never forced anyone into a deal. Just as now, he was making it perfectly clear he was stoking Mordo's dissatisfaction with the Ancient One. Naturally, Mordo could see right through this. Mephisto, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Mordo muttered to himself, his face expressionless. Perhaps Dormammu is using Quicksilver, but isn't your ultimate goal the same as his? To remove my teacher as an obstacle. I don't believe I've ever denied that, Mephisto replied with a light chuckle. I admit, to us Lords of Hell, the Ancient One is a thorn in our side. If we get the chance, we all want her gone. But unlike Dormammu, I have no personal vendetta against the Ancient One. Our conflict is purely a matter of opposing positions. You really don't need to be so wary of me. There's no need to say more. My teacher has shown me immeasurable kindness. I will never let you use me. Mordo interrupted, his voice firm. Oh, then why don't you just tell her that I approached you? Mephisto asked, a sly smile playing at his lips. Mordo fell silent. Mephisto let out another laugh. In the end, you still can't trust her completely, can you? Or maybe, you've never truly trusted anyone at all. You're afraid that if you tell her about this, she'll start to suspect you've been swayed by me. Pathetic, Mordo said coldly. Mephisto gave a low, amused chuckle, choosing not to argue further. In the blink of an eye, he was gone, leaving Mordo standing there alone, his face clouded with doubt and turmoil. Who's there? Mordo spun around sharply, only to see, beneath a distant tree, a blond man leaning casually against the trunk, puffing on a cigar. He was certainly no stranger to the blond man before him. This was none other than John Constantine, the most talked-about figure in Camartage these days. Many sorcerers were openly displeased with this man, who seemed to carry himself with a roguish air, believing he was unworthy of being a sorcerer and that the Ancient One should never have allowed him to stay. Among them, Quicksilver was by far the most outspoken in his disapproval, often mocking Constantine to his face. Unfortunately, Constantine never took the bait, leaving Quicksilver fuming with nowhere to vent his frustration. Mordo, on the other hand, was not as passionate in his likes or dislikes as Caecilius. He felt neither particular fondness nor aversion toward Constantine, and their interactions were few and far between. At best, they were acquaintances. But now, things were different. He couldn't say for sure when Constantine had appeared, nor could he understand why he hadn't noticed him until just now. Most troubling of all, Mordo wasn't certain whether Constantine had overheard his recent monologue. "Good afternoon, Master Mordo." The less savory side of Constantine greeted him with a cloud of smoke, striding over and giving Mordo a friendly pat on the shoulder. With a grin, he said, "Relax. I just happened to be passing by. Didn't hear a thing, didn't see a thing. You look busy, so I'll get out of your way." Without waiting for a response, Constantine's rougher persona turned and headed in the direction Caecilius had gone. Behind him, Mordo's expression grew even darker. His fists clenched and unclenched again and again, betraying his inner turmoil. "Oh, by the way, I might be out and about for a while. If you run into the Ancient One, would you mind letting her know for me?" Constantine suddenly stopped and turned back toward Mordo. At that instant, as Constantine faced him, Mordo's expression smoothed over as if nothing had happened. He nodded. "All right, thanks." Constantine offered a quick wave and turned away once more. Watching Constantine's retreating figure, Mordo found himself at a loss, unable to decipher the man's true intentions. First, he claimed to have seen and heard nothing, yet his tone seemed to suggest otherwise. Then he asked Mordo to pass along a message to the Ancient One, as if reaching out in goodwill. Is he trying to threaten me, or something else? Mordo sank into contemplation. He was probably thinking about taking you out just now. Raymond's voice sounded in Constantine's mind, tinged with amusement. At that moment, Raymond was multitasking, bantering with the Dormammu-possessed hood in New York, while still keeping an eye on Constantine's situation. Of course, he'd witnessed everything that had just transpired between Constantine and Mordo. He doesn't have the guts. Jacques's alter ego curled his lip and said, "That Caecilius may be a fool, but at least he has some guts." As for Mordo, he's a textbook hypocrite. Deep down, he's extremely dissatisfied with the Ancient One's arrangements, but outwardly, he pretends not to care at all. Unless he's absolutely certain he can kill the Ancient One in one blow, he'll always play the role of the model student and never bare his fangs. "But boss, didn't you say before that only Caecilius was being controlled by that Dark Lord Dormammu we saw last time? How come Mordo's involved too?" What Jacques's alter ego referred to was, of course, the string of actions that looked like Mordo talking to himself just now. In fact, Jacques's alter ego had been smoking under the tree the whole time. He just happened to notice Mordo and Caecilius walking over, so he cast a minor spell to make sure neither of them would notice his presence. Because of this, he saw and heard the entire conversation between Mordo and Caecilius, as well as Mordo's supposed soliloquy afterwards. Nothing escaped his observation. It wasn't until Mordo finally focused his attention that he suddenly became aware of Jacques's presence. So his concern wasn't unwarranted. Jacques's alter ego had indeed witnessed everything. But just as he'd said, Mordo lacked the courage to make a move, even if he didn't think much of this rogue magician's strength. This was Mordo, a man twisted on the inside. The one talking to Mordo just now probably wasn't Dormammu, Raymond mused in his mind. If it really was Dormammu, he wouldn't need to put on such a show with Caecilius. Still, if someone dares to set their sights on the Ancient One's disciples, that means this third party must at least be of Elder God level, on par with the Ancient One and Dormammu. We just don't know exactly who it is. In truth, Raymond already had a few suspects in mind. Perhaps Agamotto, the first Sorcerer Supreme, or Mephisto, Lord of Lies, or maybe even an Eldritch being among the old ones, like Shumagorath, the many-eyed demon. There weren't many who qualified to scheme against the Ancient One and held old grudges with Camartage. At most, you could add Dormammu to the list. But the force backing Mordo was clearly not Dormammu. Otherwise, he would be working with Caecilius to buy Dormammu time to act. Dormammu was far too domineering. If Mordo had made contact with him, he wouldn't be staying out of this. Thus, Raymond could be fairly certain that Mordo hadn't been talking to Dormammu just now, which meant the one Mordo had colluded with was exactly the third party Raymond had just hypothesized. But for now, these matters had nothing to do with him. The most pressing task was to sabotage Dormammu's plan. While young Lucifer might be unaware that Dormammu had planted a mole in Camartage, how could Raymond not know? The very reason he hadn't withdrawn the secondary persona, Zakong, when facing the Dark Church was largely to guard against any mischief Dormammu might pull in Camartage. In some parallel worlds, it was precisely with the help of the traitor Caecilius that Dormammu managed to destroy the Ancient One's supermagic array. Without that powerful array, Dormammu could descend upon Earth in his true form. Even if he hesitated to devour the whole planet due to Earth's unique properties, eliminating a troublesome ant like Raymond would be a trivial matter for him. Since Raymond was aware of Caecilius' existence, he naturally took precautions. And now, it seemed his suspicions were spot on. However, according to your analysis just now, boss, Mordo didn't notice me. Yet, that third party standing behind him, if he's at the level of a heavenly father, couldn't possibly be fooled so easily by my magic. Why didn't he warn Mordo? Zakong mused aloud. Raymond replied, most likely, he wanted to use you to force Mordo to take a side. Whatever his intentions, he needs Mordo's willing cooperation. And as it turns out, his plan was quite effective. The moment Mordo entertained the thought of killing you, it proved he's already worried you might expose him. That's a seed of suspicion, and it will only keep growing and taking root in his heart. What a clever trick. Seems like this third party is going to be far more troublesome than the reckless Dormammu. Zakong exclaimed in awe. I think I figured out who this third party is, Raymond said, a knowing look in his eyes. Among all the candidates he'd considered, the one who fit this role perfectly was none other than Mephisto, the Lord of Lies. This was a master of manipulation, someone who delighted in toying with others' minds. Of all the Hell Lords, Dormammu was undoubtedly the most powerful, though he refused to call himself a Hell Lord, preferring the title of Dark Lord. But the most troublesome, without question, was Mephisto. Even other Hell Lords were often tormented to the brink of despair by his schemes. The key was that Mephisto's strength ranked among the top of all Hell Lords. He was even stronger than the current Lucifer, firmly placing in the top 5. Yet he never confronted anyone head-on, always preferring to lurk in the shadows, weaving his webs of deceit. He was a thoroughly unlikable character, but no one seemed able to do anything about him. As long as he remained within his own infernal dimension, entirely under his control, even Dormammu would find himself at a disadvantage if he tried to challenge Mephisto on his own turf. Raymond found that the analysis just now by the secondary personality, Junkong, could easily be applied to himself without feeling out of place. So Raymond could more or less confirm that the third party behind Mordo was most likely Mephisto. Fortunately, Mephisto didn't manage to persuade Mordo, otherwise it would have introduced yet another variable. Move quickly and get it done fast to avoid any further surprises. Having basically figured out the situation, Raymond instructed the Junkong secondary personality. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, Junkong answered, full of confidence. Seeing him so sure of himself, Raymond no longer hurried him. Since Junkong was this confident, it probably meant there really wasn't anything to worry about. After all, he was infamous for being a master of trickery. His track record for leading people into traps was no less impressive than Mephisto's own notorious reputation. If he were up against a Heavenly Father-level opponent, perhaps there would be some unexpected twists, but dealing with someone like Caecilius, who hadn't even reached the 5th tier, should be a breeze. If Junkong managed to mess this up, he might as well just slit his own throat. The super magic array set up by the Ancient One consisted of 3 nodes, the New York Sanctum, the London Sanctum, and the Hong Kong Sanctum, all working together to reinforce the array. Trying to break through this super array from the outside was virtually impossible. At least, no Heavenly Father-level being could do it, otherwise Dormammu wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Comparatively, breaking it from the inside was much simpler, though still only in a relative sense. All 3 sanctums had to be destroyed to completely bring down the array. If only 1 or 2 were breached, the array could still hold for quite a while, and during that time, the other sanctums could be repaired. However, Caecilius was completely unaware of this, because the Ancient One had never spoken of such matters. The task he received from Dormammu this time was simply to destroy any one of the 3 sanctums. After considering his options, he chose what appeared to be the weakest link among them, the Hong Kong Sanctum. Master Caecilius. As Caecilius stepped through the portal and entered the Hong Kong Sanctum, the mages stationed there all greeted him enthusiastically. The atmosphere at Camartage was always harmonious, with everyone often exchanging ideas about the mystic arts. For students like Caecilius, who was highly gifted and frequently received personal guidance from the Ancient One, he was someone the other mages looked up to. Had it been any other day, Caecilius would have responded to his companions with polite nods, carefully maintaining his model student image. But today, he simply didn't have the heart for it. He was too exhilarated. Caecilius, what brings you here all of a sudden? Has the Ancient One given you some special instructions? The one-armed Master Hammer walked over. This month, it just so happened that he was on duty at the Hong Kong Sanctum, and among everyone here, he was the most familiar with Caecilius. As soon as he saw Caecilius, he greeted him with a smile and asked. That's right. Caecilius waved Master Hammer over, signaling for him to come closer and speak in private. Without thinking much of it, Master Hammer stepped up beside Cassius, leaning in to hear what was so secret. Suddenly, with a dull thud, Master Hammer was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the staircase railing in the main hall. Blood spurted from his mouth as he slammed into it. The others in the sanctum were left utterly stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. What on earth was happening? Why would Master Cassius suddenly attack? Master Hammer? Was this Cassius before them an imposter? Or was it that Hammer was the one with a problem, and Cassius had been sent by the Ancient One to deal with him? It wasn't their fault for being confused. Cassius' status was truly unique. Even the Ancient One held him in high regard. For most people here, the idea that he would betray Kamar-Taj was simply unthinkable. That was why none of them immediately grasped the seriousness of the situation. Some even wondered if it was all just a misunderstanding. However, a few sorcerers who were close to Master Hammer immediately raised their voices at Cassius. Cassius, if you can't give us a reasonable explanation for what happened today, I'll go straight to the Ancient One and demand justice from Master Hammer. An explanation? Cassius sneered inwardly, not deigning to answer. Instead, he gave a cold, curt order, do it. No sooner had he spoken than the portal between the Hong Kong Sanctum and Kamar-Taj was suddenly blown to pieces. At that moment, no matter how hard it was to believe, every sorcerer present realized something was gravely wrong with Cassius. There could be no mistake. Someone rushed to cast a teleportation spell to report back to Kamar-Taj, but Cassius was already on the move. He stomped his foot with force, and instantly a barrier, as clear as glass, spread outward in all directions, enveloping the entire sanctum. Those trying to use teleportation magic found, to their shock, that their spells failed them completely. It's the mirror dimension. How can you possibly wield the mirror dimension? With support from his colleagues, Master Hammer struggled to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. Why shouldn't I be able to? Cassius replied with a smug smile, clearly taking pleasure in Hammer's astonishment. Whoever said, only the Ancient One could wield it? Mirror dimension is a forbidden spell. One can only wield it by drawing upon dark forces. Yet among all those in Kamar-Taj, aside from the Ancient One, no one else can ensure they won't be consumed by that darkness. Karl Mordo, you're being foolish. Master Hammer's face was marked by anguish, his voice heavy with disappointment. As one of the most senior sorcerers in Kamar-Taj, Hammer might not rank among the top 10 in magical prowess, but his wisdom was unmatched. He instantly recognized the root of Mordo's problem. But Mordo brushed aside this concern, sneering coldly. This talk of corruption by darkness, everyone of you has been brainwashed by the Ancient One, that selfish and self-serving figure. She only says such things because she fears you'll uncover the real truth. Enough. Master Hammer's voice thundered in grief and anger as he reprimanded Mordo. You ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten who gave you a second chance at life? Without the Ancient One, you, me, and everyone here would have been long dead. Not only did she save our lives, she gave us the chance to study the mystic arts. That's a debt we could never repay in a lifetime. How dare you utter such shameless words? You. That's just the truth. The Ancient One wants you to see, Mordo replied, unmoved, his cold smile unwavering. She chose us. Do you really believe it was fate's doing? Huh. To her, we were simply the easiest to control. Fools like you, sold out and still counting her money for her. Tell me, after all these years at Kamar-Taj, have you ever seen her age, even a little? If I recall correctly, there was a group of sorcerers here before you, wasn't there? You know where they are now. I don't need to spell it out. Master Hammer said, Mordo, do you realize what you're saying? I don't know who's been filling your head with these lies, but you're mistaken. Listen to me. There's nothing left to say between us. Mordo snapped impatiently. You're just another brainwashed fool. You have no idea how selfish she truly is. I have no time to waste on you. If you stay out of my way today, I might spare your lives. Once Lord Dormammu arrives, perhaps you'll even have a chance at immortality. But if you dare stand in my way. With a sweeping motion, Mordo raised his arm. His hidden followers, stationed throughout the Hong Kong Sanctum, stepped into view in a single coordinated line, encircling Hammer and the others. Hammer, I'll give you one last chance. There's still time to. Who's there? Staring at Hammer the Mage, who had already been gravely wounded by his own sneak attack, Caecilius was certain of his victory. He was just about to launch into his triumphal speech when, to his surprise, he caught sight of someone who absolutely shouldn't have been there. On the staircase behind Hammer stood a blond man in a beige trench coat, who had somehow materialized there without anyone noticing. He sat lazily on the steps, drawing in a cloud of smoke and exhaling it with practiced ease. John Constantine, Caecilius snarled through clenched teeth, glaring at the man perched on the stairs. His dissatisfaction with the Ancient One was no secret, and it had been brewing for far longer than he'd ever admitted aloud. But without a doubt, this Constantine fellow was one of the key reasons for his resentment. By all appearances, he was nothing more than a streetwise rogue. Yet for some reason, he was allowed to disregard Camartage's rules and linger here as he pleased, with no one daring to challenge him. The Ancient One, for her part, seemed utterly indifferent to Constantine's presence, even claiming he was here merely to exchange magical knowledge. Caecilius scoffed inwardly. What a transparent lie. At times, he even suspected this Constantine might be some long-lost relative of the Ancient One, though that was a question he could never bring himself to ask. And now, at such a critical moment, to see that infuriating man again, Caecilius felt his anger surge anew. He spat. "Constantine, you wretched bastard. What are you doing here?" "I'm just passing by, here to watch the show." "Don't mind me. Go on. Carry on," drawled Constantine with a crooked grin, a cigar clamped between his lips. "Master John." Cough, cough. Now's really not the time for jokes. Hammer finally noticed Constantine then, and a flicker of hope lit up his face. He knew that Constantine was shrouded in mystery. Even the Ancient One treated him as an equal. Caecilius didn't believe a word the Ancient One said, certain she was simply making excuses to cover for Constantine. But Hammer's respect for the Ancient One was deep and unwavering. In his eyes, if she saw fit to treat Constantine with such deference, then Constantine must indeed be a mage worthy of respect. Had he not been wounded, Hammer wouldn't have feared Caecilius at all. Though Caecilius was remarkably talented, one of the most gifted among the younger generation of sorcerers, Hammer was still one of the oldest and most experienced mages in Camartage, and his strength surpassed Caecilius by far. Even now, with Caecilius drawing on the power of darkness, Hammer would still have stood a fighting chance. But there are no what-ifs in this world. An injury is an injury. He could barely move now, let alone stand against Caecilius, who could wield the powers of shadow. However, the Jiakong subpersonality was a frequent guest of the Ancient One, and although he had never displayed any power, Master Hammer was convinced there was more to him than met the eye. If Jiakong subpersonality was willing to help, he should be able to hold off Caecilius. As long as they could delay Caecilius for a while, someone in Camartage would eventually notice that the portal leading here had been destroyed. By then, the Ancient One herself would be alerted, and Caecilius' scheme was destined to fail. "Master Hammer, are you still hoping he'll save you all?" Caecilius saw right through Master Hammer's intentions and sneered. "Can't you see? He's nothing but a fraud. If you ask me," he continued with a mocking tone, "he's probably related to the Ancient One, or maybe even her lover." Hearing Caecilius insult the Ancient One so brazenly, the sorcerers present were all seething with fury. Yet, since Master Hammer gave no order to act, none dared make a reckless move that could jeopardize their plans. Still, each of them glared daggers at Caecilius. If looks could kill, he would have perished 100 times over. Only Jiakong's subpersonality showed no anger. Instead, he let out a sly chuckle. "If the Ancient One were interested, I certainly wouldn't mind. Unfortunately, she seems to think I'm beneath her." Master Hammer and the others hadn't expected Jiakong's subpersonality to play along with such a remark, and they were truly taken aback by him. But it was clear he wasn't on Caecilius' side, and at this critical moment, they had no time to dwell on his indiscretions. They simply pretended not to hear. "Caecilius, with all this resentment, could it be that you're secretly in love with the Ancient One and jealous of me?" Jiakong's subpersonality asked, grinning mischievously. Utter nonsense. Caecilius exploded in fury. Yet, his reaction only made Jiakong's expression grow even more peculiar. He murmured, "So it's true after all? Is this what they call love turning into hate?" Caecilius fixed him with a cold stare. "Are those your last words? No need to be so ruthless, always so dramatic about life and death." Jiakong's subpersonality shook his head with a sigh. "Forget it. There's no reasoning with someone like you. Let's get down to business. Are you here on Dormammu's orders?" "Where are you getting at?" "I'm saying, it's truly pitiful how some people are treated as pawns and remain blissfully unaware, clinging to hopeless fantasies." Jiakong replied with a wry smile. "You think I'll believe your nonsense?" Caecilius replied with a blank expression. Jiakong's subpersonality regarded him with a half-smile, fixing his gaze until Caecilius felt a chill run down his spine. Only then did Jiakong continue. "If I'm not mistaken, Dormammu sent you here to destroy the Hong Kong sanctum, didn't he?" Caecilius neither confirmed nor denied it. The secondary personality of Jiakong didn't seem to care at all. He continued speaking to himself. "Did he tell you that as long as you destroyed his sanctuary, he could descend to Earth, drag the planet into his dark dimension, and from then on, you would gain eternal life in the dark dimension. It's not just me, it's everyone. Caecilius corrected him earnestly. The Ancient One kept Dormammu at bay, refusing to let others achieve immortality as she did. That's pure selfishness. It was only then that Caecilius noticed, aside from Jacques's secondary personality watching him with a look of pity, even Master Hammer was staring at him in some astonishment. Pathetic, pathetic, truly pathetic. Jacques's alter ego repeated 3 times, his face brimming with schadenfreude. Constantine, I don't have time for your nonsense. If you have something to say it all at once, and make yourself clear. Caecilius snapped. Seeing Caecilius like this, Jacques's secondary personality chuckled. Did Dormammu never mention that the Ancient One's grand magic array can only be broken from within if all 3 sanctuaries are destroyed at the same time? That's impossible. Caecilius recoiled, visibly shaken. It's true, Master Hammer said, his expression complicated as he looked at Caecilius. Caecilius, it seems you've been deceived by Dormammu. No, I don't believe it. Caecilius' face went pale. Why would Lord Dormammu lie to me? He said he didn't believe, but his heart had already begun to waver. He never trusted that scoundrel magician, Jacques's alter ego, but he had no such prejudice against Master Hammer. Their differences were purely a matter of stance. He also knew that someone as straightforward as Hammer could never have colluded with Jacques's alter ego in such a short time, nor could he lie so convincingly to his face. It was almost unthinkable. And so, his conviction wavered. If it hadn't, he would have already made his move instead of lingering here, listening to what he considered Jacques's rambling nonsense. Yet, even as doubt crept in, he knew there was no turning back. According to the rules of Camartage, even if the Ancient One was lenient, his actions alone were enough to strip him of his magic and banish him from Camartage. That was something he could never accept. If he truly lost his magic, he'd rather be killed outright. With that grim thought, Caecilius steeled himself. Constantine, all you're trying to do is confuse me, to make me betray Lord Dormammu. Do you really think I'll fall for such petty tricks? Jacques's secondary personality shook his head and laughed. Do you honestly think I'm telling you all this because I want you to show mercy? You really do look down on people, don't you? Before he could finish, the persona of Jacques had already raised a hand and tapped lightly at the air. Crack! Crack! Immediately, the sound of shattering glass echoed all around them, growing more and more intense, louder and louder. Under Caecilius's stunned gaze, his mirror dimension spell splintered apart like glass struck by a stone, breaking into pieces, falling away. The instant the mirror dimension shattered, Caecilius was filled with shock and fury. Without the constraints of the mirror dimension, the sorcerers present could open portals at any moment, returning directly to Camartage and summoning the Ancient One. If that happened, all his efforts would be for nothing. So, without a hint of hesitation, he prepared to cast the mirror dimension again, hoping to trap them before they could escape. But in the very next moment, his movements came to an abrupt halt, because as his gaze swept toward Master Hammer, he noticed a figure standing beside him who absolutely shouldn't be there. The Ancient One. He knew, then and there, that was all over. Though he had always spoken of the Ancient One with contempt, mocking her at every turn, deep down he knew exactly how terrifying his teacher truly was. Even the Dark Lord he now served was no match for her on Earth. The super magic array had turned Earth into the Ancient One's home turf. It was like Dormammu entering the Hell Dimension ruled by Lucifer or Mephisto. There, he would be no match for them, either. When the difference in strength isn't overwhelming, home field advantage can erase the gap, even tip the scales of victory. That's why not a single being of the Elder God tier would dare cross the Ancient One on Earth, because even if they joined forces, it would be utterly pointless. The true power of home field advantage is that it not only suppresses outsiders and enhances the master of the domain, but it also renders differences in numbers meaningless. Only a being above the Elder God level, wielding overwhelming power, could ignore such an advantage. Now, Caecilius had failed to destroy the sanctum beneath his feet, and with the Ancient One standing before him, he didn't even have the chance to struggle. This meant Dormammu could never physically descend upon Earth, nor could he save Caecilius. All his efforts had come to nothing. On the other side, the Ancient One didn't deal with Caecilius right away. Instead, she tended to Master Hammer's injuries first. Only when color had returned to Hammer's face did she turn her gaze to Caecilius. Caecilius, is there anything you wish to say? I have nothing to say to you. If you want to kill me, just do it. Or do you really expect me to beg for mercy? Caecilius spoke coldly, his face expressionless. Is this how you speak to your teacher? The Ancient One's eyes grew slightly sorrowful. "You are not worthy of being my teacher," Cassius replied with a twisted sneer. "You're nothing but a coward, clinging to life, selfish and self-serving." His gaze was fierce as he glared at the Ancient One. "You're afraid we'll gain power surpassing yours. You're afraid we, too, might become immortal like you. Everything you say is just an excuse for your own selfishness." "Enough." "He's beyond saving," drawled the other personality of Zack, rising to his feet. "If you can't bring yourself to do it, shall I help?" He walked over to stand beside the Ancient One. She glanced at him, her expression tinged with resignation, but she didn't reply. Instead, she turned her attention back to Cassius. "Cass, your soul has already been consumed by darkness. I know nothing I say now will reach you. If that's the case, I'll let you see for yourself." With that, the Ancient One turned and with a swift motion conjured a shimmering portal and stepped through. As she disappeared, the portal lingered, suspended in the air. On the other side, the portal seemed to open from above, offering a bird's-eye view of the scene below. Gazing down, they saw a golden-haired youth with 3 pairs of black wings facing off against a man shrouded in darkness, his red cloak swirling with malevolent energy. Standing next to the golden-haired youth was a young man in a crisp white suit, his hair cropped short. When the Ancient One appeared on the scene, both sides instinctively took a step back. "What is this feeling?" Master Hamill could sense the overwhelming, sinister aura emanating from the other side of the portal. His skin prickled with goosebumps, and his eyes widened in shock. "The one on the left is the fallen angel Lucifer. The one on the right? That's the master of that fool over there." Zack's other self smirked, giving Master Hamill a friendly pat on the shoulder. Cassius, too, was stunned when he saw the red-cloaked figure below, through the portal. He could feel it. The aura radiating from the man in the red cloak was exactly the same as Dormammu's. He had communicated with Dormammu many times in secret. Even though each encounter was only with a fragment of Dormammu's will, there was no mistaking that aura. It was something no one could fake. Besides, he couldn't imagine anyone daring to impersonate Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness. Anyone with the courage to challenge Dormammu wouldn't stoop to such tricks. Is that really Lord Dormammu? Cassius felt a pang in his heart. He was completely caught off guard. He had no idea Dormammu had already sent an incarnation to this world. Dormammu had only ever given him instructions, never telling him anything more. But now, it seemed the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Who would have thought that this affair would involve yet another Lord of Hell? So, did that useless Caecilius fail? When Dormammu saw the Ancient One appear, he immediately guessed what had happened. Yet this time, he was surprisingly calm, not flying into a rage as he usually did. "Hey, Ancient One, long time no see." The young Lucifer waved at the Ancient One from the side. As soon as he saw her arrive, he instantly withdrew the 3 pairs of black wings behind his back, his expression softening. After all, when faced with a fully empowered Ancient One on Earth, even the real Dormammu himself would have no choice but to take a beating, let alone just one of his avatars. So there was no need to worry that Dormammu might pull off any more tricks. The Ancient One nodded at Lucifer, then turned to Dormammu and said, "Dormammu, you are the ruler of your own realm, the Lord of Hell, and though you are evil, you are also noble in your own way. So why resort to such a base tactic as deception?" "Deception?" Dormammu let out a dry laugh. "I never lied to him. If he was able to come to my dark dimension, I truly could grant him the right to eternal life. As long as the dark dimension exists, time will never erode him." "Oh, please, stop trying to make yourself look good. Is that really immortality? At most, it's just undying, nothing more." Before the Ancient One could respond, the young Lucifer cut in mercilessly. "All those poor fools who believe your nonsense are now nothing but a part of the dark dimension. They're neither human nor spirit now. Their lives and deaths hanging on your whim. Some can't even choose to die, because to you, they are nothing but personal property. Who they are now? Can you even call them the people they used to be?" Lucifer sneered. "Eternal life always comes at a price. That was their choice to make," Dormammu replied indifferently. "Then how do you explain sending Caecilius to destroy the Hong Kong sanctum?" At that moment, Raymond suddenly spoke up. "You fought the Ancient One for so long. You can't possibly not know that destroying just one of the 3 sanctums would never break the super magic barrier. At most, it would only distract the Ancient One for a while. All you really wanted was a chance to make your move and wipe out the Hell Angels." As Raymond spoke, the Ancient One glanced at him, the faintest smile appearing on her lips. She didn't say a word, but Raymond knew she had seen through the link between him and the vice personality of Zhang Kong. She might not be able to confirm they were one and the same, but she could certainly guess something. Dormammu, however, was unaware of the subtleties within. He simply sneered and said, "That's right, I used him. But as I said before, If he held no value for me, why would I bother to help him? Besides, Ancient One, spare me the pretense. Don't tell me you didn't see that his soul had long been tainted by darkness. You foresaw this day would come, yet you chose not to stop it, didn't you? As Dormammu spoke, his eyes flickered with a hint of sarcasm as he looked at the Ancient One. Even Raymond was a little surprised this time. He hadn't expected the Ancient One to have seen through everything from the very start. If she truly knew about Kaisalia's problems so early on, why didn't she stop him? It just didn't make sense. Just as Raymond was about to dismiss Dormammu's words as baseless accusations, the Ancient One finally spoke. This is his fate. I cannot interfere. If I were to intervene, it would only hasten his fall. She really did know? Raymond's astonishment grew. The Ancient One's reply was, in effect, an admission of Dormammu's earlier accusation. Hypocrite, Dormammu scoffed coldly. Fate was never set in stone. Perhaps you see more than I do, but that doesn't mean what you see is right. Dormammu made no attempt to hide that his foresight paled in comparison to the Ancient One's. After all, it was not his strength. Yet he clearly disapproved of her words. At that moment, young Lucifer sighed beside them. Ancient One, do you realize that you sound exactly like my damned father? He knew long ago that my resentment would lead to rebellion, and that in the end, I'd fail and be cast out of heaven. But he did nothing to stop me, claiming it was my destiny. Tell me, isn't that laughable? Young Lucifer let out a self-mocking chuckle. When humans think God laughs, he sees far more of fate than I do. So forgive me if I refrain from passing judgment, the Ancient One said thoughtfully. Lucifer shook his head and fell silent. Clearly, like Dormammu, he harbored little respect for the Ancient One's fatalism. Though all were on par with the Heavenly Father, their views could not have been further apart. Shall I help you, or will you go yourself? The Ancient One now turned to Dormammu. Dormammu ignored her this time, turning instead to Raymond. You got lucky today, but don't celebrate too soon. This isn't over. I'll be ready, Raymond replied with a slight smile. Dormammu let out a dismissive snort, and with that, his form collapsed in on itself, leaving no doubt he had departed at once that if he chose not to leave on his own, the Ancient One would help him find his way out, but that kind of help might not be so pleasant to witness. Once Dormammu had departed, the Ancient One turned her gaze to the boyish Lucifer. Don't look at me like that. I'm nothing like Dormammu. I've always behaved myself on Earth, Lucifer said with a shrug, his tone light. Besides, I'm not the only being of godly rank active on Earth. You should treat us all equally, shouldn't you? The Ancient One shook her head and chuckled softly. Lord Lucifer, you're overthinking this. I have no intention of sending you away. I merely wanted to bid you farewell. Lucifer's youthful face flushed with embarrassment. He realized he might have overreacted just a bit. Well then, goodbye, Lord Lucifer. With a gentle tap of her foot, the Ancient One rose gracefully into the air, moving in a straight line up to the portal above. In a blink, she was gone. Are you afraid of her? Raymond asked, ruffling Lucifer's hair with a broad smile. I told you. Hands off my hair. Lucifer roared at Raymond, clearly outraged. But given his childlike appearance, he hardly looked intimidating. If anything, the scene was a touch comical. All right, I surrender. Raymond raised his hands in mock defeat. Ever since Dormammu, or rather, the Red Hood, had fallen, everyone knew the Dark Church was finished. All those powerful figures from underground factions, lured by the Red Hood's promises, sensed the tide turning, and wasted no time making their escape, vanishing before anyone could stop them. Only a few unlucky ones failed to get away and were quickly captured by the Archbishop and Monterey's group working together. Among the captured was Kinsman's vampire brother, Sawyer, the vice leader of the Blood Covenant. As for Kaisalius, witnessing the exchange between Dormammu and the Ancient One with his own eyes finally drove home just how foolish his actions had been. In truth, after the Jacon persona had suggested he'd been treated as a disposable pawn by Dormammu, Kaisalius had already begun to suspect as much, especially when Master Hammer confirmed Jacon's statement. Panic took root. Still, he clung to a sliver of hope, telling himself it was all psychological warfare. It was only when he heard Dormammu say it outright that he was forced to confront the reality that he'd been played. The conversation earlier between the Ancient One, Raymond, and Dormammu was the final straw that broke Kaisalius' psychological defenses, leaving him no choice but to face the truth. Dormammu, for his part, had seen through the Ancient One's intentions as well, but he couldn't have cared less about what Kaisalius thought. Anyone who couldn't even handle such a minor task was utterly worthless to him. What Kaisalius thought of Dormammu was no concern to him at all. This led Cassius into utter despair, her spirit utterly shattered. Witnessing the student she once held in highest regard reduced to such a state, the Ancient One's mood was far from good. She did not punish Cassius. Instead, she brought her back to Camartage and simply let her stay there for the time being. Upon returning to Camartage, the alternate persona of Zhakang informed her directly that he would be leaving for a while. Is it because of the person by Lucifer's side? The Ancient One asked bluntly. In a way, yes, Zhakang's alternate self replied, having anticipated the question. He chuckled with an air of ease. But the main reason is that I've already accomplished what I came here for. From now on, it's time for me to journey elsewhere. So soon, the Ancient One was genuinely surprised. She knew exactly what Zhakang's alternate persona was referring to. After all, he had been forthright from the outset. His purpose here was to exchange magical knowledge with her. And indeed, she had gained much from him. Not so much in the sense of learning new spells, but rather in witnessing a completely different understanding of magic from his perspective. This, to her, was already a tremendous reward. Yet, she truly hadn't expected him to finish his studies so quickly. The arts of Camartage were vast and profound. Aside from herself, no one had ever mastered them all. But since he had made up his mind, she saw no reason to press further. At this point, Zhakang's alternate persona rubbed his hands together, looking a bit sheepish. Ancient One, as an outsider, there are some things I'm not at liberty to discuss too much, but the Ancient One smiled gently. You're wondering why. Even though I had long noticed something wrong with Cassius, I never stepped in earlier to stop her, aren't you? Zhakang's alternate self shrugged, confirming her guess. The fate of most people on Earth holds no secrets to me. The Ancient One began to explain, her voice calm and measured. When I look at a newborn infant, I can already foresee what they will be like at 70 years old. Of course, destiny is never set in stone. Some futures I glimpse are not guaranteed to occur, she continued. But these are usually in the finer details. For instance, I might foresee someone buying a car at the age of 30, though the color I predict might not be accurate. Yet the act of buying the car itself is inevitable. Unless there is someone beyond my foresight, someone who, before that person buys the car, blinds him or even kills him outright. Otherwise, that future will not change. Cassius's original fate was never supposed to be like this. It only changed after he came into contact with Dormammu. I cannot see Dormammu's destiny, but I can see how Cassius's fate shifts under Dormammu's influence. At this point, no matter what I do, he will resent me. He might even seek revenge against me with his death. If I intervene prematurely, I'll only make his fate even more tragic. Zhakang's secondary persona frowned and said, if Dormammu can alter his original destiny, then surely there must be other ways to change it again. Sorcerer Supreme, don't you think you put too much faith in your prophecies? Perhaps, the Ancient One replied, shaking her head, showing no intention of arguing with Zhakang's secondary persona. Just as she never debated this matter with Dormammu or the youthful Lucifer, this was simply her way of seeing things. She would not be swayed by words alone. Zhakang's secondary persona realized this as well, and made no further attempt to persuade her. With a resigned shrug, he said, all right, forget I said anything. I'll take my leave then. Sorry for any inconvenience I've caused. If you ever need my help with anything in the future, don't hesitate to come find me. I'll leave my contact information with Wong. Thank you, the Ancient One said with a gentle smile. She did not refuse his goodwill. After all, she could not see the fate of Zhakang's secondary persona, and she dared not claim that Camartage would never need his help in the future. So, she left the door open. Well, until fate brings us together again. With a respectful gesture, Zhakang's secondary persona vanished in a swirl of white mist, leaving behind the Ancient One, her brows faintly furrowed, lost in some unspoken worry. When Zhakang's shadow clone returned, Raymond also saw the conversation with the Ancient One unfold. But, just like Zhakang's secondary persona, he could not bring himself to accept the Ancient One's fatalistic views. If she truly wished, the Ancient One would certainly have ways to change Cassius's destiny, since she, too, was among those whose futures even she could not foresee. Yet perhaps it was her reverence for fate itself that held her back, making her unwilling to alter anything she perceived as predestined. Raymond, however, found this attitude hard to accept. He knew all too well that this was a world where even the 5 great gods and the living tribunal could be overturned at any moment. Who could possibly claim to truly understand destiny? The Ancient One was powerful, but not omnipotent. Her concerns, at the end of the day, were little more than personal obsessions. Of course, someone at her level was never going to change her mind through argument or logic alone. Understanding this, Raymond quickly put the matter out of his thoughts and turned his attention to wrapping up the affairs of the Dark Church. Little Lucifer was a master at shirking responsibility. As soon as the trouble with Dormammu was settled, he slipped away with the Archbishop, leaving Raymond and the other 2 to deal with the aftermath. Kinsman, let's hear your thoughts. How should we handle your dear brother? Raymond glanced at Sawyer, who was tied up and dumped on the ground, then turned to Kinsman for his opinion. This time we can't let him off as easily as last time. If you ask me, we should at least take a leg. Monty clenched his fists with a menacing crack, grinning wickedly as he spoke. No, no, no. My dearest brother, say something, will you? Sawyer, hearing talk of losing a leg, forgot all about dignity and quickly looked to Kinsman for help. What's the point of cutting off his leg? Kinsman frowned. Sawyer finally relaxed a little when he heard Kinsman speak up. Monty, on the other hand, was clearly displeased. Last time you let him go just because he's your brother, and look where that got us, Monty growled. Now you want to let him off easy again? Who said anything about letting him go? Kinsman replied coolly. I just think cutting off his leg is too much trouble. Might as well. Kill him and be done with it. He shot a glance at Sawyer, trussed up tightly like a dumpling on the ground, his voice as calm as ever. Sawyer was speechless. Monty was equally stunned. Kinsman, I'm your own brother. This time, Sawyer was truly desperate. He really is your brother? Monty lowered his voice and asked Kinsman privately. Kinsman nodded. He is, but I cut ties with the family ages ago. In fact, my name is still up on the family's wanted list. If you want this kind of family, be my guest. No thanks. I wouldn't be able to handle it. You can keep him and enjoy the experience yourself, Monty replied, shaking his head emphatically. Kinsman, have a heart. Sawyer shot him a furious glare. You're the one who left the clan. If they didn't put out a warrant for you, what would the other clans think of us? And besides, your bounty is only 10,000 pounds. Who in their right mind would go after the great warrior of the Hells Angels for a measly 10,000? Sawyer's face was white with rage. Raymond hadn't said a word the entire time, simply watching the brothers bicker with an amused smile, as if he were enjoying a show. But when he heard something that piqued his interest, he finally spoke up. Kinsman, are you a vampire too? Kinsman hesitated for a moment before admitting, with a resigned sigh, yes. I had a fascination with black magic since childhood, so my family saw me as the odd one out. They even went so far as to imprison me, hoping I'd mend my ways. Eventually, I found a chance to escape, and once I did, I was gone for decades. Raymond nodded, then asked, Mind telling me which clan you're from? Kinsman shook his head. There's nothing inconvenient about it, and it's no secret either. Sawyer and I both come from the Assamite clan. Raymond asked, Camarilla or Sabbat? Kinsman looked slightly surprised. Raymond, you seem quite knowledgeable about vampire society. Raymond chuckled. The last time I was traveling in Europe, I just happened to run into the young princess of the Ventrue clan when she was being attacked. I happened to save her, so I've had some contact. No wonder, Kinsman thought to himself, now understanding. If one were to rank the 13 vampire clans, the Ventrue, who lead the Camarilla, would undoubtedly be among the top 3, and they've always considered themselves royalty. If the Camarilla is like a vampire dynasty, then the Ventrue clan truly are. It's aristocracy. Of course, vampires are not limited to the Camarilla. The clans outside of it would never acknowledge the Ventrue's claim to royalty. Yet, no one can deny the strength of the Ventrue, not even the Sabbat, the Camarilla's sworn enemies, who still show the Ventrue a certain degree of respect. Seeing that Raymond was still waiting for his introduction, Kinsman continued after a moment's thought. Among the 13 clans, most are either with the Camarilla or the Sabbat, but there are independent clans who refuse to take sides. The Assamite clan is one of them. The Assamites are also known as the Assassin clan. They are the most skilled in assassination among all vampires and have always maintained intricate ties with the underworld. For example, the Blood Brotherhood in North America is actually just one of the many assassin organizations under the Assamites' command. I see. Raymond nodded, indicating his understanding. The more he learned about the vampires, the more fascinating he found them. Their internal hierarchy and relationships were far more complex and rigid than those of mutants, who were a much newer superpowered race. No wonder vampires had managed to survive for so long without sparking a backlash from ordinary humans. Unlike mutants, who were constantly hunted and persecuted. Noticing that both Kinsman and Monterey seemed unsure how to deal with Sawyer, Raymond finally stepped forward. Letting you go isn't out of the question, he said, but it depends on whether you're willing to show some sincerity. If you plan to, just walk away like you did last time, then I have to tell you, you're being unrealistic. This isn't just Kinsman's decision to make. Understand that, Sawyer replied, troubled. But the matters of the Blood Brotherhood aren't for me alone to decide. Then talk to someone who can. Give them a call, negotiate, show us some real sincerity. If you do, you'll be free to leave at any time, Raymond said. All right, I'll give it a try, Sawyer agreed. Raymond gestured for his men to release Sawyer temporarily, allowing him to make the call. He was confident that Sawyer wouldn't be foolish enough to try and escape right in front of them. That would only be asking for humiliation. Sawyer understood this principle perfectly. Well, over the phone, he quickly got in touch with someone who could actually make decisions, and it was clear that the person on the other end wasn't the nominal leader of the alliance, but most likely someone from the Assamite clan, just as Kingsman had mentioned. A few minutes later, after hanging up, Sawyer turned to Raymond and said, "The Blood Covenant controls 26 blocks in New York. We can give you 6 as compensation for picking the wrong side this time. What do you say?" 8, Raymond replied coolly. 7, that's the limit, Sawyer said through gritted teeth. 9, Raymond countered, his face impassive. 8, just like you said before. Sawyer was taken aback that Raymond was raising the price, and quickly tried to settle. 10, Raymond responded, smiling at him. Deal. Sawyer didn't haggle any further and agreed on the spot. It was only at that moment he realized that when your fate is in someone else's hands, you're in no position to bargain. Ironically, if he hadn't tried to negotiate, he could have gotten away with 8 blocks. His attempt to haggle only led to 10. In truth, 6 blocks was never his bottom line, but he tried to be sly and hoped to slip through. He hadn't expected his own cleverness to backfire, especially since Raymond wasn't playing by any conventional rules. But the situation was against him, and there was nothing he could do. Who could he blame when he was both outmatched and in the wrong? Kingsman, go see your brother off and discuss how you'll handle the handover. Of course, if you want to back out, the Blood Covenant is welcome to try. Let's see if you can take a beating from the Church of Darkness, Raymond said with a chuckle. No, that won't be necessary, Sawyer said, shaking his head quickly. Let's go, said Kingsman. He didn't say much more, tacitly acknowledging that Raymond would be calling the shots on this. Though they were all warriors, and technically Raymond was only the 4th general, there was no denying the power behind his fists. Anyone could see that if Raymond hadn't had a backup plan, Dormammu might really have turned the tables. Even Lucius, the boy they called Little Lucifer, wouldn't have been able to stop him. Who would dare go against someone with both brains and brawn? In a single battle, the Hell's Angels wiped out the Church of Darkness, swallowed up most of their territory, and took over 10 more blocks from the Blood Covenant. Overnight, they became a major force in New York's criminal underworld. If the Church of Darkness had once been in the city's top 10, the Hell's Angels now firmly held a place in the top 5, with a real shot at breaking into the top 3. Yet, whether you were top 5 or top 3, it didn't make much difference in the end, because in New York, and in fact the entire North American underworld, there was a primordial dragon looming over everyone, pressing down with a weight that left all others gasping for breath. This ancient dragon had a name, Kingpin. Before he truly set foot in the underworld, Raymond didn't quite understand why Kingpin was able to keep so many criminal organizations under his thumb, leaving them gasping for air. Take the groups he'd recently encountered, for instance. Didn't every one of them have some sort of supernatural power backing them up? The Dark Church had the Dark Lord Dormammu in its corner. The Hell's Angels were protected by the fallen angel Lucifer. The Blood Pact's patrons were the feared assassins of the Assamite clan. Even the Hand had its mysterious 5 fingers pulling strings from behind the scenes. Even the somewhat weaker North American Hongmen had the people of Kunlun looking out for them. Of course, Kunlun wouldn't help them with every little thing. Every time Hongmen wanted their assistance, a hefty price had to be paid. Still, at least they had someone to call on in times of trouble. Raymond figured the other underground factions must also have their own supernatural connections. Otherwise, there's no way they could have survived in this world. Yet despite so many powerful forces, each with formidable figures behind the curtain, none of them dared to provoke Kingpin directly, not even if they joined forces. What was the reason for this? If Raymond had once thought that Kingpin was simply a shrewd mortal with a tight grip on power, he now realized how naive that was. He'd even asked the Kingsmen about it, and their answer had left him astonished. No one knew for certain what supernatural force, if any, stood behind Kingpin. But the rule was clear. Anyone who opposed him, no matter which superpowered entity backed them, would mysteriously disappear as if they'd never existed at all. Unable to compete with Kingpin's mysterious force, and utterly dominated on the mundane level, these criminal organizations had no choice but to acknowledge the Kingpin as the true, uncrowned king of the underworld. Of course, Raymond was intrigued by all this. But right now, the Hell's Angels couldn't afford to stir up more trouble. They were outsiders. In this world, it was one thing to wipe out the Dark Church, but if they kept making moves, they'd quickly become public enemy number 1. Unlike the Kingpin's vast syndicate, the Hell's Angels simply didn't have the strength to withstand united opposition. Even if they could hold their own against supernatural threats, their rank and file would be crushed under the pressure. So, for the time being, the Hell's Angels needed to keep a low profile. At the very least, they had to finish consolidating their new territory before making any further moves. Otherwise, they'd just be asking for trouble. Because of that, after the fall of the Dark Church, the New York underworld fell into an unexpected calm. Of course, all this happened in the shadows. The ordinary people remained blissfully unaware. Some might even have thought that New York had become more peaceful than usual lately. It's worth mentioning that Clarice's life in New York turned out to be far more exciting than it had ever been in Richmond after transferring to Midtown. She was surprised to discover that two of her classmates were actually superpowered individuals, and one of them was none other than Spider-Man, who had recently gained some fame online. This unexpected revelation sparked an idea in Clarice's mind. She secretly invited her best friend Lorna to come to New York, got in touch with the two superpowered classmates, and began planning to form a small superhero group, modeled after the Avengers. One of these classmates, of course, was Peter Parker, the diehard Tony Stark fan better known as Spider-Man. The other was Jessica Jones, who had chosen the codename Nidus for herself. At first, both Peter and Jessica were anxious when they realized their secret identities had been uncovered. It wasn't until Clarice revealed a bit of her own powers and explained her intentions that they began to relax. And, in fact, they didn't find the idea unpleasant at all. If Raymond had known about this, he wouldn't have been surprised. After all, in their original life trajectories, both Peter and Jessica eventually joined superhero teams. Peter became Tony's successor and joined the Avengers, while Jessica teamed up with Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, and other street-level heroes to form a sort of Avengers Light, the Defenders. Clearly, neither of them was opposed to the idea of joining a superhero group. They just never had the opportunity before. Since Clarice had brought up the idea, and given that they were all around the same age, it didn't take long for the group to reach consensus. After a few discussions, they chose a name for their new superhero team, the Watchers League. It was Clarice who suggested the name, and the other three quickly agreed. Apparently, Clarice had overheard her brother mention the name once and thought it sounded nice, so she decided to use it. Peter and Jessica didn't know who Clarice's brother was, nor did they pay it much mind. Clarice and Lorna hadn't shared many details, so they just assumed he was an ordinary person. Soon, with the founding of the Watchers League, this fledgling team of heroes started to make a name for themselves in New York. Although Spider-Man was the only well-known superhero among them, the other three were clearly no ordinary individuals. The member codenamed Nidus not only possessed tremendous strength, but could also fly for short periods. The one called Polaris seemed to have powers related to controlling magnetic fields or metal, abilities reminiscent of the famous Magneto, though not quite as powerful. As for Blink, her abilities were the most mysterious. Rumor had it she could teleport attacks and objects, hinting at some sort of spatial manipulation, but she was so rarely seen in action that no one could say for sure that on top of that, with Spider-Man, someone whose abilities are so well-balanced, this Watchers League makes dealing with ordinary criminals almost laughably easy. It's as if you're just playing a game. The recent peace in New York isn't just because the criminal underworld is undergoing a major upheaval. The emergence of the Watchers League has undoubtedly played a significant part as well. Several criminals who were somewhat notorious in New York have already been brought to justice and captured by the Watchers League. Compared to the lofty Avengers, the public has taken a much greater liking to this new group. There are even fan clubs popping up online. These fans help gather information about unsolved mysteries and gruesome cases, posting details on the fan club's website. The Watchers League often selects some of these cases to investigate, responding to the enthusiasm of their supporters. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. That evening, after Jessica returned home with her friends from taking down a criminal gang, she was stunned to find her entire family gone. All their phones were switched off, not a single clue left behind. It was as if they'd vanished into thin air. Jessica's emotions nearly shattered in an instant. That accident in the past, while it granted her the superpowers she has now, also took away her closest loved ones. Thankfully, her current family adopted her and gave her a home again. It was thanks to them that she found hope to keep living and did nothing reckless. And now, something like this had happened again. Her first instinct was to call the police, but she quickly realized this was no ordinary matter. Her family weren't wealthy, just regular working-class folks. Even if a kidnapper was looking for a target, it didn't make sense for them to choose her family. That's when she suspected this might be connected to her. Her own existence might have put her family in danger. If that was really the case, then the kidnappers were most likely superpowered criminals, far beyond what ordinary police could handle. Calling the police would only tip off the perpetrators and accomplish nothing else. Once she understood this, she immediately reached out to the other members of the Watchers League. 10 minutes later, a portal suddenly appeared before her. Jessica wasn't startled when she saw it, because she knew it meant her friends had arrived. Sure enough, the next moment Clarice, Lorna, and Peter stepped out of the portal together. It seemed Clarice had picked up Lorna and Peter before coming over as a group. As soon as the three arrived, they began searching for clues, hoping to find even the faintest trace. But, unsurprisingly, they found nothing. There wasn't a single sign of a struggle in Jessica's home. Jessie, don't panic. Think carefully. Has anyone in your family offended someone recently? Clarice gently comforted Jessica, patting her back as she asked. No, they were all very kind. Otherwise, they wouldn't have adopted me. Jessica shook her head repeatedly. I'm wondering if this has something to do with me. Could it be those criminals we've been cracking down on lately, trying to take revenge on me? Upon hearing this, Lorna shook her head calmly. That's unlikely. Every time we take down criminals, we always wear masks, and we call each other by code names. No one knows our real identities. Besides, we always rely on Clary's powers to make a quick getaway. Even if our enemies wanted to track us, it would be impossible, Peter agreed, nodding his head. I think it's pretty unlikely too. Back when I used to work alone, my secrecy was nowhere near as tight as it is now, and I was never exposed. Now, with all these precautions, it should be even less likely. Peter was referring to his days as Spider-Man, when he operated solo. Back then, he didn't have Clarice as a living portal on his team, someone who could whisk them away at a moment's notice. If a fight went badly, they could always escape. Even then, he'd never been exposed, so it made even less sense for it to happen now. Jessica, her voice trembling with tears, said, I know what you're saying makes sense, but I just can't think of any other reason. She hadn't finished speaking when suddenly her phone rang, cutting her off. When she glanced at the caller ID and saw an unknown number, her heart skipped a beat. She pointed at her phone, then shook her head at Clarice and the others, signaling them to stay quiet for now. The three of them immediately understood something was wrong. Put on speaker, Clarice whispered. Jessica nodded, answered the call, and switched to speaker mode, demanding, Who are you? A deep voice came from the phone, laughing in a strange, unsettling way. My dear Jessica, it seems you've already discovered the little surprise I left for you. So it really was you. Jessica's voice trembled with both fear and anger. Who are you? What have you done to my family? Why would you? Whoa, slow down. The odd voice interrupted, still chuckling. You've got so many questions. Which one should I answer first? Jessica was momentarily lost for words, her anxiety making it hard to speak clearly. The voice on the other end laughed again. Let's take it one step at a time, shall we? I'm an old friend of yours. Ever since the car accident, I've been watching over you, though you never knew I was there. As for your family, they're all quite well at the moment. In fact, they're having dinner with me right now. If you don't believe me, I can let them say a few words to you. Come on, say hello to Jessica and let her know you're all right. After the voice on the other end finished speaking, it sounded as though the phone was handed over to Jessica's family. Very soon, Jessica heard their voices reassuring her. But before they could say much, the phone was swiftly taken back by that same person. Now, do you believe me? What do you want? Jessica demanded, even though she had confirmed her family was safe. She knew, however, that didn't mean the caller's intentions were good. After all, if this person meant her no harm, they wouldn't have taken her family in such a manner. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to take this opportunity to have a nice chat with you. But I'd rather not meet any of your friends. You understand what I mean, don't you? The voice on the other end spoke with a hint of amusement. I have no idea what you're talking about, Jessica replied, her expression shifting slightly. Not only she, but Clarice and the other two nearby had all grown tense, picking up on the hidden meaning behind the words. This suggested that the caller very likely knew about Jessica's other identity, the one she kept hidden from the world, her role as the Lady Knight, a rising star among the superheroes in the Guardians League. Of course, it was only a suspicion at this point, not yet certain. So Jessica's first instinct was to play dumb. But the caller seemed to have anticipated her denial. Chuckling, he said, My dear Jessica, or should I call you Lady Knight? At those words, the expressions of all four people in the room changed dramatically. The caller truly knew. But how was that possible? Was this all for revenge? Was that why Jessica's family had been taken? And if he knew Jessica's secret, did he know the others as well? Were their families in danger too? The thought sent a chill through both Peter and Clarice, their faces pale with worry. Only Lorna managed to remain composed. She'd already learned from Psylocke that her father was none other than Magneto, the ultimate mutant kingpin. She didn't expect anyone to dare go after Magneto in the name of revenge. But Peter and Clarice had real cause for concern, afraid their own secrets might endanger their families. Jessica seemed to realize this as well, and her tone grew hard. What is it you want? I'm warning you. If you harm my family, I swear I'll. Now, sweetheart, the voice interrupted, still laughing. Let's not make threats we both know you don't believe. If I hang up now, you wouldn't even know who I am. What could you possibly do to me? Jessica's face darkened further, because she knew every word he'd just said was true up until now. She still had no idea who the other person was, not even the faintest clue. On the other hand, it seemed her opponent knew everything about her, as if he had her entire life laid out before him. If he really did hang up the phone just now, there was absolutely nothing she could do. She could only worry helplessly. I won't make things hard for you. Here's your chance to get back at me. Come meet me alone. I'll be waiting for you. Remember, I want to see you by yourself. If you bring anyone along, especially your little friends, I can't guarantee your family's safety. As soon as he finished, the voice on the other end gave her an address, then abruptly hung up. Listening to the dead tone in her ear, the four people in the room fell silent, none of them speaking for a while. No, something's not right. Peter suddenly broke the silence. Seeing his three companions turn toward him, Peter quickly explained. He said just now that he started paying attention to Jessie after that accident she was involved in. But back then, we hadn't even formed our alliance yet. This means that when he took Jessie's family, it probably wasn't to get back at us for what we've done lately. He must have discovered Jessie's powers a long time ago, and then, by chance, realized that the knight's abilities were almost the same as Jessie's. That's how he figured out Jessie was the knight. Lorna nodded thoughtfully. I found it strange, too. If he knows so much about us, why didn't he just call us by name to intimidate us further? If it's like Peter said, then it makes sense. He may have guessed that Jessie is the knight, but he doesn't know who the rest of us are. That's actually pretty likely, Clarice agreed. Jessie, think carefully. Has anyone known about your powers for a long time? Jessie was completely shaken. She heard Clarice's question, but it was as if her mind went blank. I don't know. I really don't know. The three others could see that Jessie was in no state to think clearly, so they didn't press her any further. Clarice went on. Also, the way your family spoke just now is odd. Odd? What do you mean? Jessie felt her heart tighten at those words. Earlier, she'd been so worried for her family's safety that just hearing their voices was enough to calm her. She hadn't thought much of it, but now, hearing Clarice say there was something strange in their tone, her anxiety returned with a vengeance. It was odd, for sure, Peter said, frowning and rubbing his chin. No matter how that person took Jessie's family, you'd expect them to react with some kind of emotion. If that person had taken them away by force, they would have shown at least some sign of panic. On the other hand, if he had tricked them into leaving by claiming to be Jessie, they should have displayed the excitement of being invited out as guests. Yet just now when they spoke to Jessie, their voices were calm and composed, without the slightest hint of emotion. This, in itself, was the most unusual reaction of all. Prompted by Clarice's reminder, Jessica suddenly realized what was amiss. Earlier, her worry had clouded her judgment, and she hadn't paid any attention to her family's tone or manner. She had simply heard their voices and felt relieved. But with Clarice and Peter's analysis, she now understood that her family situation was likely not as uneventful as she had hoped. If everything truly was fine, there would have been no reason for such a muted response. How could this happen? Jessica was completely at a loss, her eyes welling with tears. Try not to worry too much just yet, Lorna comforted her gently. Your parents are in an odd state, but they should still be safe for the moment. After all, his target is you, not your family. Hurting them would only provoke you, and I don't think you went to all this trouble just to settle a personal score. Lorna's right. At the very least, you can be sure that your family's physical safety isn't at risk right now. That's a small mercy in an otherwise unfortunate situation, Clarice added, taking up the thread to reassure Jessica. Now, what matters most is figuring out how to find this person and rescue your family. Putting herself in Jessica's place, Clarice knew she wouldn't be much calmer if the roles were reversed. After all, they were just teenagers, and even being superheroes couldn't change that simple fact. She could relate to Jessica's distress. She remembered when her own father, Fong Mo, had been gravely injured by cultists, left unsure if he would ever walk again. Her own state back then had been far worse than Jessica's was now. I know. Thank you, all of you, Jessica replied, her voice trembling with sobs as she thanked her friends. She understood that they truly cared about her, and that they would do everything in their power to help. Still, understanding that didn't make it any easier to calm down. She took a deep breath before continuing. So what should we do now? She recognized that she'd lost her ability to make sound judgments and couldn't trust her own instincts at the moment. So she wanted to hear her friend's advice. Peter thought for a moment and said, First of all, you'll still have to go to the place he mentioned. Your family is in his hands, after all, and if you don't follow his instructions, there's no telling what he might do to them. Lorna frowned and said, This is far too risky. Since he knows what Jessie is capable of, he must be confident that he can overpower her. That's why he insists she goes alone. If Jessie really does as he asks, there's a good chance she'll walk straight into his trap. Jessica, shook her head. I can't worry about all that now. No matter what, they were taken because of me. If I can't bring them back, how could I possibly go on living with myself? Peter's right. This is something I have to do. But Lorna wanted to say that if Jessica went directly, the most likely outcome was that she'd fall into the enemy's hands as well, and there was no guarantee she'd be able to save her family. Yet, to say it out loud felt cruel, and the words caught in her throat. Clarice noticed Lorna's struggle and stepped in. Peter and Lorna both make good points. Since that's the case, why don't we prepare for both possibilities and tackle this from two sides? Both possibilities? The other three turned to her. Clarice considered carefully. First, the man demanded that Jessie meet him alone. There's no getting around that. If she refuses outright, his next move might be even more unbearable for her. But, just as Lorna said, if we follow his plan, to the letter, Jessie will be the one who suffers most. That's practically a given. If he wants Jessie to meet him, he must have a way to neutralize her powers. He might even be a superhuman himself. The chances are slim that he isn't. You mean we should follow in secret? Peter asked, deep in thought. Clarice shook her head. No, that's too dangerous. The fact that he specifically told Jessie not to bring us means he's already anticipated that possibility. He'll be on guard. Even if he can't do much to us directly, if he finds out Jessie broke the deal, he's likely to retaliate against her family. And that's something Jessie could never bear. Peter, who was usually so talkative it bordered on rambling, fell silent at this. The logic was all too clear. Just like in most kidnapping cases, if the kidnapper demands the family not call the police, and they do anyway, the kidnapper is likely to respond with drastic measures, sending a severed finger, or recording a threatening video. In short, the consequences are always ones the victim's family could never accept. The same reasoning applied now. Jessica was truly in a passive position. She could not, and would not, ignore the safety of her loved ones that I in this situation, even though she knew perfectly well that going there would most likely end badly. She had no other choice. So what do you think we should do? Lorna asked, her curiosity now piqued. Clarice laid out her plan. Jessie should follow Peter's suggestion and go to meet that guy on her own. We won't follow her. Of course, even though we won't be tailing her, we still need to make some other preparations. Peter, didn't you make a batch of special button-shaped tracking devices yourself? Yes, I have a few on me right now. Peter hurriedly pulled a few out of his pocket. When Jessie goes, she can carry one of these tracker buttons. That way, we'll always know where you are. If anything happens on your end, I can open a portal at a moment's notice and come to your aid. Clarice continued calmly, arranging everything with composure. But that's not enough. Since we can't be sure when to make our move, we also need to establish a code word. I remember, Peter, your tracking devices have an audio function. Once Jessie meets her family and feels the time is right, she'll use the code word we've agreed upon. The moment we hear it, we'll rush in. That's a great idea. Peter's eyes lit up. I agree, Lorna said, nodding her approval. Seeing her three friends had settled on a plan, Jessica made a quick decision. All right, it's settled. I'll take Peter's tracker with me to meet him. As for the code word, when I say, doesn't your conscience hurt doing this, you'll know it's time to move. That way, it won't arouse a suspicion, and we can catch him completely off guard. Good, it's decided then. Peter, help her attach the trackers. Be sure to hide them well. Just to be safe, put on two, Clarice instructed with a nod. No problem, leave it to me. Peter accepted the task without hesitation. As he spoke, he approached Jessica and fixed one tracker to the inside of her collar. Then he placed another at the back of her neck, under the collar, where her hair would completely conceal it. While Peter was attaching the trackers, Clarice pulled Lorna aside, her face clouded with worry. I just have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. I suspect the other side may have powers similar to Sophia's. That might explain how Jessie's family could accept him so completely. You mean the other side might be a telepath? Lorna's expression changed slightly. The Sophia Clarice referred to had once been their teammate, a mutant known by the codename Dreamer. Sophia possessed the ability to alter other people's memories. If it had been Sophia who kidnapped Jessica's family, she could have achieved exactly the same effect. She only needed to make Jessica's family forget how she had been kidnapped, so Clarice's suspicions weren't entirely unfounded. Lorna hadn't thought in that direction before, but now that she considered it, she realized it was actually quite likely. Then why didn't you just tell Jessica directly? Lorna asked, a bit puzzled. Because I'm not sure if she might fall into the same trap after she gets there. If, unfortunately, my guess turns out to be right, then my original plan is obviously useless. That's why I prepared a third contingency, Clarice replied. What's your plan? Tell me, Lorna asked, her curiosity piqued. Clarice explained, didn't my brother run a detective agency before? They say that even when Iron Man's people were kidnapped, It was my brother and his team who helped find them. Everyone has their own expertise. Just because we can't find any clues doesn't mean they can't. So even if my fears come true and our previous preparations are for nothing, as long as we can track down that person in Jessica's family, we can turn the tables in an instant. As she spoke, Clarice clenched her fist with determination. She deeply empathized with what her friend was going through, and it filled her with anger. Although their team, the Watchers Alliance, didn't have an official leader, Clarice was undoubtedly its core. After all, she'd brought the other three together one by one. There might not have been any hierarchy among them, but everyone saw her as their captain. As the leader, there was no way she'd just stand by and watch Jessica fall into someone else's hands. She was determined to give it her all. Once Peter finished installing the tracking device for Jessica, Clarice used her power to send Jessica close to the location given by their target, but not directly inside. Then she sent Peter home to fetch his surveillance and tracking equipment. When Peter and Lorna started monitoring Jessica's position, Clarice quietly reached out to Raymond. The Watchers Alliance? What on earth is that? Raymond was surprised as he listened to Clarice recount her recent adventures. He hadn't been paying much attention to his little sister's affairs lately. His ongoing clashes with the Dark Church left him little room for distraction, especially since Dormammu was lurking behind the scenes. But he hadn't expected that, in such a short time, his sister would assemble her own superhero team. Not only had she brought Lorna to New York to join, but she'd also managed to gather Spider-Man and Jessica Jones, both rising stars in the superhero world. Well, look at you, Clarice, forming your own little team behind your brother's back. Raymond teased, half smiling. I just don't want to be a burden to you forever. Clarice's voice was soft over the phone. Don't play the pitiful little girl with me. It's useless. I don't even need to look at you to know that you're probably gloating on the other side right now. Raymond drawled lazily. That's not true. You're wrongfully accusing me again. Clarice protested. All right. Let's pretend I'm the one in the wrong, Raymond chuckled. So, what is it you want from me this time? I want you to help me find Jessie's family. As long as we can locate her relatives, that person will have nowhere left to hide, Clarice said thoughtfully. Raymond didn't reply right away. Instead, he smiled and asked in an unhurried tone, I can help you, but let's get something straight first. Are you asking for help as a little sister reaching out to her big brother? Or is the Watchers Guild looking to hire my detective agency for the job? Clarice paused, a little taken aback. Is there a difference? Of course there is, Raymond replied with a grin. If it's the first case, then I'd help you without question. A brother helping his little sister. That's only natural, nothing to discuss. And what if it's the second case? Well, if it's the second, then everything goes by the book. I should warn you, though, my agency's rates aren't cheap. Even with a special discount for you, it still won't be a small sum. Clarice snorted, feigning indignation. Don't think I can't tell what you're up to. You're just trying to provoke me. Make me stubborn enough to pick the second option. Raymond responded with exaggerated surprise. Oh my, you actually saw through my little scheme? I'll take the second option. Clarice hesitated for a moment, but finally made her decision. Well done. That's my sister, Raymond's own, full of backbone. Raymond praised. Don't worry, I'll make sure they give you the friendliest price. Hearing Raymond's over-the-top reaction, Clarice gritted her teeth in frustration. If Raymond were standing in front of her right now, she would have pummeled him with her tiny fists. But Raymond clearly had no intention of revealing his whereabouts, so a beating was out of the question. Besides, he obviously knew she was determined to prove herself, to earn respect through her own efforts. There was no way she'd ever pick the first option. All those extra words were unnecessary. Swallowing down her urge to throttle Raymond, she pressed on. So, when are you coming then? Coming? Coming where? Raymond asked in surprise. Hey, wait a second. Didn't we already agree? Are you going back on your word? Clarice protested, displeased. What do you mean, going back on my word? I'm just accepting your case on behalf of the agency. I never said I'd handle it personally. Your brother's been busy lately. Besides, does a little matter like this really need me to step in myself? Raymond smiled warmly and said, Don't worry. I'll have someone get in touch with you. Nothing will be delayed. Hearing this, Clarice was still a bit skeptical, but she knew she couldn't press the issue any further. In truth, she didn't know much about the detective agency that Raymond had started. She only remembered him mentioning it on their last trip to Edinburgh, and even then, he spoke of it as idle gossip. As for the actual size of the agency, or how many people worked there, she was completely in the dark. Of course, she trusted her brother. She believed Raymond wouldn't let her down. Since he had agreed to help, he would surely deliver satisfactory results. Still, her unfamiliarity with his agency left her with a lingering sense of doubt. Raymond, for his part, wasn't surprised by Clarice's reaction. After all, who knows a sister better than her own brother? And once Clarice finished explaining the details, Raymond had already pieced together a good idea of who the so-called mysterious figure that had taken Jessica's family must be. If his guess was correct, the one who made that threatening phone call to Jessica was her destined nemesis, the Purple Man. If Raymond remembered the original course of Jessica's fate, she was about to spend a long, harrowing period under the Purple Man's control, a tragedy in every sense of the word. During those dark years, Jessica would suffer unspeakably at his hands, both mentally and physically, tormented to her very limits. The Purple Man's ability, after all, was to control others, and in this, Clarice's suspicions were only half correct. But he wasn't a telepath. His power came from a hormone he emitted, which allowed him to infiltrate and command the minds of anyone who came into contact with it. With just a whiff of his scent, people became vulnerable to his every word. What's more, he could control a vast number of people at once, managing to influence thousands simultaneously, with ease. It was reasonable for Clarice and her friends, judging by the state of Jessica's family, to assume the Purple Man's power was psychic in nature. But if they went up against him, as if he were an ordinary telepath, they would be in for a rude awakening. Take Magneto's helmet, for instance, the one that could block Professor X's telepathy. It would be useless against the Purple Man. The only real ways to resist his power were to possess an unbreakable will strong enough to ignore his commands, or to find a way to block out the hormone he emitted and any instructions that came from him. If Clarice and her companions truly believed they were up against a normal psychic and prepared accordingly before confronting him, the odds were they'd be utterly defeated. Thankfully, she thought to ask Raymond for help. Of course, for someone like the Purple Man, Raymond wouldn't even need to know all the details. One of his silver-tier alter egos could take care of this minor character without breaking a sweat. However, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, nor did he wish to handle every matter personally. It was better, he thought, to give those around him more opportunities to hone their skills. With that in mind, he decided to leave this matter in the hands of Skye, David, and their third companion. It is worth mentioning that, during the time he was preoccupied with wiping out the Dark Church, Skye and the others had taken on quite a few assignments themselves. Working together, the trio had successfully completed most of their missions without much trouble. This was hardly surprising, given their backgrounds. Among them was a prodigy with the potential to become a level 5 mutant, a newcomer who had inherited most of the formidable Shadow King's level 4 mutant abilities, and an inhuman who, in another timeline, might have become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In terms of raw power, both David and Beth could exhibit the strength of a level 4 mutant, though they still lacked some battle experience. Even Skye, the least powerful of the three, was now capable of feats comparable to a top-tier level 3 mutant. Over this period, beyond the experience gained from missions, they had also received personal guidance from the veteran alter ego of Professor X, which had rapidly advanced their skills on all fronts. They were, by this point, a far cry from their former selves. A mere Purple Man was hardly a challenge for them. He was nothing more than an opportunity to gain experience. "How's it looking?" Clarice asked as soon as she returned, having finished contacting Raymond. Lorna knew exactly what Clarice had gone to do, though Peter was less clear. Not that he had the energy to care at the moment. His eyes stayed glued to the surveillance monitors as he replied. Without turning around, Jesse's already arrived at the spot he mentioned. "Looks like it's a bar crowded. Unless he shows himself, Jesse probably won't be able to spot anything unusual." "Wait, hold on. Everyone listen." Lorna suddenly signaled for Peter and Clarice to keep quiet. She'd noticed something odd coming through on the surveillance feed. Both Clarice and Peter fell silent at once, straining to listen closely. Sure enough, a familiar voice came through. The same man who had spoken on the phone earlier. "My dear little Jesse, it seems you're someone who keeps her word." "That's very good. I came just like you asked. Where's my family? If you let them go, I'll go with you." Jesse answered immediately after the man finished. "No need to worry. Your family is perfectly safe. I haven't harmed them," the voice replied with a laugh. "Besides, if they were hurt, you'd be sad, wouldn't you? You're just so lovely. How could I bear to see you unhappy? What exactly do you want?" Jesse's tone was far from friendly, though it was clear she was doing her best to keep her emotions in check. "I just wanted to get to know you. Even though I've been watching you for a long time, we've never really met face-to-face until today. This is the first time. So, just because you want to get to know me, you kidnapped my family?" Jessica gritted her teeth as she questioned him. "Let me say this again. I did not kidnap your family. They came to visit me of their own free will." The voice laughed, completely unconcerned with Jessica's anger. "I don't want to argue with you about that. Right now, all I want is to see my family." Jessica refused to quarrel further, her tone firm. "I've come alone to meet you, exactly as you asked. If you're thinking of going back on your word, I swear I'll make you regret it. even if it costs me my life. Did you really come here to see me alone? The voice asked with a gentle laugh. Of course, Jessica replied without a moment's hesitation. Aren't your companions worried you might fall in my trap? He continued, his tone casual, as if chatting about ordinary things. Jessica retorted, even if they're worried, what does it matter? My family is in your hands. How could I not come? That's true, but if I were in their shoes, I wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. After all, your teammates, the voice said, dragging out his words. Naturally, they've fitted me with surveillance and tracking devices. The moment I find my family, they'll come right away to help me capture you. Not good. The three people who had been listening in on Jessica's conversation with the mysterious man all paled at once. They had finally realized something was wrong. Jessica might not be extraordinarily clever, but she wasn't foolish enough to let herself be tricked so easily with such a clumsy ploy. What's more, it was obvious. From her tone, her last words sounded strange, eerily calm, much like when she spoke with her family on the phone that day. It was an abnormal, unnerving serenity. Just moments before, Jessica's voice had been filled with barely contained hatred, and then, all of a sudden, she'd become this unsettlingly calm. That was a glaring red flag. Yet by the time they realized Jessica's state had shifted, it was already too late. They heard the voice continue. It's really disrespectful of them to spy on us like this. Is there anything you can do to stop them from monitoring us? Just destroy the devices, Jessica replied, her voice steady as still water. No sooner had she spoken than a burst of static erupted from the surveillance equipment. My 2 buttons have been destroyed. Peter's face darkened as he heard the commotion. Lorna, you stay here. Peter, you're with me. Clarice put on her mask and, with a swift motion, opened a portal with a sweep of her hand. Peter had already prepared his mask in advance. As soon as Clarice opened the portal, he quickly put on his mask and leapt through the shimmering gateway. That left Lorna waiting anxiously behind, knowing full well that her lack of speed made her more of a burden than a help in critical moments like this. A few minutes later, the portal reopened. Clarice and Peter, both still masked, stepped back into the room. How did it go? Lorna asked urgently. She's gone. Jessie isn't there anymore, Clarice replied in a grave tone. They must have been prepared. Whoever took her got her out in a way we couldn't detect. Damn, I should have known they wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Peter tore off his Spider-Man mask and hurled it to the ground in frustration. Regret gnawed at him. Why? Hadn't he secretly sewn another tracker into Jessica's clothing? If there'd been one more button she didn't know about, it might have bought them some time, maybe even saved her. Looks like your guess was right after all. That guy must be a telepath, Lorna said, turning to Clarice. Clarice removed her mask as well and nodded gravely. You two suspected this all along? Why didn't you say so earlier? Peter's annoyance was obvious as he looked between them. Clarice was about to explain, but just then, the doorbell rang, its clear chime cutting through the tense atmosphere. Peter and Lorna both stiffened, their faces taut with worry at the unexpected sound. Clarice, however, seemed to remember something. Don't worry, she reassured them. It should be one of ours. One of ours? Peter echoed, puzzled. Since the 4 of them had formed the Guardians Alliance, not even their families knew about their activities. Who else could it be? Realization dawned on Lorna, and she asked, a hint of hope in her voice, your brother? Clarice nodded reflexively, but then caught herself and shook her head, leaving Lorna a bit confused. There was no time for further explanation. Clarice headed straight for the door. Peter leaned in and whispered to Lorna, is Clarice's brother super as well? Lorna nodded, choosing not to keep it a secret. She hadn't mentioned it before because it hadn't seemed necessary, but now, everything had changed. But why did she nod and then shake her head? Lorna wondered silently. She knew Clarice had probably called her brother earlier, so it would make sense for him to show up now. But Clarice's reaction seemed to suggest otherwise. Still puzzling over it, the 2 of them followed Clarice to the door, eager to find out who their visitor actually was. That a few minutes later, 3 more people joined the room, making a total of 6 along with Clarice, Peter, and Lorna. It went without saying that these newcomers were the staff from Raymond's Ghost Mill Detective Agency. As the person in charge when Raymond was away, Beth stepped forward with a warm smile and said, You must be Clarice? I've heard your brother mention you often, and now I finally have the chance to meet you in person. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Beth, and these are Sky and David. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Clarice replied a little shyly, greeting them with a polite nod. In front of Beth and her colleagues, she wasn't nearly as relaxed as she was around Lorna and the others. Polaris Lorna? Spider-Man Peter? Beth now turned to the other 2, smiling. Before they arrived, Raymond had already briefed Beth on a few things, including the general background of Clarice and her small circle of friends. Hi. Lorna and Peter both responded, a bit awkward themselves. For Peter especially, This was the first time he'd revealed his true identity in front of people outside his usual teammates, so it was impossible not to be nervous. All right, since we're all on the same side, there's no need for unnecessary pleasantries. Let's get started, Beth said, nodding to the pair before turning to Sky. It's your turn, Sky. This is your specialty. Okay, Sky replied simply, immediately pulling out a custom laptop from her backpack. Peter, a tech enthusiast himself, quickly chimed in as he saw Sky set up her computer. I've already checked the surveillance at Jessica's place. There wasn't anything unusual. As Sky typed swiftly on her laptop, she replied, that's why we need to broaden the search, surveillance from the nearby blocks, and around his parents' company as well. Got it. Sky spoke at a brisk pace, and from the moment she took out her laptop to the moment she answered Peter, barely a minute had passed, yet she had already found a clue. Peter, who had been watching Sky's screen the whole time, was utterly astonished. What had he just witnessed? In those few short moments, Sky had effortlessly hacked into every surveillance system she'd mentioned and used a smart identification system Peter had never seen before to run a massive data search. If they tried to watch all that footage with their own eyes, even all together and even fast-forwarding, it would have taken hours, and even then, there would have been a risk of missing something important. In the past, Peter would never have believed anyone's hacking skills could reach such a level. But now, seeing Sky accomplish all this right before his eyes, he had no choice but to believe. Clarice and Lorna didn't feel the impact as deeply as Peter did. After all, both of them were complete outsiders to this sort of thing. At most, they could only watch the commotion without truly grasping the subtleties. Still, seeing Sky uncover clues so quickly left them thoroughly astonished. Look here. Over the past few days, the same person has appeared near the companies where Jessica's parents work. Although his appearance changes slightly each time, it's definitely the same man, Sky said, pointing to several small frames she'd separated on the screen. She circled the figure in each image. He often engineers these coincidences where he brushes past Jessica's parents. That's highly unusual. As Sky highlighted this detail, the others began to sense something was off as well. The fact that this man had shown up on separate days near both Jessica's father's and mother's workplaces was certainly out of the ordinary. Of course, if it weren't for Sky's big data screening, they might never have spotted this anomaly. The stranger seemed extremely cautious, never making contact with Jessica's parents, just passing by them in the crowd. His skin tone looks a bit odd, almost purplish, doesn't it? Peter's sharp eyes caught onto a detail. Yes, it does seem that way, Lorna agreed with a nod. Could he be a mutant too? Clarice mused quietly to herself. Many mutants had altered appearances, her own pupils, for instance, or Lorna's hair color. If this mysterious man was a mutant, it wouldn't be strange for his skin to be different, just like the demon they'd seen in Edinburgh, whose skin wasn't just unusual in color, but whose entire appearance was strikingly devilish. He's not necessarily a mutant, Sky interjected, shaking her head. After awakening her powers at Afterlife, she had learned not just about the Inhumans, but also gained a good understanding of other superpower groups on Earth. Her mother, Jiaying, had arranged for experts to give her a crash course in these matters. She knew that mutants were only one among many superhuman lineages. Take the Inhumans, for example. They looked almost indistinguishable from mutants. The only real difference was that the Inhumans had been created by the Kree Empire, while mutants were the result of X-gene evolution. An unusual skin color alone wasn't enough to prove this mysterious man was a mutant. Still, Sky also knew this wasn't the time to argue. Since escaping from Afterlife, she'd handled a number of superpowered cases with David and Beth, and she was no longer the rookie she once was. So, once she determined that the mysterious, purple-skinned figure who kept appearing was likely their culprit, she immediately launched another search. She expanded the search area and programmed the identification system to look for the features of the purple-skinned man that in this way, she quickly found more surveillance footage related to the man with purple skin. In a metropolis like New York, the omnipresent eyes of the city are nearly everywhere. If you're searching within a certain area, unless someone is truly invisible, there will always be some trace left behind. Even the man himself probably never imagined he'd be tracked down so swiftly by such means. A few minutes later, Sky used her technical skills to narrow down the man's possible whereabouts to just 2 city blocks. Sky said, he's been spotted most frequently in these 2 blocks. What's more, he's even shopped at supermarkets here. Normally, people wouldn't pick a store far from where they live. Even if he doesn't actually live in these neighborhoods, he must have a base in both places. Plus, as you mentioned, when he went to meet Jessica, he didn't bring her family. That means Jessica's family is likely still hidden at one of his safe houses. After taking Jessica, odds are he'll bring her to where her family is being held. As they listened to Sky's analysis, Clarice, Peter, and the others couldn't help but exchange astonished looks. Wow, this is what a true expert looks like. In less than 5 minutes, she had narrowed their search down to just 2 blocks. If they'd had this kind of help earlier, Jessica wouldn't have had to risk herself as bait. A few minutes later, the 6 of them stepped through a portal opened by Clarice and arrived in one of the 2 blocks Sky had pinpointed, ready to begin a more thorough search. "Should we split up?" Peter asked, already slipping on his mask as he prepared to head down an alleyway. "All right, let's split up," Clarice agreed, reaching for her own mask. "If you find anything, don't rush in alone. Contact the rest of us first." "Wait a second," Sky called out, shaking her head with a faint smile. "If you search like this, even if you find your teammate, I'm afraid they'll have already suffered quite a bit." Hearing this, Clarice, Peter, and Lorna all looked a little sheepish. Of course, they knew she was right. But sometimes, you just have to work with what you've got. Clarice, sensing there was something more to Sky's words, quickly asked, "Miss Sky, can you narrow it down even further?" "I can't," Sky replied, shaking her head. As Clarice began to look disappointed, Sky added with a smile, "But Beth can." "Beth?" Clarice turned to her in surprise. "Actually, David could help too, but now's not the time for that. Leave it to me. You don't have to worry," Beth replied with a gentle smile, stepping forward without hesitation. She was the first to walk out of the alley, unlike Peter and Clarice, who were both wearing masks. Seeing this, Clarice and the others hurried to follow her. When Beth stepped out of the mouth of the alley, she could see a bar across the street. Although it was already nighttime, bars like this were still bustling with people. As they came out, some people noticed them, but paid little attention. After all, in New York, eccentric outfits are hardly out of the ordinary. There's so many people cosplaying as Avengers that no one bats an eye. Ordinary folks wouldn't assume a group in unusual uniforms was made up of superheroes or criminals just because they saw them at midnight. On the contrary, they might even crack a joke about it. While Clarice and the others were still wondering how Beth would continue narrowing down the search, Beth had already made her move. She lifted her head skyward, her eyes shimmering with an earthy yellow glow, and stretched her arms wide as if embracing the night. At the same moment, everyone inside and outside the bar across the street froze in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In an instant, all their heads turned toward Beth, their eyes now glowing with the same earthy yellow light, creating an uncanny and unsettling scene. David was not unfamiliar with this sight. Back in the days at the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, the Shadow King had stunned him with this very same trick. But at that time, David had already resolved to confront the Shadow King to the end, so he hadn't been frightened. Now, Beth had inherited most of the Shadow King's powers, and with the guidance of Professor X's secondary persona, a master of psychic abilities, she had further honed her skills. Though she still had a ways to go before reaching the Shadow King's peak, she had nonetheless stepped firmly into the ranks of level 4 psychics. Controlling a group of people like this was hardly a challenge for her. "Go, find them as quickly as you can," Beth murmured to the sky. Instantly, everyone in the bar nodded in unison in her direction, then scattered at a brisk trot, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Beth returned to normal, turned back to Clarice and the others, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we should have results soon. They're all locals and know this area far better than we do." Clarice and the others had already guessed what Beth was doing and nodded repeatedly, especially Clarice and Lorna, who, unlike Peter, were well-versed in dealing with other superpowered individuals and had already surmised that Beth must be a psychic, given her ability to control so many people at once. Only Peter seemed a little shaken. He asked quietly, "Miss Beth, are you like Clarice and the others? Are you a mutant too?" Beth glanced at Sky and David, shaking her head with a smile. "David's a mutant. As for me, I'm only half of one, you could say. But Sky, she's an inhuman." "Inhuman?" Peter and Clarice echoed the unfamiliar term in unison. Sky knew Clarice was the boss's sister, so she didn't treat her as an outsider. She explained, "Actually, inhumans are somewhat similar to mutants. Both are essentially humans who've awakened superpowers. The main difference is that inhumans' abilities don't come from the X gene, and for now, there are far fewer inhumans than mutants." The other 3 nodded, indicating their understanding. Peter couldn't help but marvel. "When I first mutated, I thought there were only a handful of people like me in the whole world. Turns out there are so many of us." Beth and the others just smiled silently. By now, none of them were the rookies they'd been when Raymond first recruited them into the detective agency. Even though Raymond hadn't gone out of his way to teach them all this, their encounters with the superpowered world had taught them plenty over time. Sky, especially, had spent time with her mother's inhuman organization, Afterlife, gathering all kinds of information. When she returned, she shared what she'd learned with David and Beth. So, While the three of them might not understand every detail of the superpowered world, they certainly knew far more than Peter. Peter had only met a few mutants in Sky, the sole inhuman. He was just getting started. Even Clarice and Lorna, at least, had traveled with Raymond to Edinburgh and seen the vampire clan and the Atlanteans with their own eyes. Only Peter had never really stepped outside New York. As they talked, a subtle change flickered across Beth's face, her eyes flashing with an earthy yellow light for a split second. "Found it," she said, a hint of a smile curving her lips. So fast, Clarice and the others brightened at the news. Beth didn't elaborate. She simply placed a hand gently on Clarice's forehead and said with a smile, "I'll show you what's happening over there. You open the portal." Clarice nodded in agreement. In that moment, Beth's eyes glimmered once again with that earthy yellow hue. Truthfully, with her current fourth-tier power, she could have transmitted her thoughts directly without Clarice's permission, or even controlled all three, Clarice, Peter, and David, in an instant. But since Clarice was Raymond's sister, Beth made a point to be polite. Within moments, an image appeared in Clarice's mind. A closed auto repair shop, seen from a hidden vantage point in the corner. This was Beth's perspective, relayed from someone she'd previously controlled, who was secretly observing the shop from the outside. As the scene unfolded in Clarice's mind, the perspective in the image began to shift, the observer's head turning so she could get a clear view of the surroundings. Very quickly, Clarice had already figured out the general situation on the other side and pinpointed the exact location. By this time, Beth had also withdrawn her hand. "How is it?" Beth asked. "I've got a clear look. Let's go," Clarice replied, waving her hand as she opened a portal through space. The six of them stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the courtyard of the auto repair shop, right behind the man Beth was controlling. Since he was still under her influence, the man showed no sign of shock or surprise at their sudden appearance. He simply nodded in Beth's direction. Once again, Beth slipped into the same state she'd been in earlier when she controlled someone at the bar. Her eyes glowed with an earthy yellow light. Under her command, the man moved as if receiving a silent order, heading out of the repair shop, likely on his way back to the bar as instructed. It was clear that afterwards, the people in the bar would have no memory of any of this, almost as if nothing had ever happened at all. As Beth released her control, Peter swiftly vaulted onto the roof of the repair shop, his movements light and silent as a cat. Perched above, he signaled to the group below, indicating that he had located their target. Inside the repair shop, the mysterious figure had already tossed his gray coat aside, revealing a sharp-looking purple suit beneath. He settled into a chair, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Jessica, whose body was trembling uncontrollably. He knew this shaking wasn't out of fear, but rather her desperate effort to break free from his control. "Don't waste your energy. It's pointless," the stranger said with a chuckle. "I've come across plenty of superpowered people stronger than you. Escaping my control? You're nowhere near close." "Who are you?" Jessica forced out the words through gritted teeth, summoning every ounce of strength she had left. She didn't argue. She knew, deep down, that he was probably telling the truth. If he wished, she wouldn't even have a freedom to speak. With just a word, he could snuff out any will to resist. Just like back in a bar, when a few casual remarks from him had coaxed out everything she should and shouldn't have said. The fact that she was still struggling, still able to speak, was only because he allowed it. To him, this was probably nothing more than a farce, a little game of cat and mouse that he thoroughly enjoyed. Jessica understood all this. Yet still, she fought, because she couldn't bear the thought of being manipulated, nor could she accept her family being hurt because of her. "You can call me Mr. Purple," the stranger said with a laugh. "That's not a name I chose for myself, but I've grown rather fond of it." Mr. Purple? Jessica thought for a moment and realized this was the first time she had ever heard that name. Her confusion deepened. "Have I ever wronged you?" she asked. "Of course not," the Violet Man replied, shaking his head. "Although I've seen you many times before, strictly speaking, this is our first formal meeting. How could you possibly have offended me? Then why are you doing this?" Jessica's voice trembled with anger and a hint of wounded pride. After all, she was only a teenager. To be caught up in something like this for no reason. How could she not feel upset? "Because there's a special bond between us. Don't you know? The car accident you went through, all the things that led you to become who you are today, those were meant for me," the Violet Man said, his tone casual. "It took me half a year to find the right opportunity to get my hands on that batch of materials. Everything was supposed to come to me and soon. But on the way here, a car accident happened, and everything was ruined in an instant. At first, I thought some of my enemies had orchestrated it to strike at me. But I soon realized that wasn't the case. The accident was truly just an accident. And what's even more incredible is that, in the chaos of that crash, a surprise was born." At this point, Jessica understood well enough. She was the surprise he meant. But for her, this was no fond memory. If she could have chosen, she would have wished none of it had ever happened, and that she could have remained an ordinary girl. Because in that accident, she lost her birth parents and her younger brother, all gone in an instant. She alone had survived by a stroke of luck. If not for the family she had now, who had given her a new reason to live, she might have long since been crushed by grief and lost her way. Now, with the Violet Man dredging up the past, Jessica felt herself unraveling inside. But he paid her no mind, continuing to mutter to himself, "Yes, you're right. You are that surprise, the treasure fate delivered to me. That batch of materials, I did intend to use them for experiments, to see if I could create a killing machine. But honestly, I was never truly confident it would work. And then, out of that accident, you appeared. Your abilities far exceeded anything I ever hoped to create. Tell me, isn't this a destined encounter? You, Jessica, are meant to be my most precious treasure, to rise to greatness by my side." As he spoke, his gaze burned with a feverish light, making Jessica's blood run cold. "Don't even think about it. I'll never help you." Jessica forced herself to hold back her fear, biting out the words. He smiled coldly. "Do you really think you have a choice to refuse me?" The man in purple looked at her with a hint of a smile, as if both amused and indifferent. "And even if you don't care about yourself, shouldn't you at least think about your family?" As he spoke these words, he suddenly clapped his hands, the sharp sound echoing in the air. At that moment, a door to a nearby room swung open, and 3 people emerged one after another. They were Jessica's adoptive parents, along with their biological daughter, Jenny, who was a few years older than Jessica and currently in university. When Jessica saw them, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least this proved her family was unharmed. But her relief was fleeting, replaced swiftly by anxiety as she took in their strange demeanor. Something was clearly wrong. None of them seemed to realize they'd been taken hostage. Instead, each wore a cheerful smile, as if they were simply out on a pleasant day trip. As soon as they spotted Jessica, they greeted her warmly and even asked why she'd taken so long to arrive. "Don't go near him. He isn't who you think he is," Jessica shouted as her family made their way toward the man in purple. "Don't be ridiculous. How could Mr. Purple possibly be a bad person?" Her adoptive father snapped, his face clouded with annoyance. Her adoptive mother frowned as well. "Jessica, what nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to Mr. Purple at once." Jenny, her older sister, moved over to the man in purple and, without hesitation, dropped to all 4s at his feet. She let him stroke her hair, her face blissful, as if relishing the attention. Jessica's adoptive parents seemed completely unfazed by this bizarre scene, acting as though nothing out of the ordinary was happening. "I truly don't want to force you," the man in purple said, crouching down and gently patting Jenny's cheek as he continued to address Jessica. "You're my treasure, after all. I want to see you serve me willingly, not under my control. You shameless monster." Jessica spat, gritting her teeth with fury. But she found herself unable to move a muscle, so all she could do was glare at him, her voice trembling with anger. "My friends will never let you get away with this. They'll find you, no matter what." "Your friends?" The man in purple shook his head and chuckled. "How long do you think it'll take them to find us?" Jessica's heart sank. His words struck right at her weakest point. After all, she herself had destroyed her tracking button. She believed her friends would come for her, if only they knew where she was, but now, with her tracker gone, there was no way they could find her so easily. If it were that simple, they would have come together in the first place, and she wouldn't have needed to risk everything by meeting the man in purple alone. Her threat, she realized, was painfully empty. Suddenly, there was a dull, heavy thud. Just when she was about to lose all hope, the ceiling of the auto repair shop suddenly burst open, and a figure Jessica recognized descended from above, landing right in front of her. "Peter," Jessica gasped, caught between shock and delight. For a moment, she thought she must be hallucinating, since her earlier words had just been bravado. Even, she hadn't truly believed her friends would be able to find her so quickly. Yet here Peter stood, real and unmistakable, leaving her no choice but to believe. "Sorry I'm late," Peter said in a low voice, his gaze falling on Jessica's sister, who lay before the purple man. He had seen photos of Jessica's family before, so he immediately recognized the 3 people beside the purple man. Like Jessica, Peter knew the pain of losing loved ones, which only made him cherish those who remained even more. So when he saw the state of Jessica's family, he instantly felt the anguish that must be tearing at her heart. The fury that rose inside him was overwhelming, just like the anger he'd felt when he found his uncle lying in a pool of blood. His fist clenched tightly. "Well, isn't this the famous Spider-Man? Or should I call you Peter Parker?" The purple man was clearly caught off guard by Peter's appearance, but it didn't rattle him. After all, on the way back with Jessica, he'd already learned from her the true identities and abilities of her three teammates. At this point, he knew everything there was to know about the Watchers League. That knowledge gave him great confidence. Even if Peter and the others hadn't come looking for him, he would have gone after the three himself. Their powers posed no threat to him. Why would he refuse such obedient slaves who delivered themselves to his door? "I'm sorry, Peter." Jessica's face flushed with shame as she tried to apologize. It was obvious that the purple man had learned their identities from her. But Peter casually removed his mask and waved her off. "No need to apologize, Jess. We all know how this happened. This is all because of him." The purple man paid no mind to Peter's glare and continued with a sly smile. "Since Peter is here, I suppose Clarice and Lorna have arrived as well. You think calling us by name is enough to threaten us?" Suddenly, a portal opened up and Clarice stepped out. For more people followed in her wake. Both Jessica and the purple man stared in surprise. Not only had the purple man never seen Beth, David, and their companions before, even Jessica hadn't met them. "So you've even brought backup, I see." The purple man smiled faintly. "Purple man, is it? Are you planning to surrender yourself, or should we help you?" Before the words were finished, there was a sharp snap of the purple man's fingers. In an instant, Peter was hurled through the air, crashing into a battered old car nearby that looked like it was in for repairs. The one who struck him was Jessica. Fortunately, ever since his mutation, Peter had become remarkably tough. That punch, which would have easily killed an ordinary person on the spot, left him only a little battered and bruised. He quickly scrambled back to his feet. I can't control myself." Jessica's face twisted in anguish, though it was useless. At this moment, she was completely under the purple man's control. He didn't even need to speak to command her. A mere gesture was enough to make her obey. That snap of his fingers, which to others sounded unremarkable, was in fact a silent order for Jessica to attack Peter. "I'm fine, really. It's nothing. Don't worry about me," Peter said, pulling himself up and offering Jessica a comforting word as soon as he could. A wicked smile curled at the corners of the purple man's lips. He was just about to manipulate his new toy, Jessica, into staging a bloody show of infighting when his expression suddenly shifted. With a sharp glance, he looked toward Clarice and the others. Behind Clarice, Beth let out a soft note of surprise, a flicker of earthy yellow light dancing in her eyes and then vanishing. "A psychic, is it? Looks like you came prepared. But unfortunately, psychic intrusion has no effect on me," the purple man said with a light chuckle, having noticed the flash of color in Beth's eyes. His powers were not psychic in nature, but ever since his mutation he'd become immune to such abilities. This wasn't the first time he'd faced someone with psychic powers, so he wasn't even surprised anymore. He was, in fact, quite familiar with the sensation of someone trying to invade his mind. That was why he immediately picked Beth out. Beth, for her part, was a little surprised, but not too concerned. She had never been the ace of the detective agency, and that didn't change even when Raymond, the boss, was away. Clarice and Lorna, on the other hand, didn't know this. They assumed Beth was the main powerhouse among the three, since so far, she was the only one who had openly displayed any supernatural abilities. Sky's talents lay mainly in her hacking skills, while David had barely made his presence felt at all. Seeing that Beth's powers had no effect on the so-called purple man, all three women felt a pang of dread, but they also got ready to act. With a sweep of her hands, Lorna sent an array of tools from the auto shop floating into the air. The purple man saw this, and, rather than being alarmed, seemed almost delighted. "Well now," he gave a dry cough, and at once Jessica's adoptive parents and sister joined hands, forming a protective barrier around him, their faces glowing with sincere devotion. "I must warn you," he said with deliberate calm. "They will go to any lengths to protect me. Even if you're lucky enough to get past their defense and manage to hurt me, they would end their own lives without hesitation. And of course, by they, I also mean your companions, my dear Jessica." Lorna's face darkened instantly at his words, and Clarice was no exception. Both of them had planned to simply kill the purple man with brute force before he could manipulate Jessica. But if things were truly as he claimed, then no matter how swift their actions, even if they succeeded in killing him, Jessica's family would die with him. That was an outcome neither of them was willing to accept under any circumstances. Even Jessica herself was on the verge of breaking down as she heard this. She wanted to shout, "Don't worry about me." But the purple man was using not only her as leverage against her friends, her family were also pawns in his game. She could risk her own life and would not hesitate to perish alongside this villain, but she could not make that choice for her loved ones. The words caught in her throat. While Clarice and Lorna wrestled with their impossible dilemma, Beth suddenly slipped behind them, wrapping her arms around their shoulders. With A smile, she said, "All right, you two little ones should take a rest. Against a villain with no scruples like this, you're still not quite ready." But Clarice's expression was full of anguish. Lorna, too, was clearly unwilling to accept this. Beth shook her head again, smiling gently, hinting that they should let it go for now. Just then, David stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the Purple Man. He licked his lips and gave a sly chuckle. "Hey, I really ought to thank you, Purplehead. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't get a chance to come out and play." Purplehead? The Purple Man's smile faltered for a brief moment. "Let me introduce myself," David continued. "I'm Juliet, as in Romeo and Juliet's Juliet. Of course, if you'd like, you can also call me Sweetheart." He threw a flirtatious wink at the Purple Man. For a moment, even one as twisted as the Purple Man seemed at a loss, his expression unusually perplexed. Not just him. Clarice and the others were completely bewildered, unsure what to make of this sudden turn. Sky covered her face, unable to bear watching any longer. Beth leaned in to quietly explain to Clarice and Lorna, "Your brother probably told you he spent some time in a psychiatric hospital, right?" Clarice nodded. Beth continued, "David was his fellow patient there. And I was their attending physician." Clarice asked, "Are you saying there's something wrong with David?" She tapped her forehead as she spoke. "Well, right now, it should be one of his female alternate personalities in control," Beth murmured. Only then did Clarice and the others understand. They had originally wondered if David had some sort of personal psychological issue, or perhaps if he was transgender. Now, it seemed they had been overthinking it. The purple-skinned man across from them, however, knew none of this. He simply assumed that David was just some lunatic. But David paid no mind to what he thought. With a cheerful smile, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, everything you just did was really just to buy yourself some time, wasn't it?" To buy time. A flicker of surprise crossed the Purple Man's mind, but his face remained calm. He only replied coolly, "Why would I need to buy time?" "Because you're not psychic at all. Murdoch already secretly probed you earlier. Your ability has nothing to do with psychic powers." "Oh, right. I forgot. You don't seem to know Murdoch yet." Suddenly, David gave a shudder, then switched to a different tone. "Hello, I'm Murdoch. Nice to meet you. My ability is to roughly sense other people's powers. She's telling me to go back. Goodbye." With that, David shuddered again, then reverted to the earlier soft, gentle voice. "As you can see, there are no secrets in front of us, because what you're facing is a whole legion." David laughed with utter ease, but the Purple Man found himself unable to relax. Even though he suspected the person before him was likely insane, his instincts screamed at him that this man was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Over the years, his instincts had helped him avoid countless disasters, always enabling him to turn peril into safety. And now, once again, his intuition was sounding the alarm. Though he said nothing aloud, he was already plotting his escape. He was never the type to take reckless risks. He only seemed fearless, because he had absolute confidence in himself. But whenever his instincts warned him he was in real danger, he never hesitated to retreat. Still, before he did, he wanted to make one last attempt to see if his intuition was right. Suddenly, he raised his hand and barked at David and Clarice's group, "Stand back." 3 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Yet that alone made the Purple Man realize how dire the situation truly was. Nothing at all had happened. And for him, that was the worst possible outcome. Under normal circumstances, his ability should already have filled the entire auto shop by now, if nothing unexpected had happened. Then when he gave the command to fall back, everyone, whether it was David, who was closest to him, or Clarice and the others behind David, should have obeyed and retreated as ordered. Even when facing someone with exceptionally strong willpower or a powerful psychic, the opponent could force themselves to resist his command and avoid being easily controlled. But there should always be some sort of struggle, never complete indifference. At the very least, among all the people he had encountered so far, not a single one had been able to completely ignore his ability. Yet now, the group before him seemed entirely immune, as if his power meant nothing to them. Wasn't that bizarre enough? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the purple-haired man's forehead. "Are you wondering why your ability isn't working?" David asked, fingers elegantly flicking his hair into place, smiling brightly at the purple-haired man. "Let me explain it for you. My ability is air pressure manipulation. Do you understand now? Air pressure manipulation." The purple-haired man's face shifted through a series of expressions, uncertain and uneasy. He understood exactly what David meant. He had never told anyone about his true ability, always fearing that someone would figure out a way to counter it. Most people assumed he was a psychic, and indeed his powers looked very much like those of a mind controller. If he ever wanted to pretend, it would be easy. But only he knew that he had nothing to do with psychic abilities. Still, he never bothered to correct those misconceptions. In fact, he was more than happy to let others guess wrong. Some enemies, having prepared themselves to face a psychic, ended up digging their own graves and falling right into his hands. Because his real ability was to emit hormones from his body that infiltrated his enemies, allowing him to control them with a simple command. It was a power that was almost impossible to guard against. Even holding one's breath wouldn't help. Only by wearing a specially sealed suit, completely isolated from the outside world, and either not breathing at all or using an oxygen tank, could someone hope to resist his ability. But who would make such specific preparations without knowing what his power was? Yet with David's simple explanation, air pressure manipulation, everything suddenly made sense. Clearly, his opponent had come prepared. As long as they knew his true ability in advance, air pressure manipulation could perfectly counter it. His hormones needed air to spread, and if David simply stopped the air from flowing in that direction, his power would be rendered useless. "Are you curious how we figured out what your ability is?" David asked with a cheerful smile. The purple-skinned man stayed silent, though his mind was racing frantically, searching for a way to escape safely. "You're completely ignoring me. How dull," David said, waving his hand dismissively, his voice tinged with boredom. "Forget it. I won't play with you anymore." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened with a flash of menace. With a sudden motion, he lifted his hand toward the purple man, fingers spreading wide before snapping downward in a decisive gesture. "Beth," he called out. Instantly understanding, Beth's eyes flickered with a yellow-brown light. In the next moment, Jessica and her family froze in place, as if locked in time. And just then, Sky, who had been quietly observing, sprang into action. She struck the air with several swift palm motions. The air before her rippled like waves on water. Almost simultaneously, Jessica and her entire family slumped to the ground, unconscious. Only the purple man remained standing, his already violet skin darkening further, taking on a bluish-purple hue as though he were suffocating. Defeat was certain. Witnessing how seamlessly the others worked together, subduing him while knocking Jessica's family out in the blink of an eye, the purple man realized the situation was hopeless. He had still been thinking of ways to stall for time, hoping to engineer an escape. After all, he still had a few protective charms hidden, if played right. They might have gotten him out, but his opponents seemed to anticipate every move, striking decisively before he could act, leaving him no time to think. Now, stripped of his charms and rendered powerless by their countermeasures, he had no way to fight back. After all, his abilities were never meant for combat. "Let me go. If I die, they won't be able to see me. They won't survive either." The purple man, summoning every last ounce of strength, struggled to speak to David, his voice hoarse and desperate. At this point, he looked far more pitiful than Jessica had moments before. Yet none of those present showed him the slightest sympathy, especially after seeing how he had treated Jessica earlier. Even Peter, usually the most compassionate among them, showed no intention of pleading for mercy on his behalf. "That's not something you need to worry about," David replied coolly. "Surely you didn't think your power was truly unbeatable? There's no such thing as an invincible ability. Just let go." With that, David's 5 fingers, still curled downward, suddenly pulled upward as if lifting an invisible thread. In an instant, the purple man's face turned a deep, bruised violet. He began to struggle violently, clutching at his throat, trembling uncontrollably, then reaching out toward David as if grasping for help. He repeated these motions several times before finally collapsing, his body limp, and the light fading from his eyes. "Cindy, come out and clean things up." David snapped his fingers with a cheerful grin. Instantly, his body was engulfed in roaring flames. Both Sky and Beth recognized the sign. This was Cindy, one of David's female alternate personalities. Cindy wielded fire and was known as one of the most formidable among all his personas. As soon as Cindy appeared, flames erupted over the purple-skinned man as well. In a matter of seconds, his entire body was reduced to a pile of ash on the floor. Cindy gave a playful wave to her old acquaintances Sky and Beth, and then vanished once more. With her disappearance, David finally returned to his usual self. "So what do we do now?" David's tone was back to normal as he turned to Beth for guidance. Beth understood what he was asking and frowned. That guy probably wasn't just bluffing. After all, he wasn't a psychic, and those under his control might not be freed just because. He's dead. If he gave them certain instructions ahead of time, like say, if he disappeared from their sight, they might start harming themselves. That kind of thing isn't unheard of. As she spoke, Beth cast a glance at Jessica and her family, all still unconscious on the ground. Clarice, a bit anxious, said, "Is there really nothing we can do? Maybe we should tie them up for now. Our powers aren't much use when it comes to situations like this. But the boss knows a lot of people. Maybe he'll have a solution, Beth mused aloud. With that, she pulled out her phone and called Raymond. A moment later, after she'd hung up, Clarice hurriedly asked, "What did he say?" "He said he'll send you an address. Take Jessica and her family there. Someone will help you," Beth reassured her. "Don't worry too much. If the boss says it'll be fine, then it should be under control. We'll head out now. Just take them straight to that address, and if you run into any trouble, you can reach me with this contact info. Oh, and as for payment, Sky will be in touch with you later. We'll be off. No need to see us out." As the three of them walked away, Peter came over, curiosity piqued. "Payment? Are they mercenaries?" Peter had never really understood who Beth and her companions were, and hadn't had a chance to ask until now. Clarice was busy checking the address she'd just received on her phone, so Lorna took up the role of explainer, filling Peter in on the situation. Peter listened, marveling in wonder. Hadn't expected those three, with all their incredible abilities, to actually be employees of Clarice's brother. You have to understand, ever since their Guardian Alliance was established, they faced quite a few superpowered criminals. But none of those villains were anywhere near as troublesome as Beth, David, or even the Purple Man. In fact, compared to the Purple Man, those other criminals were much easier to handle. The Purple Man was the first genuine threat they had ever encountered, one that truly left them at a loss for what to do. If Beth and her team hadn't come to help this time, even if Jessica hadn't gone in alone, even if she hadn't been lured away by the Purple Man ahead of time, if the team had squared off against them directly, the outcome would likely have been total annihilation. Their powers just couldn't restrain the Purple Man, and they hadn't been prepared for his abilities at all. Realistically, the most probable result would have been all four of them becoming his puppets, just like Jessica's sister, Jenny. Just the thought of it made their skin crawl. "Let's go. I found the location my brother gave us," Clarice announced, having confirmed the address on her phone's map. Lorna nodded in response, and quickly used her powers to create a large metal box. Peter immediately caught onto Lorna's plan, helped Jessica's family into the box, then hoisted it onto his back with a single motion. The combined weight of 4 people plus the metal box was no small burden, but Peter managed it without much trouble. With a wave of her hand, Clarice opened a portal, and the three of them left the auto repair shop together. Once they had all gone, a blond man in a beige trench coat emerged from behind a car, a cigar clamped between his lips. He grumbled, "Why is it always my turn to be the backup? So boring." Shaking his head, he opened a portal of his own with a flick of his wrist, stepped through, and vanished. A few minutes later, after several portal jumps, Clarice, her team, and Jessica's family arrived outside a seemingly ordinary villa on the outskirts of New York. "This is the place?" Peter asked. "It should be," Clarice replied, checking her phone again to confirm the address. Once she was sure they were at the right spot, she pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. After a moment, a harsh, raspy voice crackled from the intercom. "Who is it?" "This is Clarice. My brother sent me," she answered, keeping her voice low. "Oh, come in," the raspy voice replied. At the same time, the villa's front gate swung open automatically. Does anyone else think this place is a little creepy?" Peter couldn't help but speak up. True to his talkative nature, he found it impossible to stay quiet when there wasn't any immediate danger. This time, though, he wasn't exaggerating. Clarice and Lorna felt it too. Lorna whispered, "Clarice, did your brother tell you what this place is? Or who we're supposed to meet?" Clarice shook her head. "He only gave me an address and told us to come straight here and state our purpose. He didn't say anything else." "Who's there? Show yourself." Before Clarice could finish her sentence, Peter suddenly called out in a low, commanding voice, cutting her off. His gaze shot toward the left side of the villa, where darkness shrouded everything, and nothing could be seen at first glance. Yet they all knew Peter's senses were far keener than an ordinary person's. He would never shout like that without reason. He must have sensed something. Sure enough, no sooner had Peter spoken than a strange, unsettling laugh drifted from that direction. Out from the darkness emerged a tall figure wearing a cylindrical hat. Only when he stepped into the moonlight did they finally see him clearly. He was a man with a menacing face, dressed somewhat like a chef, yet clad head to toe in bright red. As he grinned, he revealed a jagged row of shark-like, gear-shaped teeth, a sight that was truly terrifying. Just his appearance alone could easily send a line of children into tears. Even Peter and Clarice, both seasoned and unflappable, were startled by the man before them and instinctively took a step back. Lorna, for her part, immediately shifted into a defensive stance, ready to strike at any moment. "Miss Clarice, Miss Lorna, hello. It's a pleasure to see you both again." The fierce-looking man greeted them, flashing a smile that only he could possibly think of as friendly. "My name is Leib Ayala." "Leib Ayala?" The three of them exchanged uncertain glances. The name was completely unfamiliar. Clarice searched her memory, but could not recall ever hearing it. let alone meeting someone like him. With such a distinctive presence, she was sure she would never have forgotten. What's more, from the way he spoke, it sounded as though he'd met her and Lorna before, which explained how he recognized them so quickly. But when she glanced at Lorna, she found the same look of confusion, confirming that she wasn't alone. Lorna clearly had no recollection of him either. This was all rather odd. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Clarice and Lorna's faces, Liebe Ayala's alternate persona seemed to realize he'd said something wrong, and an awkward silence fell over him. In truth, he had indeed seen both Clarice and Lorna. More than once, in fact, but only within Raymond's mind. Simply put, he had seen them, but they had never seen him. He'd overlooked this detail and let it slip. But since explaining this would only make things more confusing, he chose not to elaborate and quickly changed the subject. Please follow me. Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you. Allow me to take that. Liebe Ayala's alternate persona stepped up to the group and reached out to take the metal box from Peter's hands. No need, this is a bit. Peter was about to refuse, wanting to say the metal box was rather heavy. But to his surprise, this man called Liebe Ayala casually picked it up with both hands, as if it weighed nothing at all. Carrying it this way looked far less strenuous than Peter's attempt to sling it over his shoulder. Is he a superhuman too? Peter muttered to himself, suspicion creeping into his mind. The events of the day had truly upended his worldview, leaving him with a distinct impression that superpowered people were everywhere. From the violet-skinned man to Beth and her companions, now to this. Liebe Ayala, and even Clarice's brother, who had never shown his face but had been quietly steering events from behind the scenes, all of them turned out to be superhumans. Wasn't this just too many? After picking up Jessica and her family, Liebe Ayala's alternate personality led the three of them forward. Soon, they reached a room in the villa that resembled a study. Liebe Ayala pressed a hidden button, and one of the bookshelves slid aside, revealing a concealed chamber beyond. Once the three of them followed Liebe Ayala inside, the bookshelf silently closed behind them. Suddenly, they felt a faint tremor beneath their feet. The room they were in began to descend. There's an underground base here. Peter immediately guessed what was happening and turned to ask Liebe Ayala. Liebe Ayala, aware of Peter's connection to Clarice and her group, didn't hide the truth. He smiled, that's right. Lord Orochimaru's research facility is rather sensitive, so it was built underground to avoid detection. Clarice asked with some confusion, Mr. Liebe Ayala, you keep mentioning Lord Orochimaru. May I ask who exactly he is? Is he the one my brother said could save Jessica and her family? Liebe Ayala grinned. Lord Orochimaru is an expert in biological research, though calling him an expert hardly does him justice. In your terms, his work bridges the world of superhumans and that of ordinary people. Your little friend and her family were affected by the abilities of that so-called Violet Man, but those powers are really just a special kind of neurotoxin. For Lord Orochimaru, something like that shouldn't pose much trouble. As for his identity, well, that's a bit complicated to explain. But since your brother sent you here, he must be sure that we mean you no harm. Wouldn't you agree? So there's really nothing for you to worry about. Liebe Ayala could tell that Clarice and Peter were tense, worried they might be stumbling into another predicament. But since Raymond hadn't told them how to introduce themselves, he thought it best not to reveal too much. This tricky explanation, he decided, was something the main personality, Raymond, would have to handle himself. Hearing what the Liebe Ayala subpersonality said, Clarice and her companions, though not entirely at ease, finally let out a small sigh of relief. Whether or not there were any ill intentions could be set aside for now. At the very least, it sounded as if this man called Orochimaru had a way to save Jessica's family, and that was enough. With a soft click, the space beneath their feet came to a halt, and another door opened before them. What appeared in front of their eyes was a vast underground chamber. Bright lights illuminated every corner of the space, allowing them to see everything clearly, and what they saw left them utterly astonished. Before their eyes stretched row upon row of transparent biological pods, each containing a bewildering variety of strange and fantastical creatures. Some of them even looked human. At this sight, the three of them instantly turned pale. They exchanged glances, each seeing the anxiety and unease reflected in the other's eyes, yet none of them spoke a word. Though questions and doubts filled their minds, saving Jessica's family was the most important thing now. All other concerns could wait. Where are the people you brought? The same sinister, raspy voice they'd heard at the entrance sounded again, now coming from behind them on the left. The three turned as one to look. There stood a man dressed in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. His skin was deathly pale, and he possessed a pair of vertical, snake-like pupils. He clasped his hands behind his back as he regarded them. Under his gaze, They felt like prey caught in the sights of a predator, a chill racing down their spines. Peter, in particular, felt this sensation most keenly. His senses were far sharper than those of ordinary people, sharper even than most superhumans, so the effect on him was especially intense. He couldn't help but take a step back and instinctively assume a defensive stance. Orochimaru, sir, the Lebiala subpersonality greeted the newcomer with a tinge of respect in his tone. Though both were subpersonalities of Raymond, he was only a bronze-level subpersonality, a rank below Orochimaru, and so a basic show of deference was only proper. So this was the legendary Orochimaru? Hearing the Lebiala subpersonality address the snake-eyed man by that name, Peter and his friends finally relaxed a little. The feeling of being hunted was truly unnerving. Had it not been for the urgent need to treat Jessica's family, they might have turned and left without a second thought. Follow me. Orochimaru's subpersonality now noticed the metal box Lebiala was carrying, and quickly deduced that the person they spoke of must be inside. He beckoned to them, signaling for everyone to come along. As they walked, they passed by even more bizarre and unsettling sights, some of them downright chilling. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned to Peter and asked, "You there, little one? You're not a mutant, are you?" Peter nodded, still puzzled as to why Lord Orochimaru would suddenly ask such a question. "What are your abilities?" Orochimaru's alternate personality pressed further. Generally speaking, super senses, super strength, super endurance, and the ability to cling to surfaces. Basically, I'm a bit like a spider, so they call me Spider-Man, Peter replied. "And where do your powers come from?" Orochimaru's alternate personality found this even more intriguing and continued to probe. "I was bitten by a special kind of spider, which gave me abilities similar to a spider's, just magnified many times over," Peter said, scratching his head. "A mutated ability." Then Orochimaru's alternate personality stroked his chin, looking deep in thought. At this moment, Lebiala's alternate personality quietly reminded him. "This Mr. Peter is a companion of Miss Clarice. Lord Orochimaru, it might be best not to act recklessly, or else Lord Raymond may not be pleased." Orochimaru's alternate personality was interrupted by Lebiala's words. His tongue flicked over his lips in a way reminiscent of a serpent, and his voice carried a dangerous undertone as he asked, "Since when do you get to tell me what to do?" Lebiala's alternate personality looked slightly embarrassed, not expecting Orochimaru to so openly disregard him in front of everyone, humiliating him outright. Though he was indeed weaker, 10 of them together still wouldn't be a match for Orochimaru. Even so, he wasn't without pride. As one of the underworld bosses of the human world in the Gourmet Hunter universe, he was not the type to ingratiate himself just because someone was stronger. Orochimaru might be powerful here, but if thrown into the gourmet world, he would be little more than cannon fodder. Lebiala is right. A voice suddenly rang out from above, startling all three of them. They looked up abruptly. Perched atop a glass container was a black crow, fixing its gaze upon them. In a clear human voice, it said, "I think you really shouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, who knows how long he'll lock you up this time. Also, have you forgotten about Lebiala's connection to that old gentleman? Even though we can't truly eliminate each other, teaching a lesson is well within our power. Do you really want to face that old man?" Upon hearing the crow's words, Orochimaru's alternate personality betrayed no emotion, but his slit pupils narrowed ever so slightly. The old gentleman the crow referred to was, of course, the only golden alternate personality among them, Rampaging Beast Jiro. The last time they visited the hometown of the Professor X alternate personality, they had all witnessed Jiro's power firsthand. With a single tap of his finger, he could stop the rotation of the earth. What a terrifying force that was. Compared to Jiro, even figures like Madara Uchiha or the first Hokage seemed insignificant. If someone as formidable as the Jiro subpersonality appeared in the world of Naruto, the Orochimaru subpersonality would do everything possible to stay far away. Fortunately, everyone here is on the same side now. Still, the hint from the crow reminded him that this Lebu Bayala subpersonality seemed to come from the same world as Jiro, just as he and the Itachi subpersonality were from the same hometown. More importantly, the relationship between Lebu Bayala and Jiro was clearly much closer than his own with Itachi. In fact, Jiro had even mentioned owing Lebu Bayala a favor. If Lebu Bayala ever lost his temper and asked Jiro to help him seek justice, even the main personality, Raymond, would likely have to show some respect. After all, Jiro was the only golden subpersonality. While Orochimaru was far from irreplaceable, Raymond already had more silver subpersonalities than he could count on one hand. With that realization, the Orochimaru subpersonality offered a slight smile to the crow and said, Thank you, Itachi, for the reminder. That was my oversight. Yes, this talking crow was none other than the crow avatar of the Itachi sub-personality. While it had little combat ability, its consciousness was fully controlled by Itachi, who used it as a remote avatar. At the moment, the Itachi sub-personality was likely off wandering who knows where, but he had deliberately left a crow avatar here to keep the Orochimaru sub-personality in check. My thanks, Lord Itachi, Lebu Bayala said, nodding gratefully to the crow. Lord Itachi? Seeing how both Orochimaru and Lebu Bayala treated this talking crow with such respect, Peter and his companions were full of surprise. Could this crow be a superpowered being as well? Otherwise, why would both of them take its words so seriously? Especially considering that the Orochimaru sub-personality, who gave off an extremely dangerous vibe and treated Lebu Bayala with such hostility, actually addressed the crow as an equal. It was clear this crow was no ordinary creature. My apologies, Lebu Bayala, the Orochimaru sub-personality said, though his tone was still somewhat condescending. Lebu Bayala quickly replied that it was nothing, though whether he truly didn't mind was anyone's guess. At least on the surface, he let it go. Turning to Peter, the Orochimaru sub-personality smiled and asked, Young man, would you be interested in staying here and assisting me with some research? I can guarantee that your abilities will more than double as a result. Research? What kind of research? Peter's eyes lit up at the prospect. He was a tech enthusiast at heart, and nothing thrilled him more than the opportunity to delve into scientific exploration. Previously, he tried to find some part-time work at a few tech companies, but they all thought he was too young and didn't hire him. This research facility, operated by the Orochimaru sub-personality, was clearly state-of-the-art and matched his expectations perfectly. Aside from its slightly eerie atmosphere, there was nothing wrong with it. If he had a chance to work part-time here, he would be more than willing. Of course, I'd study you, replied the Orochimaru sub-personality, wearing a broad smile. Peter instinctively shrank back. This was not what he had in mind at all. What he wanted was an opportunity to participate in scientific projects, and if he could further improve his abilities, so much the better. But to be studied by someone else? That sounded a bit terrifying. There were plenty of Hollywood movies on that very subject. Teenagers who suddenly gained superpowers, only to be captured and experimented on by sinister forces. When he first developed his own abilities, he had worried about exactly that, which was why he had told no one, not even his family. He feared that by revealing his secret, he would only put his loved ones at greater risk. Now, of course, he was no longer as frightened as he once was. It was clear he wasn't the only superpowered person in the world. Today's experiences had made him realize that the number of enhanced individuals on Earth was likely far greater than he had imagined. In that case, he really wasn't that special anymore. But the moment the Orochimaru sub-personality mentioned studying him, his original fears came rushing back. Maybe I'll pass on that, Peter said with an awkward smile. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Coaxed the Orochimaru sub-personality. My research would never put your life at risk. At most, you just cooperate with a few experiments. I guarantee it would lead to a dramatic leap in your abilities. Doubling your power would be a conservative estimate. No, I'm fine as I am, Peter replied quickly, waving his hands in refusal. All right then. The Orochimaru sub-personality looked a little disappointed, but didn't push the issue further. In truth, even if the Lebia Yara sub-personality hadn't warned him, he wouldn't have done anything reckless to Clarice and the others. He knew very well who could be messed with and who couldn't. Clarice was Raymond's sister, his one true weakness. If he really crossed the line, Raymond would have no problem teaching him a lesson he'd never forget. In fact, Raymond was probably just waiting for him to slip up so he could make an example out of him. He had no interest in becoming that target. Not long after, under the guidance of the Orochimaru sub-personality, the group entered a room lined with beds, and Jessica's family was released as well. When the Orochimaru sub-personality began drawing blood from each of them with a syringe, Jessica's self-preservation instincts snapped her awake in an instant. This is bad. She might try to kill herself. Clarice cried out in alarm, as expected. The moment Clarice shouted those words, Jessica, after quickly scanning her surroundings, suddenly went blank, her eyes glazing over. She raised her hand, preparing to strike herself on the head. With the strength she now possessed, if she really landed that blow, she might not kill herself outright, but she would at least leave herself severely injured. Peter and Lorna instinctively readied their powers to stop Jessica, but they were a split second too slow and too far away to make it in time. Just as worry gripped them, a truly chilling scene unfolded before their eyes. From the mouth of Orochimaru's alternate persona, a multitude of snakes suddenly slithered out, pinning Jessica back onto the bed with an unyielding grip. rendering her instantly immobile. Orochimaru's alternate persona, completely unfazed, continued drawing her blood as if nothing had happened, his actions uninterrupted. During this time, Jessica struggled with all her might, but it was utterly futile. All done. Orochimaru's alternate persona announced calmly as he finished drawing the blood. With a casual swipe, he knocked Jessica unconscious again, then turned to the alternate persona of Leb Ayala and said, "I'll need a little time to develop the antidote. In the meantime, can you break the tendons in their hands and feet, just in case they wake up and try to harm themselves again?" Leb Ayala's alternate persona nodded and pulled a chef's knife, half a meter long, from behind his back. "Wait," Clarice stopped him. "Break the tendons in their hands and feet. Wouldn't that mean they'd be—" "Don't worry. There are plenty of ways to restore them. It won't have any lasting effect," Leb Ayala's alternate persona replied with a wide grin. Without giving Clarice a chance to ask more, he suddenly launched himself into the air. With 4 nimble leaps, he vaulted over Jessica and each of her family members in turn, his knife slicing through the air in a blur of afterimages. When he landed back on the ground, he smoothly sheathed the chef's knife behind him. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. What incredible speed! Peter felt a flicker of amazement. His dynamic vision was a special ability in itself, allowing him to slow down perceived motion by a factor of 10. Yet even with that advantage, he still couldn't clearly follow the movements of Leb Ayala's alternate persona and his knife. That meant if he ever had to fight this man, he'd have to keep as much distance as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't even see the attack coming, let alone defend against it. "Is it done?" Lorna asked. Of course, Leb Ayala's alternate persona replied matter-of-factly. "But they don't seem any different," Lorna said, examining Jessica and her family closely for any signs of change, but couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. "Miss Lorna, never doubt a chef's knife skills," Leb Ayala's alternate persona said with a chuckle. Lorna still had her doubts, but seeing that even Labera's alternate personality had spoken so frankly, she felt it inappropriate to press further. After all, this alternate personality of Labera had treated them courteously all along, and had even risked defending Orochimaru's alternate personality on their behalf. It hardly seemed likely there was any deceit at play. Half an hour later, Orochimaru's alternate personality emerged from his laboratory, holding a vial of dark red liquid in his hand, its color both vivid and unsettling. "How are they?" Orochimaru's alternate personality asked. "They're all awake now, and it seems they really did try to end their lives," Labera's alternate personality replied. During that half hour, Jessica's family had gradually regained consciousness. Their reactions mirrored Jessica's. Upon realizing the Purple Man was no longer nearby, they immediately attempted suicide. But Labera's alternate personality had severed more than just their tendons. Virtually every part of their bodies capable of movement was immobilized, with only their eyes left free. Even their mouths couldn't open. Under such circumstances, suicide was impossible. Even Jessica, due to her extraordinary constitution, had already awakened despite being knocked out by Orochimaru's alternate personality. Of course, now she was no different from her family. She, too, had been stripped of any means to end her life. Peter and the others finally believed that Labera's alternate personality had indeed severed many of Jessica's family's nerves, and their perception of this ever-smiling, dangerous man subtly shifted. "Is that the antidote?" Clarice's gaze fell upon the dark red liquid in Orochimaru's alternate personality's hand. "That's right. Inject this into their bodies, and it'll neutralize the lingering hormones. Break the Purple Man's hold over them." Orochimaru's alternate personality rasped with a hoarse chuckle. As he spoke, he fetched several syringes from nearby, drawing the strange liquid into each one. "Orochimaru really never lets anyone rest easy, does he? Keep an eye on him for me. And if he steps out of line, feel free to teach him a lesson. It might help him remember his limits," Raymond said with a faint smile, glancing at the crow perched on his left arm. The crow gave a nod, then fluttered out the window. Raymond himself hadn't personally intervened in the Purple Man affair. It was, after all, just a particularly troublesome mutant, hardly worth his direct attention. In fact, even sending Beth and David was probably overkill. But since Clarice was his sister, a little overprotectiveness was only natural. As for Jessica's family, dealing with them was a trivial matter for Orochimaru's alternate personality. The base itself was, of course, under Hydra's control. When Stephanie learned that Raymond needed a research facility, she casually cleared one out for him, leaving it entirely at Orochimaru's disposal. The equipment inside was far more advanced than anything Orochimaru's secondary persona had managed to build in the world of Naruto. In just a single month, the Orochimaru persona had already produced significant results, and overall, Raymond was quite satisfied with his progress. The only issue was that Orochimaru's secondary persona had an exceptionally troublesome temperament. Aside from Raymond, the primary persona, whom he dared not cross, everyone else in his eyes was fair game, especially if he thought someone possessed experimental value. In such cases, he would certainly start plotting. Raymond had already laid down strict ground rules for him. He was forbidden from seeking out experimental subjects outside the base. If necessary, he was to inform the staff responsible for liaising with the research facility, and they would provide assistance. Even so, Raymond was still uneasy and assigned the Itachi persona to keep an eye on him. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru even set his sights on Clarice's friends. If it hadn't been for the stern warnings from both the Labiala persona and the Itachi persona, Orochimaru might very well have acted inappropriately. For instance, he might have taken matters into his own hands and knocked Peter out cold, quickly collecting all sorts of samples before anyone could intervene. By the time Raymond found out, it would already be too late, and there'd be little he could do after the fact. Raymond had no doubt that Orochimaru's secondary persona was capable of just such things, which was precisely why he'd put the Itachi persona on surveillance duty, to prevent such incidents. Raymond, stop dawdling. Big news. Just as Raymond was pondering how to teach the Orochimaru persona a lesson, young Lucifer suddenly burst in from outside, excitement written all over his face, with the Archbishop following close behind. Catching sight of the exuberant Lucifer, Raymond couldn't help but smile and ask, "Let's hear it. What sort of big news could get our illustrious Lord Lucifer so worked up?" "Don't think I'm joking. This really is huge news. And who knows, your Earth might get swept up in it too." Lucifer hopped onto the sofa across from Raymond, folding his arms with a haughty look. The Archbishop stood silently to the side, awaiting instructions. "Oh, you have my attention. Please go on." Raymond straightened up slightly. "Two things," Lucifer said, holding up two fingers. "First, there's a new development sparked by old conflicts among your 9 realms. Have you ever heard of the Dark Elves or the Fire Giants? The rulers of Svartalfheim and Muspelheim?" Raymond recalled and asked in return. "Exactly, that's them," Lucifer nodded and continued. "Many years ago, the king of the Dark Elves, Malekith, came into possession of a relic called the Ether Particle. It's an artifact capable of altering the laws of a region to some extent. It was with the help of that artifact that he led the Dark Elves to rule over your 9 realms for many years, much like the Aesir gods of Asgard do now. Everything changed one day when Odin's father, through cunning and strategy, seized Malekith's artifact, allowing the Aesir to rise to power and replace the Dark Elves as the overlords of the 9 realms. Because the Dark Elves had not behaved honorably during their reign, the other realms largely sided with the Aesir when they overthrew the Dark Elves. Without the Ether, the Dark Elves were no match for the other realms and were nearly wiped out. Only a handful managed to escape, among them Malekith, the Dark Elf King himself. Afterward, the 9 realms did issue a wanted notice for Malekith. But Malekith, after all, was a being of godlike power. No one dared to take up the hunt, and so the matter faded into obscurity. However, just recently, a shocking rumor began to spread through the dark world. Malekith had quietly returned to the 9 realms and, it was said, had formed an alliance with Surtur, the king of the Fire Giants. At first, no one paid any attention, assuming it was idle gossip. But then, some attentive souls noticed that Surtur had indeed vanished from Muspelheim, and only then did people begin to realize the rumor might be true, considering that the Fire Giants had also gone to war with the Aesir, and that Surtur bore a grudge against them. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility that this alliance was real. Raymond listened, his face showing a hint of surprise, though deep down he wasn't actually startled. The truth was, he'd known about this for some time. The details he'd heard differed slightly, but that was only natural. After all, this world wasn't the Marvel Cinematic Universe he was familiar with. Its overall trajectory was similar, but not identical. Malekith's return to the 9 realms didn't surprise him in the least. Not long ago, he himself had secured the artifact known as the Ether from young Lucifer, the very same reality stone, one of the 6 infinity stones, now safely stored away in his systems inventory. No doubt Malekith had sensed the reality stone's disturbance, prompting his return in hopes of reclaiming it. Only with the reality stone could he hope to challenge Asgard and the other realms. Otherwise, he might not even be a match for Odin in single combat. So, how is Asgard responding to all this? Raymond asked. At first, there wasn't much of a reaction. After all, both Malekith and Surtur were matters of the past. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, neither of them could stir up any real trouble now. However, a glint of mischievous delight flickered in young Lucifer's eyes. Right at that moment, a second incident occurred, sending all of Asgard into total panic. Oh, this time, Raymond was genuinely surprised. He couldn't guess what this second incident Lucifer referred to might be. The multiverse was so vast, and unexpected events could crop up anywhere. Especially on Earth, a hotbed of chaos, where trouble always seemed to be lurking around every corner. But Lucifer had said that this matter was related to them, which narrowed things down considerably. Linking it to their recent experiences, Raymond quickly arrived at the answer. Is it about Dormammu? Bingo! Right answer, but no prize. Lucifer snapped his fingers with a playful grin. Dormammu's probably had one setback too many lately, and it's made him realize that even with all his power, he can't take on everyone alone. So the moment he got back, he started thinking about finding an ally. The only problem is his reputation is so terrible that while he's got plenty of enemies, allies are another matter entirely. Even among the lords of hell, hardly anyone wants anything to do with him. So he thought of someone who Raymond still couldn't guess. Hela, the goddess of death? Raymond's heart skipped a beat. That's right, the older sister of that little one who helped you last time. Odin's firstborn daughter. Ha! Lucifer stroked his chin and chuckled. Unlike her younger sibling, Hela is in the prime of her life as a member of the Aesir. She may not have reached her peak yet, but she's already a force to be reckoned with. Even before Odin sealed her in the underworld, her power was already on par with my true form. Now, among all the lords of hell, she easily ranks in the top 3. Aside from freaks like Dormammu and Marduk, no one dares claim they're stronger than her. Honestly, I strongly suspect that even Odin might not be her match these days. Lucifer mused aloud. So, she agreed to team up with Dormammu? Raymond raised an eyebrow. I'd say she probably did. Otherwise, why would Dormammu be so generous as to let her out? Lucifer reasoned. And right now, the one she hates most is probably Odin. Dormammu's cause doesn't clash with hers, so why would she refuse him? If I were in her shoes, I'd make the same choice. After all, she has nothing to lose. Of course, this outcome is probably the last thing Odin ever wanted to see, because Hela, well, that woman is truly ruthless. Even among us who are also lords of the underworld like her, none of us would dare provoke her lightly. I really can't imagine what was going through Odin's mind back then, deciding to seal her away. If Hela had remained with the Aesir, I doubt anyone in the 9 realms would have dared to challenge Asgard, and things wouldn't be as passive as they are now. TSK, that old-fashioned preference for sons over daughters really backfired. Young Lucifer finished with a sigh, taking a jab at Odin's outdated thinking. Raymond nodded in agreement, clearly feeling the same way. He thought it was a bit ridiculous when he watched the movie, and never felt Odin's actions made any real sense. When it came down to it, it was just sexism, plain and simple. Otherwise, the one set to inherit Odin's throne should never have been Thor. Should have been Hela. Even without inheriting Odin's power, Hela already possessed strength equal to his. If she'd received Odin's power on top of that, there's no doubt she'd have wielded the might of Odin at his peak in his later years. And if Hela had been a little older, she might even have surpassed the level of the Allfather himself. That's a height Thor could never hope to reach. By any reasonable standard, Odin had no grounds to suppress, let alone seal away Hela just to clear the way for Thor. Hela was nothing like Loki. Loki was only an adopted son, and his biological father was the king of the Frost Giants, enemies of Asgard. So it made sense for Odin not to consider Loki. But Hela and Thor were both Odin's own children, and she had helped Odin conquer realms and put down numerous uprisings. Both emotionally and logically, Odin had no reason to seal her away. Even if she hadn't been Odin's daughter, she'd still be a hero of Asgard, and what Odin did was no different from burning bridges and biting the hand that fed him. In the original storyline, after Hela broke free, she immediately unleashed a rain of blood and terror upon Asgard. It was just a natural reaction. If Raymond were in her place, he'd have gone even further. As for all those so-called reasons Odin gave, anyone with half a brain wouldn't take them seriously. Do you think Earth will be affected by all of this? Raymond asked thoughtfully. Young Lucifer shrugged. Isn't it obvious? Of course it will. If chaos breaks out in the 9 realms, the Ancient One alone probably won't be able to fend off all the threats eyeing Earth. People always say the Ancient One is Earth's true guardian, but that's not the whole story. Asgard is actually another layer of protection for Earth. Its very existence is a deterrent in itself. Just like the last time Dormammu prepared to descend upon Earth in person, wasn't Odin the first one to step up and stop him? Raymond nodded, showing he understood. The last time that young Lucifer was referring to was probably when Raymond first angered Dormammu, which led Dormammu to try and come after him on Earth. He'd only heard about the details from young Lucifer later on. In truth, He didn't feel much empathy for whether Asgard would be toppled or not. The only Asgardian he knew was Thor, and while they could be considered friends to some extent, their bond wasn't strong enough for Raymond to risk his life by meddling in a war between beings of godlike power. Even his strongest alternate personality, Jiru, at best reached the level just below those supreme beings. Dealing with the likes of the Mad Titan might be feasible, but if he actually faced a true god-tier adversary, he'd be nothing more than cannon fodder. He wasn't arrogant enough to ignore reality. However, if this storm looked like it might sweep across Earth, then even if he wanted to hide, there would be nowhere to go. Of course, he believed that, given his value, if he sincerely asked young Lucifer to send him somewhere beyond Earth, Lucifer would never refuse. But unless things truly became desperate, he didn't want to run away with his family and friends in tow. The universe was vast, but nowhere else could compare to Earth, this place he called home. Still, the current situation was indeed grave, far more serious than anything portrayed in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In the movies, Malekith nearly plunged the Nine Realms back into an age of darkness. Hela not only shattered Thor's hammer, but almost killed her own brother, and even seized Asgard by force. Then there was Surtur, the king of the fire giants, who brought about Ragnarok as foretold in prophecy, destroying Asgard entirely. If these three supervillains joined forces, and on top of that, you had Dormammu stirring up trouble, how could Asgard possibly hold out? Raymond truly had little faith in Odin and doubted that he could resolve this crisis. Do you need me to send you somewhere else? Seeing the heaviness in Raymond's expression, young Lucifer grinned and asked cheerfully. No need, Raymond replied, shaking his head. Don't be so polite. If you want to go somewhere, just tell me. Whether it's another planet in the main universe, some dimension, or I can even pick one for you, young Lucifer said, swinging his little legs. Thank you for the offer. If I ever really need it, I definitely won't stand on ceremony, Raymond nodded slightly. Young Lucifer eyed him suspiciously. Why do I feel like you're scheming something? You're not thinking of getting involved in this storm, are you? Of course not. How could I be so reckless? Raymond spread his hands, denying it. There's no such thing as the best choice. Don't say I didn't warn you. Things are different this time, the young Lucifer confessed candidly. If it were just Dormammu, even if I couldn't beat him, I could at least give him a hard time. But now, Hela and Malekith are in the mix, and I'm not confident I could handle any one of them. And it's not like last time when I could conveniently drag my pretentious brother into the mess. If something really happens to you, even if I wanted to help, there'd be nothing I could do. Do you understand? I understand. Absolutely, Raymond replied, his expression serious. Lucifer regarded this answer with a hint of skepticism, but he doubted Raymond would be reckless enough to go over the edge. After exchanging a few more words, he left with the Archbishop in tow. The reason his earthly incarnation remained on Earth was to savor the human experience. After all, even Hell's angels, to him, were nothing more than tools to serve his needs. Within his capabilities, he didn't mind upgrading this tool, making it sharper and more useful. But that didn't mean he'd pour his heart and soul into managing it. In truth, the day-to-day affairs of Hell's angels barely registered on his radar. Unless they were teetering on the brink of total annihilation, he simply didn't care. This time, he'd come back mainly to share 2 juicy pieces of Asgardian gossip with Raymond. After all, Raymond had made it pretty clear he was no stranger to secrets, and it wasn't his first run-in with Dormammu. That alone proved he was familiar with the multiverse, and that experience was enough to earn Lucifer's respect, at least to the extent of treating him as a near equal in conversation. Of course, that didn't mean Lucifer truly believed Raymond was his equal. To a being of the All-Father's level, 99.999% of those below are scarcely more significant than ants, just as easily crushed. But even among ants, some are worth more than others. Aren't they? Raymond happened to be one of those rare few with value, at least in Lucifer's eyes. Within his limits, Lucifer didn't mind making a small investment, lending Raymond a hand now and then. Who knew? It might bring some pleasant surprises. That was the extent of it, though. Like he'd said, this latest storm was stirred up by 4 all-father-level beings, most of them downright terrifying. If Raymond ended up tossed into the center of it all, even Lucifer would be powerless to intervene. Watching the young Lucifer walk away, Raymond silently reviewed his current stats in his mind. Host, Raymond. Strength, 6.5, Agility, 7.7, Constitution, 7.2, Spirit, 4.5. Abilities, Krog Combat Technique, Transformation, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, Moderately Accomplished, Navy 6 Styles, Outstanding, Power of Chi, Outstanding. Universal Points, 11,670. Subpersonalities, Krog, Deshat, Zakon, Liabila, Professor X, Akainu, Kizaru, Orochimaru, Megatron, Itachi, Uchiha Jiro. Just barely over 10,000, huh? Raymond stroked his chin, pondering whether to unlock a new character card right away. Last time, when he returned from the reverse future world, his universal points had only just scraped past 9,000. But after wiping out the Dark Church and taking down Red Hood, his points had soared again, breaking past the 10,000 mark and even adding an extra 1,000 or so. Of course, it was still a bit less than when he first unlocked a gold character card. Yet, thinking it over, even if he unlocked another gold sub-personality now, it wouldn't make much real difference. After all the training and battles lately, his overall stats had improved a lot. He could now maintain the Jiro sub-personality for a few minutes without trouble. The gap to seamless switching remained, but it was within sight. Unless the next gold sub-personality had truly unique abilities, unlocking one now would be of little use. It wouldn't offer more help than Jiro, and more likely, it would just be a waste. What he lacked most now was time. The storm that was about to sweep through Asgard and even all 9 realms. There was no way Earth could remain completely untouched. It was bound to be affected. But Raymond was far more optimistic than young Lucifer. He understood better than anyone. Earth was the true protagonist of this world. Here, whether hero or villain, anyone might become the lead in some story, utterly unstoppable, laying waste to any who stood in their way. But these protagonists could never truly break away from Earth, the main stage. No matter where they went, they would always circle back and become entangled with Earth once more. Earth was the very soul and main character of this world. Though this notion was a bit mystical, Raymond could think of 100 reasons why Earth would remain safe and sound. Father-level beings were strong, especially Dormammu and Surtur at their peak, both standing at the apex of father level. But there were so many beings above father level with ties to Earth. Even the Celestials and Galactus hadn't managed to destroy Earth, so what chance did Dormammu and his ilk really have? This was something that even the heavenly father-level beings like young Lucifer might not be able to see clearly, but Raymond could. However, just because Earth wouldn't be destroyed didn't mean no one would die. After all, this was a real world, not some parallel timeline that could be rebooted at will. When someone died here, they truly died. Resurrection might be real, but it was far from easy. At least, Raymond couldn't do it right now. After all, the deity in charge of death was an unfathomably terrifying being. Compared to that one, Dormammu and his ilk seemed as harmless as fluffy little rabbits. So, what Raymond needed to worry about was how to keep his friends and family as safe as possible through this coming storm, and if possible, to reap some extra benefits along the way. Time is still a bit too tight. Looks like it's time to run a few more experience quests. With that thought, Raymond decided to embark on several more journeys of wish fulfillment. In those worlds of wishes, not only could he earn more universal points, but more importantly, he could gain the precious time he needed to further boost his overall stats. If he could stretch the duration of his golden alternate persona to over half an hour, and draw 2 more useful golden personas, perhaps, in the coming tempest that would sweep across the 9 realms, he too might become one of the players at the table. Deep beneath the sea, and impel down the infamous undersea prison. First underground level, Crimson Lotus Hell. What's going on? Is this even possible? Raymond stared at his reflection in the cup of water in his hand, only to discover he had become that fellow crocodile. Reaching out with his mind, he connected with his alternate personas, Akainu and Kizaru, and found that both were currently at Navy headquarters, having taken the place of their past selves at this point in time. In fact, judging by memories, both Akainu and Kizaru personas possessed knowledge up to the moment Akainu defeated Akiji and became Fleet Admiral. In a sense, this was a form of reincarnation. Piecing together their memories, Raymond deduced that the current moment was just before the War of the Best. Ace should still be imprisoned in the deepest level, level 6, Infinite Hell, of Impel Down. Soon, the chosen one of this world, Luffy, would come to break into the prison, only to find that Ace had already been transferred ahead of time to Marineford. In his effort to rescue Ace, Luffy would cause an uproar and escape with a group of convicts. After that, the world-shaking War of the Best would erupt, marking the end of the legendary pirate Whitebeard. You two, come down to Impel Down for a bit. Let's discuss our next step together before we make any decisions. With that message left in their minds, Raymond's consciousness returned. After finishing his communication with the Akainu persona and the others, Raymond's awareness returned once more to the Crimson Lotus held at that moment. He noticed an interesting fellow, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Hey, Red Nose. Huh, you little punk. Are you calling the Great Buggy? Who are you calling Red Nose? Believe it or not, the Great Buggy will beat you to a pulp. Buggy, dressed like a clown, stood with his hands on his hips and retorted. Seeing this old acquaintance in front of him, Raymond found it particularly amusing. Characters like Clown Buggy, who come straight out of passionate shonen comics, are always comical figures with seemingly cheat-like abilities. They're human-shaped glitches within the rules of the world. Of course, before completing his current wish mission, Raymond had no interest in testing whether he could actually take down Buggy or what kind of chain reaction that might trigger. Even if the risk was minuscule, he didn't want to mess around. After all, he'd spent 3,000 universal points just to embark on this wish journey. If his curiosity led him to abandon it halfway, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. However, if he could pull a glitch character like Buggy to his side, there might be some unexpected rewards. So without hesitation, Raymond called him over. Buggy recognized Raymond as well. Or rather, he recognized the body Raymond was currently possessing, Kuro. After all, both of them were pirates from the East Blue, and both had been tossed into this place by that unlucky Straw Hat Kid. In a way, the two were comrades in misfortune, which meant they already knew each other. Still, hearing Kuro call him Red Nose irked Buggy to no end. In terms of bounty, Kuro couldn't even compare to him, so how could he tolerate being addressed like that? All right, slip of the tongue. My mistake, Raymond replied with a laugh, not bothering to argue with Buggy. Captain Buggy, I wonder if you'd be interested in discussing a big deal with me? A big deal. Buggy eyed Raymond suspiciously. So, you've managed to get your hands on something good again, haven't you? But I've got nothing to trade with you. My treasures are all outside. Even if I wanted to make a deal, you wouldn't accept credit, would you? Raymond wasn't quite sure what Buggy was talking about, but the Kuro in his mind understood. Buggy's definition of something good referred to things like cigarettes or delicious food. Here, in this deep-sea prison, life was grueling, but sometimes there were exceptions. After all, the guards here were still human, mostly low-ranking soldiers. They might strut around and bully the inmates inside these walls, but once they left the deep-sea prison, there were nobodies in the outside world. Any one of the prisoners here, even those on the first level, was not someone these lowly guards could afford to cross out there. Naturally, this led to some shady, under-the-table deals. Simply put, the prisoners would give up information like the locations of hidden treasures in exchange for some basic supplies from the guards. These supplies, to be blunt, were just the food and drink the guards usually kept for themselves. They'd save a bit and use it to trade with the prisoners, making some extra cash on the side. The higher-ups in the prison were actually well aware of this, but as long as things didn't go too far, they would turn a blind eye and not make a fuss. If they were to deny the guards even a sip of soup, it would be much harder to keep the team in line. So, this quietly became an unspoken rule, a kind of tacit understanding. It was also one of the main reasons so many soldiers were willing to take shifts at the deep-sea prison. Otherwise, who would want to come to such a miserable place? It was the chance to earn some extra money that made being a guard here such a popular posting. Bucky, being such a clownish miser, almost never made deals with the guards. He just couldn't bear to part with anything. In contrast, the former Kuro was far more open-minded about it. He'd often get his hands on something nice and treat himself. So when Bucky heard Raymond mention a deal, he immediately thought it had something to do with these trades. You're overthinking it. It's not that kind of deal, Raymond replied, shaking his head with a smile. Then what is it? Bucky asked, his curiosity growing. Raymond leaned in close and whispered in Bucky's ear, Let me ask you, do you want to escape from here? What kind of joke is that? Bucky sprang up in alarm, crying out in shock. His outburst quickly caught the attention of several people nearby, including some patrolling guards. Bucky, are you looking for trouble? One of the guards barked. Seeing this, Bucky hurriedly nodded and bent over an apology, forcing a smile. Sorry. Raymond chimed in with a laugh. Just a little misunderstanding, sir. Please excuse us. The guard recognized Raymond as one of his best customers, so he just nodded and said, All right, but watch it next time. Raymond gave the guard a nod before turning back to Bucky. You really shouldn't make such a fuss. If you actually get those guys upset, you'll be the one to suffer for it. So you do know. Bucky glared at Raymond, his voice full of grievance. Do you even realize where we are? This is deep-sea prison, and you're asking me about escaping from a place like this? Do I look like I'm that easy to fool? Kuro, let me give you a word of advice. Don't even think about such things. You have no idea just how hopeless this place really is. For hundreds of years, it's been known as an impenetrable fortress. Only one person has ever broken out of here, and the terror of that man is beyond anything a small fry like you could imagine. The terrifying man Bucky spoke of was none other than Golden Lion Shiki, one of the three legendary pirates alongside Whitebeard, Edward, and Pirate King. Roger, the deep-sea Grand Prison stands as the world government's ultimate weapon to strike fear into the hearts of all lawbreakers. Escaping from here is by no means easier than launching an assault on Navy headquarters. Never mind the heavy garrison stationed within, or the successive wardens whose strength rivals that of Navy admirals. Just the perilous environment surrounding this place alone is enough to plunge 99% of inmates into utter despair. Even if someone managed to break through the encirclement, the thought of escaping without any outside ship to pick them up is nothing but a fool's dream. While prison breaks aren't common here, every few decades, there will always be one or two fierce souls, unwilling to simply grow old and die in captivity, who risk everything for a slim chance at freedom. Over the centuries, there have been nearly 100 such attempts, if not more, and without exception, each one of those infamous figures from the seas met the same fate, an early descent into the depths of hell. Only one man has ever succeeded in breaking out, none other than the Golden Lion himself. There's no need to elaborate on the Golden Lion's power. Setting aside the one defeat where he fell to the protagonist's plot armor, his record more than lives up to the title of legendary pirate. During the Battle of Edwar, his flying pirate crew clashed fiercely with Roger's pirate crew. In that epic fight, Roger's crew was completely on the back foot. Had it not been for a sudden, monstrous storm that turned the tide, that battle might well have been the end for Roger's pirates. Later, upon learning that Roger had somehow fallen into the Navy's hands, the Golden Lion, in a fit of fury, stormed Navy headquarters alone, challenging Admiral Sengoku, the Buddha, and the equally formidable Iron Fist Garp. Though he was ultimately defeated, he left half of Marineford in ruins and delivered a heavy blow to the Navy. Yet, even a legend like the Golden Lion had to pay a steep price to escape the deep-sea Grand Prison. He lost both his legs and only managed to flee, using his devil fruit powers that let him fly. In doing so, he became the first and only prisoner in history to successfully break out of the prison. The Golden Lion's escape reignited his fearsome reputation, reminding the world just how terrifying this legendary pirate could be. But few know that Buggy, a man often seen as a joke, swaggering only in the East Blue, once crossed paths with the Golden Lion himself. After all, Buggy had served as a member of Roger's crew, joining as an apprentice alongside none other than Shanks, who would later become one of the Four Emperors. Having witnessed the Golden Lion's strength firsthand, Buggy understood better than anyone just how formidable he truly was. He couldn't imagine anyone else pulling off a prison break like the Golden Lion did. Not even if his old Captain Roger were brought back from the dead could he escape from this place. As for this Raymond standing before him now, don't make him laugh. He didn't deny that this guy with the nickname 100 Tricks was indeed much shrewder than himself. Even here, in this vast underwater prison, he seemed to thrive as if he were a fish in water, living far more comfortably than he ever could. But that was all there was to it. When it came to bounties, Raymond's wasn't even as high as his, nor did he possess any special devil fruit powers. Pirates like him weren't rare, not just on the Grand Line, but even across the four seas. They could be found everywhere. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have been locked away on the very first level. Now Raymond was actually asking if he wanted to escape from here. Wasn't that just a joke? He certainly wasn't ready to risk his life just yet. With this thought, Buggy looked at Raymond with a strange expression, as if he were staring at a madman. Of course, Raymond understood perfectly well what Buggy was thinking. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he said, "I know everything you just mentioned, and I know exactly who you're talking about, the legendary pirate Golden Lion. I even know you were once a member of the Roger Pirates." At first, Buggy had been curious to see what kind of scheme Raymond was cooking up, but when he heard Raymond mention his past as a member of the Roger Pirates, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. You, Buggy stammered, so nervous that he could barely get the words out, pointing at Raymond speechlessly. If this had come up in certain circles, he might have boasted about it, putting on airs. But this was the underwater prison, the depths of hell itself. If his identity were exposed here, the immediate consequence would be that he'd be sent to an even deeper, harsher level of the prison. It was said that with every level down, the living conditions grew ever more brutal. The Crimson Lotus hell was already miserable, but at least there wasn't any immediate danger to his life. If he were sent further down, there was no telling what might happen. A former Roger pirate, one of the Pirate King's old crew, just that identity alone was enough to multiply his bounty several times over. Buggy had avoided talking about his past for years, and this was one of the main reasons. After all, the higher the bounty, the greater the risk, and without enough strength to back it up, a high price on your head could get you killed. For Raymond to bring this up now left Buggy at a complete loss. Since I know all this, and my understanding of you goes far beyond what you can imagine, aren't you curious why I would still invite you? Raymond continued, a hint of amusement in his voice. Why? Buggy was already a bit dazed. He thought Raymond was crazy before, but now it was clear things weren't so simple. You have your secrets, and I have mine. I can't tell you everything right now, but soon you'll have the chance to find out. If you're willing, I can let you in on my secret. I could even get you out of here. Raymond gave a mysterious smile and said, however, once you know my secret, you'll become one of us. By then, if you want to back out or change your mind, it'll be too late. I can assure you, you would never want to find out what happens to those who betray us. So, the choice is yours now. Do you still want to know my secret? Looking at the enigmatic, confident smile on Raymond's face, Bucky felt cold sweat soaking his back. His instincts told him Raymond wasn't lying, and logically, Raymond had no reason to deceive him. They were all prisoners here. There was no point in Raymond toying with him. In other words, perhaps Raymond really did hold some secret, and maybe, just maybe, he truly could help him escape this place. But if he wanted to get out, he would have to join the mysterious organization that seemed to exist behind Raymond. And once he chose to join, betrayal would no longer be an option. Even if Raymond hadn't spelled out the consequences, Bucky could easily imagine them. If Raymond was just bluffing, then it didn't matter. But if he wasn't, if he truly had the means to get someone out of here, then that organization behind him must possess a power beyond imagination. To be able to reach into the depths of this undersea prison and extract someone, Bucky had never even heard of such a thing. On the Grand Line, Bucky's strength might not be anything special, but he had once been a member of the Roger Pirates. Following Roger, he'd seen all sorts of secrets, both in the open and hidden beneath the surface, including the shady deals between the underworld and the world government. There were plenty of gray organizations able to bribe the Navy for the right price and spring someone from custody. But he had never heard of any group that could get someone out of the underwater prison. That was a different matter entirely. The former was a gray area the world government tacitly allowed, but the latter represented the government's deepest authority, like the inviolable edicts protecting the celestial dragons, an absolute line that could never be crossed. That was why, over so many years, this prison made most pirates shudder at just the mention of its name. If there truly existed such a mysterious organization, capable of reaching into the depths of this prison to rescue someone, who, in their right mind, would dare betray them? For Bucky now, the real question was simply whether or not to join this organization. As for betrayal, that was never going to happen. He didn't have the guts. To hell with it. If I stay here, I'll go mad sooner or later, if not die. This is my only shot. Bucky tried to muster his courage, urging himself on. Well, have you made up your mind? Raymond asked with a smile. I'm in, Bucky whispered. Excellent. Raymond patted Bucky on the shoulder and grinned. From now on, we're on the same side. Don't worry, you won't regret this decision. Bucky's heart was pounding in his chest as he hurriedly asked, so, can you tell me your secret now? No rush, no rush. You'll find out soon enough, Raymond replied, shaking his head with a deliberately mysterious air. Raymond's reaction left Bucky squirming with impatience. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and after letting his imagination run wild, Bucky's curiosity was now fully hooked. At this moment, Raymond chose to keep him guessing. How could anyone endure that? Still, he didn't dare to raise his voice with Raymond like he had before. Even if he wasn't happy about it, he had no choice but to hold it in. Unless everything Raymond had just told him was a lie, there was no way he'd risk offending him now. So, the two of them went back to doing odd jobs under the watchful eyes of the guards, just like everyone else. On the surface, nothing seemed to have changed. In the depths of the great underwater prison, there was no telling day from night. Time was marked only by the guards' reminders. When the day's tasks were done, the prisoners of Crimson Lotus Hell were led back to their cells. Bucky and Raymond weren't in the same cell, but that didn't stop Bucky's mind from racing. He went over every shady organization he'd ever heard of or seen, trying to match the mysterious group behind Raymond to something he knew. But it was obviously a futile effort. Damn it, if that guy Crow lied to me, I swear, I'll punch him even if it means being thrown in solitary. Bucky muttered to himself after racking his brain for ages without any luck. After working himself up, Bucky finally started to feel drowsy. He'd spent the whole day toiling away, barely had a moment's rest, and the food was little better than pig slop. Even for someone with his superhuman stamina, it was getting hard to endure. Bucky, get up. Someone wants to see you. Bucky was jolted awake by the guard's shout. He was about to snap back, but the sight of the whip in the guard's hand made him instantly shrink back. Since coming here, there'd been no shortage of troublemakers among the prisoners, but the guard had a way of teaching them a lesson. Some had tried to fight back, relying on their strength, only to end up facing those monstrous guard beasts and getting utterly crushed. After witnessing what happened to those poor souls, no one dared to step out of line anymore. At least, on this first level of Crimson Lotus Hell, there wasn't a single inmate who could take on the guard beasts. Sir, may I ask who wants to see me? Bucky asked cautiously. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. You'll see for yourself soon enough. The guard snapped, opening the door with an impatient gesture. Yes, yes, of course. Bucky put on a big smile, bowing and scraping as he hurried out. Under the escort of the prison guard, Buggy soon found himself in a passageway he had never seen before. This immediately reminded him of what Raymond had told him earlier. Could it be that one of our own had come to rescue him? Though the idea seemed unbelievable, Buggy couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope in his heart. Could I really be lucky enough to run into something this good? He thought to himself, secretly delighted. Just as he was lost in these pleasant daydreams, bang! Buggy suddenly bumped straight into the guard leading the way, jolting him back to reality. The guard turned and shot him an impatient glare. I can't go any further. Just follow this corridor to the very end and enter through the door there, he said curtly. With that, the guard turned and walked away. Seeing this, Buggy dared not entertain any other thoughts. He could only walk obediently toward the end of the passage. When he pushed open the door and stepped into the room, the door behind him suddenly swung shut of its own accord, making him jump in fright. He spun around, but saw nothing. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice rang out behind him. Is this the one? The sound made Buggy's whole body shudder violently, because he recognized at once who it belonged to. With stiff, almost mechanical movements, he turned around. And sure enough, standing before him was a figure so terrifying that Buggy nearly fainted on the spot. The chief warden of Impel Down, Magellan. This man, the living nightmare of every prisoner, renowned as the strongest in the prison. Why would he want to see Buggy? While Buggy was on the verge of losing control from fear, another voice came from his left, drawing his attention. Yes, that's him. Sorry to trouble you. Not at all. It's my duty to cooperate with the Navy, especially when Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Borsellino have come in person, Magellan replied with a scratch of his head, smiling amiably. Although his strength rivaled that of an admiral, his rank was still lower, so he had to show respect when meeting Navy admirals. Well, Magellan, you certainly know your manners. Unlike that bastard Shiryu. If I didn't have official business, I'd teach him a lesson myself, drawled a leisurely voice from the other side. Shiryu's always been like that. Admiral Kizuru, please don't take it to heart, Magellan said with a polite smile. And in Navy admirals, not just one, but two Navy admirals. Buggy collapsed onto the floor, his legs giving out as if his very soul had been sucked away. He was petrified with fear. If Magellan was already the stuff of nightmares for prisoners, then for pirates, the Navy admirals were terror itself. As the Navy's strongest fighting force, the appearance of any admiral would make pirates quake in their boots. Aside from the Yonko crews, no one dared defy them. What on earth had Buggy done to deserve this? For two Navy admirals to come after him in person? Unlike those greenhorns who had just arrived on the Grand Line, Buggy had witnessed firsthand, more than once during his time with the Roger Pirates, just how terrifying the Navy's top combat forces could be. The old Captain Roger's archrival, Garp, as well as the current fleet Admiral Sengoku, and even Akainu and Akiji back before they became admirals, all of them had clashed with the Roger Pirates in the past. They might not remember a mere apprentice like Buggy, but he certainly wouldn't forget them. So, the moment he heard the voices of Akainu and Kizuru and saw their faces, Buggy recognized them instantly. He was so frightened that his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Magellan and his two companions, however, paid him no mind at first, continuing their conversation as if nothing had happened. Lord Sakazuki, are you sure this guy was really a member of the Roger Pirates? He's just a prisoner from level 1, and honestly, he looks a bit. Magellan hesitated, trailing off. But everyone present knew exactly what he meant. The first level of the great underwater prison was reserved for the most ordinary of inmates. Most of them didn't even have what it took to challenge the Grand Line. Pirates of this caliber were beneath the notice of true legends. How could such a small fry have served under the Pirate King? No wonder Magellan found it hard to believe. There's no mistake. That red nose of his left, quite an impression on me. If I'm not mistaken, he joined the Roger Pirates as an apprentice along with that red-haired fellow. They got along pretty well, too, Akainu replied coolly. Which red-haired guy? Magellan asked, momentarily confused. Come on, how many red hairs do you think there are on these seas? Kizaru drawled, a slow smile spreading across his face. Red-haired Shanks was a member of the Pirate King's crew. Magellan finally caught on, unable to hide his amazement at this unexpected bit of gossip. The fact that Shanks had once served with the Roger Pirates was information known only to a select few, those who dealt with the Roger Pirates in the past, like Akainu. But it was hardly common knowledge, and given that Magellan had spent so many years buried in the depths of Impel Down, it was no surprise he'd never heard it before. So, this red-nosed guy has a connection to one of the four emperors? Magellan eyed Buggy with renewed curiosity, his gaze making Buggy's skin crawl, in a manner of speaking. But that's not the main point. Akainu shook his head. Right now, Fire Fist, Ace has fallen into our hands. On the surface, it looks like we're using him as bait to draw out Whitebeard. But things aren't that simple. Because besides being the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, Ace has another identity. He's the Pirate King's son, Roger's own child. What? Magellan gasped in shock, but he wasn't the only one to cry out in shock. Bucky, too, stood wide-eyed, utterly stunned by the news. If only a handful of people knew that Shanks had once served under the Pirate King, then the fact that Ace was Roger's own son was an even better-kept secret, known to so few. They could be counted on one hand. Even Roger's former crewmates, like Bucky himself, had no idea that their old captain had left behind son. Now as Akainu suddenly dropped this bombshell, Bucky was struck dumb, momentarily forgetting the danger he was in. He was completely overwhelmed by the revelation. Magellan, after all, was a man of admiral-level caliber. Though briefly shaken, he quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation in a low, thoughtful voice. So the public execution of Fire Fist Ace isn't just aimed at the Whitebeard pirates. The goal is to draw out all the remnants of the Pirate King's crew as well. Exactly. Kizaru's usual sly grin remained fixed on his face. Killing an old Whitebeard alone wouldn't be enough to cow all the pirates. This time, it's not just the Whitebeard pirates who are going to become history. Roger's crew, the Flying Pirates, they'll all be wiped out. The fall of these 3 legendary pirate crews should put a damper on this so-called Great Pirate Era. The Golden Lion might show up as well. Magellan's eyebrows arched, and for once, a trace of menace crept into his voice as he spoke the name. Magellan wasn't a violent man by nature. Compared to Shiryu, he was quite restrained. But the Golden Lion's escape had brought shame to Impel Down that he could never forget. Back then, he hadn't been the warden yet, just the chief guard, but the event had left him unable to hold his head high for a long time. If he ever got another chance to face the Golden Lion, he'd stake his life to make sure the pirate never escaped again. So when Kizaru mentioned the Flying Pirates, Magellan couldn't help but lose his composure a little. With the Golden Lion's arrogance, a little baiting should easily draw him out, don't you think? Kizaru said with a smirk. That's true. Magellan nodded, but then his tone grew worried. But if both Whitebeard and the Golden Lion show up, and then those remnants of Roger's crew as well, will Marine headquarters really be able to handle it? Magellan's concern was well-founded. The Golden Lion was indeed arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stormed Marineford alone and gotten capture back then. But his strength was beyond question, perhaps not what it once was in his prime, but still more than a match for most. Add to that the Whitebeard pirates at their peak, and an unknown number of Roger's surviving crew. Even a mighty Marine headquarters might not be able to withstand the coming storm. It would be a bit of a stretch to rely solely on our own forces, Akainu said, so this time we'll be bringing in some top-tier fighters from CP0 and other departments to assist us. So, when we leave in a moment, have Shiryu come with us as a precaution. Yes, sir. Magellan nodded in agreement. The moment he heard they might be going after the Golden Lion, he felt an itch to join them himself. But as Chief Warden, it was clearly inappropriate for him to leave Impel Down so casually. However, just seconding the head jailer Shiryu didn't seem too risky. With Shiryu gone, will everything be all right on your end? Kizaru asked. No problem. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Magellan answered with absolute confidence. Good to hear. Kizaru nodded. Then we'll be taking this fellow with us. If we're going to set a trap for the remnants of the Roger pirates, we'll still be needing him. Go inform Shiryu and have him come to headquarters with us. Understood. Magellan nodded again and turned to leave. Once Magellan was gone, Kizaru flashed in a blur to appear behind Buggy, grabbing him and lifting him up with a grin. Well. Looks like you won't be getting a chance to join the Shichibukai this time. Feeling heartbroken. Shichibukai? What's that about? Buggy was completely baffled by Kizaru's words. He couldn't make any sense of it. What connection could he possibly have to the Shichibukai? That's enough, Borsellino. Let's get going. Akainu cast a brief glance at Buggy before rising and heading out first. Kizaru simply shrugged, hoisted Buggy, and followed along. Half an hour later, Buggy had already left Impel Down and was now aboard a Navy warship. He had finally achieved the dream he'd longed for day and night, leaving that hellhole behind. Yet he felt no joy at all. In fact, he was so anxious he could barely contain himself. It's over. It's all over. Even if that mysterious organization behind Kuro could break someone out of Impel Down, it's way too late now. Buggy's heart had turned to ice, all hope drained away. He didn't fully trust everything Raymond had told him, but deep down he'd still been clinging to a sliver of hope. But now, his identity as a former member of the Roger Pirates had been exposed, and with a Navy admiral watching his every move, there was no way he could see himself escaping now. This situation was far more dire than languishing in Level 6 of Impel Down. This loser was part of the Roger Pirates. A burly man in prison garb gave a disdainful glance at the limp Buggy on the floor. Hearing such an insult, Buggy didn't dare talk back. This man was none other than Shiryu of the Rain, head jailer of Impelled Down, a terrifying force second only to Magellan and every prisoner's worst nightmare. Although, it sounds unbelievable, that's just how it is. Kizaru strolled over to Buggy with a cheerful grin, crouched down beside him, and gazed at him as he spoke. So how does it feel? No regrets, right? Regret. Buggy was baffled, not understanding why Kizaru would suddenly bring this up. Haven't I told you before? Once you know the secret, there's no turning back, Kizaru replied with a gentle smile. No, what's... Buggy had barely begun to speak when suddenly, as if struck by a realization, his eyes widened in shock. He stared at Kizaru, stunned. In that instant, it all made sense. The secret Kizaru referred to was now clear to him, and that only made the revelation all the more astonishing. Admiral Kizaru was actually a member of that mysterious organization? And what about Akainu? Could he be an insider too? Did that mean everything Crow said was true? The more Buggy thought about it, the more excited he became. His emotions surged, and he began trembling with exhilaration. Congratulations, Buggy. You made the right choice. A familiar voice rang out. Its owner was none other than Crow, known now as Lemon. As Lemon appeared beside them, composed and calm like Akainu and Kizaru, Shiryu's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Who is he? Who I am doesn't matter, Lemon said, turning to Shiryu with a pleasant smile. What matters, Chief Warden Shiryu, is what choice you'll make next. Choice. Shiryu sensed that something was off. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword. Back in the Crimson Hell, Buggy also made a choice, Lemon continued. At the time, I told him I could help him escape Impelled Down. But by accepting, he would become privy to my secret, and from then on, there would be no way out. He'd be one of us, no turning back. Lemon glanced at Buggy and went on. As you can see, he's already left the fortress known as Impelled Down, just as I promised. At these words, Shiryu's breathing grew heavier. He finally understood just how grave the situation was. This bespectacled man was uttering outright treason, and right in front of two of the Navy's top admirals, no less. Yet both of them looked on with an air of indifference. What could be more telling than that? As Shiryu's grip tightened on his sword, Akainu, more precisely, the alternate persona of Akainu, gave a cool warning. Shiryu, if you ask me, you'd best not bring trouble on yourself. Kizaru's alternate persona, still smiling, added, So, do you think your sword is faster, or my foot? In that instant, Shiryu's heart plummeted. He knew, at last, that the thing he dreaded most had come to pass. Although he couldn't fathom why such an absurd situation had come to pass, it was obvious that something had gone terribly wrong with these two admirals before him, and he himself had been swept up into a grand conspiracy beyond imagination. Gazing at Shiryu, whose expression had grown grave, Raymond continued in a steady, unhurried tone. I know, Warden Shiryu, that you've long grown weary of that dull life in Impelled Down. You crave more battles. If you're willing to join us, I can promise you'll have more than enough opportunities to fight. The name Shiryu of the Rain will echo across the seas. Of course, just as I told Buggy, once you join us, there's no turning back. If you try, the consequences will be beyond your worst nightmares. As he said this, Raymond cast a sly, almost playful glance at Buggy, who was still sitting on the ground a short distance away. Under Raymond's gaze, Buggy shuddered from head to toe, a chill running through him. He had already tried his best to imagine just how powerful Raymond's mysterious organization could be, but when he saw that even Akainu and Kizaru, two of the Navy's top fighters, were actually part of it, it still felt unreal, like something out of a dream. It was simply too incredible to believe. Even if someone put a blade to his throat and tried to force him, Buggy knew he would never dare betray this secret organization. To betray a group that had infiltrated the very highest ranks of the Navy. The consequences would be far worse than death itself. Do I even have a choice? After taking a few deep breaths, Shiryu removed his hand from his sword hilt. Then, welcome aboard. Raymond extended his hand. You trust me that easily? Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind and report you all to the Five Elders? Shiryu asked in surprise as he shook Raymond's hand. I trust you. You're not that kind of person, Raymond answered with a shake of his head and a gentle smile. Then his tone shifted lightly. And even if you were, it wouldn't matter. Before long, none of US will need to stay hidden any longer. Raymond left it at that, but his words sent a jolt through both Shiryu and Buggy. What did he mean? It wouldn't matter? Had this secret organization truly grown so powerful that even the world government no longer posed a threat? But since Raymond didn't elaborate, Shiryu knew better than to press further just yet. Since we're on the same side now, I suppose you could reveal a bit about who you really are? Shiryu inquired. Oh, that's no problem at all. My name is Crow, nicknamed 100 Tricks. My bounty is 16 million berries, and just like Buggy. Here, I'm a pirate from the East Blue. Raymond pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with the palm of his hand and smiled. 16 million berries? Shiryu was taken aback. He had assumed that, at the very least, Raymond must have been a legendary pirate who had retired from the seas, or perhaps a newly emerging super rookie whose reputation had yet to catch up with his deeds. But what he never expected was that Raymond turned out to be just one of those worthless pirates you could find anywhere in Red Lotus Hell. That kind of pirate was so beneath his notice that he'd never even spared them a glance. No wonder he had absolutely no impression of him. On the deck of the warship, since we're all on the same side now, would it be possible for you to tell us the real purpose behind our organization? After some hesitation, Shiryu finally voiced the question. When Buggy heard Shiryu's words, he pricked up his ears as well. In truth, he wanted to ask for a while, but he didn't have Shiryu's nerve. Even though he was already part of the crew, he still felt uneasy bringing it up in front of two admirals and someone of near admiral rank. Raymond gave a low, amused chuckle at the question. Of course, now that we're allies, there's no need to keep this from you. To put it simply, our organization exists to bring the era of great pirates to an end, for the sake of world peace. Shiryu and Buggy were both taken aback, wondering if they'd misheard. For world peace? If anyone else had said something like that, in any other situation, they would have taken it as a joke. Such an obviously unrealistic goal was not something a reasonable person would ever take seriously. But the one who'd spoken was Raymond, a representative of a mysterious organization that could reach into the very highest echelons of the Navy, a force bold enough to risk enraging the world government by breaking people out of Impel Down. How could an organization that operated like a shadowy puppeteer have such a strange purpose? Shiryu's first instinct was that Raymond wasn't telling the truth, that he'd just made up a reason to brush him off. Yet Raymond had absolutely no reason to do that. If he chose not to answer, there was nothing Shiryu could do about it, nor could he force the issue. Raymond had no need to be evasive. Seeing the disbelief on Shiryu's and Buggy's faces, Raymond continued with a smile. Before Magellan sent you and Sakazuki's team to Navy headquarters, he should have given you a rough idea of the operation's objective, right? Shiryu replied. To completely wipe out the 3 legendary pirate crews? Raymond nodded. That's right. On that point, Sakazuki and the others didn't lie to Magellan. This really is our true goal for this operation. But it's not the purpose of the world government or the Navy. The Navy is using Fire Fist Ace simply as an excuse to eliminate Whitebeard, to intimidate the rest of the seas. But that decision was a mistake from the very start. An aging Whitebeard, even if he dies, won't bring an end to the era of great pirates. In fact, it might even have the opposite effect, don't you think? As he spoke, Raymond cast a meaningful glance at the alternate personality of Akainu, sitting nearby. Facing Raymond's question, Akainu's alternate personality looked a bit helpless. This matter? Well, it's true that our original plan was a little too simplistic. At this moment, both Akainu's and Kizaru's alternate personalities were essentially reborn, having returned to the present from a few years ago. They were perfectly clear about everything that was about to unfold in the original timeline, and naturally, they knew that this opportunity would ultimately end in failure. Yes, Whitebeard did die, but Blackbeard's meticulous scheming, coupled with Redhair's unexpected appearance, led to a complete failure of the Navy's attempt to assert its authority. Not only did the Great Pirate Era not cool down after Whitebeard's death, it instead kicked off a brand new chapter. Even after Akinu's alternate personality became the new fleet admiral and relocated headquarters to the New World, he still felt helpless in the face of the ever-growing number of pirates. Yet, since he himself had helped devise this plan, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Shiryu asked thoughtfully, so what you're saying is the Navy's preparations were actually only aimed at the Whitebeard pirates, but now we're trying to secretly draw out both the old members of the Golden Lion and Roger pirates as well? Yes, Raymond admitted. But if that's the case, isn't the Navy the one who's going to get the worst of it in the end? So, are we siding with the pirates? Shiryu asked uncertainly. No. We don't stand with anyone. We are who we are, you understand? Raymond shook his head. Shiryu's heart skipped a beat. He understood Raymond's meaning all too well. This meant the organization backing them wouldn't side with any faction, but would instead remain a true third party. This role instantly reminded him of another force, and he asked, almost subconsciously, are we the Revolutionary Army? Don't jump to conclusions. We have nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. Even though our ultimate goals might be similar, their pace is just far too slow. They're not even in the same league as us. Raymond shook his head with an amused smile. At this point, Akainu's alternate personality suddenly frowned and asked, "Is it really necessary to go this far? If we just eliminate the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords, wouldn't the great pirate era come to a natural end?" "Do you really believe that?" Raymond sighed. "Sakazuki, deep down you must know, the great pirate era may have been started by Roger, but the true source of this chaotic age is the world government, isn't it?" Akainu's alternate personality made no comment. Meanwhile, Kizaru's alternate personality was basking lazily in the sunlight, wearing a look of idle amusement. Shiri was a bit surprised by this scene as well. He hadn't expected Raymond, this so-called rookie pirate, to speak to Akainu's alternate personality, a Navy admiral, with such poise. He'd always assumed Raymond was just a pawn of Akainu's and Kizaru's alternate personalities, or perhaps merely a mouthpiece for this mysterious organization. But now, it seems things aren't quite like that, does it? As for Bucky, there's really no need to say more. His mind is just going what the hell, over and over without ever stopping. "I know, you believe stability is paramount, that any change will only bring more chaos. Honestly, that's not exactly wrong. There's an old saying from my hometown, better to be a dog in times of peace than a human in a time of chaos." Raymond mused, but the great pirate era didn't happen by chance. Even if there hadn't been a great pirate era, there would have been an age of great bandits, or a revolutionary age, and so on and so forth. What you fear is chaos, but with our strength, we can keep the fallout from this chaos to a minimum and swiftly deal with the real source of the problem. Don't you think that's the best way to restore peace to this world? Of course, this so-called peace might not last forever. Maybe a few centuries from now, history will repeat itself, and the world government will fall into the same trap. But that's still far better than how things stand now, isn't it? The Akainu subpersonality let out a sigh. "You don't actually need to convince me. The person I am now is no longer who I used to be. I understand everything you're saying." "Oh," Raymond was a little surprised. The Kizaru subpersonality also chuckled. "After seeing how things are on your side, I'd wager Sakazuki's perspective has already changed quite a bit. He just doesn't want to admit it to himself. Try to let go, Sakazuki. We're all just passing through this world. There's nothing worth clinging to." The Akainu subpersonality gave a slight nod. Seeing that the Akainu subpersonality had finally agreed to the plan, Raymond allowed a faint smile to show. After all, this journey to fulfill a wish was truly Akainu's heart's desire. If his actions conflicted with Akainu's will, even if Akainu said nothing, the system's final reward would probably be affected. In the worst case, there might be no reward at all. So it was necessary to check in with Akainu's thoughts. But now, it seemed there shouldn't be any major issues. Raymond and the Akainu subpersonality's conversation was, of course, perfectly clear to the Kizaru subpersonality. But to Shiryu and Bucky, it all sounded like a riddle. Things like "how it is on your side" and "we're all just passing through." They really couldn't make heads or tails of it for the moment. Still, Shiryu did manage to pick up on one thing. This mysterious organization behind them was definitely after something big. The realization made his heart race with excitement. In the original timeline, he'd chosen to join Blackbeard's crew because he yearned for a more thrilling life and couldn't stand the thought of spending the rest of his days in the deep sea prison. What was the point of becoming the chief warden? In the end, he'd still just be lording over that tiny patch of land, nowhere near as exhilarating as riding the waves out at sea. But now, it seemed joining this mysterious organization was even more exciting than being a pirate. How could he not be thrilled? "What's our next move?" the Kizaru persona asked, reclining lazily. "The Navy needs 3 admirals. We can't afford to be one short, can we? What do you think?" Raymond turned to the Akainu persona with a smile. That guy Kazan is probably the one who thinks most like you. It shouldn't be too hard to bring him over," Akainu replied without hesitation. His philosophy and Akiji's had always been like fire and ice, even clashing fiercely for the title of Fleet Admiral. Though he ultimately won, it was by the narrowest of margins. Their strength was nearly equal. Raymond's ideals actually differed greatly from Akainu's own, and it wasn't Raymond's eloquence that had convinced him. Rather, it was because he believed Raymond truly possessed the power to change everything. As for Akiji and those revolutionaries, to Akainu, they brought nothing but chaos. That's why he clung to his belief in absolute justice and would never waver. It wasn't a matter of right or wrong, but simply a difference in perspective that created their opposing stances. Still, just as he'd said, Raymond's approach should actually appeal more to Akiji. Of the 3 admirals, Akiji was likely the easiest for Raymond to win over. Knowing Akiji as he did, it wasn't hard to guess the outcome. Well, it looks like things are about to get lively this time, Kizaru's persona drawled with a slow, amused chuckle. "Don't think you can slack off. About what I asked you before, any issues on your end?" Raymond turned to him. I've already sent Senamaru to handle it. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, Kizaru assured him. Are you sure Senamaru won't cause trouble? Raymond asked again. His people are very unlikely to mess things up, Akainu interjected. My ideology and Kazan's are extreme. Hawks and doves? But in truth, not many are truly loyal to either of us. Borsellino here seems indifferent, neither left nor right, but most of the Navy Science Division, including Senamaru, are truly loyal to him. Even if he, like Teacher Zephyr, defected from the Navy tomorrow, those people would follow him without a second thought. Kizaru just smiled, without denying it. Raymond nodded, understanding. It was easy enough to see the truth. He was the ultimate schemer. He might look lazy, but he was the most cunning of them all. All right, let's proceed as we discussed. Raymond finally decided. On the vast, endless sea, a single bicycle glided unhurriedly across the water. Atop it sat a tall man in a white suit, his hair wild and curly, a sun visor perched atop his head to shield his eyes from the glare. If you take a closer look, you'll notice a slender strip of ice on the sea surface, tracing the path where the bicycle has just ridden. It's just wide enough for the bicycle to glide across. Needless to say, someone with such an ability, who can treat the Grand Line as his personal playground, could only be Kazan, otherwise known as Akiji, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. He suddenly murmured in surprise. When he turned his head, he saw a Navy warship speeding toward him from his left rear side. Talk about luck. Looks like I found another ride, he muttered with a smile, talking to himself. As he spoke, he had already dismounted. With a casual motion, the bicycle floated into the air, and stepping lightly on moonwalk, he leapt directly onto the warship. Excuse me, everyone, would you mind if I HIDCO? Sakazuki Borsellino? What a coincidence. Akiji's words trailed off in surprise when he caught sight of his 2 old colleagues. The 3 Navy admirals rarely met outside of official business, as each was assigned to different seas for their respective duties. Only when there was a major meeting at headquarters, or when significant events occurred, would they gather together. Running into both other admirals by chance on a random warship in the middle of the ocean was even less likely than bumping into one of the 4 emperors. It was no wonder he was taken aback. This isn't a coincidence. We knew you might be in this area, so we came looking for you specifically, said Kizaru, with his trademark sly grin. You came all this way, just for me? Has something happened? Akiji's expression became a shade more serious. For both of his old colleagues to seek him out in person, it had to be something extraordinary. I wonder, Admiral Kazan, what are your thoughts on the plan to deal with the Whitebeard pirates? An unfamiliar voice, tinged with amusement, sounded from the other side. Akiji glanced over and saw a stranger, a long-haired man in a black suit and glasses. It was only then that he noticed, aside from the sailors manning the ship and his 2 colleagues, there were 3 other special passengers on deck. One of them he recognized, Shiryu of the Rain, Chief Warden of Impel Down, a man of considerable skill. But the other 2 were unfamiliar to him. And who might you be? Akiji inquired. I am Kuro, a nobody from the East Blue. I doubt Admiral Kazan has ever heard of me. The man replied with a polite smile, introducing himself as Kuro. Akiji searched his memory, and indeed could not recall anyone by that name. Yet he found it odd that someone who called himself a nobody would be present on this warship, and, stranger still, would speak up before his 2 old colleagues. A vague sense of unease stirred in his heart at this moment. Kizaru's secondary persona introduced with a chuckle. It's no surprise you haven't heard of him. Lord Kuro is a pirate from the East Blue, with a bounty of 16 million berries. The man beside him with the red nose is Buggy, also a pirate, from the East Blue. But he has another identity, as a former member of the Roger Pirates. You remember, the one who used to hang around with that red-haired kid. Ring any bells? It's him. With a brief moment of recollection, Akiji remembered that he had indeed seen such a red-nosed crew member during clashes with the Roger Pirates. It had just been so long that the memory hadn't surfaced until Kizaru's reminder brought it back to him in an instant. However, even though he now recalled seeing Buggy before, it didn't mean he understood why Buggy was here. The status of a former Roger pirate might sound prestigious to ordinary people, but to an admiral like Akiji, it wasn't particularly impressive. Admirals were the Navy's ultimate force, capable of facing off head-on against the 3 legendary pirates or the emperors of the sea. Why would he pay any special attention to an ordinary ex-member of Roger's crew? Even if Dark King Rayleigh stood before him, Akiji would barely be moved. At most, he'd show a hint of surprise. But right now, this inexplicable situation was what truly gave him pause. He simply couldn't fathom why, given his 2 colleagues' pride, they would allow these 2 insignificant figures to act so freely in front of them. Among the 3 admirals, Akiji was known for his calm and easygoing nature. He hardly ever put on airs. Yet even he was never lenient or friendly toward pirates. At times, he could be downright ruthless. If that was the case for him, it went doubly so for his colleagues. All the more reason he sensed something was wrong. Narrowing his eyes in thought, he asked in a measured tone, "Sakazuki, Borsellino, don't you think you owe me an explanation about what's going on here?" Akinu's secondary persona remained stone-faced, gazing out over the sea without a word. Kizaru's secondary persona simply folded his arms across his chest, a faint smile on his lips as he lowered his head, equally silent. This finally confirmed to Akiji how serious the situation had become. Their reactions were simply too strange. "Admiral Kazan, it seems you still haven't answered my earlier question," Raymond continued, his smile unwavering. Seeing that Raymond was the only one willing to speak with him, Akiji decided it was best to stay calm and respond. "This matter concerns Navy secrets. Do you really expect me to answer you so directly?" Raymond replied, "Admiral Kazan, the very fact that I can ask you this in front of your two colleagues, do you really think there's any secret here that I don't already know?" Akiji's expression darkened instantly. However, he couldn't help but notice that neither the Akainu persona nor the Kizaru persona showed any sign of surprise. It was as if they simply accepted what Raymond had said without question. At last, he could bear it no longer. In a deep, cold voice, he demanded, "If this is some kind of joke, I have to say it's in very poor taste. Can someone please tell me what on earth is going on here?" As he spoke, a chill began to radiate from his body, and frost started to form across the deck. For some reason, Akiji suddenly found himself questioning whether these two colleagues standing before him might actually be imposters. As unlikely as it sounded, he knew well that the sea was full of strange and mysterious powers. Could someone be using the bizarre abilities of a devil fruit to set him up? The thought barely formed in his mind before he acted. Without waiting for the Akainu and Kizaru personas to speak, he suddenly lunged forward, aiming straight for Raymond, who had been the most outspoken among them. A metallic hum rang out at the very instant Akiji attacked. In a flash, Shiryu at Raymond's side drew his sword with a gleam of excitement in his eyes and swung it in a wide, horizontal arc. He knew perfectly well that he stood little chance against Akiji. After all, he hadn't even been able to defeat a fleet admiral like Magellan. But that didn't mean he would shy away from taking on an admiral. Quite the opposite. He had always longed for just such a chance. Before joining up, he'd entertained the idea of testing his skills against the Akainu and Kizaru personas. But back then, circumstances had been entirely different. He was no fool. In that situation, if he'd voiced even a hint of dissent, the Akainu and Kizaru personas would hardly have bothered with any pretense of honor. They might well have joined forces to take him down on the spot. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take on two admirals at once. If he tried, he'd be finished in no time. Besides, this mysterious organization, which he'd never even heard of before, almost certainly had more powerhouses than just those two. He had to admit he'd felt a little intimidated. When facing such a colossal force, there was no shame in lowering one's head. Besides, joining them hadn't cost him anything. But now, things were different. Akiji might be an admiral like the other two, but this time, Akainu and Kizaru were on his side. If a fight broke out, they would back him up. Opportunities like this, having two admirals on your side while you face off against a third, were rare indeed. So Shiryu didn't hesitate for a second. He drew his sword and struck with all his might, holding nothing back. He was up against a Navy admiral. There was no room for restraint. What power! Akiji's brow furrowed as he came to an abrupt halt, and before him, a wall of ice rose instantly, glittering and solid. To block the blow, he didn't try to withstand the sword strike with his powers, because he could sense just how extraordinary it was. Logia-type abilities are said to ignore physical attacks, but that's only useful against minor opponents who don't know hockey. Among pirates, with bounties over 100 million or Navy officers at Vice Admiral level and above, how many are there who can't use armament hockey? The force behind Shiryu's sword was already approaching the level of an admiral, which instantly reminded Akiji of another master swordswoman. In the Navy, Reserve Admiral Pink Rabbit Guion. As a reserve admiral, Pink Rabbit's strength is nearly equal to that of the three main admirals, and with her famed blade, Kinpyra, she's considered the Navy's finest in swordsmanship. Looking across the entire sea, aside from the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's Mihawk, there are few who can truly claim superiority over her in swordplay. Yet, this slash from Shiryu made Akiji feel a swordsmanship that was in no way inferior to Pink Rabbit's. He knew that if he carelessly took on this sword head-on, he would not come out unscathed. So, he immediately abandoned his attack and switched to a defensive stance. A sharp crack split the silence as the ice wall was effortlessly torn apart by the sword aura. But behind it, another ice wall instantly formed to block the blow again. only to be shredded once more. In the blink of an eye, as Akiji retreated, he conjured 7 layers of ice walls in succession, each one further sapping the strength of that sword aura. With a clash that rang out like steel striking steel, Akiji finally managed to stop the attack with his arms, both wrapped tightly in armament haki. The force still sent him sliding backward some distance before he could come to a halt. What an impressive Shiryu of the rain. Akiji's usually lazy eyes suddenly sharpened with resolve. As expected of Admiral Kazan. To catch my full-powered sword with your bare hands. Impressive indeed. Shiryu's smile grew more and more exhilarated. This is trouble. There was little change in Akiji's expression, but his heart sank as he realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He had assumed the old acquaintances he'd seen on the ship were just imposters using devil fruit abilities, but that sword strike just now was not something anyone could fake. There were only a handful of people on the seas with that level of swordsmanship. It was not something easily imitated. That's precisely why things had become so complicated. If the Shiryu before him was the genuine article and not some impersonator, then what about the others? The Warden of Impel. Down wouldn't have any reason to join a group of fakes just to deceive him. But if that was the case, then the seriousness of the situation was far beyond his expectations. Suddenly, a flash of golden light streaked past, and Borsellino's alternate persona appeared at Shiryu's side almost as if he'd teleported, grabbing his arm and shaking his head. Reluctant to miss the chance, Shiryu still respected the gesture from Borsellino's other self, and could only withdraw for now, sliding his sword back into its sheath at his waist. Across from him, Akiji's eyes widened sharply as he witnessed the scene, his expression growing ever more grave. After all, the abilities of Kizuru's secondary personality were not something that could easily be imitated, which meant that the man before him must be the real deal. But how could that be possible? Kazan, I think it'd be wise not to act rashly, Kizuru's secondary personality said, narrowing his eyes at Akiji. I'd rather not have to fight you. On the surface, his words sounded like a gesture of peace, but anyone with a discerning ear could hear the threat beneath them. What he truly meant was that if Akiji forced his hand, he would show no mercy. Of course, Akiji was not afraid of Kizuru's secondary personality. The power of the 3 admirals was nearly on par with each other. They each had their own strengths. If it really came to blows, it would be just like that battle on Punk Hazard. At the very least, a fight that would rage for days and nights. Yet now, he wasn't just facing Kizuru's secondary personality. Beside him stood Shiryu, whose strength was close to that of an admiral and who posed a real threat. Not far away, Akanu's secondary personality was gazing out at the ocean, a force every bit as formidable as Akiji himself. And most crucially, Akiji still hadn't figured out what was truly going on. Can we have a proper conversation now? Admiral Kazan. Raymond spoke up again. Speak, Akiji replied, his face expressionless. Raymond continued. By now, I'm sure you've already formed some guesses about what's happening. So let's not beat around the bush. At this moment, Admiral Kazan, you are the only outsider on this ship. Everyone else is one of us. Just as I thought. Even though he had already suspected this possibility, Akiji felt his heart sink heavier than ever. This was the worst-case scenario. He'd considered many possibilities, and what Raymond had just revealed was among them. But without a doubt, it was also the most disastrous. Who do you mean by US? Akiji asked. That's not something I can answer directly, unless, of course, you're willing to become one of us, Raymond replied. Don't be ridiculous, Akiji shot back. I don't even know who you people are. Do you really think I'd agree? That's precisely why we came to see you in person, Raymond said calmly. I won't go over the details of the Ace incident again. I've already discussed that with Sakazuki. But tell me, do you really believe what happened will put an end to the era of great pirates? No, Akiji answered without a moment's hesitation. At that, Akanu's secondary personality, who had been gazing into the distance, suddenly turned back to look at him, a complicated expression flickering in his eyes. Akiji also noticed the look in Akanu's alternate persona's eyes and continued. From the very beginning, I've always opposed this plan. The Great Pirate era won't cool down just because 1 or 2 of the 4 emperors die. If Whitebeard is gone, there'll be a Bluebeard or a Redbeard to take his place. Hearing Akiji's words, Akanu's and Kizuru's alternate personas exchanged glances. If they weren't certain that Raymond didn't have an Akiji persona himself, they might have suspected Akiji was also someone who had been reborn into this world. After all, when Whitebeard died, Blackbeard immediately filled the void. The 4 emperors remained the 4 emperors. Nothing truly changed. If anything, the Great Pirate era only grew more tumultuous. Everything was just as Akiji had said. Most crucial of all, they both knew that Akiji had always been uneasy about this plan. The only reason he had later joined them in facing the Whitebeard pirates and the others was out of duty as an admiral, nothing more. Sakazuki understands this matter better than I do, since he was the one who first proposed the plan, Akiji added, glancing again at Akinu's alternate persona. He had expected Akainu to glare at him, pound the table, and argue fiercely as always. Yet at this moment, Akainu's persona was unexpectedly calm, saying nothing at all. Raymond spoke up. My view is the same as yours, Admiral Kazan. When I spoke with Sakazuki earlier, he also realized there were many flaws in the plan. Akiji was taken aback. Raymond seemed to be suggesting he had actually convinced Akainu's persona. But how could that be? As someone who had long been Akainu's ideological rival, knew better than anyone how stubborn Akainu could be. Once his mind was set, no one, not even the fleet admiral, could easily sway him. And yet, this obscure pirate named Klo had managed to do it. What kind of power did this we that he referred to possess, that even Akainu's alternate persona would bow his head? He certainly didn't believe it was just a matter of eloquence. The Navy had no shortage of smooth talkers, yet none had ever accomplished this. To him, the only explanation was that this mysterious force had something to do with Akainu's change of heart. Meanwhile, Raymond continued, so, we've drafted a new plan. We'd like to ask for your advice, Admiral Kazan. Do you think this plan might finally put a damper on the flames of the great pirate era and cool things down? Go on, Akiji replied neutrally. To completely destroy the 3 legendary pirate crews. Raymond pronounced each word slowly and deliberately. What? Even someone as seasoned as Akiji, who had faced countless storms and dangers, and could meet a Yonko face-to-face without much disturbance, was shaken by Raymond's new plan at this moment. Back when the 3 legendary pirate crews ruled the seas, Akiji had not yet become an admiral, but he was already a pillar of the Navy, regarded as a future admiral candidate alongside the likes of Akinu's and Kizaru's alternate personalities. At that time, he often fought alongside Sengoku and Garp against those legendary pirate crews. The former glory of those pirate crews was something he could never forget. Perhaps the general public was unclear, but he knew well that the Navy had never truly defeated any of the 3 legendary pirate crews. Not even once. There was no need to elaborate on Whitebeard. Sengoku had personally led the pursuit against him for years. Yet even after Sengoku became fleet admiral, he never managed to capture a single member of Whitebeard's crew. Of the 3 legendary crews, only Whitebeards had always avoided any real scandal, remaining a dominant force on the seas. They even became one of the Yonko crews of today, still standing at the very top of the ocean world. As for Golden Lion, it was true that Sengoku and Garp had joined forces to capture him once, but that was only after he, in a fit of rage, stormed Marine headquarters alone. When he had his crew at his side, not even Roger's pirates could defeat him. So how could the Navy hope to capture him? With his float fruit, he could turn his fleet into an airborne force, rendering the Navy utterly powerless against him. Unlike Roger and Whitebeard, Golden Lion's ambition was never to be a pirate emperor. His true goal was to completely overturn the world government and rule the world himself. That was why the world government always saw him as a thorn in their side and was eager to capture him. But the truth was they never could. Had the news of Roger's capture not clouded his judgment, even the Navy would have stood no chance of seizing him. Besides, even after being captured, didn't he eventually escape? He shattered the record of the deep-sea prison, which for centuries had never suffered a successful jailbreak, and dealt a severe blow to its reputation. As for Roger, the Pirate King, most people genuinely believed the Navy had captured him and executed him publicly in Lobetown. But for high-ranking officers like Akiji, the truth was clear. Roger was never captured by the Navy. He had turned himself in at Marine headquarters of his own accord. At that time, Roger had set his own terms. He would admit to being captured, but in return, the Navy must spare his crew and not hunt them down. Not wanting to miss such a golden opportunity, the Navy agreed to his conditions. This is also why, even though the Navy later clearly knew that the Dark King Rayleigh was living in seclusion on the Sabaody archipelago, they never deliberately sent an admiral to hunt him down. It's not that the Navy is particularly committed to keeping its promises. When dealing with pirates, the Navy rarely speaks much about honor or principles. However, the former members of the Roger Pirates know the truth. Roger turned himself in, and they likely hold evidence to prove it. If the Navy were to break its word, those former crew members could very well make this evidence public, and the consequences would be unbearable for the Navy. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never rashly tear up that agreement. So, although it may seem that 2 out of the 3 legendary pirate crews have fallen, it wasn't because the Navy was so formidable. At present, Whitebeard's strength surely isn't what it was at his peak, but the size of his crew has actually grown, so overall they haven't weakened much and remain a formidable force. The flying pirates seem to have vanished from the world, but as long as Golden Lion Shiki is still around, the crew will never disappear completely. They're surely lurking somewhere in the shadows. Only the Roger pirates appear to be leaderless now, since Roger is truly gone. But let's not forget red-haired Shanks, now one of the four emperors, was once a member of the Roger pirates himself. The strength of the four emperors rivals that of the legendary pirate crews of old. After all, Whitebeard himself stands as both a legend and an emperor. If the Roger pirates ever did reunite and join forces with Shanks' red-hair pirates, their combined power might even surpass that of the Whitebeard pirates. As the saying goes, a centipede doesn't stiffen even after death. The three legendary pirate crews are not so easily wiped out. This time, the Navy headquarters has devised a plan to use Ace as bait to lure out the great Whitebeard pirates, a move that carries significant risk. There are countless variables at play, and a single misstep could cost the Navy its reputation, and all efforts would come to nothing. If the Navy, with all its might, still couldn't take down a single emperor, or even let them rescue their comrade, how would any other pirate view the Navy after that? The repercussions could shake the very foundations of the world government. That's why, this time, the world government gave the Navy a strict order. Succeed at any cost. Failure is not an option. Therefore, the Navy had no choice but to join forces with the seven warlords of the sea, whom they despise the most. These legal pirates are, in fact, a creation of the world government, and the Navy has always been resentful of them. But for the sake of caution, they had to cooperate, at least for now. Yet at this moment, this unknown pirate named Kuro suddenly declared he would wipe out all three legendary pirate crews. If the situation weren't so strange right now, Admiral Akiji would have thought this guy was completely insane, just dealing with a Whitebeard. Pirates alone was already enough to give the Navy a massive headache. If you added the Sky Pirates and the remnants of the Roger Pirates into the mix, who could possibly handle such a force? Unless the world government was willing to reveal some of its trump cards, accomplishing such a feat would be nearly impossible. But it was obvious that the world government desired stability. They would never support such a radical plan. Because if they really went through with it, it would be tantamount to drawing swords against the other four emperors and the many great pirates out there. In that case, the pirate crews of the four emperors, who usually had countless conflicts among themselves, might well unite under this kind of pressure, forming an even more terrifying alliance. What's more, by then, the other notorious pirates would certainly understand that if one falls, the rest are at risk too. Most of them would probably get involved as well. If things escalated to that point, even if the world government managed to win in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, one achieved at a terrible cost. That was the last thing the world government wanted to see. Therefore, carrying out such a new plan would be impossible for the Navy alone. If they really did lure all three legendary pirate crews out at once, it would most likely be the Navy that ended up suffering the most. Sakazuki, are you planning to betray the Navy? Akiji suddenly turned to the Akainu persona, his voice low and serious. His words were not meant to be an accusation, but rather revealed his disbelief that his old rival would agree to a plan that could so severely damage the Navy. He knew all too well that the Akainu persona's loyalty to the Navy and the world government far surpassed his own. His stance was so resolute it bordered on obsession. Although their philosophies couldn't have been more different, he had always trusted in Akainu's integrity. Yet now, it seemed things weren't as he had imagined. The Akainu persona slowly met his gaze and said, Kazan, you and I both know that when it comes to conviction, you're nowhere near as steadfast as I am. You may dislike pirates, but you've never had any real loyalty to the world government either, have you? Akiji frowned slightly at these words. He didn't argue, for what was the point? Instead, he shook his head and replied, but I would never betray the Navy because of that, nor would I ever do anything to hurt it. Still, I truly didn't expect. Didn't expect what? Didn't expect that I'm not what you imagined. A kind of persona interrupted. Akiji didn't respond, but his silence spoke volumes. He tacitly acknowledged Akainu's words. Kazan, if I told you, I believe you'll leave the Navy one day, would you believe me? Akainu suddenly shifted the conversation. Akiji raised his brows slightly, but didn't refute him. Instead, he countered, what are you trying to say? Obviously, he wants to invite you to become one of us, the Kazuru persona interjected with a sly smile. Akiji considered this for a moment before replying. No one can say what the future holds, but I will never take part in a plan that betrays justice and harms the Navy. Who told you we intended to harm a Navy? Akainu's alternate persona frowned. Do you really think you care more about the honor of justice than I do? But your plan? If we were able to devise this plan in the first place, then naturally we have the strength to see it through. Otherwise, what use would the Navy and those fickle warlords of the sea be? Akainu's alternate persona replied coolly. Then what is your real aim in doing all this? If your only goal was to wipe out the 3 legendary pirate crews, you could have chosen to join forces with the Navy openly. With the 2 of you positioned within the Navy, forging such an alliance shouldn't be a problem, right? Akiji questioned. He had never suspected anything unusual about these 2 colleagues before, and chances were no one else had either. If this unknown force truly had 2 admirals acting as insiders, they could have collaborated openly with the Navy, and the Navy would not have refused such an offer. So why resort to secrecy? Because our ambitions go beyond eliminating the 3 legendary pirate crews. The warlords of the sea are also among our targets this time, Raymond said with a gentle smile. What? Akiji was taken aback. I can't say I'm fond of them either, but if you go this far, the world government will never let it slide. After all, the warlord system was personally appointed by the 5 elders. Oh, we're well aware, Raymond chuckled softly. But what can they really do about it? The seas have been in chaos for far too long. Whether it's the 4 emperors or the warlords, they're all part of the reason things have come to this. But if we're honest, the world government and those celestial dragons of Mary Geos have caused even greater harm. It's high time this order was overturned. You. Akiji took a deep breath, steadying himself so as not to betray his shock. But there was no denying it. This time, Raymond's words had truly shaken him. At his rank, with power among the strongest on the seas, it was rare for anything to catch him off guard. Realizing that both his colleagues had secretly joined a mysterious organization had certainly moved him, but not to this extent. Now, the implications of Raymond's words were clear. The force behind them did not plan merely to bring down the 3 legendary pirate crews and the warlords, but to topple the world government itself. What kind of audacious madness was this? Until now, whether it was pirates like Golden Lion who sought to overthrow the world government, or world destroyers like Bundywald, or even third-party forces such as the Revolutionary Army, who distanced themselves from pirates and targeted only the world government. None had ever shown the courage or audacity to challenge the entire world, for it was simply too difficult. To purge all pirates from the seas, root out every underground organization, and topple the rule of the world government, all at once, was a feat so daunting that hardly anyone dared to dream of it. Even the Revolutionary Army, with its abundance of idealists, could only fight the world government in secret. Sometimes, they even resorted to making shady deals with pirates. Yet now, this mysterious force seeking to recruit him was clearly unlike any that had come before. It was far more frightening than even the Revolutionary Army, which was already the world government's worst headache. Whether they would ultimately succeed or not, the very fact that they possessed such resolve suggested they had some real confidence in their chances. Kazan didn't believe these people were simply arrogant out of ignorance. After all, both the Akainu and Kizaru subpersonalities were well-versed in the world's power structure and its secrets. They wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Therefore, it seemed this unknown force was even stronger than he had previously imagined. Admiral Kazan, I believe I've said enough, haven't I? Raymond continued. Sakazuki told me before that your ideals are actually very similar to ours. So why not join us? Besides, there's no reason for me to deceive you. If you found out I was lying, you'd never truly work with us. In fact, you might just walk away altogether. Kazan gave the slightest nod, almost imperceptible, but quickly shook his head and said, I have a question. Go ahead, Raymond replied, gesturing for him to continue. Kazan turned to the Akainu subpersonality. We've clashed more than a few times over the issues of the world government and the celestial dragons. Your stance never changed or softened. Why has it suddenly shifted now? The Akainu subpersonality, as if he had long anticipated this question, answered with a blank expression, because so-called justice within the Navy holds no real value. You all can't stand many of the world government's and celestial dragons' actions, yet you lack the courage and strength to overthrow them. All you can do is complain pointlessly. Your so-called resistance and desire for change only create more conflict and chaos, never actually solving anything. In that situation, of course I chose the lesser of 2 evils, upholding the world governments with unwavering resolve and eliminating all dissenting voices without hesitation. But things are different now. We are not like you. We are the ones who can truly change everything, the ones who can restore real peace to this vast sea. Naturally, I've chosen my side again. Does this answer satisfy you? The Akainu subpersonality still spoke with a harsh tone, but this time, Akiji didn't mind at all, because he could see it, and he could hear it. The words the Akainu subpersonality had just said were genuine. This reason alone was enough to convince him. Just as Raymond had said earlier, with his strength and intelligence, it was impossible for him to be fooled so easily. If he ever found out that the truth didn't match what Raymond and the others had told him, he would never go along with their misdeeds. But if everything they said was true, then he really had no reason to refuse their invitation. After all, just as the Akainu subpersonality had judged, he had never been loyal to the world government. Perhaps he did feel some sense of belonging to the Navy, but the only thing he was truly loyal to was the word justice. I have to admit, you've convinced me, Akiji said with a shrug. Then, welcome aboard. Raymond extended his hand. Akiji reached out as well, shook his hand, and asked, could you tell me the codename of U.S.? Oh, that... Raymond paused for a moment, then smiled. Our name is Akatsuki, Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Can anyone tell me why Ace's identity was leaked at such a critical moment? In the headquarters conference room, the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku swept his gaze around the room, taking in the faces of the many high-ranking officers present. Very few people knew about this matter. Almost all of them are here in this meeting room right now. How could such highly classified information have been leaked in advance? Can anyone explain this? As Sengoku finished, he slammed his palm down on the table with a loud smack. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned slightly and asked, if Ace's identity was leaked ahead of time, then the ones lured out this time won't just be the Whitebeard pirates. Is it possible that Roger's old crew will also gather because of this? Carp, what do you think? Sengoku asked. To be honest, the fact that I can sit here and listen to all of you discuss how to use my grandson to achieve your so-called grand goals is already testing my patience. I doubt any of you really want to hear my opinion. Garp's face was clouded with anger. Vice Admiral Tsuru tugged Sengoku's sleeve and shook her head at him. But this time, Sengoku ignored her. He glared at Garp and snapped. Have you caused enough trouble? Ace isn't your grandson. He's Roger's son. Do I need to remind the great hero of the Navy about the relationship between Marines and pirates? Bang! Garp slammed his fist down on the table, shattering it with a single blow. Without another word, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. I, in the entire Navy headquarters, the only person who dares to show such blatant disregard for Sengoku's authority is probably Garp. Although he holds the rank of Vice Admiral, no one here truly treats him as just a Vice Admiral. Not even Sengoku, the Fleet Admiral himself. Ada. Senior Garp has always been like this. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there's no need to be upset. This matter is truly a tough one for him to handle, Akiji offered in a gentle tone. With Akiji speaking up, several vice admirals from the dovish faction quickly followed suit, helping to ease the situation. Sengoku hadn't truly lost his temper to begin with. Seeing that Akiji and the others had given him a way out, he chose not to press the issue any further. When it came to understanding Garp, no one in the room knew him better than Sengoku. After all, they had been comrades for many years. He knew exactly what kind of person Garp was. The harsh words he'd just spoken had been driven by a surge of emotion, and he already felt a hint of regret. So, this time, we're up against not only the Whitebeard pirates, but also remnants of the Roger pirates. Another voice abruptly steered the conversation back on track. The speaker was none other than the hawkish leader and another Navy admiral, Akainu's alternate persona. It was only natural for Akiji, with his disposition, to play the peacemaker. But Akainu's nature meant he had no interest in Garp's feelings, and he bluntly redirected the discussion to the real issue. There's a good chance, Sengoku replied gravely. Then let's just wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Those scum only survived all these years because of Roger's sacrifice. If they're looking for death now, let's oblige them, Akainu's alternate persona said coldly. I've heard that Dark King Rayleigh might be on Sabaody. He'll probably show up. As for Jabba, there's no word. Who knows if he'll appear? But even if those guys do show up, they aren't the real threat. The one we really need to watch out for is red-haired. Kizaru's alternate persona chimed in lazily, legs crossed in a relaxed manner. It's true. If 2 of the 4 emperors show up at the same time, even if headquarters can handle it, victory isn't guaranteed, Akiji mused, rubbing his chin as he analyzed the situation. Don't we still have the Shichibukai? As long as they can hold off one side, we should have the strength to take down the other, Kizaru's alternate persona remarked. The so-called Shichibukai, what a joke. They're just pirates, after all. Take Jinbei, for example. When the chips are down, can we really count on him? Akainu's alternate persona scoffed, shaking his head. We can't just rely on them for this. We need to make more preparations. Best to have the world government send extra reinforcements to ensure nothing goes wrong. Sakazuki makes a good point, Sengoku nodded in agreement. I'll report this to the 5 elders. We definitely can't put all our faith in the Shichibukai. All right, that's all for now. Meeting adjourned. With the response plan settled, Sengoku called the meeting to a close. 10 minutes later, Akiji arrived at the office of Akainu's alternate personality, only to find that Kizaru's alternate had beaten him there. The news about Ace, was it leaked by our people? Akiji asked directly as soon as he stepped through the door. Of course. How else could we lure out the remnants of the Roger Pirates? Kizaru's alternate replied with a chuckle. Akiji nodded, confirming that this matched his own suspicions, but then a hint of uncertainty crept into his voice. Are you sure we don't need to step in this time? The three legendary pirate crews may not be what they once were, but Whitebeard and Golden Lion are hardly easy opponents. Can Lord Kuro really handle it on his own? It seems you still have doubts about the strength of our Akatsuki, Kazan. A raspy voice echoed through the room. Who's there? Akiji's expression changed slightly as he looked toward the source of the voice. A long-haired man with vertical pupils, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, slowly emerged from the wall, as if walking out of a shimmering surface of water. Akainu's alternate frowned in disgust. Orochimaru, must you always make your entrance in such a revolting manner? Is it so hard to appear normally? You really have questionable taste, Akainu-kun, Orochimaru's alternate replied, flashing a wicked smile. I have to agree with Sakazuki. You are pretty revolting, another voice chimed in. Akiji was startled once again, now noticing that another young man, also dressed in black and red clouds, had somehow appeared on the sofa without him realizing. The most striking thing about him were his blood-red eyes, radiating an uncanny, mesmerizing intensity. Itachi-kun, you wound me with such words. After all, we're on the same side. Orochimaru's alternate replied, still smiling, seemingly unbothered. At this point, Akiji realized that these two sudden arrivals must be allies, seeing as neither of his colleagues seemed surprised by their presence. Yet try as he might, he couldn't recall ever seeing either of their faces in any report or photograph. That meant they weren't any of the infamous pirates, nor lone wolves on the Navy's radar. Aren't you going to introduce them? Akiji asked, glancing over at Akainu and Kizaru's alternates. This is Orochimaru, and that's Itachi. Both are every bit as formidable as any of us, Kizaru's alternate said with a grin. Oh, Akiji nodded, though his skepticism was plain to see. Where on this vast sea could such powerful unknowns have come from, let alone two at once? Instinctively, he figured Kizaru's alternate was just being polite. Still, even if that was the case, neither would be hyped up without reason. These two were clearly not to be underestimated. This much was evident from how the two had just made their entrance. Both had managed to slip by without him noticing a thing. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock at the door behind Akiji. Instinctively, he glanced at Akainu's alternate personality, since this was, after all, his office. He thought Akainu's alternate self would ask Orochimaru and Itachi to step aside for the moment, but to his surprise, Akainu simply called out toward the door, "Come in." With a creak, the door swung open. Vice Admiral Enigmo strode inside, addressing Akainu. Sir Sakazuki, I've made the arrangements for Squard. Are you certain there's no need to inform Lord Kazan or Lord Borsellino about this? No need. As long as we know, that's enough. No reason to invite unnecessary complications. Akainu's alternate personality replied with a shake of his head. Understood. Vice Admiral Enigmo nodded, then turned and quietly left on his own. Akiji watched this strange scene play out from start to finish, taking note that, in Enigmo's eyes, it was as if neither he nor the other three in the room existed at all. Enigmo had even asked Akainu whether he should inform Akiji. Clearly, he hadn't seen him. He was certain this wasn't some joke on Enigmo's part. It was as if he were invisible, mere air. Akiji was no fool. In an instant, he guessed that this likely had something to do with Orochimaru and Itachi. After all, he was intimately familiar with Akainu and Kizaru's alternate personalities, and he knew for certain they could never pull off something like this. Sure enough, when he looked over at Itachi, he saw the latter give him a slight nod and say, "Just a little trick. My apologies for the spectacle, Admiral Kazan." So it really was like this. Akiji felt a chill run through his heart. To be able to plunge a seasoned vice admiral like Enigmo into such a complete illusion without him sensing a thing. This was an incredibly frightening ability. If Itachi had wanted to kill Enigmo, the latter wouldn't have had any chance to resist. After all, Kizaru's alternate self had said it. Itachi's strength was formidable, and this was surely just the tip of the iceberg. This fleeting glimpse gave Akiji a whole new understanding of the power wielded by the Akatsuki group he had just joined. As for the squad that Enigmo mentioned earlier, Akiji remembered him. One of the captains under Whitebeard's flag, codenamed Great Whirlpool Spider. From the way Enigmo spoke, it seemed Akainu's alternate self had managed to turn squad to his side. Such tactics weren't surprising coming from him, though they didn't quite fit his usual style. Just as Akiji was about to speak, the office door was knocked on once more. This time, before Akainu's alternate self could reply, the door was pushed open, and in walked a young, close-cropped blonde man, also dressed in the black cloak with red clouds. From the man's attire, Akiji immediately knew. This was another one of their own. You two didn't even think to wait for me, did you? All you care about is showing off. What if I'd been discovered? And do I really have to wear these clothes? They look absolutely ridiculous. The blonde man with the crew cut grumbled. Did you all come together? Kizaru's secondary personality pointed at the Orochimaru and Itachi personas as he asked. The blonde man, also known as the Constantine persona, answered as if it were obvious. How else could they have made it here so fast? From that Shabani archipelago place? If I hadn't brought them, they'd still be wandering around. But those two bastards have no sense of loyalty. I just made a tiny mistake with the teleportation, and they took off without me, leaving me to sneak around on my own until I finally found this spot. That spiky-haired guy out there almost caught me earlier, but I hid just in time. Seriously though, who designed these outfits? They're really uncomfortable. Kizaru's secondary personality finally understood what had happened, but instead of responding to Constantine's complaints, he turned to Akiji and introduced him. This is Constantine, a mage blessed with remarkable magical powers. Magic! Akiji looked at the Constantine persona with mild surprise. In this world, there were, after all, stories of magic and a variety of strange professions. Fortune tellers, ninjas, and the like, most of which came with bizarre abilities. But the way Constantine had arrived was so casual that it was hard for Akiji to see him as someone powerful. All right, enough talking. If everything's settled here, get ready to come with me, Constantine said briskly. Go where? Akainu's secondary personality asked. Well, Croc's already headed to Shabandi. Sounds like he wants to have a deep talk about life with someone called the Dark King. But he doesn't want to make a big scene, so he wants you lot to help convince him. Constantine shrugged as he explained. Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King? Kizaru's secondary personality asked. Yeah, that's the one, Constantine nodded. Akiji hesitated. Isn't it risky for all of us to leave headquarters at the same time? We might attract unwanted trouble. Don't worry, it won't take long. I'll make sure you get back safe and sound. Constantine reassured him. Akainu's secondary personality nodded. Well, if Lord Constantine is handling it, there shouldn't be a problem. Akiji still looked a little unconvinced. Before he could say anything more, Constantine tossed over 3 black cloaks adorned with red clouds. These are your uniforms. Put them on. Akainu's secondary personality scowled. We have to wear these too? Constantine replied with a gleeful mischief. That's what the boss wants. Nothing I can do about it. Fine, Akainu muttered, not wanting to argue further. The one referred to by Juinkan's alternate personality was, of course, their main personality, who was notorious for his mischievous sense of humor. Based on past experience, it was always wise not to challenge Raymond over such minor matters. Sabaody Archipelago, Area 13. Raymond, dressed in a black cloak with red clouds, arrived at the entrance of a bar with Buggy and Shiryu. Naturally, Raymond still appeared in crow's form, not bothering to change his appearance at random. Do we really have to do this? Can I just not go in? Buggy's face was the very picture of reluctance. This is an order from above. Are you planning to defy orders and betray the organization? Raymond asked with a playful smile. No, not at all. I would never. Buggy waved his hands frantically, eager to show he meant no disrespect. He wasn't joking. Ever since discovering that the alternate personalities of Akainu and Kizu, 2 Marine admirals, were also members of this Akatsuki organization, any thoughts of leaving vanished from his mind. Not to mention, he had witnessed firsthand how Shiryu, the warden of the great underwater prison, and another Marine admiral, Akiji, had been drawn into the fold. A terrifying group capable of ensnaring all 3 Marine admirals. He'd have to be mad to even think of betraying them. Yet, when he thought of the old boss he was about to meet, Buggy couldn't help feeling utterly awkward. Oh, what a mess my life has become. Buggy let out a deep sigh in his heart, overcome by a sense of helplessness. Of course, Raymond hadn't brought them to Sabaody Archipelago just for a casual drink. The bar before them was called Shaki's Ripoff Bar. Its owner, Shaki, was once a legendary and mysterious pirate. But that wasn't the main point. What truly mattered was her ambiguous relationship with the Dark King, Rayleigh. Rayleigh had chosen to retire on Sabaody Archipelago, and more than half the reason was because Shaki was here. Let's go, Raymond said, stepping into the bar first. Buggy, still dragging his feet, had little choice but to stumble in after, nudged along by Shiryu's gentle encouragement. Welcome. What can I get for you? The short-haired proprietress behind the counter was wiping a glass, not bothering to look up as she asked. 3 colas, please, Raymond replied with a smile. The woman, Shaki, looked up with a hint of surprise when she heard the order, turning her gaze to the trio who had just entered. Oh, red-nosed, aren't you that little guy from Roger's crew? The one who always hung around with Shanks? What was your name again? Bug something. Shaki tried to recall. Buggy, Raymond helpfully supplied. All right, Buck. Shaki gave her head a little tap and sighed. I must be getting old. My memory's not what it used to be. But if I remember right, weren't you defeated by the Straw Hat Kid and thrown into Impel Down? Before Bucky could answer, her gaze suddenly shifted to Shiryu, standing behind him. Her eyes narrowed. Slightly. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Shiryu of the Rain, the chief warden of Impel Down, famed alongside Director Magellan as the Iron Wall. Wearing the same uniform. How interesting. Muttering to herself, Shaki then turned her attention back to Raymond and asked, a prisoner who should be locked away in Impel Down and the chief warden of that same prison. Both appearing here together. Now, that is truly intriguing. But what interests me more is you, young man. Why is it that I, your big sister here, have absolutely no memory of you? Shaki, you must be joking, Raymond replied with a light laugh. I'm hardly anyone important, just an unknown from the East Blue you've never heard of. He continued, let me introduce myself then. My name is Crow, codename 100 Tricks, from East Blue, with a bounty of 16 million berries. I see. Give me a moment, I'll fetch you all some cola. We didn't have any prepared, Shaki said, turning and walking away. A few minutes later, she returned from the kitchen with a large bottle of cola and grabbed 3 glasses from nearby, pouring the drinks as she spoke. So, what brings this rather unusual combination from Impel Down to my place? What can I do for you? Seems like you've already figured out who I am, Shaki, Raymond said with a smile, taking a glass of cola. You announced your code name yourself. If your big sister here couldn't figure out her background, I might as well close this bar, Shaki replied, handing another glass to Shiryu. But now that I've got a handle on your identity, I'm actually even more curious. Would you care to tell me how you all managed to escape from Impel Down? Don't worry, my lips are sealed. This is pure curiosity, nothing more. Of course I wouldn't ask for nothing in return. I can offer you a piece of information of equal value in exchange. How about it? Give it some thought. No need for an exchange. If you really want to know, Shaki, I'll gladly share that tidbit with you for free in a bit. But before that, I'd like to ask for a favor, Raymond replied with a playful smile. What is it? Just say the word. Unless it's something truly outrageous, your sister here will help you. Shaki's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was clear she had an insatiable appetite for information and gossip, so when Raymond offered to reveal how they escaped Impel Down for free, she could hardly contain her eagerness. Our main purpose in coming to Sabiti Archipelago is to meet someone. Shaki, I'd like your help in inviting him here, Raymond said in a calm, measured tone. Oh, who would that be? Shaki asked. Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King, Raymond replied, his voice slow and deliberate. Xiaqi's brow furrowed slightly as her gaze swept over Bucky, who was standing to Raymond's left. After a moment's thought, she said, wait here. With that, she turned and headed back toward the kitchen. Before long, she emerged again and addressed Raymond. He said he'll be right over. Thank you. Raymond nodded in appreciation. Can you tell me now? Xiaqi asked. Let's wait until Lord Rayleigh is here. That way, we can discuss everything together instead of repeating ourselves, Raymond replied with a smile. Xiaqi's face betrayed a hint of displeasure. You don't trust me? Raymond shook his head, chuckling. How could that be? Boss Xiaqi's reputation for trustworthiness is well known across the seas. I just think it makes sense to wait for Lord Rayleigh, so we can talk it through all at once. Only then did Xiaqi's expression soften a little, and she nodded in agreement. It wasn't long before an elderly man with silver hair and glasses appeared at the bar's entrance. As he walked in, he broke into hearty laughter. So it really is you? Bucky, it's been so long. How have you been? Lord Rayleigh, Bucky was visibly excited and a little nervous to see the silver-haired man, who was none other than the very person they'd come here to meet, the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh paid no mind to Bucky's tension and strode forward to pull him into a warm embrace. Xiaqi cleared her throat, a gentle reminder to Rayleigh. Only then did Rayleigh notice Raymond and Shiryu, who were dressed similarly to Bucky and standing nearby. His eyes lingered on Shiryu in particular, and he smiled. Shiryu of the Rain, I've heard your name before. They say you're a master swordsman. If you're willing, perhaps we could spar some time? I'd love that, Shiryu replied, his voice tinged with excitement. He had always wanted to leave Impel Down to challenge more powerful opponents and take his swordsmanship to greater heights. Rayleigh, as an old legend and the former first mate of the Roger Pirates, was exactly the kind of man Shiryu wished to cross blades with. Finally, Raymond stepped forward to greet Rayleigh. Lord Rayleigh, it's an honor to meet you. And you must be young Kuro, Rayleigh responded politely. Clearly, Xiaqi had already briefed him on the situation when she called him back. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for Rayleigh to have heard of Kuro, a small-time pirate from the East Blue with a bounty just over 10 million. Of course, Rayleigh was just being courteous. Raymond knew better than to take it too seriously, so he replied with a smile. Now that you're here, Lord Rayleigh, shall we get down to business? I'd like to hear your thoughts on the Navy's impending public execution of fire. Fist Ace. As soon as Raymond finished speaking, before Rayleigh could respond, Shaki's expression suddenly changed. She shot Raymond a sharp look and said, "Little brother, some things, once spoken, do no good for anyone. You'd better think carefully before you speak." Shaki's words were nothing short of an open threat to Raymond, and even Buggy could sense something was off. Raymond glanced at Shaki, but simply smiled and shook his head, choosing not to answer her. Rayleigh, too, noticed Shaki's unusual behavior, but instead of questioning her directly, he addressed Raymond's earlier question. Fire Fist Ace is the 2nd Division commander under Whitebeard. The Navy's plan to execute him publicly is clearly a trap for Whitebeard. Another great storm is brewing. It seems you truly don't know, Master Rayleigh. Raymond sighed deeply. Don't know what? Rayleigh asked, puzzled. Kuro, Shaki suddenly called out in a low, urgent voice. Only then did Rayleigh realize something was wrong. He looked at Shaki with suspicion and asked, Shaki, is there something you're keeping from me? No. Shaki denied it without hesitation. That's not right, Boss Shaki, Raymond cut in. If you're keeping something like this from Master Rayleigh, he'll never forgive you once he finds out. You. Shaki's face flushed with anger. Nearby, Shiryu had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp and fixed on Shaki. If she dared make the slightest move, Shiryu would strike without hesitation. He had cut down even Akiji without a second thought. So what was one Shaki to him, regardless of her mysterious background? Everyone calm down. Rayleigh raised both hands and pressed them downward, signaling for everyone to stay calm. His relationship with Shaki went without saying, and as for Raymond and Shiryu, they had come with Buggy to seek him out, and Buggy was once his crewmate. By all accounts, both sides were his people. The last thing he wanted was for them to come to blows. Shaki gave a cold snort and glared at Raymond with venom in her eyes, only then lowering her gaze. Shiryu slowly released his grip on his sword. Raymond, unfazed by Shaki's hostility, simply chuckled and continued. Master Rayleigh, you might not have heard the latest news sweeping the seas. Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of the Pirate King, Roger, his only living descendant. What? Rayleigh lost his composure in a flash. Shaki's face darkened even more. It was clear she had known this information ahead of time. As one of the most influential intelligence brokers on the seas, how could she not be aware of such a monumental revelation? Yet she had deliberately chosen to keep it from Rayleigh. You knew all along? Rayleigh looked at Shaki. Shaki remained silent, but her silence spoke volumes. Rayleigh pressed on. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Why do you think I didn't tell you? Sachi was starting to get angry as well. If I told you earlier, wouldn't you have rushed straight to Marineford? This is clearly a trap the Navy set up specifically for Whitebeard and for you old Roger crew members. What good would it do for you to go there except to throw your life away? You still shouldn't have kept it from me. Rayleigh replied in a low, tense voice. I couldn't just stand by and watch you walk to your death. Sachi met Rayleigh's gaze without backing down for a second. Raymond gave a dry cough and said, Actually, I think Ms. Sachi has a point. Lord Rayleigh, if you go to Marineford, all you do is give the Navy another accomplishment to brag about. It wouldn't make any difference. Ace would still die, and most likely, you old Roger pirates would end up dying with him. That's not a given. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Whitebeard's bound to make a move this time. If we old-timers and even that kid Shanks join in, I doubt the Navy could swallow us so easily. No, you're forgetting about Golden Lion and his flying pirate crew, Raymond interjected. What does this have to do with him? Rayleigh was taken aback. Back in the day, he let his emotions get the better of him and fell into Sengoku and Garp's hands. After being imprisoned for so long, don't you think he'd want revenge on the Navy? Raymond chuckled. If he learns that Whitebeard's crew and the surviving Roger pirates are teaming up against the Navy, knowing his personality, do you really think he'd pass up the chance to kick them while they're down? If that's the case, then the ones who ought to be worried are the Navy. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. Off to the side, Xiaoqi seemed to have been struck by Raymond's words as well. She began pondering the possibilities. She had to admit, this scenario Raymond described was actually quite plausible. If she could maneuver things a bit more, it might not be impossible to draw a Golden Lion into the fray as well. The thought brought her a measure of relief. If the three legendary pirate crews truly joined forces against the Navy, even if they were far from their prime, they wouldn't be so easily defeated. Even if they lost, the Navy might not be able to capture them all. That way, even if Rayleigh went, it wouldn't necessarily mean he was throwing his life away. But she was clearly celebrating too soon, for Raymond spoke up again. If the three legendary pirate crews join forces, yes, the Navy might not be able to handle you. But your real opponent isn't the Navy. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were both surprised, unsure why Raymond would suddenly say such a thing. "Allow me to reintroduce myself," Raymond said calmly. "The name is Kuro. This time, I'm here on behalf of the Akatsuki organization to recruit you, Lord Rayleigh. If you're willing to join us, then from now on, we'll be on the same side. If you're unwilling, then I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to erase you, Lord Rayleigh, along with the rest of the 3 legendary pirate crews from this world. I truly admire you, Lord Rayleigh, and I'd hate for things to come to this, but the choice is yours." Raymond's words brought a deathly silence to the bar in an instant. Rayleigh and Shaki's first reaction was to think Raymond had to be joking. Erase the 3 legendary pirate crews from this world? That was something even the world government and navy hadn't managed to achieve in all these years. Who could possibly have the power to pull that off? Anyone on the street would simply laugh off such an absurd claim. But Raymond's expression didn't look like a joke. He spoke with utter seriousness. Rayleigh was silent for a long moment before turning to Bucky. "So, you've joined this Akatsuki organization as well?" "Lord Rayleigh." "Crow, he's really not joking with you. As outrageous as it sounds, we do have the means to make it happen," Bucky stammered. Bucky's words made Rayleigh's face grow grave. He trusted Bucky wouldn't lie to him, even if the Roger Pirates had long since disbanded. Shaki, however, didn't share the same trust. She scoffed. "What nonsense Akatsuki organization? I've never heard of such a group on the seas. Some upstart, nameless band just popping up out of nowhere, and they think they're invincible." Raymond didn't take offense at her words. He chuckled lightly. "Didn't you want to know earlier, Boss Shaki, how Bucky and I managed to escape from the great underwater prison?" "So?" Shaki asked coolly. "So, it's time to reveal the answer," Raymond said, clapping his hands together. As he did, several figures clad in black cloaks patterned with red clouds began to file in through the bar's entrance. The moment Shaki and Rayleigh caught sight of a few of their faces, their expressions changed dramatically. The newcomers were, of course, Raymond's silver-ranked subpersonalities, fresh from Marineford, along with one rather new recruit, Akiji. For Akiji, these past few days had been the most astonishing since he became an admiral. He had first discovered, to his shock, that 2 of his fellow admirals, both of whom always seemed much more loyal to the Navy and world government than he did, were, in fact, members of a mysterious organization bent on erasing the era of great pirates. After joining, he met 2 more comrades he'd never seen or even heard of before, yet they possessed powers nearly on par with, if not equal to, a Navy admiral. Not only that, but he had also witnessed the astonishing abilities of a mage named Constantine, who could somehow transport them instantly from Navy headquarters straight to the Sabeti archipelago, as if they had simply teleported. Even though he wasn't sure how powerful this Constantine truly was, the mere existence of such a power could easily change the outcome of an entire war. Imagine, for instance, if Constantine aided the Whitebeard pirates by sending them directly into Marineford, or deep inside Impel Down, or, more outrageously, right into the heart of Mary Geos. The consequences of such actions would be unimaginable. Any force with someone like that on their side would be virtually unbeatable. If the Navy could harness this ability, even the 4 emperors would have little to fear. Yet, oddly enough, he had never heard of anyone like Constantine, nor of a power like this. If such a person had ever appeared before, there was no way he would have missed it. An ability this unique and crucial could never go unnoticed. All he could do was marvel at how deeply this organization, called Akatsuki, which he had just joined, had managed to conceal themselves. Even someone of his rank, an admiral of the Navy, had never caught wind of them. But thinking about it, it made sense. Akatsuki had already managed to secretly recruit 2 of the Navy's 3 admirals before. There had to be a reason for it. With 2 admirals as inside agents, the entire Navy's secrets would be laid bare before Akatsuki. And now there were 3. Neither Sengoku nor the 5 elders could possibly imagine such an unbelievable turn of events. But then again, compared to Akiji, Rayleigh and Shaki were equally shaken by what they had just witnessed. The group that had just entered the room were all dressed in the same attire as Raymond, Shiryu, and the others, which left little doubt. They too were members of Akatsuki. If that were all, it wouldn't be particularly remarkable. After all, the Grand Line teamed with countless organizations, perhaps as numerous as the pirate crews themselves, intelligence networks, assassin guilds, mercenary companies, human traffickers, and even revolutionaries seeking to overturn the world government. Any group could easily muster 100 or more members if they wished. But what truly stunned Rayleigh and Shaki wasn't the sudden appearance of a few more Akatsuki members. It was the fact that among them were 3 men they recognized, men they had encountered, not just once or twice, But many times before, the Navy's three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru, the three pillars of the Navy's might, were now standing before them as members of Akatsuki. Even Shiryu, once the feared chief warden of Impel Down, seemed to fade into insignificance beside these three. These three are not only the pinnacle of power on the sea, but also the embodiment of the Navy's honor and spirit. If all three were to declare their defection at the same time, chaos would surely descend upon the entire Navy, from top to bottom. Rayleigh, the Dark King, well, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Borsellino's other self drawled lazily. I didn't expect it either, and certainly not like this, Rayleigh replied, an odd expression flickering across his face. Enough talk. We don't have time to waste. We can't afford to be away from headquarters for too long. Sakazuki's alternate personality interrupted, his impatience barely concealed. Rayleigh, you should know the situation by now. It's time for you to make your choice. Even if Garp were standing here, he wouldn't speak to us like that. Sakazuki, you're getting far too arrogant. Shaki bristled at Sakazuki's tone. Not. Garp's kindness isn't something for you to take for granted. Kazan interjected unexpectedly from the side. Shaki, you may have once swept through these seas with rocks, but those days are gone. I'd advise you to keep your head down. Oh, is that so? Shaki retorted with a cold chuckle. I wonder if Lin Lin and Kaido would agree with you. At the mention of those two names, Kazan's brow furrowed. He realized he'd overstepped. Shaki had caught him out. Rocks? Who's that supposed to be? Buggy listened in utter confusion and finally couldn't help but ask. The legendary Rocks pirates, Shiryu explained from the side. It said that before the rise of the three greatest pirate crews, they dominated the seas. Though they supposedly disbanded a long time ago. They did break up, true, but that doesn't mean all their crew vanished. Just look at the Roger Pirates, disbanded, yet there are two members sitting in this very room. Borsellino's other self chimed in with a sly smile. Our very own boss Shaki was once a Rocks pirate officer. And she's not the only one. Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin and Beast Kaido, two of the current four emperors, were also members of the Rocks crew. Buggy gasped in shock. He'd met Shaki before, but it had never occurred to him that this lady, always appearing as the first mate's confidant, had such a formidable past. But they are who they are, and you are you. The only reason you've been able to run your business here in Sabaody for so long is because you've always known how to play by the rules. You've never crossed the line, and the Navy would rather avoid unnecessary trouble, so they've left you alone. Borsellino's alternate self continued, eyes narrowed. But don't mistake that for us being afraid to act against you. Understand, when I was making threats, you were all still in diapers. Don't try to play games with me. Xiachi sneered. It's true we're getting old, and the two of us can't match the three of you anymore. But if you think it'll be easy to take us down, you're sorely mistaken. If this really blows up, the ones who should be worried aren't us. The three admirals of the Navy joining some mysterious, unknown organization all at once. If the five elders caught wind of that, what do you think their reaction would be? What reaction? That goes without saying. They'd be absolutely furious. If the five elders found out the three admirals had betrayed the Navy, their desire to destroy them would far surpass any hatred they had for pirates. Traitors always spark more rage than enemies, especially when those traitors were once their most valued subordinates. After all, the next fleet admiral would be chosen from among those three. Granted, the Navy is just a watchdog for the world government and celestial dragons, but even so, it's an important watchdog, one that plays a critical role. Xiachi was one of the greatest information brokers on the seas, so it was only natural she could see this far. Yet this time, she had clearly miscalculated. Madam Xiachi, honestly, I'm not surprised you considered all this, Raymond said with a calm smile. If you hadn't, I would have been disappointed. But have you ever wondered, if you can think of it, don't you think we've considered it too? Hearing Raymond say this, Xiachi and Rayleigh's expressions barely changed, but inwardly, their hearts dropped like stones. They sank straight to the bottom. This was exactly what they'd feared most. Both of them were seasoned veterans. One a senior officer from the Rocks Pirates, the other the right-hand man and first mate to the Pirate King, Roger. Naturally, their thinking ran deep. Xiachi's earlier words had merely been a probe to see how Raymond and the others would react. If they'd shown even a flicker of worry or hesitation, it would have meant there was still room to maneuver. But Raymond's response made them realize that the worst had come to pass. Indeed, as Raymond said, this was hardly a difficult scenario to anticipate. Raymond might look young, and Buggy might seem unreliable, but becoming Navy admirals was no fluke. They'd never come so far without being prepared for this. Their confidence in striding and so openly meant they weren't worried about things spiraling out of control or about their double identities being exposed. So you're bluffing? Xiachi fixed her gaze on Raymond. There are so many people at Sabaody. I don't believe you can keep every single mouth shut. Raymond shrugged. If you think I'm just bluffing, there's nothing I can do about it. Creak. A sharp sound interrupted him as the bar's door swung open once more. The alternate personality of Jakong strode in from outside, clapping his hands as he announced, "All right, it's done." Done? What's done? Both Shachi and Rayleigh looked confused, unable to grasp what had just happened. They weren't alone. Aside from Raymond and his other personalities, even Akiji, Shiryu, and Buggy had no clue what Jakong's alternate self meant. Raymond offered no explanation. Instead, he turned to Shiryu and said, "Didn't you want to spar with Lord Rayleigh? If so, what are you waiting for? Go ahead." Shiryu paused in slight surprise, but quickly caught Raymond's meaning. With a wide grin, he drew his blade in a flash. Boom! The entire bar exploded into chaos, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing into the air, shrouding everything in an instant. As the dust began to settle, nothing was left of Shachi's extortion bar. It had vanished without a trace. Raymond and the other members of the Akatsuki, dressed in their black cloaks patterned with red clouds, stood on one side. Shachi stood alone on the other, while Rayleigh and Shiryu faced each other in the middle. At last, everyone could see the situation outside the bar clearly. At the horizon where the sky met the sea, it looked as if a transparent glass barrier had been lowered, with faint traces of light refracting across its surface. But that wasn't the strangest part. The eeriest thing was that the entire Sabaody archipelago had become a ghost island. Not a single person could be seen. There weren't even any birds in the sky. It had turned into a land of the dead. What's more, an unnatural silence had descended over the whole archipelago, a stillness so profound it was almost terrifying. In the past, even if you weren't on the same island, you would always hear the distant clamor from other areas. Especially here on Island 13, one of the underworld's main trading hubs, where all sorts of shady characters gathered, and it was never quiet, day or night. But now it was eerily silent. This sense of foreboding made Shachi and Rayleigh even more uneasy. What is this? Even Akiji was visibly shaken. Buggy and Shiryu might not have felt much. After all, it was their first time on Sabaody, and they weren't familiar with the place. But Akiji had been here many times. Even if most of those times he'd passed through quietly, he still knew the archipelago well. Never before had he seen Sabaody archipelago so unnervingly empty. What happened to all the people? Had the Akatsuki cleared them out? The thought unsettled Akiji. It went against everything he believed in. Raymond could easily guess what Akiji was thinking. Shaking his head with a smile, he said, "Don't overthink it. This is a mirrored space created by that guy Constantine." That's what he was busy with just now. In fact, we're no longer in the real world, but inside a reflection. It's a bit complicated to explain, but you can think of it as a special kind of spatial devil fruit ability. Mirrored space. This was the first time Akiji had heard the term, and his heart tightened slightly. After all, he hadn't noticed at all when he'd been brought into another realm. But on second thought, he felt a little more at ease. Compared to teleportation, a mirrored space didn't seem quite so impossible. Every ability has its limits. This mirrored space must have its own restrictions, right? Akiji asked. Of course, Raymond replied matter-of-factly. The duration of this mirrored space depends on how long Constantine's magic can sustain it. And if the force is strong enough, it can be shattered from the inside. How strong are we talking? Orochimaru's alter ego, standing nearby, suddenly asked with a hint of curiosity. For example, if that old man Jiro of ours casually flicked a finger, he could shatter my mirrored space with ease. Constantine's alter ego answered himself. As for you, even if you put your life on the line, you probably still couldn't break through. Is that so? I'd like to try it sometime, Orochimaru's alter ego said with a raspy laugh, licking the corner of his mouth. He knew Constantine's alter ego was taking a jab at him. After all, he'd offended him when he first appeared, but he didn't take offense. He could even greet Itachi's alter ego, who'd killed him once, with a smile, so what did a little friction like this matter? Still, although Constantine's alter ego's words were directed at Orochimaru's alter ego, they gave everyone a clearer sense of this mirrored space's limits. By his account, it was clear that Raymond's silver-level alter egos couldn't break it easily. Perhaps only a gold-level alter ego would stand chance. Similarly, Akiji and Rayleigh's group couldn't simply shatter it either. Constantine's alter ego was never known for boasting, something the other alter egos all knew, so none of them doubted his assessment. Akiji and Raymond made no effort to lower their voices, so Rayleigh, Shaki, and the others naturally overheard their conversation. Yet, knowing the truth didn't make them feel any better. Of course, there were parts of the exchange between Constantine's and Orochimaru's alter egos that weren't so easy to understand for outsiders. For instance, when Constantine's alter ego referred to that old man Jiro of ours, not only were Rayleigh and Shaki at a loss, even Akiji had no idea who he meant. Based on logic alone, it could be deduced that the elderly gentleman named Jiro must also be a member of the Akatsuki organization, and he must be incredibly strong. Otherwise, why would the Jakong persona go out of his way to use him as an example, speaking of him in such exaggerated terms? After all, when the Kizaru persona introduced the Orochimaru and Itachi personas, he described them as being on par with the might of an admiral. Yet in Jakong's words, even if Orochimaru fought with everything he had, he still might not be able to shatter this mirrored space that Jakong had created. Didn't that imply that he himself would be unable to break it either? Faced with this, Kazan remained doubtful. Just as he was skeptical about the true strength of the Orochimaru and Itachi personas, he questioned this as well. On the other hand, Shiryu cared little for such speculation. He knew only one thing. This was a golden opportunity to cross swords with Rayleigh, an opportunity not to be missed. Tempest, 3,000 strikes. Without the slightest hesitation, Shiryu attacked. Just as he had against Kazan earlier, Shiryu held nothing back. He understood perfectly. While that Silver's Rayleigh, the esteemed vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, was not someone who required him to pull his punches. Earlier in the chaos, Rayleigh had already managed to seize a sword from the bar. Now, he too did not dare to be careless. As Shiryu's assault came crashing down, Rayleigh met it with all his might. On the high seas, there are countless tales of the strong falling at the hands of the weak. Unless the gap in power is truly enormous, one must always be prepared to fight as fiercely as a lion hunting a hare. Without that mindset, survival on the Grand Line would be impossible. Rayleigh, having clawed his way to the very summit alongside Roger, would never make such a foolish mistake. Besides, even if Shiryu was perhaps not quite as equal, the difference was hardly significant. Even at the height of his powers, Rayleigh would have treated an opponent of Shiryu's caliber with the utmost caution, let alone now. Clang! An intense clash erupted in an instant. Rayleigh really has grown old. Watching the fierce duel, Kazan shook his head with a sigh. Yes, I noticed that the last time I fought him, the Kizaru persona nodded slightly. Back in the day, even the two of us working together might not have been able to bring him down. But during our last encounter, I alone nearly overwhelmed him. No mortal body can escape the erosion of time. How familiar this scene is. The Orochimaru persona let out a raspy chuckle. What are you thinking of? The Itachi persona asked, glancing at him. Oh, come now, Itachi. Must you ask when you already know? Orochimaru's persona shrugged, a sly smile playing on his lips. He must regret ever accepting a disciple like you. Itachi replied coldly, his gaze frosty as it landed on the Orochimaru persona. Orochimaru's persona wasn't wrong. Itachi had indeed guessed what he was thinking. At this very moment, Rayleigh bore an uncanny resemblance to the third Hokage during his final battle. The brilliance of the third Hokage at his peak dazzled the entire ninja world. Even a legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's alternate persona, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, seemed somewhat overshadowed in his presence. Yet, the third Hokage was ultimately unable to escape the erosion of time, and his strength steadily declined. By the time he fought his final battle against Orochimaru's alternate persona, his abilities were perhaps not even 70% of what they once were. Even so, when faced with Orochimaru's forbidden techniques, he still managed to cripple Orochimaru's hands. In fact, given the circumstances, it's not impossible that he could have finished him off entirely, but only those two would know the details of what really happened. Although Itachi's alternate persona had become a rogue ninja, his loyalty to the Leaf Village had never wavered, and the third Hokage was half a mentor to him. So, seeing Orochimaru's alternate persona behaving as he did just now left Itachi feeling distinctly displeased. Nearby, Kakuzu's alternate persona noticed the friction between Orochimaru and Itachi, so he slung his arm around Itachi's shoulders, shot a glance at Orochimaru, and asked, "What did that guy do to get you so worked up?" "You'll have your chance to find out in due time," Itachi replied calmly, his face unreadable. "Don't be so cold, little brother. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You and I could be friends, you know." "Friends? I have no need for such things." "Tisich, suit yourself then." As Kakuzu bantered, the battle between Shiryu and Rayleigh had already reached a fever pitch. Unlike Akainu and Akiji, whose confrontations could drag on for days and nights, Shiryu was a swordsman. While Rayleigh wasn't a pure swordsman, his mastery of swordsmanship was in no way inferior to Shiryu's, making their clash fierce and sharp. Akainu and Akiji could fight for 10 days and nights before reaching a verdict because both wielded the powers of the Logia fruit and battles between Logia users often turned into drawn-out affairs. But sword fights never lasted that long. Any lapse in focus could instantly decide the outcome. So after a brief exchange, Rayleigh gradually gained the upper hand. In one crucial moment, as Shiryu made a mistake, Rayleigh's sword sent him flying, knocking him clear across the battlefield. In fact, if it had truly been a fight to the death, Rayleigh could have taken that chance to finish Shiryu off. He probably wouldn't have killed him outright, but he could have inflicted a serious wound. Yet he chose not to. Partly, this was because there was no bitter blood feud between him and Shiryu, and partly because the other members of the Akatsuki, like Raimon, were still watching from the sidelines, and there was no way they'd let him kill Shiryu so easily. After being sent flying, Shiryu steadied himself and sheathed his blade, Thunderstorm, back at his waist. Though he was uninjured, he was clearly still ready to fight, but he was also aware that Rayleigh had been holding back just now. In this situation, he was unwilling to shamelessly pester any further. Such behavior did not befit the style of a swordsman. "I'll take this one." Seeing Shiryu returning, Akiji stepped forward, ready to take the stage himself. Both he and Shiryu were new members of the organization. Shiryu had already proved his value, but Akiji had yet to show his own strength. "No need." Raymond reached out to stop Akiji, giving him a gentle smile. "Let them handle it. It's also a good chance for you to see the strength of your new companions." Raymond was naturally referring to Akiji, Shiryu, and Buggy, the three newcomers to the crew. Akiji, hearing this, didn't say much more, simply expressing his indifference. "Orochimaru, Itachi, it's your turn. Take this seriously. Don't embarrass Akatsuki," Raymond said with a faint smile. "Leave the old man to me," Orochimaru's alter ego said, licking his lips. "Otherwise, you might go soft and hesitate." "So boring," Itachi's alter ego muttered. Though he sounded unimpressed with Orochimaru's arrangement, he still walked towards Shaki, clearly accepting the division of opponents. "Are you sure this is okay?" Akiji leaned in slightly and whispered to Kizaru's alter ego, "Rayleigh's strength may have declined a lot, but even so, it's not certain that we could defeat him. And that Shaki isn't any weaker than Rayleigh. No need to worry about them," Kizaru's alter ego interrupted. "Even if they really lose, we'll still be here to back them up." Besides, he glanced at Raymond standing ahead, then shook his head again. "In any case, it'll be fine." He had wanted to say that even if Orochimaru's and Itachi's alter egos lost, as shadow clones they couldn't truly be killed, unless Rayleigh and Shaki could kill Raymond himself. But that was simply impossible. After all, Raymond was guarded by Jiro's alter ego. In the entire world of One Piece, there was no one capable of killing him. The power of Jiro's alter ego was something all of the silver alter egos had witnessed firsthand. That kind of overwhelming strength, able to immobilize an entire planet with a single finger, was on a completely different level than the silver alter egos. Even legendary figures among the pirates, like the solitary Red the Aloof, Leadfield, or any secret trump cards the world government might have hidden away, would be nothing before Jiro's alter ego. So, from the very beginning, they stood on an unshakable foundation. Their cautious, step-by-step approach was simply for safety's sake, and to avoid plunging the entire world into chaos at once. Otherwise, Raymond could have just led his alter ego straight to Mariehua, toppled the world government, and been done with it. There would have been no need for all this trouble. Akiji couldn't possibly know what the Kizaru subpersonality was thinking, but he had to admit it made sense, so he nodded in agreement. While Akiji and the Kizaru subpersonality whispered quietly to each other, the Orochimaru subpersonality and the Itachi subpersonality had already squared off with their respective opponents. "You look unfamiliar. May I ask your name?" Rayleigh, ever the gentleman, addressed his enemy with the utmost courtesy. "Orochimaru. Codename, Ku Empty," Orochimaru replied, baring his teeth in a sly grin. "Empty? Is it your codename within the Akatsuki organization?" Rayleigh's curiosity got the better of him, and he asked without thinking. "That's right." The Orochimaru subpersonality gave a slight nod, his voice rasping with a chuckle. "If you need more time to rest, just say so. I can grant you as long a break as you wish." "Ah, so, you noticed?" Rayleigh wiped the sweat from his brow, the result of his previous fight with Shiryu. "But no need, I can still hold my own." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rayleigh's sword flashed forward in a sudden strike. Just as Shiryu had always fought with his full strength, Rayleigh now unleashed his entire might in this attack. For one, he would never underestimate an opponent, no matter how unfamiliar. This Orochimaru subpersonality was no exception. For another, he knew he had to prove his resilience. Only by showing enough tenacity might he inspire a sense of caution in the Akatsuki. Of course, this was only his assumption. He had no idea what kind of people he was truly up against. Orochimaru's subpersonality licked his lips and made a casual gesture with his hand. Then let's see what you're capable of. Rashomon. With a thunderous rush, a billow of smoke erupted, and a massive gate materialized in front of Orochimaru, blocking Rayleigh's path. The gate towered over 1,000 meters high, like a gigantic sea king rising onto land. Etched on the gate was a fearsome face, its jaws agape as if hungry to devour all in its path. Rayleigh's full-powered slash crashed into the gate, causing it to shudder violently, but not so much as a crack appeared. Of course, after absorbing the blow, the Rashomon gate dissolved back into smoke and vanished where it stood. Yet the sudden appearance of such a monstrous barrier left many onlookers astonished. What kind of bizarre power is this? Shiryu, who had sparred with Rayleigh before, knew well the force behind Rayleigh's attacks. That sword strike, if aimed at a sea king of that size, would have dealt devastating damage. But when it hit the gate, all it managed was a fierce tremor, leaving the gate unscathed. He'd never seen a defensive technique quite like this before. This isn't the power of a devil fruit. Both of those guys are ninjas, the Kizuru, subpersonality muttered, curling his lip. Ninjas? Akiji arched an eyebrow, like the ones from Wano. But as I recall, their fighting style is mostly just sleight of hand and distraction. It's worth mentioning that the world of One Piece does have ninjas as well. In Wano, now under Kaido's protection, there are plenty of both ninjas and samurai. However, compared to the top-tier devil fruit users and masters of hockey, they're simply outclassed. At best, they can only bully ordinary players. As an admiral, Akiji had seen plenty in his day. He'd even crossed paths with ninjas before. Yet, the ninjas he remembered were nothing like the one now revealed by Orochimaru's secondary persona. It was a world of difference. Don't rush. The best is yet to come, Raymond reminded him with a smile. Can't wait to see it. Akiji perked up with genuine interest. The battle between Shiryu and Rayleigh had been rather exciting, but to him, it wasn't particularly captivating. After all, neither displayed abilities beyond his own, so it was hard for him to get invested. But this time was different. Regardless of Orochimaru's secondary persona's true strength, the way he fought was something Akiji had never witnessed before. It actually made his fingers itch with anticipation. If Akiji, as a bystander, felt such a thrill, it went without saying that Rayleigh, who stood in the thick of it, felt even more. After that strange, mysterious door vanished, Orochimaru's secondary persona disappeared as well. Rayleigh, not daring to let his guard down, immediately used observation haki to try to track his elusive foe. In the very next instant, he suddenly leapt high into the air. Almost simultaneously, a gigantic mouth erupted from the ground beneath his feet, snapping up at him with terrifying speed. Rayleigh swung his sword down in a flash, the force propelling him sideways just in time. When he looked more closely, he realized that what had tried to bite him was a massive purple serpent, awe-inspiring in its sheer size. Standing atop the serpent's head was Orochimaru's secondary persona, gazing down at him from above with cold arrogance. Ouch! Damn you, Orochimaru. Who are you fighting this time? And where on earth are we? Why can't I feel the presence of Ryuchi Cave anymore? A voice full of impatience echoed in the air. Rayleigh was startled to discover that the speaker was none other than the enormous purple serpent beneath Orochimaru's feet. It complained about the pain. He must have struck its mouth with his slash just now, which explained the discomfort. Yet, that seemed to be the extent of it. The serpent appeared completely unscathed, merely voicing its annoyance. What on earth is this bizarre creature? Rayleigh thought, his expression growing serious. In the world of Naruto, giant creatures were exceedingly rare. Apart from the fame-tailed beasts, only a handful of exceptional summons from distinct clans ever reached such size. But after all, there are only 9-tailed beasts, and not every creature among the summoning. Beast clans is innately gigantic in size. Take, for instance, the giant serpent that Orochimaru's alter ego summoned at this moment, Manda, the current leader of the summoning snake clan residing in Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 great sacred places in the world of Naruto. However, in the world of One Piece, gigantic species are hardly rare. Sea kings roam the oceans everywhere, and any random one you pick would dwarf Manda by a significant margin, let alone the truly colossal sea kings, which are like living mountains. Besides, Rayleigh was no greenhorn, just setting out to sea with little worldly experience. Even before the Roger Pirates conquered the Grand Line, he had already encountered Zenesha. Compared to Zenesha's sheer mass, Manda's size was nothing noteworthy. In front of Zenesha, Manda would probably look no more impressive than a common earthworm. Still, Rayleigh did not underestimate Manda. Just a moment ago, when he counterattacked, he managed a quick slash at Manda. Although it was a hasty move and not his full strength, The blow was powerful enough to make short work of an ordinary Sea King. Even the massive varieties would have lost a limb or two if struck by such a slash. Yet Manda only seemed to feel a twinge of pain, otherwise appearing completely unscathed. That's not something you could explain away with any ordinary Sea King. To the true powerhouses of the sea, Sea Kings are little more than showy playthings, imposing in appearance, but lacking real substance. Even the gigantic ones are just a bit more troublesome to deal with. But the Manda standing before Rayleigh now was clearly a different matter. Could this Manda truly have been summoned from the world of Naruto? How does that even work? Hearing Manda's thunderous roar, Raymond couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Back when Orochimaru's alter ego had summoned creatures in previous battles, Raymond hadn't paid much attention. It's easy to overlook what's right under your nose. He had always assumed these summonings were simply part of Orochimaru's abilities, never really pondering where the summoned creatures actually came from. It wasn't until Manda suddenly complained about not being able to sense Ryuchi Cave that Raymond's curiosity was piqued. Next time, I'll have Orochimaru conduct a summoning on his own and study it closely, Raymond thought to himself. As for Orochimaru's alter ego, he didn't dwell on such matters. For him, summoning Manda for battle had long since become routine. Hearing Manda's disgruntled complaints, Orochimaru's alter ego let out a raspy laugh. Defeat him, and I promise you'll have your fill this time. How about 500? 1,000? Manda bellowed, making an outrageous demand. Deal. Orochimaru's alter ego agreed instantly, without a moment's hesitation. This made Manda second-guess himself. Maybe he'd set his price too low, since Orochimaru rarely agreed to his terms this quickly. But even so, it had its own dignity and would never go back on its word. Its huge, vertical pupils turned to look at Rayleigh, its tongue flickering as it hissed. This guy is no ordinary foe. If he were, would I have come to you? Orochimaru's alternate persona chuckled softly. Enough talk. Go. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru's alternate persona suddenly stretched like rubber, launching himself at Rayleigh with lightning speed, a long sword materializing in his mouth. Meanwhile, Manda plunged straight into the ground, vanishing from sight. But everyone knew Manda hadn't simply fled. It was lurking underground, ready to strike at the perfect moment. As soon as Rayleigh showed even the slightest opening under the pressure from Orochimaru's alternate persona, Manda would unleash a thunderous attack. Having witnessed Manda's astonishing defense, Rayleigh certainly wouldn't underestimate it. Clang! After an intense clash, Rayleigh and Orochimaru's alternate persona found themselves evenly matched. Using the force of the collision, Orochimaru's alternate persona pushed himself back, putting some distance between them. In that instant, 3 shuriken appeared in each of his hands, which he flung toward Rayleigh. Shuriken Shadow, Clone, Jutsu. The moment the 6 shuriken left his hands, Orochimaru's alternate persona's hand seals were already complete. In a flash, those 6 shuriken multiplied into tens of thousands, forming a dense storm that rained down from above, all targeting Rayleigh. Rayleigh hadn't expected such a simple attack to suddenly escalate to this scale. Caught off guard, he quickly hardened the upper half of his body with armament haki and danced his sword in a sweeping arc, weaving a protective fan-shaped barrier to block the relentless barrage. A few shurikens slipped through the gaps, but even those couldn't pierce his armament haki, leaving him unharmed. All the while, Rayleigh hadn't forgotten that his opponent might try to take advantage of the distraction. He kept a close eye on Orochimaru's alternate persona, watching for any sneak attacks. Strangely, Orochimaru's alternate persona didn't seem intent on pressing the attack further, which struck Rayleigh as odd. Still, he noticed the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his foe's lips. Something's wrong. That subtle smile set off alarm bells in Rayleigh's mind. At the same moment, he spun around and raised his guard. Clang! Another sharp clash rang out as Rayleigh managed to block the Kusanagi sword that Orochimaru's alternate persona held in his mouth, deflecting it just to the side. Yet his reaction, though swift, was a fraction of a second too slow. While he diverted the blow, he couldn't completely avoid it. The blade still cut a gash across his waist. At that same instant, the Orochimaru's alternate persona from before, with a soft puff of smoke, transformed into a shuriken and clattered harmlessly to the ground. It was clear now that the true body of Orochimaru's alternate persona was the one who had launched the surprise attack on Rayleigh from behind. In the instant he threw the shuriken, he had already swapped places with one of them. Since this was Rayleigh's first time fighting a ninja, he lacked the experience to react in time and was caught off guard. Had it been the Itachi persona instead, it would be hard to say who would have ended up ambushing whom. A low chuckle escaped Orochimaru's persona, but he didn't press the attack. Having landed a successful blow, he immediately withdrew, wary of a counterstrike from Rayleigh. Unlike the Akainu and Kizaru personas, who now possessed real, physical bodies, possibly even stronger than those they had replaced due to accumulated experience, both Orochimaru and Itachi's personas currently existed only as shadow clones. If they suffered a certain amount of real injury, they would be instantly sent back to their original forms. Although Raymond was close at hand to revive him at any moment, returning to battle as good as new, such an outcome would be humiliating, and the other silver personas would no doubt make fun of him for it. Orochimaru's persona had no intention of losing face in such a way. That's why he launched his attack and retreated without hesitation. Just as he pulled away, the ground in front of Rayleigh suddenly erupted open. A huge, gaping maw surged up from below, snapping toward him in a vicious bite. In this clash, Orochimaru's persona clearly held the initiative. Perhaps in terms of overall strength, Rayleigh was not necessarily weaker, even if he was no longer at his peak. But Orochimaru's persona had the significant drawback of needing to avoid direct harm. Nevertheless, the variety and unpredictability of combat in the world of Naruto far surpassed anything in the world of One Piece. Every elite ninja had a wealth of battle experience and mastery over numerous jutsu, especially for someone like Orochimaru's persona, who spent his days researching all manner of forbidden techniques. His combat style was endlessly inventive. Only monsters like the third Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, could truly surpass him. And, of course, those with the Sharingan, such as the Itachi or Kakashi personas, were another story entirely. In the world of One Piece, most powerful fighters preferred head-on clashes, and Rayleigh was no exception. When facing a weaker opponent, overwhelming force was an effective strategy. But against Orochimaru's persona, who was at least his equal, this kind of approach was bound to put him at a disadvantage. Compared to Rayleigh, however, Shaki seemed far more composed. Although the Itachi persona was, strictly speaking, even stronger than Orochimaru's and possessed equally versatile techniques, Shaki differed from Rayleigh in one crucial way. She had eaten a devil fruit, and her abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. What she consumed was the rarest of all Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruits in the world of One Piece. The Maramara fruit, nightmare form, also known simply as the nightmare fruit. Generally speaking, among the three major types of devil fruits, Zoan types are considered the least valuable, with most merely offering a bit of extra strength and some overall physical enhancements. However, within the Zoan category, there are two special subtypes, ancient and mythical Zoans, both of which rival the top-tier Logia and Paramecia fruits in power and are even more scarce. Take, for example, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku's Buddha fruit, or Marco, 1st Division, commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, with his Phoenix fruit. Both are mythical Zoan-type devil fruits. Judging by their strength, it's clear that anyone who wields a mythical Zoan power, once they've matured, will never be weak. In fact, they are among the mightiest on the seas. Xiaqi's Nightmare Fruit is no exception. As a former high-ranking officer of the legendary Rocks Pirates, she may have long since retired from the world, no longer pursuing growth like Kaido or Big Mom. But a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Her strength is in no way inferior to Rayleigh's. Moreover, the abilities of devil fruit users actually wane very slowly over time. So even after 40 years, Xiaqi's power has changed little. The most formidable aspect of Itachi's secondary persona is clearly his Mangekyo Sharingan, with its unrivaled illusions. Yet Xiaqi's Nightmare Fruit holds profound mastery in this domain as well. When Itachi's secondary persona first drew her into the Tsukuyumi world, she transformed into a nightmare in an instant and slipped free from the illusionary realm without effort. This took Itachi's secondary persona by surprise. Even in the world of Naruto, he had never encountered anyone who could so easily break free from the Tsukuyumi. Most, if they could withstand it at all, had to rely on sheer force of will like Kakashi. He hadn't expected Xiaqi to be entirely unaffected. Of course, he didn't realize this was because Xiaqi was a nightmare fruit user. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so astonished. For nightmares, according to legend, are beings that can freely move between the worlds of dreams and illusions. Although the Tsukuyumi is an illusory realm conjured by the Mangekyo Sharingan, it still counts as a kind of unreal world. To Xiaqi, who can become a living nightmare, such illusions have no effect. By the same token, the rest of Itachi's illusion techniques are virtually useless against her. In this way, Itachi's greatest advantage is effectively neutralized. With illusions rendered ineffective, Itachi's secondary persona is still undeniably powerful, but no longer so overwhelming that he can easily defeat the Orochimaru persona as before. As a result, The battle between Itachi's secondary persona and Xiachi devolves into a fierce and tangled struggle. Seeing that his illusions had no effect, Itachi's alternate personality wasted no time and switched tactics instantly, launching an assault with the Uchiha clan specialty, fire-style ninjutsu. The nightmare form that Xiachi had taken on darted back and forth between reality and illusion, dodging Itachi's attacks while searching for an opportunity to strike back. Yet Itachi's combat instincts were nothing short of monstrous. Having once served in Konoha and later joined the Akatsuki, his experience in battle was at least on par with, if not greater than, that of Orochimaru's alternate persona. Xiachi's abilities were undeniably strange, but to Itachi's alternate self, such oddities were hardly unprecedented. After all, the world of shinobi was rife with bizarre and mysterious techniques. Just consider the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a move as elusive and uncanny as any of Xiachi's tricks. So even though his illusions had been countered, Itachi's counterpart was far from disadvantaged. The battle raged on, intense and dynamic. He simply hadn't seized the initiative as swiftly as Orochimaru's counterpart had. Yet, even so, the spectacle left the onlookers, Aokiji, Shiryu, and the others, utterly stunned. They already had a fair sense of Rayleigh and Xiachi's strength. Rayleigh's power, in particular, was no secret to Shiryu, who had just been defeated by him in under 5 minutes. But then in less than 5 minutes as well, Orochimaru's alternate personality had already put Rayleigh on the defensive, completely turning the tide in his favor. While it didn't appear that Orochimaru's persona could claim victory over Rayleigh in the blink of an eye, it seemed only a matter of time before he did. Are they really this strong? Aokiji muttered to himself in disbelief. When Kizaru's counterpart had first introduced Orochimaru's alternate self and the others, claiming they were all powerhouses on par with an admiral, Aokiji hadn't believed it for a second. He found it hard to accept that such formidable figures could have existed in a vast sea, their names never once making waves. True, there were some top-tier fighters who remained relatively obscure to the public, but even then, they rarely escaped the world government's intelligence network. As long as they'd taken action, the Navy and the world government should have gathered at least some information about them. For instance, there was a civilian powerhouse known as Isho, whom Aokiji had kept an eye on. It was rumored that his strength rivaled an admiral's. But as for Orochimaru and Itachi's alternate personalities, Aokiji had never even heard of them. Neither the Navy's intelligence network nor that of the world government contained any trace of these two. It was almost impossible to believe that such figures would simply appear out of nowhere, and two at once, no less. Yet now, the truth was right in front of him, leaving Aokiji with no choice but to accept it. Watching Rayleigh struggle to hold his ground against the combined onslaught of Orochimaru's alternate persona and the myriad snakes, Aokiji was struck by a strange sense of unreality. Judging by the current situation, there were now 5 confirmed members of the Akatsuki present, each possessing strength on par with an admiral. A truly staggering revelation. Shiryu, who is nearly at admiral level, could actually be counted as half an admiral, which brings the total to 5.5 admiral-level fighters. On top of that, there's that mage named Constantine, each with abilities more unique than the last. With such powerhouses, the upper echelon of the Akatsuki organization is already on par with the Navy. And that's only if none of these 3 defect. If they do, the balance of power would be completely overturned. Yet all of this is merely the tip of the iceberg that Akatsuki has shown. Kazan doesn't believe for a second that these are all the cards Akatsuki has up its sleeve. At the very least, that old man Jiro, who was mentioned earlier, has yet to make an appearance. Does Itachi need any help over there? Kizaru sidled up to Raymond and asked in a low voice. As fellow alternate personalities of Raymond, they didn't have the ability to communicate telepathically at any moment, but each personality could always exchange thoughts with Raymond, the core self. So if Itachi ever needed help, Raymond would know immediately. No need. Itachi isn't someone who would get outplayed so easily. He hasn't even started getting serious yet. Raymond shook his head with a smile. As a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, Itachi was already able to overwhelm the legendary Sannin Orochimaru before he was even 20. He didn't get by in the ninja world relying on Genjutsu alone. Leaving aside the likes of Madara, who's in a league of his own, Itachi's strength is easily among the top 3 in Akatsuki. The only reason he seems evenly matched with Shaki right now is because he knows Raymond has no intention of killing Shaki or Rayleigh. If Raymond really gave the order to eliminate them as quickly as possible, Itachi could definitely take down Shaki even faster than Orochimaru took out Rayleigh. Kizaru doesn't know Itachi, so he wonders if Shaki is restraining him somehow. But Raymond knows better. Did you forget about that black fire last time? Akainu reminded Kizaru at that moment. That flame, even I felt a huge threat from it. Without any defense, there are few people on the seas who could withstand it. Kizaru paused for a moment, then recalled the scene during the reversal of the future world, when Itachi used that black fire against those Sentinel robots. The memory immediately clicked. He may not be as sensitive to flames as Akainu, the fire expert, but he still remembered the miserable state of those robots. Ice or not, it made no difference. Back then, Kizaru had even discussed with Akainu in private. When faced with such terrifying black fire, the best option was to act decisively and cut off the burning area as quickly as possible. Right now, even though Itachi appears to be struggling a bit, it's clear he hasn't intended to unleash that black fire. Kizaru is a seasoned veteran. He quickly guessed why Itachi was holding back. Itachi really is terrifying. Kizaru drawled, his tone as irreverent as ever. Akiji and Shiryu, standing to the side, had never seen Itachi in action before, so they didn't quite understand what Akainu meant by black flames. Yet even without first-hand experience, just listening to the exchange between Akainu and Kizaru gave them a good idea of what was at play. It wasn't hard to tell from their conversation that Itachi had been holding back. Judging by Akainu's tone, if Itachi were to unleash those black flames, Shaki would have no chance of surviving. Considering Akainu's strength and keen perception, his assessment carried real weight. If he said so, it was almost certainly true. Though Akiji and Akainu had long disagreed on many things, Akiji trusted his judgment in matters like this. As the battle on Itachi's side reached a stalemate, Raymond's attention naturally shifted back to Orochimaru and Rayleigh. However, upon seeing the situation there, his brows furrowed slightly. Orochimaru was clearly toying with Rayleigh. Whenever he had a chance to subdue Rayleigh completely, he would deliberately change his tactics, inflicting new injuries instead. As a result, Rayleigh appeared increasingly battered, his body marked with fresh wounds. Although these were all superficial cuts that wouldn't truly threaten Rayleigh's life, the scene was undeniably brutal. But this was far from the outcome Raymond had hoped for. He hadn't gone to the trouble of bringing his group along just to humiliate Rayleigh. Orochimaru, have you had enough? Raymond asked, his tone edged with displeasure. Sensing Raymond's growing irritation, Orochimaru knew when to stop. With a chilling smile, he replied, very well. Even as he spoke, the Kusanagi sword in his mouth suddenly shot forward with wild speed, stretching across dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the blade pierced straight through Rayleigh's chest, skewering him completely. Rayleigh was caught utterly off guard by this move. Until now, Orochimaru had never revealed that the Kusanagi sword possessed such an ability. Previously, all of Orochimaru's attacks with the sword had been close quarters, and even when he delayed his strikes, it had always been at short range. That's why Rayleigh had never anticipated that the Kusanagi sword could extend like this, and he paid a heavy price for it. Though he did react defensively in the moment of Orochimaru's sudden assault, quickly shrouding his chest in armament haki, haki was never meant to make one truly invulnerable. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword was forged from the hardest metal in the Naruto world. In that world, its status was akin to that of adamantium in the Marvel universe. Of course, the Naruto world couldn't truly compare to Marvel, and the sword's durability was not as legendary as adamantium. Yet it possessed another remarkable quality that adamantium lacked, its astonishing ability to extend. When Orochimaru forged the Kusanagi sword, he used vast amounts of raw materials. In its resting state, the sword is actually sealed, its true power hidden away. During battle, Orochimaru can manipulate the strength of this seal, adjusting the sword's length as he pleases. If necessary, it can stretch to tens of thousands of meters long, without losing even the slightest bit of its hardness. Orochimaru, ever the cunning schemer, had never shown off this feature of the Kusanagi sword before. He was laying the groundwork for a surprise. Now, as he unleashed it without warning, Rayleigh was caught completely off guard and suffered a heavy blow. Stop! On the other side, Shaki had also noticed what was happening. In a flash, she slipped back into the realm of illusion, reappearing behind Orochimaru, ready to strike him with a fierce blow. But before she could make a move, Manda arrived first, sweeping his massive tail toward her with astonishing speed. Shaki had already witnessed how monstrous Manda's body was. Rayleigh himself had avoided clashing with that beast head-on, and her close combat skills were hardly a match for Rayleigh's. There was no way she could withstand such an attack. Out of options, she abandoned her assault on Orochimaru and vanished into illusion once more, narrowly evading Manda's sweeping tail. As Shaki reappeared, Raymond called out to her, "If we treat him in time, he'll recover quickly thanks to his physique. But if you keep making a scene, things might take a turn for the worse. Hearing this, Shaki had no choice but to stop. After a moment's hesitation, she returned to her human form, though her face was still clouded with anger. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already withdrawn the Kusanagi sword, swallowing it back into his belly with a chilling display before casually dispelling the summoning of Manda. Realizing he'd been used once again, Manda flew into a rage. Orochimaru, you bastard! If you don't prepare 1,000 sacrifices next time, I'll eat you myself. Manda's furious roar echoed in the air, but his massive body dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished on the spot. As the echoes faded, Rayleigh dropped to one knee, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. 10 minutes later, though Rayleigh's body was still covered in bleeding wounds, the most serious injury on his chest had nearly healed. Only the bloodstains remained as evidence. This too was Orochimaru's doing. While he rarely offered treatment himself, as a master of forbidden techniques, Orochimaru had some skill in medical ninjutsu. He was even adept at techniques like the healing palm. Of course, compared to Tsunade, his abilities fell short. At best, he could tend to relatively simple injuries. Rayleigh's wounds looked terrifying, but Orochimaru had exercised restraint, never truly aiming to kill. Otherwise, that last sword stroke would have pierced Rayleigh's heart without mercy. What exactly do you people want? Rayleigh, having just caught his breath, looked at Raymond and the others, his voice heavy with exhaustion. With the power you've just displayed, whether it's the current 4 Emperors pirate crews, or the so-called 3 legendary pirate crews of the past, all of them would end up being swallowed by you. I can't imagine what use you'd have for an old man like me, someone already discarded by the times. Sir Rayleigh, you're being far too modest. You're the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, the right hand of the Pirate King himself. How could someone like you ever be considered obsolete? Even Whitebeard, who's older than you, is still standing tall at the very summit of the seas, Raymond replied, shaking his head. Don't flatter me like that, Rayleigh said with a bitter smile. If I start to believe it, I'll be in real trouble. Just tell me what you need from me. As long as it doesn't cross my personal boundaries, I'll do my best. But if it's something outrageous, even if you force me, it'll do you no good. You might as well just finish me off. There's been a misunderstanding, Sir Rayleigh. I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here to invite you to join us as we step into a magnificent new era together, Raymond said, his tone light yet sincere. A new era? Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment. Raymond had anticipated this reaction, and with a gentle smile, he outlined both the short-term and long-term goals of the Akatsuki organization. Though his words were concise, the ambitions they revealed were nothing short of astonishing. Even Rayleigh, a man seasoned by countless storms at sea, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If the Akatsuki's ultimate objective truly was as Raymond described, then achieving it would be 10 times, 100 times harder than Roger's journey to become Pirate King. Roger, after all, was famed for conquering the Grand Line and becoming the first widely acknowledged Pirate King. Yet, he himself was not the strongest man on the seas, nor was the Roger Pirates the most powerful crew overall. In terms of sheer might, Red the aloof Leadfield, who once stood toe-to-toe with the 3 legendary pirate crews all on his own, absolutely surpassed Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. After all, Leadfield's strength alone was enough to rival entire pirate crews, a truly terrifying thought. Even Kong, the former fleet admiral of the Marines, and now the supreme commander of the entire military, was once defeated by Leadfield's hand. Roger was certainly among the elite, but he never reached the point where none could match him. And in terms of influence, the Flying Pirates, under Golden Lion's command, once pushed the Roger Pirates to the brink, forcing them to scatter and flee. If not for a stroke of luck, Roger's crew might have been wiped out then and there. Yet, despite not being the strongest in a fight, or even in a brawl, it was the Roger Pirates who ultimately earned universal recognition. Much of that, Rayleigh knew well, was thanks to Roger's extraordinary charisma. Whitebeard and Golden Lion, both legends in their own right, regarded him with unusual respect. Golden Lion was even so impulsive that, when Roger fell into the Navy's hands, he stormed Marine headquarters alone, an act that led to his own capture. Yet, even Rayleigh had to admit that Roger's ascension to Pirate King was, in a sense, a stroke of luck. It wasn't that he had no rivals on the seas. It was simply that others chose not to compete with him. Even if Roger had survived and the Roger Pirates had never disbanded, there was no guarantee they would outshine the Whitebeard Pirates as they stand today. But the ambitions of the Akatsuki organization went far beyond that. Their goal was to sweep the 3 legendary pirate crews, along with the 4 emperors, into the dustbin of history, then go even further, toppling the very rule of the world government. Compared to merely claiming the Pirate King's throne, this challenge was on a whole different level. Even someone as tough-skinned as Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Are you sure you've thought this through? You do realize that by taking this path, you're making enemies of the entire world, Rayleigh warned. We're well aware, Raymond replied calmly, and we're confident we can achieve it. The only question now is, Lord Rayleigh, will you join us in welcoming the new era, or do you prefer to stand as a gatekeeper for the old one? Can you guarantee Ace's survival? Rayleigh shot back, answering with another question. All 3 Navy admirals are on our side. Unless we give a word, who could possibly harm him? Raymond said with a gentle laugh. I don't know how you've managed to pull this off, but it seems I don't really have a choice in the matter, do I? Rayleigh shook his head and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. You won't regret this decision, Raymond assured him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to look at Shaki. So, Boss Shaki, what's your answer? I have to choose two. Shaki's expression remained sour. Now that you know our secret, there are only 2 roads left. Join us, or face death. The choice is yours, Raymond said with a faint smile. Oomph, you lot are ruthless. Shaki turned away, but it was clear she had already made up her mind. Raymond glanced at Jiakong, who immediately understood. Crouching down, Jiakong pressed his hand to the floor. In an instant, the mirrored barrier surrounding them began to ripple and contract, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the mirrored walls disappeared, Raymond and his companions, along with Shaki and Rayleigh, found themselves back inside the familiar bar. The damage from the earlier battle, Shaki's rip-off bar reduced to ruins, had vanished. In fact, it seemed the bar had never been harmed at all. What was destroyed in the mirrored realm was nothing but an illusion, conjured by Jiakong's magic. You two don't mind if we leave you a couple of little gifts, do you? Raymond suddenly asked. Neither Rayleigh nor Shaki had any idea what Raymond was really up to, but it was clear that, for now, they had lost the right to refuse. Raymond's question was merely a matter of courtesy. He never intended to give them a choice. With that, Raymond exchanged a knowing glance with Jiakong and Orochimaru. The two understood immediately. Jiakong placed a special magical rune on each of them, while Orochimaru leaned in and bit each of them on the neck. A curse mark, Itachi, watching from the side, couldn't help but show a hint of discomfort on his face, for it brought back some rather unpleasant memories. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, the day had arrived when the Navy would publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, as they had announced. In the days leading up to it, the entire Grand Line seemed to fall into a strange calm. Everyone knew that this unusual peace was nothing but the stillness before a raging storm. What would follow was destined to be the most intense clash imaginable. Whitebeard pirates versus the Navy headquarters. On top of that, with Ace suspected to be the only surviving child of the Pirate King, Roger, there was even the possibility that members of Roger's old crew would emerge. It had been a long time since the world had witnessed such a grand gathering. Yet for Akainu and Kizaru, none of this felt the least bit novel. They had already lived through it all once before. The only real difference was that, last time, only the Whitebeard pirates had taken the field at the outset, whereas this time, perhaps a few more unexpected guests would join the fray. They made no attempt to alter the course of events that were meant to happen. Instead, they simply let things unfold, watching quietly from the sidelines. Thus, the great whirlpool spider still drove his blade into Whitebeard, and Luffy, the protagonist, once again led his ragtag team of escapees, drawing the eyes of the world. But, unlike the last time Akainu and Kizaru had experienced this battle, just as the Whitebeard pirates seemed to be losing ground, a shadow swept over Marineford from above. As this massive shadow appeared, both sides, pirates and Marines alike, were shaken to the core. That is, Sengoku looked up at the looming figure in the sky, a dark memory flickering across his face. His expression turned grim. Damn it, why is he showing up now? Beside him, Garp's demeanor grew serious as well. That power! Is it Shiki? Is that guy really still alive? The commanders standing nearby, having overheard their muttered conversation, instantly turned pale, for they all knew exactly who Sengoku and Garp were talking about. Golden Lion Shiki, a legendary pirate, spoken of in the same breath as Whitebeard and the Pirate King. He was the first in history to break out of the great undersea prison, and he possesses abilities that have caused the world government endless headaches. The appearance of Golden Lion at this moment is, without a doubt, the absolute worst possible news for Marine headquarters. Most of their strategies have been devised to deal with the remnants of Roger's pirate crew who might show up. For example, red-haired Shanks, who, like Whitebeard, is one of the 4 emperors, had already been stalled by the world government through various means. But what they never anticipated was that Golden Lion, missing for 20 years, would choose this critical moment to make his move. A wild, arrogant laugh rolled through the sky. Jaha! Well, Whitebeard, I didn't arrive too late, did I? Floating in midair, a man, with a wild mane of golden hair, shaped almost like a rooster's comb, looked down upon Marine headquarters from above, exuding dominance. Shiki, I don't need your help, Whitebeard said, his tone full of authority as he glanced up at the figure in the sky. Humph. Who said I came to help you? Don't flatter yourself. Golden Lion scoffed coldly from above. I'm only here to repay the Marines for all those years they kept me locked up. And, by the way, I'm curious to see what Roger's only son is really made of. Gulalala. He's my son, after all. There's no way he could disappoint, Whitebeard replied, his face brimming with pride. Are you two done with your chatter? Sengoku stood atop the execution platform, his expression grave as he looked up at the floating golden lion. My greatest error was not finishing you off back then. Don't talk so big, Sengoku. If it hadn't been for you two ganging up on me, do you really think you could have beaten me? Golden Lion sneered. I have no patience for pointless talk, Shiki. Since you've come here on your own today, don't even think about leaving. Stay here with Whitebeard. Sengoku's voice was cold and resolute. Before either Whitebeard or Golden Lion could respond, another voice suddenly rang out, calm yet powerful. Seems I'm a bit late. My apologies. Anyone bold enough to interrupt at such a moment could hardly be an ordinary figure. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. There stood an old man, with silver hair, draped in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, flanked by others dressed in the same striking attire, though their faces were unfamiliar. Rayleigh, so you did come after all. Gulalalala. Whitebeard broke into hearty laughter at the sight of Rayleigh. Golden Lion, still hovering in the sky, responded with a cold snort, a curt acknowledgement. The flying pirates and Roger's crew had clashed many times over the years with victories and defeats on both sides. Yet, Golden Lion had suffered a few setbacks at Rayleigh's hands, small losses, but galling nonetheless, for Rayleigh was the mastermind behind Roger's crew. Perhaps that's why he showed Rayleigh little warmth now. Rayleigh didn't seem to care at all, paying no mind to Golden Lion's attitude. But up on the execution platform, Sengoku's voice rang out, tinged with anger. Rayleigh, have you forgotten Roger's promise back then? What are you doing now, trying to reassemble the Roger pirates? Marshal Sengoku, you misunderstand, Rayleigh shrugged. I haven't been a pirate for a long time. Now, I'm with Akatsuki? What's that? Sengoku was momentarily stunned. He wasn't the only one. Both Whitebeard and Golden Lion looked puzzled as well. They knew just how proud and headstrong Rayleigh was. Aside from Roger himself, there were few people on these seas who could ever hope to command him. So even after the Roger pirates disbanded, no one ever thought of recruiting Rayleigh. It was simply unrealistic. And now, by his words, he's part of some organization? You mean to say you haven't even heard of our Akatsuki? You lot are really living under a rock. Bucky, also dressed in the signature black cloak with red clouds, planted his hands on his hips and announced proudly to everyone, Akatsuki stands for the break of dawn, the harbinger of light and peace. To put it simply, we've come to end the era of the great pirates. The moment Bucky finished speaking, all of Marineford fell into sudden silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then all at once, people burst out laughing wildly, their voices echoing in unison. Even Golden Lion up in the sky couldn't hold it in, almost laughing himself out of the air. Yet on the Akatsuki's side, no one seemed to care. Their expressions remained calm and composed. What Bucky just said is exactly what I wanted to say, Rayleigh added, his tone measured. But before that, I'll be taking someone with me. At that moment, Sengoku and the others on the execution platform sensed that something was wrong, but they realized it a beat too late. All they could do was watch as Ace fell into a ring of fire and vanished from sight. By the time they tried to intervene, the fiery portal was already gone. It was clear that some kind of spatial power was at work. How dare you? Sengoku shouted, shocked and furious at what had just happened. Whitebeard, on behalf of my captain, I thank you for looking after Ace, Rayleigh called out, his voice carrying far and wide, charged with his imposing presence. But gratitude aside, there are things that must be faced. We didn't just come here to rescue Ace. Bucky has already said our other purpose. We're here to bring a true end to this chaotic era of pirates. If you're willing to disband your crews right here, you might still have a chance to leave this place alive. If not, gahaha, Rayleigh, have you lost your mind? Even if Roger were still alive, he couldn't stop this unstoppable tide. What makes you think you can? The Golden Lion let out a mocking laugh. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and said, if I remember correctly, that red-nosed kid next to you was the rookie who served as an apprentice alongside the red-haired brat on your ship back in the day. So this so-called Akatsuki you speak of Is it just made up of you old Roger crew members? It was obvious that neither the Golden Lion nor Whitebeard believed a word of Rayleigh's explanation. Deep down, they regarded his claims as utter nonsense. Unless they had lost their minds, there was no way they would take such a story at face value. Roger's death had indeed ushered in the era of great pirates, but that era wasn't something he conjured out of thin air. His final words acted as a spark, but they weren't the true cause of the explosion. The tides of the world had long been set. If it hadn't been the age of pirates, it would have been the age of great bandits, or an age of sweeping revolution. Just as the Golden Lion had said, no one could stand in the way of that overwhelming current of destiny. Not him, not Whitebeard, and certainly not Roger. Rayleigh was certainly a force to be reckoned with on the seas. And while he might not quite match Whitebeard or the Golden Lion, he was only a hair's breadth behind. As the former first mate of the Roger pirates, his strength and cunning were among the very best on the ocean. But to end the age of great pirates, even if you added all of their power together, it still wouldn't be enough. How could Rayleigh, of all people, claim to have a means to do so? The three legendary pirates, the four emperors, the Shichibukai, whether you believe it or not, all of these will soon be relics of the past, Rayleigh said thoughtfully. Out of respect for our old ties, I'll give you some time to consider your choices. He paused, then continued. Before you come to a decision, why not enjoy the show that's about to unfold? With things having reached this point, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion finally realized Rayleigh wasn't joking with them. No one would go this far just for a laugh. Yet, that only made the situation all the more baffling, because they knew Rayleigh was neither reckless nor arrogant. He wasn't someone who'd provoke them without reason. Meanwhile, the Navy was thrown into confusion as well. By rights, whether it was Whitebeard who appeared first or the Golden Lion and Rayleigh who arrived later, there was no doubt they were all enemies of the Navy, especially Rayleigh, who upon his arrival had snatched away Ace, the very bargaining chip the Navy had counted on, sending Sengoku into a rage. But judging by the current situation, Rayleigh clearly wasn't acting as an ally to Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. In fact, the things he said sounded even more righteous and grand than anything the Navy itself had ever declared. Though the Navy had always stood at the forefront in the fight against pirates, they had never openly proclaimed that they would put an end to the age of great pirates in one fell swoop. Even with the world government backing them, it was simply impossible to take on all the pirates that roamed the vast seas at once. That it was precisely because the Navy found it so difficult to deal with pirates, especially the four emperors, the most formidable among them. But the seven warlords of the sea were established. Yet from the way Rayleigh spoke, both he and the so-called Akatsuki organization he had joined actually intended to take on all the pirates at once. These words left the listening Marines in a state of utter confusion. For a moment, even Sengoku refrained from issuing orders to attack or kill. Instead, he chose to wait and see how things would unfold. If Rayleigh and Whitebeard's crew ended up fighting among themselves, that would be the most favorable outcome for the Navy. However, just as everyone was pondering why Rayleigh was acting so outrageously and what sort of spectacle he had in store, something utterly unexpected occurred. "Shiryu, you!" A cry of shock and fury rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The one who had shouted was none other than Gecko Moria, one of the seven warlords of the sea, standing among the Navy's ranks. Though Moria was undoubtedly the weakest among the warlords, he was still a true pirate of the Grand Line, and had even survived an encounter with Kaido. While that was his greatest humiliation, it was also his most notable achievement. After all, anyone invited by the world government to be a warlord was an infamous pirate in their own right. The warlords had reached an agreement with the world government. During major crises, they would aid the government and the Navy as allies against common foes. Although neither side truly trusted the other, there was a certain unspoken understanding between them. This time, all the warlords except Jinbe had responded to the call and come to Marineford to assist the Navy. Of course, none of them planned to risk their lives for the Navy. At most, they would help tie down some of Whitebeard's top officers, giving the Navy a chance to wipe out his crew. So, when the commotion broke out earlier, the warlords were mostly content to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Even when Ace was rescued, their reactions ranged from schadenfreude to detached amusement. They never expected, however, that the chaos would sweep them up as well. Moria had been watching the action with a wide grin, only to be blindsided when Shiryu, standing not far away, suddenly stabbed him in the back, just as the giant spider had stabbed Whitebeard before. The blow was devastating, sending Moria to his knees, clutching his chest in agony. Shiryu offered no explanation. Before the other warlords could react, he drew his blade again in a flash and, with a swift motion, severed Moria's head. Dracula Mihawk's eyes narrowed sharply, In an instant, his black blade was out of its sheath. A sharp clash rang through the air as their swords met, and Shiryu was clearly overpowered. Mihawk's single stroke sent him flying. Yet Shiryu seemed fully prepared for this. Using the force of the blow, he stepped lightly through the air and retreated mid-flight, landing beside Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Rayleigh casually tossed out a robe. Shiryu caught it and draped it over his shoulders while still in midair. By the time he landed, he was dressed just like Rayleigh, Buggy, and the others, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. "He's the first, but he certainly won't be the last," said a figure who had previously stood unobtrusively beside Rayleigh. He stepped forward, revealing his face from beneath the hood of his robe. On the Navy's side, someone with a special ability instantly identified him. Reporting to Sengoku, that's 100 Plan's Kuro, a pirate. From the East Blue, with a bounty of 16 million berries. He should have been locked away and impelled down, just like that clown Buggy. Escape from impelled down? Sengoku's expression grew even grimmer, for the gravity of the situation was clear. Impelled down has always been one of the greatest deterrents against pirates. Though there was that one incident when Golden Lion Shiki broke out, shattering Impelled Down's record of 0 escapes. Shiki was, after all, one of the 3 legendary pirates and possessed the troublesome float fruit. Most pirates would never consider themselves as formidable as the Golden Lion, nor would they be so arrogant as to think they could accomplish what he did. So while Shiki's escape had some impact on the prison's reputation, it wasn't devastating. But now, that Kuro from the Akatsuki and the Red-Nosed Buggy were just small-time pirates from East Blue, each with a bounty under 30 million berries, barely even qualified to challenge the Grand Line. If pirates like them could escape from Impelled Down, it meant the prison's defenses were riddled with holes, and anyone could potentially break free. If news of this got out, Impelled Down would become a laughingstock. Yet what puzzled Sengoku even more was why minor pirates like Kuro and Buggy, both with bounties under 30 million, had become members of this Akatsuki group. And from the look of things, even Shiryu of the Rain, Impelled Down's former chief jailer, seemed to have joined their ranks. "Shiryu, do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Sengoku demanded, barely restraining himself from attacking outright, fixing Shiryu with a furious glare. "Of course I do," Shiryu replied with a mocking grin, twirling his sword through the air. "The world government will put a bounty on my head. So what? Will they just throw me back into Impelled Down?" Clearly, Shiryu was making light of the threat, dismissing Sengoku's words as meaningless. This forced the Navy to take a fresh, serious look at the strength of this mysterious Akatsuki organization that had suddenly emerged. To think that even Shiryu, once a rising star with hopes of becoming the next chief warden of Impelled Down, would betray the world government. This alone shows that this organization is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. It's clear that this is not something Rayleigh could have orchestrated on his own. Just Rayleigh alone would not be enough to make Shiryu turn traitor. As Sengoku was still lost in thought, across from him, Raymond, raised a second finger and announced, "Now, the second matter." With those words, all the remaining warlords of the sea, except for Hawkeye, immediately scattered and heightened their vigilance. If even someone like Shiryu, who was an insider of the world government, could betray them, then the rest of the warlords were even less trustworthy. There had never been any true trust between them, nor between them and the Navy. Their allegiance was merely superficial, a facade. Trust was never part of the equation. While none of them believed they could be ambushed and killed as easily as Moria, there was no harm in staying cautious. As for why Hawkeye didn't bother to dodge, it was simply because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. In terms of individual prowess, he was undeniably the strongest of the warlords. The title of world's greatest swordsman alone spoke volumes. At the very least, it meant that formidable figures like Shiryu and even Gion, the Navy's reserve admiral known as Pink Rabbit, were no match for him. Both of them were at quasi-admiral level, far stronger than ordinary pirates like Moria. Hawkeye was at least their equal, if not superior. His strength was clear to all. But the others weren't as self-assured as Hawkeye. Even so, spreading out didn't guarantee their safety. The instant they scattered, several thick, snake-like forms suddenly coiled around Doflamingo's legs, pinning him firmly in place. At the same time, the others noticed that the pale-faced, long-haired man with vertical pupils, who had been standing among the Akatsuki, had vanished without a trace. As Doflamingo found himself ensnared by the serpents at his feet, that same vertical-pupiled man emerged creepily from the mouth of one of the giant snakes. A truly hair-raising sight. There was no mistaking it. This was Orochimaru. Doflamingo's expression turned icy. With a casual flick of his fingers, he sliced the snakes, binding him into countless pieces. Even Orochimaru, who had just slithered out from one of the snake's mouths, was cut to shreds. But anyone could see this wasn't the end of it. Orochimaru was a powerhouse on par with the likes of Akainu and Kizaru, an admiral-level force. Even Rayleigh, whose strength had waned, was no match for him. Doflamingo, while considered above average among the warlords, could never hope to take down Orochimaru so easily as expected. The pieces of the serpent that had been sliced apart began to merge in a bizarre fashion, fusing together to form an even larger snake. And the head of this monstrous serpent was none other than Orochimaru, who had just appeared. With a sudden, vicious lunge, Orochimaru's massive snake form snapped at Doflamingo, biting through half of his body in one swift motion. The sight left many onlookers visibly horrified. Could it be that the mighty heavenly Yiksha, the Joker of the underworld, had been slain so easily? Yet, the top-tier powerhouses among them remained unfazed. They knew Doflamingo was not so easily killed. Their instincts proved correct. Even after Doflamingo's upper body was bitten off, his lower half stood firm, neither collapsing nor bleeding as one might expect from such a gruesome injury. Almost simultaneously, the enormous human-headed serpent that was Orochimaru suddenly exploded. From his shattered body, white threads emerged, weaving themselves together to recreate Doflamingo's upper body, which drifted gently down from midair. The face, entirely composed of string, bore a cruel, mocking smile. But that malicious grin didn't last long. At that moment, a raspy voice echoed, "Have found you." The words made Doflamingo's smile freeze ever so slightly. In the blink of an eye, the threads forming both his upper and lower body shot out in the same direction. Over there, a second Doflamingo, identical in every detail, was forced into view, his legs once again ensnared by a mass of writhing serpents. It was clear now, this was the real Doflamingo, while the one before had merely been a string clone, conjured by the powers of his string fruit. However, displaying such tricks before Orochimaru, the Grandmaster of Clones, was like showing off before the inventor himself. Orochimaru effortlessly pinpointed his true body and restrained him in an instant. Just as Orochimaru immobilized Doflamingo, a ring of fire flared open behind him. Stepping through the flames was a towering figure clad in the same black cloak emblazoned with red clouds. With a swift motion, he locked Doflamingo's neck in a powerful elbow hold, rendering him immobile. The moment this imposing figure appeared, the expressions of Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform changed dramatically. They knew this man better than anyone. Black-armed Zephyr. Before Akainu and his cohort were promoted to admirals, the Navy's previous top trio of powerhouses had always been Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. But Garp, ever the Maverick, had long refused promotion, which was why there had only ever been two admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr. Garp remained at the rank of vice admiral throughout. However, because of his status as a naval hero and his strength and experience, which were by no means inferior to those of Sengoku and the others, everyone in the Navy regarded him as an admiral in all but name. Even now that Sengoku had been promoted to fleet admiral, Garp's position remained uniquely distinguished. But Zephyr's life had not been so smooth. Once known as the admiral who would not kill, he had never taken even a single pirate's life throughout his entire naval career. This was his ideal of justice. Yet, despite this, he still suffered a great upheaval. During that catastrophe, both his wife and his newborn son were murdered, leaving him shaken and on the verge of resignation. It was only with the heartfelt persuasion of then-Fleet Admiral Kong that he agreed to retain his admiral's rank and take up the post of chief instructor at the Naval Academy. Today, more than half of the Navy's core officers were once his students, including the three current admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Among the elite vice admirals, such as Strawberry, Doberman, and Burning Mountain, those renowned for their strength, many were also his protégés. As a result, although he had stepped back from the front lines, his influence was no less than when he served as admiral. Later, he even formed the Pirate Guerrilla Unit, both to hunt pirates and to train a new generation of cadets. Yet, unexpectedly, he ran into a formidable opponent, Edward Weevil, who claimed to be Whitebeard's son. Not only did Weevil inflict a grievous, nearly incurable injury on Zephyr's right arm, but he also caused heavy casualties among that year's group of cadets. If that incident brought only sorrow, what followed filled him with bitter outrage. When Zephyr learned that, after Crocodile and Jinbe were imprisoned, the world government intended to make Edward Weevil a new warlord of the sea, he was truly furious. That a man who had slaughtered Marines could be considered a legitimate pirate ran counter to everything Zephyr believed in. Because of this, he broke with the Navy and founded the Inyo Marines, a group dedicated solely to hunting pirates. The Navy, for its part, turned a blind eye. After all, Zephyr students filled the Navy's upper ranks, and unless it was a matter of principle, no one wished to move against him. Besides, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Though Zephyr had left the Navy, his targets were pirates, too. The world government, after all, was willing to use the warlord system to balance power with the four emperors. It was the same logic. But now, seeing Zephyr appear at this moment, and taking direct action against Doflamingo, the most exceptional of the warlords, Sengoku and Garp both knew this matter would not end peacefully. After all, Doflamingo was not only a warlord of the sea, but also a former celestial dragon. Although the Don Quixote family left Mary Geos and voluntarily gave up their celestial dragon status, Mary Geos and the five elders were still remarkably tolerant of Doflamingo. After all, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, everyone else was either a slave or a pawn. Only other celestial dragons counted as people. Even if the Don Quixote family renounced their celestial dragon identity of their own accord, it was still considered an internal dispute. For this reason, Doflamingo had always acted with utter impunity, thriving in both the underworld and the upper echelons of society. Outsiders might not be clear about Doflamingo's background, but the higher-ups in the Navy certainly knew, which is why Sengoku and his peers understood the gravity of the situation. It was far more serious than Zephyr defecting from the Navy. The five elders could, to a certain extent, tolerate Zephyr's departure without hunting him down, because Zephyr had never crossed their bottom line. But Doflamingo's identity was definitely one of those lines that could not be crossed. Zephyr, don't be reckless, Sengoku warned in a grave voice as he watched his old friend hold Doflamingo firmly in check. Am I the one being reckless? Zephyr stared at his two old friends, a cold, mocking smile on his lips. The Navy and pirates have always been sworn enemies. Our very existence is meant to shine the light of justice across the seas. But tell me, does the word justice still mean anything at all in today's Navy? The so-called 7 warlords of the sea. They're nothing but ruthless pirates, and yet we let them plunder with impunity, all under the pretense of legality. How can you possibly stomach that? By the end, Zephyr's voice had risen into a furious roar. Many of the Navy soldiers on the battlefield were shaken by his accusations, not because they hadn't thought about these questions themselves, but because they knew they were powerless to change the situation. So, more often than not, they simply avoided the subject, pretending it didn't exist. Quite a few within the Navy opposed the existence of the warlords, but in the eyes of the five elders, their objections meant nothing. The Navy had always been nothing more than a dog kept by the celestial dragons. When the masters made a decision, did the dog have any right to question it? Yet now, with Zephyr bringing up the topic so bluntly and publicly, many felt their pride crumble. Because, in truth, everything Zephyr said was undeniable fact. Hearing these words, Sengoku's face grew dark with anger. He had, in fact, voiced his objections to the five elders before, but the outcome had been clear from the start. The five elders had simply ignored him. Emotionally, he completely agreed with Zephyr's views, but as a man of duty, he could not allow such dissent to spread. All of this is nothing but a last resort for the sake of true peace. Zephyr, do not persist in your delusions. Release him at once, Sengoku demanded, his tone hard as steel. That on hearing this, Doflamingo let out a strange laugh and said, "It seems that Fleet Admiral Sengoku truly cares about you. He doesn't give a damn whether I live or die. But if I really were to die, you'd be as good as dead too, Admiral Zephyr." It was clear that Doflamingo wasn't afraid. He believed that Zephyr, once a Navy admiral himself, understood just how special his own status was and would never truly dare to harm him. If he'd been facing that unfamiliar member of the Akatsuki who fought him just now, perhaps he might have been worried. But now he was calm. From the day I turned my back on the Navy, did you really think I still valued my own life? Zephyr replied with a laugh. Those words made Doflamingo suddenly realize that perhaps he'd been far too optimistic. Almost the instant Zephyr finished speaking, a spike forged entirely from sea stone burst from his chest, piercing straight through his heart. This was a weapon hidden within Zephyr's other mechanical arm, an arm specially modified with sea stone, designed for taking down devil fruit users. Zephyr had always been stronger than Doflamingo, and now, with the opportunity created by Orochimaru, capturing him was effortless. Killing him required no more than a flick of the wrist. Doflamingo simply couldn't imagine that Zephyr would be so foolish as to actually kill him. But clearly, he had thought too much. If Moriya's death and Shiryu's betrayal as the warden of the great underwater prison had merely shocked everyone, then Zephyr's appearance and Doflamingo's demise struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the entire world at once. Moria, after all, was no weakling. Though he wasn't particularly prominent among the warlords, he was still a bona fide great pirate. Within the Whitebeard pirates, aside from the top 5 commanders, he hardly paid the others any mind. But compared to Doflamingo, Moria simply didn't measure up. And Shiryu's betrayal paled in comparison to the earth-shaking impact of Zephyr, a former Navy admiral, switching allegiances. At this moment, events had spiraled beyond everyone's expectations. Even those who had once dismissed the so-called Akatsuki as a joke now realized this was no laughing matter. Back in their primes, Zephyr and Rayleigh were both more than a match for the current 3 Navy admirals. Age might have dulled their edge, but not by much. They could still go toe-to-toe with the strongest the Navy had to offer. Add to that Shiryu, a swordsman of near-admiral caliber, and a mysterious man with vertical pupils who subdued Doflamingo earlier. The Akatsuki's strength now seemed comparable to any of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, lacking only a decisive force to tip the balance. But any discerning person could guess that to assemble such a mysterious organization, one that could bring together old veterans like Rayleigh and Zephyr, who once stood on opposite sides, there must be a formidable figure working behind the scenes. Who could it be? Sengoku pondered anxiously. He never even considered that the one capable of uniting Rayleigh and Zephyr, or convincing Shiryu to defect, was the very rookie standing before him, a man whose bounty was a mere 16 million berries. So now, do you still think we're joking, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Raymond asked politely, a courteous smile on his face. Sengoku's voice was grave as he replied, perhaps your intentions are good, but what you're doing is provoking the world governments. Bottom line, Zephyr, maybe others don't understand, but you of all people should. For the sake of our years together, if... Raymond interrupted with a cheerful laugh. No need to waste your breath, Fleet Admiral. You're not really expecting this to end here, are you? The real show is only just beginning. Just as Raymond finished speaking, another voice rang out. Ice Age. A tremendous crashing sound erupted as a sweeping wall of ice surged skyward, instantly separating the execution platform from the side, where the Akatsuki, Whitebeard pirates, and the flying pirates stood. Atop the glistening ice, Akiji stood tall and imposing. Kazan, what are you doing? Sengoku shouted, his voice a mix of shock and fury. Sorry, Admiral. Without anyone noticing, Akiji had produced a long cloak and draped it over his shoulders. Not only him, but at almost the same moment, Akainu and Kizaru also donned the iconic black cloaks with crimson clouds, the unmistakable mark of the Akatsuki. This scene shattered Sengoku's composure in an instant. Zephyr, after all, was a former admiral who had already left the Navy, so his joining another force wasn't entirely unthinkable. But Akainu and Akiji were different. They were current admirals, the Navy's greatest power, second only to the fleet admiral himself. Given their positions, why would they betray the Navy? Especially Akainu, who had always been the world government's most loyal hound. His loyalty was even more zealous than Sengoku's. What reason could men of their standing possibly have to defect? Sakazuki, Borsalino, you two? Sengoku clutched at his chest, feeling as though his mind was about to explode. At that moment, it wasn't just him. Every member of the Navy was on the verge of collapse. From the highest admiral to the newest recruit, they all stood frozen in shock. Even Garp, famed for his steel nerves, had never imagined he would live to see such an outrageous sight. A new era is about to begin, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Are you ready? Kizaru gazed at the execution platform with a cheerful squint. I'll leave this side to you all. Do your best to stall them. Akainu didn't pay Sengoku any mind at all. With a single swift step, he soared into the sky, vaulting over Akiji's ice wall and landing on the other side. Stop right there. Garp reacted a beat faster than Sengoku, immediately preparing to give chase, but a flash of golden light blocked his path. Kizaru had already appeared before him, speaking in his trademark, lazy and sly tone. I can't just let you pass so easily. If I did, I'd lose all face. Borsalino, you brat. Are you itching to taste my iron fist? Out of my way. Garp bellowed. Though you are indeed terrifying, Vice Admiral Garp, as long as I'm still standing here today, you'll have to keep me company. Kizaru replied with a sly grin. As you wish. Garp didn't waste another word and launched straight into the fight. Boom, 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 boom. Battle erupted on this side without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Akainu wasted no time upon reaching the far side of the ice wall. He unleashed his ultimate attack right away. Meteor Volcano. Countless colossal fists of molten lava rained from above, turning the battlefield into a sea of flames and targeting both the Whitebeard pirates and the flying pirates in a blazing bombardment. You arrogant brat. Golden Lion could hardly stand by and watch. He was about to use the powers of his float fruit to counter the assault. Yet before he could act, a figure appeared before him, attacking without warning. Who are you? Golden Lion's reflexes were sharp. He could sense immediately that this assailant was no ordinary foe. Not daring to be careless, he countered with a defensive strike, meeting the attack head-on. After a powerful clash, he sent his opponent flying, but his own move was interrupted as well. As the stranger came to a halt, Golden Lion finally got a clear look. A man in a black robe adorned with red clouds, sporting a long braid, and a bold kill emblazoned across his chest. My name is Tao Pai Pai. I'm here to end you, Tao said with a cruel smile. Although Tao Pai Pai ranked lower among Raymond's many silver-tier alter egos, even those at the lower end were still formidable in their own right. Judging by the standards of this world, his power was almost on par with an admiral. Perhaps he was still a step behind Golden Lion, but not by much. What's more, Tao Pai Pai was a martial arts master, seasoned in countless duels, a depth of experience Golden Lion couldn't match. And Tao had no intention of fighting fair. As soon as he struck, a massive purple serpent appeared behind Golden Lion, its tongue flickering menacingly. Kururura. Rayleigh, you never cease to surprise me. Whitebeard, who had been watching these events unfold, burst into hearty laughter. Rayleigh remained silent. At this point, everyone understood the situation all too well. Defeat was all but certain for both the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Pirates. The Akatsuki had arrived like a thunderbolt, bringing with them not only a host of top-tier fighters, but also having managed to win over the three admirals of the Navy. Such overwhelming power was simply impossible for Whitebeard and Golden Lion to stand against. Of course, if Whitebeard and Golden Lion were willing to voluntarily disband their crews, or even go so far as to join the Akatsuki, as Rayleigh himself had done, perhaps there would still be a slim chance for survival. But Rayleigh knew them too well. That was simply out of the question. Among these three legendary pirates, none could ever accept bowing or yielding to another. That was precisely why Roger had refused Golden Lion's invitation in the past, because it would have meant lowering his head. If Roger couldn't accept it, neither could Whitebeard nor Golden Lion. Therefore, Rayleigh was keenly aware that the outcome ahead boiled down to just two possibilities. Either Whitebeard and Golden Lion would fall, or the Akatsuki would be toppled by them. Yet from what Rayleigh had seen, defeat for the Akatsuki was impossible. The conclusion had become painfully clear. Whitebeard, I know it's impossible to make you bow your head, so I never intended to invite you. Raymond suddenly spoke up. But I also believe you're not a selfish old man. You wouldn't let your pride drag your sons down with you into the grave. Whitebeard seemed to catch Raymond's meaning. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to dance around it. All right, I'll be direct, Raymond nodded. The Akatsuki intends to end this age of great pirates. That means the Whitebeard pirates, the Flying Pirates, and the other three Emperor crews are all targets for us. In the end, the outcome is simple. Either the Whitebeard pirates are wiped out, or they vanish from existence. And why won't it be you who disappears? Whitebeard countered. Because that's impossible, Raymond replied with a calm smile. If you don't believe me, you can ask Rayleigh. I trust you have faith in his word. Whitebeard glanced at Rayleigh, who gave him a small, confirming nod. Whitebeard felt a heaviness settle in his chest. Just as Raymond had said, although Rayleigh had joined the Akatsuki, Whitebeard still trusted his judgment. The three legendary pirate crews had clashed many times, but theirs was a bond of rivals and comrades, not one of treachery. Besides, Whitebeard had his own sense of the situation, and Rayleigh's confirmation only solidified his conviction. So what exactly are you trying to say? That I should disband the Whitebeard pirates? After a brief silence, Whitebeard questioned Raymond again. No. You and I both know that's impossible. The Whitebeard pirates are your life's work. Even if you know this battle is doomed, you would never give up so easily. Then what are you suggesting? To be frank, I actually admire you, Whitebeard, but our positions are just too different. Raymond spoke at an unhurried pace. So, on behalf of the Akatsuki, I'd like to make a pact with you. I don't think you'll turn me down. What kind of pact? This time, Raymond didn't answer directly. Instead, he switched to his secondary persona, Tian Sanjiao, and whispered his words straight into Whitebeard's ear, switching back as soon as he finished. Whitebeard's gaze suddenly sharpened. Then he burst out laughing, his laughter booming like thunder. Gururara, are you sure about this? My Wort is my Bond. Good, I accept, Whitebeard declared, his tone as resolute as steel. Excellent. Then I'll be waiting for you on the other side. As Raymond spoke, a ring of flames appeared beside him. He stepped into it, and the fiery portal vanished just as quickly. At the same time, an identical ring of flames appeared next to Whitebeard. Observant onlookers noticed that this portal was exactly the same as the one used earlier to spirit Ace away, clearly the ability of an Akatsuki member with a spatial fruit power. Whitebeard didn't step in right away. Instead, he beckoned to several of his top commanders. Marco the Phoenix of the 1st Division, Joza the Diamond of the 3rd, Vista the Flower Sword of the 5th, and gave them a stern instruction. Until I return, don't make any reckless moves. Dad, don't go. What if it's a trap? Marco and the others pleaded anxiously. If it comes to it, we'll fight them head on. They're not guaranteed to win. My mind's made up. Enough talk. With a broad sweep of his hand, Whitebeard silenced them all. Without another word, he strode into the ring of flames, which disappeared behind him. The Whitebeard pirates, following his orders, stayed put and made no rash moves. The Akatsuki, on their side, also held their ground. At that moment, Akainu noticed something amiss. Akiji and Kizuru seemed to be struggling, unable to hold their ground any longer. Garp was simply too formidable, especially with Sengoku, Tsuru, and the others lending support. It's getting dicey over there. Who's going to help? Akainu glanced behind Rayleigh. We'll go. Professor X, seated in a wheelchair and wearing the same black cloak adorned with red clouds, answered with a gentle smile. At his words, Rayleigh and Shiryu exchanged surprised glances. Even though they had already witnessed just how formidable the previously unheard of Akatsuki members like Orochimaru and Itachi were, Rayleigh himself having lost. To Orochimaru, deeply aware of his terrifying strength, they still found it hard to believe that this self-proclaimed Professor X, a bald old man who appeared to be paralyzed from the waist down, could be all that powerful. The reason was simple. In the world of One Piece, age was undeniably a major factor affecting one's strength. Take Whitebeard and Golden Lion, for example. Their combat abilities now were nothing compared to their prime. The same applied to Rayleigh himself. Professor X looked even older than Rayleigh, and on top of that, he was disabled. These two disadvantages combined made it almost impossible to believe he could remain unaffected by them. Rayleigh admitted to himself that if he lost the use of his legs, his own strength might not even reach half of what it was now. So, he had his doubts about Professor X's abilities. Yet Professor X seemed to sense Rayleigh's thoughts. He smiled knowingly and nodded at him. In the next moment, his wheelchair suddenly lifted off the ground, hovering in the air. We're heading out, Professor X announced. Before his words had fully faded, the wheelchair carried him flying toward the other side of the ice wall. Shiryu suddenly caught the oddity in Professor X's choice of words. Of course, he couldn't have known that when Professor X said we, he was referring to himself and the Megatron alter ego residing within him. Only Akainu and Itachi understood and felt reassured. Having witnessed the strength of the old man Jiro, Megatron had long since abandoned any unrealistic dreams of world domination. Especially after Raymond had told the other alter egos that, even without looking far afield, their home world, the Marvel Universe, contained beings far more terrifying than Jiro. Take, for instance, Dormammu, the Ancient One, and Lucifer, those godlike entities Raymond had encountered. Megatron had seen some of these beings himself, sharing a body with Raymond. As a result, Megatron had come to terms with reality, letting go of impossible aspirations. In fact, he didn't even need to look that far. Among the silver-level alter egos within Raymond alone, purely in terms of combat power, he was at the very bottom, sharing last place with Tao Pai Pai. Naturally, he wasn't satisfied with this. This dissatisfaction was what made him willingly team up with Professor X, becoming inseparable partners, a true dynamic duo. Together, the two were far more than the sum of their parts. Without exaggeration, if they joined forces, even the rest of the silver-level alter egos combined might not be able to match them. This was because Megatron compensated for Professor X's weakness in physical defense, and could even transform into a mobile Cerebro, enabling Professor X to temporarily wield psychic powers on par with a level 5 mutant. Back when he was reversing the future world, Raymond had already assessed the situation. His silver-ranked subpersonalities were indeed powerful, far stronger than ordinary level 4 mutants, but they still hadn't reached the level 5 threshold. At best, they hovered somewhere between levels 4 and 5. If Professor X could temporarily acquire the power of a level 5 mutant, he would easily be able to seize control of the other silver subpersonalities in an instant. Thus, the combination of Megatron and Professor X created an effect where the sum was far greater than its parts. Not wanting to be relegated to the bottom of the hierarchy among the silver subpersonalities, Megatron willingly accepted the role of Professor X's steed. Of course, given Professor X's temperament, he would never truly treat Megatron as a mere subordinate and always maintained a courteous manner. This mutual respect made their partnership all the more harmonious. Akainu and the others were well aware of this, so when they saw Professor X and Megatron ready to step forward and stabilize the situation, they naturally felt reassured. Borsalino, Kazan, you two little punks, if you don't get out of my way, don't blame me for not holding back my fists. Garp radiated a staggering aura of dominance. In that moment, whether it was Kizaru or Akiji, and even Sengoku, the fleet admiral himself, they were all overshadowed by the sheer force of his presence. Kizaru and Akiji looked rather beleaguered. Both of them were Navy admirals, representing the highest level of military might. Pirates would shudder just hearing their names. But Garp's strength was simply overwhelming. This legendary Navy hero, who had never even accepted a promotion to admiral, possessed a power so unreasonable it defied logic. Akiji and Kizaru understood this all too well and dared not show the slightest carelessness. Yet neither of them intended to back down. Kizaru, of course, had every reason to stand firm. After all, the Akatsuki organization was created by Raymond and these very subpersonalities. He had an obligation to give his all. This was his rightful duty. As for Akiji, having only recently joined Akatsuki, if he couldn't even manage a task as simple as delaying Garp, he'd have no face left to show in the organization. So the two of them gave it everything they had, not forgetting to try to throw Garp off with words. Garp, old man, why go to such lengths? Akiji asked, sounding a bit exasperated. Even if you break through our defenses right now and rush ahead. So what then? Are you planning to help Whitebeard and Golden Lion? Whitebeard and his lot are attacking Navy headquarters. Capturing them is the Navy's duty. It has nothing to do with traitors like you. Garp grunted coldly. Kazan, with your silver tongue, do you really think you can talk me down? Don't kid yourself. Akiji was left a bit embarrassed by Garp's words, for eloquence had never been his strong suit. Besides, among these top-tier powerhouses, stubbornness ran deep. None of them would ever be swayed by words alone, unless he could first teach Garp a lesson with his fists, completely subduing him in battle and then persuading him. There might be a sliver of hope for success. Of course, that's an even more impossible scenario. No one knew why Garp, unlike Whitebeard, hadn't lost his strength with age, but the fact remained. Garp's power was still unfathomable. At the very least, facing Garp together, both he and Kizaru still felt tremendous pressure. At this moment, Kizaru spoke up as well. Senior Garp, must things really come to a point where we all go down together? That's not our goal at all. Well, there's no point in talking about this now. The real question is, Senior Garp, are you truly going to ignore the lives of these Navy officers? Before Garp could respond, Sengoku's temper flared. He glared at Kizaru and demanded, Borsalino, just what are you trying to do? It was clear Sengoku believed Kizaru was threatening Garp by using the lives of other Marines as leverage. The current 3 Navy admirals were all wielders of Logia-type abilities. In terms of one-on-one combat, they weren't quite the equals of the trio of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. But when it came to fighting as a group, their abilities were overwhelming. Just think of Akiji's Ice Age or Akainu's Meteor Volcano, attacks capable of blanketing the entire battlefield. Kizaru, of course, had similar techniques up his sleeve. If Kizaru and Akiji truly went all out and unleashed their full-scale area attacks, perhaps the Vice Admirals and those ranked above could withstand it. But those below Vice Admiral, there was little hope for them. No wonder Sengoku was suddenly furious at Kizaru's words. He couldn't bear such a heavy responsibility. Kizaru, noticing Sengoku's reaction, shook his head with a slight smile. Marshal Sengoku, you misunderstand. Kazan and I were both raised by the Navy. There's no way we'd ever turn our weapons on our own comrades. Then what do you mean? Sengoku pressed, relentless. If you really want to know, Marshal, why not turn around and look at your surroundings? Kizaru's lips curled into a faint smile. At those words, Sengoku spun around and swept his gaze across the area. What he saw made his heart drop with a thud. How could this be? A chill crept into Sengoku's heart. Only now did he realize that at some point, all the Marines on this side of the ice wall, apart from Garp Tsuru and a handful of others, had silently raised their weapons and were aiming them squarely at him. From elite vice admirals to ordinary sailors, not a single exception. And Sengoku wasn't the only one stunned. Garp, seeing this, was just as shocked and utterly baffled as to why their subordinates would suddenly betray them without warning. Don't be too quick to jump to conclusions. They haven't betrayed us. They're being controlled. Tsuru whispered quietly to the two men. Being controlled? Sengoku and Garp finally began to piece things together. The two of them took a closer look and realized that the ordinary Navy soldiers all wore blank, expressionless faces as if they were robots. In contrast, many of the officers still managed to show signs of inner struggle. It's important to remember that among the Superman-type devil fruits, there are some abilities that can temporarily control others. Although they are quite rare, both Sengoku and Garp had encountered such powers during their long naval careers. For this reason, it wasn't difficult for them to judge that Tsuru's assessment was correct. At that moment, an elderly bald man in a wheelchair descended from the sky and landed gently beside Kizuru. "Good thing you arrived, Professor. Otherwise, I might have had a hard time handling this," Kizuru said with a cheerful grin, greeting Professor X. Akiji, who had not met Professor X before, glanced at Kizuru with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Kizuru smiled and introduced him. "This is Professor X. You just witnessed his ability, so I don't need to say much more." As he spoke, Kizuru spread his hands and gestured in a circle, pointing at the group of Navy soldiers who had suddenly betrayed and turned their weapons on Sengoku and the others. Only then did Akiji understand. He had initially thought that the Akatsuki had infiltrated every corner of the Navy, which had given him quite a scare. If that were truly the case, then Akatsuki wouldn't need to carry out their final plan step by step. They could simply declare war outright. Now, it seemed things weren't quite that extreme. But even so, it was already astonishing enough. While sitting on the stage earlier, he had also noticed the presence of Professor X and had been puzzled by why there was a person with a disability here. On the seas, there were indeed top-tier fighters with disabilities. For example, one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, was missing an arm. Their teacher, Zephyr, who mentored the three admirals, was also considered disabled in some sense. But those people only had issues with their arms. Their legs were intact, so their combat strength wasn't greatly impacted. After all, losing an arm still left you with another arm and two legs to fight with. Some devil fruit abilities didn't even require the use of hands. The Logia users were prime examples. But being disabled in both legs was truly troublesome, as it meant your greatest weakness would be your speed. If you could barely move, how could you possibly fight? Among the four emperors, the three admirals, and the seven warlords, none were crippled in both legs. That's why Akiji instinctively hadn't thought of Professor X as anyone particularly formidable. He assumed the professor was a support-type member like Buggy or Crocodile, brought into Akatsuki for some special reason. Yes, up until now, Akiji still hadn't realized that Kuro, in his Raymond guise, was actually the true mastermind behind Akatsuki. And it wasn't just him. Even Shiryu and Rayleigh and the others probably hadn't noticed. Kuro's identity was right there in the open. Unlike Orochimaru and Itachi, who had only just emerged onto the scene at IT, was simply impossible to associate a rookie pirate. Whose identity was crystal clear, with a well-documented past and a measly bounty of just 16 million berries, with the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. Only Kizuru and his fellow alter egos understood the truth hidden beneath the surface. But at this moment, seeing Professor X effortlessly take control of nearly half the Marine station at headquarters, including several high-ranking officers, instantly made Akiji realize just how gravely he had underestimated his opponent. Clearly, Professor X was a formidable player in his own right. "Why don't you all stay here with us for a while and wait? Please, don't make things difficult for me. What do you say?" Professor X turned to address Sengoku and the others, his tone calm, yet unyielding. "Do you really think that by controlling them, you can threaten us?" Garp's voice trembled with barely suppressed fury. It had been a long time since he'd felt so enraged. The Navy's decision to execute Ace already grated on him, but bound by duty, he had forced himself to endure. Now, even though Ace had been rescued, this lawless Akatsuki organization had emerged, reminding him of his own wayward son, the very one who had left him ashamed before former superiors. At this point, all he wanted was to hit something. Nothing else filled his mind. Even if these mind-controlled Marines charged at him together, he wouldn't so much as flinch. Yet Professor X simply smiled and shook his head. "You misunderstand me, sir. I'm well aware that this ragtag group could never hope to stop you. I never expected them to." As he spoke, all the Marines under his control suddenly twisted their wrists, turning their weapons toward their own throats. The abruptness of this shift took everyone by surprise, even Garp, whose face darkened as he spat out two words through gritted teeth. "Don't you dare." "Garp, old friend," Kizuru now spoke, picking up where Professor X had left off. "We've made our intentions perfectly clear. Our goal is to bring the era of great pirates to a final, absolute end. In principle, our aim aligns with the Navy's. You could simply stand by and watch. But if you insist on opposing us, if you insist on standing in our way, then don't underestimate our resolve." Kizuru's words were an open and undisguised threat. This time, however, Garp found he could not afford to gamble. Losing meant dozens, perhaps hundreds, of Marines would die because of him, and that was a price he simply could not pay. What mattered most was that, at this moment, the Akatsuki organization's stance was not entirely at odds with the Navy or the world government. If one were to draw a comparison, Akatsuki was like an enhanced version of the Neo-Marines, only vastly more powerful. The world government had once tolerated the Neo-Marines, not only because Zephyr's protégés were scattered throughout the Navy, but primarily because the Neo-Marines never crossed the ultimate line. Compared to the Neo-Navy, the Akatsuki organization certainly seems even more extreme at the moment. After all, they not only turned the 3 Navy admirals against their own, but also killed 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea, one of whom was Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon, whose status could not be more sensitive. However, if their true objective is really to wipe out all the pirates on the seas, the world government might yet be willing to compromise. At worst, once the Akatsuki have done away with all the pirates, the world government could simply swoop in and eliminate them, like a mantis stalking the cicada, only to be caught by the Oriole hiding behind. With this thought, Garp unconsciously unclenched his fist. Sengoku, noticing Garp's reaction, also breathed a sigh of relief, for he too was already prepared to make a temporary compromise. Still, he left a harsh warning. Don't think this means you've won. This matter is far from over. Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kizuru replied, his tone calm and dignified. In his heart, though, he barely cared. Of course this matter wasn't over. Ending the era of the great pirates would take far more than just eliminating the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors. The real problem at the heart of the great pirate era had never been those so-called pirate emperors. Its roots lie elsewhere, high above, in the sacred city of Mariewa. Naturally, there was no need to say this out loud now, since the Navy wasn't their current target. Revealing it now would only cause unnecessary trouble. From the moment Raymond and Whitebeard struck their agreement, to Professor X soaring beyond the ice wall to steady things on the other side, only a short while had passed. A few minutes later, on board the Whitebeard pirate's flagship, the Moby Dick, and beside Rayleigh, rings of flame appeared once more. Whitebeard and Raymond each stepped out from within. Whitebeard now looked astonishingly vigorous, as if the wound from earlier, when he was stabbed, no longer had any effect on him. Seeing Whitebeard, unscathed and even more full of life than before, the Whitebeard pirates finally relaxed, each one letting out a relieved sigh. Their spirits soared at once. The moment Marco saw Whitebeard return unharmed, he hurried over and asked, "Dad, now what should we do?" "We withdraw," Whitebeard cut him off. "Withdraw?" Just like that, Marco was stunned. This Akatsuki organization had suddenly appeared, taken ace, and even dared to boast that they would sweep the 3 legendary pirate crews into the dustbin of history, an act of outright provocation. If the Whitebeard pirates simply left now, they'd become the laughingstock of the world. Marco couldn't understand why, with all his pride, their father would suddenly choose to retreat. But Whitebeard had spoken, and Marco would never question his orders. Confused, he immediately signaled to the others that on the other side, Raymond gazed into the distance at Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick and said, "Farewell, Lord Whitebeard." Whitebeard also looked in their direction, his eyes deep and unreadable. It would be more accurate to say, "We shall never meet again." "Also, Rayleigh, please look after Ace for me." Rayleigh seemed to sense something, and with a complicated expression, nodded. "That was my duty from the start." Whitebeard nodded back, saying no more. Not long after, the Moby Dick began to move slowly. Whitebeard remained at the bow, gazing up at the sky, quietly murmuring to himself, "Old friend, I can't help you this time. You'll have to go on ahead, but don't worry, I'll be right behind you. Roger's probably been waiting for us for quite a while now, hasn't he?" As he spoke, Whitebeard couldn't help but shake his head, a smile tugging at his lips. Once the Moby Dick had sailed out of the waters surrounding Marineford, Marco could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Dad, what exactly happened back there? Why do we just withdraw like that? And why do we leave the Sky Pirates behind? To be insulted right to our faces. If we don't respond, what will the world think of the Whitebeard pirates from now on?" It was clear these 3 questions had been weighing on Marco for a long time. Now that there were no outsiders around, he let them all out in a rush. "It doesn't matter anymore. From today onward, there will be no more Whitebeard pirates in these seas," Whitebeard said quietly. "Dad, what are you saying?" Marco wondered if he'd misheard. Whitebeard clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder and laughed, his voice rumbling. "Urarara, do you think I'm joking? You heard me right, and you didn't misunderstand. Starting today, the Whitebeard pirates are disbanded." "Why disband us?" "Dad, this crew is your life's work, everyone's." Marco was growing anxious. And it wasn't just him. Jozu and Vista spoke up as well, each trying to persuade Whitebeard to reconsider. It wasn't that they coveted the power, and influence that came with being part of the Whitebeard pirates. With their strength, they could make a name for themselves. Anywhere on the seas, each of them could become a renowned pirate in their own right. But the Whitebeard pirates felt like one big family. If the crew were to disband, it would be as if that family had been torn apart. That was something they simply could not accept. Enough. Quiet, all of you. Whitebeard slammed his great blade against the deck twice, signaling for Marco, Jozu, and the others to settle down. Once silence fell, he continued, "This was a promise I made to that man. Would you have me break my word?" "Damn it. That guy must have used some dirty trick to threaten you." Jozu shouted in fury. "Dad, did he use Ace as leverage to force you into disbanding us? This matter won't just end like this. We absolutely have to make them." "It's not what you think, little Jozu." Whitebeard didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he chuckled softly and shook his head. "Then what's the reason?" Whitebeard let out a deep sigh. "I hadn't planned on telling you, so as not to burden you all with too much pressure. But now it seems that if I keep quiet, you're bound to do something reckless." "Very well, I'll tell you. Do you remember, before I stepped into that ring of flames, I made a promise to him?" Marco and the others all nodded in response. Whitebeard didn't keep them in suspense and continued. "He told me then that if I could defeat him, he and the entire Akatsuki would leave immediately and never trouble the Whitebeard pirates again. But if he won, I would have to disband the Whitebeard pirates." "Old man, you lost?" Marco found it increasingly hard to believe. He knew Whitebeard's strength well. Even though Whitebeard was far from his prime in that earlier situation, perhaps not even half as strong as before, he was still leagues above any ordinary admiral. Marco himself was considered admiral level, with plenty of experience clashing against the Navy's 3 great admirals, and those battles almost always ended in a stalemate, neither side gaining the upper hand. So he knew full well that even with Whitebeard ambushed and injured, his power was still second to none. He just couldn't imagine how that rookie pirate named Kuro could have possibly beaten the strongest man on the seas. "Did he use some underhanded trick against you?" Marco couldn't help but ask. "No," Whitebeard replied. "He gave me a fair fight and even used a special ability to temporarily suppress all my pain and ailments, letting me return to my peak condition." Whitebeard paused before continuing. "You must have noticed it too. My condition now is far better than it was before, isn't it?" I did get that feeling. Now that Whitebeard mentioned it, Marco realized his earlier impression hadn't been a mistake. But this only made things harder to understand. Whitebeard at his peak, could he really lose? Well, perhaps it was possible. After all, there was once a true legend, a man who alone could rival the 3 legendary pirate crews, whose strength even surpassed Whitebeard and Roger. Still, even that solitary Red, who was said to be unmatched across the seas, couldn't have defeated Whitebeard so easily. And yet, from the moment Whitebeard stepped into that fiery ring to the moment he emerged, only a few minutes had passed in total. Was there really anyone in this world who could defeat Whitebeard in just a few minutes? Marco couldn't believe it. Whitebeard could see what was on Marco's mind. Slowly, he extended a single finger, making a gesture for one. Marco blinked in confusion. This time, he wasn't pretending. He genuinely couldn't figure out what Whitebeard meant. 1 move? Or 1 minute? Whatever it was, Marco found it impossible. No, unthinkable. 1 finger. Whitebeard's expression grew faintly melancholy as he spoke in a low voice. "I wasn't careless, nor did I hold back. I used every last ounce of my strength and threw a punch with all I had. But he only needed a single finger to dissolve my attack in an instant and defeat me." "That's impossible." Marco and Jozu cried out in unison, voices filled with disbelief. The very idea of Whitebeard being defeated was already inconceivable to them. But if what Whitebeard said was true, if he'd been at his peak, attacking with full force, and still lost a single finger, how could that be? If someone had told me before that a man could defeat me with just 1 finger, I wouldn't have believed it either. But that's exactly what happened. Whitebeard sighed, the sadness in his voice unmistakable. Rayleigh wasn't wrong. A new era is coming. This is no longer our time. Marco, Jozu, and everyone, I know you don't want to see this family break apart, and I know you'd give your lives for it, because I would too. But throwing yourself away like moths to a flame is pointless. You are all my children, and I don't want to see you die for nothing. Do you understand? If you really did that, even in death, I wouldn't find peace." Marco caught the deeper meaning in Whitebeard's words, his face changing slightly. "Dad, you know as well as I do the state of my body," Whitebeard said with a gentle smile. "I never expected to make it out of Marineford alive. That man may have forced all my wounds and illnesses to lie dormant for a while, but that doesn't mean they're gone. No one knows my body better than I do. I'd say I only have a few days left." Silence fell over the group. Enough of this gloomy talk, Whitebeard said with a smile. In these final days, come with me. Let's travel together one last time and send your old man off. At these words, Marco and the others could no longer hold back. One by one, they broke down in tears. With the departure of the Whitebeard pirates, the fate of Golden Lion was all but sealed. Surrounded by both Orochimaru and Tao Pai Pai, the Golden Lion could only fight a losing battle, though he wasn't defeated immediately. Even so, this only further proved the frightening extent of his strength. You have to understand, Orochimaru had only recently defeated Rayleigh, a clear sign that he possessed the power of an admiral in this world. While Tao Pai Pai's strength might be a touch below Orochimaru's, he was at least on Rayleigh's level, nearly rivaling an admiral himself. Their fighting styles were unlike anything this world had ever witnessed. If it had been anyone else, even someone like Akiji, an admiral in every sense, the fight would have already become overwhelming. Yet Golden Lion fought on with vigor and flair, trading blows back and forth. But once he noticed that Whitebeard had already retreated, he understood the tide had turned against him. There would be no coming back from this. After spending some time locked away in the deep-sea prison, certain things about him had changed. In the past, he would have charged in a marine fort alone just to test a theory, challenging Sengoku and Garp head-on. But it was also this impulsiveness that got him captured and thrown into the depths of the sea prison. Though he did eventually escape, the price was steep. He lost both his legs. If it weren't for the unique powers of his float fruit, which compensated for his loss of speed, he would already be a ruined man despite his escape. Haunted by the pain and loss, he reflected deeply and resolved never to be so reckless and impulsive again. In a situation like this, the old him would have fought on without hesitation, refusing to back down. But now he felt it was time to retreat. His intentions did not escape the notice of Raymond and the other silver-level alter egos. Who wants to see him off? Raymond turned his head and asked. I'll do it, said Itachi, stepping forward and raising his eyes to the sky. Amaterasu. His pupils began to spin. The surroundings seemed utterly calm, nothing out of the ordinary. But the moment Itachi lifted his gaze, black flames suddenly erupted on Golden Lion in midair. As those black flames appeared, Orochimaru and Tao Pai Pai both drew back, switching from melee to ranged attacks. They had seen Itachi's Amaterasu before and knew just how terrifying it was. If the shadow clones they inhabited touched those flames, they'd vanish in an instant. An outcome that would be more than a little awkward. Golden Lion's reaction lagged behind by a beat. He had no idea that the black flames suddenly burning on his body came from a third party. He assumed it was a new trick from Orochimaru and Tao Pai Pai. Instinctively, he tried to use his armament haki to shield himself, hoping to snuff out the flames at once. But as he did so, he was stunned to discover that the black flames clung to the shell of haki as well, setting it ablaze alongside his body. What is this? Golden Lion was utterly bewildered. You must understand, armament haki is one of the greatest tools for dealing with all kinds of powers on the seas. Whether it's paramecia or logia abilities, they're innately suppressed in the face of armament haki. He had never heard of any kind of flame that could ignite even armament haki along with it. What on earth was happening here? In that instant, a wave of panic unexpectedly washed over him. In the span of a single breath, the black flames had already spread. No matter what method he tried to salvage the situation, it only made things worse. Orochimaru and Tao Pai Pai weren't idle either. Each unleashed a fierce assault on Golden Lion with their own unique tactics. One was a schemer, the other a professional assassin. They had no so-called pride of the strong. Seeing Golden Lion ensnared by Itachi's Amaterasu, they certainly wouldn't let slip the chance to strike him while he was down. They poured on their attacks without restraint. As a result, Golden Lion was forced to face the combined assault of Raymond's three major silver personas at once. The outcome was all but inevitable. 2 minutes later, Orochimaru and Tao Pai Pai had already withdrawn. The legendary pirate Golden Lion had finally met his end here, his life vanishing like smoke in the wind. Once Golden Lion fell, the flying pirates' top officers were all swiftly eliminated by Akainu, not a single one spared. From that moment onward, the flying pirates ceased to exist. At the same time, the ice wall constructed by Akiji shattered on its own, finally allowing Garp and the others to see the situation clearly. As they took in the sight of the slain Golden Lion and the now missing Whitebeard, Sengoku and Garp were both left in utter shock. This was an ending they had never anticipated. Even more astounding, the Akatsuki seemed to have suffered no casualties at all, dispatching 2 legendary pirate crews with apparent ease. This was something the Navy had longed to accomplish for years, yet had never managed to achieve, and now, Akatsuki had done it just like that. It was both deeply ironic and astonishing beyond belief. Akatsuki. In less than a week, the name alone had swept across the seas, stirring up a hurricane of unprecedented ferocity. Former Navy admirals, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, the Navy's former chief instructor, the former warden of Impel Down, one after another, these titans of the age had, for reasons unknown, chosen to join this suddenly emerged organization. What's more, they revealed their identities at this most critical moment, in the midst of the Marineford War. Not only that, Akatsuki's entrance swept the three great legendary pirate crews into the dustbin of history. The Flying Pirates were wiped out, Golden Lion fell in battle. The Whitebeard Pirates disbanded, and Whitebeard himself passed away. Compared to these earth-shaking events, the deaths of Moria and Doflamingo no longer drew much attention. In the past, the death of any one of the 7 warlords of the sea would have dominated the front page of every major newspaper. But compared to the other astonishing feats of the Akatsuki, the fall of a few warlords hardly seemed worth mentioning anymore. One explosive headline after another quickly caught the attention of big news Morgans, who wasted no time in spreading the stories across the world. From that day on, the title of Warlord of the Sea was little more than an empty name. Moonlight Maria had perished, Heavenly Doflamingo had fallen, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, rumored to have lost his mind, was dead as well. Even though he managed to escape from prison, Crocodile, the Sand Croc of Akatsuki, met an unfortunate end shortly after. Only Hawkeye's Mihawk, Pirate Empress Hancock, and Sea Knight Jinbe survived, not because they were spared, but because after their defeats, they chose to relinquish their titles and withdraw from the warlords of the sea of their own accord. The emergence of the Akatsuki truly reshaped the balance of the seas, and many sensed that something fundamental had changed. In the wake of these events, the world government's reaction was nothing short of earth-shaking. Akatsuki was immediately added to the world's most wanted list, ranked as the second most dangerous organization, and new bounties were issued for all its members. They had swayed the Navy's 3 admirals, sabotaged the world government's warlord program, and even killed Doflamingo, a figure whose very existence was fraught with political implications. This was a direct challenge to the government's authority, touching the deepest of its nerves. As for why Akatsuki was not listed as the top threat, the reason was simple. The Revolutionary Army, led by Luffy's father, still occupied that position. While Akatsuki's actions were outrageous and crossed many lines, their goals did not completely clash with those of the world government. In the government's eyes, Akatsuki was little more than a larger, more dangerous version of the Neo-Marines. The Revolutionary Army, on the other hand, existed solely to overthrow the world government, a threat that could not be tolerated under any circumstances. The nature of the two organizations was fundamentally different, making direct comparison impossible. Though the world government appeared furious and officially labeled Akatsuki as the second greatest threat, it was obvious to those in the know that they had no intention of launching an all-out assault against Akatsuki, at least not yet. Some speculated that the government was waiting for Akatsuki to clash head-on with the remaining 3 emperors, hoping to reap the benefits from the sidelines. This theory gained the most traction as it seemed the most reasonable. On the island of Baltaigo, the white-soiled stronghold, Queen of the Okama, Ivankov, and Lightning, Inazuma received a hero's welcome upon their arrival at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Both were high-ranking officers of the revolutionaries, imprisoned in the deep-sea prison only because of their official duties. Now that they had returned, the celebrations were as lively as if 2 heroes had come home. Yet, despite the festivities, Ivankov could not muster any excitement at all as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon was always a step ahead when it came to intelligence. He understood perfectly well why Ivankov was reacting this way. Placing a comforting hand on Ivankov's shoulder, he said, "You've done more than enough, Eva. Kuma's death wasn't your fault. Even if I'd been there, I might not have been able to save him." Even so, Ivankov tried to protest, but was interrupted by a revolutionary comrade who suddenly arrived to deliver a report to Dragon. Dragon waved his hand, signaling the comrade to speak directly. Nervously, the comrade began his report. "A ship has arrived just off the island. They say they're here to pay respects to our leader. You." Dragon's eyes narrowed with interest. "Did they say who they are?" "They claim to be from the Akatsuki organization." "What? They dare to show themselves here?" Ivankov, the king of the Okama, exploded with fury, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to charge out and fight. "Eva, don't be rash." Dragon caught Ivankov and shook his head firmly. "Come with me to meet them first. Let's see what they want before we act. But they killed Kuma. Ivankov's anger flared, nearly uncontainable. I haven't forgotten about Kuma, Dragon replied gravely. But the most important thing is always the victory of the revolution. Otherwise, Kuma's sacrifice would be for nothing. Do I really need to remind you of that? If it means overthrowing the tyranny of the celestial dragons, even you or I might have to make sacrifices. Keep that in mind. Hearing this, Ivankov's face flushed with shame. He nodded. I was too impulsive. Thank you for reminding me. Only then did Dragon turn to the messenger and say, lead the way. Let's go meet this formidable new player. Yes, sir. Before long, under the escort of their comrade, Dragon, Ivankov, and several other Revolutionary Army leaders made their way to the dock. To Dragon's surprise, the visitors were few in number, just 5 in total, all clad in black cloaks patterned with red clouds. What astonished him even more was that, aside from the one standing in the center, he recognized each of them. The former Navy Admiral Akiji, Shiryu of the Rain, the former Chief Warden of Impel Down, Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King and former first mate of the Raja Pirates, and Shaki, once a high-ranking member of the Rocks Pirates, and now the Queen of Intelligence. But the man in the very center was a stranger to him. He had to admit, seeing this lineup put him slightly at ease. Clearly, the Akatsuki organization wasn't here to start a war. If they were, they'd have brought far more people. Of course, even with only these few, Dragon dared not be careless. After all, among them was a genuine Navy admiral and 3 others of near admiral caliber. Even leaving out the mysterious stranger, the remaining 4 alone could level the entire White Soil Island. When the time comes, aside from those few top leaders of the Revolutionary Army, most of the fighters on the island will likely have little chance of survival. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Dragon is certainly not willing to risk a direct conflict with the members of the Akatsuki. That guy is the nobody from the East Blue I mentioned to you before, Kuro, Ivankov whispered as a reminder. A nobody? When Dragon heard that description, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He was reminded of a reclusive friend living in the East Blue, also an unknown figure. Yet, in terms of strength, that unremarkable friend was probably no weaker than a top swordsman like Hawkeye. Fame and strength, after all, are not the same. From what Ivankov had previously reported, along with the intelligence Dragon had gathered himself, it was clear that this man named Kuro was hiding a tremendous secret. Otherwise, with so many powerhouse members in the Akatsuki, each rivaling an admiral, why would he be the one to handle external negotiations? And let's not forget, Whitebeard ultimately decided to retreat only after disappearing with Kuro for a few minutes. Those missing minutes must have held a crucial secret. In Dragon's estimation, if Whitebeard hadn't withdrawn so decisively, even with heavyweights like Akainu and Zephyr from the Akatsuki still on standby, the alliance of the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Pirates might not have been so easily subdued. All of this led Dragon to believe that Kuro was the key factor. The only question was, what was the secret he carried? Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, I've long heard of your reputation. The one in front, Kuro, who was actually Raymond, greeted Dragon with a smile. Raymond, of course, was no stranger to the father of the story's protagonist. The world of One Piece is unlike the Marvel Universe. In Marvel, there is no single protagonist. Many people share the spotlight. But in the world of One Piece, there is only one main character, the Straw Hat, Luffy. And the man standing before Raymond, Dragon, was Luffy's father and the son of the legendary marine hero, Garp. 3 generations of this family were all remarkable in their own right. One a marine, one a revolutionary, and one a pirate. Lord Kuro, you flatter me. Compared to your organization, we still have much to learn, Dragon responded modestly. Ah, it's been a while, Dragon, said Akiji, who stood beside Raymond, raising his hand in greeting. The two were, after all, old acquaintances. Before Dragon founded the Revolutionary Army, he himself had once served in the Marines, and like Akiji and Akainu at the time, he was considered a rising star. With his formidable strength, and as the son of marine hero Garp, Dragon's reputation even outshone Akiji's back then. Yet no one could have predicted that this shining star of the Marines would eventually turn his back on them, founding the most formidable rebel organization, the Revolutionary Army, and becoming the world government's most wanted man. But if it weren't for Garp's truly unique status and his overwhelming strength, he'd probably have been dragged down by this as well. It's been a while, Dragon nodded at Akiji with a smile. I didn't expect you, Kazan, the model student, to act so out of character. If the teacher can do it, why not the student? Akiji replied jokingly. When Dragon mentioned model student, he was, of course, referring to the days when they trained together under Zephyr, and how much Zephyr favored Kazan. Akiji, in turn, cleverly turned it into a joke about Zephyr betraying the Navy as well. Watching the two of them banter, Ivankov, standing nearby, asked in a rather stiff tone, "What are you all doing here?" Everyone present was a seasoned veteran. Naturally, they could hear the hostility laced in Ivankov's words. Before Dragon could step in to ease the tension, Shiryu let out a sinister chuckle and sneered. "What's wrong, freak? Looking for trouble? So what if I am, Shiryu of the Rain? Don't think everyone's afraid of you." Ivankov shot back, clearly unimpressed with Shiryu. The two had once stood on opposite sides, one a prisoner, the other a warden, so this wasn't their first confrontation. In the depths of Impel Down, Ivankov could never get the upper hand, so seeing Shiryu now stirred up both old and new grievances. He had no intention of backing down. Raymond raised a hand to signal Shiryu to stand down, then looked at Dragon and said, "Should I take it that Her Majesty the Okama King's attitude represents the Revolutionary Army's stance toward our Akatsuki organization?" "No, of course not," Dragon denied at once, then sternly rebuked Ivankov. "Comrade Iva, please don't be so reckless. The revolutionary cause cannot afford the slightest carelessness." Only then did Ivankov realize he'd let his emotions get the better of him again, and he quickly apologized. Raymond seemed a bit more satisfied, and smiled as he said, "I understand that Her Majesty is upset with us over Bartholomew Kuma's death. There's no need to deny it. It's no secret to us." When Raymond suddenly mentioned Kuma, Dragon and his companions were taken aback, instinctively wanting to distance themselves from matter. Yet Raymond cut them off, wearing the air of someone entirely in control. For a moment, they fell silent. Kuma was with the Revolutionary Army? Akiji, hearing this for the first time, couldn't help but be surprised. Rayleigh also sighed. No wonder he suddenly showed up to help Luffy and the others back at Sabaody. So that's how it is. It all makes sense now. Dragon realized there was no point denying it any further, especially since Kuma was already dead and there was no longer any need for secrecy. He nodded and said, "I was the one who asked him to help at Sabaody." At this moment, Ivankov could no longer hold back and demanded, "Since you knew Bear was one of us, why did you still kill him?" Ramon narrowed his eyes and replied, "It's not as if we're allies. We have no obligation to show mercy to your people, do we? Besides, the Bartholomew Kuma who died by our hands, was he really the same Kuma you once knew?" "What do you mean?" Ivankov was confused. "That's enough, Iva." Dragon stopped Ivankov from pressing further and said pensively, "Lord Croc was not speaking nonsense. You're saying Bear betrayed us?" Ivankov looked at Dragon in disbelief. No, he didn't betray the Revolutionary Army. Quite the opposite. He sacrificed himself for your sake." Ramon shook his head, wagging a finger. "On this point, I believe Lord Dragon knows better than I do. Isn't that right? Kuma's sacrifice was not in vain." A trace of sadness flickered across Dragon's face, but he quickly composed himself and changed the subject. "Let's set this aside. You're right, Kuma's death can't be blamed on you. The real him had long since left this world. What I truly want to know now is this. Why has your Akatsuki organization come looking for us at this time?" Ramon didn't answer directly, but instead countered with a question of his own. "Do you know why Whitebeard suddenly decided to withdraw and so quickly disbanded the Whitebeard pirates?" "I'd like to hear more." Dragon gestured for him to continue, his curiosity piqued. At this moment, there was likely no one on the seas who wasn't dying to know the answer for. This was the pivotal event of that day. Without it, Akatsuki could not have swept the 3 legendary pirate crews into the dustbin of history without suffering a single loss. Dragon noticed that, as Ramon brought up the question, not only was he interested, Akiji, Rayleigh, and the others were listening intently as well. "They don't know either?" Dragon was slightly surprised. What Dragon didn't know was that most of Akatsuki was, in fact, just different personas of Ramon himself. Apart from a few gathered here with him, nearly all Akatsuki members were Ramon's alter egos, even. The familiar Akainu and Kizuru were no exception. As for what really happened between Ramon and Whitebeard that day, his other selves naturally knew the truth. But Ramon had never told Akiji or the others. So now, as Ramon suddenly brought up the topic, not only Dragon, but Akiji and Rayleigh also leaned in, eager to hear more. To tell the truth, it was quite simple. I told him, if he could defeat me, Akatsuki would withdraw completely and unconditionally. No questions asked. Raymond smiled faintly and said, "But if he has the misfortune of losing to me, then he must disband the Whitebeard pirates himself. And if he goes back on his word, I will wipe out every single member of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving not even a trace behind." "What?" Hearing Raymond's explanation, the crowd didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, it was as if their entire worldview had been turned upside down. After all, what Raymond was saying clearly implied. He had defeated Whitebeard? Was that even possible? It wasn't just the members of the Revolutionary Army who found this hard to believe. Even Akiji, Rayleigh, and the others wore expressions of half-doubt, half-suspicion. That was because Raymond had never once displayed any hint of combat prowess in front of them. All they had ever sensed was that his identity seemed special. Even the senior members of the Akatsuki organization seemed to instinctively defer to him, and not even Akainu was an exception. In private, of course, they had speculated about who Raymond might be. At most, they thought he must be a trusted confidant of the Akatsuki leader or someone of similar standing. Never did it cross their minds that Raymond himself could be a top-tier powerhouse. His background was just too clear. He was a rookie pirate who'd been defeated by the Straw Hats and thrown into Impel Down. There were no secrets left to uncover. How could anyone believe that someone like that was actually a hidden master? The idea seemed utterly implausible. Yet, as Raymond spoke now, his tone didn't sound boastful in the slightest. Moreover, while the Whitebeard pirates had disbanded, their members were still alive. They, too, must have known what really happened. If Raymond were lying or exaggerating, it would only come back to embarrass him. Besides, there was no reason for him to deceive them. Could it be true? A heavy feeling settled over Dragon's heart. If Raymond really had the strength to defeat Whitebeard head-on, and in such a short time, then the situation was nothing like what Dragon had imagined. He would lose all initiative in this confrontation. He had originally thought that, although the Akatsuki were formidable, the handful of people before him weren't enough to threaten the White Soil Island. At worst, he could simply evacuate his people. The world government was powerful too, but after all these years, they had never managed to eradicate the Revolutionary Army completely. The Akatsuki looked formidable, yes, but surely there was still a wide gap between them and the world government. But if Raymond's true power was as he claimed, then he could defeat Dragon just as easily as he had defeated Whitebeard. In fact, he wouldn't even need to win outright. If Raymond could just keep Dragon occupied, Akiji and the others would have more than enough strength to crush the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. In that case, Dragon would lose the upper hand entirely. Faced with such a dire situation, he couldn't afford not to be cautious. Raymond noticed the change in Dragon's demeanor, but he chose not to point it out. Instead, he kept smiling and said, "I mean nothing else by saying all this. I just want you to know, Dragon, that when I speak with the will of Akatsuki itself. So that's how it is." Dorag nodded slowly, took a deep breath, and then asked, "So, Lord Clo, what brings you here to see me in person this time?" Raymond glanced at the people behind Dorag and replied, "Are you sure you want me to say this in front of so many people?" Dorag immediately caught Raymond's meaning and slapped his forehead. "That was careless of me. Please, Tichve, Lol, Killo." With that, Dorag took the lead and started walking ahead. The shock from Raymond's sudden revelation had left him a little dazed, making him forget how many prying ears were around. Just as the world government and the Navy were riddled with undercover agents from the Revolutionary Army, Dorag had no illusions that his own ranks were free from spies planted by the world government or other factions. As the leader of an organization, he had to remain absolutely rational and never act on impulse. Raymond's reminder had clearly been a warning, snapping him back to his senses. Half an hour later, Raymond and his 4 companions had already left White Soil Island. Dorag, meanwhile, had summoned several senior officers, including Ivankov, for an in-depth discussion. "Dorag, do you really believe what he said?" Ivankov asked, a note of skepticism in their voice. "This is the latest intelligence we've received. Take a look for yourself," Dorag replied, handing over a folder. Ivankov didn't press further. They took the folder and began to read. At first, Ivankov's expression was tinged with doubt and puzzlement, but as they read on, their face shifted to pure shock and disbelief. It was a long moment before Ivankov finally put the folder down and murmured, "Tell me this isn't true." "I wish someone would tell me it isn't true," Dorag sighed. "If he hadn't come in person and told us himself, I would never have believed something like this could happen." The others, still unclear on the details, began to leaf through the folder Ivankov had set aside. Moments later, he defeated Whitebeard with just one finger, while Whitebeard was at his peak. "Are you kidding me?" Lindbergh, commander of the Revolutionary Army's southern forces, exclaimed as if he'd seen a ghost. "It isn't April Fool's Day today, is it?" Bello Betty, commander of the eastern forces, muttered to herself. Indeed, the intelligence in their hands came from former members of the Whitebeard pirates. The contents detailed what Whitebeard had told his sons just days ago, after deciding to withdraw from Marigios. There are no secrets that remain forever hidden. Once the Whitebeard pirates disbanded, some news was bound to leak out. The intelligence the Revolutionary Army had obtained was almost certainly already in the hands of many other factions as well. But just how many people will actually believe it? That's hard to say. After all, Even Dragon had to admit that if he hadn't just seen Raymond in person and heard him confess with his own mouth to defeating Whitebeard, he probably wouldn't have believed such information, which sounded utterly preposterous. Yet now the facts were laid bare before him, and it was most likely true. He had no choice but to accept it. We have no other choice, do we? Even if he truly is an ambitious schemer, no matter how bad things get, they can't possibly be any worse than they are now. Dragon analyzed the situation, his voice heavy with thought. Let's hope you're right. Ivankov sighed deeply. So what should we do next? Bello Betty asked. Let us be the ones to fire the first shot of the revolution. Notify everyone. The Blossom Across the Land plan is officially underway. With a sweeping gesture, Dragon made his decision. Navy headquarters, Marineford. Compared to the chaos that nearly leveled Marineford in the original timeline due to Whitebeard's wrath, the current Marineford could actually be considered fortunate. There was hardly any real damage. However, Akainu's defection, coupled with Zephyr's appearance, had thrown the entire Navy into a deep slump. By rights, with such a massive blunder, Sengoku, the current fleet admiral, should have been held responsible and forced to resign. But the Navy was critically short of leadership at the top, and there was no suitable replacement for Sengoku. Naturally, the five elders were unwilling to let him go, insisting he stay on with nothing more than a verbal reprimand. Sengoku himself had no particular desire to cling to the job, but with the higher-ups refusing his resignation, he had no choice but to carry on. What the hell is your son up to? Why is he choosing now to jump into the fray? Sengoku looked over the latest intelligence report, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Across from him, Garp lounged half-reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, picking his nose as he replied, How should I know what that brat wants? I cut ties with him a long time ago. You know that as well as I do. If I ever run into him, I'll smash his head in myself. Sengoku was momentarily at a loss for words. Who talks about their own son like that? If Dragon's a mutt, then what does that make Garp? As his father? Of course, Sengoku would never dare say that aloud. Otherwise, Garp would surely take out his fury on the office again. After a brief silence, Sengoku asked, Do you think this also has something to do with the Akatsuki organization? Garp replied, Hard to say. Sengoku nodded. So you sense it too, don't you? Garp said, For people like us, instinct always comes before reason. Even when there's no evidence, most of the time our gut feelings turn out to be right. Since we both have the same hunch, it's probably not far from the truth. Sengoku replied, Do you think I should report this to the five elders? Report? And what would you report? Do you have any proof? Garp asked, noticing Sengoku's hesitation. He continued, Do you really think the five elders haven't considered these possibilities? If so, you're underestimating them. The way I see it, even if that brat's sudden outburst has nothing to do with the Akatsuki, the five elders are probably already making plans to wipe him out completely. Sure, their stated goal is just to end the era of the great pirates, with no direct conflict with the world government, but the five elders would never let such a ticking time bomb exist for long. The only reason they haven't acted yet is either because their superior hasn't given the word, or they're waiting for the Akatsuki to clash with the three remaining emperors and get worn down before making their move. But right now, I'm certain they're already preparing behind the scenes. Sengoku let out a sigh. I've suspected as much, but for some reason, I can't shake a sense of foreboding. If just one of Sakazuki or Kuzan had defected, I wouldn't be that surprised. But both of them defecting at the same time? That's just not normal, not at all. Garp said, Don't worry yourself so much. We're both getting on in years. Some things are simply out of our hands now. The folks living in Mary Geos are much more anxious than we are. Just take it easy. I'll try, Sengoku nodded. By the way, any new intelligence from the New World? Garp smacked his forehead as if suddenly remembering. Right, any updates? The Akatsuki have split into 3 groups and declared war on the remaining 3 Emperor pirate crews all at once, Sengoku reported, his tone tinged with amazement. After all, this was exactly what the Navy had always wanted to do, but never had the confidence to pull off. Who would have thought that such an unknown, newly emerged group like the Akatsuki would be the ones to make it happen? And to add to the irony, each of those 3 groups just happens to include a former Navy admiral. Though Sengoku was worried, he couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity to see if the Akatsuki might pull off a miracle. If he was honest with himself, he didn't feel all that antagonistic toward the Akatsuki, especially with people like Zephyr and Akainu among their ranks. Compared to others, the Akatsuki clearly lean more toward justice. So what are you waiting for? Garp perked up, excitement clear in his voice. Use our intelligence network and get those live feeds going. Aren't you curious to see how this all unfolds? Sengoku rolled his eyes, but didn't object to Garp's suggestion. He picked up the phone and began making the necessary calls. Before long, the 3 walls of the office each displayed numerous split-screen images. These were live feeds from the three battlefields captured from different angles. It was easy to see that each battlefield was centered around the headquarters of one of the three great pirate crews. Facing off against them, naturally, were members of the Akatsuki. On the side of the red-haired pirates, Kizura led the team, with Rayleigh and Buggy also joining them. Along with them were Shaki and the two professors known as the ex-professors. Over the Big Mom pirates' territory, Akainu took the lead, accompanied by Zephyr and his subordinates, as well as the lone wolf Tao Pai Pai. For the Beast pirates, Raymond took personal command, bringing along Akiji, Orochimaru, and Itachi. The auxiliary persona, known as Trash Kong, was in charge of supporting the operation on his own. Should anything unexpected happen on any front, Trash Kong could serve as a human portal, instantly providing assistance wherever needed. Of course, besides these main figures, Raymond was generous enough this time to let all his bronze-ranked sub-personalities out for some fresh air, spreading them among the three teams. Though these bronze personalities might usually seem insignificant, some among them possessed remarkable strength. Take Lebiala, for example. Though only a bronze persona, Lebiala was undoubtedly among the top tier of Raymond's bronze personalities. If measured by the power scale of the One Piece world, Lebiala would also rank as a great pirate. Then there were the longtime rivals, Heaven's Crippled Kick and Five Elements Fist, whose abilities were on par with Lebiala and should not be underestimated either. It was only because the silver-ranked personalities were usually the standard for comparison that these bronze personalities seemed overshadowed and didn't get many chances to shine. Now, with this opportunity, each of them was eager, itching to prove themselves and filled with excitement. Out at sea, in the territory of the red-haired pirates. Rayleigh, why put yourself through this? Shanks called out from a distance, gazing wearily at Rayleigh on the opposing ship. Rayleigh remained silent. He truly didn't know what to say. Shanks, you idiot, just surrender already. I've already spoken to the higher-ups for you. If you come over to our side, they'll treat you well. Buggy stood with his hands on his hips, his voice brimming with exuberant confidence. It had been a long time since Buggy had felt this triumphant. For as long as he could remember, he'd lived in Shanks' shadow. Whenever people saw him, their first reaction was always, "Aren't you that red-nosed brat who was on Roger's ship with Shanks?" At first, hearing things like that felt nice enough. After all, Shanks was now one of the four emperors, and to be mentioned in the same breath as him was flattering in its own way. But once or twice isn't a big deal. When you hear it too many times, it really starts to lose its meaning. The key point is he's always held a grudge against Shanks for making him eat the chop-chop fruit, that useless, weak devil fruit. Not only did it do little to make him stronger, it also left him forever afraid of seawater. He's always resented this. But now that Shanks has become so powerful, a Yonko, no less, even if he wanted to vent his anger, he couldn't. Now, after finally managing to cling to the mighty Akatsuki, he's been given the chance to persuade Shanks to surrender. There's no way he'd let an opportunity like this slip by. He volunteered himself without a second thought. Shanks recognized his old companion Bucky right away, and for the first time, a rare smile broke through his troubled expression. "Bucky, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? TCH, don't get all friendly with me. I'm only pleading your case because of Lord Rayleigh. Don't get the wrong idea," Bucky said, hands on his hips, acting as if they were barely acquainted. "Still, I have to thank you," Shanks replied with a smile. "But I'm afraid I can't accept your offer. If it were just me, surrendering wouldn't matter much. But if I give in now, it means disbanding the red-haired pirates and betraying everyone's trust. You wouldn't want to see me become a traitor, would you? You're still as stubborn as ever, you bastard." Bucky growled through gritted teeth. But he couldn't out-talk Shanks, even 10 of them put together. Wouldn't win in an argument. The thing is, he really was doing this for Shanks' sake, and in truth, so was Rayleigh. If the Akatsuki were truly the kind of despicable group that intended to use him and Rayleigh to threaten Shanks, well, who knows what he'd do, but Rayleigh would never have. Kulme. They both knew full well that if Shanks kept fighting the Akatsuki, it would only lead to his death. That's why they agreed to be here. In fact, Lemon hadn't demanded that they show up. If they'd wanted, they could have chosen either of the other two battlefields and avoided meeting Shanks entirely. They'd both come here of their own free will. No one forced them. "Borsalino, I never thought I'd see the day when you'd stoop to playing the sympathy card," said Ben Beckman, the red-haired pirate's first mate, idly spinning his gun. Well, Ben Beckman, you're as annoying as ever," Kizuru replied lazily. "But you're overestimating yourself. Do you really think I need tricks to deal with you?" "Who knows?" Ben Beckman shrugged. "If Akainu and Akiji were here with you, I'd maybe be a little wary. But your Akatsuki is fighting 3 great pirate crews at once, splitting your forces in 3 directions. Don't you think that's a bit too arrogant?" Do you really think you stand a chance at winning? Whether we have a chance or not, you'll find out soon enough. Kizaru was not angered at all. He simply continued to smile, his voice sly and mocking as ever. At that moment, Rayleigh suddenly spoke up. Shanks, if you still trust me, you should stop. You can't win this fight. Seeing Rayleigh intervene, Shanks straightened his expression and replied earnestly, Of course I trust you, Master Rayleigh. If I couldn't trust you, there would be very few people left in this world whom I could trust at all. Rayleigh's expression softened a little at those words. Yet Shanks shifted the conversation, saying, I believe you would never deceive me, Master Rayleigh. Your intentions are sincere, and you truly wish the best for me. But I'm no longer that apprentice deckhand from so long ago. Because I trust you, I could disregard my own reputation and pride. But now I'm not alone. All of these people are my crewmates. I cannot betray their hopes for me. Just like back then, when the old captain faced down the Golden Lion, even knowing the odds were against him, he never once bowed his head. Isn't that true? Faced with Shanks' retort, Rayleigh found himself at a loss for words. After all, that was exactly what Roger had done back then, and as his first mate, Rayleigh had supported him without hesitation. But now, standing in a different place, his thoughts had changed. Yet, with Shanks invoking that memory, Rayleigh realized he could no longer persuade him. In truth, he even found himself a little convinced by Shanks' resolve. I respect your decision, Rayleigh said, taking a deep breath. Thank you, Master Rayleigh. Shanks bowed deeply in Rayleigh's direction, a gesture full of gratitude and respect. No matter how high Shanks' status now, equal to Roger in his prime, his reverence for Rayleigh and Roger had never wavered. That respect would never force him to yield, however. As he'd said, he was no longer alone. Dark King, will you continue? Kizaru asked from the sidelines, his tone carrying a faint hint of amusement. No need, Rayleigh replied with a shake of his head. All right then, take a breather and enjoy the show that's about to begin, Kizaru said with a nod, then turned his gaze toward Professor X. Professor X understood at once. He gave a gentle tap on the armrest of his wheelchair and smiled. I'll leave it to you, Lord Megatron. It's my honor, came a mechanical voice, cold and resonant. The sudden, metallic reply startled Buggy, who glanced around in alarm, searching for the source of the voice. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find it. At the same time, a helmet-like device extended from the wheelchair, settling over Professor X's head. The moment the helmet was in place, Professor X's eyes narrowed, sharp with concentration. And in that instant, something truly extraordinary began to unfold aboard the red-haired pirate's flagship. All at once, aside from Shanks and Ben Beckman, every other member of the red-haired pirates spoke in unison. Mr. Shanks, are you really not going to reconsider this? This chilling scene made both Shanks and Ben Beckman's expressions change dramatically. The two of them seemed rooted to the spot, as if frozen in place. Naturally, Rayleigh and his companions also took note of this sudden change. Yet Rayleigh was not truly surprised. He had already witnessed Professor X's ability during the war in Marineford. Back then, it was precisely this power that intimidated Garp and the others, preventing them from breaking through by force. The difference now was that the red-haired pirates had become the new targets. Meanwhile, far away at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku and Garp were watching the three great battlefields through live surveillance, and they too witnessed this scene. Garp slapped his thigh and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I knew this would happen. That ability is just too disgusting. Sengoku shot him a strange look. Garp, annoyed, retorted, What? Can't I enjoy their misfortune for once? You're fine with us getting the short end of the stick, but we can't laugh when it's someone else's turn? TCH. For their enemies, Professor X's power was certainly troublesome. More accurately, all psychic abilities were a real headache. Of course, psychic powers were not without their limits. The stronger the person, the harder they were to control. For example, if Professor X tried to control someone like Dormammu, he would only end up having his own mind shattered, his soul collapsing, rather than succeeding in controlling Dormammu. That was why, back at Marineford, he had only taken control of some of the Marines, sparing Sengoku, Garp, and a handful of others, instead of simply dominating the whole top brass. The same logic applied here. Even with Megatron's assistance, he could try to control Shanks alone, but his chances of success were far from certain, and even if successful, it likely wouldn't last long. Given that, it was much more effective to wield his ability as he was doing now. Of course, this method only worked on someone like Shanks. If it were Kaido or Big Mom in his place, it would be useless. Those two never saw their subordinates as people. If necessary, they'd sacrifice them without a second thought. That was precisely why Professor X had been sent to this front. This tactic was tailor-made for Shanks. While the Red Air Pirates found themselves caught in a dilemma by Professor X's ability, Akainu's forces had already arrived at Todo Land. The Big Mom pirates, after all, were a Yonko crew. Even though Big Mom herself could be rather unreliable, her children were certainly formidable, especially Katakuri, the leader of the Sweet Commanders, who was essentially the Big Mom pirates number 2. Almost everything, big or small, was handled by him personally. So, he quickly received intelligence about the Akatsuki organization and made all the necessary preparations. When Akainu arrived with his formidable forces at Whole Cake Island, the Big Mom pirates had already fully prepared their defenses. Though it was said to be a large army, the majority actually consisted of Zephyr's Inyo Navy and their legion of artificial soldiers. These artificial soldiers were new models based on the PX, one developed by the Navy Science Division, each possessing combat strength no less than that of an ordinary Navy Vice Admiral. Most pirates with bounties over 100 million stood no chance against these artificial soldiers in single combat. This time, Zephyr had gone all out, bringing every artificial soldier from his main base for this operation. With the addition of Tao, Pai Pai, and Shiryu of Arain, this mighty force essentially boasted one of the Navy's most powerful admirals and 3 fighters of near-admiral caliber, a force that could not be underestimated. From a distance, Katakuri spotted Akainu and Zephyr. His expression grew unusually grim as he cautioned his siblings. This battle is unlike any other. The Akatsuki's true strength is unfathomable. Even the Flying Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates have suffered defeat at their hands. We must not let our guard down. Yes, his brothers and sisters answered earnestly, fully aware of the gravity of his warning. They dared not take the matter lightly. Though the Big Mom pirates might look bizarre and mismatched, the bonds between them ran deep. In fact, it was only Big Mom herself who lacked sentiment, treating her children more as tools than as family. For most of his siblings, Katakuri was the true elder brother, steadfast and caring, a father figure in all but name. Since even he had declared this battle to be one of unprecedented danger, the situation was clearly dire, especially since Katakuri had mentioned both the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Pirates. His words left them with no choice but to tread carefully. Among the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, conflict was nothing unusual. In truth, none could truly overpower the others, and none were willing to submit. Yet everyone had a sense of the unspoken pecking order. If one were to rank the 4 Emperor's crews, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates would undoubtedly be the stronger pair, while the Big Mom Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates would rank just slightly below. The gap wasn't vast, of course. Results often hinged on decisions and unexpected twists of fate. Take the Red-Haired Pirates' first mate, Ben Beckman, for example, recognized throughout the New World as the wisest strategist of them all. Thanks to his guidance, the Red-Haired Pirates, though relative newcomers, were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other emperors. Still, no one could deny the sheer strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. Before misfortune befell Ace and Thatch, even setting Whitebeard himself aside, his crew alone boasted a full admiral-level combatant and 3 more of near-admiral strength. And that wasn't even counting the hidden threat of Blackbeard, or the former 2nd Division Captain Chameleon Cameron, who had defected from Whitebeard's ranks. As for Whitebeard's strength, there's no need to say much. After all, even monsters like Kaido have tasted defeat at his hands. Now, with the Whitebeard Pirates having fallen to the Akatsuki, who would dare not take the Akatsuki seriously? At the very least, the Big Mom Pirates are hardly in the same league. If not for the fact that the Akatsuki launched attacks on 3 fronts, declaring war on the remaining Yonko crews all at once, not a single one of them would have had the courage to confront the Akatsuki at full strength. That would be nothing short of suicide. After all, the Akatsuki's known lineup boasts no fewer than 5 or 6 admiral-level powerhouses, including the former 3 Navy admirals. With such a lineup, it's more than enough to overwhelm any opponent they face. Some even say they could storm Mariehua itself, and few would doubt it. Katakuri was a man of great caution, so although he felt that the Akatsuki's simultaneous declaration of war against 3 Yonko crews was bordering on arrogance, he nonetheless steeled his resolve and raised his guard to the utmost. Soon, Mama herself will make a move. At the very least, she can hold off both Akainu and Zephyr. I'll finish things up here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, his tactical arrangements were cut short as a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He spun around and shot toward the ship's cabin with lightning speed. Yet, even his swift reaction was a beat too late. Just as he was about to reach the cabin, a figure burst through the roof in a streak, soaring straight into the sky. With a flurry of pointed jabs toward the deck below, each finger unleashed a beam of energy. Boom, 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 boom. The shockwaves from the explosions sent nearly everyone aboard flying, leaving only a handful of high-ranking officers unaffected. Naturally, Katakuri was among them, thanks to his advanced observation. Haki, which granted him brief glimpses into the future, he had seen this coming several seconds ahead of time. But seeing isn't always the same as stopping it in time, so he was still a moment too late. Still, an attack of this level was nowhere near enough to take him out. He immediately shot into the air in pursuit, roaring in fury, "You're courting death." The one who had launched this sudden assault was none other than Tao Pai Pai, the world's #1 assassin from Dragon Ball. As a non-Devil Fruit user, he had infiltrated the ship ahead of time by sneaking in from the sea, ready to strike first and gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, while his ambush succeeded, the results were less than ideal. Not only did he fail to harm Big Mom, but he almost got blown to bits himself and sent straight back to be rebuilt by Raymond. If not for his quick reflexes and sharp instincts allowing him to escape at just the right moment, he would have been obliterated by Big Mom in the very next second. Yet even now, his situation was far from safe, for Katakuri had already locked onto him. Katakuri's formidable strength goes without saying. Setting aside Luffy, who comes with his own protagonist plot armor, Katakuri, as the #2 of the Big Mom Pirates, a deputy emperor in a Yonko crew, undeniably wields power on par with an admiral. In fact, Tao Bai Bai's strength is still a bit inferior to his. What truly sets Tao Bai Bai apart is that he has very few weaknesses, combined with his extensive experience in assassination. As long as the opportunity is right, even someone stronger than him isn't immune to a successful assassination attempt. However, Big Mom herself is renowned for her incredible vitality. It would be truly miraculous if he managed to catch her off guard. Who is it? Who? Big Mom's thunderous roar shook the heavens, and a soul chain shot skyward at a speed that outpaced even Katakuri's pursuit. In midair, Tao Bai Bai's expression shifted subtly. Instinctively, he prepared to change direction and dodge the attack, because he could sense just how terrifying Big Mom's assault truly was. He doubted he could withstand it. Even if he managed to hold his ground, he couldn't guarantee he'd escape unscathed. He would almost certainly be blown apart. But suspended in the air, his reaction was already a beat too slow. And in the instant Big Mom's soul chain caught up, a massive wave of soul energy erupted from her, radiating outward in all directions. It felt as though every soul in the vicinity had been struck by a heavy hammer. Their reactions grew sluggish for a brief moment. That brief moment was all it took. Tao Bai Bai missed the perfect window to dodge the soul chain and was struck head-on. With a muffled burst, a cloud of white smoke billowed out. Tao Bai Bai vanished in a thin air, disappearing along with the soul chain. At that very moment, far away in the seas under the control of the beast pirates, Raymond's brow arched in surprise. He sensed Tao Bai Bai's return. Appearing in Raymond's inner world alongside Tao Bai Bai was the very same soul chain, still relentlessly hunting him down. Because Tao Bai Bai was only one of Raymond's split personalities, he didn't possess his own soul. In essence, he was simply another facet of Raymond's singular soul. So, Big Mom's soul-based attack naturally followed him all the way back to Raymond, instead of dissipating once Tao Bai Bai was destroyed. But don't forget, Tao Bai Bai isn't the only presence in Raymond's inner world. The moment the soul chain appeared, a hunched little old man materialized at Tao Bai Bai's side. With a casual motion, he extended a finger toward the soul chain. With a soft pop, the soul chain exploded into pieces. "Thank you." Tao Bai Bai breathed a sigh of relief. If because of him, Big Mom's attack had affected Raymond's main personality and ruined this spiritual journey prematurely, he'd be in real trouble. Fortunately, old Jiro was still holding down the fort, and with a simple gesture, he dispelled Big Mom's assault. "You're welcome, young man. Just remember to buy this old fellow a drink when you have time, huh?" Jiro laughed shakily, his voice quivering with age. Watching Jiro, who looked as if he might topple over at any moment, Tao Pai Pai couldn't help but feel at a loss for words. It's worth mentioning that just as Jiro shattered Big Mom's soul lock, far away in Tato Land, Big Mom herself suffered a backlash. She suddenly flew into a frenzy, letting out a howl of pain. Her children, who had been traveling with her on the same ship, were forced to scatter by her sudden rampage to avoid getting caught in the chaos. This wasn't the first time Big Mom had lost control. Every time she was provoked or went without sweets, this would happen. Her children had long grown accustomed to such outbursts. On the other hand, Shiryu and the others, watching from across the way, found the scene perplexing and were equally puzzled by Tao Pai Pai's sudden disappearance. Zephyr frowned and said, "Is that Tao Pai Pai fellow really all right? I told him Big Mom isn't someone you could take lightly, but he just wouldn't listen. Now look, he's reaping what he sowed." Shiryu replied, "Tao Pai Pai's strength is on par with mine. He shouldn't be taken out by Big Mom so easily, should he? Both men were baffled by Teapai's abrupt vanishing act. On one hand, they knew Big Mom's power was monstrous, and they'd all tried to dissuade Teapai from going after her alone. On the other hand, it didn't make sense that someone of Teapai's caliber couldn't withstand even a single blow from her. The four emperors were strong, but surely not so strong as to wipe out someone like Teapai in an instant. But the fact remained, Teapai had disappeared, which made them uneasy about Big Mom's true strength. Only Akainu understood what had really happened, and he'd already learned from Raymond that it was old Jiro who had destroyed Big Mom's soul lock, causing her to suffer the backlash and go berserk. Don't worry about him, Akainu explained after choosing his words carefully. He has his own special way of dodging attacks. He just ran pretty far. That's all. Besides, he managed to neutralize Big Mom's attack and even triggered the backlash. Right now is the perfect moment for us to strike. Zephyr, get your people ready. There's no need to wait. Let's launch a full assault. I understand. Zephyr nodded, his trust in Akainu's judgment unwavering. So, it's finally time for battle. Shiryu grinned viciously, his blade already drawn in anticipation. Teapai's return caught Raymond a bit off guard, but it didn't matter much. Nothing that would change the overall situation. What's more, with Big Mom now in a state of frenzy, her attacks were less precise and her destructive power limited. Perhaps even dangerous to friend and foe alike. In this situation, if Akainu and Zephyr still can't handle the rest of the Big Mom pirates, it would really be a disgrace. Because of this, Raymond didn't even bother to bring Teapai back into the fray. He simply had him remain in the soul world to reflect on his mistakes. A useless person is just useless. He'll never amount to anything. Orochimaru, who was traveling with Raymond, sneered hoarsely, his tone dripping with disdain. He never had much of a relationship with Teapai, so seeing him taken down brought him no small amount of schadenfreude. After all, for these alter egos, getting defeated didn't mean actual death, so there was little sense of camaraderie among them. Anyone who could take Teapai out in a single blow wouldn't have much trouble dealing with you either, Itachi retorted, keeping up his usual banter with Orochimaru. I'm not so easy to take down, Orochimaru replied, unfazed by the jab, a faint, dismissive smile on his lips. To be fair, Orochimaru wasn't exaggerating. In terms of pure strength, he was only a hair stronger than Teapai, but when it came to survival skills, even 10 Teapai's put together couldn't compare to him, and that was being generous. If he'd been in Teapai's place earlier, Big Mom's soul-binding attack would never have touched him. Itachi knew this as well, so he didn't press the point. What's going on over here? Akiji, who seemed to be the only bystander clueless about the drama, looked on with a puzzled expression. Nothing much, Raymond replied, offering a different explanation. Teapai just took a bit of a beating from Big Mom and got himself hurt. At those words, Akiji's face grew more serious. He pondered aloud. That woman really is a monster. Back in the day, when we joined Vice Admiral Garp against the Rocks Pirates, she wasn't as strong as she is now, but she still left quite an impression on me. You fought her before? Raymond asked, curiosity piqued. Of course. More than once or twice, in fact. Akiji nodded. She wasn't as terrifying back then. Sakasuke, Borsellino, and I all clashed with her at different times. In one-on-one fights, it was usually a toss-up who'd win. Back then, she and Kaido were known as the twin stars of the Rocks Pirates, and she was even stronger than Kaido at the time. But as the years went by, she started having these uncontrollable fits, which made her less of a threat compared to Kaido. Plus, Kaido's ability to survive anything only made him more of a headache as time went on. Impossible to kill? Orochimaru's interest was instantly piqued by this description. He muttered to himself, sound a bit like Haiden. Akiji didn't know who this Haiden was, so he couldn't say if it was the same idea. He simply replied, thoughtfully, you'll see for yourself just how troublesome he is once you meet him. Well, now I'm really looking forward to it, Orochimaru said, licking his lips with anticipation. No need to wait any longer. The main event is here. At that moment, Raymond suddenly lifted his head, gazing straight upward. He hadn't switched to any alternate personality, but as a cultivator of chi himself, his sensitivity to danger and shifts in energy was far keener than even his silver-tier personas like Orochimaru. Among all his silver-tier personalities, perhaps only Megatron, who specialized in technology, and Tao Pai Pai, another chi cultivator, could compare with him in this regard. After all, even someone like Professor X couldn't possibly keep his psychic abilities fully activated at all times, maintaining constant vigilance. The same logic applied to Akainu and Kizaru with their observation haki. Here we go again. Hearing Raymond's warning, Akiji instinctively recalled something similar. He immediately activated his observation haki, and sure enough, he locked onto the target. Orochimaru and Itachi, too, noticed a tiny black speck appearing in the sky, hurtling rapidly toward them. Is it the so-called Kaido you mentioned? Orochimaru's vertical pupils narrowed slightly as he asked. That should be him. Akiji nodded slightly. That guy's favorite pastime is suicide. He's always finding bizarre ways to try and get himself killed. The most common is leaping from 10,000 meters up or barging straight in a Navy headquarters to cause havoc, just so we could try every possible way to finish him off. TSK, what an arrogant fellow. Orochimaru couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He himself was no stranger to breaking the rules. And back in the world of Naruto, he'd seen plenty of arrogant sorts, most of them in the Akatsuki. Yet even among the Akatsuki, there wasn't anyone who actually treated seeking death as a personal hobby. What struck Orochimaru even more was that he'd never encountered a monster who would let himself be attacked without the slightest resistance. Perhaps this was the real difference between the two worlds. In the world of Naruto, no matter how strong, be it the third Hokage at his prime, or even the first and second Hokage, no one would ever be so reckless as to forsake all defense in battle. Without chakra, a ninja was ultimately just a strong human. Even the most physically gifted martial artists were still mortal. But Kaido, he already sounded like something far beyond human. Itachi remained silent, but his curiosity was obvious. His Sharingan spun as he focused, drawing in his vision to observe more closely. He wondered whether his Amaterasu could burn this so-called Kaido to ashes. So, will you two go first, or should I? Raymond glanced over at Orochimaru and Itachi as he asked. They both understood his meaning. If Raymond made a move, he would surely switch to his old man, Jiro persona. Given the power scale of this world, once Jiro, the golden tier persona, stepped in, there would be little suspense. No 4 emperors or 5 emperors could stand against him. Just look at what happened to Whitebeard. Let's give it a try first. Orochimaru licked his lips with a sly grin. I'd really like to see whether there truly is such a thing as immortality in this world. I'd like to try as well, Itachi agreed, a rare moment where he shared the same perspective as Orochimaru. Raymond nodded, then turned to Akiji. What about you? I think I'll pass. Akiji replied with a hint of resignation. We've tangled with Kaido so many times. He basically makes a trip to headquarters every year. Raymond understood, then looked back at Orochimaru and Itachi. All right, you two can go. Yes, the two replied in unison. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the ship. Akiji had witnessed their power firsthand. Back at Sabaody, both Orochimaru and Itachi had shown what they were capable of. So he wasn't worried that the two would fall to Kaido. As always, while the 4 emperors were indeed formidable, they definitely weren't strong enough to easily defeat someone of admiral-level strength. Still, Akiji didn't think Orochimaru and Itachi could gain much of an advantage over Kaido either. After all, whenever Kaido stormed Navy headquarters, he'd have to face the combined might of the entire force. To keep Kaido's impact to a minimum, nearly every admiral and above would join the fight. The fiercest clash had even seen Garp, Sengoku, and all 3 current admirals take the field together. Yet in the end, all they managed was to defeat and capture Kaido, nothing more. Akiji sensed that Orochimaru and Itachi were no weaker than himself, and their fighting styles were incredibly versatile. Yet even so, that still wasn't enough to truly threaten Kaido. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered Akiji's train of thought, a sound so deafening it seemed to shake the world itself. Kaido had fallen from the sky and smashed into the sea with the force of a meteorite. When you reach a certain speed, the surface of the sea is no different from solid ground. The impact is just as devastating. In that instant, it was as though a bomb had been dropped into the ocean, sending monstrous waves surging in every direction. Ice Age. Before the boat could be capsized by the raging waters, Akiji leapt onto the sea and instantly froze the entire surrounding area, locking everything in glistening ice. Orochimaru and Itachi appeared on either side of the spot where Kaido had crashed, standing silently on the frozen surface. Still not dead, huh? What a cursed world. Truly disappointing. The ice cracked open, and a massive figure clawed its way out, his tone laced with mockery. He really is an infuriating fellow, isn't he? Orochimaru's smile was as eerie as ever, his voice raspy with amusement. Who's there? Kaido finally seemed to notice Orochimaru and Itachi, peering down at the 2 little insects at his feet. But Itachi couldn't be bothered with words. He simply struck first, Tsukuyumi. In an instant, he pulled Kaido into his own Tsukuyumi world, subjecting him to unspeakable torment. The next moment, both of their consciousnesses snapped back to reality. A thin sheen of sweat had appeared on Itachi's forehead, for casting Tsukuyami was no small burden on him. To his surprise, however, Kaido seemed utterly unfazed. Instead, a faint smile played on his lips. An interesting ability, Kaido remarked. If you turned this on king or queen, I reckon they'd be in agony right now. But you're still a long way from breaking me, brat. This little taste of torture isn't even 1/100th of what I've been through over the years. Itachi didn't argue, for he could tell from Kaido's reaction that these were not idle boasts. Faced with someone so clearly superior, Itachi had held nothing back. From the moment he drew Kaido into the Tsukuyami world, he unleashed every torment he could devise. Compared to what he had just done inside Tsukuyami, his earlier use against Kakashi and others seemed almost like child's play. Yet, even so, Kaido appeared utterly unaffected, as if all Itachi had done amounted to nothing more than a tickle. This realization sent a chill through him. If nothing else, Kaido's indomitable willpower was surely among the strongest he'd ever encountered. Itachi-kun, you should take a break. Let me handle this. Orochimaru, sensing Itachi's setback, chuckled softly. Even before he finished speaking, he had already summoned his companion, Manda, and moved to provide cover. As Orochimaru attacked from the front, Manda suddenly burst forth from beneath the ice, sinking his fangs into Kaido's lower body. To Orochimaru's surprise, Kaido made no move to dodge, not from his own assault, nor from Manda's ambush. Manda managed to bite down on Kaido, but the very next moment, a terrible howl erupted. Damn you! Orochimaru, what kind of monster have you provoked this time? My fangs are... With a curse, Manda abruptly dissolved the summoning and vanished, leaving only Orochimaru, his expression clouded and uncertain. Manda's attack was far from the deadliest technique in Orochimaru's arsenal, but he had never imagined anyone would counter it in such a fashion. This was pure humiliation. The thought infuriated him, and with a sudden motion, he opened his mouth wide and shot forth the Kusanagi blade, his custom-forged sword, aiming straight for Kaido's throat. As the Kusanagi blade shot from his mouth, it grew longer in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was right before Kaido. Yet still, Kaido neither dodged nor flinched. On the contrary, he adjusted his stance, deliberately exposing his throat, as if inviting the blade to strike him head-on. A sharp, metallic clang rang out. A sharp, metallic clang rang out, and Orochimaru's expression changed ever so slightly. His Kusanagi sword, to his astonishment, couldn't pierce Kaido's throat at all. Not only did it fail to go through it, didn't even break the skin. Though Orochimaru had considered this possibility before striking, the shock of witnessing it firsthand was something else entirely. The sheer absurdity of the scene unfolding before him left him utterly stunned. Weak, far too weak, Kaido grabbed the Kusanagi sword with one hand, his face brimming with impatience. A worthless wretch this weak doesn't deserve to live in this world. Before the words had even faded, Kaido yanked the sword, dragging Orochimaru toward him. With his other fist, he launched a punch like a cannonball straight at the oncoming Orochimaru. With a dull thud, white mist burst forth. Orochimaru's form exploded into splinters of wood, obliterated by Kaido's punch. It had been a substitution. Jutsu. The real Orochimaru reappeared on the frozen ground to the side, breathing heavily as he stared at Kaido. He really is a monster. Amaterasu. At the same time Kaido retaliated against Orochimaru, Itachi wasn't idle either. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the most powerful physical attack, Amaterasu. Suddenly, black flames sprang up on Kaido's body, and they actually began to burn him, though the flames spread only very slowly. This feeling, you can actually hurt me? Kaido looked down at the burning spot on his body, his tone tinged with excitement. How long has it been since I've felt this? The last time anyone managed to hurt me was that old man Whitebeard, wasn't it? But ever since his health failed, he's refused to fight me, always leaving those useless underlings to deal with me. Before that, maybe it was that bastard Garp? Still, at this level, all you can do is leave a few marks on me. If you want to kill me, you're nowhere close. With a casual swipe, Kaido brushed away the black embers clinging to his skin. It was plain to see the scorched traces left behind. But, just as he said, Itachi's Amaterasu flames, for all their fearsome reputation, could only burn him. Superficially, killing him seemed utterly impossible. It was as if an indestructible barrier lay beneath his skin, shielding him from all harm. Even under the relentless assault of Amaterasu's fire, he suffered nothing more than a surface burn. Seeing that even Amaterasu failed to truly threaten Kaido, Itachi finally understood the look of helplessness on Akiji's face earlier, and why Kaido was called unkillable. This monstrous, incomprehensible defense, so extreme it defied reason. Even the so-called ultimate physical attack, Flame said to rival the sun's core, could do nothing to him. What a terrifying, otherworldly power. While Itachi believed that someone like Madara or the first Hokage wouldn't be any weaker than this world's four emperors, he was certain neither Madara nor the first Hokage could withstand Amaterasu head-on like this. Are we still fighting? Itachi turned to look at Orochimaru. Fight my ass. Orochimaru was so frustrated, he almost wanted to curse out loud. He knew all too well just how powerful Itachi's Amaterasu was. After all, he'd fought Itachi more than once. If even Itachi couldn't deal with that opponent, then he most likely wouldn't fare any better, no matter how many tricks he still had up his sleeve. The two exchanged a glance and vanished from where they stood. When they reappeared, they were already back at Raymond's side. So what do you think? Impressions. Akiji greeted them with a knowing smile as they returned, pretending to ask casually. Monstrous. Orochimaru squeezed the word out through clenched teeth. Exactly. If he weren't so monstrous, the Navy and the world government wouldn't be having such a headache over him. Akiji remarked with a sigh. Someone else is coming, Itachi said. His Mangekyo Sharingan was still active, and he instantly noticed new arrivals in the distance. That should be the three calamities. Akiji's eyes narrowed slightly. The three calamities, the highest-ranking officers of the Beast Pirates, were known as King the Wildfire, Queen the Plague, and Jack the Drought. These three commanders were the pride of the Beast Pirates. Unlike the other three Yonko crews, Kaido was rarely in his own territory. Most of the time, he was wandering the world. If he wasn't trying to kill himself, he was on his way to another suicide attempt. Yet even with such an unreliable captain, who could go missing at any critical moment, the Beast Pirates still managed to stand toe-to-toe with the other Yonko crews in the New World. That, of course, was thanks to the three calamities. Among them, even the weakest, Jack the Drought, possessed strength on par with a Navy admiral, though he wasn't quite as exceptional. In other words, even setting Kaido aside, the Beast Pirates still had three individuals with admiral-level power. This is precisely why, even with Kaido's unreliability and frequent absences, the Beast Pirates never lost out to their rivals. While a calamity might not stand up to a Yonko alone, any two of them working together could stall one. That was an advantage the other Yonko crews couldn't match. If not for this, the Beast Pirates would have lost all their territory back when Kaido was captured by the Navy and the world government. After all, there's no such thing as camaraderie between Yonko. Boss, you're at it again. Three figures appeared at Kaido's side. The one who spoke was a big bald man with a braid. The second in command, Queen the Plague. Oh, you guys are here, Kaido said, his mood visibly lifting at the sight of his lieutenants. He burst out laughing. I'm in a fantastic mood today. Someone actually managed to injure me over there. Ha ha ha. Did you bring any sake? Come on, pour me a drink. Oh, someone actually managed to hurt you, boss? Surrounded by a ring of flames, King the Wildfire spoke with a hint of surprise as he pulled a bottle of liquor from behind his back and tossed it to Kaido. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Kaido took a few careless swigs, then burst out laughing. That's right. And he's another brat who plays with fire, just like you. Is that so? Now that's interesting, Wildfire said, his interest clearly piqued. So, it's you, Akiji. Drought had noticed Akiji on the other side at first glance, and was about to charge over, spoiling for a fight. You guys wait here. Watch me go knock them flat. But Wildfire held him back, warning, don't be reckless. This Akatsuki organization is no joke. I've heard even Whitebeard and Golden Lion were defeated at their hands. Akiji and the others? They're just regular members. Whitebeard lost. Kaido, still guzzling his drink, froze for a moment. It was the first time he'd heard such a thing. Yes, the Whitebeard pirates have disbanded on their own, and it seems Whitebeard himself has already passed away. Wildfire nodded. The reason we called you back this time is exactly because of this. Word is, Whitebeard was in his prime and still lost to Akatsuki. That old bastard's dead? What a shame. I was hoping to fight him again. But no matter. If someone could take him down, then maybe they'll have a shot at killing me. Now, that's exciting, Kaido said as he poured the last of the liquor down his throat. Soon, his bottle was empty, and he casually tossed it aside. Well, I'm all warmed up. He stretched, loosening his muscles, and looked across at Raymond and his group. I hear you defeated Whitebeard. Good. Then come at me with everything you've got and try to kill me. If you can't, I'll just have to kill you instead. Don't take it personally. Raymond extended a single finger and said calmly, 1 finger. If you can withstand my 1 finger, I'll let you live. How arrogant, brat. But I like it. Kaido grinned savagely. Just a friendly reminder. I gave Whitebeard the same chance. If he could withstand my finger, we'd never trouble him again. If not, he'd have to disband his crew. You should know how that turned out. What? The faces of the three calamities changed at once. Wildfire muttered under his breath. So that outrageous rumor was true? How could this be? Are they kidding? As for why the Whitebeard pirates suddenly disbanded, if the Revolutionary Army could get the news, so could the Beast Pirates, another of the four emperors. The only difference was that when Dragon received the intelligence, he'd only just met Raymond and could barely bring himself to believe it was real. Everyone else who received this intel, including King the Wildfire, instinctively thought it was some kind of joke. Someone could defeat Whitebeard with a single finger? That's just absurd. Even if Whitebeard is old, even if he's sick, even if he's no longer at his peak, he's still Whitebeard. Kaido is only regarded as the top one-on-one fighter because of his near-invincible endurance. Whitebeard simply can't outlast him in a drawn-out fight. But if you're talking raw offensive power, even Kaido can't match Whitebeard. In fact, in pure sparring matches, Kaido was once defeated by Whitebeard. That's an undeniable fact. And now, someone claims they can beat Whitebeard with just one finger, and not even an ailing Whitebeard, but the Whitebeard of his prime. Who could possibly believe that? So, even when King the Wildfire got the same report, he didn't believe a word of that so-called inside information. The only things he could confirm were that the Akatsuki had turned the three Marine admirals and wiped out both the flying pirate crew and the Whitebeard pirates. That alone was already unbelievable enough. As for beating Whitebeard with a single finger, he simply didn't buy it. However, when Raymond himself calmly recounted this achievement, and with the earlier reports in mind, King the Wildfire couldn't help but waver. Could the report actually be true? A sense of foreboding crept over him. Kid, are you trying to tell me that Whitebeard couldn't even withstand a single finger from you? Kaido asked slowly. I don't feel like repeating myself, Raymond replied coolly. Get ready. You have only one chance, so throw everything you've got at me. If you don't go all out, there's no way you'll survive. Of course, even if you do, it might not help. Good, 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 Kaido repeated, his voice low but without a hint of mockery. That wasn't his style. Whether Raymond was telling the truth or not didn't matter to him, because in the end, there were only two possible outcomes. Either he would kill Raymond, or Raymond would kill him. With a thunderous roar, Kaido's form shimmered and twisted, transforming into a gigantic divine dragon, floating high in the air and glaring down at Raymond. For Akiji, this was nothing new, as he'd seen it before. But Orochimaru and Itachi were utterly shocked, compared to Kaido in his dragon form, war-tailed beasts. Hardly worth mentioning. The awe of a divine dragon was simply on another level. Are you ready? I'm about to make my move, Raymond said, his voice calm. His figure hunched a bit, but after tapping himself twice, he suddenly straightened up, standing tall and proud. Compared to Kaido's spectacular transformation, Raymond's change seemed negligible. Just a subtle shift in posture, barely noticeable at first glance, and completely overshadowed by Kaido. Yet reality, as it turned out, was quite the opposite. Kaido's transformation was a shocking spectacle for Orochimaru and Itachi, who were witnessing it for the first time. As for the calamities on the other side, and Akiji on this side, it was nothing new to them. They'd seen it before. So, words like "ah" hardly applied. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, the expert sees the subtleties. Though Raymond's transformation appeared nothing like Kaido's majestic dragon form, the people present noticed a profound shift in his aura with this simple change of posture. It was as if, for a fleeting moment, a towering, moon-howling wolf bared its razor-sharp fangs before them. Raymond was clearly still a man, yet now he exuded the presence of a legendary wolf, and everyone around felt as if they'd suddenly become helpless rabbits under its predatory gaze. For the bystanders, this was only an impression, but for Kaido himself, the prey, it was an undeniable reality. Despite his form as a mighty dragon, he suddenly felt as small as an insect beneath the stare of this peerless wolf. In terms of sheer size, his dragon form dwarfed Raymond many times over. But this sense of intimidation clung to him and wouldn't let go. How powerful, murmured Akiji and the calamities, unable to hide their astonishment. It was their first time witnessing such a terrifying force in this world. If, before, they'd been half convinced by rumors that even Whitebeard couldn't withstand a single blow from this man, now they were at least 70% believers. The oppressive atmosphere was so overwhelming that none of them could even muster the thought of fighting back. Young man, are you ready? Don't worry, I won't use any food-based techniques against you, Raymond said with a kindly smile. Kaido, of course, didn't know what Raymond meant by food-based techniques, but he could guess the general idea. That only made him more indignant. He roared at Raymond, I don't need anyone's pity. Just try me, you arrogant bastard. With that roar, Kaido's dragon tail swept out in a mighty arc, transforming into a massive whip that lashed toward Raymond. The force of the blow was earth-shattering. Orochimaru and Itachi, reacting instinctively, braced themselves for defense. Even though it was just an ordinary attack, its power was at least on par with a tailed beast bomb, perhaps even greater. With their strength, they knew they'd have to give their all to withstand even this so-called ordinary blow. If not for their subconscious trust that Raymond, Jiro, the old master, was more than a match for Kaido, they would have already dodged to avoid its full brunt. Akiji's response was much the same, secretly preparing himself for any eventuality, even though they were convinced that Raymond should definitely be able to withstand Kaido, the Divine Dragon's attack. The scene before their eyes at this moment still shattered everything they thought they knew. They saw that Raymond's right hand, at some indeterminate moment, had already been raised above his head. His index finger and thumb were pressed together, poised as if to snap, aiming precisely in the direction where Kaido's massive tail was sweeping in. With a crisp snap, a terrifying shockwave erupted, surging out in all directions. The violent explosion swept up everything nearby. Even the ocean's surface, frozen solid by Akiji, was ripped apart as if a bomb had plowed through it. Ice Age. Akiji, forced back by the shockwave, steadied himself and quickly refroze the ice underfoot. A thick cloud of dust and debris from the explosion completely shrouded the heart of the battlefield, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. Apart from Divine Dragon, Kaido, and Raymond, everyone else had been blown back by the force of the blast. Their curiosity was burning, but none dared to act rashly for fear of interfering with the duel at the center. As the dust finally began to settle, Kaido, the Divine Dragon, had vanished. In his place stood Kaido in human form, or, more accurately, only his upper half had returned to human form. His lower body had completely disappeared. I must admit, your tenacity is beyond my expectations. Even though I used only a tenth of my strength, the fact that you survived a single flick from me is something to be proud of, Raymond said with a cheerful grin. As I promised, if you could take one flick from me, I'd spare your life. Don't worry, I won't strike you a second time. My Wort is my Bond. With that, he turned and walked away. Kaido, now, without his lower half, seemed unable to accept this new reality. He made no move to respond. He simply stared in silence at Raymond's retreating back, his eyes burning red with fury. Raymond, however, paid him no mind. As he walked away, his body slowly hunched over, and he chuckled to himself, "Sorry, little Raymond, I miscalculated. I couldn't help you as much as I wanted." As he spoke, his posture straightened again, and his eyes grew sharp. Shaking his head, he said, "No matter. This is more than enough. Kaido now is no longer a threat." Clearly, Raymond had taken back control. Old Man Jiro was nothing like the likes of the scoundrel Tao Bai. Since he had said he'd attack Kaido only once, he kept his word. Even if Raymond pressured him, he would never go back on his promise. Besides, Raymond wouldn't quarrel over such a trivial matter. After all, Kaido was already ruined. Whether he lived or died no longer mattered. The Kaido who has lost the lower half of his body is hardly more threatening than his own top lieutenants, the disasters. There's really nothing to worry about. Though it sounds like a long story, in truth, everything happened in the blink of an eye, from the moment the smoke and dust cleared to when Raymond turned to leave. The three disasters finally realized that what they were witnessing wasn't some illusion. Their eyes were filled with sheer horror. What had they just seen? Their boss, filled with furious power, had unleashed a devastating strike, only to have it effortlessly thwarted by a mere flick of the opponent's fingers. Even more unbelievable, Kaido's entire lower body was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Was this truly not a hallucination? No, I don't believe it. This can't be real. That guy must have some weird devil fruit power that creates illusions. Among the disasters, the most hot-headed, Jack the Drought, roared out in denial, his eyes bloodshot, refusing to accept reality. In an instant, his body transformed into a massive mammoth. With earth-shaking force, he charged straight toward Raymond. Jack! Queen the Wildfire tried to intercept him, but his reaction was a moment too slow. Jack had already barreled forward, moving faster and faster with every stride. This time, Raymond didn't even bother to dodge. He didn't switch forms or summon the old man's persona, because there was simply no need. With a sharp whoosh, a figure sliced through the air. Itachi appeared above the mammoth Jack, slamming his palm down onto Jack's massive head. Brute force. A thunderous impact echoed out. Caught off guard, Mammoth Jack was struck so hard by Itachi's sudden blow that he staggered, then rolled helplessly across the ground. Stop! Seeing their comrades suffering, Queen and King could no longer stand idly by. Instinctively, they lunged toward Itachi with murderous intent. But Itachi was not alone. Ice Block. Pheasant Beak. Akiji, swift as ever, launched his attack before anyone else, targeting King. the leader of the disasters. Out of my way, you nuisance. King transformed in midair into a fearsome pteranodon, his whole body wreathed in black flames. Not nearly as terrifying as Itachi's Amaterasu, but clearly no ordinary fire. Yet Akiji, a former Navy admiral, was no stranger to clashing with the crews of the four emperors. He already knew King's strength, formidable, but on par with his own. For King to force him back was simply out of the question. Akiji couldn't be bothered to waste words. He ramped up his attacks, instantly engaging King in a furious battle. As for the last of the disasters, Queen the Plague, he squared off against Orochimaru. Both of them fought with equally repulsive techniques, making them evenly matched. Neither one could gain the upper hand for now. Raymond had no intention of interfering. He simply watched on calmly as the three battles played out before him. At that moment, a ring of fire appeared beside him, and that guy, Zhakong, stepped out from within, a cigar clamped between his teeth. He asked, "All done here?" "Almost," Raymond nodded, then asked, "How's the Revolutionary Army? Have they made their move yet?" Zhakong let out a low whistle of amazement. "Looks like it's even livelier on their end than ours. They've sparked revolutions in dozens of countries all at once." "Excellent. It seems that once the four emperors are dealt with, we can finally lay all our cards on the table." Raymond nodded, signaling his understanding. "Need any help over here?" Zhakong pointed to the three who were still locked in battle. "No need for that now, but you might want to check on the Big Mom pirates. If Sakazuki can't handle it, you could lend a hand." Raymond paused thoughtfully. "All right, I'll head over and take a look." With that, Zhakong wasted no time, spinning on his heel as he opened a new portal and disappeared through it. Just then, Raymond's gaze shifted to the upper left, where a floating din mushy camera hung in the air. "That brat seems to have noticed us," Garp muttered, his face clouded with concern. "It'd be strange if he hadn't," Sengoku replied, his attention elsewhere. He said gravely, "Now that I think about it, Whitebeard's sudden retreat and his decision to disband his own pirate crew, was all of that really because of this kid? Could those wild rumors actually be true? Even Kaido couldn't withstand a casual blow from him, so it's no wonder Whitebeard lost." Garp's expression was grim as he analyzed the situation. "I have no idea where a monster like that came from," Sengoku said. "I don't care where he came from. What truly worries me is what he'll do next." Upon hearing this, Garp's brows furrowed thoughtfully. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "You mean they won't stop just because the four emperors have fallen? A group that won't even tolerate the existence of the seven warlords? An organization that can wipe out a Yonko with a flick of the wrist? Do you really think they'll stop here?" Sengoku countered. "Fair point. Compared to the filth that goes on in Mariewa, the seven warlords are just playing at war." Garp agreed with a deep nod. "Sure, you old fool. Do you know what you're saying?" Sengoku was startled by Garp's words. He glanced anxiously toward the office door and, seeing no one there, admonished, "You can't just say things like that out loud. If the five elders catch wind of it, what are they going to do?" Garp scoffed. "Do you really think they have the mind to bother with what I say right now? Listen, old friend, don't tell me you haven't thought about what comes next. It's time for us to make our choice, too." Sengoku was unusually silent after being so bluntly rebutted by Garp. The reason was simple. Garp had hit the nail on the head. Sengoku had indeed considered what might happen next, and deep down, he even looked forward to that moment's arrival. One had to understand, his loyalty to the world government and the five elders, in truth, had always been much like Akainu's before. Both of them firmly believed that neither this so-called age of pirates nor the Revolutionary Army could ever truly topple the world government. At most, they would only bring more chaos and bloodshed. It was this conviction that made them value the current order so dearly, which was why their loyalty appeared so unwavering. In fact, they really did act out of the justice they believed in, even if it meant being criticized by others. But to say they were deeply loyal to the five elders, or to those despicable celestial dragons, of course, that was impossible. Back during the Paramount War, when he saw Akainu and Akiji both leave the Navy to join that mysterious Akatsuki organization, Sengoku had already begun to entertain some different ideas. It was just that at the time, he wasn't sure what the Akatsuki was or how formidable they might be. Now that he had seen it for himself, he could only say it far surpassed anything he had imagined. If Garp could guess at what might happen next, with his experience, Sengoku certainly wasn't in the dark either. "So, what do you think we should do now?" Sengoku asked after a moment's thought. "Zephyr is with them, and so is Kuzan and the others. If we're willing to switch sides, it shouldn't be a big problem," Garp replied with a cheerful grin. "Besides, that rascal got in touch with me too." "Dragon?" Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and chuckled. "No wonder your eloquence suddenly improved. Did that brat dragon teach you what to say?" TCH, my way with words has always been good. Thank you very much. That brat just reminded me it was time to make a choice. The rest is what I truly think, Garp said, picking his nose with a careless air. And anyway, if it weren't for this Akatsuki organization showing up out of nowhere, I wouldn't support that brat's wild ideas. You know as well as I do how terrifying the world government is, not something that a small-time group like the Revolutionary Army could ever hope to overthrow. So, the Revolutionary Army really is working with Akatsuki? Sengoku picked up on the implication. Yeah. Garp confirmed with a nod. Good. Very good. Seems I wasn't overthinking things. Sengoku's eyes grew sharp. Then, we'll need to offer them a show of our sincerity. If we just switch sides outright, it might seem a bit too cheap. Just leave the arrangements to you. I'm only responsible for the punching, Garp said, unconcerned. I know. Even toppling the world government only counts as a B-level task completion. I guess I'm still relying too much on Jairu. Looking at the 6,000 universal points he just gained, added. To what he had before, Raymond felt a twinge of frustration. He had originally planned to save up 20,000 universal points in order to exchange them all at once for 2 gold character cards. He'd started with a little over 11,000 points, but spent 3,000 to unlock Akainu's wish journey. He'd hoped that, as in the reversed future world, if he achieved an A-level completion, he could triple his point earnings in one go. That way, he'd have exactly the 20,000 points he wanted. But fate had other plans. Even though everything proceeded smoothly, he not only forcefully ended the Great Pirate Era, but also helped the Revolutionary Army eliminate the world government's trump card, dealt with the Celestial Dragons, and killed both the 5 Elders and the true master behind the Celestial Dragons. In the end, his wish task was still only rated as B-level. Raymond reflected for a moment and realized it was probably because he had relied too heavily on the old man Jairu's overwhelming power. Aside from snapping his fingers to take down Kaido, once the open war with the world government began, he had once again called upon Jairu's might to prevent the Celestial Dragons from using Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons, to inflict catastrophic damage on the Revolutionary Coalition. Jairu had blasted Uranus straight into space. Stripped of their trump card, the Celestial Dragons put up a desperate fight, but with allies abandoning them and the tide turning, their downfall was inevitable. After their defeat, the Revolutionary Army established a federal government and convened the First Federal Assembly. Dragon was elected as the first president, while Akiji became the new republic's first Grand Marshal, commanding all 3 armed forces. Of course, no one could guarantee that this newly founded federal government would remain just forever. That would be a story for another time. The Akatsuki organization, having fulfilled its purpose, faded into legend. Back in the main world, Raymond's thoughts were anything but settled. Almost without hesitation, he started another wish mission. This time, he chose Itachi's wish, a mission as challenging as Akainu's, with the same 3,000-point activation fee. Compared to Akainu, Itachi's wish was much more straightforward and far more humble. He had only one desire, to utterly eradicate the Akatsuki organization. From Itachi's perspective, as long as this toxic blight on the ninja world was eliminated, Konoha's soft and hard power would be enough to ensure that, even if problems still arose, there would at least be no existential crisis. Yet Raymond knew the Akatsuki organization was far more complicated than it appeared. Even Itachi and Orochimaru, both former members, didn't truly grasp the organization's many facets. Of course, for Raymond, none of that really made a difference. With the golden secondary persona of Old Man Jiro in command, neither the world of One Piece nor the world of Naruto could pose any real threat to him. Besides, even if he died during his journey to fulfill wishes, it wouldn't mean true death. He'd only be wasting some universal points. He really had nothing to worry about. Moreover, given how well he understood the Naruto world, he was confident that the completion rating for this mission would be at least as high as, if not higher, than that of Akainu's wish task. After all, Akainu's wish was too vague and lacked specifics. It wasn't like Itachi's wish, which was clear and straightforward. If I'd known, I would have come here first, Raymond thought to himself, a little speechless. Hey, stern-faced perv. Weren't you supposed to be tutoring me? What are you even doing? A voice full of complaint rang out. Raymond's attention was pulled back to reality. The one who was supposed to be getting tutored was none other than the protagonist of this world, the future 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. As for Raymond's current identity, he was a special jonin of Konoha, the well-known private tutor Ebisu, entrusted by Kakashi to provide Naruto with special training before the Chunin exams. It's worth mentioning that Ebisu was also one of Raymond's bronze-level secondary personas, though he'd rarely had a chance to appear. After all, In most of the situations Raymond had faced later on, even his silver level personas were sometimes barely enough, making someone like Ebisu, whose strength was neither high nor low, a bit awkward to use. But just as when he entered the world of One Piece, the moment Raymond awoke, he found himself inhabiting Ebisu's body. Itachi and Orochimaru, meanwhile, had each taken the place of their counterparts at this point in time, both playing their respective roles. At this very moment, it was the first time Naruto and his friend were taking part in the Chunin exams, the eve of Orochimaru's first scheme to destroy Konoha. In the original timeline, Orochimaru hadn't succeeded in destroying the village, but he did manage to kill his former teacher, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and even kidnapped Itachi's little brother in passing. Right now, Orochimaru had disguised himself as a female ninja from the grass village, blending into Konoha and waiting for the right moment to act. Come to think of it, Orochimaru really is a bit of a freak. Why does he always insist on cross-dressing? Raymond shuddered. Orochimaru had countless ways to sneak into Konoha, and no shortage of possible disguises, yet he specifically chose to pose as a female genin to participate in this Chunin exam. Raymond had never given it much thought before, but now that he considered it, it was indeed pretty twisted. Whatever. There's no way I'm letting him do as he pleases this time. The only question is, how many members of the Akatsuki will be drawn in by the plans those two have laid out? With the confirmed appearances of the Nine-Tails and One-Tailed Jinchuriki, and the possibility of two more showing up, I refuse to believe they won't take the bait. Raymond pondered silently to himself. Originally, he had planned to simply wipe out the Akatsuki by force. With the power he wielded now, enough for one man to rival an entire army, it was certainly within his reach. However, he worried that if the Akatsuki caught wind of his intentions too soon, its members would scatter and go into hiding, which would complicate matters considerably. After all, the world of Naruto was vast, and lurking in the shadows were sly old relics like the Sage of Six Paths, always watching and scheming. If Raymond truly unleashed Jiro's might and went on a killing spree, there was no telling if someone might intervene. Though the Sage of Six Paths might not even be a match for old Jiro, Raymond had no desire to stir up trouble without good reason. For that reason, he consulted with Itachi and Orochimaru, and together they decided to use the upcoming Chunin exams as bait, hoping to reel in the Akatsuki, that big fish. Even if they couldn't net the whole organization, as long as they caught the majority dealing with, the rest would be far easier. As for exactly how many would take the bait, that would depend on the skills of Orochimaru and Itachi. Now, after witnessing the vastness of the world beyond, Orochimaru had long since let go of his obsession with Konoha. Because of this, he was more than willing to deploy all his hidden resources to weave this intricate web. All that remained was for Itachi to reasonably receive information that at least 3 or 4 Jinchuriki would appear at the Chunin exams, and then the operation could officially commence. Go back and practice some more. You might need it sooner than you think. Don't slack off, you hear me? Raymond instructed. Got it, stony face, sensei. Naruto reflexively almost called Raymond the pervy big guy again, but the fresh bump on his head quickly reminded him to change his words midway. All right, off you go. Raymond nodded approvingly. He had to admit, there was something rather satisfying about occasionally playing the role of a teacher, especially being the mentor to the story's protagonist. As he watched Naruto's figure disappear into the distance, Raymond suddenly spoke. You've been watching for quite some time. Care to offer any advice? Oh, so you actually noticed me? Came a slightly surprised voice from nearby, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a white-haired man with spiky hair, a tea-colored coat, red vest, and a forehead protector with a kanji 4 oil emblazoned on it. That iconic getup left no doubt about his identity. Even without confirmation from Ebisu within his mind, Raymond could tell who it was. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside Orochimaru. Raymond hadn't expected the one spying on him from the shadows would be this man. Had he known, he probably wouldn't have bothered exposing him at all. Given Ebisu's abilities, there was no way he could have detected Jiraiya, who was intentionally concealing himself. The only reason Raymond managed to sense Jiraiya's presence was thanks to his own identity as a chi practitioner. While Raymond's main body wasn't as strong as Jiraiya, his perception far exceeded that of most silver-ranked alter egos, so picking up on Jiraiya's hidden presence was no difficult task. However, now that the matter had been exposed, this sparked a new idea in Raymond's mind. With this thought, he smiled and said, "So it was Lord Jiraiya. I thought it might be someone up to no good spying on Naruto." "Huh, well, I just happened to return from gathering material, and caught sight of you instructing that kid Naruto. I figured I'd watch for a bit. Hope I didn't disturb you." Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. "Of course not," Raymond replied with a shake of his head and a smile. "But speaking of which, Lord Jiraiya, since you care so much about Naruto, why don't you personally train him? With your status, I'm sure he'd be overjoyed if you did. When it comes to basic instruction, I might not be as professional as you all. There's no need to rush his growth. Besides, I've got missions to attend to lately. I can't stay in the village all the time, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. Missions? You mean investigating Akatsuki? Raymond asked, smiling. Yeah, I found a few leads, Jiraiya paused mid-sentence, his expression shifting from relaxed and casual to gradually solemn. Several crows flew overhead, their calls sharp and grating, casting an even grimmer shadow over the atmosphere. This isn't something you should know about, Ebisu. Jiraiya tucked away the rough draft of his Make-Out Paradise manuscript, which he'd been holding only moments before. There's no need to be so wary, Lord Jiraiya. We're not enemies. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought up something that clearly shouldn't be any of my concern, don't you think? Raymond said with a light chuckle. I understand that, but this is a matter of great importance. I'll need an explanation, Jiraiya replied, refusing to lower his guard. Though Raymond's reasoning held up logically, Jiraiya couldn't rule out the possibility of a deeper plot at work, especially where Akatsuki was concerned. He couldn't afford to be careless. This isn't the place for such a conversation. Why don't we find somewhere to sit and talk over some tea? Raymond suggested. All right, Jiraiya agreed after a moment's thought. He was confident in his own strength and didn't see Ebisu as a threat. Besides, this was the Hidden Leaf Village. Whatever Raymond was plotting, it wouldn't matter here. 10 minutes later, Raymond and Jiraiya were seated together in a private room at a tea house in the village. Now, can we talk? Jiraiya asked directly as soon as he sat down. I'll get straight to the point then. To put it simply, we share a common enemy. The very same Akatsuki organization you're investigating now, Raymond said succinctly. Who do you mean by we? Jiraiya pressed, catching the key detail. Watchers, Raymond said calmly, his expression unruffled. Watchers? What is that? Why have I never heard of them before? Jiraiya looked a bit bewildered. It's perfectly normal that you have it. Lord Jiraiya, did you know about the Akatsuki a year ago? Raymond countered. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. It was true. He had only recently become aware of the Akatsuki's existence and started investigating them in earnest. The more he dug, the more shocking the truth became. Even just the members he had identified so far were more than he could count on one hand. Each of them as troublesome as the next, if not more so. And that was only what he had managed to uncover. What? About the things he couldn't find out? He had kept his discoveries quiet, sharing them only with the third Hokage to avoid causing panic. He never expected to stumble upon a new development from someone as inconspicuous as Ebisu, a special jonin who rarely drew attention, and that left him truly surprised. Seeing Jiraiya fall into thought, Raymond continued. The Watchers exist precisely to prevent anything that could plunge the shinobi world into chaos. The Akatsuki is one of the threats we are determined to stop. Jiraiya didn't respond directly, instead asking, It sounds like you know a lot about the Akatsuki? Of course. We noticed them the moment they appeared, Raymond replied, maintaining his composed facade. At first, we weren't certain what their true objective was. It was only after we figured it out that we resolved to eradicate them entirely. Oh, then what exactly is their objective? Jiraiya pressed, fishing for more information. But Raymond seemed unfazed by the inquiry and turned the question back on him. Since you've discovered the Akatsuki's existence, Lord Jiraiya, have you uncovered any useful information yourself? Jiraiya nodded. I've managed to learn a few things. According to my investigation, they've been secretly targeting the Jinchuriki, trying to capture them in the shadows, and a number have already fallen victim to their schemes. Impressive as always, Lord Jiraiya. You've already gotten to the heart of the matter, Raymond said, giving a few approving claps. But do you know why they're going after the Jinchuriki in secret? Jiraiya shook his head. It's because they want to gather all 9 Jinchuriki and extract the 9-tailed beasts from them. By doing so, they plan to forge the ultimate weapon and use it to achieve their unspeakable ambitions, Raymond explained, answering his own question. Are they insane? Jiraiya blurted out. Raymond was momentarily at a loss for words. It did sound insane, he had to admit, but it was also the truth. Still, that wasn't the main point. Regardless of whether they're mad, the fact is that they're carrying out this plan, and it's up to us to stop them, Raymond said, returning to the heart of the matter. Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent once again. He was pondering the credibility of Raymond's words. He didn't really doubt what Raymond said about the Akatsuki, since it was obvious enough that the Akatsuki weren't exactly upstanding citizens. What he found hard to believe was